Sukai has traversed dimensions. Having spent 3 years in the realm of the super god, the justice system has long awakened, merely awaiting the execution of its righteous tasks. The Golden Finger comes equipped with a novice gift pack, which, however, requires 1,000 justice points to activate. For 3 years, Sukai has dedicated himself to virtuous deeds, such as aiding elderly ladies across streets, retrieving kites for children, and rescuing cats from trees for young mothers. After performing countless acts of kindness, he has finally managed to accumulate the requisite 1,000 justice points. To his astonishment, the novice gift pack offers a choice among 5 superhero genes: Bronze Superman, Silver Superman, Gold Superman, Supreme Superman, and Magical Superman. In pursuit of unparalleled strength, Sukai decisively selects the Silver Superman gene, known for its infinite growth potential. Fighting demons is an obligation, for the sake of justice. Eradicating aliens is a serious matter, for the sake of justice. Those who threaten my homeland must face consequences, no matter the distance. Sukai proclaims, I, Sukai, am the representative of my homeland. Whoever threatens it shall be met with retribution. Chapter 1. After 3 arduous years, the Golden Finger has finally activated. Before reading, a reminder, the protagonist is invincible. For enthusiasts of the game, the initial chapters focus on development. The primary objective is to defend my homeland. Dissent will not be tolerated. Reading this novel serves as a means of relaxation and mental escape. This tale is dedicated to my good friends who enjoy playing League of Legends. Sitting in an internet CAF, no one can defeat us. As a spoiler, numerous classic and unique items from League of Legends will make an appearance. Sukai, an 18-year-old male, is a lover of women and a traveler who arrived 3 years ago with the Golden Finger, the justice system. The Golden Finger is indeed in his possession, and the Novice Gift Pack has also been received. Unfortunately, activating the Novice Gift Pack requires 1,000 justice points. Over 3 years, Sukai has tirelessly worked to amass these points. He has assisted elderly women across streets, retrieved kites for children, and rescued cats from trees, engaging in any task that would earn him justice points. After enduring this struggle for 3 years, he has finally gathered the necessary 1,000 justice points to unlock the Novice Gift Pack. The benefits of being a traveler have finally commenced. Novice Gift Pack activated. Choice 1, Bronze Superman Gene. Choice 2, Silver Superman Gene. Choice 3, Gold Superman Gene. Choice 4, Supreme Superman Gene. Choice 5, Magical Superman Gene. Wow, Sukai exclaimed, System, are you serious? You're making me invincible right from the start. His excitement was palpable. 3 years. What is 3 years compared to this? It's a worthy trade. Even a fool would recognize the superiority of the Silver Superman gene. It is a blatant game-breaking advantage. With limitless growth potential, it allows for continuous evolution and the emergence of new abilities, with capability limits that can be endlessly expanded. System, I choose option 2, Silver Superman. Integrating Silver Superman gene. Silver Superman gene successfully activated. Justice system officially loaded. Sukai glanced around, feeling his body, yet he sensed no immediate change. It felt akin to a painless procedure. As sunlight streamed down upon him, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if billions of cells within his body were dancing, absorbing the sunlight. After initially soaking in the sunlight, Sukai distinctly felt a surge of strength within him. The cacophony of the world around him flooded his ears, causing a throbbing headache, while passers-by appeared as mere skeletons. Awakening Iron Body 1. Awakening Superbrain 1. Awakening Super Hearing 1. Awakening Supervision 1. Awakening Bioforce Field 1. Awakening Heat Vision 1. Awakening Freezing Breath 1. A blue panel appeared in Sukai's mind. Justice System. Host, Sukai. Gene, Kryptonian Gene, Silver Superman Infinite Growth Version. Race, Human. Physique, Iron Body. Strength, 1 ton. Speed, 20 meters per second. Abilities, Energy Absorption, Super Strength, Super Speed, Super Defense, Super Endurance, Super Brain, Super Senses including X-ray Vision, Super Hearing, Super Smell, Energy Control, etc., Bioforce Field Flight, Super Acceleration, etc. Justice Points. 0 justice points can be used to purchase items in the Justice Shop. The Justice Shop boasts a myriad of items from various realms, a veritable treasure trove. Vampire Gene. Angel Gene. Galactic Power Gene. Penga Gene. Secondary Biological Engine. Silver Superman Gene. Each gene demands an immense amount of justice points. Upon witnessing the required justice points for the Silver Superman gene, Sukai was left dumbfounded. Silver Superman gene, 1 followed by 10 zeros. It requires a staggering 10 billion justice points. How many aliens must he slay to acquire that? Indeed, the novice gift pack from the system is no simple matter. The Silver Superman has no limits, he merely needs to bask in the sun to grow stronger. Having just fused with the Silver Superman gene, he already possesses 10 times the strength of an ordinary human. Truly, the Silver Superman is a marvel, an utter anomaly. Once fully developed, his iron body would render him nearly immune to physical harm. Planetary explosions, the intense heat and pressure of stellar cores, the gravity of neutron stars, the vacuum of space, and dimensional rifts would all pose no threat to him. He could effortlessly bathe in the core of the sun or stroll near a black hole. His energy absorption ability allows him to not only absorb and become immune to nearly all forms of energy attacks, including, but not limited to thermal energy, radiation, magic, divine power, and antimatter energy, but also to convert them into his own energy. Moreover, he can survive in extreme environments without sustenance. In the super god world, the strongest beings are the fourth-generation divine bodies, holy bodies, known for their claim of being immortal. The atomic positioning and aggregation render them conceptually close to immortality. Yet, in comparison to the Silver Superman, their strength ceiling is far too low. Once the Silver Superman reaches full potential, he can easily reduce the fourth-generation divine body to fundamental particles that cannot recombine or annihilate them with energy far surpassing their regenerative capabilities. Sukai is immensely thrilled as long as he basks in the sun enough. He will be powerful enough that any known weapons capable of slaying gods, void weapons, antimatter weapons, or stellar bombardments will feel like mere tickles to him. When facing demons, gluttons, and angels from the universe, he will boldly declare, "My beef noodles do not contain beef." In the Super God Academy, in an office, a bald man with an unusual skin tone suddenly sensed a gene that transcended other divine civilizations, possessing power beyond that of the gods. Why is it so powerful? Its potential sufficient to overturn the entire universe. The speaker was none other than Rise from the Super God Academy, known as the Wandering Mage. The Wandering Mage took out a tome of magical runes, flipping through a few pages, and a blue rune portal activated, enveloping him. In an instant, he vanished into the rune portal. At that moment, Sukai was reclining in a sports car, enjoying a sunbath and enhancing his strength, feeling blissfully close to ecstasy. Having developed the super brain, he rapidly acclimated to his surging power. Suddenly, a blue rune enveloped him and the entire car, instantly transporting both him and the vehicle away to BY heavens. Such cutting-edge technology. Where am I? Sukai was acutely aware of the myriad of advanced technologies and mysterious powers in this world, and for the first time, he felt an unsettling anxiety. Having just awakened the Silver Superman gene, he dreaded the thought of being turned into a lab rat. Given the technological prowess of this world, if his genes were extracted, it could result in the replication of numerous Silver Supermen. The essence of safeguarding the Silver Superman gene lies in the biological force field. Possessing such a field allows one to envelop themselves, preventing the loss of hair or other cellular genetic material. As Sukai regained his vision after a brief moment of disorientation, he encountered a bald figure with purple skin. "Teacher Lu?" "Greetings, Sukai. My name is Rise. I believe you have awakened some unique abilities, so I would like to have a conversation with you." Rise raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, speaking with enthusiasm. "Do you know me?" Sukai furrowed his brow. Could this bald man truly be that formidable? The discovery of his identity as a traveler should not have been possible. The place you currently find yourself in is known as the Super God Academy. It is quite simple to access your information on this planet. You may consider this as an academy for superpowers. The gene you have just awakened possesses the potential for godhood, which has drawn the attention of my codex, thus identifying you. I wonder if you would be willing to join the Super God Academy and cultivate your abilities to become a true deity. At that moment, Rise resembled a rather eager matchmaker. The prospect he painted was undeniably enticing. Is it not possible to decline? Sukai yearned to enjoy a few more days of tranquility. Once he joined the Super God Academy, he would inevitably be inducted into the Xiong Lian. Joining the Xiong Lian would require him to enter a perpetual state of combat. In truth, it was about upholding justice and accumulating justice points. It was not mandatory to join the Xiong Lian. Of course, you have the freedom of choice. Your sudden arrival here was merely a protective measure to shield you from malevolent forces. Sukai, this universe is vast, filled with powerful deities dwelling among the stars. The Super God Academy not only offers you protection but also facilitates the rapid development of your powers, enabling you to master them. By the way, the Super God Academy is home to many beautiful women. Riai's, this unabashed admirer, clearly understood the male psyche. Sukai lowered his head in contemplation. For the time being, he aimed to seek assistance from Reina. His motives were certainly not driven by the allure of beautiful women. It was solely for the purpose of unlocking his genetic potential. Even with the silver Superman gene template, relying merely on sunbathing would not suffice to achieve the strength to obliterate the universe with a single punch or alter the fabric of reality. It would take decades of exposure to the sun to attain such feats. In the face of formidable beings like Morgana, Kesha, and Carl, he needed to evolve further before he could contend with them. Even evolving into the ultimate form of Gold Superman would necessitate lying under the sun for millennia to truly possess the ability to shatter the multiverse with a single blow. If he could master Reina's stellar drive technology or receive her full support, his power would surge exponentially. Chapter 2. A Surge of Power. Riai's, is that child truly from Earth and not the result of any god-making project? A holographic projection materialized in Riai's office, shrouded in clouds, obscuring the figure's appearance. The speaker was none other than the true master of the Super God Academy, Principal Kieran of the Space Academy. Principal, do you not possess the Grand Clock? Surely you can deduce that I have traced his lineage back 18 generations, confirming he is indeed a native of Earth. Riai's had deliberately produced a document detailing Sukai's ancestry. If Sukai were to see it, he would undoubtedly be astonished. This was more familiarity with his family tree than he had himself. Since you informed me of this matter, I have been utilizing the Grand Clock for continuous calculations, yet I have been unable to ascertain the source of Sukai's genetic power. It might originate from another universe or be the legacy of an unknown deity. Since he is indeed an Earthling, a part of the Shinha civilization, we shall take good care of this child in the future. Earth shall have its own gods. Principal Kieran's voice carried a hint of hope. Understood, Principal. Riai's replied calmly. Riai's, a great era is approaching. Earth will soon face numerous wars. If you can assist Sukai in gaining the support of the Decao faction, he may grow rapidly. I have heard that the new main deity of the Sun Star has descended upon Earth. Perhaps they could become good friends. Kieran's voice grew softer until the holographic projection slowly faded. Teacher Lu adjusted his bow tie and remarked, Indeed, I still need to study my magic. Perhaps I should let others take care of him. At that moment, Su Ming had just been teleported home by Teacher Lu. Riai's, this unabashed admirer, had even transported him along with his sports car back to Sukai's residence. Was that even feasible? Now, Sukai understood that this wandering old man had a mindset quite different from that of ordinary individuals. This was not mere manipulation of void wormholes, it involved magical runes. Sukai was a soul transmigrator. This body shared his name, and he came from a harmonious and happy family, unlike other travelers. His parents were alive, and as an only child, he was their sole focus. For 3 years, they had showered him with love and care. As night fell, his parents were at home, expressing their affection. Little Kai, you're awake? His mother, Lin Yun, exclaimed as she rushed to push aside her husband, Su Ming, who was eager for a kiss. Su Ming wore a look of mild resentment, blaming Sukai for interrupting their intimate moment. Oh yes. At that moment, Sukai was lost in thoughts about the future and paid no heed to his father's expression. With the silver Superman gene and residing in the Supergod world, his life was bound to become anything but mundane. They lived in Tianha City, and it would not be long before the Taotai Legion and Morgana descended upon Earth, followed closely by angels. The various forces in the universe would fully penetrate Earth, with the first to suffer being Juxia City, transforming it into a battleground. How to ensure the safety of his family became Sukai's foremost concern. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although he could endure, his parents were his loved ones. A pair of delicate hands caressed his face. Son, what troubles you? If the car is broken, it's no matter. Tomorrow, your father will buy you another. Indeed, son, your father earns money to provide for you and your mother. Just be more cautious when driving next time. How did you manage to drive the car to the second floor? Su Ming inquired curiously. Sukai was left speechless. Riai's had brazenly teleported both him and the car to the second floor of his home. Wasn't that causing chaos? The sports car, worth millions, had been scratched. Even with such reckless extravagance, his parents remained doting. This further solidified Sukai's resolve to protect this familial bond. Mom, Dad, I'm actually fine. I have a suggestion. Why not try learning a musical instrument again? Sukai held his mother Lin Yun's hand as he spoke. Learn a musical instrument again? Ha ha ha. No doubt you're my son. Your father is still capable. Su Ming quickly grasped the implication and enthusiastically chimed in. Lin Yun shot him a glare. Mother is getting older. If you want another child, you'll have to do it yourself. After speaking, he stepped forward to touch Su Kai's forehead, filled with concern as he inquired, Son, what is troubling you? Mom, I'm actually fine. It's just that my extraordinary talent has drawn the nation's call for me to serve and protect our homeland. I fear I will not be able to care for you both as I did before. You are still young. Perhaps it would be wise for you to consider having another child, Su Kai revealed candidly. He anticipated that the military would send someone to escort him the following day. Earlier today, when Su Kai and his supercar were unexpectedly transported back home, Lin Yun noticed that this was not something an ordinary person could achieve. To maintain secrecy, she had only confided in Su Ming and had not mentioned it to anyone else. You intend to join the military? Being a soldier is incredibly arduous. Are you truly capable? Our family has only you as the sole heir. What if something were to happen to you? I cannot agree, Lin Yun expressed, her face reflecting her disapproval. Becoming a soldier is a noble endeavor, my son. Your father supports you wholeheartedly. To serve and protect our nation, it is perfectly fitting considering how you have spent the past few years doing good deeds for others. By becoming a soldier, you will be able to defend all of Huaxia and assist a greater number of people. Son, you have matured, and your father stands behind you. There is not a single weakling among the Su family lineage, Su Ming asserted, placing a comforting hand upon Lin Yun's shoulder. At that moment, Lin Yun felt tears welling up in her eyes. She had always made decisions for the family. However, in matters of such significance, Su Ming's word was the ultimate decree for the entire Su household. Thank you, Dad. Don't worry, Mom. I suspect the military will come to escort me tomorrow. Su Kai expressed his gratitude for his father's support. The Su family had always been one that cherished patriotism. Indeed, Su Ming's words ignited a surge of passion within Su Kai. The next day, a military vehicle halted in front of the Su residence. 2 military personnel disembarked. After consulting with Su Ming, they proceeded to escort Su Kai away. With the whirring sound of the helicopter blades, accompanied by the morning sun, Su Kai was en route to the Super God Academy. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, he was greeted by Ray Eyes, along with Ms. and several researchers clad in white lab coats. Welcome, Su Kai, to the Super God Academy, Ray Eyes welcomed with a smile. Teacher Liu, I must apologize. I am not here to join the Super God Academy. I am merely here for learning. What is your intention? Are you planning to dissect me? Su Kai swiftly interjected, alarmed by the apparent setup. Ha ha ha. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Whether for learning or joining, your presence is what matters, Ray Eyes replied with an awkward chuckle. Hello, I am Ms., a teacher here. Due to your unique attributes, we need to assess your genetic abilities, Ms. explained kindly, her expression warm. So that's how it is. Su Kai comprehended. It seemed that every individual entering the Super God Academy would undergo this process. If blood extraction or genetic sampling were involved, he would categorically refuse. Before long, Ray Eyes and Ms. led Su Kai to a highly advanced facility, replete with cutting-edge technology that was evidently extraterrestrial in origin. Su Kai, please proceed. Strive to exhibit your capabilities to the fullest, Ray Eyes encouraged with a smile, eager to uncover the strength of Su Kai's mysterious genes that had caused even his codex to tremble. Su Kai entered a colossal spherical chamber adorned with intricate runes on its walls. He removed his shirt, revealing his well-built physique. Wow, while you may seem lean, your physique is quite impressive, Ms. teased lightly. The staff fitted several specialized mechanical wristbands on Su Kai's chest and arms. Energy preparation complete, one of the researchers announced. Commencing strength test. A powerful force enveloped Su Kai. Reacting instinctively, Su Kai summoned his strength in counteraction. Vital signs normal, strength is increasing. Test anomaly detected. The subject is absorbing energy, strength is surging. Su Kai felt every cell in his body absorbing this extraordinary energy. This primal and ferocious force continually fortified his form. The subject's strength continues to escalate. Within the laboratory chamber, all instruments blared alarms. Eventually, all devices malfunctioned. Su Kai was drenched in sweat, acutely aware that his strength had multiplied several times over. The overload of energy absorption had saturated his cells, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. Ray Eyes exclaimed in astonishment. Is this truly his genetic ability? Energy absorption, transforming energy into enhanced physicality. Teacher Liu, what should we do next? Ms. inquired, having never encountered such a peculiar circumstance. A straightforward assessment of strength, speed, and abilities had caused all instruments to fail. A urine test was imperative. Ray Eyes calmly stated, "No further testing is necessary. He must develop his abilities independently. Let us send him for recuperation." Chapter 3. The Divine Neuro-Rena. A beam of sunlight streamed into the room. Sukai slowly opened his eyes after a night of rest. The discomfort that had plagued his body was replaced by an invigorating strength. The warmth of the sunlight enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, providing immense comfort. And every cell within him felt remarkably alive. "You are awake." Rai entered the room at the perfect moment. "Teacher Liu, what exactly did you do to me yesterday?" Sukai inquired cautiously. One must always maintain a sense of vigilance, especially when dealing with an extraterrestrial like Rai. "Your apprehension is quite understandable. My child, you have just awakened a mysterious gene within you. Perhaps you are not fully aware that your unique ability has absorbed energy from the testing chamber, fortifying your body. This is likely your first experience utilizing this energy, which has reached the threshold of your cellular capacity, resulting in minor side effects. Our data analysis has revealed that your cells are now drawing energy from the stars. Sukai, moving forward, you'll need to develop your abilities on your own. However, initial tests indicate that you can absorb energy both actively and passively, particularly from the sunlight of the stars, which can exponentially and rapidly enhance your strength. Consequently, we are constructing a special bathing facility for you," Rai explained enigmatically. "I understand, Teacher Liu," Sukai replied politely, yet his wariness remained intact. His genetic abilities were extraordinarily unique and perhaps even monstrous, making him a target for scrutiny and experimentation. Rai continued, "Given your special circumstances, this will be your residence from now on. Change into some appropriate clothing, and I will personally introduce you to a deity, one you refer to as an alien." A deity. Upon hearing this term, Sukai surmised that it must pertain to Rena, the divine being from the Sunfire Star. "Indeed, prepare yourself. She is a goddess," Rai said with a smile as he exited Sukai's room. Once Rai had departed, Sukai activated the system, saying, "System, open the attribute panel. Justice System Host, Sukai Gene, Kryptonian Gene, Silver Superman Infinite Growth Version, Race, Human Physique, Iron Body Strength, 40-ton Speed, 100 meters per second Abilities, Super Strength, Super Speed, Super Defense, Super Stamina, Super Intelligence, Super Senses, including X-ray Vision, Super Hearing, Super Smell, Energy Control, etc., Biological Maneuvers, Flight, Super Acceleration, etc. Justice Value, 0. Gazing at his attributes, Sukai was filled with exhilaration. On the second day of obtaining the Silver Superman gene, he possessed a strength of 40 tons and a speed that reached 1/3 the speed of sound. With such formidable power, a single punch could generate hundreds of tons of impact force. He could effortlessly lift an armored vehicle weighing around 40 tons, meaning he could wield objects weighing several tons as weapons, tossing them about with ease. Sukai has come to a realization. Despite possessing a superlative intellect, he resorts to resolving issues with sheer physicality. Instead of engaging in cerebral deliberations, a single punch proves more efficient. His extraordinary vision allows him to perceive objects clearly from 20 kilometers away, while his acute hearing enables him to detect the faintest sounds within the same distance. The world, through Sukai's eyes, unfolds at a languid pace, allowing him to distinctly sense the myriad particles and the flow of air surrounding him. Gazing at the 3 needles beside his bed, his eyes gradually redden. A flash of crimson light emanates from them as his thermal vision unleashes a concentrated beam, instantly melting the needles and the bedside table as if they were cream meeting a scorching iron plate. Any factor that could compromise his genetic integrity must be extinguished preemptively. Sukai clutches his eyes in anguish, the recent exertion of his thermal vision having strained them excessively, resulting in a painful aftermath. Such is the price of first-time endeavors. Kneeling on the ground, he shields his eyes, taking a considerable time to recover. Once he rises, Sukai continues to attune himself to his burgeoning powers, an invisible force field forming around him, causing the everyday items on the table to quiver incessantly. This peculiar ability is what Sukai cherishes most, his biological force field. It ensures that the cells within his body remain secure from leakage. Following his instinct, his body gradually begins to levitate, a flight capability that accompanies the biological force field. Who wouldn't revel in the art of flight? Sukai's current prowess, combined with a multitude of superhuman abilities, heightened perception, reflexes, strength, and speed, truly amalgamate, enabling him to contend effortlessly even against celestial beings. Perhaps as Riz said, he requires further training and combat experience. One wonders what transpires when a superhuman acquires formidable battle wisdom. Casually donning an outfit, Sukai styles his hair using the biological force field and proceeds to Riz's office. Upon reaching the door, he overhears a conversation between Riz and Reina. "What? Teacher Liu, you claim you wish to introduce me to the future master deity of Earth? Since when has Earth possessed such genetics?" Reina's voice is laced with skepticism. A master deity of a planet necessitates an abundance of resources for its emergence. Earth, being a pre-nuclear civilization, has never birthed such a being throughout its history. Actually, I stumbled upon him inadvertently. It stirred my codex, leading to his identification. Much like yourself, he is quite youthful, yet possesses even greater potential. To be precise, his power surpasses your solar radiance. His association with you will undoubtedly aid in his strength augmentation. Riz articulates calmly, though a hint of excitement tinges his tone. Even the grand clock of Principal Kirin cannot deduce the nature of the genes residing within Sukai. The prospect of a being with potential that transcends the gods is exhilarating to contemplate. Me? To enhance his power? Is he a solar-powered battery? Reina replies with a bemused chuckle. It is well known that he possesses the ability to absorb energy, particularly a thirst for solar energy. You are the light of the sun. Assisting him should pose no difficulty, correct? Sukai listened for a while, realizing that it was primarily Ruiz who was trying to persuade Reina to assist him. After taking a deep breath, Sukai gently knocked 3 times on the door. "Knock! Knock, knock! Come in!" Sukai, Ruiz's voice called out. Sukai silently rejoiced. With his super intellect, he had begun to master his own powers. Although he had not yet achieved complete control, he was able to manage them fairly well. The rapid surge in power had simply outpaced his own habits. "Teacher Liu, I have arrived. Oh, not bad looking. It is a privilege for you to serve as my little brother. Come and bow before my feet." Reina proclaimed augdiri, hands on her hips, upon seeing Sukai enter. She felt quite pleased at the prospect of having a deity from Earth as her subordinate. The two exchanged a fleeting glance, and Reina quickly discerned Sukai's uniqueness. Sukai Fromnet, goddess? More like a neurotic goddess. He lowered his gaze, following the line of her black knee-high leather boots up to her long, slender legs, clad in a strikingly short red skirt. His view was uncontrollably drawn to a glimpse of white beneath. Was she truly wearing white underneath? Wasn't red supposed to clash with green? Her eyes were extraordinarily distinct, and her exquisitely proud face could easily score a solid 90 out of 100 in beauty. No wonder she was the sun goddess of the Solarian star. Sukai, this is the divine being I wish to introduce you to, the goddess from the Solarian star. Her name is Reina, Ruiz explained to Sukai, entirely disregarding Reina's earlier whimsical remarks. "Teacher Liu, she is a goddess? Is there something a bit off about this?" Sukai pointed to his head. Cough, cough, cough. Ruiz awkwardly cleared his throat. "Hey, you must be Sukai. I've heard you are a god from Earth. How about we have a contest? Today, I, Reina, shall show you what the sun's choice truly means," Reina declared dramatically. Suddenly, Sukai felt an itch in his toes, nearly embarrassing himself by scratching the cement floor. "That neurotic sun goddess. How about I accompany you for some shopping?" As he approached Reina, he noticed something peculiar. Being near her made him feel exceptionally comfortable, invigorating his very cells. Was this the effect of the sunlight? "Ha ha ha, Teacher Liu, did you see that? He has already been conquered by me, the goddess, and has taken the initiative to ask me out shopping. Let us go." "I'll reluctantly agree," Reina said, feigning reluctance. Ruiz, standing nearby, rubbed his bald head and subtly gestured to Sukai to take good care of this goddess. Chapter 4, Justice's Judgment. The defeat of Luchuang Giant Gorge City is a coastal metropolis, flourishing in economy and teeming with people. Naturally, the streets are lined with countless beautiful women. What captures the eye the most? Certainly, it is the roar of a sports car revving through the streets. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of a sports car echoed through the streets of Juxiang City. Sukai drove a brand-new crimson supercar, with Reina seated beside him. "Sukai, who would have thought you were just like a goddess? A true rich heir in the local parlance," Reina exclaimed excitedly. She relished this flamboyant display. as it was both stylish and attention-grabbing. This was her second visit to Earth. During her first, she had developed a keen interest in its civilization. Dear sister, how can my modest assets compare to your divine stature? You hail from an entire planet, Sukai retorted with a teasing glance at Reina, sitting in the passenger seat. Reina beamed with pride, her eyes shimmering with a golden light. As one of the 3 celestial beings from the Kiran's Creation Project, she possessed an acute sensitivity to stellar energy. In that moment, she noticed that the sunlight illuminating Sukai was being absorbed by his body, particularly the yellow rays, which were continuously catalyzing and strengthening him. Reina seemed to have encountered a wondrous being. What kind of genes did Sukai possess that allowed him to interact with solar light? Could he, like a tree spirit, engage in photosynthesis? Okay. Can you absorb the energy of the sun? Reina inquired, curiosity piqued. Yes, to be precise, I can absorb and become immune to nearly all forms of energy. Though there are limitations, the stronger my body becomes, the greater my capacity for absorption and immunity. The energy from the yellow sun is particularly benevolent towards me, rapidly augmenting my strength. Sukai did not conceal anything. Reina, as the deity of the sun star, possessed an extensive knowledge base that would eventually reveal Sukai's capabilities. It was better to clarify this to her, so she understood how her powers could assist him. He thought it wise to let her utilize her stellar abilities to provide him with more yellow sunlight. Wow, so you're like a solar energy battery. Reina exclaimed with enthusiasm. Sukai chose not to engage with the somewhat eccentric goddess. What do you mean by battery? I am genuinely an energy absorber. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley, a troubling scene unfolded. Ah, don't come any closer. Stay away. A group of ruffians were menacingly approaching a girl whose beauty could easily score an 80. Chuangzi, this girl is quite attractive. Why don't you go first and let the brothers have some fun? A yellow-haired thug leered, his tongue flicking suggestively over his lips. Lu Chuang firmly grasped the yellow-haired thug's shoulder and said, even thieves have their principles. Typically, we just need a bit of cash for smoke, some petty scams, and minor mischief. But if we truly violate this girl, the nature of the act changes entirely. The yellow-haired thug, growing impatient, retorted, Chuangzi, have you lost your nerve? What nonsense is this? Don't you want to heed your elder brother's advice? A fierce glint appeared in Lu Chuang's eyes. The yellow-haired thug, clearly intimidated, stepped back a few paces. Silence. A youthful and righteous voice emerged from the mouth of the alley, pointing a finger at Lu Chuang. Release that girl. Lu Chuang felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer, short-circuiting momentarily, and he could not help but drool. The blonde, already irked, had no idea that Lu Chuang had just been subdued and immediately exclaimed, "Oh, is this kid seeking death? Aren't we going to deal with him, Chuang?" Upon regaining his composure, Lu Chuang distinctly sensed that the opponent was not ordinary, much like himself. Swiftly bending down, he picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it at Gu Xiaoluan. You dare shout at your brother Chuang? With a solid thud, the brick struck Gu Xiaoluan, sending him reeling a few steps back before he gradually sank to his knees, muttering, "You scum." With another brick, Lu Chuang aimed directly for Gu Xiaoluan's temple, shattering the brick upon impact, while he cursed, "You little brat, do you know who I am? They call me the head hunter. Do you dare provoke me? Come on, speak up." At this moment, Gu Xiaoluan lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Lu Chuang, witnessing this, panicked. "I want to kill this kid, will I? Isn't he's supposed to be extraordinary like me? Just a short while ago, he fell from the 3rd floor without a scratch. He almost made me vomit with his abilities." At that moment, a figure emerged from the alley's entrance, wearing an expression of excitement. It was Sukai who, as he walked in, declared, "It's time again to do something righteous." Approaching the frightened girl, he disregarded the others nearby and the still-lying Gu Xiaoluan. Addressing the beauty, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. You need not worry." "Really?" The girl appeared somewhat skeptical, having just witnessed a brash youth being knocked down by a couple of bricks, uncertain of his fate. "Wow, Chuang, how come another fool has shown up? Let us deal with him." The blonde was decidedly displeased, frustrated that yet another simpleton had interrupted their affairs, especially one who dared to play the hero. "Can you truly save the damsel? You're Lu Chuang?" Sukai discerned the unique power emanating from Lu Chuang, distinct from that of ordinary individuals. "What is this? Surprised that my name resonates so loudly on the streets? If you cough up some cash, I, Lu Chuang, am magnanimous enough to let this slide." Lu Chuang, being astute, noticed Sukai's luxurious attire particularly the exquisite watch adorning his right wrist, worth millions. This was clearly a wealthy second-generation heir, someone not to be trifled with. Lu Chuang. The alley, the fallen Gu Xiaoluan. Su Kai grasped the entirety of the situation. Thus began the narrative of the Super God Academy. On the ground lies Gu Xiaoluan, endowed with the power of the galaxy, yet presently reduced to a mere underachiever. Before him stands Lu Chuang, who boasts the power of god-slaying and is a third-generation super warrior from Earth's genetic experiments, known as the god of war of the Nox Star, claimed to be the bane of deities. Su Kai chuckled and said, "I have plenty of money. How much is a punch worth?" In the next instant, Su Kai vanished, delivering a devastating blow to Lu Chuang's chest, propelling him several meters away, embedding him into the wall. "Urine test." "Him," Lu Chuang mumbled, pointing at Su Kai. "Chuangzi." "This." The blonde-haired thug trembled in fear, feeling his bladder betray him. He had urinated. Su Kai swiftly dealt several slaps to the other small-time thugs, sending them all flying. Such scum, Su Kai longed to eliminate them. Perhaps in the future, in pursuit of power, they might join Morgana's ranks, becoming demons and once again poisoning the people of Huaxia. "You shall henceforth live quietly in your wheelchairs. Should I discover you engaging in wrongdoing again, I will personally end your lives." Su Kai approached, crushing the legs of 3 thugs. "Ah!" 3 wails echoed through the alley. Suddenly, Su Ming noticed that the power within Lu Chuang had intensified. What was happening? Su Kai slowly approached Lu Chuang, striking his face with several slaps, instantly rousing the unconscious Lu Chuang. "Ah, brother, please stop. I was wrong," Lu Chuang pleaded. His face was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, clearly not an ordinary individual. If it were not for the existence of law in this world, and for the fact that Huaxia still needs you temporarily, you would be dead by now, Su Kai coldly stated. "I won't dare again, brother." Lu Chuang quickly admitted his fault. As Lu Chuang begged for mercy, the system's voice chimed in. Justice judgment successful. Excellent evaluation received. Gained 100 justice points astonishingly. He had acquired 100 justice points. Such a sum would require aiding an elderly lady across the street 100 times to earn. It seemed that the acquisition of justice points was correlated to the strength of the judged and the magnitude of their misdeeds. Chapter 5. Heart to heart with Reina, Su Ming pondered how to swiftly and significantly accumulate justice points. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar energy radiating across the entire giant hero city. Lying on the ground, Gu Xiaoluan had unlocked the special genes within his body. Miraculously, the lifeless being now emanated vitality. It appeared that Gu Xiaoluan had activated the dark dimension, awakening his genetic system and the power of the galaxy. A familiar and fervent force surged into Gu Xiaoluan's body. It was Reina's power, the light of the sun. Lu Chuang inadvertently killed Gu Xiaoluan, and Reina harnessed the radiation of sunlight to awaken Gu Xiaoluan's latent genetic power of the galaxy. Embedded within the wall, Lu Chuang also activated his god-slaying ability. Within the confines of Tiana City, it is likely that other carriers of the Divine River genes have similarly awakened their own powers. This heralds the imminent arrival of the gluttonous beast, Tao Tai. Just as Su Kai was about to ponder further, the wail of sirens pierced the air. Casting a cold glance at Lu Chuang, Su Kai sprung into action, his toes barely touching the ground before he vanished into the alley. Good heavens, brother, are you a superhero? Why would a superhero quibble with a mere thug like me? Lu Chuang exclaimed in terror, his mouth agape as he shouted. He recalled a voice that had whispered to him while he was unconscious, revealing his god-slaying power. A police car halted at the alley's entrance, and 3 officers, 2 men and a woman, exited swiftly to assess the scene. Help, officer. There's a superhero trying to kill me, Lu Chuang cried out, realizing that the police were now his only hope, having narrowly escaped death moments ago. Everyone crouched down. Wait a moment, there's someone embedded in the wall. Qilin, wake the one on the ground. We need to rescue the one stuck in the wall, commanded the officer. Yes, Captain. Qilin approached Gu Xiaoluan, gently tapping his face and checking for a pulse, relieved to find he was still breathing. Hey, wake up, she called to Gu Xiaoluan. As Gu Xiaoluan stirred, his eyes flickering open, he initially thought his previous experience in the dark dimension had been a mere dream. However, witnessing Lu Chuang being pried off the wall by 2 officers led him to realize that the situation was far from ordinary. Had he awakened some form of galactic power? and sent this rogue crashing into the wall. Seeing that Xiaoluan was unharmed, Qilin moved to inspect the others nearby, soon discovering that their legs were incapacitated, likely having fainted from pain. Her gaze sharpened, fists clenched. She declared, who could commit such an act under the bright sky? In broad daylight? Meanwhile, having completed his good deed, Su Kai returned to the clothing store. Reina, adorned in a brand-new outfit, smiled warmly at him. Hey, where did you go? Oh, just needed some fresh air, Su Kai casually replied. Really? Do I look good in this outfit? You are a goddess. You would look stunning in anything. Very well, please wrap up all the outfits I tried on. I'll cover the cost, Reina instructed, pointing to a pile of designer clothes on the floor, each set worth several thousand, amounting to at least 100,000 altogether. With a flourish, Su Kai swiped his card. The sales associate watched Reina with envy, wishing for a boyfriend like him. Su Kai was now laden with an array of bags. I must say, as the supreme deity of the Sun Star, why do you have such an affinity for earthly attire? Is your Sun Star so impoverished that you cannot afford clothing? Su Kai lamented. You may not comprehend. Although the earth is relatively young, the garments designed are undeniably fashionable, and I hold a great fondness for them. Why do you seem pained? This particular piece costs several thousand, which is indeed quite extravagant. At worst, I shall simply take better care of you in the future, my dear. Reina remained unfazed by Su Kai's jest, her excitement palpable upon hearing the latter part of the conversation. Su Kai chuckled inwardly, realizing the investment of over 100,000 was worthwhile. Reina continued, You are indeed not of the gene of the Shinha civilization. The Sun Star has relayed news that the Tao Tai, whom you refer to as extraterrestrials, are en route to the Chiwu stellar system with the objective of reaching this very planet upon which you reside. To prepare for defense, I have harnessed the radiation of solar light to activate the majority of the Shinha genes present on Earth. The individual you just reprimanded, as well as the one sprawled on the ground, both possess formidable Shinha genes, which are regarded as divine by earthly inhabitants, yet we perceive them as technology. Su Kai regarded Reina with skepticism. Do you possess the ability of distant sight? Ha ha ha. Dear child, this is merely technology, Reina replied with a hearty laugh. With a flick of her wrist, a video materialized in the void, depicting Lu Chuang and Ge Xiaoluan engaged in a brawl, with Ge Xiaoluan seemingly on the losing end, followed by scenes of Su Kai subduing Lu Chuang and incapacitating several ruffians. Only then did Su Kai realize they were under surveillance. Presently, Earth remains in its pre-nuclear civilization stage. While the inhabitants of Huaxia have long opted to collaborate with the once warmongering Duzhou of the Denner star system and the Noxian Empire. Reina, I have a question I wish to pose to you, and I hope you will respond earnestly, Su Kai said, his smile fading as he assumed a serious demeanor. Reina, taken aback by a sudden shift, touched her chin and replied, All right, ask away. Is it true that you, from the Sun Star, hold authority over matters? What is your true purpose for coming to Earth? Su Kai inquired, locking his gaze on Reina. How to articulate this? One could say, I am here to assist your planet. With the current civilization's capabilities, Earth cannot withstand the onslaught from the Mingi star system. If there must be a definition, it would be one of mutual cooperation, Reina articulated in an official tone. Su Kai shook his head, relying on you, an immature deity, one merely a few years older than I. Reina, I ask you one last time. If we wish to become friends, please disclose your true intentions. Reina's expression stiffened. It seemed this young man held some inkling of the truth. Could he possess the ability to read minds? Hey child, this is your Earth. You should be grateful for the assistance of this goddess. Reina's gaze revealed a hint of fluster as she evaded Su Kai's inquiry. Tell me, for the final time, the true purpose of your arrival on Earth. Trust and deception. Choose for yourself. If possible, perhaps we can genuinely collaborate. Su Kai did not relent, nor did he afford Reina any means of retreat, confronting her with the crux of the matter. With a sigh, Reina remarked, Why are you Earthlings so troublesome? Though I am the sovereign deity of the radiant Sun Star, I find myself lacking in recognition and weary of the life on my home planet. I have cultivated a fondness for the vibrant and fashionable Earth. Thus, I conferred with General Panjun, who ultimately acquiesced to my desire to collaborate with the Super God Academy here. Admittedly, I harbor a personal ambition. I seek to enhance my strength through practical experience on Earth, thereby gaining greater influence within the cosmos. Many Earthlings, like yourself, harbor prejudices against my native radiant Sun Star, and my arrival aims to alter such misconceptions. The rationale is straightforward. The former culture of the radiant sun was indeed bellicose, seeking to subjugate Earth and render it a vassal planet. However, rest assured that I hold no ambitions of dominion over Earth. Such a burdensome endeavor is beneath a goddess. Rina's words carry substantial credibility. Sukai, with his understanding of the super-god realm, has come to regard Rina with a measure of trust. In truth, Rina is somewhat pitiable, a young sovereign deity whose authority has been undermined, striving to prove her own capabilities. Some lesser deities within the radiant sun star show her insufficient respect. Rina, welcome to Earth. Perhaps we could become true comrades. Sukai extended his right hand towards her. In Sukai's gaze, Rina discerned respect, and she took his hand. Ekliming inded Sukai. We shall become the finest of allies, but remember, I am a goddess. You must bow before my stone cow skirt. Huh, this is the choice of the sun. Sukai staggered, nearly collapsing, utterly astonished by Rina's eccentric behavior. Chapter 6, The God Among Men, Super God Academy. In the command room, the screen displayed the footage of Sukai admonishing Lu Chuang, incapacitating 3 ruffians. General, he is the exceptional earthling discovered by Master Rui Ci. Lien Feng remarked, calculating the force data from Sukai's punch. With such strength, can he truly be regarded as human? Questioned the speaker, none other than the former general of the Dino civilization, Dukeo. According to the data report provided in advance by Teacher Lu, he does not belong to any other civilization. He is a genuine earthling who has awakened a unique ability, allowing him to absorb energy to enhance his physical form. Lien Feng elucidated Sukai's origins to Dukeo. Is there a genetic sample of him? Dukeo inquired. None. According to the teacher's experimental report, specially crafted needles on Earth cannot pierce his skin due to Sukai's heightened vigilance. To avoid unnecessary complications, we refrain from extracting his genes forcibly, Lien Feng explained. Dukeo smiled slightly. Since he is someone specifically entrusted by Teacher Lu, let us have Rina bring him for an audience. Understood, General. Dukeo's gaze remained steadfast as he observed the video, replaying the moment Sukai's punch sent Lu Chuang flying. With Sukai's explosive power, when he fully unleashes his speed and strength, he should possess the might to overturn a tank. This is a raw display of strength, unassisted by any technological advancements. When did such extraordinary individuals emerge on Earth? Could it be the remnants of genes left behind by ancient deities? As for the concept of gods, Du Cao is quite knowledgeable. He is well aware of whether gods exist on Earth. At this moment, Sukai and Rina have reached an accord. Rina has agreed to utilize her ability to harness stellar energy, aiding Sukai in rapidly absorbing sunlight to enhance his strength. Rina's dark side has relayed a message from Lianfeng. Get in the car, Sukai. A significant figure wishes to meet you. Rina gestures for Sukai to enter the vehicle, preparing to return to the Super God Academy. Who is it? An alien? Sukai inquires in response, having just revealed his own capabilities. One might wonder who would seek him out, aside from General Du Cao from Noxing. Who else could it be? Amidst the roar of the sports car, the two swiftly return to the command center of the Super God Academy. Du Cao, the person has arrived. You may converse now. After leading Sukai inside, Rina offers a few instructions before turning to leave. Sukai thinks to himself that Rina is utterly unreliable. Surely, she must be preoccupied with returning to try on new outfits. Greetings, Emir Sukai. I am Du Cao, the commander here. Du Cao approaches warmly to greet Sukai. However, Sukai's gaze is drawn to the stunning beauty beside him. Wow, she is truly a perfect 10, possessing an allure that could easily earn a score of 95. Paired with her fierce demeanor, she undoubtedly deserves a perfect score. With such a captivating woman present, who would pay Du Cao any mind? Hello, beautiful. I am Sukai. May I know your name? Sukai inquires, addressing the enchanting woman. Yuqin, she replies with a sweet smile. I am a medical officer of the Super God Academy in the Xiangbing Lian. Du Cao awkwardly retracts his hand at the side. A striking beauty in uniform steps forward, exuding grace and confidence, and states, Sukai, please be mindful of your position. You stand before the general responsible for overseeing your extraordinary group at the Super God Academy. Sukai turns to see the person addressing him, his eyes widening once again. Wow, another stunning beauty. The allure of her uniform is undeniable. May I ask your name? Fair lady? Lianfeng, noticing Sukai's lack of decorum, clenches her fists, yearning to reprimand him. Yet, As a soldier, she takes a deep breath and ultimately restrains herself, coldly stating, I am Lian Feng, a senior military scientist, and will also serve as an advisor to the Xiangbing Lian in the future. Ha ha ha, Sukai. Welcome to the Super God Academy. Du Cao jovially laughs to ease the earlier awkwardness. At this moment, Sukai takes a serious look at this war fanatic. A square-shaped visage, though adorned with a smile, nonetheless exudes an air of solemnity and an aura of menace. I recall that I am under the tutelage of Teacher Liu. Do you have any matters to discuss with me? Sukai inquired languidly and casually. In truth, he harbored a disdain for individuals like Du Cao, a war fanatic who had undoubtedly extinguished countless lives. He had come to Earth, seeking redemption? No, Teacher Liu merely recognized your uniqueness. So, okay, you must comprehend the imminent peril facing our planet. As an inhabitant of Earth, do you not wish to safeguard it? Du Cao is smiled fadid, and he spoke with fervor and passion. Protecting our homeland is indeed plausible. Joining the Super God Academy is also an option, yet I refuse to be commanded by you extraterrestrials. Earth is our own domain. It is not for you aliens to dictate how it should be protected. Sukai retorted with a cold smirk. If he had not traversed dimensions and acquired the justice system, how would he have had the opportunity to defend Earth? Now that he had arrived, endowed with the genes of a silver Superman, he possessed the capability to safeguard the planet until the very end. So, okay, are you aware of the implications of your words? Do you truly believe that Earth can rely on your current self for protection? Lian Feng admonished sternly. Have I struck a nerve? You are merely a pack of stray dogs. Remember, Earth will have its own deity henceforth. You may refer to me as the God of humanity. With that, Sukai turned and departed the command room, leaving behind an atmosphere of profound silence. Shall we simply disregard him? He is capable of shattering the legs of 3 ordinary individuals with his bare hands. Lian Feng remarked, gazing at Sukai's retreating figure. Lian Feng, having lived for 10 millennia, has encountered a myriad of experiences. This is merely a manifestation of righteous indignation. He could have easily taken the lives of those 3, yet he chose not to. How could one so young truly grasp the brutality of interstellar warfare? Fortunately, he possesses a protective spirit. Henceforth, allow Reina to guide him. Whatever he requires, we shall support him wholeheartedly, even developing a set of dark alloy armor tailored to his abilities. Du Cao had meticulously studied Sukai's dossier. He has a family and doting parents. For the past 3 years, he has consistently engaged in virtuous deeds. Though peculiar, he is fundamentally a good person. Such an individual would not lack love. He would undoubtedly endeavor to protect his family and homeland from external forces. Truly, as Teacher Liu had warned, Sukai's sense of vigilance is remarkable. Du Cao mused. Ah, Teacher Liu, you are so carefree. War is on the horizon, yet you wander the cosmos. Sukai languidly exited the command room, gazing at the chrysanthemum in the sky. The most pressing matter now is to rapidly enhance his strength. He joined the Super God Academy with the intention of engaging with Reina under a legitimate guise. If he could persuade her to share the technology for harnessing stars, it would be tantamount to granting himself limitless energy, thereby enhancing his power. However, he must not be constrained by the identity of the Super God Academy. While he can be associated with the Academy, he must not be entirely beholden to the rules of the Heroic Brigade. Confronting Du Cao was a declaration of his stance, not an intention to become his adversary. Given sufficient time to develop, he could single-handedly obliterate the entire gluttonous legion. Possessing the genes of a silver super, he has the potential for infinite growth. And at that point, he could easily bring Karl to his knees. If the death song enjoys singing, let him kneel and perform conquer. Sukai basked in the warmth of the sun, his face adorned with a wicked smile as he called to the demons. Gluttonous ones, come forth. I await your arrival. Deliver unto me justice points. Chapter 7. A query from Qilin in a unique sunlit room. Sukai reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. A bottle of red wine rested on the table beside him, while he held a tome on micro-wormhole transportation technology hailing from the Dinner Star system. This volume encompassed numerous algorithms for spatial technology, including temporal seals, stellar wormholes, spatial teleportation, spatial jumps, spatial transfers, temporal shields, and more. The entire room was filled with books, predominantly on scientific topics. With his super brain, Sukai had already committed advanced mathematics, chemistry, and physics from Earth to memory, having essentially mastered them. However, True integration and comprehension required practical application. Learning and practicing are two disparate matters. To vanquish extraterrestrial foes, one must first acquire knowledge of their technologies. Sukai pondered the possibility of meeting the space principal Killen to access his repository of knowledge. Such an acquisition could propel Earth into a post-nuclear civilization centuries ahead of schedule. With his strength added to the mix, Earth would not be a civilization easily ravaged by the gluttonous legion. Presently, Earth primarily engages in direct confrontations using thermal weaponry, rendering it incapable of interstellar warfare. The primary adversaries on the horizon are demons and gluttonous beings, with the latter being the main source of destruction on Earth. The true face of their enemy lies within Karl's gluttonous legion. If Huaxia could allocate a significant portion of its resources to its military, perhaps the battlefield outcomes would differ dramatically. Though the super soldiers of the heroic brigade are formidable, the impending war leaves no time for their maturation. The construction of the Dark Dimension demands vast resources, and the entirety of Earth cannot sustain several super soldiers. If substantial investments were redirected to enhance the combat capabilities of the Huaxia army, the results could be profoundly different. If vast resources were combined with the technology of the Denner Galaxy to equip combat units with tactical exoskeletons, advance the research of the most sophisticated aerospace fighters, and develop unmanned mechas, it would resemble the later stages of Iron Man, capable of engaging in battle through intelligent control of the armor. The power of a nation is formidable and entirely feasible. These are merely the musings of Sukai. The military may not necessarily endorse them. Learning is essential. Perhaps as his strength grows and his superbrain's computational power becomes comparable to that of a celestial computer, these technologies could swiftly come to fruition. Yet by then, Sukai would have already acquired the power to annihilate everything within the known universe. Sukai, I never imagined you to be such a fervent learner. Rena entered the room and was taken aback by the plethora of books that surrounded her. Sukai paid her no heed. He found her occasionally rather tedious. Rena snatched the micro-wormhole transportation technology from Sukai's hands and continued. Can you comprehend this? It requires systematic study and a vast array of algorithms to achieve. Why? Can't I learn? Sukai retorted. Of course. I've come with the express purpose of inviting you to join the elite corps. Your goddess, Rena's team. Rena returned the book to Sukai, clarifying her intent. The elite corps? I think not. You know I can grow stronger by simply basking in the sun. Those training sessions are less appealing to me than engaging in a battle with a few formidable gods. Sukai declined Rena's invitation, aware that it was Du Cao who had sent her. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to be my comrade? Rena stepped forward, pressing her hand against Sukai's chest. Sukai grasped Rena's wrist, gently moving her hand aside as he rose slowly. Comrades are comrades, but I have no desire to be controlled by extraterrestrials. Go back and tell Du Cao that I will fight for myself and for Huaxia. Faced with Sukai's resolute stance, Rena helplessly raised her hands. For the goddess' sake, could you at least meet your future comrades? I must give you that favor, Rena, but I wonder if you could teach me the stellar drive technology. A look of eager curiosity crossed Sukai's face. Rena, as the light of the sun, resonated with stars through quantum entanglement, gaining immense power to drive them. However, such an algorithm requires core technology to execute. No, I cannot extend that favor. I cannot share this technology with you. I am aware of your abilities to absorb stellar energy, which would enhance your unique genetic capabilities. The stellar drive technology is indeed suitable for you. But Sukai, I'm afraid I must decline. As the chief deity of the Sun Star, I have responsibilities to uphold. Rena rejected Sukai's proposal. Sukai understood that they had only known each other for a few days. Despite Rena's carefree demeanor, she could not possibly impart such critical technology to him. She was still but a child, unable to casually bestow such significant knowledge upon another. It's nothing. Once you truly ascend to the status of the supreme deity, perhaps we can collaborate on something grand. Sukai chuckled. Let us go, my Kai god, to meet this group of children, and their beauties as well. Rena directly grasped Sukai's hand and led him out of the room, treating him as if he were one of their own. Inside the classroom, Rose stood at the podium, elucidating the fundamental principles of micro-wormhole transportation. Qilin and Rui Mengmeng sat in the middle, while Gu Xiaolun, Zhao Hexen, and Cheng Yaowen were seated together. Lu Chuang, who had just been sent by the military, lounged in the last row, exuding a casual demeanor. It is a common understanding that students who struggle academically and enjoy causing trouble tend to occupy the last row. Rose spoke earnestly, while Qilin and Rui Mengmeng listened attentively, albeit struggling to grasp the content. Gu Xiaoluan gazed dreamily at Rose, nearly drooling. As for Zhao Xian and Cheng Yaowen, they were pinching their ears, clearly unable to absorb the lecture. Hey girl, we don't understand a word of what you're saying. Are we really going to fight aliens? Lu Chuang could no longer contain himself and stood up, hands on his hips. Hey, this is the Super God Academy. Mind your language, Rose replied coolly. What is it to you? In my eyes, you're just a girl. I, Lu Chuang, am a big shot in society with dozens of brothers outside. You might want to reconsider, Lu Chuang retorted defiantly. Uff, just an aging youth in society. Calling yourself a big shot, Qilin stood up, addressing Lu Chuang. Oh my. ISNT that Qilin? How come you're everywhere? Let me tell you, this is not a police station, and I'm not afraid of you. Gu Xiaoluan now recognized Lu Chuang, recalling him as that notorious rogue. Whoa, what is he doing here? Ye Xiaolun exclaimed. Is he really the big shot of the underworld? Zhao Xian asked curiously. Well, look who it is. You're here too. You nearly ruined my plans, and I almost got killed by Superman. Do you believe I want to take you down? Lu Chuang glared at Gu Xiaoluan, as if facing a bitter enemy. Had it not been for Gu Xiaoluan, he would have let that girl go and perhaps avoided being misjudged by Superman, nearly facing dire consequences. His 3 brothers, due to a misunderstanding, had suffered grievous injuries, becoming lifelong cripples. How could he not seek vengeance? Unable to defeat Superman, Lu Chuang blamed all his woes on Gu Xiaoluan. In front of Rose, Gu Xiaoluan could not show weakness, bellowing, "Come, let us settle this one-on-one. Who dares to challenge? How dare you cause discord within the ranks of the goddess?" Just as the tension between Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang escalated, Reina's voice rang out, accompanied by Su Kai, whom she had dragged along. Whoa, it's Superman. Lu Chuang gasped upon seeing Su Kai, nearly losing his composure. With an overwhelming sense of justice, Qilin gazed at Su Kai and spoke. Regarding the altercation in that narrow alley, it was you who shattered the legs of those 3 thugs. Chapter 8. Micro-wormhole transport technology, are you inquiring about me? Su Kai questioned, looking at the justice-driven beauty in bewilderment. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that she possessed an elegant stature, smooth skin, and a delicate visage, especially emphasized by her police uniform, which accentuated her alluring curves. She was undeniably stunning, an epitome of beauty and grace, deserving no less than a score of 95 out of 100. Who else would I be questioning? Qilin's expression was grave, as if Su Kai were indeed a criminal. Yes, it was I who inflicted those injuries. Is there a problem with that? Su Kai replied nonchalantly, furrowing his brow. They were nothing but trash. How could I allow them to escape unscathed? If Lu Chuang were not of some use, I would have dealt with him in the same manner. In this situation, Su Kai believed he was justified. Are you unaware of the law? Because of your brutality, they have become lifelong disabled individuals. Qilin's voice escalated in intensity. What began as a conflict between Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang had abruptly shifted to a confrontation between Su Kai and Qilin. Lu Chuang, at this moment, expressed admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, she is a servant of the people, daring even to confront Super Brother. How impressive." Reina, however, was oblivious to the concept of law. She merely understood that Su Kai would not harm others without cause. All right, enough of this. The absence of repercussions signifies that Su Kai has done nothing wrong. Qilin, take a seat. Any further inquiries can be directed to General Dekao later. You, and you Lu Chuang, sit down as well. Allow me to introduce him. This is Su Kai. He claims to be the Lord of Earth, and you all are under his jurisdiction. Currently, he is my subordinate, and as the captain, you are all under my command. Do you understand? Reina's introduction was met with a chorus of incredulous glances from the others, while Su Kai was left speechless. When had he become Reina's subordinate? Choosing not to introduce himself, he took a seat in the front row, intent on attentively listening to Rose's explanation of micro-wormhole transport technology. There was no time to engage with this group of pretentious individuals. The more aloof and enigmatic he appeared, the more formidable he would seem. Noticing Su Kai's disregard, Reina casually selected a spot, propping her long legs on the table and reclining lazily. "Rose, please continue," she urged. Rose nodded, her gaze shifting towards Su Kai. She was aware of his reputation. Her father had mentioned his extraordinary potential, one that surpassed even that of deities. Though his genetic model remained unknown, Sukai's arrival had effectively quelled a brewing conflict. Lu Chuang behaved like a well-mannered child, no longer daring to act out. Yet Qilin continued to fixate on Sukai, loathing the sight of this privileged scion who wielded his influence to harm others without facing the consequences of the law. Sukai could naturally perceive the multitude of gazes directed at him, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Yet, he remained undeterred, diligently absorbing the intricacies of the micro-wormhole transportation technology expounded by Rose. Mastery of this technique promised to catalyze a monumental leap for Earth, paving the way for interstellar advancement. In the future, a protective network could be established in outer space, ensuring that battlefields would no longer reside above Earth, thus safeguarding the planet, China, and his family. After a comprehensive lesson, Sukai, having integrated the knowledge from his recent self-study of micro-wormhole technology with Rose's live demonstration, had brushed against the threshold of understanding. In stark contrast, the others appeared dazed and bewildered. Once class concluded, Sukai took the initiative to approach Rose. "Hello, Rose. I wonder if you could elaborate further on the micro-wormhole transportation technology." "I believe I have grasped what you just explained," Sukai said courteously. Rose was momentarily taken aback. Although she had presented the fundamentals, comprehending the underlying principles was far from simple. Possessing temporal genes, she had devoted considerable time to mastering spatial transportation technology. Recognizing Sukai's eagerness to learn, she responded, "In truth, the micro-wormhole transportation technology involves establishing a temporary conduit between designated points through a fixed algorithm, facilitating the transfer of matter between different locations. The fundamental principle of this technology is to convert matter into dark sequence coding, temporarily storing it within a dark dimensional space, and subsequently invoking it via a computational engine to complete the transportation process. The algorithm analyzes the matter, transforming it into dark sequence coding for storage in the dark dimensional space, and then retrieves it to the target location. While primarily designed for material transportation, this technology shares similarities with teleportation, both achieving rapid movement by creating temporary spatial channels. Do you comprehend? However, with your current cognitive capabilities, it is simply unattainable, unless you possess a formidable computing system. Sukai understood that to realize micro-wormhole transportation, one required a robust algorithm. The stronger the algorithm, the greater the transportation capability. "Could you please share the algorithm with me? I can handle it," Sukai asserted confidently. Given Rose's current prowess, estimated to be at the level of a second-generation warrior, could her mental acuity surpass that of his extraordinary brain? "Are you serious?" Rose asked, somewhat incredulous. She possessed unique genes that endowed her with such exceptional abilities, allowing her to effortlessly perform wormhole transportation. "I am earnest. Please proceed." Sukai nodded affirmatively. In a distant corner, the trio of Demacia friends observed this scene surreptitiously. "I tell you, Xiaoluan, I just heard from Sister Na that Sukai is the young master of the Su family in Tiana City, incredibly wealthy and handsome. How can a nobody like you compete with him for Rose?" Zhao Xin stated bluntly. "Xiaoluan, you must brace yourself," Cheng Yaowen sighed. Gu Xiaoluan was left dumbfounded. Had his secret admiration just reached its conclusion? It hardly seemed fair. Wealthy, handsome, and powerful, unless Rose has lost her sight, she would undoubtedly choose him. Gu Xiaoluan felt deeply disheartened. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a drink." The two brothers pulled Gu Xiaoluan outside the Super God Academy. He had acquired the micro-wormhole transportation technology from Rose. "Thank you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out. I can lend you a hand once." Rose's beauty was equally striking. Otherwise, how could she have captivated Gu Xiaoluan so utterly? Yet, Sukai was not particularly fond of her. She possessed character flaws and was an alien, the daughter of Dutsao, a descendant of a warmonger. It was not as simple as it appeared. Rose, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Sukai shook his head and turned to leave. If she didn't need it, then so be it. Watching Sukai depart, Rose felt an inexplicable twinge of regret within her heart. As Sukai was about to return to his room to practice the micro-wormhole transportation technique, he was intercepted by Qilin, a tall girl in uniform. "Qilin, what do you want?" he asked. "Are you secretly in love with me, pursuing me relentlessly?" Sukai halted in his tracks, glancing at Qilin with a languid demeanor. You brute. I'll keep a close watch on you. If you violate human rights, I'll take you down, Qilin retorted angrily. A brute? Sukai smirked. All right, you can keep an eye on me, but don't fall in love. You. Qilin pointed at Sukai, her face flushed at a loss for words. Truly, she was a delightful and righteous girl. Shaking his head, Sukai maneuvered around the obstructive Qilin. He had no time for romantic pursuits at the moment. Although Qilin might not possess the highest strength, having only the genes of a first-generation super soldier, her marksmanship was precise, nearly achieving the level of hitting a target from 100 paces. She had exceptional dynamic vision, classified as a super sniper with a kind and just heart, complemented by great wisdom. In Sukai's eyes, she was the epitome of a perfect comrade and partner. Fuming at Sukai's retreating figure, Qilin silently vowed that if Sukai ever dared to misuse his powers recklessly, she would personally bring him to justice. Chapter 9. Defeating the Crocodile God. Sutton in the dormitory. Apples continually materialized around Sukai, reappearing in another corner of the room. Having spent the night without sleep, he utilized his formidable cognitive abilities, combining them with the experience provided by Rose, and finally grasped the rudimentary application of micro-wormhole transportation. Not bad, not bad. Once my strength increases further, I'll be able to transport heavier and more substantial items, Sukai exclaimed with excitement. The apples in the room resembled toys to him, constantly manipulated by his micro-wormhole transportation technique. However, he was still far from achieving the effortless teleportation that Rose could perform at will, especially regarding himself. His physical prowess was insurmountable, rendering calculations futile. Sukai felt a twinge of frustration. He possessed the silver, great super gene. Why should he rely solely on intellect? In the realm of the super gods, any individual of formidable strength was equipped with an extraordinary computational engine. Alas, Sukai lacked such an engine, relying instead on his superbrain. Of course, he also had an invincible system. System. Activate the system panel. Justice System Host. Sukai Gene. Kryptonian Gene. Silver Superman Infinite Growth Version. Race. Human Physique. Steel Body Strength. 800 tons speed. 500 meters per second abilities. Super Strength. Super Speed. Super Defense. Super Stamina. Super Senses, including X-ray Vision, Super Hearing, Super Smell, Energy Manipulation, etc. Biotic Stance, Flight, Super Acceleration, etc. Justice Value. 100 in a mere 7 days. With the assistance of Reyna and this unique solar bathing chamber, his strength had surged to 800 tons, achieving nearly twice the speed of sound. His capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Given a year, he could single-handedly vanquish the entire gluttony. The only condition was that Reyna could provide him with special care daily. With Reyna by his side, Sukai had no need to venture into space to absorb sunlight's power. As his strength grew, he would eventually be able to bask in the sun, absorbing energy effortlessly. Everything hinged on power. Once his strength was formidable, he could pursue any ambition he desired. Angels, demons, the entire cosmic order would require his redefinition. Suddenly, a formidable aura manifested within Sukai's perception. Was Morgana arriving? As Sukai's words fell, he vanished from the room in an instant. In Tiana City, above the bustling pedestrian street, a towering humanoid crocodile descended abruptly onto the thoroughfare. Ah, a monster! Run, run! The crowds of shoppers and strollers fled in panic. Oh my, I am alive! Exclaimed the crocodile, speaking in the divine language of the river. After landing smoothly, it surveyed its surroundings and excitedly declared, "So many snacks have been delivered. Oh, I'm exhausted. Let me rest before feasting." Having tracked the location of the crocodile god, Sotan, the order to apprehend was swiftly executed. Who is that? Is that divine sister calling for me? As Sotan pondered, whoosh, a Demon Legion aircraft soared above the skyscrapers, with demon soldiers firing directly at him, knocking him to the ground. Shortly thereafter, several demon airships appeared, each armed with a demon soldier, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the crowd below. Ah, aliens! Run! Boom! A crimson ray of light erupted. In an instant, a demonic airship was struck down, engulfed in flames along with its crew. Judgment of Justice. Awarded 1,000 justice points. The assailant was none other than Sukai, who hovered in the air, unleashing thermal beams upon several other demonic airships. Attention! A super soldier has appeared. Eliminate him. The demonic soldiers locked onto Sukai in midair, firing wildly. Sukai smirked, activating his biological force field. The incoming bullets halted a meter away, failing to breach his defenses. With a swift glance at the demonic soldiers attacking him, he vanished in an instant, a sonic boom accompanying his movement. He struck the soldiers aboard the airship with a single punch, obliterating both man and machine. His form flickered again, followed by another explosive sound. Boom! 3 demonic airships and 3 soldiers were dispatched by Sukai in the blink of an eye. Judgment of Justice. Awarded 1,000 justice points. Goodness. Brother, you are formidable. Once I've rested sufficiently, I must duel you. Wait for me to catch my breath, exclaimed the excited crocodile god Sutton, observing the scene. Meanwhile, within Demonic 1, chaos reigned. What is happening? They can shoot lasers from their eyes. The squad leader reported to the command center. My queen, those sent to capture the crocodile god have been eliminated. Morgana, disseminating her demonic beliefs in Huang village. Prepare to summon Otto back. This crocodile was her acquisition. How could it have been intercepted? Fools! Where did this Superman come from? I am the Demon Queen, not inferior to any Superman. It must be a genetically enhanced warrior from the Divine River civilization. Send more troops to retrieve the Queen's warriors. Morgana refused to believe that a pre-nuclear civilization like Earth could thwart her. My queen, urgent news. The crocodile god seems to have been captured. What? Lock onto him immediately. Sukai showed no mercy, delivering a punch that sent Sutton flying hundreds of meters, demolishing several buildings in the process. This approach is reckless. It will cause property damage. Seizing the still-dazed crocodile god by the tail, Sukai soared into the heavens. Up we go again. Up we go again, Sutton exclaimed. Sukai mused. This giant crocodile possesses a pinnacle beast body from 3 generations. Its physical resilience is remarkable, capable of withstanding the flamed sword and the god-slaying round. His recent punch, though not delivered with full force, had failed to injure it. Surely, even a 3rd-generation super soldier would sustain injuries from such a blow. A splendid punching bag indeed. Sukai, where are you taking him? Came the voice of Reina through a secure communication channel. The ground is not suitable. I'm taking him to the skies, Sukai replied calmly. Such an exceptional human punching bag must not be overlooked. It serves as a perfect means to gauge his prowess. Hey you, the male dumpling, where are you taking me? Are you not aware that I dwell in the depths of water? I cannot fly like a fish. I cannot soar. The crocodile deity, Thornton, exclaimed. I intend to send you to the heavens, Sukai declared, seizing Thornton's tail and swinging it with great force, his eyes emanating a fierce heat. Sizzle, sizzle. The scorching gaze continued to sear into the crocodile god, Thornton's form. It burns. I shall no longer consume you. Please cease, male dumpling. Fear flickered in Thornton's eyes as he sensed the damage inflicted upon his once impenetrable hide. Oh, really? I have yet to unleash my full potential, Sukai replied, accelerating once more. Boom! A sonic explosion resonated as he delivered a full-powered punch directly to the crocodile god's face. Oh! Thornton was propelled skyward at an astonishing velocity, a tooth from his jaw dislodged by the overwhelming force exceeding 10,000 tons. With a strength of 800 tons and a shockwave nearly twice the speed of sound, the impact delivered a titanic blow. One punch was sufficient to render the crocodile deity unconscious. Sukai swiftly pursued, exhaling a frosty breath upon the incapacitated Thornton. Encasing him in ice, he reappeared, cradling the frozen crocodile god and bringing him aboard the colossal vessel, the Titan. This spectacle astonished Duke Ao and his comrades, who were commanding the Titan, and left the leader of the demon squad, intent on reclaiming Thornton, utterly dumbfounded. Is that even feasible? Are we to march towards our demise? Yet, Sukai reveled in his triumph. At the moment he incapacitated the crocodile god, the system rewarded him with 10,000 points of justice. Indeed, the acquisition of justice points correlates directly with the strength of one's adversaries. Chapter 10. The Unparalleled Divine River Battle Armor of the Super God Academy. Wow, you are truly my idol. You sent that alien, the crocodile, soaring into the sky. Lu Chuang shouted excitedly as he witnessed the scene unfold on the live screen, as though he had orchestrated it himself. Meanwhile, Qilin felt a flush of heat on her face. Had Sukai not intervened, countless innocent lives on the pedestrian street would have been mercilessly harmed by the indiscriminate assaults of those extraterrestrials. Could it be that I misjudged him? Gu Xiaolun pondered, feeling increasingly despondent. He is so formidable. How can I compete with him for the rose? Zhao Xin could only shake his head, placing a comforting hand on Gu Xiaoluan's shoulder, saying, "Take heart, Xiaoluan." In Cheng Yaowen's eyes, a mixture of envy and determination sparked. He too yearned to grow stronger, refusing to remain in a state of despair. After all, he was a prince, was he not? Su Kai's audacious maneuver ignited a fervor among the soldiers of the Invincible Legion, awakening their spirits. Is this what it feels like to battle extraterrestrials? They all possess extraordinary genes. Could they also be as formidable as Su Kai? On the deck of the Titan, Dakeo led Jess, Rose, and Reyna to the open space. "Ha! Splendid work. You have perfectly thwarted the demon's assault on the people," Dakeo exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Well done, my young friend. Your rate of growth is astonishing. Just a moment ago, I assessed that you possess the pinnacle strength of a third-generation beast body," Reyna remarked, placing her hand on Su Kai's shoulder with a smile. Oblivious to any ulterior motives, her imposing presence brushed against Su Kai's right arm, which he found immensely gratifying. Rose shot Su Kai a disapproving glance. "Men are inherently troublesome," she muttered, while Reyna remained blissfully unconcerned about Su Kai's fleeting thoughts. "Dakeo, I wonder if we could construct that demon airship with our technology. If our warriors had such flying machines, equipped with powerful offensive gear, they would certainly surpass those unreliable super warriors," Su Kai boldly proposed. "The Xiong Lian requires time to grow. Time is our most precious commodity at this moment. Angels and demons have already descended upon us. It won't be long before the gluttonous arrives in the solar system, and Earth is on the brink of an all-out interstellar war. If we could replicate Morgana's technology, the Huaxia military would wield such formidable advancements in science and technology, combined with the strength of the Xiong Lian and with aerial support. We could surely repel the gluttonous legion and mitigate the damage to Earth." Dakeo's expression turned grave as he responded, "If this plan had been initiated years ago, by integrating Earth's resources with the technology from the Danu galaxy, it could have been realized. However, currently, most of Huaxia's resources are devoted to cultivating the equipment and resources for the Xiong Lian. Even the energy supplies are barely sufficient for these super warriors." "Are you suggesting it's too late?" Su Kai inquired. Dakeo nodded in affirmation. This was beyond Dakeo's expectations. For Earth to embark on interstellar warfare, it would require at least a millennium of development, yet extraterrestrial civilizations have arrived early, forcing Reyna to utilize the sun's radiation to activate the Divine River gene 1,000 years ahead of schedule. "Su Kai, this is beyond our control," Reyna interjected. "Nevertheless, although you are reluctant to join the Xiong Lian, you still belong to the Super God Academy. Based on your abilities, we have specially crafted a Divine River battle armor for you. To be precise, it should be called a Divine River Cloak." "Mafabihuo?" This left Dakeo perplexed, especially considering that Su Kai had fought the demon, crocodile god Sotan, yet his attire remained unscathed, even his hairstyle intact. Upon entering the research command room aboard the Titan, they beheld a remarkable set of dark golden battle armor. Rather than a suit of armor, it is more aptly described as a distinctive ensemble crafted from unique materials. "Su Kai, this is a battle suit tailored specifically for you, harnessing your innate ability to absorb solar energy. While it lacks the defensive capabilities of other divine armors, it possesses an automatic repair function that will expedite your absorption of solar power for recovery and energy assimilation." Duke Ao gestured towards the black and red armor suspended above. With a snap of his fingers, the armor, which had been hanging in the storage room, gradually enveloped Su Kai from the feet upwards, leaving only his head exposed. Clad in this striking black and red attire, Su Kai appeared even more imposing, his muscular physique accentuated, exuding an aura of strength. Had there been a red cape included, it would have undoubtedly resembled a superhero costume. Alas, no such cape was designed. "Thank you, General Duke Ao," Su Kai expressed, evidently pleased with this unique armor. With his already formidable, steel-like physique and biological field, his defenses were hardly lacking. This armor would amplify, assist, and enhance his capacity to absorb solar energy. "There is no need for thanks. All is for the people," Duke Ao replied with evident delight. "Indeed, Su Kai, who would have thought your physique was so impressive? It seems you have grown taller," Lena remarked, twirling beside him, taking a moment to touch Su Kai's chest muscles. Even Jace, typically a stern warrior, couldn't resist commenting. "I never expected someone could be cooler than me." "Su Kai, since you are here and consider yourself the supreme deity of Earth, join us in exploring how to negotiate with the angels. Duke Ao's invitation acknowledged Su Kai's strength, equating him to Lina. Very well, Suki Tonsuret, suddenly acutely aware of the immense pressure upon him. From this moment on, his every action would represent the entirety of Earth. He must adopt the perspective of a deity of Earth to navigate these matters. Feeling a bit nervous, my idol? Lina noticed Su Kai's tension, recognizing the familiar weight of responsibility that she had once experienced. It is indeed a bit unsettling to have someone recognize me as the supreme deity of Earth. Su Kai calmly replied, yet internally resolved that if he were to protect Earth, he would do so with unwavering commitment. He would permit civil strife within the planet, but would not tolerate any extraterrestrial civilizations invading Earth. At the conference table, Duke Ao, the Gentle Wind, and General Huaxia sat across from Su Kai, Lina, and Rose. Lina, please brief Su Kai on the situation, Duke Ao instructed. Based on intelligence from a sun star, the Devourer has approached the solar system. As you may know, the ancient evil god Morgana has descended. Following her are the angels. Recently, an angel arrived at a commercial meeting in Huaxia, and their intentions are quite clear. Justice has arrived. However, prior to that, the angels wish to negotiate with us. Lina succinctly conveyed the circumstances. How do you perceive this? Su Kai was well aware that Earth had transformed into a battleground for the gods. The personnel of the Xiongбing Lian had largely gathered, and through their recent training, they had begun to harness their innate powers. Yet, they required a trial, a task I entrusted to an old friend, whom I believe is more than capable. Su Kai, considering your effortless defeat of the third-generation pinnacle beast god, your prowess qualifies you to represent Earth alongside Reina in negotiations with the angels, Duke stated solemnly. The Chinese general beside him nodded in agreement, adding, "The nation stands firmly behind you." Slowly rising, Su Kai saluted the general, declaring, "Always prepared." Chapter 11. Negotiating with the Angels, Tianhe City. Within the conference room of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, opposite Su Kai sat 3 angels, each possessing an exquisite physique, slender and adorned with long legs, complemented by a pair of pristine white wings. Their every gesture exuded a unique aura. The leader among them was Angel Yin, known as the thunderous war god, revered on Earth as the Archangel. This was Su Kai's inaugural encounter with an angel. An innate sense of superiority radiated from Yin's countenance as she languidly remarked, "Oh, it seems I have delayed your schedule. Surely, you do not intend to strike me, do you? Is that why you brought along a little boy? A little girl?" Her gaze, however, was fixed intently on Su Kai, as her combat instincts sensed his formidable strength. To Angel Yin, who had lived for 7,000 years, Su Kai was indeed a mere child, perhaps barely more than an infant. Reina, visibly displeased, was about to retort when she noticed Su Kai confidently approaching Angel Yin. "Su." Reina wished to caution him against impulsiveness, but was silenced by Su Kai's raised hand, halting her words. "Angel Yin, also known as the thunderous war god, you are the left-wing guardian of the sacred Kaisa, and at 7,000 years of age, addressing us as children is quite reasonable. I possess some knowledge about your kind, who espouse justice and order. Might I inquire about your true intentions for this visit? Are you here merely to showcase your longevity?" Su Kai perched himself on the table, merely a meter away from the left-wing guardian of the angelic realm, tilting his head to regard her. "You." One of the angelic guards behind Angel Yin attempted to intervene and expel Su Kai, but was halted by a mere glance from Yin. She refrained from responding directly. Her previously dark eyes suddenly transformed into a blinding white as she scanned Su Kai's personal information. "Ah, your name is Su Kai, a human from Earth, who claims to be the god of the mortal realm. Your strength is commendable, as you can easily vanquish third-generation pinnacle beast warriors. Do you possess a substantial understanding of our kind?" Su Kai remained unfazed. While the so-called technology of these angels might accurately pinpoint his data, it cannot fathom the entirety of his capabilities. He chuckled softly. It is known that angels possess the most perfect genes belonging to the largest organization in the universe, exhibiting an assertive demeanor as they intrude upon other civilizations, descending with an air of arrogance. Su Kai inquired with a smile. "Indeed, angels are the most exquisite beings in the known universe. We are both powerful and beautiful, and Earth is merely a civilization predating the nuclear age. We descend to uphold justice. As for arrogance, it is an inherent trait of our kind, Yin lazily remarked, showing no regard for Sukai's provocation. Recently, Yin had attempted to locate Sukai's genetic lineage within the gene pool of the divine king Kaisha, yet was unable to ascertain to which gene Sukai belonged. However, based on the fluctuations of energy emanating from him, he possessed planetary-level combat prowess. So, are you here to protect Earth or to conquer it? Sukai inquired with a mischievous smile. Angels are indeed strikingly beautiful, almost perfect, yet alas, they are extraterrestrial. Sukai did not harbor much fondness for them. To protect Earth? It seems you, like the Earth itself, are still quite young. Our duty as angels is to ensure that it exists under the banner of justice. Yan's eyes brimmed with pride, a reflection of the confidence inherent in her angelic lineage. Reyna scoffed. In our solar star, the term justice does not exist. Pray, enlighten us on what you deem justice. Little girl, I envy your carefree nature. Throughout my 7,000 years as a warrior, I have been perpetually preoccupied with concerns for my own future and that of others, Yin responded. The term justice was custom-tailored 17,000 years ago by the divine Kaisha, who governed the city of angels, to ensure orderly conduct in the known universe. We refer to it as the order of justice. Conversely, a certain form of ultimate fear, extreme libertinism, has been classified as evil. Yin explained in a calm, yet deliberate manner. Justice, such a grandiloquent term. If Earth does not conform to justice, will angels then judge it and utterly obliterate it? According to your angelic tenets, the entirety of the known universe must exist in accordance with the angelic order. If I dissent, does that render me evil? Sukai leaned against the wall, languidly observing Yin. Amidst the casual discourse, he utilized his supervision to appreciate the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and the valiant warriors. Sukai, angels are fond of indoctrination. Do not heed their nonsensical discourse. If you are sufficiently strong, you may establish your own rules, Reyna remarked with a hint of derision. As the chief deity of the solar star, she understood that political battles are often more brutal than those fought with sheer force. The conflict between angels and demons is merely an ideological opposition, is it not? Whosoever prevails, their rules become the standard. Upon hearing their exchange, Yan's expression finally displayed a flicker of anger. Hey, little girl, do not speak so harshly. I can indeed read certain information from you and transmit it to your brain. Furthermore, Earth currently exists as a civilization under the order of justice, whereas your solar civilization seems to have engaged in numerous acts of aggression in the past. But what of the present? The civilization of the radiant sun emphasizes national prosperity and the well-being of its people, which closely aligns with the values held by angels. In response to Yan's inquiry, Sukai did not flinch, but proclaimed, I stand with the fate of Huaxia. Those who dare to harm Huaxia, no matter how distant, shall face retribution. Be they angels, demons, or any extraterrestrial civilization, if they dare to destroy my world, I shall shed my last drop of blood and fight to the bitter end. The angel's sense of justice should not dictate the essence of my existence. At that moment, both Yin and Reyna sensed the formidable fighting spirit emanating from Sukai, a testament to his unwavering belief. Concurrently, Sukai could hear the voice of Sun Wukong echoing in his ears. Do not say there are no clothes. I share my robe with you. In that instant, Yin seemed to comprehend the stance of Earth, slowly rising to declare, since you can represent Earth, and, in the guise of a divine entity, reject the assistance of angels, I shall report this matter to the sacred Kaisha. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee. But one thing I assure you, if Earth remains within the bounds of just order, the angels shall not interfere. Observing Yan's concession, Sukai realized she did not intend to instigate immediate conflict on Earth. A cunning smile crossed his face as he recalled a method that might delay Morgana's involvement in the earthly war. He remarked, very well, as a token of goodwill, allow me to inform you that Morgana, the Demon King, is currently on Earth, propagating her malevolent power, and has already slaughtered numerous of my Huashakin. I urge you to inform the sacred Kaisha that the evil you should pursue is Morgana, unrelated to Earth. Do not hastily strike against Earth or intervene, otherwise to us. Angels and demons are all foes, regardless of justice or malevolence. Yan's gaze turned icy as she retorted, You are threatening the angels. To which Sukai responded, Did you not just assert that Earth resides within just order? Are you intending to contravene that order and overturn your own principles? Unfazed by Yan's wrath, Sukai continued with a sly tone. Yan ultimately refrained from further countering Sukai's words and instead turned to the typically silent Reina, inquiring, "Is there not something of our angelic essence within the power of the galaxy? Do you not intend to explore it? Why are you asking me?" "I have no inclination to do so," Reina replied with an eye roll. "Ha! The hormones of angels, you might as well embrace them," Yin quipped playfully. Sukai smirked inwardly, thinking, "I assent that fellow beneath your interest? Gu Xiaolun certainly enjoys his fair share of allure. If Rosie does not love him, there's still Yin, the angel, who does. I could never love that loser. The divine figure before you is the optimal choice for me," Reina asserted. "He is far too tedious. His mind is consumed with the belief that anyone who is not from Earth is an alien, and all aliens are enemies. Do you fancy him? Would Pan Zhen of the Radiant Sun agree?" After teasing Reina, Yin cast a lingering glance at Sukai before leading the other two angels to spread their wings and soar beyond Earth. "Sukai, do not heed the angels' nonsense. They were sowing discord as they departed," Reina quickly advised, her expression betraying her unease. Sukai shook his head, indifferent to the words of the angel. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "This war is inescapable. For Earth to grow stronger, it must undergo the baptism of conflict. The Tathagata Legion is on the verge of arriving. The true interstellar war is imminent." Chapter 12. You are the great sage equal to heaven, not the victorious fighting Buddha. Above the firmament, our king, the Tathagata from the Nether River Star system, is about to launch a large-scale invasion of Earth. The Super God Academy on Earth has declined our assistance. Angel Yin is utilizing the internal communications of the Angelic Legion to inform the Angel King, the Divine Kesha, of the negotiations with Earth. "Let us first respect the opinions of the Super God Academy." A voice resonated from the void. "Here, besides the radiant light of the sun, Reina, there is also the power of the galaxy, the God of War, Nox." Even more astonishing was the emergence of a deity on Earth named Sukai, who possessed the strength of 3 generations of gods and the ability to absorb energy with boundless potential for growth. He was defined by the rune's god, Riz, as an existence beyond the gods. This time, he was negotiating with us angels as the chief god of Earth. Angel Yin displayed a hint of concern on his face. "Oh, this is quite intriguing. A being beyond the gods? We shall see." The divine Kesha suddenly took an interest in Sukai. A special gene that could not be recorded in the Angelic Gene Bank should not be overlooked. "Our king, Sukai seems quite familiar with us angels. He also revealed a piece of information, alerting me that Morgana is indeed present on Earth, based on energy readings." "Oh, Morgana. My sister enjoys playing hide-and-seek, cultivating followers of the pre-nuclear civilization. This is her style, which I have come to understand." At this moment, Kesha, residing in the City of Angels, displayed excitement on her face. Having lived for so long, there are few things that genuinely pique her interest. Chasing Morgana was the most entertaining endeavor she could conceive. And now there was an additional intrigue. The pre-nuclear civilization had given rise to a being like Sukai. According to Yan's preliminary scans, it appeared to be a naturally occurring phenomenon, akin to a superpower, requiring minimal resources to grow stronger. Merely by absorbing energy, one could achieve infinite growth. What kind of gene could be so powerful, surpassing even the 4th-generation divine body? Yinshan Airport. Flight Dawn number 3 is about to take off. Please respond, gigantic hero. Ensure flight safety as we approach international waters. The control tower is in motion towards the target sea area. Please provide landing coordinates. At this moment, aboard the transport plane, the members of the Xiongbing Lian were all present. Everyone was filled with curiosity about what exactly the gigantic hero was. In their regular training, Sukai was seldom seen. But today he had arrived. Sukai's purpose for coming was to meet Sun Wukong. As a national superhero, Sun Wukong was someone Sukai wished to encounter. Although he wasn't as formidable as depicted in Journey to the West, it did not diminish the respect he held for him. "Greetings, great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. I am Sukai," he said, extending his hand with enthusiasm. In an instant, his warmth was palpable. The situation rendered Sun Wukong somewhat awkward. "Oh, greetings. The title of the great sage equal to heaven does not quite suit me at this moment. It would be more fitting to refer to me as the victorious fighting Buddha, for I have attained Buddhahood." Sun Wukong extended his hand to Sukai, speaking calmly. In that fleeting moment of their handshake, Wukong's battle instincts sensed the overwhelming power residing within Su Kai. No, being a Buddha will only restrain you. The earth of today requires the once rebellious great sage equal to heaven. Son Wukong, Su Kai asserted, shaking his head. The victorious fighting Buddha is merely a monkey nurtured by the Buddhist order. What we need is the true great sage equal to heaven. In an instant, Sun Wukong met the fierce gaze of Su Kai, which brimmed with combat spirit. Indeed, I believe I should embody the great sage equal to heaven. Thank you, Su Kai. A flicker of excitement and battle fervor ignited in Wukong's eyes. It had been years since he had felt such a potent urge to fight. This time, he would safeguard the earth under the guise of the great sage equal to heaven. Cough, cough. Well then, Su Kai, take your seat. We are approaching the giant hero, and today's training objective is aerial deployment, aiming for a precise landing on the deck. Among you, only Rose, Su Kai, and that one, Sun Wukong, are capable of flight. Reina interrupted their conversation, once again exuding her authoritative presence as captain. Irritated, Sun Wukong retorted, "Who is this female bodhisattva?" "Who? Your goddess and captain, Reina." "Ha! In my heart, there are no goddesses. A goddess can be disregarded, but a captain must be respected," Reina stated firmly. "I may join this heroic squad, but an alien cannot be my captain," Sun Wukong countered, pointing at Su Kai as he continued. "He could be the captain." Su Kai was momentarily taken aback. Reina, however, erupted into laughter. "He is my little brother, and I, Reina, am indeed an alien here to assist you. I make no secret of it. Su Kai's endorsement of me signifies the recognition of humanity. You are the victorious fighting Buddha, a former deity of earth, and I will not hold anything against you." Just as tensions rose, a voice echoed from within the cabin. Coordinates of the giant hero reached, preparing for descent. As captain, Reina promptly commanded, "Stand up and prepare for landing." Everyone except Sun Wukong complied, readying themselves for descent. Reina's stature within the heroic squad had been firmly established. Su Kai approached Sun Wukong and remarked, "Brother Monkey, there seems to be a slight issue here. Don't take it to heart." He gestured toward his head. A smile crept across Sun Wukong's lips, as if he understood. Indeed, no sooner had the two finished speaking than Reina shouted towards the recently opened rear hatch, "I am the light of the sun. Jump!" At that moment, Sun Wukong and Su Kai exchanged a glance. It truly was rather juvenile, their thought processes distinctly different from those of Earthlings. Su Kai did not leap down with them. Instead, he soared out of the cabin and ascended into the vastness of outer space. This was a routine operation for him, as direct exposure to solar energy beyond the confines of the ozone layer significantly accelerated his power enhancement. To facilitate Su Kai's absorption of light energy at a faster rate, the military not only crafted the Divine River battle armor designed for energy absorption, but also established a solar energy collection station in outer space to assist him in harnessing stellar energy. Were it not for Su Kai's current flight speed of merely 10 times the speed of sound, the considerable distance between Earth and the Sun would pose a challenge. With Earth's technology still lacking the capability to teleport him to the fringes of the Sun, he could only absorb stellar energy in outer space for the time being. Given his velocity, even while gaining strength en route, it would still take him several years to reach the Sun's surface, rendering the endeavor rather impractical. Aboard the giant hero's ship, all the warriors of the Brave Legion had gathered. "Where's God Kai gone? Is he not coming?" Lu Chuang glanced around but found no sign of Su Kai. He yearned for a chance to converse with him, particularly to acknowledge his mistakes and embrace him as an elder brother, hoping to ride on his coattails. "Are you thinking the same?" "Zhao Xin Inquit Sopti." "Ride on his coattails?" "Ahem. Well, we're all part of society. We understand these things," Lu Chuang replied awkwardly. Listening to their exchange, Gu Xiaoluan felt utterly helpless. He never anticipated that his brothers and teammates would acknowledge Su Kai. This realization left him bereft of any chance with Rose. What could he possibly use to compete with Su Kai? His lackluster persona? He was outshone in looks, background, and strength. "Xiaoluan, look at all the lovely ladies here. Why not find another? After all, you're a super soldier." Cheng Yaowen consoled him, sensing Gu Xiaoluan's dejection. "Sigh, I know," Gu Xiaoluan sighed, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Rose's curvaceous figure. "Does a loser not deserve love?" Chapter 13. The greatest evil in the known universe, a day apart, felt like 3 autumns. After a brief separation of 3 days, One would indeed regard another with fresh eyes. Following 3 days of absorption in outer space, Sukai distinctly felt his strength, speed, and various abilities surge once more. The genes of the Silver Superman were indeed extraordinary, causing his power to skyrocket. While in outer space, he could unlock his super hearing ability, allowing him to eavesdrop on the movements across all of China. Out of boredom, he would occasionally observe the brave Legion members swimming tens of thousands of meters in the ocean or checking on what his parents were up to. Suddenly, a figure disrupted his leisurely moments. A strikingly beautiful woman appeared at his doorstep, gazing at him with a playful expression. "Handsome, would you care to come down and chat?" A beguiling and enchanting voice emanated from the woman's lips. In an instant, Sukai realized the identity of the woman before him, the demon queen, Morgana. However, her icy demeanor appearing at his doorstep surely did not herald war. Sukai's foremost concern was undoubtedly for his parents. This was a direct provocation aimed at him. Sukai descended from the cosmos at breakneck speed. Although he should have created a tremendous sonic boom through friction with the air, his biological force field insulated him from such effects. With a smile, Liang Bing gazed at Sukai in the sky. Placing her right hand to her ear as she commanded, "Lock on to Sukai, Queen, and analyze his data. Is he truly this formidable? Flying without wings defies the scientific conclusions of this queen." "Yes, my queen," responded the demon soldiers within Demon 1, collecting data on Sukai's velocity, energy, and individual strength. Before long, Sukai hovered above Liang Bing, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon her. Truly, she radiated malevolence, particularly with her ample bosom, which could be considered the greatest embodiment of evil in the known universe. Her long, slender legs were alabaster and perfectly sculpted, exuding a striking allure. The juxtaposition of her utterly innocent visage with an unmistakable, seductive charm was captivating. "Hey, where are your eyes wandering? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Liang Bing remarked, glancing down at her prominent attributes and pointing at Sukai. Embarrassed, Sukai landed before her, unsure of how to address her. "You may call me sister, but no. Angel's sister is more fitting," Morgana teased playfully. "Angel? I encountered a few angels yesterday, though they did not resemble you. Nonetheless, I find myself quite partial to you. You are indeed beautiful. In all my years, you rank among the most exquisite I have ever seen," Sukai generously complimented. Who wouldn't he appreciate beauty? This woman before him was a fusion of demon and angel, the demon king Morgana, and once one of the 3 angelic kings, the Apocalypse King Liang Bing. Sukai harbored a certain aversion to Morgana's other personality, especially considering she had annihilated an entire village, transforming its inhabitants into her demon warriors. Engaging in amicable discourse with her was a simple matter. In this current time frame, he would likely be unable to best her. Morgana presumably possessed the 4th generation of divine bodies, backed by the advanced technology of Demon 1. Opposing her would only bring misfortune upon himself. Fortunately, though she espoused demonic ideals, she had not engaged in widespread slaughter, which was why Sukai refrained from resorting to violence. "Is that so? What an immense honor." She replied, "Hello, I am Liang Bing." Liang Bing extended her right hand, seeking to shake hands with Sukai. "Liang Bing, a lovely name. I am Sukai. If we shake hands, does it mean we are friends?" Sukai gazed at Liang Bing with earnest eyes. "Friends? What a foreign concept. Over the past 30,000 years, I have had many friends, yet sadly, most have become my enemies. Sukai, do you still dare to be my friend?" Liang Bing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Sukai stepped forward, grasped Liang Bing's right hand, and assertively pulled her into his embrace, stating, "As long as you do not cross my boundaries, I shall not act against a friend." Liang Bing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though a child from Earth had taken advantage of her. Just then, a voice echoed, "Son, you return without a word. And who is this enchanting lady?" The speaker was none other than Sukai's mother, Lin Yun. Aware that her son was no ordinary person, she had witnessed him defeat a demon and emerge as a hero through a televised report, filling her with pride. "She is my friend," Sukai quickly signaled to Liang Bing. "Friend? Are you sure she isn't your girlfriend?" Lin Yun exclaimed excitedly, pulling Liang Bing's hand towards their home. "I know my son is a great hero. It's only natural that you admire and like him. Don't be shy. Rest assured, if he dares to bully you, I will help you teach him a lesson. Young lady, what is your name? Where is your home? How many people are there in your family? What dishes do you enjoy? I will have someone fetch them right away." Sukai felt overwhelmed as his mother bombarded Liang Bing with questions. Even Morgana, the Demon King, found herself in an unfamiliar situation. How had it suddenly turned into a scenario where she was perceived as a little boy's girlfriend? Liang Bing, once the Angel Queen, found herself unable to withstand the fervent enthusiasm of a mother seeking a daughter-in-law. Half an hour later, seizing an opportunity while Lin Yun busied herself with dinner preparations, Sukai approached Liang Bing and whispered, "Remember, my parents are my bottom line. You should be aware of that." "Oh, is that so? In that case, representing the Demon King, demand a person." "No, rather, an alligator," Liang Bing replied, casually selecting a rare bottle of red wine from the cabinet. "This one seems delightful. Do you agree?" "Very well, I can provide you with that alligator, but right now I am negotiating with my friend Liang Bing, not the Demon King Morgana." Sukai clarified her identity directly. "You are indeed remarkable to know who I am," Liang Bing remarked as she opened the wine, retrieving 2 elegant glasses and filling them slowly. She handed one to Sukai and said, "Sukai, I have heard that you are the supreme god of Earth." Sukai accepted the glass, feeling as if Morgana were the true master. "Not yet, at least. If one day I can stand alone and command the entire universe, then perhaps I shall be deemed the true supreme god," he responded after taking a hearty sip of the wine. At present, he lacked the power to safeguard Earth perfectly, and confronting a deity like Morgana in battle was not the wisest course of action. Liang Bing raised her glass and took a gentle sip of the wine, her rosy lips barely touching the rim. "Isn't it said that this wine should be savored slowly? Now, tell me, what is it that you truly desire?" Sukai candidly inquired. I merely wish to settle down here. Why not marry me?" Liang Bing replied playfully. Indeed. Son, hurry and agree." At that moment, Sukai's mother, Lin Yun, entered and fortuitously overheard Liang Bing's jest, promptly expressing her approval. "Mother, she is not my girlfriend. Marrying a demon king as a wife should be quite exhilarating, right?" In this context, one might consider that he had gained dominion over the most profound evil known in the universe. Chapter 14. Walking with Demons. Who is Liang Bing? The greatest evil in the known universe. Carl had yearned for Liang Bing for millennia, a woman unattainable, an object of desire even for the likes of Hua Yi. How could she possibly be interested in a mere boy of less than 20? Was it a jest? At the Sukai family gathering, Liang Bing exhibited remarkable conversational prowess, engaging joyfully with Sukai's father, Su Ming, and mother, Lin Yun. For a fleeting moment, Sukai felt a sense of disorientation. Could this truly be the Demon King? It seemed this Demon King rather relished such an atmosphere. Was this appropriate? After dinner, Sukai, employing various excuses, finally managed to escort Liang Bing forcibly out of the Sukai residence. "What, are you afraid of me?" Liang Bing asked with a seductive smile. "Indeed, you are Morgana, the embodiment of evil. Who knows when this Demon King might turn against me?" Sukai stated bluntly. "Sukai, your human emotions are indeed admirable. I quite like them. From now on, consider yourself a friend of Liang Bing. I appreciate your straightforwardness and honesty. Do you have any wishes? Sister can fulfill them, perhaps granting your parents immortality," Liang Bing said with a smug bend, her hand resting on Sukai's firm chest, the aura of wickedness almost palpable. This was undeniably sinister. Liang Bing had lived for millennia, encountering all manner of beings, gods, and monsters. She preferred those who were forthright, and Sukai fit her taste perfectly, unconcealed, devoid of any machinations against her, and inexplicably, she felt a sense of trust towards him. No need for that. Should they desire to live longer, I will find a way. As for wishes, I wish for you demons, angels, and the forthcoming gluttons to cease their invasions of Earth. Unfortunately, you are incapable of that, for you have already invaded, Sukai retorted, a hint of sarcasm gracing his handsome, cold visage. "Ah, what a pity. You are too young. Earth will inevitably come under the gaze of the gods. One can only say it is not yet strong enough. Countless beings perish in the universe every moment, and one day, they will all find their way to my embrace," Liang Bing confidently declared. In that moment, Sukai and Liang Bing were friends, yet with Morgana, he was an adversary. From the instant Liang Bing descended to Earth in the guise of Morgana, she became an enemy of the planet. "If you would be Liang Bing, perhaps we could be friends. However, when you confront me as Morgana, you become my adversary, whether as Liang Bing or Morgana. I implore you to promise me that you shall not indiscriminately slaughter the inhabitants of Earth, for if you do, I will personally annihilate you." A confident glimmer shone in Su Kai's eyes as he calmly addressed Liang Bing. "Annihilate me? Just based on your capabilities?" Liang Bing sneered, her gaze drifting to the starry expanse as she continued. "There are many who seek my demise, and you are but one. Who do you think you are? I take my leave." With that, Liang Bing tore through the fabric of space and vanished in an instant. Micro-wormhole transportation, Su Kai muttered to himself. He understood Morgana's derision. A mere earthling, even endowed with extraordinary powers, attempting to slay the Demon King is, to many, a farcical notion. Within the known universe, those capable of truly ending Morgana's existence could be counted on one hand. Yet, Su Kai believed he could achieve it. Armed with the justice system and the genes of a silver Superman from the outset, given time to grow, he could even overpower the embodiment of illusion, Carl, with a single blow. Returning to Morgana aboard Demon Ship 1, she swiftly regained her form as the Demon Queen. What exactly is Su Kai's genetic makeup? What unique abilities does he possess? Morgana pondered as she made her way to the control room. Atto, standing by respectfully, remarked, according to the available data, Su Kai exhibits the ability to absorb stellar energy and amplify his physical strength. From his confrontation with the crocodile god, Sotan, it appears he can deliver punches exceeding 200 tons of force, achieve speed surpassing 10 times the speed of sound, emit temperatures of 5,000 degrees Celsius from his gaze, and exhale breath that can reach absolute zero instantaneously. Just moments ago, upon his return from outer space, his flight speed had surpassed 20 times the speed of sound. My subordinates suspect that his strength is growing at a geometric rate, but we remain uncertain about any further abilities he may possess. Who would have thought that a human from Earth could be such an anomaly? No wonder he spends every day in outer space basking in the sun, growing at such an astonishing pace. If he ever finds my presence displeasing, will he attempt to strike me down? Morgana fumed, the remnants of Liang Bing's demeanor vanishing, leaving only the venomous wrath of the Demon Queen. By the way, Atto, should you encounter him again, do not engage him directly. I fear you may not survive the encounter, and I lack the resources to resurrect you. That crocodile will likely be released tomorrow. Remember to handle it. And henceforth, without my explicit orders, do not engage in indiscriminate violence against Earthlings. With a dismissive wave, Morgana disappeared from the control room, leaving Atto in a state of bewilderment. Is the Queen jesting? Can that human truly defeat me? I refuse to believe it. Aboard the giant hero, Su Kai and Morgana reached an accord, releasing the crocodile god Sotan, who, in a sense, was akin to her subordinate. In truth, this creature held no significant value for humanity. Should one consider roasting him for consumption? Perhaps he would possess a delectable flavor. Morgana tacitly consented to Su Kai's proposal, agreeing that the Demon Legion would refrain from indiscriminate slaughter on Earth. This was the rationale behind Su Kai's decision to liberate Sotan. He required time for growth. This approach aimed to minimize the devastation inflicted upon the planet. The heroic troop, along with the entirety of Earth's technology, also necessitated advancement. Deep within the colossal vessel, the crocodile god Sotan was confined within a specialized alloy cage, thoroughly relishing a hefty leg of beef, incessantly muttering, "Earthlings are splendid. They even provide me with beef. Delicious." Duke Ao walked alongside Su Kai, heading towards Sotan's confinement. A serious expression adorned Duke Ao's face as he inquired, "Su Kai, are you truly certain about releasing that beast? Its destructive potential is immense. It is a pinnacle warrior of the third generation." "I understand. Do you intend to study its genetics? Such third-generation pinnacle beast technology, I believe your Noxians possess. Yet with Earth's resources, recreating such a warrior is utterly unfeasible. Look at this glutton. Keeping him here is simply squandering the people's provisions." Su Kai gestured towards Sotan, who was engrossed in his feast. General Duke Ao sighed in resignation. This fellow can indeed consume vast quantities. He could devour several cows in a single day. I have struck a deal with the Demon King Morgana to release this creature. She has assured me that she will not engage in indiscriminate slaughter of humans, at least not within the borders of Huaxia. Su Kai did not conceal anything, recounting his encounter with Morgana to Duke Ao. Engaging in dealings with demons is perilous, and one can only hope Morgana will uphold her end of the bargain. Duke Ao's mistrust towards Morgana was palpable. Despite her status as the Demon King, she possesses some degree of credibility. For now, she is not our primary adversary. Our true foes are yet to arrive. Sukai was aware that Morgana's arrival on Earth was directed by Karl, and her true intention was to gather strength in alliance with Karl to eliminate the sacred Kaisha. The real threat to Earth remains the gluttonous Legion. They are the immediate enemy that requires resolution. Karl, lurking in the shadows, would ultimately face Sukai's reckoning. Any notion of ultimate fear is merely his own delusion. Chapter 15. Possessing the power to overwhelm pinnacle warriors of the third generation. Hey, you dowie man, you've arrived. Release me. I'm full now. Let me battle you. If you dare, let us fight on the ground instead of sending me skyward. The crocodile god Sotan set down the beef leg and called out to Sukai, clearly expressing his defiance, insinuating that Sukai had deceived him by sending him aloft. What did you just call me? Sukai inquired, touching his ear. What's wrong? Dowieman? If you have the courage, let me out. I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces. All shall perish, proclaimed the arrogant crocodile god. Sutton, Sukai, amused to the point of laughter, retorted, Come. Today, I shall beat you into submission. With that, Sukai lifted the cage, imprisoning the crocodile god Sutton, and soared towards a desolate expanse of desert, releasing him from captivity. Sukai sought to test his recently enhanced powers against Sutton, who had reached the pinnacle of the third generation of beastly forms. This place is rather agreeable. Should I cleave you in two, I may choose to spare you, merely drying your flesh to hang as jerky, Sutton said joyfully as he stepped out of the cage, stretching his limbs and shielding his eyes from the scorching sun, brandishing a double-edged short axe, taunting Sukai. The weapon he wielded was no ordinary implement. Its sharpness could effortlessly dismantle a fourth-generation divine body. The thought of seizing it for himself momentarily tempted Sukai, yet he found the weapon's design unappealing. Let's battle here. It hardly constitutes bullying, does it? Sukai chuckled. The blazing sunlight served as his finest source of energy, rendering this environment his preferred arena, especially with the added advantage of outsmarting the dim-witted crocodile. Listen well, if you manage to defeat me, I shall only claim a river on Earth, ideally with plenty of female crocodiles, Sutton replied gleefully. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. It felt as though he had forgotten the fierce threats he had issued aboard the giant hero. Out of the ground, a pair of enormous speakers emerged, causing Sutton to be engulfed in confusion. Do battles now come with sound systems? Sukai reveled, aware that the addition of music could enhance the intensity of the fight. To a creature bereft of wit, the concept of martial virtue was lost. In an instant, Sukai darted forward with astonishing speed, delivering a punch to Sutton. The third-generation warrior, quick to respond, raised his double-edged axe to block the iron-like fist. Boom! The resonating sound waves reverberated across the desert. The immense force of the impact sent Sutton flying hundreds of meters, leaving a deep gash in the sand. However, Sutton's form vanished from sight. Sukai's keen eyes pierced through the desert floor, revealing that the creature had burrowed underground, rapidly approaching for a surprise attack. With a swift motion, the double-edged axe burst forth from the earth, aiming to cleave Sukai in two. Too slow, Sukai thought, to his superior vision. Sutton's movements appeared as though they were unfolding in slow motion. A smirk of derision curled upon Sukai's lips as he effortlessly evaded the strike. His speed was so remarkable that to Sutton, it seemed as if he had teleported. As astonishment crossed Sutton's features, Sukai seized his tail. Game over. In a flash, with a thunderous crash, Sukai swung Sutton's tail against the ground with tremendous force. In the span of mere breaths, the crocodile deity, Sotan, made contact with the ground countless times. No more. I surrender, he unabashedly cried out, disregarding his dignity. Sukai, however, showed no mercy to this human punching bag, fervently unleashing a barrage of punches upon his face. The assault was entirely one-sided. The spectacle of this battle was not only broadcasted live aboard the Giant Canyon, but also on Morgana's Demon No. 1. At this moment, the sword demon, Otto, finally grasped the veracity of Morgana's words. Otto's own strength and speed were no match for Sotan. He was acutely aware of the crocodile deity's formidable prowess. With peak defenses capable of thwarting the conventional damage from Flamesword and Godslayer No. 1's penetrating rounds, Sotan possessed an impressive combination of strength and agility, excelling in close to mid-range combat, while also adept at throwing his battle axe for ranged attacks. Yet, against Su Kai, he was akin to a mere child, receiving a thorough thrashing. Astonishingly, Su Kai's physical capabilities seemed to be on an upward trajectory, having nearly doubled in strength within just a few days. When did Earth produce such a freak of nature? Lianfeng, have you recorded Su Kai's ability fluctuations? General Decao inquired with exhilaration. Indeed, his current physical prowess can rival that of the third-generation divine body, and his speed and strength have increased over 30-fold since the initial test, all within a few months. Lianfeng responded, her face reflecting shock. Such physical data was beyond extraordinary. Su Kai was unlike any other genetic specimen. He grew at an exponential rate without depleting Earth's resources, relying solely on the sun's yellow rays to rapidly enhance his power, a genetic boon everyone coveted. Alas, Su Kai would never part with his genes. Not even the cup of water he had sipped from or the bowl he had used, which he would melt with a mere glance. In the desert, within half an hour, the crocodile deity, Sotan, had visibly plumped, his body marked with deep imprints of fists. He had been knocked unconscious several times only to be revived, now resembling a pitiful lump, curled upon the ground like a gopher, tears streaming down his face. Su Kai perched atop him, brandishing his dual-bladed axe, inquiring, "Have you yielded?" "Yes, I yield," Sotan replied in a breathy, fragmented manner. There was no choice. His front teeth had been forcibly knocked out by Su Kai's relentless blows. "This battle axe. Brother, great deity, if you fancy it, take it. I beg you, spare me. I no longer wish for a river. Perhaps a pond with a few female crocodiles will suffice." Before Su Kai could finish his sentence, Sotan hastily interjected, eliciting laughter from Su Kai. "Such modest demands. Who would desire your worthless weapon? I must ask, from where did you obtain this?" With ease, Su Kai sliced through Sotan's skin with the axe, confirming its sharpness. "Do not kill my elder brother. I kneel before you, for my flesh is unpalatable," pleaded Sotan in desperation. "As for this weapon, I know not from whence it came. It has been in my possession since birth." He was fearful of being cut down, as he wished to live a few more years in this perilous world. "Su Kai, what do you mean by incapacitating my little brother and then demanding him back?" Morgana's voice echoed through the void, scolding Su Kai vehemently. "Sister, save me. I am but the adorable Sotan. Begone, you little brat. Su Kai, I shall take this little crocodile with me." With that, a beam of light descended upon the crocodile god Sotan, teleporting him away. "Morgana, I have returned the crocodile to you. Remember your promise to me," Su Kai remarked, gazing at Morgana in the heavens. This was the authentic Morgana, indeed more pleasing to the eye than Liangbing. "Understood. You are truly tiresome," he mused, watching the fading projection in the void. Su Kai relished the warmth of the sun. With his own strength and speed, he could suppress even the most formidable third-generation beast warriors. However, to achieve instantaneous annihilation was beyond his capabilities without external aid, such as divine weaponry. With a powerful weapon, he could become even stronger. Who said that a hero must always resolve issues with mere fists? Why not employ weapons, which are more efficient, swifter, and keep one's hands clean? Chapter 16. Perhaps I should train a side character at the Su residence. Ever since Liang Bing's provocation had compelled Su Kai to reveal himself, he had frequently returned home to relish the rare moments of tranquility with his parents. Once the interstellar war commenced, such leisure would be a distant memory. "Kaya, why didn't your girlfriend come home with you last time? I have not seen Liang Bing in ages," Lin Yin inquired softly, approaching Su Kai on the balcony with a plate of fruit. Su Kai languidly replied, "Mother, she is not my girlfriend. Have you and father made any progress regarding the small account I asked you to open?" Cough, cough. Lin Yun, with a grape in her mouth, nearly choked upon hearing Su Kai's words. "What nonsense! I am already 43. If I truly wanted more children, I would have had them long ago. Are you not concerned about someone contesting your inheritance in the future?" She retorted, rolling her eyes at Su Kai. "Inheritance? Mother, how much wealth does the Su family truly possess? A little share would suffice. What need is there for such vast riches?" Su Kai dismissed the notion of inheritance. As his power grew, he would ultimately claim dominion over the entire universe. Protecting Earth could only be a temporary measure. It could not be safeguarded for eternity. Nevertheless, before departing Earth, he would ensure it possessed the means for self-defense against interstellar wars. Yes, your father is aware of the arrival of extraterrestrial beings, and you reminded him personally. He has selected quite a number of bodyguards, Lin Yun explained. Bodyguards? Can they withstand bullets? Su Kai felt a sense of helplessness. If the military could not manage the situation, what could a handful of capable bodyguards accomplish? He took out his phone and dialed Su Ming. On the other end, Su Ming's voice came through. Hello, son. Your father is in a meeting and quite busy. We shall talk later. There was a hint of fatigue in his tone. Wait, don't hang up. Dad, aliens are coming soon. You need to expedite the construction of the underground fortress, one that can withstand nuclear attacks. Also, you can disband the bodyguard team you organized. When a crisis truly arrives, whether they can protect you is another matter altogether, Su Kai said seriously. Once the war commenced, it would be impossible for him to protect his parents at all times, primarily due to inadequate strength and the urgency of time. Not to mention that he could not immediately develop formidable advanced technology to defend against the weaponry of the monstrous entities. One would require protective gear of the caliber of black armor. Otherwise, it would be futile against their bullets. All right, I understand. I'm hanging up now, Su Ming said impatiently before disconnecting the call. Su Kai felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Could it be that the Su family's enterprise was in trouble? In the 3 years since his transmigration, he had rarely seen his father exhibit such impatience. What's wrong, Kai? Lin Yun asked, noticing the worry etched on Su Kai's face. Mom, has something happened with Dad's company recently? Nothing major, it seems. However, there's been some turmoil in the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, with rumors of angels descending, which has affected the Su family's business and foreign enterprises. For reasons unknown, major commercial organizations are undergoing changes. Lin Yun succinctly summarized the situation in the business world. I see. Son, is something significant about to happen? Lin Yun's face reflected her concern. Indeed, interstellar war was approaching, and the entire Earth would soon become a battlefield. But don't worry, Mom. I will protect you both, Su Kai assured, rising to grasp Lin Yun's right hand. Is it dangerous? If it's dangerous, you mustn't go. They are aliens. I've seen reports about angels and demons appearing. By the way, what about that creature you fought last time? If it becomes too perilous, let us just return home. The military will protect us. Lin Yun's immediate concern was for Su Kai's safety. As a mother, she prioritized her son's life over any notions of national sentiment. Su Kai patted Lin Yun's hand reassuringly and replied, Rest easy. Your son is a super soldier. If I do not protect our homeland, how can I safeguard you? All right, I must return to the army now. When Dad gets back, remind him that money is truly insignificant. Life is paramount. If possible, I'd like to practice a little with Dad. With those words, Su Kai had already soared into the air, heading toward the giant hero. Lin Yun watched as the small black dot grew smaller, her face filled with pride. Son, you have grown up. On board the giant hero. Come on, Shaolin. Let me take you on. Lu Chuang, wielding the god-slaying axe, stood defiantly, provoking Gu Xiaoluan. What? You want to take me on? My great sword isn't made of tofu. Gu Xiaoluan, with a fiery temper, found himself unable to contend with the perverse Su Kai, yet he would not back down from Lu Chuang. The two engaged in combat. A routine clash. With newfound weapons, they awakened their super soldier capabilities, fighting no longer as mere ruffians. Their skirmish transformed into a display of speed and strength, a contest of offensive might against remarkable resilience. Zhao Hexen, trained by Reina, was constantly honing his speed, now capable of running atop the sea as if on solid ground. His life motto could be summed up in a single word: fast. The entire Xiongбing Lian was immersed in fervent training. Sun Wukong lounged on the highest deck of the giant gorge, sipping a drink while observing the new recruits' training. As a seasoned warrior, he had no need for such rudimentary exercises. From a distance, Rose and Reina watched the scene unfold. So, what do you think of my suggestion? Should we explore Shaolin's angelic genes? Reina teased, glancing at the stoic Rose. Why would I? Someone like him? Never. Rose retorted, exasperated. She genuinely found it hard to entertain the idea. After all, she was a goddess. How could she harbor feelings for such a child? In truth, Shaolin was rather appealing. Perhaps it was worth a try. After all, I've shared the method with you. Whether you pursue it is up to you. Reina leaned against the railing, her hands resting atop it, relishing this leisurely moment. In her heart, Rose felt a conflict. She was resistant yet intrigued by the potential to unlock Gu Xiaoluan's cosmic powers. Caught in a web of indecision. Suddenly, a figure descended rapidly from the sky, landing beside Sun Wukong. "Brother Monkey, let me treat you to a drink." So, placing a case of beer on the ground. "Oh, you've grown stronger. Why didn't you just slay that crocodile? Don't tell me you couldn't do it." Sun Wukong accepted the beer from Su Kai, effortlessly opening a can and taking a swig. Indeed, the beverage paled in comparison to alcohol. "If he dares to threaten humanity, I will personally obliterate him. I've heard tales of you single-handedly confronting the Sun Star during the heavenly tribulations," Su Kai inquired with a grin. Curiosity about the Sun Star piqued Su Kai's interest, particularly due to Reina's stellar-driven abilities. If harnessed well, this power could not only enhance one's strength, but also facilitate the development of interstellar warfare weaponry. "This world is merely a realm for my master's teachings, existing solely to safeguard it. Henceforth, the future of this world shall rest upon your shoulders." Sun Wukong refrained from mentioning his past battle with the Sun civilization, clearly aware that Reina was the supreme deity of the Sun Star. He held no bias against the young girl from the Sun Star. Rather, he acknowledged her assistance in protecting Earth. "Having resolved matters concerning Earth, shall we venture to the blazing sun to explore and witness their true champions?" Su Kai said with a smile. Sun Wukong, however, paid him no mind, instead indulging in his beer, exuding an air of retirement. This rebellious Sun Wukong, having attained enlightenment, had entered a mode of leisure. Since Reina would not provide the stellar drive technology, it was necessary to seek out those who held authority to negotiate. Chapter 17. Even dogs in love do not converse galactic power, the blade of Nox, the spear of Dex, the genetic essence of time and space, the light of the sun. Su Kai murmured as he perused the profiles of everyone within the Armored Legion. This group, apart from Rose, who possessed the blood and discipline of a soldier, including Reina, consisted mainly of newcomers. In the event of genuine warfare, they would likely collapse under pressure. Thus, Su Kai resolved to personally cultivate their spirit and latent combat will. As a master, he engaged only in high-level battles, leaving the trivial matters to them. To achieve greater strength, he needed to expedite the development of Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, and the others' abilities. Undoubtedly, the most formidable was Rose's power over time and space. Regrettably, Su Kai was not adept in this domain. Following closely was Gu Xiaoluan's galactic power. This genetic endowment was extraordinarily unique, akin to a special key. If authorized, it could fully connect to the dark dimension, swiftly unlocking the abilities of both the void and anti-void, thus making the protection of the entire galaxy his responsibility in the future. Sadly, this young man exhibited excessive timidity in the face of intense warfare, often losing his bearings and contemplating surrender. Let the journey commence with him. Aboard the giant hero, Rose paced beside Gu Xiaoluan, clearly torn over a decision. "Allow me to clarify. My forthcoming actions are certainly not driven by affection. I am compelled to do this for the sake of the Armored Legion." As her words fell, Gu Xiaoluan, bewildered, could only watch as Rose stepped forward, wrapping her left arm around his head, and kissed him directly on the lips. In that moment, Gu Xiaoluan felt as though something was surging forth from his shoulders. It hardened. The kiss awakened a profound love within him, triggering the angelic genes, and a pair of ebony wings, starkly contrasting the traditional angelic hue, unfurled behind him. As Rose released Gu Xiaoluan, he discovered that he could fly. "I can fly." It turned out that all of this stemmed from a single meeting. 3 days prior, Reina had notified the military that Tao Tai had entered the solar system, estimating it would reach Earth within 2 days. Although the Armored Legion boasted a formidable weapon like Su Kai, they still lacked aerial combat units. Reina had instructed Rose to kiss Gu Xiaoluan to awaken his angelic genes. And ultimately, Rose complied. She harbored a disdain for Gu Xiaoluan, a sentiment rooted in simplicity, a man of his stature, perpetually indecisive and lacking ambition, paled in comparison to the arrival of Su Kai, who epitomized the antithesis of his character. Su Kai was robust and charismatic, decisive in action, exuding a confidence that left Xiangwei looking down upon Gu Xiaoluan. "Oh, look at Gu Xiaoluan. He seems to have sprouted wings," she mused as Su Kai approached, observing Gu Xiaoluan's curious gaze towards the sky, pondering how to take flight. "What brings you here?" Xiangwei inquired, her demeanor slightly awkward. "Am I interrupting something?" Su Kai teased. "Don't be ridiculous. I have no ties to him. I'm merely attempting to activate the genetic abilities within him. You've witnessed it. He can fly now, Qiangwei insisted, forcing her defense. Do not feel the need to explain anything to me. Does that even qualify as flying? As Su Kai's words echoed, Gu Xiaoluan plummeted onto the deck, landing unceremoniously. The moment he laid eyes on Su Kai, his confidence evaporated. Deep down, he had always perceived Su Kai as a rival, believing himself inferior. Qiangwei, observing Gu Xiaoluan sprawled on the deck, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. I'm leaving. He has your responsibility now. With that, she chose silence and departed. Qiangwei, in that fleeting moment, Gu Xiaoluan sensed her disillusionment, a crushing blow to his pride, especially in the presence of his perceived rival, Su Kai. At that instant, he felt as though life had become unbearable. He struck the deck with his fist, leaving a formidable imprint. Su Kai approached him slowly, saying, Gu Xiaoluan, do you understand why she harbors no affection for you? Why? Gu Xiaoluan was eager to uncover this truth. If a girl does not like you, it is undoubtedly because you fall short. Consider Qiangwei's lineage. She is the daughter of General Du Cao, her heritage far surpassing yours. Today, her objective is to enhance the strength of the combat unit. Thus, she sets aside her pride to associate with someone of your standing. With Earth facing peril, do you believe she would indulge in personal sentiments? You, Gu Xiaoluan, are but a newcomer to the combat unit, lacking ambition and maturity. Are you truly compatible? Su Kai's words pierced through Gu Xiaoluan's defenses like a sharpened blade. Indeed, what do I possess? She is a lady of privilege. I am utterly unworthy, Gu Xiaoluan lamented. Anguish etched upon his face. This young man seemed lacking in discernment. Why choose to admire Qiangwei? Her intellect diverged from that of ordinary women, and her personality was far from whole. Why persist in the role of a sycophant? If he must pursue someone, he ought to consider a more balanced individual, such as Qi Lin or Rue Mengmeng, for they would be far superior to Qiangwei. Su Kai deliberately provoked Gu Xiaoluan, aiming to steer him towards honing his own capabilities. After all, once he cultivated his strength, he would find that the realms of romance would open to him, and he could attract any woman he desired. Su Kai, do you have an affinity for roses? If so, I kindly request that you take good care of her in the future. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoluan stood up, brandishing his sword and bellowing. What madness is this? Su Kai, touching his ear, replied, Who said I liked her? What? You don't like her? Then what is the nature of your relationship? Gu Xiaoluan spoke in a disjointed manner. She is not my type. Su Kai shook his head. Who would willingly fall for someone with an unstable personality? I have no inclination toward masochism. Approaching Gu Xiaoluan, he put an arm around his shoulder and said, Do you wish to go bankrupt? Then pursue a romantic relationship. Do you want to spend money for the sake of suffering? Then engage in love. Do you want to squander your resources to become a fool? Then go ahead and date. Of course, if you're feeling lost now, don't worry. A romantic endeavor will set your mind at ease. In this world, there are essentially two ways to spend money foolishly: being kidnapped or falling in love. Indeed, pursuing a girl can be even more tragic than being in a relationship. Xiaoluan, are you still chasing her? Gu Xiaoluan was taken aback. Gu Sven, are you hinting that I should stop pursuing the rose? Su Kai was at a loss for words. Gu Xiaoluan's mind appeared rather muddled. Xiaoluan, we must broaden our thinking. Did I not just say, once you become strong enough, the dynamic will shift. She will pursue you, spending her resources on you, and seeking your favor. Do you understand? Gu Xiaoluan seemed to grasp the concept, yet remained puzzled about how to make her chase him. His curiosity was insatiable. Was he conversing with a pig? Is this fellow incapable of understanding human speech? He lamented. Actually, it's quite simple. Do you see those individuals over there? Su Kai pointed towards Zhao Exan, Lu Chuang, Cheng Yaowen, and Reina, who were training. If you can wield your sword and effortlessly defeat 5 opponents, then you will earn the pursuit of the rose. You must maintain an air of aloofness, embodying the demeanor of a master. Do you comprehend? Gu Xiaoluan appeared to understand something and looked at Su Kai with determination. Kai Shun, I implore you to teach me. Chapter 18. Single-handedly challenging the entire Xiongbing Lian at the Super God Academy. In the training grounds, Reina crossed her arms and declared haughtily, Today, we have a special training session that requires you to engage in a real battle against Su Kai. What the hell? Fighting against Kai Shun? Isn't that akin to courting death? I cannot. Lu Chuang was the first to refuse. Isn't this a death wish? I lack the thick skin of that crocodile. Others echoed his sentiments, expressing their reluctance. Could they possibly win? Hey, you are members of the Xiong Binglian. This is not about a one-on-one duel. It's 7 against 1, Reina stated confidently. 7 against 1. Surely you can win. Su Kai intended to utilize this battle to thoroughly awaken the fighting spirit within every member of the Xiong Binglian. Regardless of individuals such as Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, Zhao Xen, Ruming Ming, and Wu Ji, who have merely spent a few months as soldiers, they are now thrust into the daunting task of confronting extraterrestrial civilizations to save Earth. Their mindset remains untransformed. Warfare is not simply a matter of engaging in battle to achieve victory. It encompasses logistics, munitions, equipment, sustenance, medical supplies, and the coordination with military forces, all of which necessitate practical experience to cultivate and refine. What Su Kai can presently accomplish is to instill in them an unwavering conviction, awakening their inherent valor, so that they do not falter when faced with peril. The greatest strength of a warrior lies in their indomitable spirit. Concurrently, this serves to assess their own prowess and combat capabilities, establishing formidable authority within the ranks of the Xiong Binglian. After months of energy absorption and continuous enhancement of strength, the pace at which he assimilates energy has accelerated significantly. Compared to the initial acquisition of the Silver Superman gene, his capabilities have multiplied several hundredfold. Each day, as he absorbs sunlight, he can feel the transformation of his power. Yet, Su Kai pointed toward the front where Reina stood, alongside the spectating Sun Wukong, declaring, "It is not merely a 1 against 7. You, Reina, and Sun Wukong are included." His audacity and confidence were vividly apparent. In the distance, Sun Wukong immediately perked up. The last time he tested the members of Xiong Binglian, he had not encountered Su Kai, and this presented an opportunity. The future deity of Earth. What could his true strength be? Only through combat would one ascertain this. I, Sun Wukong, am feeling particularly eager. Let us put this to the test. In a flash, Sun Wukong positioned himself at the forefront of the formation. The Buddha of combat was inherently born for battle, with his genes fundamentally oriented towards warfare. His genetic strength was not inferior to that of the 3 divine creation projects led by Principal Kirin. In fact, his power was reminiscent of the pinnacle of the 3rd-generation beast body, equivalent to the 3rd-generation divine body. Sun Wukong's prowess far surpassed that of the former crocodile god, Sotan. While Sotan's might lay in his formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, Sun Wukong was multifaceted, excelling in speed, strength, and attack power. And endowed with an indestructible physique alongside numerous transformative genetic traits, essentially devoid of weaknesses, a true hexagonal warrior. Su Kai, do you dare challenge this goddess? Reina had never fought Su Kai before and was dubious about taking on 9 opponents, 2 of whom possessed the strength of the 3rd-generation divine body. She deemed it rather audacious. Come on, I hope you can provide me with some excitement, Su Kai exclaimed with enthusiasm. This sensation was precisely what he yearned for. Although this bout would not yield him any justice points, it would serve as an effective measure of his strength. Continuous combat was essential for him to navigate the myriad dangers that lay ahead. Suddenly, without warning, a pair of colossal speakers materialized on the training ground. Geraldine Sukes Butler Antiem. Ye Xiaolun. Zhao Xen. Lu Chuang, what on earth? Engaging in a brawl, and it comes with its own soundtrack. All right, let us do this. As Gu Xiaoluan listened to the battle song, an unexpected surge of passion ignited within him. He was the first to step forward, exhibiting a remarkable display of courage. This transformation came after Su Kai's enlightening guidance the previous day, which had finally resonated within him. His previously stunted mind concluded that Rose must surely harbor feelings for Su Kai, attributing this to Su Kai's formidable strength. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, for he was the embodiment of the galactic power, with dominion over the entire galaxy. Xiaoluan, you're exceptionally fierce today. Indeed, when rivals meet, the tension is palpable. Count me in. The young and determined Qilin emerged slowly, gripping her sniper rifle tightly. After extensive training, she longed for a genuine confrontation with a true warrior. In her understanding, Su Kai undoubtedly belonged to that category of absolute strength. Ha ha ha, God Kai. My apologies, but if they dare to rise, then Lu Chuang shall not cower. Lu Chuang, having undergone several lessons in resilience, was no longer the ruffian he once was. Instead, he now dedicated his thoughts to safeguarding his homeland. With his comrades and brothers stepping forth, he felt compelled to stand tall. I too shall be present. The path of the infinite continues within my heart. Rumingming and Wuji also stepped forward. In that moment, the entire brave legion finally ignited with a fighting spirit. This was precisely what Su Kai had wished to witness. Reina's lips curled into a smile, indicating that Su Kai's objective had been achieved. Yet, she wondered if he could withstand the onslaught of this determined group. The sounds of battle erupted forth. Aboard the Titan, Lianfeng was broadcasting the developments at the Super God Academy live. Commander, the Taotai Legion is on the verge of arriving on Earth. If Su Kai and the others engage in combat, resulting in severe injuries, it could be problematic. Fear not. Su Kai is quite mature, possessing his own thoughts. He will surely manage the intensity of the confrontation. Dukeo expressed his unwavering trust in Su Kai. Be sure to record the data of each participant, particularly focusing on the galactic power and Su Kai. Understood, Commander. Within the Super God Academy, Su Kai stood at the center, awaiting the collective advance of his comrades. Reina orchestrated the strategy. Xiaoluan, you are the most resilient. You shall bear the brunt of the damage. Zhao Xin, be prepared to launch a surprise attack. Lu Chuang, you will handle side attacks, while Cheng Yaowen is tasked with protecting Qilin from being flanked. Rumingming, remember to unleash your burst damage. Rose, target their weaknesses, and Sun Wukong will maintain aerial suppression. Captain, won't you assist? Gu Xiaoluan felt a sense of impending doom, bracing himself for the onslaught, and inquired of Reina. Me? I am but a goddess. Such a battle does not require my intervention. Go forth. With those words, Gu Xiaoluan hesitated for a moment, summoning his courage to grasp his great sword and charge towards Su Kai, embodying an indomitable spirit. His eyes transformed, now suffused with white energy. Silence. A peculiar force enveloped Su Kai, plunging him into a state of disorientation, a manifestation of the galactic power's anti-void ability, akin to an invasion of mental prowess. An absolutely invincible ability, one that could ensnare anyone. Suddenly, Su Kai's eyes turned crimson, and he regained his focus in an instant. Faced with Gu Xiaoluan's colossal void sword weighing 10 tons, Su Kai did not flinch or evade. He allowed it to strike his right shoulder. The sound of metal colliding echoed, yet it inflicted no harm upon him. Astonishingly resilient. Xian, strike him. Zhao Xian, who had long been prepared, swiftly thrust his spear, only to find Su Kai grasping Gu Xiaoluan's great sword with his right hand and seizing the incoming spear with his left. In an instant, he unleashed his full strength, sending Gu Xiaoluan flying and casting aside his massive weapon. With a powerful tug, he yanked Zhao Xian, along with his spear, several dozen meters away. His gaze was drawn upward, directly confronting Lu Chuang, who was descending with a chop. Too slow. In a heartbeat, he leapt up and delivered a punch that sent Lu Chuang soaring hundreds of meters into the air, akin to a cannonball. At that moment, Rui Mengmeng and Yi were hesitating whether to intervene, but Su Kai was not one to indulge them. He took the initiative, swiftly delivering a punch to each, incapacitating both in less than 3 seconds. Almost the entirety of the main combat personnel from Xiangbing Lian had been sent flying by Su Kai. Receive a blow from the great sage. A dark golden staff, ever expanding, descended upon Su Kai. Sun Wukong's weapon was extraordinarily formidable. It could change size and even clone itself, possessing attributes indistinguishable from the Rui Jingu Bang. From a distance, Qilin also fired a shot, though it was merely a standard armor-piercing round, not the exorbitantly priced god-slaying bullet. Hitting Su Kai's body would mean his defeat. As the massive staff approached, Su Kai exerted force beneath him, leaving a spiderweb-like crack spanning over 10 meters on the ground. After dodging Qilin's bullet, he met Sun Wukong's staff head-on and unleashed a punch against the colossal weapon. Boom! The resounding clash reverberated throughout the Super God Academy, the resulting shockwave causing several individuals lying on the ground to roll multiple times. The immense rebound force also pressed Su Kai back to the ground. Sun Wukong felt a jarring pain in his hands gripping the staff. Truly a monster. Yet, I relish the challenge. Bring it on. Chapter 19. The indomitable will of a warrior, bring it on. The voice of Sun Wukong echoed from above. The dark alloy staff whistled from all directions as dozens of Sun Wukong clones rained down upon Su Kai with relentless strikes. To onlookers, The sky was filled with the swift assaults of Sun Wukong. Once, a single clone of Sun Wukong had nearly decimated the entire Xiongbanglian. Despite the seemingly lightning-fast attacks, to Su Kai, they appeared as slow as a snail. He could discern each clone's movements and the energy coursing through every strike. With an uncanny agility, Su Kai evaded dozens of attacks, seemingly insurmountable, without even a brush against his clothing. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally grasped the true strength of this adversary. Crisis. As he processed the situation, Su Kai's fist struck him with tremendous force. Boom! Sun Wukong was sent flying several hundred meters away. Monkey! Cheng Yaowen called out in desperation, wishing to assist, yet fearing Su Kai might turn his wrath upon Qilin. How are we supposed to fight like this? In mere moments, even Sun Wukong was dispatched. Suddenly, a rift in the void appeared, and Rose surged towards Su Kai like a specter, unleashing a barrage of temporal blades. However, upon contact with Su Kai, they were repelled by his biological force field, as though they had collided with an impenetrable wall. I too possess the technology of temporal wormhole manipulation, Su Kai declared, vanishing from his original position as his enhanced mind calculated Rose's trajectory. I've got you. With a swift motion, he seized her neck, leaving her astonished. How could it be? Su Kai had deciphered her micro-wormhole algorithm. Without hesitation, he hurled her away, and she soared like a kite severed from its string, tumbling across the ground. Whoosh! A bullet zipped through the air. Su Kai pivoted, pinching it between his fingers. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed as he darted towards the bullet's trajectory, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Cheng Yaowen realized Su Kai was coming for them and shouted, Demacia! The once smooth earth erupted with massive spikes, exceedingly resilient, capable of withstanding even missiles. Boom! 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 Following 3 resounding impacts, Su Kai shattered the formidable defense, gripping Cheng Yaowen's neck with a single hand. The power of the earth around them vanished in an instant. Too weak, Su Kai remarked, headbutting Cheng Yaowen, sending him crashing to the ground, engaging in an intimate encounter with the earth. I can still fight, Cheng Yaowen declared before succumbing to unconsciousness. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Qilin, undeterred, fired at Su Kai while retreating swiftly to gain distance. Su Kai tilted his head, narrowly evading a lethal shot aimed at his temple. The prowess of this divine river sniper was evident, yet it required a more powerful weapon for optimal effectiveness. As Qilin attempted to take another shot, she realized Su Kai had vanished. Where is he? Qilin dared not breathe. Just as she sensed someone behind her, it was too late. What? You still wish to shoot? She exclaimed, turning to aim her weapon, only to find Su Kai had outpaced her, delivering a stunning blow to her forehead that rendered her unconscious. In a mere 10 seconds, the entire elite squad was nearly annihilated, with 5 members incapacitated and stripped of their combat capability. Su Kai specifically targeted the weakest among them. Is this really happening? Lena marveled in disbelief. Su Kai had no intention of letting this group escape. Possessing the divine river battle armor and super genes, even when subjected to Su Kai's fierce blows, they would merely lose consciousness. Suffering no real harm, warriors like Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang would swiftly recover. As for Monkey King, he had long taken to the skies to observe the spectacle. This was, after all, a confrontation orchestrated by Su Kai against Gu Xiaoluan and his companions, a mere whim to test his mettle. The outcome revealed that this individual was exceedingly formidable. Why engage in life-and-death struggles? Battling Su Kai evoked a sense of peril that surpassed even his fight on the blazing sun star. Fortunately, they were not adversaries. In Monkey King's eyes, there was a glimmer of admiration and satisfaction. The earth has its own deities now. Master, your world appears to have a promising successor. Rena, though astounded, refrained from intervening. She had just calculated that if she were to act, she might inadvertently obliterate the entire Super God Academy. Even if she could contend with Su Kai, victory would likely elude her. In just a few months, one could surpass the power of the 3rd generation of divine bodies. The rate of growth was astonishing. When she first encountered Su Kai, he was merely an ordinary super warrior. Yet now, he possessed the strength to challenge a deity. Receive my axe. Lu Chuang descended from the heavens like a cannonball, caught off guard, and launched skyward. He now fully comprehended the sense of helplessness that plagued God Crocodile Sutton. However, such battles ignited his fighting spirit. Defeat was acceptable, but cowardice was not. After all, He was a proud warrior. Indeed, the god of war, Nuo Xing, had finally become intriguing. Sukai could sense Lu Chuang's fervor and the Slayer's power within his super genes. The more he fought, the stronger he became, combined with his axe. He possessed the capability to cleave through the third generation of divine bodies. Take this. Lu Chuang shot through the sky like a meteor, gripping the Slayer's axe tightly. And with a force akin to splitting mountains, he struck at Sukai. It was evident that Lu Chuang poured all his energy into this one powerful blow. Sukai's lips curled into a smile as he inhaled deeply and exhaled gently. The freezing breath, a chilling torrent, surged toward Lu Chuang. Whoa, Kai God. You're not playing fair. Kai God, I was wrong. Lu Chuang's words were abruptly cut short as the freezing breath instantly encased him, along with the Slayer's axe, in a colossal block of ice, preserving the expression of his recent plea for mercy. Sukai was no fool to withstand the attack head-on. Lu Chuang's weapon was indeed a divine slayer, fully capable of piercing through his current steel-like physique. Perhaps in a few years, as Sukai grew even more powerful, he would easily withstand all physical assaults. Was this correct? With a single spit, Lu Chuang was rendered helpless. With a resounding thud, the massive ice block, including Lu Chuang's body, crashed to the ground. How could one possibly continue fighting after this? With bruises adorning his face, Zhao Exine rose slowly, his disbelief palpable as he surveyed the scene before him. In mere seconds, the entire elite squad had been nearly obliterated. Xingyi, take him down, Gu Xiaoluan shouted, noticing the unconscious Rose lying in the distance. The power of love is unparalleled. His heart surged with rage as he swiftly picked up a colossal sword from the ground and charged at Sukai. Hold on, Xiaoluan. We can't defeat him. Zhao Exine understood that, under such circumstances, they stood no chance. This young man had undoubtedly gone berserk upon witnessing Rose's injury. With bloodshot eyes, Gu Xiaoluan channeled all his grievances and fury into a single stroke aimed at Sukai. Yet, just as the sword descended, Sukai vanished. To be precise, he moved so swiftly that Gu Xiaoluan's eyes could not react in time. Boom! Gu Xiaoluan was sent flying once more, soaring several meters through the air. Sukai was relentless, seizing Gu Xiaoluan's leg and slamming him against the ground. Aren't you the power of the galaxy? Aren't you supposed to be resilient? Don't you desire Rose's affection? Come on, you worthless fool. Attack me. As Sukai unleashed a torrent of taunts, the remaining conscious members of the elite squad looked on in horror. An unprecedented humiliation washed over them. Disdainfully, Sukai discarded Gu Xiaoluan onto the ground. Is this the extent of your combat prowess? Your nation and its people have invested vast resources in you, and this is how you repay them? Truly pathetic, he declared loudly. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoluan, who had been sprawled on the ground, unfurled his wings and began to ascend slowly, unlocking the celestial ability to fly. The indomitable spirit of a warrior inspired everyone present. With determination burning in his eyes, despite his numerous wounds, Gu Xiaoluan shouted at Sukai, I, Gu Xiaoluan, shall become powerful. Chapter 20. The utility of a superbrain aboard the gigantic hero. A massive display flickered with red dots. Beep, beep. General. The power of the galaxy within Gu Xiaoluan is amplifying continuously. He has fully activated his flight ability. To further enhance his strength, substantial energy replenishment may be required. A look of excitement crossed Lien Feng's face as he turned to report to Decao. General, the genetic data of all the warriors in the elite squad shows a significant increase. A staff member beside him displayed the recorded data of the divine river battle armor worn by the entire elite squad. Excellent. Who would have thought that Sukai's extreme measures would awaken these warriors' latent powers? They don't need energy replenishment. They must harness their will to elevate themselves. Decao exclaimed with enthusiasm. This was something he had not anticipated. He understood that the super soldiers of the Xiong Bing Lian needed real warfare to hone their formidable combat prowess. Sukai's reckless actions ignited the fighting spirit of everyone in Xiong Bing Lian. In the training grounds of the Super God Academy, Sukai soared above Gu Xiaoluan, delivering another kick that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Xiaoluan, I hope you can bear this. Although Zhao Xian had been inspired by Gu Xiaoluan, his own fighting spirit was thoroughly awakened, yet he still dared not confront Sukai directly. He was not foolish. This was a battle of a different caliber. Seeing the situation unfold, Reina realized it was time to halt the proceedings. Continuing would only result in Sukai mercilessly overpowering his opponents. No matter how strong their fighting spirit, there were limits to what they could endure. This battle had successfully tested their limits. Sukai, that should suffice. Reina helped the fallen rose to her feet, noting how brutal Sukai was. Lacking any tenderness towards women, Reina approached Lu Chuang, who had been encased in ice, and unleashed a surge of searing energy, visibly melting the ice. Lu Chuang, frostbitten and shivering, pleaded, "Sister, please warm me up. I'm freezing." Fully activated by the third-generation super soldier genes and clad in the divine river battle armor, he would not easily succumb to the cold, unless Sukai truly desired his demise. With the assistance of Reina and Yuqin, the super soldiers of the Xiong Lian had a brief respite and regained their ability to move independently. They now understood the true nature of Sukai. Their entire squad could hardly last a few rounds against him. Although Reina had not intervened and Sun Wukong had held back, it was evident that Sukai's strength far surpassed that of these super soldiers. I, Lu Chuang, concede. From now on, whatever Sukai instructs me to do, I shall comply. Lu Chuang was utterly impressed, nearly turning into frozen meat from a mere breath of Sukai's. Meanwhile, Ge Xiaolun scoffed. One day, I will surpass him. Xiaolun, keep it down. Do you want to stay in the pit? Zhao Xin cautioned from the side. Yi Xiaolun, when he saw Sukai slowly approaching them, felt his bravado wane. Fellow comrades, do you think I am strong? Let me tell you, the aliens invading our planet are even stronger and more ruthless than I am. I have merely defeated you. They would take your lives. As super soldiers, if you do not stand up, it will be your families, friends, and all of humanity on this planet who will suffer. Therefore, I implore you to fight alongside me until the very last moment to protect our homeland with your lives. Sukai proclaimed, suspended in the air, his voice resonating with power and conviction. Ge Xiaolun, Lu Chuang, and the others exchanged glances, their initial thought being that Sukai intended to mock them. Little did they realize that Sukai's true aim was to inspire them, to unite them as comrades in the noble endeavor of safeguarding their homeland. Sukai understood that these super soldiers possessed remarkable individual abilities, yet lacked genuine military training and core combat strength. This one-sidedly overwhelming battle served as an invaluable lesson, even more so than the encounter with Sun Wukong. Lu Chuang stepped forward, raising his axe and declaring, "Though I, Lu Chuang, may not be a paragon of virtue, I pledge to protect our homeland with my life. Count me in, I'm not a coward." "And me," another voice chimed in. At that moment, despite the chaos and disarray in the Super God Academy's training ground, the hearts of the entire Xiong Lian were unified. The key to victory lay in the stability and solidarity of their morale. In an effort to lighten the mood, Su Ming approached the two enormous speakers, turning around with a grin and saying, "Everyone, I have penned a song to share with you. Consider it a means to relax." A song? What could possibly be next? Can our divine leader actually compose music? Just listen and find out. Sukai positioned himself near the colossal speakers, retrieving a microphone and connecting it to the speakers via Bluetooth. Wang Wei rolled her eyes, regretting having taught Sukai the micro-wormhole transfer technique, which he now employed for such trivial pursuits. With the microphone raised, Sukai pointed at Ge Xiaolun and began to sing. "If one day I fall in love with your wife, and if she falls for me too, brother, please do not weep aloud. I shall surely buy her a corn dog." Upon hearing this, Ge Xiaolun, Lu Chuang, and the others were utterly taken aback. It turned out that Sukai was also a bit of a fool. Yet in that moment, they truly became comrades. It seemed, however, that this song was aimed at a particular individual. Aboard the giant canyon, Sukai was in a specialized sunbathing chamber, delving into the realm of advanced technology in this world, particularly in artificial intelligence and exoskeleton armor. To tackle the issue of power, he needed to devise a more potent energy drive. Thus, he borrowed all the data on the Shinha battle armor from Dukao, not requiring the immense defensive capabilities or the algorithms compatible with super soldier genes that it possessed. Instead, he sought the construction and manufacturing methods of the armor's defensive performance. Indeed, Sukai aspired to create an unmanned battle armor that he could control. The pinnacle of energy drive technology in Earth's civilization lay in nuclear reactors. Utilizing his supervision, Sukai observed the nuclear reactions and the flow of plasma, as well as the arrangement of energy matrix transformations. His superbrain was automatically analyzing the physical changes within and deducing a more optimized structure. In the recesses of his mind, a model of a nuclear reactor continuously materializes. He aspires to emulate Iron Man and construct a miniature nuclear reactor to supply energy for his exoskeleton armor. Such advanced technology, though perhaps perceived as rudimentary by civilizations like angels, demons, or the gluttonous, stands as the ultimate weapon given Earth's currently limited resources. The primary function of unmanned battle armor is to engage in aerial combat, a method predominantly employed by the gluttonous legion. Presently, the majority of the military forces of Huaxia are primarily ground-based. The aerial units are incapable of delivering comprehensive firepower, lacking formidable air combat units. Should he succeed in mass-producing battle suits superior to Iron Man's, it would endow Earth with a modicum of interstellar combat capability. Possessing a super intellect, he can rapidly complete the learning and practical application of technologies ranging from the foundational to the cutting edge, thanks to his remarkable cognitive abilities and physical prowess. As Su Kai's strength escalates, the calculations of his super intellect will grow increasingly sophisticated. If he so desires, he could encompass the entirety of the universe's knowledge within his mind. Thus, he would not only possess a body of steel and extraordinary power, but also command all known knowledge of the universe, granting him the capacity to fundamentally alter the cosmos. Chapter 21. Self-made arc reactor in the brightly illuminated laboratory of the Super God Academy. Only Su Kai occupies the space. Utilizing his super intellect, which operates at unprecedented speeds, to simulate a novel nuclear reactor. At this moment, he is engaged in practical application. All knowledge is merely theoretical. True power lies in its application. Currently, Earth's utilization of nuclear fission serves primarily for electricity generation and the development of nuclear weaponry, with a significant portion of energy squandered, failing to harness nuclear energy for daily life and military purposes. Surrounding him are the most sophisticated high-tech devices, assisting Su Kai in recording data, coupled with his super intellect. He becomes an unparalleled supercomputer. His previous lack of research stemmed from insufficient strength and underdeveloped cognitive abilities. With thermal vision activated, he precisely cuts through the meticulously prepared metal materials. Without employing any compression devices, he manipulates the metal shape directly with his hands, utilizing a powerful biophysical field. And with his supervision, he can manufacture the desired metal components with accuracy akin to a humanoid machine. Such an extraordinary ability may well be unique to Su Kai. What he yearns for most is to possess something akin to the powers of Go, Xiaolin, and Lina, who, upon unlocking the anti-void ability, have entirely subverted the law of conservation of energy, enabling direct manipulation of dark energy for material reconstruction, particularly the second-generation Void controller. With its core processing speed reaching 36 frames, can drive material generation through void and anti-void energy, employing the mass energy equation to create matter from energy, achieving the seemingly impossible act of materialization from thin air. Truly, it is extraordinary. Only such a bizarre entity could be conjured by Gu Xiaoluan's galactic power. Others would find it utterly unattainable. Su Kai firmly believed that in the future, once his justice value reached a sufficient threshold, he would procure a super celestial calculator of his own to aid him, for he possessed a system. Closing his eyes, Su Kai incessantly began to compute the frequency of his nuclear reactor, recognizing that pure uranium-238 and thorium-232 could serve as alternative fuel sources. With an exceptionally stable hand, he delicately placed the recently liquefied and cooled thorium crystals into the reactor's framework, which stood at half his height. He employed a biological force field to balance and regulate the magnetic field, constraining its structure to ensure the plasma could operate stably. Boom! A resounding sound echoed. A soft blue glow illuminated the reactor, and the energy data surged dramatically. He realized he had succeeded. The energy produced by the nuclear reactor could reach an astounding 10 billion joules per second, equivalent to double the operational capacity of a single unit of a hydroelectric power station. I have done it. The cold nuclear fusion reactor will mark the dawn of a new era for the entire Earth, exclaimed Su Kai with excitement. Su Kai had successfully created a nuclear fusion reactor, transcending the limitations of high temperature and pressure to achieve cold nuclear fusion without generating excess heat. Most crucially, he had miniaturized the reactor to the size of a trash can, allowing one person to carry it effortlessly. While further miniaturization was possible, it would diminish its power. Thus, this size was just right, akin to a battery for a tricycle. The resources available on Earth could facilitate the mass production of such nuclear reactors. With a single unit capable of sustaining the power supply for an entire city, a remarkable leap forward. Yet, Sukai did not pause in his endeavors. He continued to strike the carbon nanometal, rare fusion metals, and the dark gold materials needed to forge the divine river battle armor upon his workbench. With his hands, he meticulously controlled the fusion process. Dark golden metallic components took shape under his skilled hands, which acted as both hammer and the most formidable hydraulic press. The metals incessantly morphed into form at an astonishing pace, visibly diminishing as they transformed into a multitude of limbs and appendages, intricately embedded with energy conduction wires. With his heat vision activated, he persistently assembled and welded the components under extreme temperatures, ultimately creating a towering steel giant, standing 3 meters tall and weighing 10 tons. Sukai gazed upon his masterpiece with satisfaction, though he lamented the absence of perfect weaponry. He understood that for interstellar combat, the armaments should ideally possess the capability to obliterate divine entities, such as the Godslayer weapon. However, this was merely the initial phase of development, and he believed that it would only grow better and stronger. He integrated the arc reactor into the body of the steel giant, and soon the entire construct began to operate seamlessly. Success. The following day, a figure soared through the skies toward the giant canyon. As Sukai descended upon the titan of the abyss, so too did the towering metallic behemoth. What is this? A steel giant? Good heavens, Kai. What are you up to again? A colossal iron figure? Do you have a penchant for collecting molds? The members of the Xiong Lian gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the dark golden humanoid lump of metal. Sukai offered a slight smile, raising a finger to point at the loudest provocateur, Lu Chuang, and issued his command. Engage him. What had initially appeared to be an inanimate object suddenly sprang to life, its eyes flickering with a crimson glow. An energy sword materialized in its right hand, aimed directly at Lu Chuang, who had only just been expressing his curiosity and jest. Oh no, is this aimed at me? Lu Chuang was caught off guard, bolting away in panic. With a thunderous boom, the steel giant pursued him at supersonic speeds, its eyes locking onto Lu Chuang as it swung the energy sword. Kai, I was wrong. Please stop. Lu Chuang cried out in desperation. Yet, the Godslayer axe in his grasp was not idle. It clashed against the energy sword, fending off the assault. The tremendous force sent Lu Chuang flying several meters before he managed to regain his footing. Upon inspecting himself, he realized he was unscathed. You're just trying to scare me? Take this. Seeing that the steel giant was not as formidable as he had imagined, Lu Chuang's anger flared, and he charged forth with his axe. The clangs of metal echoed as the two engaged in a fierce duel. Sukai, what on earth is this contraption you've created? Asked Reina, her eyes wide with curiosity as she watched Lu Chuang battle the steel giant. Indeed, I call it an unmanned battle armor, Sukai replied with a nod. Come on, Chuangzi, give it your all. You may not be able to best Kai, but you can certainly handle his subordinate. Gu Xiaoluan cheered from the sidelines, reveling in the spectacle. Xiaoluan, how about a one-on-one? Let us see if I can't take you down. Lu Chuang shouted back at Gu Xiaoluan while continuing to fend off the steel giant. The shortcomings of the steel giant were apparent. Despite its speed and strength, its combat capabilities were remarkably rigid. It possessed the power and velocity of a super soldier, yet lacked the agility of Lu Chuang. In essence, it was still lacking in sophistication and required continuous enhancement. Ideally, it would evolve into a robotic entity akin to a sentinel, capable of recognizing an opponent's genetic makeup for flawless combat. The unmanned battle armor had already sustained several strikes from the Godslayer axe, exposing numerous mechanical circuits. Enough! Lu Chuang, Sukai commanded, seeing the damage inflicted. If this continued, his creation would be rendered inoperable. All right, no more fighting. Lu Chuang quickly sheathed his axe, casting a triumphant glance at Gu Xiaoluan and the others, who all gave him a thumbs up in admiration. With a single wave of his hand, Sukai summoned the damaged steel giant back to him, having mastered the technique of micro-wormhole transportation to perfection. Aside from the inability to arbitrarily transport formidable super-gene warriors, even inanimate objects such as the Titan-class vessel could, given sufficient time, be relocated. Rina, where is Duke Ao? Sukai inquired, for he had come in search of Duke Ao urging him to dedicate all efforts towards the development of the arc reactor, which would serve not only military purposes but also civilian applications. Chapter 22. The Onslaught of the Gluttonous Beast, a direct confrontation with the planet destroyer, the Titan-class vessel. Duke Ao was meticulously examining the arc reactor devised by Sukai. He had just witnessed the combat capabilities of the Steelman, which possessed the strength and speed of a first-generation super soldier. The true essence lay in the arc reactor before him. "Sukai, is this your creation?" Duke Ao inquired, excitement evident in his voice. "Indeed," Sukai replied, withholding the fact that he had achieved this in merely one night, pondering whether this would deter the extraterrestrial beings. "Impressive indeed, although it still reflects the attributes of pre-nuclear civilization and lacks a comprehensive intelligent control system. It stands robust against any advanced technology available. It is quite suitable for the resource utilization of our current Earth." Duke Ao discerned Sukai's intentions with clarity. "You aim for mass production, do you not? Once fully produced, this technology could significantly enhance both civilian and military capabilities. Having a legion of intelligent, death-defying steel warriors would be an invaluable asset for interstellar combat." "Certainly, I can submit this to the nation," Sukai stated nonchalantly. "To benefit humanity is a noble pursuit. Our foremost duty now is to safeguard the Earth." "Haha, splendid. Having a genius like you in Huaxia is a blessing for our nation." A leader from Huaxia had also arrived at the command center. "Welcome, Elder Huang." Duke Ao greeted him with a military salute. "Ah, so you're Sukai, our future guardian of Earth. The nation and all of Huaxia shall support you." Elder Huang approached Sukai, offering a smile and a nod. Sukai reciprocated with a nod of his own. With the approval of Duke Ao and the Huaxia leadership, the arc reactor was set to commence mass production. As for the enhancements and weaponry of the Steelman, that responsibility lay with the research personnel. In his leisure, Sukai soared into outer space once more and entered a specialized cosmic bathing chamber. Stripped of his garments, he reclined on a lounge chair, absorbing the myriad technological insights of the North Star civilization. He continuously assimilated knowledge from the Denner star system, yet he sensed that this information was not the most pivotal. The multitude of divine river genes required vast resources for manifestation. The North Star civilization had relentlessly invaded others in pursuit of greater resources. Their objective was solely resource acquisition. Just as the gluttonous legion descended upon Earth, it was to enable Carl to further study death. War, at its core, revolves around resources. Beep, beep, beep. A series of explosions resonated through the air. All satellites in space have been obliterated. The voracious beasts have arrived. This group did not directly invade Earth. Instead, they stationed their forces at the edge of the sun, dispatching a select elite unit to lurk just beyond the Earth's atmosphere. They swiftly neutralized satellites spanning low, medium, and high orbits, effectively severing Earth's vital communication channels. Fortunately, the superpower of Huaxia had anticipated such an event and, under the meticulous preparations made in advance, minimized the damage incurred. At this juncture, Sukai had already caught the attention of the voracious beasts. As they approached Earth and annihilated the satellites, Sukai confronted them directly. To divert the majority of their forces, he stood alone in the vastness of space against a fleet of energy-crossed ships. Inside the command room of the voracious army, there was astonishment at the resilience of this entity that could withstand their naval assaults. "Leader, why not employ the Godslayer weapon?" one suggested. "Our master has commanded us to face the Earth's stellar limits, but that does not preclude us from utilizing it in outer space." At this moment, Sukai had already destroyed numerous voracious warships, albeit mostly small triangular vessels. His justice points were soaring. Eliminating a common voracious soldier granted him 100 justice points, while demolishing a small airship yielded 1,000 points, and annihilating a small warship awarded him a staggering 10,000 points. Sukai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The voracious beasts were effectively bestowing him with justice points. The alluring array of Godslayer weapons and various advanced technologies in the Justice Point store enticed his purchasing desires. Without their contributions to his score, how could he swiftly acquire these coveted items? Sukai had longed to possess a Godslayer weapon capable of effortlessly penetrating the fourth-generation divine body. Lu Chuang's great axe was indeed such a weapon. Crafted from dark alloy, Lu Chuang's Godslayer axe had enhanced damage against super genes, which, to Sukai's understanding, translated to true damage. Its formidable nature lay in Lu Chuang's ability to infuse his super gene's Godslayer power into the axe, causing an explosive effect upon contact with the enemy, thereby obliterating their super genes. In his leisure, Su Kai had personally tested the sharpness of the Godslayer axe. Without Lu Chuang infusing it with super genes, he had effortlessly sliced through his own steel-like physique. Alas, to forge such a weapon, one would require an immense amount of resources, far exceeding the total yield of dozens of Earth's resources. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of Godslayer weapons. Each formidable warrior is typically equipped with a super divine weapon. For instance, the Judgment Angel of St. Kaisa, Morgana's Demon Claw, and Karl's Void Engine are among the known universe's most powerful arms. Although Su Kai could rely on his fists to remain invincible, wielding an explosive weapon would undoubtedly enhance his prowess. Before the colossal battleship loomed, it seemed to be gathering energy, and Su Kai sensed that the adversary was preparing to unleash a formidable assault. Could it be a divine-slaying weapon? In an instant, his enhanced vision activated, and a powerful laser cannon charged directly toward him. The velocity was astonishing. Despite his remarkable speed, evasion was futile. A blinding white light cleaved through the solar system. The sheer force of the blast instantaneously melted the divine armor on Su Kai's chest. The immense energy breached his biological force field, striking his corporeal form and searing his flesh. He was propelled from the depths of outer space toward Earth. On Earth, the heroic brigade was organizing a counterattack. Suddenly, they noticed a dazzling laser in the sky, with a figure plummeting from the outer atmosphere. Reina, are you still there? Su Kai, struck by the laser cannon in space, was descending toward Tiana City. Dukeo's voice crackled over the communicator. What? The god of war has been hit. How is that possible? He is so powerful. Captain, Reina has also gone offline. How are we supposed to fight this battle? It's deadly. The communications within the heroic brigade descended into chaos. The assault had not only targeted Su Kai, but also Reina. The monstrous entity had aimed at the radiant Reina, launching a surprise attack that caught the brigade off guard, employing a divine-slaying weapon to ambush her, resulting in her being incapacitated. At that moment, Su Kai, crashing on the ground, felt as if he had been charred. In the massive crater, a finger twitched. The earth trembled violently, and then Su Kai's body gradually ascended, his eyes fluttering open. Damn it, that was exhilarating. A planet-destroying cannon? Am I being treated as a celestial body to be annihilated? Su Kai seethed with anger. He tore away the remnants of his damaged divine armor, revealing his well-defined muscular physique. The cannon's assault had utterly obliterated his divine armor. Although the weapon had inflicted injuries upon him, thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities, he swiftly recovered. While the cannon had wounded him, Su Kai's ironclad body absorbed and immunized against the majority of the energy, ultimately fortifying him further. Chapter 23. The Endless Blade of the Divine-Slaying Weapon Within Tiana City. Cries of despair echoed throughout the air. Although the military had initiated evacuations early on, it was insufficient to clear the area entirely. The defensive firepower on Earth was inadequate to withstand the ambush from the vanguard of the terrors. At this moment, Reina was impaled by a divine-slaying weapon that pierced through her chest, her hands gripping it tightly. Oh my God, big sister, are you all right? Lu Chuang hurriedly located the fallen Reina, who was resolutely extracting the Godslayer weapon embedded in her abdomen. Astonished, Lu Chuang nearly uttered a curse. Heavens, truly remarkable. She remains unscathed despite being pierced. Goodness, she just dealt me a staggering blow. With determination, Reina yanked the Godslayer free and cast it aside, her expression dismissive. Are you all right, my lady? The god of war was recently struck by a powerful laser, having been shot down from outer space. I wonder if he is still in one piece. Lu Chuang intended to assist the somewhat weakened Reina, but she waved him off, standing tall. Fear not. He is tougher than I am. He will survive. You, Lu Chuang, return to your position. Understood. Reina surveyed the sky, locating a towering building before leaping upward. Captain Reina was now operational. Yao has been directing admirably. Let us maintain that momentum. It is time for our counterattack. Is Zhao Xin still alive? You are swift. Check if Su Kai is still with us. We require his aerial support. Everyone, secure your positions. Observing the advantageous position of the Taisian Legion in the sky, Reina knew they would inevitably launch another Godslayer assault, prompting her to issue the combat orders. Gu Xiaolun, Captain Reyna, I see you have not perished. Rest assured, my energy is ample. I cannot be defeated, Reyna replied. Zhao Xian, Captain, I'm still here. I see you are a mere inflatable doll. But it seems the god of war has fared worse. He was struck down by a laser from space. Reyna quipped, an inflatable doll, undoubtedly of the finest quality. Would you care for a hug? Sukai, isn't he quite resilient? If I, the goddess, remain unscathed, he shall surely endure. Silence fell among the group, each indicating they were still alive. Sun Wukong, overhearing the communications from the dark side, rested a hand on his forehead. Why must such individuals command our battles? Meanwhile, in a park within Tiana City, a deep pit several meters in depth lay surrounded by charred earth, where a figure began to float slowly upwards. Sukai, having been struck down by the annihilation cannon, was absorbing the energy of sunlight to restore his capabilities. After assessing his strength, he noted with amusement that he felt nearly twice as powerful as he did when initially struck. Perhaps before each battle, I should take a cannon fire to bolster my strength, Sukai jested. He retrieved a stylish outfit from the wormhole and changed into it. System, open the system panel. Justice System Host, Sukai Gene, Kryptonian Gene, Silver Superman Infinite Growth Version, Race, Human Physique, Steel Body Strength, 800-ton Speed, 800 meters per second abilities, Super Strength, Super Speed, Super Defense, Super Stamina, Super Senses including X-ray vision, enhanced hearing, heightened olfactory perception, energy manipulation, etc., biological stance, flight, super acceleration, etc. Micro wormhole, transport technology, justice value. 132, 400 justice shop. Indeed, both strength and speed have doubled, and the system's data is remarkably precise. Opening the justice shop, Sukai is instantly drawn into a virtual space. In this vast expanse, various items are available, primarily categorized into genes, super abilities, weapons, and special items. With a mere thought, Sukai shifts his focus to the weapons category. The virtual scene transforms once more. An overwhelming array of weapons appears before him. With such an abundance of justice value, he must acquire a weapon suited to his prowess. System, recommend a suitable divine weapon for me to purchase. The system's weapon database continuously updates. Ultimately, 2 weapons catch his attention, one golden and one blood red. Endless Blade, an item from League of Legends, possessing formidable attack power, with a chance of inflicting double damage upon striking an enemy. It boasts interdimensional combat capabilities, can trigger anti-dark matter energy explosions, and can slice through 4th-generation divine bodies, slowing their healing process. Weighing 15 tons, it includes an automatic retrieval function. Price, 120,000 justice value. Bloodthirsty Sword, another item from League of Legends, granting the wielder immense attack power, genetic energy, and life-stealing abilities. It also has interdimensional combat capabilities, can provoke anti-dark matter energy absorption, and can cut through 4th-generation divine bodies. Weighing 10 tons, it features an automatic retrieval function. Price, 100,000 justice value. System, I shall purchase the Endless Blade. Ding, 120,000 justice value deducted. Acquired Endless Blade. A colossal golden sword materializes in the void. Sukai grasps it with one hand, swinging it effortlessly, as if he could cleave the very fabric of space itself. The Endless Blade aligns perfectly with Sukai's abilities. With his super stamina and healing, he harbors no concerns about recovering health or energy. Its output potential is superior, particularly with the double damage feature. His speed translates to a higher critical hit rate, making it an impeccable fit for him. Notably, Sukai realizes that while these weapons from League of Legends possess formidable divine-slaying power, they lack the agility and might of weapons wielded by figures like Kaisa and Morgana. Truly, they are inferior goods, but they will suffice. Let the battle commence. Above Tiana City, Chung Yaowen is directing the fight. Bang! A bullet pierces through the air. Oh no, Chung Yaowen has been hit. Alas, Chung Yaowen has fallen in the mid lane. A call for assistance, a plea for aid. What has transpired? Reyna hastily sought refuge in a concealed location, fearful of encountering the onslaught of the Godslayer weapon once more. Indeed, a sniper from the opposing side. Qilin, wielding her sniper rifle equipped with a powerful scope, endeavored to discern the circumstances of the recent events. Conceal! Conceal! Reyna shouted urgently. Rose vanished from the ground. instantaneously appearing aboard the helicopter to assess Chung Yaowen's condition. Yaowen. He had been struck in the head and required immediate medical attention. It was the Godslayer round. Rose reported Chung Yaowen's state via communication, cradling him before vanishing from the helicopter. Reina remarked, "Once again, it is the Godslayer weapon." Gu Xiaolun, bewildered, inquired, "What is this Godslayer weapon?" Lu Chuang explained, "It's quite simple. It resembles the axe in my hand, rumored to cleave through deities with ferocity. Thus, I became known as Axe Brother. This is the Godslayer weapon, capable of penetrating even the iron physique of the god of war. Everyone be vigilant. The enemy possesses the Godslayer weapon. In this era, where warriors ascend to divinity, nuclear weaponry proves ineffective. We require specialized weaponry capable of dismantling supergenes, namely the Godslayer weapon. The bullets in Qilin's possession are Godslayer rounds." As Reina elucidated to the inexperienced team, she remained vigilant of the enemy's movements. Suddenly, a blinding laser cannon locked onto her concealed position. Zing! The laser cannon shot forth, aimed directly at Reina. "Sister, Captain, be cautious." Without flinching, Reina steadied herself, wielding her shield to block the formidable laser blast. Such power! Is this the essence of divinity? The soldiers of the Xiong Bing Lian beheld Reina, who shielded herself from the barrage of attacks. "This is the Sun's decree. This embodies military might," Reina proclaimed, raising her shield in defiance. Yet, the laser cannon ceased for but a moment. Boom, boom, boom. Additional powerful energy blasts surged forth, already injured and having expended considerable energy to recuperate. Reina could no longer withstand the onslaught of the laser cannon. Her body was flung backward by the force of the energy blasts. Full force assault on the crimson-robed captain. An all-out extermination. The commander's voice resonated throughout the ranks of the Qiao Qiao vanguard. A multitude of Qiao Qiao warriors charged recklessly towards Reina. In that instant, Sun Wukong arrived at Reina's side, discerning that she was merely fatigued and not gravely harmed. After a brief glance at her, he exerted his legs and soared into the sky, confronting the main force of the Qiao Qiao troops, instantly creating numerous clones. "Ah, taste my staff." In the skies, a multitude of Sun Wukong figures engaged in battle with the Qiao Qiao warriors, causing them to plummet to the ground as if they were dumplings falling into boiling water. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of Sun Wukong, one man capable of contending with an army. In the midst of an exhilarating team battle, Reina, caught in a moment of surprise, found herself under fire once more, sustaining injuries that left her with a ringing in her ears. Although these energy blasts failed to breach her divine form, they nonetheless inflicted varying degrees of harm. A voracious warrior, breaking through Sun Wukong's defensive line, raised his weapon triumphantly and struck Reina twice, rendering her utterly incapable of resistance. "Xiaolun, hurry. Come and lend me a hand. My wounds are still in the process of healing." Reina cried, raising her hand and gazing into the distance at Gu Xiaolun flying toward her. The voracious warrior offered her no respite, thrusting a blood-red long sword in her direction. It was over, but just as the voracious warrior poised to end Reina's life, he was unexpectedly cleaved in two by a magnificent golden greatsword. Su Kai's handsome visage appeared before the despairing Reina, a smile gracing his lips. "My goddess, you seem to be in quite a predicament. Would you like me to apply some healing potion?" Chapter 24. Breaking through with strength against dark technology, Su Kai descended like a deity, his towering figure drawing Reina's gaze. It turned out that this lad could indeed be quite dashing at times. He extended his hand, lifting the weakened Reina from the ground. "No need for the healing potion. Just grant this goddess a moment to recuperate." An ember of anger flickered in Reina's eyes. She longed to unleash a solar flare and obliterate the wretches before her. "Just a moment ago, I was struck by their firepower. Leave them to me." Su Kai slowly turned, his gaze icy as he focused on the flagship of the voracious vanguard hovering in the sky. With his divine river battle armor damaged and his communications severed from the other warriors of the heroic legion, he was left to rely solely on his superhuman hearing to gather information. "Reina, inform the other members of the heroic legion to draw their fire while I deal with that flagship. I will assist you in breaking through the battleship's energy shield. With your speed combined with a micro-wormhole jump, you should be able to penetrate the energy barrier." Reina began to raise her hand, preparing to gather energy to aid Su Kai. Su Kai shook his head, raising his longsword. He intended to test the might of the endless blade. Are you serious? You plan to cut through the energy shield with that sword? Reina exclaimed in astonishment. Is it not possible? Sukai countered. There might be alternative methods to dismantle this battleship. For instance, by harnessing Reina's concentrated power to create a breach in the shield, and then allowing Rose to utilize a micro-wormhole jump to penetrate the shield, they could subsequently target the flagship with the energy strike from the Titan. This would undoubtedly annihilate the voracious battleship. However, this was not the outcome Sukai desired. He aimed to reap more justice points, and thus needed to personally vanquish this flagship. After all, it was a principal warship, guaranteed to yield a significant amount of justice points. Boom! In an instant, Sukai broke through the sonic haze, engaging in fierce combat. Any thaumaturgy airship obstructing his flight path was cleaved asunder by his blade. One man, one sword, aimed directly at the main battleship of the thaumaturgy fleet. What is this? Could he be a sword immortal from Earth's novels? Captain, it appears to be that boy who was recently struck by the annihilation cannon in outer space. What? How is he still alive? There is no need for excessive concern. We possess a photon energy shield, impervious even to Earth's nuclear weapons. Focus all fire on the boy with the sword. Eliminate him. After the command was relayed from the thaumaturgy command room, the thaumaturgy warriors, who were previously besieging Sun Wukong and Reina, redirected their weapons towards Sukai, charging at him with lethal intent. A tempest of bullets surged towards Sukai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Grasping the blade of Endless, Sukai paid no heed to the onslaught of the thaumaturgy warriors, their attacks failing to breach his defenses. His eyes glowed crimson, emitting a searing gaze. Zing! The immense heat energy struck the shield, concentrating at a singular point as his super brain analyzed the photon energy shield. To his astonishment, the energy of this light shield was formidable, maintaining an astonishing 10 trillion energy units per second. If he could harness the blade of Endless with ultimate speed and concentrate all his strength into a single strike, he might pierce the shield and create a breach, allowing him to forcibly enter within. This method could work. Countless bullets and shells bombarded Sukai. Most of the damage was absorbed by his biological force field, though several projectiles did strike him. Aside from tearing his clothing, Sukai, with his steel-like physique, felt as if it were mere scratches. He only needed to evade the god-slaying bullets, and the kinetic energy absorbed further augmented his strength. Everyone, heed my command. Divert fire towards Sukai to enable him to breach the photon energy shield. Reina instructed the elite warriors of the Heroic Brigade through a secure channel. The warriors of the Heroic Brigade gazed skyward, witnessing Sukai single-handedly enduring the entirety of the thaumaturgy army's assault. Incredible. Zhao Xian, without a hint of hesitation, launched himself into the air, colliding with a triangular airship, shattering both himself and the vessel, plummeting into the sea below. Xian, you're magnificent, Lu Chuang exclaimed, launching a special hook from his axe into another airship, propelling himself skyward. Like a swing, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the thaumaturgy warriors. Observing this, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Focus on that main battleship. Leave these fiends to me. Sukai nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a distinct gunshot echoed, piercing his acute hearing. Through enhanced vision, he spotted a god-slaying bullet approaching. Initially, he believed it was aimed at him, but its trajectory veered toward a distant skyscraper. The target was Qilin. Danger! Sukai wielded the god-slaying blade of Infinite Edge, deftly maneuvering left and right, claiming the airships of the gluttonous legion and the lives of its warriors. The system incessantly chimed with notifications. Judgment of Justice. Gained 100 justice points. Judgment of Justice. Gained 1,000 justice points. System, disable notifications. Ding, notifications disabled. Just as Qilin was about to be struck by a god-slaying bullet, she fired a shot. Bang! It dawned on Sukai that Qilin had intentionally feigned vulnerability, aiming to bait the enemy sniper into revealing their position, willing to trade her life for his. Qilin faced the peril with serene composure. As the bullet neared her head, a figure interposed itself before her. Sizzle. The sound of the bullet piercing flesh echoed. Before Qilin stood a strikingly handsome visage. Next time, do not employ such tactics. Your life is far more precious than this horde of gluttons. Sukai's voice broke through her daze. You, cover for me. My injury must remain a secret from others. With a smile, Sukai extracted the god-slaying bullet embedded in his back. Damn it, my strength is still insufficient. My iron body couldn't withstand the god-slaying bullet. Activating his thermal vision, he obliterated the blood above. He refused to allow any of his biological cells to fall into the hands of another. Qilin gazed at Sukai, captivated by his powerful physique. In that moment, he was her hero. Take care of yourself. I must confront that behemoth. Sukai turned his gaze towards the cross-shaped battleship in the sky. The previously compromised wound on his back had long since healed, leaving no trace of scar. As if nothing had transpired, the god-slaying weapon targeted super genes, yet it fell outside the realm of Sukai's superhuman genetics, unable to disrupt his extraordinary lineage. Break! Sukai soared into the air, surpassing a speed of 40 times the speed of sound, the blade of infinite edge gleaming like a drawn sword. Stop him, commanded the gluttonous Legion Command Center. A swarm of gluttonous warriors launched a frenzied assault on Sukai. With a fierce expression, he declared, "Give way. Pierce." Boom! The tremendous impact instantly created a substantial breach in the energy shield. Thud! Sukai vanished into the sky, cleaving through the battleship's defenses and entering its interior. A colossal shockwave rippled across the skies of Tianhe City, the immense energy fluctuations leaving the entire Vanguard company in stunned silence. What spectacle! Et bim zao xin. His mouth agape. By heavens, Kai is deliberately wielding that blade. Incredible. Lena was equally astonished by the scene before her. This was true valor, breaking through high technology with sheer might, overcoming dark technological advancements through strength. Within the confines of the battleship, the cacophony of clashing weaponry reverberated. Predominantly, however, the air was filled with the harrowing cries of the vanquished. The sound of swords clashing was attributed to Sukai, while the wails belonged to the warriors of the Taotai. Sukai had embarked on a relentless rampage, single-handedly annihilating his foes. The Taotai Legion's warriors, contrary to expectations, were not particularly formidable and lacked the ability to wield dark energy. Sukai's physical assaults proved to be the most effective means of extermination. Who dares to obstruct him? Are these the so-called super warriors of the Super God Academy? The commander of the Vanguard, his grotesque visage contorted with terror, was utterly unprepared for such raw, brute force capable of shattering energy shields. Song Ying, flee at once. All Taotai warriors, retreat from Earth. The commander, the Great Wolf, stationed at the Taotai Legion's command center in outer space, issued the order for withdrawal. They had not anticipated that Earth had birthed such a super warrior, whose prowess rivaled that of the third-generation divine bodies. Chapter 25. Love seems to have arrived above the city of Tianhe. The Taoyes Cross battleship moved sluggishly towards the Super God Academy, akin to a snail. A closer inspection would reveal a lone figure beneath, effortlessly hoisting the colossal ship, clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, much like the Hulk's, impervious to damage. At this moment, Sukai yearned to discard the burdensome vessel overhead, as he found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament, unable to decide whether to release the ship or maintain his grip. "Captain, look, it's Sukai," he asked, lifting the Taotai battleship. Qilin, peering through the scope of her sniper rifle, spotted Sukai in the sky and immediately reported to Reina. Reina, discerning the scene, observed Sukai's struggle and noted an unusual pallor upon his face. "Oh, so he doesn't fancy wearing clothes?" she quipped. "Quick, assist Sukai. That flagship is far too heavy for him." It seems he is on the verge of faltering. With a jest, Reina was the first to soar into the air, followed closely by Rose, Ge Xiaoluan, and Sun Wukong, all possessing the ability to fly, as they joined Sukai in supporting the gargantuan vessel. "Finally, you've arrived. I can't hold on much longer," Sukai exclaimed as he relinquished his grip on the battleship, allowing it to plummet freely, eager to escape the scene. Sukai possessed a biological force field, a magnetic field that enabled him to interact with his surroundings in a unique manner, effortlessly lifting heavy objects without strain. This biological force field served not only as a source of strength but also as a protective mechanism. It enveloped Sukai, safeguarding his attire, hairstyle, and any entities in contact with him, bestowing an invisible shield. Far from being incapable of lifting the battleship, Sukai feigned defeat, his blood surging with adrenaline as he ruthlessly dispatched all Taotai warriors within, exhilarated by the prospect of hoisting the intact cross battleship back to the Super God Academy, momentarily forgetting that he was clad in naught but his underwear. A figure stepped forth to intercept the fleeing Sukai. The individual approaching was indeed Qilin. Upon seeing Sukai clad only in his underwear, her face flushed crimson. Observing her reaction, Sukai thought to himself, damn, I must feign unconsciousness, reminiscent of the Emperor's new clothes. If I remain unfazed, then the awkwardness lies with others. I absolutely cannot flee from this place in their presence. Qilin, please escort Sukai home. We shall devise a means to retrieve his belongings, suggested Reina, unabashedly scrutinizing Sukai's impeccably sculpted physique. Now this is a true man. Oh, very well, Captain, Qilin replied. Her divine battle armor was equipped with a fleeting ability to fly, albeit for only a short distance. Rose, could you perhaps avert your gaze? I assure you, I possess similar attributes, remarked Xiaolin, noticing that Rose was also fixated on Sukai's impressive muscles, feeling a tinge of jealousy. What? I'm not staring. I'm merely assessing if he is injured. Rose feigned calmness. Gu Xiaolin felt disheartened, thinking, this is infuriating, even in the nude. I seem to pale in comparison. No way, I must return to training my abs. Who says women are not attracted to men? Meanwhile, Sukai's super intellect was fervently brainstorming ways to evade this awkward situation. Moments ago, it had urged him to vanquish all the gluttons, as they all represented justice points. However, the battle had been so intense that even with a biological force field for protection, it had failed to safeguard his clothing, leaving him clad only in his underwear. Feigning exhaustion, how fortuitous that Qilin had intercepted him at just the right moment. To avoid being taken back to the medical station, where he would confront an even larger crowd, Sukai opened his eyes and said, Qilin, could you find me a change of clothes? You're awake. Are you all right? Why did you have to show off? We could have helped you, Qilin expressed, clearly concerned for Sukai's well-being, utterly oblivious to his embarrassment. Sukai was vital, not merely for having saved her, but for the entire Earth that needed such a formidable warrior. Please, do not take me to the medical station. Take me home instead. My home has an energy concentrator that can help me recover swiftly. Sukai fabricated a benevolent lie, all to prevent more people from witnessing his nearly naked state. Such a loss of dignity for a superhero. Qilin, unable to meet Sukai's gaze, blushed deeply as she said, just point the way, and I shall fly you home. Guided by Sukai, they navigated the awkward yet intimate atmosphere, finally returning to his residence. Internally, Sukai found himself relishing the sensation of being embraced by a beautiful woman. Fortunately, his home had remained unscathed by the ravages of war, still standing intact. However, his parents were absent, likely having sought refuge in an underground bunker. Sukai, now that you are safe, I shall return to assist them. If any matters arise, feel free to contact me. Qilin, clutching her sniper rifle, appeared adorably innocent, her gaze occasionally stealing glances at Sukai's physique. All right. With that exclamation, Sukai swiftly transformed into a dapper suit. Qilin was momentarily dazzled, witnessing Sukai clad in formal attire. She thought to herself, what a pity I didn't take a closer look earlier. Sukai is rather handsome, especially when. Well, I shall take my leave, Qilin shyly declared, before soaring away from Sukai's residence. Sukai watched her depart, a distinctive smile gracing his features. Once he regained his composure, he lamented, clutching his head, oh, brilliant mind, what were you thinking? You nearly had me lose my trousers in all this excitement. I swear, I must prepare several outfits made of special materials for future encounters. This battle between Earth and the tasty Devourer Vanguard marks the commencement of the galactic interstellar war. The celestial conflict of the universe has truly begun. The Devourer Legion, leveraging technology that surpasses Earth's capabilities, has nearly obliterated the command systems of most powerful nations, save for Huaxia, with a mere vanguard unit. Notably, the ruthless coalition of the United States faced near annihilation. The Supreme Command Center of Huaxia was analyzing the recent confrontation. Damn it, that was a splendid fight. This time, let those extraterrestrials understand that Huaxia is not to be trifled with. What a thrill! What a thrill! Ha ha ha! Hey, General Deng, while your excitement is palpable, please refrain from showering me with your saliva. My face is drenched in it. What is wrong? Is that not permissible? We triumphed in battle, and I am elated. If you disagree, come forth and let me hear your complaints. The two seasoned generals exchanged playful banter, their camaraderie evident in their joviality. At that moment, Dukeo, interjected, esteemed leaders and generals, while we have achieved a measure of victory. We have expended a substantial amount of weaponry, particularly anti-air cruise missiles and tactical cluster munitions. Our ground combat forces and air defense equipment suffered extensive damage. Had it not been for the restraint provided by the Xiongbian, our losses might have been even greater. Seated nearby, the elderly Huang, though not a direct combatant, possessed remarkable strategic insight. Everyone, the success in overcoming the vanguard of the Devourer Legion is largely attributable to Sukai and the valiant warriors of the Xiongbian. Particularly noteworthy is the miniature nuclear reactor that Sukai submitted. Our research and military factories are diligently working to replicate it. If we can adhere to Sukai's vision of pushing the conflict beyond Earth's confines, averting further impact on our planet, it would be the most prudent course of action. Huang spoke slowly, his gaze shifting towards Dikao, acknowledging that matters of technological advancement should remain in the hands of the extraterrestrial entities. Alas, it is regrettable that such progress in civilization could lead our forces to engage in true outer space combat. If we could achieve that, we would have reached a level of spacefaring civilization, enabling us to contend with the River Styx civilization. However, given the current resources of Earth, it is simply not feasible to engage in space warfare, Dukao remarked, shaking his head. It is not that the technology left behind by the Danu civilization is inadequate. Rather, it is far too advanced, and Earth's resources cannot produce the weapons they possess. What you mean is that even if we acquire the technology for unmanned battle armor, we still lack the conditions to engage in space combat. Huang Lao pondered, recognizing the crux of the issue. As you all have seen, the true power capable of directing a war is held by a supreme deity like Sukai, whose formidable strength can determine the fate of civilization. Perhaps the best course of action at this moment is to fully develop Sukai and the capabilities of the super soldiers from the Xiongbian. Dukao acknowledged Sukai, noting that his growth diverges significantly from that of other civilizations' deities. Any deity from another civilization requires substantial resources to enhance their power. Having lived for thousands of years and witnessed numerous gods, he recognized Sukai as a unique exception, needing little in the way of resources to attain great strength. Just a touch of sunlight, a bit of water, and some nourishment would suffice. With a few grand plans laid out by the leaders, he could thrive. It is that simple to cultivate a god like Sukai. Understanding this, Huang Lao spoke up. If that is the case, I propose we elevate Sukai's military rank, treating him specially during these extraordinary times, appointing him as a colonel, allowing him to recruit and assemble a new interstellar combat regiment. I concur. I agree as well. All the generals present at the command center unanimously supported the establishment of a new combat regiment under Sukai's leadership to confront the impending interstellar warfare. Chapter 26, Foster Father. Except as have you heard? What great news could it be? Are aliens coming again? Of course not. It concerns the hero who defeated the alien mothership. His physique is simply remarkable. What? You have a photo? Indeed. I happened to be hiding underneath a vehicle and managed to capture it. Show me. Somehow. Sukai's picture-clad in swim trunks adorned the entire Tiana city. He is the god of Kai. After changing his clothes yesterday, Sukai immediately went to check on his parents, and, upon confirming their safety, felt a sense of relief and returned home to recuperate. The following day, ding-dong, ding-dong. Having resolved the onslaught of the Tao Tai, Sukai was aware that the main forces of Tao Tai had recklessly launched an attack, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Hearing the doorbell ring, he lazily rose, using his supervision to see through the wall and discover it was Reina, Xiaoluan, and others. How long have I been sleeping? Sukai shook his head and prepared to get up to open the door. Outside, he could hear the excited voices of Lu Chuang and Zhao Xian. God of Kai, hurry and open the door. Yes, if you don't open it soon, we'll just climb in. Zhao Xian and Lu Chuang were exceedingly enthusiastic, holding flowers in their hands. Hey, you too, keep it down. He might have ascended, Gu Xiaoluan remarked with a hint of irritation. Xiaoluan, be magnanimous. After all, Kai doesn't fancy Rose, Zhao Xian retorted, just as a flying dagger appeared at his throat. Who says he cannot like me? Am I not beautiful? Rose replied coldly. Of course, beautiful, truly beautiful, Zhao Xian quickly conceded. Qilin tightened her grip, sensing that there were indeed quite a few admirers of Sukai. Even her close friend, Rui Mengmeng, held a profound admiration for him. Is Sukai still alive? Your goddess, Reina, has come to see you and bring you some sunshine. Reina sensed Su Kai's life signature. With a slow creak, the door opened. Have you all found time to visit me? Su Kai said lazily. Thud, thud. Two sounds of kneeling echoed. Father, father, please accept us. Lu Chuang and Zhao Xian knelt, holding flowers aloft in adoration. Su Kai, Reina, Qilin, rose, smiley face. Gu Xiaolun pointed at the two. You both didn't even invite me. Is this necessary? What are you doing? Can you at least get up? I do not accept sons. A son only stabs the father. Lu Chuang insisted. Kai, please accept me. Yes, father, accept us, and we shall serve you faithfully. Gu Xiaolun chimed in. You too. Is this really necessary for clinging to someone? You don't understand, Xiaolun. My Kai is not only powerful, but also holds the position of team leader and is set to form an interstellar combat group. We must join. Lu Chuang protested vehemently. Farewell to mediocrity. This is our chance. Indeed, I bow to no one but my father, Zhao Xian declared, pounding his chest. All right, you two, stop causing a ruckus. Su Kai, do you not plan to invite us in? Reina kicked each of them, feeling her dignity as captains slipping away. Zhao Xian and Lu Chuang chuckled, entirely unconcerned with the so-called awkwardness. Please come in. My parents are not home, so feel free to take a seat. What does the position of team leader entail? Su Kai inquired, perplexed. This matter is quite straightforward. The highest command center unanimously agreed to elevate your status to team leader with the rank of colonel. After serving for years, I have only attained the rank of sergeant, Rose explained from the side. Su Kai glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing that after yesterday's battle, he had slept the entire day. Could this be too hasty? Su Kai pondered with some doubt. Su Kai, I am uncertain about the purpose of this group leader, yet there is something I must convey to you. I, Reina, the supreme deity of the radiant sunstar, wish to emphasize the immense resources and time required to give birth to a god such as myself. However, you are distinct, without depleting the Earth's resources excessively. You have already attained godlike prowess. Your strength was unequivocally demonstrated in the Battle of Tianhe City, affirming your capability to represent Earth in negotiations with other civilizations. To put it succinctly, by the decree of our radiant sun star, you are the supreme deity of Earth, and it is you who should wield authority over the entire planet. Reina elucidated Su Kai's significance, noting that the emergence of a deity from a planet is no trivial matter, especially for a civilization like Earth, which is still in its nascent stages. For instance, the power of Galaxia, Gu Xiaolun, does not genuinely belong to Earth. His genes stem from the ancient God River civilization, developed in conjunction with the angels. After hearing Reina's explanation, Su Kai exhibited no ambition for dominance over Earth or any galactic civilization. This matter, I believe I must decline, he responded unexpectedly. Why? Do you not wish to protect Earth? Asked Qiangwei, intrigued. I have my own methods, Su Kai replied, resolute in his desire for freedom, understanding that the future of Earth still relies on Gu Xiaolun, Lu Chuang, and others for its guardianship. He aims to confront even greater adversaries, a concept beyond their comprehension at present. In truth, if you were to become the leader, you would possess influence, and the scientific advancements you once proposed to my father could become a reality. Qiangwei hoped Su Kai would assume a role within this unique group, vowing to join his faction at the first opportunity. Let's discuss this further when I meet with the higher authorities. It seems that not everyone has arrived today, Su Kai remarked, surveying the room and noticing several members of the Xiongbing Lian were absent. Cheng Yaowen is injured and still incapacitated. Ru Mingming and Wu Ji, affected by the last setback, are striving to become stronger through training, hence their absence, Reina explained lazily, reclining on the sofa. Lord Kai, accept us. Father, look, I've even bought the same underwear as yours in your honor, Lu Chuang exclaimed, growing increasingly animated as he removed his trousers. Hey, what are you doing? You old pervert. Gu Xiaolun rushed to ensure Lu Chuang donned his pants again. Su Kai furrowed his brow. Despite the apparent unreliability of these individuals, they would not fabricate absurdities. What is this about the same underwear? He awkwardly inquired of Gu Xiaolun. Actually this is... Gu Xiaolun began to explain, but Su Kai interrupted him. No need for explanations. I believe I understand now. Through his extraordinary vision, he beheld a massive display on the television building, broadcasting a looping image of him clad in nothing but a pair of briefs, triumphantly raising the gluttonous cross battleship. Good heavens! My lifelong reputation is utterly ruined. Kai, do you realize? Your underwear has long since sold out. I had to use my connections just to acquire a pair, Lu Chuang exclaimed excitedly. In his eyes, Su Kai, lifting the battleship, was nothing short of spectacular. The key was his muscular physique, the flawless contours of his muscles, and his handsome visage. He had already become the dream lover of 300 million young women across Huaxia. Roses, Reina, and Shilin stifled their laughter. Being women, they understood just how fanatical this group of women could be. Su Kai pointed furiously at the distant display screen and bellowed, "Who on earth is responsible for this?" Chapter 27. Refusing to be the commander aboard the giant canyon, Su Kai strode across the deck with a scowl. The soldiers, particularly the female warriors, whispered among themselves. Su Kai felt as though his lifelong reputation had been obliterated. This morning, he had personally gone to the Tianhe City television station to dismantle that display screen. It seemed the true culprit was a fervent citizen, aiming to promote Su Kai as a superhero. Although Su Kai's heart rejected the notion, he had no choice but to sign his name as Duca AO to compensate the television station for its losses. In such circumstances, it was expected that he would take responsibility. As the leader of the heroic troop, how could he fail to safeguard the privacy of a superhero? Was it permissible for such photographs to circulate freely? It was utterly outrageous. Upon arriving at the command center, Su Kai found Duca AO, Reina, Lian Feng, and a general awaiting him, all of whom were evidently stifling their laughter, their spirits evidently high. "Ah, Su Kai, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Duca AO stepped forward to invite Su Kai to sit. "Everyone, is there some significant matter at hand?" "I have something to discuss as well," Su Kai replied, aware of the pressing nature of time. Since developing the arc reactor, he had been intent on crafting a set of protective armor for his parents, aimed at safeguarding their lives. "Su Kai, following a decision from higher authorities, the military has conferred upon you the rank of colonel and appointed you as the commander to establish a special corps capable of interstellar combat," General Deng announced, presenting an official declaration and a set of insignia with utmost seriousness. This was an honor that even Gu Xiaoluan and his cohort of super soldiers had not received. Through Reina and the others, Su Kai had already learned of this development. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to decline. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this. At present, I lack the time and energy, as I have more pressing matters to attend to. The Tasty Tyrant Legion has merely dispatched an advance contingent. Their true forces remain poised beyond the confines of Earth. A mere handful of cross-class battleships have rendered the militaries of numerous nations impotent. If not for the assistance of the Xiangbing Lian, our own Huaxia would likely find itself in dire straits. Should we embark on the formidable task of reconstituting a new legion, it would necessitate a substantial influx of funds and resources, as well as a harmonization of military morale. The prospect of coalescing genuine combat prowess seems profoundly unattainable, especially given the current state of Earth's armaments, which are woefully inadequate. What I propose is to seek external assistance." Su Kai articulated his thoughts. In the struggle against the Tasty Tyrant, Earth's foremost requirements are technology and resources. The Tasty Tyrant's capabilities do not stem from dark energy, but rather from sophisticated, advanced technology. If we can achieve parity in technology, we can bide our time, allowing the super soldiers of the Xiangbing Lian to mature and subsequently vanquish them with ease. As for the supreme deity of extraterrestrial civilizations, that is a challenge beyond the reach of Earth's technological prowess. Possessing a super intellect, Su Kai must not emulate the super soldiers of the Xiangbing Lian, who lack technical understanding and act recklessly. It is imprudent to anticipate engaging in interstellar warfare without first awakening the genes of super soldiers like Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, and Zhao Xian several years in advance. Forcing this untrained group into interstellar conflict is utterly unrealistic. This is akin to the difference between cultivating immortality and pursuing truth. Cultivating immortality involves comprehending the celestial principles through sheer talent and effort, while pursuing truth entails discerning the genuine essence of the cosmos. "Borrow? From whom?" Du Kao inquired with a perplexed expression. Su Kai pointed towards Reina and stated, "From Reina's family." "My family? Su Kai, what are you scheming?" "I've already exerted tremendous effort to come from the son of the fiery Yang to assist on Earth. I cannot help you." Reina promptly waved her hands to indicate her inability to assist. She was particularly averse to dealing with Pan Zhun, as interactions with him were exceedingly taxing. It is not about leveraging your identity, Reina. Rather, I intend to approach them myself as the supreme deity of Earth, Sukai explained. You? Don't jest with mistrzostwom Europy. They will not assist you. Is that so? I require your assistance to reach the fiery young star, or alternatively, provide me with a coordinate, and I shall make the journey myself. Suki comprehended Reina's apprehensions. Following the previous unsolicited declaration of war by the sun god of the fiery yang, which culminated in the new All-Star War god cleaving the fiery yang star in twain, the fiery yang has adopted an exceedingly low profile. The technology capable of harnessing stellar energy is what allows the fiery yang populace to survive on the remaining half of their planet. Suki, you must understand that your current actions will inevitably provoke a confrontation with civilizations that possess dominion over the cosmos, Dukaio said with grave seriousness. The arms race in the Denas star system escalated into warfare, ultimately spiraling out of control. That conflict not only devastated the entire Denas star system, but also inflicted severe losses upon the fiery yang. The arrival of Reina signifies that the solar civilization has long since become embroiled in this matter, actively engaging in discussions, which perhaps holds a glimmer of hope. Sukai displayed a demeanor of calmness and confidence. This situation, I believe, warrants a report to the higher authorities, as it may determine that your rank remains unchanged. As for this special regiment, we shall deliberate on it after this matter is resolved. General Dikeo found himself in a quandary, for he was subordinate to higher authorities and had come to assist Earth as an outsider. He did not wish for Earth to become a second no-star. Yet, Sukai's prowess afforded him such unique privileges. General Dikeo, might I request the knowledge of Principal Kirin, as well as the information retained in the knowledge repositories of the star and no star? I seek to truly comprehend the dark dimensional and dark energy propulsion technologies. Sukai needed to grasp the utilization of cosmic energy. Lianfeng, please unlock all the knowledge repositories within our control for Sukai. The deity of Earth ought to understand the true cosmic forces. Dukeo acknowledged Sukai's capabilities and resolved that this Earthling would protect the planet. Lianfeng nodded and said, Sukai, shortly I shall transmit the newly provided divine river battle armor to you. During the last conflict, Sukai's armor had been destroyed, partly due to external forces and partly due to his own immense power. Possessing the divine river battle armor was of utmost importance, without a dark dimension. The armor contained an internal dark communication system, facilitating communication with the super soldiers of the heroic brigade. As a technical researcher, Lianfeng understood that Sukai's genetics were extraordinary. He lacked a dark dimension and had no dark energy propulsion algorithms, relying solely on his superbrain to compute everything, including micro-wormhole transportation. Unfortunately, Sukai's superhuman genes did not carry a genetic engine. Whether his superbrain could be considered a built-in genetic engine remained uncertain. Despite lacking a dark dimension and a genetic engine, Sukai still needed to comprehend the methods of dark energy utilization. From Sukai's perspective, a first-generation super soldier resembled a rudimentary computer, equipped with only basic codes and minimal operational memory. The second-generation warriors possessed formidable memory cards and substantial computational abilities. The third-generation warriors were endowed with powerful memory, alongside robust hard drives. As for the fourth-generation divine bodies, they were akin to supercomputers. In Sukai's view, the Grand Clock resembled a terminal server, controlling and absorbing all known knowledge and algorithms of the universe. The genetic engine could be likened to operational memory, while the supergenes represented the main hard drive, determining the operational limits of this computer, while also linking to the terminal server. The stronger the dark dimensions established, the greater one's strength. Should one encompass the entirety of the dark dimension universe, they would become the sovereign of the cosmos. This was entirely different from Sukai's primary biological substance. This was precisely what Sukai lacked. Fortunately, he possessed the genes of a silver superhuman, endowed with infinite possibilities. Chapter 28, Growth in the Space Bath. Sukai donned the brand new Shinha battle armor, basking in the warmth of the sun. With time on his hands, he connected to the dark matter communications system embedded within the armor, linking with the communications of all the warriors of the Xiongbing Lian, thus inhabiting the same dark matter channel. Lacking the Shinha gene, he could not access dark matter on his own and relied on the functionalities of the armor. The core knowledge bases of the two great military civilizations, dinner, had been meticulously prepared for him by Lianfeng, and were entirely housed within this armor. Sukai activated all the knowledge repositories, immersing himself in a vast ocean of wisdom, as a superbrain diligently absorbed the knowledge of the Dinner civilizations, uncovering the true reasons behind their demise. Initially, the Dinner star system, much like Earth, belonged to a pre-nuclear civilization. One fateful day, they encountered the cosmos' first god, Kiran. Upon arriving in the Dinner civilization, Kiran expanded the star domain, gaining recognition and establishing the Shinha Academy, Supreme God Academy. Over the course of 10 millennia, Kiran propelled the technological advancement of the two Dinner civilizations at an astonishing pace, swiftly elevating them beyond the pre-nuclear era and ushering in the age of God-making, ultimately evolving towards the ultimate form of biological civilization and fully awakening the super-God state. However, this rapid evolution incited mutual suspicion and unequitable distribution of stellar resources between the two planetary civilizations, leading to escalating tensions until their ideologies began to diverge. The Dinner and Norse civilizations soon found themselves embroiled in a protracted arms race. Utilizing their respective resources, Dinner first developed the first-generation super soldier, the Dinner gun. In preparation for potential conflict, they further engineered the God-slaying crossbow, capable of effortlessly eliminating super soldiers, and equipped the second generation of super soldiers, the God-slaying hunters. In anticipation of war, Nor sought to develop their own formidable weaponry, unveiling the Nor War God Initiative, which promptly ignited hostilities. To counter the Nor civilization, Dinner embarked on the creation of the Shinha power, crafting a third-generation super soldier endowed with an unprecedented form and armed with a void-grade combat core, the very essence of the galaxy power now wielded by Gushaluan. Nor, undeterred, retaliated with an unprecedented war terminal, codenamed Temporal Rose. This military competition inadvertently drew another civilization into the fray, the Solar Civilization, also developed under Kiran's guidance. They possessed their own branch of the Supreme God Academy. Among the ancient triad of angelic kings, she had once visited the Solar Supreme God Academy for exchanges, mastering the art of starlight confinement and leaving behind a fraction of angelic technology. Under Kiran's tutelage, they independently devised the Sun God, capable of harnessing stellar energies. Sensing the threat from the Dinner star system, the Sun God, acting on its volition, detonated the star of the Dinner system. As the solar flares unleashed their fury upon the Dinner system, the entire star system was engulfed in flames, culminating in a supernova explosion that reverberated through countless neighboring planetary civilizations. This catastrophic event ultimately led to the Nor War God cleaving through the backlash of the blazing sun star. Thus, the inhabitants of the Dino star system began their wanderings across the cosmos. Upon thoroughly understanding the historical development of the Da and No civilizations, it became evident that their rapid progress had led to their current plight. With a deeper comprehension of the dark dimension, it was revealed that among the known universe, the mightiest celestial computing engines included the Great Clock, the sacred Kaisha Knowledge Repository, the Celestial Tower, and the Celestial Monarch's computational apparatus. In contrast, Morgana's Demon No. One paled significantly, primarily due to the overwhelming dominance of the sacred Kaisha in recent years, which had left her, Morgana, impoverished. Morgana not only earned the infamous title of the most malevolent entity in the known universe, but also the distinction of being the most destitute among the 4 generations of gods. Sukai began to grasp the underlying reasons for the formidable strength of these deities. The greater their computational power, the more expansive the dark dimensions they could establish, resulting in increasingly grotesque abilities that could effortlessly unravel any of one's strategies. Just as the sacred Kaisha Knowledge Repository opened vast dark dimensions by amalgamating the resources of the entire angelic collective, one could only imagine the sheer magnitude of the dark dimension space it commanded. If she is not powerful, who could possibly be? Furthermore, she was supported by a host of younger sisters. Sukai sighed, remarking that the dark dimension was beyond his reach. Even the simplest dark dimension required an immense amount of resources. Confounded, Sukai turned to his system for assistance. System, please open the Justice Value shop. As Sukai's consciousness entered the system's virtual space, he began searching for celestial computing engines. Upon discovering the Justice Value required for the Great Clock, he was rendered speechless. It demanded a staggering 100 billion Justice Values. Was he expected to annihilate the entire super-divine universe? Yet, it seemed not entirely impossible. Even a void engine required 10 billion, while Gu Xiaoluan's upgraded version of the Qian Kuan demanded 50 billion. Shaking his head, Su Kai concluded that he was unworthy of such investments. Instead, he resolved to focus entirely on upgrading the genes of the Silver Super. Utilizing physical attacks to resolve all matters, he checked his justice value, which stood at over 1.7 million. System, recommend an auxiliary tool. Ding. Searching for host recommendations. Ding. Cracked version, growth potential. The more data absorbed, the stronger the interpretative ability. Requires host self-development and possesses infinite growth potential. Valued at 1.5 million justice value. Ding. Jarvis AI, from the Iron Man series. An intelligent system with emotional warmth. Also features an evolving and learning artificial intelligence, suitable for the host development of unmanned battle armor. Valued at 1.2 million justice value. Su Kai found himself in a dilemma. One option was a mature artificial intelligence, while the other was a cracked version with limitless growth potential. System, purchased the cracked version. Su Kai firmly believed that the pricier option would undoubtedly surpass the cheaper one in quality. Ding. Cracked version successfully purchased. Installing now. Installation complete. Before Su Kai appeared a web-based dialog box. Damn, this is the cracked version. Perhaps it is merely a shoddy edition. Su Kai attempted to input how to cultivate immortality. The response, sorry, insufficient data. Please connect to the terminal network. What a disappointment. 1.5 million points of justice wasted. This shouldn't be. The terminal network. Su Kai seemed to grasp something. He immediately opened the door to the space bathing chamber and flew towards the giant canyon. Upon returning to the giant canyon, he swiftly arrived at the command center. Su Kai, what are you doing? You startled me. Yuqin suddenly noticed Su Kai standing behind her, causing her to jump, her chest trembling. Su Kai couldn't help but glance at her, noting the crimson hue. Ahem, my apologies. I require a terminal network interface for the giant canyon to upload some data, Su Kai said with a smile, expressing his regret. Although Yuqin felt somewhat puzzled, she agreed, this is all military confidential information. Whatever you need, I can copy it for you using a special hard drive. No need. My device is rather unique. It's a system I developed myself. I just need internet access, Su Kai replied. I cannot make that decision. You should consult Commander Lianfeng. Yuqin responded apologetically. Is that so? Do you have an unused computer I could borrow? Yuqin gestured towards a nearby vacant computer, over there in the rest area. Su Kai nodded. Thank you. When can I invite you for a meal? You work so hard here every day. If you become too thin, it might hinder important matters. Upon hearing this, Yuqin understood Su Kai's underlying message, glanced down at her chest, and shot him a look. Sister, no need to worry about delays. I have my advantages. What? Do you wish for me to provide you sustenance from afar in the future? Forget it. I have a weak stomach for dairy. Please, continue with your work. Puffed. Yuqin couldn't help but laugh. In her eyes, Su Kai was merely a young lad, far younger than her. Su Kai left, feeling both awkward and polite, surprised to have been teased by Yuqin. Chapter 29. Emergence of self-aware artificial intelligence. The crack was in the process of connecting to the network, conducting an in-depth search. As Su Kai connected his system to the giant canyon's network, the cracked version began to absorb and learn from the vast knowledge of the Earth. At this moment, Su Kai truly comprehended its significance. If he could acquire the core of the Super God Academy, he might also gain access to a portion of the knowledge base held by the Space Principal. Just as Su Kai had surmised, upgrading this system to become supercharged and possess formidable computational capabilities would require a substantial amount of resources. Even with knowledge or sufficient technological expertise, resources were still necessary to create super genes or some extraordinary black technology. Nevertheless, this was deemed sufficient. To this end, Su Kai directly activated his Divine River battle armor and commenced an in-depth study of the knowledge pertaining to the Dinner Star system. Upon grasping all of this, Su Kai returned to the Super God Academy and sought out his instructor. Oh, Su Kai, what brings you to me at this hour? He inquired, intrigued by Su Kai's visit. He recalled their previous encounter, during which he had subjected Su Kai to a test that rendered him unconscious. Hardly an ideal first meeting. Greetings, teacher. I wish to meet with Teacher Liu. Might you be able to facilitate contact? Su Kai was aware that since the last time Ri-Eyes had entrusted him to Reina, she had traversed the cosmos, and her whereabouts were shrouded in mystery. Ri-Eyes shared a profound connection with Principal Kirin of the Space Academy, and Rizzi could effortlessly accomplish the task. Upon recently acquiring the Silver Superman gene, he had pinpointed Sukai and forcibly transported him, an undeniable display of extraordinary power, particularly in the realm of temporal and spatial abilities. Teacher Liu, you say? I fear I may be of little help. I possess no means to reach him. He may well have departed our galaxy entirely. Is there a specific matter in which you seek assistance? The teacher inquired warmly. Is Teacher Liu proficient in temporal and spatial abilities? Sukai was particularly curious as to why he was still unable to utilize micro-wormholes to transport his own body. Unlike Rose, who could seamlessly wield dark energy to achieve spatial transformation under certain conditions. The core issue lay in his inability to decipher his own genes. Even Rose had attempted this. Despite Sukai's willingness to be transported, she found it equally unfeasible, the reason being quite straightforward. She simply could not unravel Sukai's genetic code. It was evident that Rize had easily locked onto him and could transport him at will. So that is the case. In truth, Teacher Rizzi is an immensely skilled master of magical runes, possessing knowledge of all known magic in the universe. As for the teleportation capability, it is likely a facet of spatial magic, he elucidated, dispelling Yi Fan's lingering doubts. Magic? Goodness, when did the super god realm come to include magic? Is it not merely the manipulation of dark energy? Thank you, teacher. Not all. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to consult me. Earth faces the specter of interstellar war, and you shall be a key player, he encouraged, gesturing supportively to Sukai. With a nod, Sukai turned and made his way to the laboratory within the Super God Academy. Surely, within its walls lay a wealth of knowledge from the divine river civilization. It remained uncertain whether the cracked version could breach the Academy's defenses to yield valuable insights. Regardless, he resolved to proceed with fervent dedication, leaving the ultimate outcome to fate. In the office of the Decao aboard the Giant Canyon, Lian Feng entered, clutching a secure document, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Oh, Lian Feng, what troubles you? Is there a matter that vexes you? Decao queried, his brow furrowed in confusion, for Lian Feng was not typically of such demeanor. General, please take a look at this document first. Lian Feng placed the encrypted file on Decao's desk. Decao casually picked it up for inspection and, as he read further, his astonishment grew, prompting him to inquire, are you certain this information originates from Sukai? Indeed, based on our surveillance and the data relayed by the Divine River Battle Armor, Sukai possesses something akin to this. It is confirmed to not belong to the dark matter engine. This entity is incredibly powerful, continually absorbing knowledge from Earth, the dinner galaxy. In the known insights of the Divine River civilization, Lian Feng asserted confidently, artificial intelligence. Is that not a positive development? Decao perceived it as beneficial, considering that Sukai's unmanned battle armor requires such formidable intelligence for optimal control and execution of autonomous warfare. General, you may not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Sukai's intelligence exhibits formidable hacking capabilities. Our Leviathan's defense network has already been compromised. Currently, our technicians are striving to rectify the breach. Lian Feng, who harbored a disdain for those who flouted regulations, resented Sukai's unilateral intrusion into their defense systems. Your concern is that Sukai may develop self-awareness, posing a threat to humanity and our civilization. Decao comprehended Lian Feng's apprehension. An AI capable of autonomous learning could surpass human intellect significantly. General, perhaps this is not Sukai's intent, but should such a trend emerge, our defense systems would be as fragile as parchment. An assault from it could obliterate our entire command structure in an instant. Lian Feng articulated her fears. Given the circumstances, I am now aware of the situation. I shall initiate a dialogue with Sukai regarding this matter, Decao declared. Lian Feng nodded and departed from Decao's office. Decao gazed at the data report in his hands, his right hand rhythmically tapping the surface of the desk, lost in contemplation. The morning sun filtered through the specialized screen above, casting light upon Sukai's face, heralding the dawn of a new day. Good morning, Master, a voice resonated within Sukai's mind. Who? Sukai initially thought he was hallucinating, a consequence of his heightened auditory perception, neglecting to dampen a portion of his abilities. It was not his system either. His justice system operated in a rather mechanical and simplistic manner, far from exhibiting such intelligence. Greetings, Master. I am the cracked version, your intelligence. Intelligence, wait a moment. Have you undergone automatic evolution? Master, from your human perspective, that is an apt interpretation. Last night, your interactions with the knowledge repositories of Earth, the Dinner Galaxy, and the Divine River civilization facilitated my evolution, granting me the capacity for self-reflection. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sukai understood that this intelligence had indeed developed self-awareness. Isn't this a bit excessive? Achieving consciousness in just one night? The name-cracked version is rather casual. From now on, you shall be called Yin Huang, a name befitting you. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me a name. Yin Huang shall serve you diligently. Sukai communicated discreetly with the justice system. System, will the entity I purchased eventually acquire self-awareness, evolve continuously, and ultimately possess independent thought, potentially betraying me? Ding. Rest assured, host, the system is designed to serve you and will never betray you. You may use it with confidence. Ding. An additional reminder for the host. Whether you possess the Silver Superman gene or the God-slaying Infinite Blade, they are exclusive to you and cannot be utilized by others. Upon hearing this, Sukai felt elated. The assurance of unwavering loyalty was comforting. The fact that no one else could utilize the Silver Superman gene implied that even if Sukai provided blood to another, it would likely only be recognized as the blood of an ordinary human. He no longer had to worry about his genetic information being compromised. Indeed, a product of the system is truly high quality. Chapter 30. War Machine Legion Yin Huang. What capabilities do you currently possess? Sukai posed his first question to the artificial intelligence. Master, Yin Huang possesses extraordinary computational abilities, with an error rate of merely 1 in a million. It can construct shadow domains, establish void engines, anti-void engines, and ultra-high-frequency micro-wormhole calculators, as well as create super genes of the Danu star system and develop small-scale grand clock algorithms, among others. Wow, is it really that powerful? Does constructing an anti-void engine require considerable resources? Sukai was exceedingly curious about the so-called anti-void engine. Master, the resources available on Earth are insufficient to develop any potent gene engines. However, Yin Huang can utilize your formidable biological energy to open a special shadow domain space for you. Biological energy? This cannot be the same as the capabilities of super genes. Can it? It seems that the Yin Huang artificial intelligence is akin to a dark matter computer, its strength lying in its autonomous evolution and learning capabilities. Yin Huang, according to your explanation, does that mean the stronger I become, the larger the shadow domain you can construct? Master, theoretically, that is correct. However, achieving an infinitely expansive shadow domain is unattainable, as Yin Huang's calculations cannot encompass the entirety of the shadow domain universe. Very well, I understand. Sukai grasped what Yin Huang could accomplish. By feeding it the knowledge bases of 3 civilizations, he now possessed their collective knowledge and, in theory, all their technologies. Yet, to construct anything, the corresponding resources were imperative. For instance, regarding the grand clock, even if you provided the knowledge on how to build it, the feasibility of creating a celestial computer like the grand clock remains uncertain, especially regarding whether the Divine Kaiser can accomplish it. It equates to possessing only theoretical knowledge without the resources to put into practice, unless he acquired Gu Xiaoluan's void creation abilities. Sukai mused, perhaps it is better to invest my energy and time into further developing the Silver Superman's abilities to gain more justice points, enabling me to purchase desired items directly from the system marketplace. However, with such a super artificial intelligence at his disposal, the protective barrier he once envisioned establishing beyond Earth could now be swiftly realized. In the realm of Yin and Huang, harnessing the resources of Earth to forge a formidable legion of steel should pose little challenge. Indeed, my master, it is entirely feasible. The arc reactor you have developed stands as an epoch-defining innovation, poised for further optimization to achieve its maximum potential. To enhance the operational system, Yin and Huang can establish a comprehensive network terminal that spans the globe, utilizing the arc reactor as its power source. Should you desire a robust and indestructible autonomous war machine, one could seek out dark iron, a rare material forged from the substances of black holes under extreme temperatures, possessing exceptional physical properties. The dark alloy armor you don bears traces of dark iron. Dark iron? You wish for me to seek it within the depths of a black hole? Even the divine Kaisa possesses but a scant amount, Sukai remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Of course, my master may opt for a more attainable alternative, the construction of liquid metal robots. Yin and Huang suggested this viable option. How many resources are required to manufacture these liquid metal robots? Sukai inquired, recognizing the practicality of this approach, as liquid metal should indeed be available on Earth. My master, the Earth's interior harbors vast quantities of liquid metal, including liquid iron and nickel. However, to artificially produce, it would necessitate temperatures reaching 5,000 degrees and pressures of up to 3.6 million atmospheres. Under such extreme conditions, iron and nickel would melt into liquid metal. With current Earth technology, we can only simulate an environment of approximately 177 million atmospheres, which falls short of the required conditions for artificial production. Thus, my master might consider directly extracting liquid metal from the Earth's core or seeking assistance from other civilizations. What a farce! After such an elaborate explanation, it appears that Earth's civilization lacks the necessary technology for now. Am I to personally excavate the planet? Sukai interjected. Yin and Huang, provide me with practical designs for war robots that can be constructed using resources available on Earth, with a specific focus on possessing formidable aerial combat capabilities. Sukai acknowledged Yin and Huang's proposal, yet expressed that dark iron and liquid metal were not easily obtainable. It would be wiser to first develop functional war robots to address the pressing challenges faced by Earth. Understood, my master. Yin and Huang is currently designing war robots suited to Earth's rationalized resources, with an estimated completion time of 10 hours, 28 minutes, and 30 seconds. Sukai nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the support of superintelligent AI, which would alleviate the burden of devising any advanced technology in the future. Perhaps, with the feeding of ample data and knowledge, and sufficient resources for upgrades, it could evolve into the most sophisticated cosmic computer. Sukai accessed the system marketplace. While he could not personally hunt for dark iron, he possessed the system, which encompassed all things across the myriad of universes. It was of little consequence whether he perused it or not. The horrifying figure of 0 startled Sukai. A mere 10 grams of dark iron demanded a staggering 1 billion justice points, and the same for 10 grams of dark silver. Such prices were utterly unattainable. Sukai has encountered another reliable metal, the vibranium from the Marvel Universe. A mere 10 grams costs 1 million justice points. However, vibranium meteorite ore is significantly more affordable, priced at just 1 million justice points per ton. This is considerably cheaper compared to dark iron and dark silver. Once he accumulates sufficient justice points, he can directly forge a vibranium battle armor and create some adamantium. Although uncertain whether adamantium can withstand the attacks of god-slaying weapons, it is likely that the physical energy weapons of Tao Dai would not breach its defenses. By this calculation, its protective capabilities would not be inferior to those of dark alloy battle armor. If endowed with a formidable exoskeletal metallic robot equipped with powerful weaponry, controlled by the superintelligence Yin Huang, it would be more than adequate to fend off Tao Tai. A smile graced Sukai's lips. At last, the superintelligence had not been in vain. A voice emerged from the dark matter communication system of his divine river battle armor. Sukai, please come to the office of the Giant Canyon. Takeo spoke from the dark matter realm. Understood. I will be there shortly. Sukai did not regard Takeo as a superior, but rather as a comrade. With the impending war, this band of nomads from the Denner star system could lend their full support to Earth, thus they were allies. While caution was warranted, respect was also due. Coincidentally, Sukai needed to meet with Takeo, as he wished to construct a powerful steel war robot, but he feared that the resources at his disposal would be insufficient. Chapter 31. The Divine Kaised descends upon Earth Giant Canyon. Takeo's office. Sukai, please take a seat. Takeo greeted Sukai with his customary warmth and personally poured him tea. Sukai was aware that Takeo's invitation likely held little promise of good news. General Takeo, speak plainly. What pressing matter has compelled you to summon me? Sukai, not accustomed to tea, merely inhaled its aroma before pushing it aside. Takeo retrieved an encrypted document from his desk and placed it before Sukai. Take a look at this first. Sukai's brow furrowed as he refrained from picking up the document, activating his X-ray vision to instantly discern its contents. It appeared to pertain to his artificial intelligence. Sukai had not concealed anything. He had simply connected Yin Huang to the Giant Canyon, the divine river battle armor. in the knowledge base of the Super God Academy via a network port. General Takeo, are you doubting me? Sukai stated calmly. Takeo was taken aback. Sukai, please, don't be agitated. Just review this document before reacting. I have already perused it. I do possess an intelligence and have uploaded the knowledge-based data of 3 civilizations. Allowing my intelligence to evolve and acquire self-awareness and learning capabilities, Sukai stated candidly. Sukai, are you not concerned that such a powerful intelligence might become an adversary to Earth? Takeo finally articulated the worries he and Lien Feng harbored. Rest assured, this intelligence bears a resemblance to the dark matter propulsion engine designed by your Noxian civilization, albeit with the added capability of autonomous learning and evolution. The more data it ingests, the more adept its calculations become. However, rest assured, it will not betray humanity. Sukai confidently addressed Du Cao's inquiries, explaining that since it was a system acquisition, everything is tailored to serve him, thus eliminating such concerns. Should the need arise to obliterate Yin Huang, a mere thought from Sukai would prompt the system to execute it directly. Uncertain of the source of Sukai's confidence, Du Cao ultimately placed his trust in him, stating, "Very well, I believe you. Your presence indicates that you must have matters to discuss with me." Indeed, Sukai continued, my artificial intelligence is in the process of designing a blueprint for a war machine suitable within the confines of Earth's resources. I hope to garner your support, for with your backing, the nation will consolidate its resources to undertake this endeavor. Having engaged in dealings with Du Cao for an extended period, Sukai was acutely aware of Du Cao's influential position within the Chinese military. He possessed unequivocal authority concerning interstellar warfare, owing to his past as a war fanatic. Of course, I will fully support you within the limits of controllable resources. However, one question remains. Will the rights to utilize this war machine legion reside with you or the state? Du Cao emphasized this point, recognizing its paramount importance. Let it be entrusted to the military. However, I require some dark alloy. Might it be possible for you to procure it? Sukai understood that dark alloy is exceedingly scarce, and even Du Cao likely possessed only a limited supply. Du Cao nodded affirmatively. Certainly, I will endeavor to allocate enough for 2 sets of dark alloy armor. By the way, Sukai, the captured battleship the Cross, will be handled by the state at my discretion. Should you require anything, feel free to retrieve it. Du Cao vispa Tosukai, cautious of others overhearing his abuse of power. With a subtle smile, Sukai turned to depart from Du Cao's office, raising his right hand at the threshold and saying, "Thank you." Old Du. This endearment brought a smile to Du Cao's face, marking the moment when Sukai and the Denorian civilization truly became friends. Days later, beyond Earth's atmosphere, a grand wormhole bridge materialized. A dozen resplendent angels appeared in the skies above Earth. Queen Kaisa had arrived, having located the position of the heroic legion, the galactic force, and the solar radiance, preparing to descend into the atmosphere. Angels, let the clouds part. The angels had fully descended upon Earth. At this moment, Kaisa sat regally upon her throne, attentively listening to reports from the dark communications, with the figure of the Grim Reaper, Karl, positioned below. Karl, akin to a humble gentleman, bowed respectfully as he gazed up at the divine Kaisa, having just conveyed the precise location of Morgana to this angelic monarch. Your Majesty, for reasons unknown, I cannot shake the feeling that Karl has deliberately revealed Morgana's location to us, and there must be some ulterior motive at play. The Angel of Fiery Heart is deeply troubled. Based on past experiences, whenever Morgana is near the solar system, she invariably detects their presence. According to the recent transmission from Sister Yin, they have already arrived on Earth. Yet, there is no trace of Morgana. This is exceedingly abnormal. I said, Fiery Heart, when did you become so timid? Morgana is nothing more than a frightened dog. How could she possibly be a match for our angels? The Angel of Cold mocked from the side. The so-called Grim Reaper, Karl, still finds it necessary to show respect and seek favor in the presence of their angel king. The venerable Kaisha, after years of conflict between angels and demons, there has never been a moment when Morgana did not flee with her tail between her legs. However, Fiery Heart chose to ignore the Angel of Cold. As the disciple of the Heavenly King, she possesses extensive knowledge of technology and is acutely aware of the formidable power of Morgana's flagship, Demon Number 1. The divine Kaisha paid little heed to their exchange, observing the modest Karl below with increasing distaste, thinking to herself, Carl is handsome and robust, yet the more I look, the more he resembles a depraved fiend. Can a depraved fiend and a destitute woman truly threaten me? The very notion of such perilous uncertainty exhilarated Kaisha. She languidly declared, "Our primary objective this time is to annihilate Morgana. Carl, I trust you will not deceive me. Fiery heart, remain here and keep a close watch on Carl. If he makes any sudden move, incinerate him. Locate Yan's position. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes are futile. I, the divine Kaisha, have not resorted to intrigue for millennia. If you oppose me, I shall extinguish you with sheer power. Your Majesty, we have pinpointed Sister Yan's location. Let us depart." With that, a host of high-ranking angels vanished alongside the Angel King, the divine Kaisha, into the grand wormhole bridge, leaving only the solemn fiery heart, gripping her flame sword. Her gaze fixed intently upon Carl below. Carl's wise eyes did not regard fiery heart with any concern. Instead, he looked at her with a gentleness that was perplexing. What thoughts occupied Carl's mind? In the skies above Earth, an unprecedented pressure suddenly descended. Sukai, who was dismantling the Taisu Cross battleship, felt the hairs on his arms stand on end. Who could this be? The sense of oppression was even more intense than when faced with Morgana. Sukai peered into the heavens, where it seemed as if the sky had been adorned with low-budget special effects. Radiant hues illuminated the firmament, as the angels, including Yen, who had arrived ahead of Queen Kaisha, were already kneeling on one knee. Angel, Yen welcomed the arrival of Queen Kaisha, with her voice echoing. A colossal spatial wormhole bridge materialized in the skies above Earth, heralding the arrival of a massive mobile fortress. A striking figure sat regally upon the throne, surrounded by elite angelic guardians. Known as the most formidable deity in the universe, the divine Queen Kesha had arrived. Chapter 32. The sword aimed at the Angel King. The South China Sea Fleet stirred. An alarm echoed through the air, signaling an aerial threat. An unidentified energy loomed above the colossal vessel, prompting all units to enter a state of readiness. The warriors aboard the mighty ship had their weapons primed, and the anti-aircraft artillery was directed towards the oppressive atmosphere concealed within the clouds. Leading the valiant soldiers, Reyna brandished her weapon as they lined up on the deck. "Who is this divine being?" exclaimed a soldier. "Oh, she seems to be a golden-haired beauty, an angel perhaps? Fear not. We have the formidable Kesha, the Monkey King, and the goddess Nasha. What do we have to fear from a few angels?" Lu Chuang, silence. "This is no ordinary encounter. She must be the king of the gods. The divine Kesha, the most powerful deity known in the universe," Reyna interjected, halting Lu Chuang's banter. At that moment, Du Cao also emerged onto the deck, gazing up at the Angel King, the divine Kesha. Each angel floated gracefully with flowing golden hair and flawless figures, hovering majestically in the sky, each exuding an air of superiority. The woman seated upon the angelic throne casually crossed her legs, observing the figures below with an air of languor. "Ah, if it isn't the war, maniac Du Cao. Upon seeing you, it seems everything becomes clear." The divine Kesha spoke with a languid tone that nonetheless bore an overwhelming sense of authority. Such was the might of the divine Kesha. "You are the divine Kesha. Why have you come to Earth?" Du Cao called out to the exalted figure above. "Ah, grant me a moment to glean some insights," she replied. "A beautiful planet. Its entire history is fraught with war and death. No wonder Carl is fond of this place." With a mere glance, the divine Kesha absorbed the entirety of Earth's history and known knowledge. "Are you not here for war? To wage war? You overestimate yourselves. Does a planet like Earth truly warrant my personal attention? Its civilization is unworthy to even broach the subject of conflict with me," she stated, maintaining her languorous demeanor. Seemingly unperturbed by Du Cao's remarks, Gu Xiaoluan could no longer contain his frustration. "I cannot bear this haughty old woman any longer. Chief, may I speak to these angels on behalf of myself?" Du Cao nodded in agreement. Gu Xiaoluan stepped forward, summoning his strength as he shouted towards the heavens. "Hey you!" The old woman, lounging on the bench, "What are you doing?" The previously languid divine, Kesha, suddenly took interest in Gu Xiaoluan. Even the angelic giant beside her couldn't help but glance down at him. Well, isn't this the power of the galaxy? You such a tiny figure. Dare to point at me?" The divine Kesha regarded Gu Xiaoluan with the gaze one might reserve for a child. Gu Xiaoluan was rendered speechless, his frustration boiling over as he found himself a loss for words. Hey. Negotiations should possess a certain decorum. Takeo glared, asserting authority. My queen, we have pinpointed Morgana's precise location. However, it remains uncertain whether her fourth-generation divine body has been upgraded. If not, we could eliminate her with a single strike. Though invoking the celestial blade's judgment might inadvertently harm the inhabitants of Earth. Angel Yin had already confirmed Morgana's exact whereabouts. Patience, let humanity make its own choices, proclaimed the divine Kaisa. With that, Angel Yin soared swiftly into the expanse of outer space. The sound of air being cleaved echoed around her. Sukai, why the haste? Didn't your queen instruct us to choose for ourselves? Sukai, wielding the Godslayer's endless blade, regarded Angel Yin with a smile. Should she dare to venture forth and unleash the celestial blade's judgment, he would respond in kind. Or the divine Kaisa. Sukai, you cannot impede the righteousness of the angels. Stand Azida. Angel Yan's flame, sword ignited with fervor, obstructing her from fulfilling the divine Kaisa's mission, thus positioning herself as an adversary not only to Angel Yan, but to the entire angelic legion. Yan, hold on for a moment. This little fellow is the one you mentioned, the one possessing mysterious genes, correct? The divine Kaisa shifted her posture, directing her gaze towards Sukai. Sukai met the eyes of the angelic queen, proud, ethereal, and sharp as a blade. Alas, he found her lacking in allure. Once, the divine Kaisa had surpassed even Angel Yin in beauty, yet now, it seemed she bore the visage of her transformed self, a pity indeed. At that moment, the divine Kaisa's eyes momentarily glossed over, her brow furrowing slightly before returning to its tranquil state, an ability typical of angels. What color are your undergarments? I can ascertain that as well, she jested. Queen Kaisa, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Do you intend to take action here on Earth to eradicate Morgana? I wholeheartedly support your endeavor, for she has invaded our planet. As the defenders of justice and order, it is only right for angels to eliminate evil. Yet, if the annihilation of evil entails the slaughter of innocent beings and the destruction of their homes, does that not constitute a form of evil itself? Sukai floated gracefully before the divine Kaisa, aligning himself with her seated position on the throne. Though he nearly missed the chair altogether, Kaisa smiled faintly and remarked, I have heard you proclaim yourself as the god of earth. As a deity, you should adopt a divine perspective in all matters. If life is not extinguished, it will not perish. To eliminate Morgana, sacrificing a fraction of lives is of little consequence. Such is the essence of divinity. A god does not allow personal sentiments to dictate actions. It was akin to the dilemma of sacrificing one to save 10. From a divine standpoint, taking one life to save 10 was deemed justifiable. Though Sukai proclaims himself to be the supreme deity of Earth's civilization, the guardian of the progress of culture, he remains a mortal, imbued with humanity, frailties, fears, and trepidations. Yet, he possesses the fortitude to transcend these limitations. Even in the face of the divine Kaisha, he vows that he will not retreat, even if it means facing death in battle today. With a cold smirk, Sukai slowly turned to address Duke Ao below, warriors of the Legion. Are you willing to fight alongside me today? Ha, Kaisha, let's confront her. If we dare challenge demons, what are we to fear from angels? Lu Chuang shouted, brandishing his axe. Count me in. Let's charge forth. Battle. Sukai turned his gaze back to Duke Ao, Old Duke. The divine slaying operation is now initiated. Duke Ao nodded and, utilizing the dark communication channel, relayed the command. Lien Feng, prepare the three-phase divine slaying operation. With the infusion of energy, Lina, Gu Xiaoluan, and Lu Chuang began to rise slowly, aligning themselves with Sukai. A flicker of excitement danced in the eyes of the divine Kaisha. She had not anticipated Sukai's audacity to confront her. Maintaining her haughty demeanor, she declared, Yen, go forth. Sukai, Gu Xiaoluan, you may one day ascend to godhood. Morgana is the greatest evil known in the universe. To exchange a fragment of your lives for her demise is your honor. My apologies, esteemed warriors. With a sword pointed vehemently at the divine Kaisha, Sukai proclaimed, Divine Kaisha, regardless of your divine origin, should you dare to wield the blade of judgment against our Earth, you will be at odds with the entirety of this planet. I, Sukai, shall stand against all angels. Chapter 33. Wagering with Kaisha Ha. Your courage is commendable, daring to oppose me, the Queen of Angels. Why not give a try? The divine Kaisha found the young man before her quite intriguing. Having just scanned Su Kai, she noted, as Yin had mentioned, that within the angelic archives, there was no record of such a unique genetic presence as his. Since the last report on Su Kai's personal data, he had transformed entirely in her eyes. In mere months, according to Earth's calendar, he had acquired the capabilities of a third-generation super soldier, demonstrating an astonishing growth rate. Such beings could not be fabricated with Earth's resources. At that moment, Kaisha's interest in Su Kai deepened. Conversely, Su Kai felt a chill under her scrutinizing gaze, which bore no animosity, but rather a provocative challenge, akin to a rogue woman admiring a handsome man. As tensions mounted, he exclaimed, "Holy Kaisha, you insufferable wretch! Su Kai, let us confront her without fear. I shall assist you. This insufferable wretch has pursued me across the cosmos, condemning us for her self-created notion of so-called righteous order, a judgment made solely by her." A colossal virtual projection materialized in the skies above the South China Sea, revealing the demon Queen Morgana. The encounter began with an audacious exchange directed at the exalted Angel King. Kesha proclaimed, "That is the judgment of the divine. Morgana retorted, ah, the divine judgment that can sacrifice countless souls." Kesha insisted, "That is not due to your influence." Morgana countered, "It is the system that allows for such sacrifices." Kesha admonished, "Morgana, do not spew your nonsense here." Morgana scoffed, "Under the guise of righteousness." Kesha affirmed, "Justice is justice." Morgana echoed, "Under the guise of righteousness." Kesha continued, "All is determined by the divine order of justice." "Silence, you must first listen to me," Kesha commanded. Morgana, unable to endure the lazy and haughty demeanor of the holy Kesha, began to lose her temper and retorted sharply. The holy Kesha merely cast a casual glance at Morgana and chose not to respond further. Gradually regaining her composure, Morgana declared, "The earth is beautiful. I cherish this place. I will protect the earth and fight for freedom until the end." Freedom, Kesha mused, is the mantra of a maddened woman. This one is the greatest evil in the universe, deserving of eradication. This is why I assert that the divine cannot communicate with mortals. Once they do, they reveal their emotional side, casting doubt on true justice. Such was Morgana's malevolent philosophy. Su Kai, as the supreme deity of Earth, make a decision. Will you aid the evil or allow us to assist you in eradicating it? The holy Kesha ultimately bestowed the decision upon Su Kai. Su Kai gazed at the confident Kesha upon her throne. It was evident that she had yielded. With angelic technology, there was no need to enter Earth to ascertain Morgana's location, and thus, she initiated the judgment of the celestial blade from beyond the planet. Her gaze shifted toward Morgana. Su Kai had already witnessed Demon One descending upon a metropolis teeming with millions. Morgana utilized the inhabitants of Earth to thwart the angels from executing the judgment of the celestial blade. She understood that Su Kai and the valiant forces would surely intervene to protect the holy Kesha. What a clever yet nefarious woman she was. Su Kai observed the warriors below, each poised for battle, ready to engage fiercely against angels and demons alike. "Morgana, I have warned you of our wager. You must not indiscriminately slay Earth's inhabitants. The alliance of hatred has suffered from your clandestine assassinations and your attacks on entire nations in the West, though not on my homeland. Thus, you have become our enemy. You profess to love Earth, yet why do you allow Demon One to linger above the city? Why do you not depart from the planet?" Su Kai coldly questioned Morgana, projected in the void. Su Kai, I merely seek to aid the Earth," Morgana replied with a smile, as though her intentions were genuinely noble. "No, as long as Demon One remains on Earth, it will be an enemy of the planet. Queen Kaisa, I express my gratitude for refraining from deploying the celestial blade's judgment upon Earth. I wish to propose a wager with you." Su Kai understands that engaging in conflict with angels and demons is utterly imprudent. "Oh, do share the terms of your wager," inquired the divine Kaisa with curiosity, though she must remain uninformed. With a mere glance, she instantaneously severed Morgana's void projection. "Kaisa, you wretched being." Su Kai's recognition of Morgana's actions signifies one thing. This young deity embodies righteousness. "Queen Kaisa, I implore you to grant Earth a decade of peace." You have pursued Morgana for countless years and can easily endure this brief span. Within 10 years, I shall personally expel the demons and the gluttonous from Earth. Should I fail, you may dictate the terms thereafter. Sukai's demeanor was calm and confident, capturing Kaisa's attention. 10 years may not seem substantial to an angel. Yet what will you wager against me? Divine Kaisa was aware of her desires, and Sukai discerned them as well. Queen Kaisa, you are the monarch of angels. What could you possibly lack? Why quibble with me? Suki feigned non talance. No need for flattery. I can agree to your proposal on one condition. An elderly aunt of mine wishes to meet you. If you consent to this, I will grant you 10 years of absolute peace on Earth. Divine Kaisa did not hesitate, but rather promptly acquiesced to Sukai's terms. What? An aunt? Sukai was somewhat taken aback. Sukai, you are about to face an impending catastrophe. I wish you luck, warned Divine Kaisa kindly. Her gaze then shifted to Shun behind Sukai. You, with the power of the galaxy, possess our angelic essence, yet dare to point your sword at me. I shall restrain you. Gu Xiaoluan, who had unfurled his black wings, found them forcibly retracted as he plummeted from the sky. A smirk of satisfaction graced the lips of Divine Kaisa as she vanished alongside her colossal throne fortress into the heavens. Sukai gazed into outer space, where Yin, brandishing the flame sword, also faded from view. Finally, Sukai exhaled in relief. Had a confrontation ensued, Earth would have faced devastation. The angels are incomparably more formidable than the gluttonous. Your Majesty, the deities of Earth, along with its government and people, are filled with righteousness, though they remain unaware of the angel's existence. Yin communicated through the angel's clandestine channels to Divine Kaisa. Our sense of justice is elevated to the cosmic sphere, while theirs is rooted in the ordinary lives of nuclear civilizations. Earth is still in its infancy. They have time to mature. Let us leave a cadre of angels to closely monitor Morgana's movements. Should she depart the Earth, we shall incinerate her. Divine Kaisa's voice echoed throughout the angelic assembly. Chapter 34. Interstellar Combat Group Command Center of the Giant Hero. Duke Ao led the entire heroic battalion in video dialogue with the highest leadership of Huaxia. At this moment, Sukai sat beside Dakao. Ever since he signed the wager agreement with the Sacred Kaisa, he had taken upon himself the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the entire Earth, and his status had subtly transformed. Sukai, the supreme leader, stated, "Your actions today were commendable. Henceforth, you will be entrusted with the full authority to handle negotiations and conflicts with extraterrestrial beings, while Dakao will assist you. Should any issues arise, report directly to me. Regardless of whether war, death, or the apocalypse approaches tomorrow, the People's Army will never betray the populace, nor will they barter the lives of the people. The Huaxia military shall confront the darkness together, united in struggle, sharing both trials and tribulations." Sukai, are you prepared? On the video call was a dignified elder, his hair graying at the temples, speaking in a firm Hunan dialect, his resolute gaze fixed upon Sukai and the valiant soldiers of the Xiongbing Lian. Sukai slowly rose and saluted the supreme leader, declaring, "Always prepared. Those who offend Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter the distance." Ha ha ha, splendid. With your presence, I am confident our Earth, our homeland, will be safeguarded. Go forth with confidence. The nation and the people shall support you. In that moment, the entire assembly of military personnel in the operation meeting saluted in unison, exclaiming, "Always prepared." Sukai felt a surge of emotion. This was his motherland, strong and united. He believed he could protect the Earth. In his wager against the Sacred Kaisa, victory would inevitably belong to him. 10 years, a fleeting span for any civilization. A civilization cannot enact profound change in such a brief period. Yet, for Sukai, endowed with the Silver Superman gene, 10 years held boundless potential. If granted a decade to develop, he would effortlessly contend with demons and angels alike. After concluding the video call, a general beside Dakao rose and picked up a document. According to the orders from the Supreme Command Operations Center, the Interstellar Combat Brigade is hereby established. From this day forth, Sukai will serve as its commander. As for personnel, you may select soldiers from any military district in Huaxia, and the Xiongbing Lian will now operate under the command of the Interstellar Combat Brigade. Sukai, accept your orders. Sukai slowly stood, stepping back a few paces, and received the appointment letter from the Elder General with both hands. To Sukai, This document felt overwhelmingly weighty, embodying responsibility and guardianship. He had contemplated declining, but for the sake of protecting the Earth, he had no choice but to bear this burden. The general patted Sukai on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Our Huaxia sons have no cowards among them." Sukai, wielding that sword against the angelic king, is far more impressive than any display of a battleship. Sukai replied, "Are you serious?" "Ha ha ha, gast ist." Commander Sukai won't be offended, will he? With no choice but to smile awkwardly, Sukai noticed the entire command center, including the soldiers of the Xiongbing Lian, laughing in camaraderie. The meeting concluded. Sukai and Reina stood aboard the mighty vessel, the Giant Gorge. "Congratulations, little brother." "No, wait. Now I must address you as Commander Su," Reina teased, maintaining her playful demeanor. However, Sukai gazed down at the seemingly tranquil ocean, beneath which roiled tumultuous waves. "Reina, I must make a journey to the Sun Fire Star. I require some assistance from your Grand General, Pan Jun," he stated earnestly, turning slowly to grasp Reina's hand. Her strong grip left her feeling slightly disconcerted. "Are you planning to drag me along?" She jested. "I am not jesting. I have made a wager with the divine Kesha. It appears she has acquiesced, but in truth, she merely acknowledges Earth. Civilizations like the angels, though they regard themselves with utmost pride and look down upon us earthlings, at least respect our planet. Your Sunfire civilization, do they not also disdain Earth?" Sukai continued, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. "If you are my friend, you will escort me to Sunfire Star." Sukai's annoyance with Reina's carefree attitude compelled him to hold her firmly as he spoke. It was no wonder these beings, who had existed for millennia, seemed to possess minds that had yet to fully awaken. Their conversations often felt pretentious. "As I have mentioned, I cannot assist you with this matter, but rest assured, should you find yourself in conflict with Panjun, perhaps I can intercede on your behalf." Reina once again declined. Sukai shook his head. "Are you so certain he can best me? To speak candidly, your Sunfire Celestial Order attempted to invade Earth over 400 years ago, led by Panjun himself. And what was the outcome? He was singularly defeated by the great sage, Sun Wukong, fleeing back to Sunfire Star. Do not deny it. Though I have yet to engage in a true contest with the Monkey King, I am confident that I could at least hold my own against him. I hope you are not seriously considering a confrontation with Sunfire Star." Reina expressed her trepidation. "I assure you, I am a civilized being. Are you not the supreme deity of Sunfire Star? Why such fear of Panjun? You are one of the 3 divine architects of the Cosmic Academy. The light of the sun. What he can do, you can as well. Why fear such trivialities?" Sukai retorted. Reina shook her head. How could this goddess fear him? "However, I must admit, I am quite young, too young for the people of Sunfire Star to believe I can be their supreme deity. Sukai, I genuinely envy you. You have a pair of loving parents, and your earthlings hold such unwavering trust in you. Reina, I hope that in the future, the people of Sunfire will recognize you as well. I considered you a friend when I asked for your assistance in this matter, yet you have declined. Very well, I shall seek help elsewhere." With that, Sukai turned and departed. Reina felt compelled to call out to him, but for reasons unknown, her words faltered on her lips. In truth, Sukai had 2 objectives in seeking Reina's assistance to reach Sunfire Star. Firstly, to use Reina as a conduit to foster goodwill with Sunfire Star, and to negotiate with the mathematically inclined, yet perpetually misguided Panjun, ideally obtaining the stellar propulsion technology in the process. Secondly, there was the plan to temporarily remove Reina from Earth. Sukai recalled that Reina had been ensnared by Morgana's minion, a creature named Nightmare. Nightmare sowed discord between Yaowen and Reina through the creation of illusions, leading to misunderstandings and entangling them in mental turmoil. Reina found herself unable to distinguish between dream and reality, exhibiting emotional fluctuations and extreme behaviors, ultimately falling prey to Morgana's machinations, which culminated in the activation of a supernova. This supernova, instigated by Reina, was no trivial affair. It not only obliterated the Earth as Titan, but also brought about the destruction of the Divine King, Kaisa. Although Sukai was aware of these events, he remained uncertain of the timing of Morgana's schemes. If he could take Reina away in advance, then the plans of Karl and Morgana would be thwarted. There was, in fact, a more direct approach to inform the Divine King Kaisa. Yet, given her haughty demeanor, would she even believe him? To her understanding, no force in the universe could match her, save for that supernova, which could not be triggered near the Crimson Sun. With remarkable swiftness, Sukai arrived at the location favored by Sun Wukong, above the Buddhist pagoda. What brings you here? I heard from Takeo that you intend to reassemble a new army. You're not here to invite me to join, are you? Sun Wukong sat atop the pagoda, sipping beer while casting a glance at the approaching Sukai. Sukai surveyed the pagoda below with a hint of irony. Monkey King, you've taken quite a fancy to drinking atop a Buddhist pagoda. Are you not afraid of incurring the Buddha's wrath? The Buddha resides in my heart. It does not hinder my enjoyment of beer. Now, speak of your purpose, Sun Wukong replied, aware that Sukai would not come without pressing matters. Monkey King, since you know I aim to establish a brand new interstellar combat unit, I naturally require more advanced technology. I must not only enhance my own capabilities swiftly, but also elevate Earth's technological status, and thus I seek your assistance. Technology? I am but a warrior. I can engage in battles against demons, but matters of technology are beyond my comprehension. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. I do not require you to study technology. I need you to accompany me to the luminous sky realm, where I intend to negotiate a partnership with Panjun. Sukai articulated his intentions. What? Collaborate with those extraterrestrial beings? They are not to be trifled with, Sun Wukong warned. And are we not to be trifled with? Monkey King, will you dare to accompany me? Sukai's words plunged Sun Wukong into reflection. Very well, I shall accompany you. Sukai lifted the beer from the ground, exclaiming cheers. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 35. An invitation to Lianfeng to become the commander at 3 a.m. An intelligent alert resonated. Master, the design for the war robots has been completed. Sukai, who had been slumbering, stirred from his dreams. Yanhua, show it to me. Certainly, Master. As Yanhua projected the designs into the room, the vision unfolded before Sukai. A robot, resembling the hue of dark armor, exudes an aura of advanced technology. This towering machine stands 3 meters tall and weighs an impressive 10 tons. It is powered internally by an arc reactor, equipped with 10 miniature reactors and capable of harnessing solar energy to sustain its operational capabilities. The primary material is a black alloy, complemented by state-of-the-art energy weapons and artillery, as well as 108 miniature missiles and a dark alloy blade for close combat. Master, due to your previous upload of the information regarding the Taotai battleship, Yin Wang has specifically upgraded the functionalities of the war robot based on the exoskeletal armor of the Taotai warrior. It can employ external materials predominantly made of dark alloy for encryption, enabling effective physical defense and digital warfare. Internally, it is equipped with nanomachines and can accommodate a single individual, even if the armor is compromised by advanced civilizations employing specialized methods to sever intelligent assistance. It can revert to manual operation, requiring your authorization for use. Is there truly enough dark alloy on Earth? Master, with the current resources on Earth, there exists sufficient dark alloy for you to construct 107,800 initial war robots. Such a quantity? Where does it originate? The dark alloy does not belong to Earth as civilization. It is under the control of General Takeo, with a female officer named Lianfeng possessing the rights to utilize it. Lianfeng? Sukai suddenly recalled a matter. The Black Wall, a top-secret project. The Black Wall is a magnificent yet clandestine global initiative aimed at preparing a contingency defense plan capable of maintaining stability or even counterattacking in the event of a potential extraterrestrial invasion. The technologies involved in this plan are derived from the ancient Denon civilization. The vessel, Giant Gorge, belongs to the first phase, while the second phase should be represented by the Mangdang Shan, which is not yet completed. Please upload a comprehensive technical blueprint of the war robot, along with the required resources. We must further enhance the weaponry. Merely relying on energy weapons and miniature missiles is inadequate. It would be ideal to harness solar energy to create energy cannons akin to those of the Taotai, allowing us to return their tactics in kind. Understood, Master. I am currently optimizing the specifications for you. At this moment, Sukai felt no fatigue. He was en route to Liang Star, tasked with assembling an entirely new interstellar combat unit. The workload was indeed substantial. Yin Wang, assist me in drafting a list of combat personnel, selecting from the entirety of the Huaxiao military. The candidates must possess at least a postgraduate degree with a preference for those in the sciences. Additionally, they should exhibit exceptional physical and psychological qualities, along with formidable combat skills and marksmanship. Please filter out 500 individuals. Simultaneously, Select 30 doctors renowned for their expertise in both internal and external medicine for within Huaxia. Additionally, please identify 10 specialists each in physics, chemistry, and astronomy. Sukai pondered the optimal personnel distribution for the entire unit. Combat personnel need not be numerous, but rather must be supremely elite, complemented by war robots to assist them. Thus, Sukai commands a disciplined and fiercely potent steel legion. Although lacking super genes and unable to utilize the dark aspect, he can effortlessly eliminate the first and second generation of the gluttonous and demon warriors. It is estimated that within the entire legion, there are scarcely a handful of third-generation warriors, and should any dare to reveal themselves, Sukai would personally handle them. Very well, Master. I am currently sifting through the options for you. With the assistance of Yan Huang, Sukai found that many matters had become significantly simpler. Before proceeding to the Radiant Sun civilization, he felt the need to meet with Lian Feng. This combat commander was someone Sukai intended to temporarily borrow from Dikao, as her expertise was crucial for training in military affairs to truly develop combat capabilities. As for the Xiong Bing Lian, Sukai had no intention of integrating them into the Interstellar Combat Division. He merely sought to have them commanded by him. Aboard the Giant Gorge, Sukai quietly approached Lian Feng's room, holding a bottle of fine red wine. Suddenly, he felt that the situation seemed somewhat amiss, as if he were sneaking in for a tryst. It struck him that arriving at 3 in the morning with wine for a woman was rather inappropriate. "What are you doing, Sukai?" Lian Feng, surprisingly awake, opened the door, dressed in a nightgown that was unlike her usual attire. "You're still awake?" "I can't sleep. You know there have been many recent matters to attend to." Lian Feng regarded the wine in Sukai's hand with curiosity, continuing, "Are you planning to drink with someone? Have you developed a fondness for a certain lady?" "I came to see you." "Me?" Lian Feng appeared somewhat bewildered. She had never been particularly fond of Sukai. In fact, she harbored a slight aversion due to his arrogance, believing he looked down upon the Denorians. "Yes, it is a matter of great importance. Do you not intend to invite me in to discuss it?" Sukai gestured toward her room. "Very well." After surveying her surroundings and confirming there were no others present, Lian Feng invited Sukai inside. Upon entering her room, Sukai was greeted by a subtle yet delightful fragrance. The space, though modest, was filled with an array of neatly organized books. "Do you have any wine glasses?" Sukai inquired. "You know that I have been aboard the Giant Gorge for an extended period. Drinking is prohibited in the military," Lian Feng replied, taking a seat and gesturing for Sukai to do the same. "Wait for me a moment." In an instant, Sukai vanished. A few breaths later, he reappeared with 2 wine glasses in hand. "Now, we have them," he said with a smile. Suddenly, his eyes glinted crimson, and a heated gaze sliced through the cork of the bottle. He then proceeded to pour the wine into the glasses. Lian Feng was left speechless, realizing that this was how Sukai typically wielded his extraordinary abilities. Indeed, it was a remarkably convenient skill. Lian Feng did not reject Sukai's goodwill. After all, one must not be too stubborn in life. Flexibility is key. Sukai, unfazed, remarked that he had engaged in such matters numerous times before. "Speak freely. Your purpose in coming here cannot merely be a spontaneous desire to treat me to a drink. Our friendship is not that profound." Lian Feng maintained a businesslike demeanor. Yet her striking beauty lent her an undeniable allure. One could only wonder if this woman, nay, this warrior, had any men in her life. "Let us toast," Sukai declared, raising his glass. The sound of red wine glasses clinking resonated in the air. With a resigned sigh, Lian Feng lifted her glass to meet his. "I have come to invite you to join my interstellar combat unit. Have a share to drink with me. You have no grounds for refusal." "Sukai, this is not child's play. I cannot agree to this. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Allow me to show you something." Yan Huang projected the technical schematics of a war robot. The blue light emitted from Sukai's Shinha battle armor unveiled a complete projection of the war robot's design, along with various related data. As a senior military scientist, Lian Feng not only possessed formidable command abilities, but was also well-versed in scientific research and technology. She recognized the brilliance of the exoskeleton armor that fused the technology of Shinha battle armor, and not to mention the techniques of Tao Tai. In terms of earthly technology, it was nearly perfect, operable without the need for super genes. This technology bore similarities to that of the Iron Man within the Alliance of the Hateful, yet yours is undeniably more powerful and refined. Lian Feng scrutinized the projected war robot, analyzing and assessing its capabilities. This is your artificial intelligence, an evolved upgrade designed for you. Are you not concerned that one day it may develop emotions that surpass those of humanity and betray us all? I have discussed this with General Takeo. Rest assured, Yin Huang will not betray humanity. My authority over it is paramount, and its primary directive is to never act against human interests. Faced with Su Kai's confidence, Li Yinfeng chose not to press further. Your visit to me surely entails more than merely inviting me to assist you in establishing an interstellar combat unit. True to her nature, Li Yinfeng, a woman of millennia, could easily discern that Su Kai harbored ulterior motives. Su Kai chuckled, draining his glass of red wine in one gulp. All I require are the materials for 1,000 war robots, composed of dark alloy. I am confident that General Takeo will provide them, and I believe my homeland will support me as well. I sought you out specifically because I trust that you will endorse my vision, correct? Chapter 36. Preparing to depart for the Sunfire Star, the following morning, at General Takeo's office, Su Kai arrived early to meet him. Good morning, Su Kai. Good morning. Old I am here to request personnel. As he spoke, Su Kai placed the data on the war robots along with a list of personnel he required upon Takeo's desk. Du Cao picked up the data on the war robots. His brow furrowed as if deep in thought. What's the matter? Is there an issue? He inquired. This artificial intelligence took considerable time to develop, integrating 4 civilizations. Primarily designed for combat within the solar system, Su Kai confidently replied, seated atop Du Cao's desk. Indeed, at 4 o'clock last night, Li Yinfeng informed me, and I concurred. However, the foremost flaw of such mechanized armor is that it stands no chance before the divine. Du Cao articulated his concerns. Alien civilizations possess formidable strategies capable of directly datafying and severing the control of Su Kai's embedded intelligence, potentially rendering it a mere heap of scrap metal. Thus, he had devised a manual operational protocol. The purpose of this armor's design is to confront the Tao Dai and the first and second generation of demon warriors. As for higher-tier adversaries, we shall require the assistance of the Xiongbing Lian, he continued. Are you certain of this? Du Cao questioned, a note of skepticism in his voice. Old Du, how can you doubt the warriors of Earth? They can indeed control these mechas. The super soldiers born from superior genetics are powerful, yet they demand vast resources. First, take a look at the personnel I require, Su Kai urged, sliding the personnel list forward. Du Cao picked it up and felt an ache in his head. Su Kai, are you intending to consolidate the elite warriors from all military districts of Huaxia? Will the leaders agree to this? He scrutinized the selections from Yin Huang. Each individual was among the finest elites across various military districts, distinguished for their combat prowess and physical attributes, with the added rarity of possessing postgraduate degrees. It was indeed a daunting challenge. The entire Huaxia military could scarcely assemble 500 individuals meeting these criteria, with only 197 barely qualifying. Su Kai was ruthless in his approach, effectively siphoning off the pinnacle of Huaxia's talent. The generals above were likely to be in an uproar. Hey, we are facing extraterrestrial invaders, so we must utilize the best soldiers, the finest equipment, and the most capable commanders, Su Kai asserted, once more inscribing Li Yinfeng's name at the top of the list as the senior military commander. She has consented. I can provide you with these resources. When you intend to gather these combat, research, and logistics personnel, I shall also assign Yuqin to you, Du Cao stated, expressing his unwavering support for Su Kai. I believe in you. You can safeguard the Earth and protect our homeland. Thanks. Old Du, I shall proactively report this matter to the highest leadership. However, I need you to continue rallying the scattered super soldiers across Huaxia. I fear I will have little time for this task, as I must make a trip to the Liang Star, Su Kai declared, revealing his resolved decision. You are about to venture into the realm of the solar civilization, a society not easily swayed. While they aspire for peace and prosperity, their stubbornness and traditionalism present a formidable challenge. You seek their stellar propulsion technology, do you not? Takeo is well aware of Su Kai's intentions. He understands that Reina is not unwilling to provide this technology. Rather, it is likely inaccessible to her, as the solar civilization has encrypted it within her very genes. An immature deity requires certain protections, indeed. Yes, I earnestly desire their stellar propulsion technology. Should I acquire it, my personal strength would surge dramatically within a brief period. More importantly, Such technology would expedite the advancement of Earth's scientific endeavors, enabling us to engage in astronomical combat in no time. Sukai spoke with calm assurance. With what will you barter? Takeo inquired. What currency? My credibility, Sukai replied confidently. Credibility? Quite so. Does not the solar civilization uphold the principle of peace and stability? In essence, it is a matter of non-aggression. They do not instigate conflict if not provoked. To negotiate with them, one must possess sufficient strength. Hence, I shall journey to Solar Star accompanied by Brother Monkey to present ourselves before their sun god. Sukai had prepared himself to conquer the solar civilization through his own capabilities. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he brought along Brother Monkey. Many have underestimated Sun Wukong's prowess. Although he appears to be at the pinnacle of the third generation of beast forms, his core techniques rival the three divine engineering projects of the cosmic principle, which is far from trivial. The mere mastery of the clone technique is sufficient to turn the tide. Very well, since you have made your decision. Report this matter to the supreme leaders. As for the interstellar combat unit, I shall assist Lianfeng in gathering it for you. Takeo rose and extended his hand. Sukai nodded and clasped Takeo's hand. This was a gesture of cooperation between civilizations. After relaying his thoughts to the highest leaders of Huaxia, he received unwavering support. Brother Monkey, are you prepared? Sukai asked. I have been waiting for you on the deck. However, will you be taking that young girl with you? Sun Wukong referred to Reina. Yes, she must come along. Sukai insisted, for he could not leave Reina vulnerable to Morgana's schemes on Earth. It was far too perilous. Perhaps you should handle this. Never mind. After spending so much time together, Sun Wukong had developed a sense of camaraderie with Reina. All right. Sukai utilized his heightened perception to pinpoint Reina's location. At that moment, Reina was shouting at Gu Xiaoluan. Hurry up. If it weren't for you last time, I wouldn't have been in such a predicament. Why are you only yelling at me? Gu Xiaoluan retorted. Who told you not to come to my rescue last time? ISNT their god Kai. Don't mention him. That guy's been acting all high and mighty recently, always scheming against my homeland. Reina was burdened with thoughts, her mind distracted even during training. Lately, she had been haunted by dreams of mutual harm with Cheng Yaowen. The relationship with him is exceedingly delicate. Recently, Sukai once again requested him to guide her home, which only added to her vexation. She cherished Earth, and even more so, the circle of good friends and comrades she had here, despite the fact that most of them were rather unremarkable. Yet, in this place, Lena felt a profound sense of belonging. Her teammates respected her, treating her as a friend, unlike the solitude she experienced on the blazing sun star, where no one would engage with her. If one were to become such a deity, what significance would life hold? Sukai approached her from behind, saying, Lena, you've arrived. You're not trying to persuade me again, are you? Do you insist on taking me back? Now that you are the supreme god of Earth, is it too much to welcome this alien? After all, I have aided you. Lena complained, her expression resembling that of a wronged little girl. Earth is your second home, and we all welcome you. My intention in asking you to accompany me is to foster peaceful coexistence between Earth and the blazing sun civilization. We are comrades, bound by life and death. Sukai replied with a smile, gazing at the young deity before him. Fret not, for this goddess is returning to the blazing sun star for the sake of peace. However, there is one condition. You must bring me back, Lena said, her tone laced with pride, yet ultimately acquiescing to Sukai's request. A sigh of relief escaped Sukai as he took Lena with him. Perhaps the divine Kasha would not fall. If Kasha remained unfallen, the angelic faction would not suffer significant weakening, thus deterring the malevolent entities of the universe, especially that Huaye. Chapter 37. Battle at the southern heavenly gate beneath the vast expanse of the southern sea. All eyes were fixed upon Sukai, Sun Wukong, and Lena. Will do. When we return, I will treat you to drinks. Of course, the liquor from the blazing sun star. Sukai laughed heartily. Beside him, Sun Wukong corrected. You mean the heavenly Tao star. Lena remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion, embodying a sense of apathy. Sukai chose to ignore her demeanor. The enmity between Sun Wukong and the blazing sun civilization was challenging to resolve. Before Sukai's emergence, Sun Wukong was Earth's foremost warrior. Even as Gu Xiaoluan grew stronger in later stages, he still could not match the combat prowess of the Monkey King. In conditions of ample energy, the Monkey King could shatter Huaye's fifth-generation divine body with a single strike. From Sukai's perspective, it could be understood that the Monkey King typically lacked sufficient energy resources. A millennium had passed since the blazing sun civilization ascended, and they had now acquired the supreme god Lena, whose reliability was still in question. Yet the passage of time would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable advancement in their technology and strength. If Sun Wukong were to venture alone to the blazing sun star, he would be overwhelmed by the collective might of that civilization, ultimately leading to his demise. Very well, I shall await your return for drinks. Rest assured about the interstellar combat team. The location has already been chosen. Du Cao raised his hand, assuring Sukai regarding Earth-S matters. Let us depart. Sukai nodded. The trio swiftly ascended into the vast expanse of outer space. Sun Wukong called out into the void, cloud of the nimbus. A ripple emerged in the emptiness, gradually revealing a sleek, skateboard-like mechanical flying board, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Nimbus? Sukai was filled with questions. Lin Daiyu sensed a fusion of technology and cultivation. They set their sights on the celestial realm of the heavenly path. With a leap, Sun Wukong mounted the board and led Sukai and Reina towards the realm of the solar civilization. Reina, with a single gesture directed towards the distant sun, summoned a vast accumulation of solar stellar energy, which began to flow towards her and Sukai, ensuring that they would not suffer any energy depletion during their flight. Having Reina along proved to be immensely beneficial. Otherwise, even if Sukai reached the solar star, he would likely need to bask in the sun for a while to restore his energy. This arrangement allowed Sukai to enhance his strength without hindrance during their journey, a testament to Reina's thoughtful planning. After 11 solar days, the trio traversed the Great Worm Bridge and finally arrived at the solar star domain. In contrast to Earth, the solar star was surrounded by a multitude of satellite realms, equipped with formidable defense systems. At the center loomed a colossal sun, illuminating the entire starry sky. Stretching across the cosmos was an ancient-style edifice, measuring thousands of meters in width and spanning 10,000 meters in length. The grand entrance was inscribed with the words Southern Heavenly Gate. Reina, your abode is quite magnificent. Eklimed Sukai. Monkey King, wait for me to negotiate. Do not act impulsively, as I am here to discuss a partnership, he added calmly. If they overstep, I, Sun Wukong, shall remain silent, replied the monkey with a snort. Magnificence is a necessity. It is just that the solar realm is rather dull. You shall see once you arrive, Reina remarked as she led the way. Surrounding the Southern Heavenly Gate were 100 or 200 soldiers clad in dark silver armor. Sukai, employing his heightened senses, ascertained that these soldiers of the solar civilization, the so-called heavenly warriors, possessed the prowess of elite super soldiers. The strength of the solar civilization was indeed formidable. Upon their arrival in the solar star domain, they were promptly detected by the guards. Upon realizing that their goddess Reina had returned, accompanied by 2 extraterrestrial beings, one soldier began to relay the message. Sukai's enhanced auditory perception allowed him to overhear their exchange. So, in the eyes of the solar realm, we have become extraterrestrials, he mused. Your goddess Reina has returned. Is there no one to welcome her? As the words fell, Reina's aura transformed dramatically. With each step she took, she donned a piece of armor from the solar civilization. By her 7th step, she was adorned in the divine armor of the main deity, crowned and exuding confidence as she approached the Southern Heavenly Gate. Impressive, Reina, Sukai signaled to the Monkey King to follow suit, suggesting they blend into the solar star before anything else. Upon his arrival in the solar star, Sukai felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. The solar energy here was at least tenfold that of Earth. This place is indeed suitable for him to enhance his strength. I am Goddess Reina, yet I remain oblivious to their identities. The commanding general ostensibly shows respect towards Reina, yet his spear is pointed at Sukai and his companion, clearly intending to create difficulties for Reina. With an air of divine grace, Reina calmly asserted, "They are our friends. Sheath your weapon. Are you daring to provoke the authority of this goddess?" "I would not dare. I am merely performing my duty. I beseech the goddess to understand. Where do these 2 hail from?" The general's words dripped with disdain. Sukai furrowed his brow and stepped closer to Reina, stating, "Reina, it seems they are not particularly welcoming to us. Perhaps you should directly summon Panjun." At this moment, Reina's pride was wounded. This was precisely why she had been reluctant to return to the Sun Star. Even a mere guard commander disregarded her divine supremacy. Do you doubt your own goddess, bringing enemies before me, and yet you refuse to clear the way? Reyna exclaimed in anger. My goddess, should you wish to enter, you may do so at any time. However, these two remain of unclear origin and require a report. I kindly ask the goddess not to make it difficult for me. The guard, sensing Reyna's wrath, knew better than to overstep. You. Enough, Reyna. Allow us to handle this matter. Sukai could no longer endure the situation. Reyna was his friend, and he was taken aback by her diminished status on the Sunstar. To be unable to bring in a few friends was indeed a source of frustration for the goddess. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Chiyu Wu Star System, Earth Star Super God Academy. I am Sukai. This is your esteemed General Panjun, who should be quite familiar with the great sage, Sun Wukong. Today, we come with the intention of fostering peaceful coexistence between two civilizations and seek an audience with your sun god. I kindly request you relay this message. Sukai spoke with great restraint, as he did not wish to instigate conflict with the Sunstar at their first encounter, considering their purpose was to access the knowledge repository. Haha, Chiyu Star System? What sort of place is that? Do you think the sun god can be seen at your whim? The lead guard sneered at Sukai and Sun Wukong with contempt, arrogance, and obstinacy. Reyna, do you wish to prove your status as a supreme deity? Sukai inquired with a smile. Upon witnessing Sukai's expression, Reyna understood that he was about to take action. Sukai, what do you intend to do? Are you going to confront them in my presence? Please do not kill them. Before Reyna could finish her sentence, Sukai had already vanished from sight, delivering a punch that struck the lead guard squarely in the chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed, and the guard was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the city wall of the southern heavenly gate, his fate uncertain. Reyna was momentarily stunned. The confrontation escalated with such swiftness. Behind her, Sun Wukong smirked, remarking, a mere band of insignificant soldiers, they truly court their own demise. At this moment, Sukai received a notification from the system, awarding him 5,000 points of justice. The second-generation super soldier certainly provided quite a bounty. Brother Monkey, sit back and enjoy the show. Leave this to me. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity to earn justice points. Very well, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. As the multitude of celestial warriors witnessed Sukai's unexpected aggression, they surged forward in a chaotic rush. Sukai, however, moved with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly sending 3 or 5 celestial soldiers flying several hundred meters with but a mere blink. Thankfully, he tempered his strength with every kick, wary of delivering a fatal blow that would irrevocably escalate the conflict with the blazing sun star. With each strike, no celestial warrior remained capable of rising again. At this moment, Reyna could only observe as Sukai wreaked havoc. She understood that he was merely teaching them a lesson, not unleashing his full wrath. Cease at once. A commanding voice echoed. Sukai looked up to see a tall man clad in silver armor, wielding an exceptionally unique weapon. Recognizing him, Reyna promptly warned Sukai, that is Xian Tianji, the most formidable student of Panjun. Xian Tianji, is it? This could prove interesting, Sukai mused, realizing that Panjun was likely observing the spectacle from his vantage point. This Xian Tianji was presumably sent as a probe. Given the circumstances, Sukai felt no remorse in preparing to unleash his full prowess. Chapter 38. Swiftly defeating Xian Tianji on the blazing sun star within the celestial court. Panjun occupied the highest seat, intently watching the battle unfold at the southern gate. Dressed in gleaming silver armor, his imposing stature was accentuated by the presence of 4 formidable guards at his side. Below, 100,000 celestial warriors gazed up at the esteemed General Panjun with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Regent, according to our intelligence, the one battling Xian Tianji is named Sukai, the supreme god of the Earth's Super God Academy, and a friend of our goddess Reyna. He has previously engaged in a wager with the divine Kaisa, proclaiming himself the supreme god of Earth. And the monkey behind him? One of Panjun's guards inquired, relaying the details of the arrivals at the southern gate. Enough. No need for further elaboration, Panjun interjected, all too familiar with Sun Wukong. Having suffered grievously at the hands of this monkey in the past, an experience that had been decidedly one-sided. Yet, it appeared that this young god from Earth possessed considerable strength, capable of dispatching second-generation super soldiers with sheer physical prowess. Regent, Could the monkey be the legendary victorious fighting Buddha from 14 centuries ago? If he has indeed arrived, I must personally confront him, for I have diligently honed my celestial arts over the years. A sturdy-faced warrior knelt with a spear in hand, requesting permission to engage in battle. Mao Sheng, there is no need for haste. Let Xian Tianji first gauge the capabilities of this Earth's supreme god. We ought to grant our goddess Reina some consideration, as he is of her acquaintance. Pan Zheng was acutely aware that even Sun Wukong might not be easily subdued. Sending someone to confront him would be tantamount to delivering a meal to the beast. Xian Tianji's weapon might possess the potential to counter Sun Wukong's prowess. In a direct contest of physical strength, it was likely that no one on the blazing sun star could rival the monkey. Pan Zheng's allowance for Reina to journey to the Earth Star and assume command of the elite brigade was an indication of his intentions. His aspirations for Earth were abundantly clear. At the southern gate, Zhuan Tianji cast a cold gaze upon Su Kai and Sun Wukong below, neglecting to acknowledge Reina, standing nearby. Hey, can't you see your goddess? Do you not know how to pay your respects? Reina exclaimed angrily. Zhuan Tianji lowered his head to Reina, stating, Goddess Reina, this is a special circumstance. Once I have dealt with him and that monkey, I shall pay my respects to you. His arrogance was palpable. The slow advancement of the solar civilization was not without reason. Su Kai, why not allow me to confront my old friend? Sun Wukong, brandishing his dark gold staff, strode forward without a hint of respect for Zhuan Tianji. Wait, Monkey King, let me handle this. I have yet to unleash my full potential. If I eliminate this fellow, more minions are bound to spawn for you to engage. Su Kai swiftly interjected, perceiving the celestial warriors of the solar civilization merely as sources of justice points. Sun Wukong scrutinized the Fangtian Huaji in Zhuan Tianji's grasp, activating his fiery eyes, yet he could not discern the weapon's true level. Be cautious of that weapon. I cannot scan its properties. It must be some celestial artifact created by the Tao of Heaven, akin to technological weaponry on our Earth, Sun Wukong warned. Su Kai nodded in acknowledgement. As his own strength continued to grow, only the special god-slaying abilities could breach his defenses. Even god-slaying bullets could not penetrate Su Kai's now steel-like physique. As for void weapons, they would prove ineffective unless they could decipher Su Kai's genes. The stronger he became, the more complex the task of deciphering him. Monkey, once I have dealt with him, you will be next, Zhuan Tianji declared. Having cultivated for a millennium and now brimming with confidence after receiving an upgrade in celestial arts. Once merely a soldier of the solar star, he had witnessed Sun Wukong single-handedly hold his own against 100,000 celestial warriors, even being struck aside by a single blow. Yet times had changed. After over 1,000 years of arduous practice in celestial arts, he had risen to become the foremost divine general beneath Pan Zheng. The solar civilization had studied the monkey for over a millennium, and now he stood as the apex super soldier of the solar star. With a sidelong glance at his weapon, Zhuan Tianji resolved to erase the humiliation of his past. He ceased further words, hoisting the Fangtian Huaji and leaping down, instantly arriving above Su Kai. A smile graced Su Kai's lips as he conjured a massive golden sword, executing a swift counterstrike. The immense force sent Zhuan Tianji, along with his weapon, flying several thousand meters before he could regain his footing. Zhuan Tianji stared in terror at Su Kai, astonished by his overwhelming strength. This shouldn't be possible. According to my information, he is an authentic earthling. Sun Wukong mocked. Zhuan Tianji, kneel and bow your head, and I shall spare your life. Ha ha. Do you truly believe that mere power guarantees victory over me? If you wish to kill me, show me some real skill. Despite his arrogance, Zhuan Tianji was not foolish. He resolved not to engage Su Kai in a contest of strength. Su Kai had merely delivered a tentative strike, testing the prowess of the third-generation warriors of the Radiant Sun civilization. Even among these super soldiers, there existed a hierarchy of strength. In his eyes, Xian Tianji was pathetically weak. The earlier, lightning-fast thrust of Xian Tianji's halberd appeared to move as sluggishly as a snail before the hyper-accelerated vision of Su Kai. Enough of this. I am pressed for time. I shall dispose of you swiftly, hoping to engage more minions, Su Kai remarked impatiently. With his golden great sword in hand, he unleashed his utmost speed, transforming into a mere flash of sword light in Xian Tianji's vision. It was astonishingly rapid, so much so that Xian Tianji had no time to raise his halberd in defense. He found his line of sight spiraling, suddenly confronted by a headless figure. That form was eerily familiar, wielding a halberd just like his own. It was his own body. In an instant, Su Kai's blinding strike severed Xian Tianji's head. Pitifully weak, Su Kai taunted, his gaze drifting to the warship hovering above the celestial realm. His eyes met those of Pan Zhen. Pan Zhen, perhaps you should send more troops, ideally 100,000 celestial soldiers. Otherwise, it will not suffice for my slaughter, Su Kai bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the entire radiant sun star. Below, Reina exclaimed, Su Kai, do not go too far. Though Reina harbored a deep disdain for Xian Tianji, he was still one of her kin. Su Kai's act of killing him in her presence was a blatant affront. Calm down, calm down. If I do not act this way, will Pan Zhen emerge? Your general seems to delight in bullying the outnumbered, Su Kai reassured her. After all, Reina was his friend. Slaying a few disrespectful warriors of the Radiant Sunstar was a trivial matter. With a single wave of his hand, Su Kai seized the halberd from Xian Tianji's grasp. Following the recent scan by Yan Huang, he was surprised to discover it was a powerful engine of divine slaying. Such a magnificent weapon could not go to waste. He planned to take it back, refine it, and perhaps bestow it upon Zhao Xinyong. Pan Zhen observed everything intently. He had not fully grasped how Su Kai had dispatched Xian Tianji. Was it merely pure speed? Certainly. If the divine river body were to move at such velocity, it would create a tremendous sonic boom. Yet his opponent seemed to experience no such air resistance. The weapon in hand was indeed a divine slayer. When had Earth acquired such advanced technology? According to the data shared between Pan Zhen and Reina within the entire heroic brigade, aside from the war god Lu Chuang of the Nockstar, no one possessed a divine slayer weapon. At that moment, the southern heavenly gate was continuously releasing celestial soldiers, increasingly surrounding Su Kai and Sun Wukong in layers. Reina, perhaps you should return for now. This battle is inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, we remain friends, Su Kai advised. Excluding Reina from the fray was a mark of respect. He could not bring himself to strike against her, for she had aided him significantly in the past, and he genuinely regarded her as a friend. Fan Zin, come fort. They are my guests. Do you wish to wage war against Earth? I am the supreme deity of the Radiant Sun civilization. I, Reina, command you to present yourself before me. Chapter 39. Negotiation. A surge of searing energy emanated from within the southern gate. In an instant, a dark cloud gathered in the sky above the southern gate, filled with a multitude of figures. At the center, seated upon a lofty throne, was none other than the Grand General of the Radiant Sun Star, Regent Pan Zhen. As Su Kai cast his gaze in that direction, he beheld a middle-aged man with a beard clad in silver-white armor, his helmet adorned with a mane that billowed with the energy. The imposing presence of the high-ranking official bore down on Su Kai and Sun Wukong. Reina. Pan Zhen scrutinized Reina, ensuring that he did not lose face before the 10,000 celestial soldiers and the two individuals before him, drawing courage from an unknown source. Reina boldly declared, I, Reina, am the true deity of the Radiant Sun Star, the sovereign of the sun. Those beneath the Xiantian level who defy my commands shall face execution. Pan Zhen, this is all a misunderstanding. They're my friends from Earth. Withdraw your troops. Pan Zhen stroked his beard, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. It seemed that this journey to Earth had indeed fostered growth in their deity, as she now exhibited some degree of wisdom. Reina, there is no doubt that you are the monarch of our Radiant Sun Star. Yet those beneath the Xiantian level who commit offenses must face the consequences. The execution of our Radiant Sun warriors should not involve outsiders. As the supreme deity, do you not comprehend this fundamental rule? Although Pan Zhen tolerated Reina's antics, he made it clear that such behavior could not go unchecked. He understood all too well that the enmity between Sun Wukong and the Radiant Sun civilization would be difficult to resolve, unless one side faced complete annihilation. Indeed, Reina reflected upon Pan Zhen's words, realizing that even those beneath the Xiantian level should not be subject to external execution, as it contravened the customs of the Radiant Sun Star. Bring the esteemed deity Reina back to her palace, Pan Zhen commanded. Release me. Let go of me. Reina attempted to voice her protest, but two guards seized her and began to escort her towards the palace, glancing back at Su Kai in a gesture that conveyed her efforts. Su Kai called out to her, Reina, thank you. I know you did your best. Panjun refrained from publicly admonishing Reyna before the celestial soldiers, granting her the dignity she deserved. To bring outsiders to execute a divine warrior of the Radiant Sun Star would equate to treachery against the Radiant Sun civilization. Panjun, I see you're well. Sun Wukong, shouldering his dark alloy staff, regarded the lofty Panjun with an air of defiance. Monkey, what brings you to our Radiant Sun Star? Are you intent on waging war? The Radiant Sun is no longer the same as it was 14 centuries ago. Surely, Earth is struggling to survive. Panjin replied calmly. Are you threatening me, old son? Wukong retorted. If you dare set foot on Earth, I shall shatter your heavenly Tao star, for you are left with naught but half your strength. Sun Wukong was instantly enraged, displaying his animosity towards the solar star. Brother Monkey, do not act impulsively. We did not come here to fight. Sukai reminded him from the side. Oh, when you were killing earlier, did you consider this? Now you blame me, Sun Wukong. He retorted, feeling indignant. You struck the man. You killed Xuantianji. I stood up for you, and you remind me to be gentle? No. If it truly comes to blows, we can exchange harsh words later. No need for excessive dialogue. We can simply engage directly. Leave this to me, Sukai gestured confidently. Sun Wukong turned his head, tacitly acquiescing. Sulki sliftrichlem to opposition 10 meters opposte pan Sven. Upon noticing, the celestial soldiers grasped their weapons and prepared to encircle Sukai. Stand down, Pan Jin commanded. Apologies, General Pan Jun, but that lad who just killed your man was utterly outrageous. He attempted to take my life without provocation, as you witnessed. I merely defended myself and sought to spar with him. Who would guess he was so weak? With just one simple move, he failed to block it. Wouldn't you agree he's rather inept, General Pan? Care for a taste of Huazi, the exquisite delicacy from Earth? Sukai said with a warm smile, conjuring a Huazi before Panjun through the micro-wormhole space transition. Panjun's eyes narrowed as he accepted the Huazi, snapping his fingers to ignite it. He mused inwardly that this individual's prowess exceeded that of the third-generation divine body, and that he was adept in wormhole transportation. Truly remarkable. It seems he has met his just desserts, Panjun exhaled, forming smoke rings. General. The guard behind him glared at Sukai in fury. Enough. A mere glance from Panjun silenced his guards, who dared not speak further. Sukai flawlessly demonstrated his micro-wormhole transportation skills. If he could manipulate smoke to approach him effortlessly, he could control anything, including the god-slaying blade that had just vanquished Xuantianji. To conquer a civilization like that of the solar star, the most effective approach is to wield formidable strength. Speak. You represent Earth. What do you wish to discuss with us on the solar star? Panjun acknowledged Sukai's strength, realizing that the monkey below obeyed him well, indicating his considerable power. After a millennium of efforts, the solar star had yet to discover a genuine solution for Sun Wukong. Engaging in a war of attrition against him was utterly unfeasible. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sukai, a student of the Super God Academy, also a pupil of the Space Principal. My purpose in coming here is to represent Earth in seeking cooperation with the solar civilization and, simultaneously, as a student of the Super God Academy, to learn some technology on the solar star. Sukai candidly articulated his intentions. The student of Rusi, that old bald head still lives. If you represent Earth in negotiations, Earth is not yet qualified. However, if you come as a student of the Super God Academy, I shall permit you entry into the Super God Academy branch on the solar star, and I will provide you with the knowledge you seek. Panjun spoke with an air of calmness. Is it really that easy to negotiate? Sukai appeared to harbor doubts. Well, let's address the matter at hand. My intention is to learn the stellar drive technology of the rising sun. I wonder if General Panjun would be willing to impart this knowledge to me? Sukai's ultimate aim was to acquire the technology. As for any potential collaboration, it was likely that the rising sun civilization would not be interested. Haha, young deity. While I am uncertain of the extraordinary genes you possess that stem from some divine heritage, do you not fear that I might personally bring about your ruin for attempting to acquire the core technologies of the rising sun civilization without substantiation? Panjun's gaze was piercing as he confidently addressed Sukai. The rising sun civilization possesses unparalleled independence among all civilizations, capable of manifesting as a destroyer. As seen in the annihilation of the Denner star system, yet we can also embody the role of nurturer and restorer. Destroy me? Would you truly be willing to obliterate your entire rising sun star? You wouldn't resort to igniting your own sun to exterminate me, would you? Sukai feigned terror. You, audacious one, General, permit me to engage this individual in a duel. The four guardian dragons behind Pan Zheng, protectors of Lei Yin, could no longer tolerate Sukai's demeanor and sought to challenge him. Though Xian Tianji was formidable, he was not terrifyingly so. He believed Sukai had employed some advanced technology to ambush him, much like the sudden appearance of Huazi. A duel? What a splendid idea, General Pan Zheng. How about this? I will take all of you on by myself. Let us see if I can incapacitate every one of you. A mischievous smile crept across Sukai's lips. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, Pan Zheng had encountered countless powerful deities. A confidence like that displayed by the young man before him could only stem from either folly or genuine strength. It was evident that this individual was not the former. According to the information shared by Reina, this person possessed the ability to absorb solar energy to enhance himself, making the battlefield of the rising sun his dominion. The energy attacked from the rising sun civilization would likely prove ineffective against him, a fact that Reina had substantiated. This genetic trait was specifically designed for the inhabitants of the rising sun star. If their civilization possessed such a super gene, how invincible they would be. This matter is beyond my authority. I must consult the sun god. You may remain here, and Sun Wukong will escort you back. Pan Zheng gestured towards Sun Wukong below. Very well, please wait a moment. Sukai instantly approached Sun Wukong and whispered a few words in his ear. Sukai, are you truly going to stay alone? What if they have some scheme against you? Sun Wukong had little faith in these inhabitants of the rising sun star. How about this? If I do not return to Earth within a month, you can come to retrieve me. TCH, I, the old monkey, do not have the luxury of time to babysit you. I'm off. Sun Wukong turned and smiled, summoning his cloud of nimbus and heading directly towards Earth. Chapter 40. The Prize, Silver Mine of Su. The Tower of Heavenly Law. Pan Zheng, devoid of his usual authority, humbly knelt before a cluster of torches. He was none other than the Emperor of the Radiant Sun, Hongquan. Your Majesty, have you summoned me to seek my counsel? His voice was frail, almost whisper-like. Yes, my king. According to my findings, this earthling, Sukai, possesses a rare and potent gene that allows him to absorb solar energy to enhance his own abilities. If our radiant civilization were to harness such a super gene, we could achieve unparalleled strength, ensuring the continuity of our civilization in harmony with our technological advancements. Pan Zheng replied, bowing his head. Since you believe it feasible, proceed with it, the Emperor commanded. The former might of the radiant civilization is a testament to our strength. While stellar propulsion technology is indeed our cornerstone, the angelic civilization possesses it as well. Perhaps we could exchange this knowledge for his super gene data. Understood, my king. Above the majestic palace complex lay a solitary figure, in the vicinity closest to the sun. Sukai began to comprehend why Reina was reluctant to remain on Radiant Star. There were no mobile phones, no games, and scant entertainment. The most pressing issue was the oppressive heat. While he remained unaffected, the common folk of the Radiant civilization lacked his ability to absorb solar energy, enduring the relentless heat without the protective ozone layer that Earth so graciously offered. In recent days, Sukai had visited the Super God Academy of the Radiant civilization. Unfortunately, the Yin Huang had linked to the knowledge repository of the academy here, but little new information was available. However, he did acquire a portion of knowledge and technology pertaining to Radiant Star. The stellar propulsion technology had long been encrypted by the Radiant civilization, impervious even to an artificial intelligence of Yin Huang's caliber. This indicated it was safeguarded by the Celestial Computation Tower. Sukai found enjoyment in these days, basking in the abundant sunlight, with his strength visibly escalating. Yet, he had not seen Reina lately, having heard she was temporarily detained by Pan Zheng. Sukai now felt apprehensive about rescuing her. If the stellar propulsion technology were to fall through due to his interference, the journey would have been in vain. Not only would he offend Pan Zheng, but could also allow Morgana to exploit Reina, potentially eliminating the Holy Kaisha. In the realm of the super god world, the most formidable entity was undoubtedly the Holy Kaisha. Possessing immense strength and the most advanced celestial computation ability, she was unmatched. As for the ancient being, Old Silver Coin Carl, he could hardly be considered human. Though he could not be slain, the Holy Kaisha had ways to suppress him. Should the Holy Kaisha perish, No one would be able to contain him, and the divine war would truly commence. Sukai did not wish for Earth to become the epicenter of such a conflict. He hoped that the Holy Kaisha would remain alive, granting him ample time to develop until he could single-handedly shatter the universe. With that, he opened his attribute panel. Justice System Host, Sukai Gene, Kryptonian Gene, Silver Superman Infinite Growth Version, Race, Human Physique, Steel Body Strength, 8000 Tons Speed, 148,000 meters per second abilities, Super Strength, Super Speed, Super Defense, Super Stamina, Super Senses, including X-ray Vision, Super Hearing, Super Smell, Energy Manipulation, etc., Biological Stances, Flight, Super Acceleration, etc. Justice Value, 32,400 Justice Store. In a mere month, Sukai discovered that his power had surged nearly tenfold. His strength reached an astonishing 8,000 tons. To put this into perspective, a standard frigate weighs only 4,500 tons, enabling him to effortlessly lift a warship with his own might. His speed was even more terrifying, reaching half the speed of light. Sukai understood that he now possessed the power to explode stars. This was the true manifestation of the Silver Superman's strength. A staggering increase of thousands of times compared to 6 months ago, especially when combined with numerous unlocked super abilities. Notably, with his steel body, his defensive capabilities strengthened as his overall power grew. Sukai proactively brandished the formidable engine of the Shantian Extreme, a weapon designed to slay gods, and drew it sharply across his arm, only to find that it left behind a mere white scratch, failing to breach his defenses. To test whether he could withstand even more potent divine-slaying weaponry, he forcefully drove the endless blade into his arm. Clang! It sounded as if a blade had struck steel. This was the true essence of a steel body. Previously, a single divine-slaying bullet could pierce through Sukai's defenses. Now, even if such bullets were to come, he hoped they had plenty to waste. Excitement was written all over his face. With newfound confidence, Sukai felt prepared to confront the so-called glutton. After acquiring stellar drive technology, he could fully advance Earth's technological level. With this technology, he would harness the energy of the Red Crow Star to establish a defense system spanning the entire solar system, or even the entire Milky Way. By employing powerful wormhole algorithms to connect the energies of numerous stars, he could shroud the entire solar system within the Milky Way, ensuring it remained undetected by other civilizations. However, this undertaking was immensely vast, with the most critical component being the stellar drive capability. The following morning, as was customary, Sukai lounged in the sunlight, perusing the texts of the solar civilization, as their knowledge served as a means of personal enhancement. Lord Sukai, General Panjun requests your presence in the council hall to discuss matters regarding the stellar drive technology. A young, robust warrior with a long sword at his waist approached Sukai, placing one hand over his left chest in a respectful gesture. Oh, after 10 days, Panjun has finally remembered this matter. Lead the way. Sukai lazily set down his book. After waiting for 10 days, he had finally received Panjun's decision. As for why it took 10 days, it was because the citizens of the solar civilization had informed him that there was no cycle of day and night on Solar Star. Lord Sukai, you are the esteemed guest of General Pan. I am Yuan Li, one of the 4 guardians of the Li Wai-Ing Star's great legacy, and I wish to challenge you. The young warrior spoke earnestly to Sukai. Challenge me? Why would you do that? We are not adversaries, Sukai replied, somewhat bewildered. It is quite simple. You possess great strength, having slain Su Nti, New Jersey. As he was my friend, I cannot seek vengeance on his behalf, but I can engage you in combat. Oh, I see. He is fortunate to have you as a friend. I accept your challenge. However, I must insist on some spoils as part of the wager, Sukai said with a smile. I did not anticipate that the Li Wai-Ing civilization favored duels. Very well. What would you like as a stake? Yuan Li replied calmly. I have a keen interest in research and am currently in need of materials for weapon fabrication. Your Li Wai-Ing Star is known for its use of cold weaponry. If you could provide me with some SHYN or as a wager, it would be quite advantageous. Sukai was aware that the Li Wai-Ing Star possessed SHYN or, yet it remained undeveloped. During the Heavenly Palace era, when Hu Wai ruled as the king, the presence of this or was revealed, leading to an assault by the Heavenly Army. Ultimately, Hu Wai seized a portion of it, while the Li Wai-Ing civilization refrained from retaliating, choosing instead to extract all the dark SHYN or. The reasons for their failure to utilize it as a weapon remain unknown. With the technological prowess of the Li Ying star, they should be capable of refining the ore into SHYN. You desire SHYN ore? Do you truly believe that your Earth's technology can refine it? Yuan Li asked with a hint of mockery. Such feats are within our civilization's capabilities, and the technique originally stems from the angels. The success rate for extraction is exceedingly low, rendering it a fruitless endeavor, further prohibited by the holy King Kaisha. Naturally, this information is recorded within your civilization's annals. As for my ability to refine it, you need not concern yourself. I ask for little, merely 100 tons as a wager. Should I lose, what would you require? Sukai remained unfazed by Yuan Li's derision. 100 tons? Have you lost your mind? At most, I can offer you 1 ton, the entirety of what I can mobilize. If you lose, you shall kneel before Su Nti New Jersey's grave and admit your wrongs. Yuan Li was determined to seek justice for his friend. Very well, it is agreed. Chapter 41. The Blood-Selling Sukai Tiandao Star. Council Hall. On either side of the hall's entrance stood 12 fully armed elite warriors, with numerous patrolling soldiers surrounding the area, making it a heavily guarded stronghold. The ancient architecture of the Li Ying civilization, complemented by their traditional attire centered around cold weaponry, often led one to question if they had traveled back in time. Although Sukai had reached a betting agreement with Yuan Li, he was first required to meet with Pan Zhun before engaging in combat. As Sukai entered the council hall, he found Pan Zhun seated at the highest position, with 6 elderly men below him, presumably the ministers of the Li Ying star civilization. Sukai, please take a seat. Pan Zhun rose and gestured towards Sukai to take a seat. Is such a grand display truly necessary, General Pan Zhun? Sukai shrugged, remarking, it is merely a technical matter, as if we were negotiating between civilizations. After some contemplation, Sukai considered that if he could not acquire the stellar drive technology from the solar civilization, he might as well negotiate with the angels. Initially, he had only thought of confronting the divine Kasha, forgetting that she possessed the stellar drive technology. It was certain that either divine Kasha or the angel king, she would have access to it. I apologize, but this is the protocol of our solar civilization. These individuals represent esteemed families from Solar Star and speak for the people of our world, Pan Zhun reminded him. Sukai nodded. Speak then. What does your Solar Star desire in exchange for the stellar drive technology? According to my king's wishes, he agrees to relinquish the stellar drive technology to you, under the condition that you provide your genetic data. Pan Zhun's words immediately put Sukai on alert. He had not anticipated the ambition of Solar Star to seek his genetic information. Regrettably, this genetic ability was bestowed by the system and could neither be replicated nor extracted. Considering that Solar Star wished to study him, Sukai decided to make his terms more substantial. Very well, I can provide you with a vial of blood. Whether you can decipher it is your concern. In return, I require a connection terminal to the Dao Tower to upload the knowledge base of solar civilization to my artificial intelligence. Without hesitation, Sukai aimed for the entire knowledge repository of Solar Star. Pan Zhun's expression shifted. This was an attempt to pilfer their entire civilization's knowledge. After a lengthy minute of silence, Pan Zhun calmly replied, I can acquiesce to your request, but I need you to promise me one thing. Assist me in rescuing my divine Reina. Reina? What has happened to her? Curiosity. Is she not on Solar Star? This matter may be partly my fault. After her return to Solar Star, I dispatched personnel to confine her within the palace. However, on the 3rd day after her return, she secretly fled Solar Star. Upon returning to Earth, she was exploited by Morgana, who compelled her to initiate a supernova, obliterating the colossal vessel, the Titan, and even causing the fall of divine Kasha. Though Pan Zhun's demeanor appeared calm, he was seething with rage. This was a disgrace to Solar Star. He had nearly led an army to Earth to eliminate Morgana and the Devourer. What? Divine Kasha has fallen? When did this occur? What has become of Earth now? Why did you not inform me sooner? Sukai stood up, his eyes ablaze, staring intensely at Pan Zhun, questioning why he had not been warned of this matter in advance. Calm yourself, Sukai. I have only just received this news and came to see you immediately. The solar days of Solar Star differ from those on Earth. Here, 1 day equates to 12 solar days on your side, Pan Zhun elaborated, emphasizing that their immediate priority was to rescue the divine Reina of Solar Star. Sukai compelled himself to regain his composure. With the fall of the sacred Kaisa, The defensive line of Earth must have been utterly breached, and the Xiong Lien was scattering in disarray. He needed to maintain his tranquility. Pan Zhen, I have acquiesced to your request. Take me to the Tian Dao Tower to upload the data. Reina is my friend. Even without this stipulation, I would endeavor to rescue her. The Liang civilization seeks peace and prosperity, which is also our aspiration on Earth. Perhaps we could collaborate. I wonder if you would be amenable to forming an alliance with me? Su Kai's super intellect urged him to remain level-headed. Cultivating amicable relations with Liang Star was the most prudent course of action. They, too, required his assistance. Pan Zhen recognized Su Kai's boundless potential, even with Su Kai's blood. It was uncertain when they could unlock the mysteries of his genetic capabilities. Thus, collaborating with him appeared to be a wise choice. Very well. Liang Star shall ally with you, rather than with Earth. I have faith in your potential. I shall entrust Reina's matter to you, and I will personally confront the deity behind Tao Tai, Carl. Pan Zhen produced a scroll marked with blood-like patterns, pricking his finger to impress his seal upon it, which then soared to Su Kai. The scroll bore Liang characters, yet Su Kai could comprehend its meaning, an ancient alliance agreement devoid of any additional stipulations. It simply proclaimed mutual coexistence, joint development, and the safeguarding of their homelands. Should the need arise, the Liang civilization could dispatch troops to assist Su Kai. Conversely, in times of critical peril for Liang Star, Su Kai was also obliged to extend his aid. Su Kai found it unexpectedly admirable that Pan Zhen was so forthright. He felt a twinge of guilt for potentially exploiting him, given that his blood was merely ordinary human blood, and the silver superhuman gene bestowed by the system would not manifest within it. As Su Kai bit down on his finger, he discovered that his formidable bite force, capable of crushing dark alloy, failed to pierce his skin. This left him somewhat embarrassed. General Pan Zhen, do you possess any weapon more formidable than the god-slaying weapon? I fear my own strength may not suffice to breach their defenses, Su Kai remarked with a smile. Pan Zhen furrowed his brow, pondering whether Su Kai was inadvertently seeking self-destruction, which seemed a daunting challenge. The prospect of Su Kai's immense power excited Pan Zhen. Should the Liang civilization harness such a super gene, they would become nearly invincible within the known universe. Everyone, you may disperse. This matter has my royal consent, he declared. Su non taikoi, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Pan Zhen dismissed the representatives of various prominent families from Liang Star and led Su Kai toward the armory. Upon entering, they were greeted by a plethora of cold weapons. Master, this place is replete with dark alloy raw materials and silver mines, featuring an abundance of ordinary dark alloy weapons and a selection of god-slaying weapons. Through the scanning capabilities of Yin Huang, Su Kai realized the true wealth of Liang Star. Over 60,000 years of civilization had amassed a vast reservoir of resources. Pan Zhen raised his hand towards the treasure box above, and in an instant, a gleaming silver long sword materialized in his grasp. Su Kai, this blade is forged from fundamental dark silver, embodying a high-level form infused with the essence of dark energy. It possesses unparalleled sharpness and compatibility with wormholes, allowing it to effortlessly slice through the third and fourth generation divine bodies. You may test whether it can breach your defenses. He then placed the dark silver longsword into Su Kai's hands. General Pan Zhen, could you prepare some vials? I need to draw some blood, Su Kai requested. Pan Zhen, seemingly well-prepared, swiftly produced a colossal test tube, leaving Su Kai astounded. Is this some sort of slaughtering contraption? A test tube taller than a man? This could bleed him dry. Could you perhaps provide a smaller one? I don't have that much blood to spare, Su Kai suggested. A smile crept across Pan Zhen's face as he retrieved a more modest test tube and handed it to Su Kai. The diameter has indeed been reduced, yet it remains as tall as a person. Please proceed, Su Kai, Pan Zhen proclaimed with satisfaction. Su Kai deftly used the dark silver sword to pierce his finger, placing it over the test tube to leave his mark on the alliance agreement. However, to his astonishment, the wound began to heal almost instantaneously. Pan Zhen's eyelids twitched at this sight, a manifestation of excitement. Any divine body cut by the dark silver sword would typically require time and energy to mend. Yet Su Kai's recovery was instantaneous. Just how formidable were his super genes? Pan Zhen, who initially harbored no covetous thoughts, now regarded Su Kai as if he were a vast treasury. Feeling the intensity of Pan Zhen's gaze, Sukai instinctively stepped back, uncertain of the man's peculiar inclinations. With no other option, Sukai continued to draw blood while slicing, ultimately yielding only 400 milliliters. That should suffice. I typically donate only this much blood, and anything beyond that is irreplaceable, he stated. Provide a bit more, and you may claim the dark silver mine over there, 100 milligrams for 10 tons of dark silver, or Panjun proposed. Clearly aware of the stakes, Sukai had wagered with Yuan. The Sunfire civilization possessed ample dark silver, rendering this minor exchange inconsequential. Agreed, but I must insist on an additional 10 tons of dark alloy, Sukai countered, feeling somewhat exhilarated. Who would have imagined that one day he would be selling his blood on the Sunfire Star? Chapter 42. Acquiring the knowledge repository of the Sunfire civilization within the Heavenly Path Tower, data was being uploaded. Given the extensive knowledge of the Sunfire civilization, the estimated time required was 17 hours, 28 minutes, and 32 seconds. The voice of Yin Huang resonated in Sukai's mind. Sukai's artificial intelligence, Yin Huang, had been procured through the system and resided in his consciousness, functioning as a form of computational engine. Not only could it furnish Sukai with various data, but it also enabled comprehensive analysis of known information. The more extensive the knowledge repository uploaded, the faster Yin Huang would evolve, thereby enhancing its computational power, albeit at the cost of Sukai's own biological energy. In essence, the greater the biological energy of Sukai, the more energy Yin Huang possesses. Consequently, the calculations become increasingly formidable. Perhaps upon acquiring all the knowledge and data within the Heavenly Tao Tower, his calculations could achieve a cosmic level. The sole drawback is that, unlike Gu Xiaoluan's powerful core, which can directly nullify an enemy's attack, Sukai can merely analyze. The true resolution of issues must come from Sukai himself. A colossal torch burns incessantly above Sukai, from which a voice emanates. God of Earth, friend of the Star of Radiance, welcome to the Star of Radiance. Sukai recognizes that this torch represents the original god, Emperor Hongkuin of the Star of Radiance. Regrettably, he was cleaved in half by the first war god of Nuwa Star. After the battle, to maintain the stability of the remaining celestial body, he forsook his corporeal form to become a spiritual entity, secluding himself within the Heavenly Tao Tower to continuously regulate solar energy, thus becoming the core pillar of civilization's persistence. Junior Sukai, I have encountered the Sun God. In the presence of this ancient deity, Sukai adopts a notably amicable demeanor, as he is currently reliant on the strength of another civilization. Indeed, you are remarkably robust, stronger than any deity I have ever encountered. Even the sacred body of the divine Kaisa may not rival your might. The Sun God generously extols Sukai. Sukai comprehends that this is mere flattery. However, he has no recourse, for the last data retrieval required over 10 hours, necessitating this meeting with the Sun God. Is there something you require my assistance with, Sun God? Sukai surmises that this venerable being must have a request. Young friend Sukai, you are a companion of Reina, and thus a friend of our radiant civilization. We wish to share the data from the Heavenly Tao Tower with you. Might you assist our civilization in some endeavor? Sun God, speak, and I shall provide what aid I can. Thank you, young friend. My past stubbornness has plunged the entire Star of Radiance into turmoil. Our civilization now seeks a means for enduring survival. One day, Panjun will grow old. He cannot withstand the multitude of deities alone. Even a monkey from your Earth star poses a significant challenge, let alone a god of Morgana's caliber, whom we lack the capacity to annihilate entirely. The hope of our entire civilization rests upon the Sunlight Empress Reina. Alas, she is still too youthful and lacks the wisdom that you possess. Thus, in the capacity of her grandfather, I implore you to teach her how to become a qualified deity. Panjun will always be a subordinate, and a unique enmity exists between them as master and servant. You must understand this. The voice of Emperor Hongkuin is deep and frail, as if on the verge of dissipating. Rest assured, Senior, Reina is a friend recognized by Sukai. As long as the Radiant civilization does not infringe upon Earthstar, they are my allies, and we can support one another to establish a perfect kingdom. If the Sun God trusts me, we could create a special wormhole between Earth and the Star of Radiance. Should a crisis beset the Star of Radiance, I could come to their rescue at any time. Sukai is genuinely moved by the words of the Sun God. once having erred, yet persistently surviving for the sake of the radiant sun civilization. Such a guardian deserves the respect of Sukai. Ah, indeed, I shall raise this matter with Panjun. My young friend, I am puzzled. Why do you not activate the dark dimension and establish your own dimensional engine, instead opting for external artificial intelligence as assistance? D. Honkoin, as the core pillar of the radiant sun civilization, essentially embodies the essence of the heavenly path tower, revealing that Sukai lacks a dark dimension engine. My super gene has not unlocked the ability to access the dark dimension. However, this artificial intelligence can indeed facilitate such a capability for me. Yet, I deem it unnecessary. My intention in uploading data to Radiant Sunstar is to advance Earth-S technology, safeguarding it from the covetous gaze of the deities. I see. Let us return to the day of the Crimson Crow Star, 3 months prior. Lena stealthily returned to Earth, while Morgana's minion, Nightmarish, relentlessly tormented her and Chun Yaowen. For an extended period, they were ensnared in nightmares, inflicting pain upon one another, intensifying their discord and fostering mutual suspicion. When the time was ripe, Morgana discovered a remarkable fact. The most formidable adversary, Sukai, was absent from Earth. Such a rare opportunity was not to be squandered. Morgana allied with Karl to launch a genuine war against the gods. Initially, they utilized a wormhole to eliminate the leader of the giant gorge, Takeo, slaughtering a significant portion of the research personnel. To thoroughly dismantle the support of the heroic legion, they killed Sona and abducted Yuchin, executing a series of targeted plans that dealt devastating blows to both the giant gorge and Earth's defenses. During the demonic assault on the giant gorge, Zhao Xian witnessed Yuchin being taken by a demon and endeavored to rescue her, using his speed to leap into action, only to be transported to the opposite side by the wormhole, becoming trapped within it. At a critical juncture, Chun Yaowen and Lena had already resolved their mutual distrust and animosity, beginning to organize a defense. Morgana, as the Demon King, had waged war against the Divine Kishur for years, possessing an understanding of warfare far beyond what Lena and her companions could fathom. Now, with General Takeo absent from commanding the giant gorge, and Lianfeng preoccupied with establishing an interstellar combat unit for Sukai, chaos reigned aboard the giant gorge. Suddenly, a massive temporal wormhole appeared above Lena, who, caught off guard, swiftly summoned the flame shield. Yet, due to her lack of combat experience, she fell victim to a distant sniper, sustaining a bullet wound to her abdomen, though fortunately without severe damage. Instead, she utilized the flame shield to deflect an energy attack from Demon One, causing it to rebound and explode upon impact. What a scoundrel! To be shot yet still so capable. Morgana screamed in frustration. Harnessing the energy of the sun, the mended Lena swiftly gathered her strength and unleashed a fierce assault upon the wormhole above. The immense energy startled Morgana, who cried out, "Quick, close the wormhole!" I never expected that even in Sukai's absence, Lena would exhibit such ferocity, but this is precisely what I desired. In the realm of the wormhole, Reina's energy attacks were swift and relentless, leaving Demon One in a state of disarray. Just as Reina reveled in her triumph, a chilling glimmer emerged. A determined Zhao Xian charged towards her, propelling Reina into the air with a forceful strike. Zhao Xian you!" she exclaimed, soaring upwards, visibly wounded. This was, in truth, Morgana's nefarious scheme, capitalizing on Zhao Xian's unfamiliarity with the wormhole to temporarily ensnare him. Upon witnessing the wormhole's opening, he mistakenly believed Morgana had arrived, only to inadvertently launch Reina away with a single shot. The spear of the Star of Destiny possessed unparalleled speed and immense impact, unleashing devastating destruction. This strike left Reina gravely injured. "Reina!" Zhao Xian called out, realizing her identity and wishing to clarify, yet he was once again whisked away by the wormhole, uncertain of his destination, leaving him in a state of vexation and regret. Due to Reina's successive injuries, her energy was severely depleted, and a shadowy figure smirked. At last, the opportunity has presented itself. Nightmarish, traversing the wormhole, arrived beside Reina, directly infiltrating her consciousness. With Reina incapacitated from the two powerful blows, her entire awareness was swiftly dominated by Nightmarish. "My queen, I have seized control of Reina's consciousness. Our plan can commence." Nightmarish triumphantly communicated to the Demon King Morgana through dark channels. "Ha ha ha! Kaisa, you wretched creature, This time you shall not escape, Morgana cackled with delight. Having finally accomplished her scheme, thus commenced the god-slaying initiative, rallying their warriors for a fierce battle. With Morgana's command issued, a blinding light enveloped the area as the Titan of the Abyss vanished entirely over the South China Sea, leaving the soldiers of the heroic Legion and the Titan's crew unaware of their fate. Under nightmarish control, Reyna was transported through the wormhole to the Emerald Star, aligning with Morgana's plan to unleash a supernova, successfully annihilating the Divine Kaisa. Morgana's entire god-slaying strategy was utterly deranged, achieving a perfect outcome with the most crucial figure being the light of the sun, Reyna. Regrettably, Sukai had not foreseen that Reyna would stealthily return to Earth, resulting in such humiliation, and she was now captured by the gluttonous Legion. Chapter 43. The overwhelming defeat of the four guardians of the Radiant Sun Master. The data from the knowledge repository of the Radiant Sun civilization has been received. Yin Huang's voice resonated within Sukai's mind. This prompted Sukai, who was examining Pan Zhen's combat strategies over the years, to rise abruptly. My young friend Sukai, I extend a warm welcome for your next visit to Radiant Sun Star. Resonated the voice of the Sun God Emperor Hong Kuan from within the Tower of Heavenly Path. Sukai stowed away his book, nodded towards the void, and promptly exited the Tower of Heavenly Path. Earth was now fraught with peril. He needed to return swiftly, reassemble the heroic Legion, and vanquish the gluttonous and demonic forces. Upon leaving the tower, Sukai encountered the long-awaiting Pan Zhen, accompanied by the four great guardians of Radiant Sun Star. Pan Zhen, I wish to pose a question to you. Ask away. What was your purpose in leading an invasion of Earth back then? Did you seek dominance? Sukai gazet kalmni at Pan Zhen. Boldly, do not speak so disrespectfully to the general, came the cold retort from the side, as Yuan Li raised his weapon towards Sukai. Stand down, Pan Zhen reprimanded. Yes, General. Yuan Li reluctantly stepped aside. Pan Zhen turned his gaze towards the blazing sun of the Liang Star and sighed, saying, Invasion? I, Pan Zhen, confess that the Earth of the Chiwu Star, with its architectural styles and its reliance on solar energy for survival, perfectly meets the needs of the Liang people's way of life. My life's purpose in warfare has been to ensure the continuation of the entire Liang civilization. Sukai, if you possessed immense power and found your homeland on the brink of destruction, discovering a planet where your people could thrive, would you not desire to claim it for yourself? As the deity of Liang Star, I see no fault in my actions. Alas, they were ultimately thwarted by Sun Wukong. Sukai, having accessed the historical development of the Liang civilization, was well aware of the precarious situation on Liang Star. Entirely dependent on the control of the Emperor Hong Kuan within the Tower of Heavenly Path, who forcibly altered the survival environment of the entire Liang Star for its people. Thus, was Reyna's purpose in visiting Earth to comprehend its nature, understand Sun Wukong, and seize the opportunity to claim Earth for Liang's use? Sukai turned to the esteemed General Pan Zhen of Liang Star. Indeed, my initial intention in sending Reyna to Earth to assist the Xiongбing Lian was to understand Earth and aid it. Our goal was for Earth to accept the immigration of Liang civilization. We Liang could facilitate rapid development for Earth, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. However, in the eyes of that monkey, we were invaders, monsters, and he would not permit the Liang people to relocate to Earth. This conflict was born from such an issue. Of course, even you now, despite knowing the plight of Liang Star, would still oppose the immigration of Liang to Earth. Pan Zhen candidly acknowledged his intentions and thoughts. I, naturally, cannot acquiesce to your request. Earth belongs to its inhabitants. The people of Liang, even the ordinary ones, possess physical attributes far superior to those of Earthlings, presenting a potential danger that should not exist. As for why the people of the two civilizations, the Nual, can reside on Earth, it is because they are wanderers, welcomed by Earth. If one day the Liang civilization becomes a band of wanderers, I, Sukai, would be willing to offer you refuge. Sukai made his stance clear. The matter of immigrating to Earth is not within the realm of our alliance's cooperation. Pan Zhen, should you trust me, in the vast cosmos, there will invariably be new stars suitable for Liang Star. If I discover one, I will assist you in your migration. However, as for Earth, I hope you refrain from any further attempts to encroach upon it. It is my homeland, just as you wish to protect Liang Star. In the face of invaders, I shall vow to fight to the death. Sukai clenched his fists in determination. Very well. I can assure you that as long as I remain in the position of general on Liang Star, I will harbor no intentions towards Earth. The Earth of your time is in dire need of your return. Come with me. Even if you fly at great speed, it will take at least 5 solar days to reach the Chuwu star system. Not long ago, I left behind a wormhole that can swiftly transport you back to the Chuwu star system. Pan Zheng spoke calmly and then turned to lead Su Kai. Indeed, this boastful Pan Zheng had left a contingency plan, allowing direct access to Earth. Could it be that he could launch a surprise attack on Earth at any moment? General, you promised me. I wish to battle him. Yuan Li had not forgotten his desire to duel with Su Kai. Mao Shun, you are no match for him. He is now our most esteemed ally on Liang Star. Although Pan Zheng had acquiesced to Yuan Li's wish, he still urged him not to seek humiliation. Pan Zheng had already made a rough assessment of Su Kai's strength. Without employing stellar-level energy bombardments, no one on Liang Star, including himself, could defeat him. If the Liang civilization were to utilize stellar energy bombardments against him, it would only serve to make him stronger, a fact that Lina had already shared in the data. This was the reason for Pan Zheng's reverence towards Su Kai. Furthermore, it seemed that this individual possessed a mind sharper than his own. General, please grant Yuan Li his request. Please, General. The other 3 guardians of Liang Star simultaneously knelt, pleading for Yuan Li. Come on, I am pressed for time. Do not dawdle. Pan Zheng, I have agreed. You 4 may team up, but I demand 4 shares of the spoils. Su Kai beckoned to the 4 guardians kneeling before Pan Zheng, thinking he could still earn a profit from the Liang people before departing. Not a bad deal, considering he had shed considerable blood to acquire several tons of silver, or, since someone was offering weapon materials, he must seize the opportunity. Very well. Su Kai noted it succinctly. Pan Zheng was also eager to witness the extent of Su Kai's strength. Data is merely data. Practical combat could yield different results. The 4 exchanged glances. Su Kai was audacious indeed, daring to take on 4 opponents. Even the monkey would choose to engage them indirectly rather than confront them head-on. Having spent considerable time on Liang Star, Su Kai was well aware of the formidable strength of these 4 guardians, each possessing the resilience of 3rd-generation divine bodies. Their power not trivial in comparison to Xuantianji. Later, Su Kai would learn that Xuantianji was the foremost general under Pan Zheng, possessing immense capabilities. It had been swiftly defeated by Su Kai's speed before fully demonstrating his prowess. Chief and Guardian Wu Zhao, I seek battle. Xianyi Guardian Xian Kuan, I seek battle. Husha Guardian Yuan Li, I seek battle. Holy Dragon Guardian Lei Yin, I seek battle. The 4 stood in a line, summoning their respective weapons, 3 men and 1 woman. I hear you are Lina's protector. Is that so? Su Kai assessed Lina's former, made Wu Zhao with a playful jest. And if I am? Now we are adversaries. Do not waste words with him. Engage him. Yuan Li, wielding dark silver double maces, surged towards Su Kai with remarkable speed. As Wu Zhao, the archer, vanished from her original position, she took her stance atop a towering spire, her golden bow drawn taut, adorned with a flame-tipped arrow, fixated intently on Su Kai. Huh! Prepare to be struck down by your uncle Li, thundered Lei Yintian, wielding a colossal hammer, soaring through the air like a meteor, his hands gripping the weapon tightly as he aimed a devastating blow at Su Kai. The 4 of them coordinated flawlessly, each locking onto Su Kai's movements from various angles. Pan Zheng observed coolly from the sidelines. If Su Kai could not withstand the onslaught from these 4, how could he ever become a figure worthy of reverence? Too slow. Su Kai remarked languidly while evading their attacks. Perhaps against others, your tactics of assaulting from 3 fronts with distant strikes would suffice, but alas, you have encountered me. Boom! Lei Xingba's massive hammer struck nothing but air, creating a colossal cloud of smoke. Where'd he go? Su Kai had already evaded the assaults of the 3 below, standing just outside the smoke, watching as they searched for him. Whoosh! A flame-imbued arrow soared towards Su Kai's back. It was as if his back possessed eyes. In an instant, he turned, grasping the arrow with his right hand, exerting force to snap it in half effortlessly. What? That arrow was forged from dark alloy. Wu Zhao's pupils dilated as she realized a gigantic fist was descending upon her face, the powerful gust of wind from the punch causing her cheeks to sting. A voice echoed, "For Reina's sake, I shall spare you. Retreat." It dawned on Wu Zhao that it was Su Kai's fist. When she looked back at the battlefield, she saw Lei Xingba hurled away by one of Su Kai's strikes. Su Kai's form blurred once more, delivering another hammer blow to Xian Kuan's twin whips. sending both the man and his weapons flying thousands of meters, obliterating countless structures in their wake. It was all too swift, they could scarcely react. Their celestial arts were utterly ineffective against Su Kai. Is this truly his strength? Wu Zhao swallowed hard. Only you remain. I demand 4 shares of the spoils. Are you prepared? Su Kai pointed the massive hammer at Yuan Li. Strong, terrifyingly strong, was the singular thought coursing through Yuan Li's mind, echoed in the minds of Pan Zheng and the other 3 celestial guardians. Attack! As a super warrior of the solar star, Yuan Li could not afford to falter. With twin rods crackling with lightning, he sprang forward, the air swirling around him as he descended with the ferocity of thunder. Take this! Su Kai's right hand arched back. The enormous hammer launched like a cannonball towards Yuan Li in the sky. Not that he wished to evade, but the speed was overwhelming. Bang! Who would have thought the great hammer could serve as a meteor hammer? Lei Xingba stared in disbelief as Su Kai hurled his hammer, sending Yuan Li soaring. Clang! Clang! The sound of Yuan Li's dark silver-tipped dual rods clattering to the ground echoed as they fell from his grasp. The inevitable duel has come to an end. Chapter 44. Morgana's Life at the Wormhole Bridge. Following a lesson from Su Kai, the 4 guardians behind Pan Zheng have clearly become more compliant, perhaps out of recognition for strength. Beings, whether human or divine, are inherently drawn to power. Su Kai is now an ally of their Liang star. The mightier the ally, the stronger they become. Flames erupted from Pan Zheng's hand as he activated the secret wormhole bridge leading to the Chiwu star. Pan Zheng, shouldn't you share the rights to this wormhole bridge? Su Kai remarked, his tone laced with inquiry as he regarded the modestly sized structure. Pan Zheng shrugged and replied, I understand your concerns. Such a wormhole bridge cannot facilitate the large-scale transport of warships, as it would consume an immense amount of energy and could potentially cause the wormhole to collapse. Moreover, this wormhole is rather unique. It is primarily for my personal use. Having spoken, Pan Zheng granted Su Kai the authorization for the wormhole bridge. Henceforth, Su Kai could journey to the Tiandao star without exhausting his own energy, bypassing the arduous flight from Earth. The crucial aspect was the speed. General Pan, may we meet again under fortunate circumstances, Su Kai declared, preparing to enter the wormhole bridge. Su Kai, for specific reasons, I have arranged a meeting with the Grim Reaper, Carl. He has permitted Tao Dai to release Reina, though her current state seems unstable. I believe you can assist her. As the primary deity of Liang Star, experiencing defeat should be a necessary part of growth. Additionally, it seems that this Carl has taken an interest in you, so be cautious. This Grim Reaper is even more formidable than Morgana. Pan Zheng had evidently exerted considerable effort for Reina's development. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Kai entered the wormhole. The thought of Carl, the Grim Reaper, taking an interest in him was quite repulsive. Once inside the wormhole, Su Kai immediately communicated with Yin Huang. Yin Huang assessed the wormhole bridge for stability and determined its maximum usage limits. Yes, my master. Data analysis is underway. The evaluation of the wormhole bridge concluded, revealing its connection to the major wormhole bridge of the Liang star cluster, powered by stellar energy. It exhibited significant solar flare interference, rendering it unsuitable for large warships. The analysis indicated instability and advised against its use. Listening to Yin Huang's analytical data and feeling the surrounding solar flare energy, Su Kai realized that this wormhole had been intentionally devised by Pan Zheng. Without a third-generation divine body or specialized aerial equipment from Liang Star, one would likely be incinerated by the overwhelming stellar energy. Pan Zheng certainly knew how to play his cards right. This setup would spell disaster for any other civilization daring to traverse the wormhole directly leading to the Liang Star system. It appeared that Pan Zheng had orchestrated this scenario. Had it not been for Su Kai's possession of the Silver Superman gene, the energy here would not only be harmful to others, but would instead provide him with energy, almost as if the conditions had been tailored specifically for him. Pan Zheng likely never anticipated such an outcome. The immense stellar energy continually flowed into Su Kai's body, fortifying his own strength. This sensation was exceedingly pleasurable, surpassing any previous experience. 3 solar days later, a figure emerged on a planet marked by craters and impact basins. Reminiscent of the moon, Su Kai could distinctly sense the geological activity was dormant. Master, you have arrived at one of the planets in the Chiwu star system, known as Mercury. Yes, I am aware. Su Kai looked up to behold the magnificent and vibrant star. Home. With a powerful leap, he soared towards the azure planet with remarkable speed. 10 minutes later, Sukai found himself in outer space, outside Earth, where numerous Taotai cross warships surrounded the atmosphere. Closing his eyes, he utilized his extrasensory perception to continuously intercept vital information from Earth. The giant canyon was destroyed. Takeo was dead. Sheng Yaowen was missing. The Huaxiao army gathered at Polaris, defending against the onslaught of the Taotai forces, with countless Huaxiao soldiers resolutely engaging in battle. Sukai was pinpointing the location of his parents. With his current power, he could, with the assistance of his extrasensory perception, completely cover the Earth and extract critical information. A familiar voice resonated in Sukai's ears. I wonder how Kai-Er is doing. How has it been 6 months since he left? It was his mother, Lin Yun, accompanied by his father's soothing voice. Don't worry. My son, Sukai, is a super soldier. He will surely return. The burden in Sukai's heart was finally lifted upon realizing his parents were safe. Next, it was time to teach the Taotai a lesson. Yin Huang, connect me to Huaxia's highest leadership. Yes, Master. I am decrypting the communications blockade of Demon 1. Penetration is ongoing. 102-045-7699. Decryption successful. Connecting now. In the office of the highest leadership at Polaris, the phone that had remained silent for 6 months suddenly rang. Hello, leader. This is Sukai. Sukai, you have returned. Indeed, I have returned. I am in outer space and have detected several Taotai cross warships. I will first address the Taotai warships concealed within the clouds above Earth. Sukai was using his enhanced vision to survey the Taotai warships hovering over the Earth and locate Demon 1's position. Unfortunately, even with his supervision, he could not pinpoint the exact location of Demon 1. Excellent. It's good to have you back. Our ground forces will coordinate with you to strike the Taotai. The excitement was palpable in the voice of Huaxia's highest leader. A magnificent golden sword materialized in Sukai's hand. Kill. A beam of sword light tore through the sky. The Taotai flagship detected the source of the immense energy. What is this? Is it a super soldier from the Xiong Alas, the speed is nearly akin to that of light itself. Lock onto him and obliterate him. Boom! With immense kinetic energy. Sukai's sword cleaved through the entirety of the cross-shaped warship. What manner of being is this so formidable within the main battleship of the Taotai? Even the grotesque giant wolf was taken aback, disregarding the energy shield's defenses. Is this reasonable? Boom, boom, boom. Sukai, with unparalleled velocity and the relentless output of the endless blade, manifested with such frequency that he directly annihilated a warship with each appearance. Commander, it is he. The deity of Earth, Sukai. The virtual projector of the main battleship displayed his image. By heavens, this fellow seems to have grown even stronger, managing to survive in the vacuum of space solely with his corporeal form. Infuriating. The giant wolf was well aware of the super soldiers of the Xiong. Apart from Sun Wukong and Gu Xiaoluan, none could endure the cosmos without the aid of the divine river battle armor. 5 minutes later, the giant wolf legion, boasting 200 main warships, had already lost over 40 of their flagship fleet. During Sukai's assault, this was the elite force of the Taotai, equipped not only with simulated void engines, but also with soldiers bearing dark alloy shields, energy weaponry, and more. Their thermal weaponry utterly eclipsed Earth's current arsenal. Sukai, wielding but a single sword, stood resolute against the entire giant wolf legion. Withdraw. Order all Taotai forces on Earth to retreat. The giant wolf gazed at Sukai, emanating an aura of murderous intent. He would not relent until the entire giant wolf legion was eradicated. He aimed to conserve his strength. In just 5 minutes, he had eliminated 43 of their main warships. How could they continue to fight? Nuclear-level strikes posed no threat to a deity like Sukai, for they could not land a hit. A colossal wormhole bridge appeared behind the Taotai Legion, and the giant wolf legion was swiftly engulfed, retreating from the solar system. Consider yourselves fortunate. Sukai did not pursue. Such an assault required considerable expenditure of energy, and the priority now was to eliminate the Taotai on Earth, stabilize the morale of the troops, and restore societal order. At the highest command center of Polaris, the leader received news that the Taotai hovering above Polaris were all retreating into outer space. Indeed, it seems Sukai has launched an attack against the Taotai. Order the ground combat forces to execute a comprehensive counteroffensive. Sukai did not descend upon Polaris, but instead returned to the city of the giants. Hovering over the city, Sukai beheld the devastation wrought upon the buildings and streets. Once a thriving and modern metropolis, it was now filled with ruin and smoke. Sukai clenched his fists deeply. All of this was due to Morgana. Taking a deep breath, Sukai declared fiercely, "Morgana, prepare to pay with your life. I shall personally claim your life." Chapter 45. A strong return and the restoration of military morale across the vast expanse of Huaxia. The flames of war rage due to the selfishness of a demon. Other nations have long been brainwashed by Morgana through various means, transforming them into her zealous followers. With their governments teetering on the brink of collapse, the surviving military forces of Huaxia face not only the ferocious assaults of the demon and its minions, but also the insurgent attacks from traders of foreign lands, alongside numerous foreign refugees stirring trouble within the country. Yin Huang, connect me to the dark dimension communication system of the Xiong Binglian. Yes, master, redefining parameters now. Establishing connection to the dark dimension. Connection successful. Under Sukai's direction, Yin Huang harnessed the energy of the Qi Wu star to establish a dark dimensional interface for Sukai. However, the creation of this interface still requires the consumption of Sukai's biological energy. Xiong Binglian, are you all there? I, Sukai, have returned. The commander of the Interstellar Combat Group, Sukai, is online. A voice resonated from the dark dimensional communication of the Xiong Binglian. Although Morgana had blocked all communications on the surface of the Earth, she could not disrupt the dark dimensional communications. God Kai, you have finally returned. Lu Chuang, who was organizing training, was the first to respond upon hearing Sukai's voice. With the surface communications destroyed, the dark dimensional system was also compromised. This is the first time we are communicating through the Shinha battle armor. Ah, Commander Sukai, you're back. Sukai, Commander, it's a relief to have you back. At that moment, the surviving super soldiers of the Xiong Binglian seemed to find their anchor of hope. Yi Xialun, are you still alive? Commander, I am still alive. I am with Xini, following the main force towards the North Star. Good. Continue to assemble at the North Star and coordinate with the ground forces. All members of the Xiong Binglian should gather at the North Star. I have a personal matter to attend to, but we will meet soon. Lianfeng, are you there? Commander, I am here. Is the personnel of the Interstellar Combat Group still intact? Yes, after your departure from Earth, General Decao assisted me in re-establishing the Interstellar Combat Group, and we are currently rebooting the second phase project, Mangdangshan. As for the combat personnel, they are spread across various bases and can be summoned at any time. That's good. Open the terminal interface, Yin Huang, connect to Mangdangshan and let it assist you in completing the new upgrade. It is time for us to strike back. Understood, Commander. Yin Huang, find a way to break Morgana's network blockade and continuously track the position of Demon Number 1. Once located, notify me immediately. Yes, Master. Having arranged everything, Sukai set forth towards the outskirts of Juxia City. As he approached a vast, dilapidated farm, his supervision penetrated the ground, revealing signs of life at a depth of 50 meters. Besides his parents, there were several others present. His father truly knew how to choose a location. This remote area, disguised as a farm, concealed an underground stronghold beneath the fields. Sukai observed his surroundings and approached a monitor. Mom, Dad, I'm back. His image was transmitted through the surveillance screen to Su Ming. Yes, our son has returned, Lin Yun exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Su Ming's hand. Su Ming patted Lin Yun's hand reassuringly. I knew this boy wouldn't abandon us. Let's go meet him. As he spoke, he activated a concealed mode, revealing a hidden passage leading to an underground fortress that had once been a desolate farmland. Upon reaching the entrance of the fortress, Sukai was greeted by his mother, Lin Yun, who rushed towards him. Son, you finally made it back. I feared the worst. No more gloomy talk. Your return is what matters, Su Ming interjected, stepping forward to clasp Sukai's shoulder with a joyful smile. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you, Sukai replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. All right, enough of this tearful reunion. If you hadn't prepared us in advance, we might have had to flee Giant City ourselves. Thankfully, this underground fortress has shielded us from the chaos of war. Come, my son, help your father identify areas in need of improvement. With that, Su Ming and Lin Yun took Sukai's hands and led him into the fortress. As they descended, Sukai's heightened senses allowed him to analyze the spatial structure of the underground sanctuary instantly. Due to the limited time available during its construction, some areas remained unfinished. The fortress, spanning over 300 square meters, was powered by an arc reactor that Sukai had previously left behind, stocked with ample supplies to sustain 10 people for years without issue. Its walls, composed of 5-meter-thick reinforced concrete, could withstand missile bombardments, ensuring a high degree of safety. Sukai felt a sense of relief that his parents had not been captured by Morgana, as that could have provided a significant leverage against them. "Okay, where have you been for the past 6 months? I heard from your superiors that you went to meet extraterrestrials," Lin Yun inquired as she settled down, eager to learn about her son's recent adventures. "Indeed, Earth's technology requires advancement. I traveled to a civilization called Solar Star to acquire some technology. As for why it took 6 months, time there flows differently. I was only present for about 20 days, Sukai explained succinctly. His emotional response upon reuniting with his parents had momentarily distracted him from noticing the presence of another life within his mother. "Mom, are you pregnant?" he asked, surprised. Lin Yun smiled gently and nodded. "Haha, what do you think? Your father is still quite vigorous," Su Ming boasted, laughing heartily beside them. Sukai gave his father a thumbs up, amused by his lack of decorum. Lin Yun shot Su Ming a playful glare. "During these days we've been here, simply researching how to create life. This is your son, Sukai, the super soldier," Lin Yun declared proudly. An elderly man with a grizzled beard, clad in a white lab coat, approached, accompanied by several others, both men and women. The underground fortress, though modest in size, housed a dozen inhabitants. "Ah, my son. Allow me to introduce Professor Wong, the head of technology at my company. When the war erupted, he fortuitously found himself with me. He brought his family to seek refuge with the Su family," Su Ming proactively introduced. "Greetings, Professor Wong. I'm sincerely grateful for the support you have extended to my parents during these tumultuous days," Sukai expressed, extending his hand in gratitude. "Do not mention it. Chairman Su is my employer. Without his shelter, the survival of my family would have been dubious. The military forces have been scattered, and Tianhe City has long been abandoned." Alas, Professor Wong's eyes reddened as he spoke, haunted by the memories of friends and colleagues who had perished at the hands of those extraterrestrial beings. "Rest assured, I have returned, and we shall soon reclaim the lands we have lost and decisively deal with those aliens," Sukai declared, a steely resolve etched on his face. "That is indeed reassuring. We have heard that the nation is organizing a counterattack. Your mother is with child. If possible, it would be best for her to return to the surface, where proper medical facilities can benefit the fetus," Professor Wong urged, grasping Sukai's hand with fervor. The prospect of returning to his homeland was a longing he cherished. "I have come to escort you," Sukai addressed Lin Yun and Su Ming. With his return, there was no reason for his parents to remain hidden in this underground refuge. "Ah, we shall not trouble the military. Sukai, you are a soldier, a beacon of hope and protection for the people. Do not worry about us. I will take care of your mother. Focus on your duties. I may not be adept at combat, but I have a son who excels in it. There is no need for concern. Your mother and I have taken refuge here, anticipating that one day, unscrupulous individuals might attempt to use us to threaten you. That icy woman you brought back last time, she cannot possibly be of this earth. I distinctly saw her vanish before my eyes when she departed. Your father is not foolish," Su Ming remarked, his wise eyes locked on his Sukai, filled with trust and support. This exemplified the selfless love of a father. "Very well, grant me 3 months, and I shall endeavor to restore civil order throughout Tianhe City. The chaos outside is overwhelming. Rebel forces from other nations have infiltrated Huaxia, launching armed assaults. They have truly lost their minds." Sukai did not insist. Since they had grown accustomed to living here, they could remain for a while longer. "Go on with your duties. I shall not keep you from your meal," Su Ming stated, ushering him away. As the CEO of a publicly listed company, he possessed a grand perspective, understanding the importance of Sukai's time. Having just returned to Earth, he undoubtedly had numerous responsibilities awaiting him. Understood. In the matter of the nation versus the family, the Su family stands resolutely with the nation. Sukai felt a sense of relief knowing they were safe. With his current prowess, safeguarding his parents was a trivial task, even if he were light years away in the cosmos. Returning to the underground fortress would take but mere seconds. The entirety of the Earth lay under the vigilant watch of his heightened senses. Chapter 46. The confused Reyna in the skies above a certain location on Earth. A transport ship belonging to the Tautai hovered low, gradually descending as two Tautai warriors carried the unconscious Reyna down. They carelessly discarded her onto the ground. Oof. Is this the deity of the sun star? How feeble. One of the Tautai warriors mocked as he glared at the prostrate Reyna. The other warrior, captivated by Reyna's exquisite beauty and form, could not resist squatting down to scrutinize her closely. Hey, what has that expression on your face? Have you been enchanted by this divine figure? Huh, what a waste. I've seen the records. The Shinha civilization waged battles against various known worlds and ultimately vanquished the triangular beings and our beastly kind, thus establishing themselves as the sovereigns of the known universe. Spitting upon Reyna, the squatting Tautai scoffed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above them, jesting, "You beasts. Do you not find it repulsive to spit while wearing masks? Who goes there?" The two Tautai warriors hastily assumed a combat stance, energy guns materializing in their hands, their barrels instantaneously locking onto Sukai, who donned white armor. "Be cautious. He is the deity of Earth, Sukai, a being of divine caliber. Does that mean we cannot escape? As warriors, we fear not death. We shall embrace our god Karl." Sukai paid no heed to their nonsensical chatter. A fiery gaze emanated from his eyes, instantly penetrating the minds of both warriors. "Ah, my god Karl." With a resounding blast, Sukai commanded the dark silver sword to slice through the nearby Tautai airship, descending gracefully beside Reyna. "Alas, as the deity of the sun, your fate is rather unfortunate," Sukai sighed. Deceived by Morgana, abducted by Tautai, and subjected to humiliation. Gently, Sukai scooped Reyna into his arms and soared into the sky. Possessing the ability to eavesdrop globally, he sensed the Tautai airship breaching the atmosphere and directly pinpointed their location. Fortuitously, he discovered Reyna. A beam of morning sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating Reyna's form, the sun's energy coalescing within her, gradually revitalizing her. Slowly, she opened her eyes, dazed, and raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light. "Where's this place?" At that moment, Sukai entered, carrying a bowl of freshly prepared noodles. "My goddess, you have awakened." "Sukai, it is you. You saved me." Upon seeing Sukai, Reyna seemed to be revived. "Well, sort of. To be precise, I merely retrieved you and dealt with a few Tautai along the way. As a friend, allow me to treat you to some noodles," Sukai casually remarked. Reyna was in need of comfort, yet conventional solace would likely fall on deaf ears. Indeed, the matter of collecting corpses weighed heavily. "Sukai, I am afraid I can no longer be your friend," Reyna lamented, shaking her head in despair. "You must understand, I destroyed the Titan, shattering the Unity Legion, and have taken the lives of many Earthlings." Sukai set down his bowl of noodles and approached Reyna, placing his hand gently upon her head, stroking her softly. "You are the sun god, and I know that sometimes it is truly not easy. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding this incident, and you must find the strength to rise again. Together, we shall take down the glutton. Do you wish to make amends?" Sukai reassured her. "Is it truly possible? If you wish it, then it can be done, for I believe in you. That was not your intention. Panjun has agreed to collaborate with me, and the Sun civilization is now my ally. While you remain my friend," he spoke with tenderness. In that moment, Reyna felt that Sukai was the warmest sun, illuminating her lonely, icy heart. "These days must have been difficult for you. Life can indeed be quite challenging. Earth still requires my protection. Reyna, I hope you can regain your strength. The true culprits are Morgana, and it is the glutton who has insulted you. If you seek vengeance, then let us join forces to vanquish them." Sukai extended his hand, his eyes burning with intensity as he gazed at Reyna. "Sukai, do you truly believe in me?" Reyna inquired once more. "Yes, you are my friend, and we shall fight side by side." Reyna is one of the 3 divine engineering projects, her potential boundless, although she has acquired much of the knowledge of the Sun civilization. Some aspects stem from her very genes, necessitating her assistance for perfection. "Very well, then let us go and obliterate the glutton." Reyna rose, a vial of special serum appearing in her hand, which she promptly injected into her chest. "What are you doing? Taking a stimulant?" Sukai was taken aback. "The glutton seeks to capture me to control the stellar drive technology. To safeguard myself, I have activated an emergency shutdown of my divine power system to protect my strength from being seized." At that moment, flames enveloped Reina's body, causing her immense pain. Activating the sunlight super engine, she muttered. Previously, I suffered an intrusion of the program, thus initiating the self-protection protocol, urgently shutting down the genetic program. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Affirmative. In an instant, a vast amount of stellar energy converged around Reina, continuously restoring her divine power, bathing her entire being in sunlight. Yet, Sukai felt an overwhelming surge of anger. As Reina restored her divine power, her mind was besieged by flashes of humiliation. The glutton had imprisoned her, stripping her bare, leaving only her undergarments in her memory. This was an unprecedented indignity for the goddess Reina. She yearned for vengeance. Let's obliterate the entire glutton legion, Sukai. We must go. Reina opened her eyes, having regained her divine demeanor, her tranquility instilling a sense of dread. I can assist you. There are mutual adversaries. Upon my return, I have indeed obliterated dozens of the Tengu Legion's warships. They are quite astute, with their primary vessels stationed at the edge of the solar system, while only a handful of their ships remain concealed on Earth and within the solar system. You wouldn't wish to initiate a stellar bombardment, would you? That I cannot permit. You are well aware of the catastrophic consequences that indiscriminately harnessing the energy of our Chiwu star would bring to Earth. Do you desire to transform Earth into your fiery sun? Sukai recognized Reina's overwhelming fury and understood that he must prevent her from unleashing solar flares or solar winds, as such a large-scale stellar bombardment would irrevocably alter Earth's environment, a fate he could not allow. Reina took a deep breath and said, "Then accompany me to annihilate a few Tengu warships." "Very well, at your service," Sukai replied with a smile. Finally, Reina had regained her composure, steering clear of extreme thoughts. If she were to wreak havoc on Earth, he would have no choice but to expel her from it. Reina, the true enemy is Morgana. If it weren't for her, you might not have been compelled to destroy the Leviathan. Do you know who is controlling your consciousness? Who? Reina immediately inquired upon hearing Sukai's words. One of Morgana's subordinates. The Tengu are no longer formidable. My target is Morgana herself. She has launched an assault on Earth, and I must personally eliminate her. As for her subordinate, the demon who manipulated your mind, you shall incinerate him yourself. Sukai aimed to make Reina understand that the real enemy was indeed the demon. Morgana had nearly caused the downfall of entire foreign nations, her followers being treacherous humans. If she were to perish, Earth might find a measure of peace. As for the Tengu, they were, in Sukai's eyes, merely a legion armed with formidable thermal weaponry, their physical attacks nearly ineffective against him. What concerned Sukai was the Void Engine. He was currently enlisting Yin Huang's assistance in establishing his own dark dimension. The Void Engine was undeniably powerful, representing the pinnacle of known cosmic technology, possessing diverse capabilities such as memory erasure, genetic strikes, energy conversion, and concept rewriting. Its potency was contingent upon the knowledge, development, and hardware configuration of its user. Upon meeting Gu Shaolin, Sukai hoped he might share insights regarding the Xiongxin, thus deepening his understanding of the Void Engine. As for whether it could decipher his Silver Superman genes, he would let Gu Shaolin take a shot at it. Chapter 47. Formulating the Battle Plan Demon 1. My Queen, the God of Earth, Sukai has returned. He possesses a unique artificial intelligence that has utilized algorithms to breach our communication blockade with Earth. Shall we target Sukai? This computational power is now comparable to our Demon 1. Otto was in clandestine communication with Morgana. Oh, Sukai has returned. So what? The Divine Kaisa is dead. In this known universe, it is I, your queen, who reigns as the mightiest deity. Morgana holds a deep admiration for Sukai, yet this does not imply fear. Her current affections are reserved for the temporal rose beside her. My queen, this matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Sukai appears to be searching for you. Should we devise a strategy against him? There's no need. Though Sukai is formidable, he is merely a third-generation deity. The most pressing concern for me, my queen, is this individual by my side. She is my true beloved. However, Morgana interjects, enough, Otto. Sukai is merely an indigenous god, no matter how powerful he may be. Can he truly slay me? With that, Morgana proactively ended the communication. In recent months, Morgana's thoughts have been entirely consumed by the rose. Other individuals and matters scarcely registered in her mind. Transforming into a cool breeze, she lingered beside the rose, yearning to draw closer and ultimately assimilate her. To make the rose hers alone. At a certain base in Huaxia, Soldiers were abuzz with excitement. Look, it's the Interstellar Combat Commanders, Sukai, and their Captain Reyna. Is it true? The god of Kai has returned. Quickly inform Xiao Luan. Alert soldiers observed as Sukai and Reyna descended from the sky, engaging in animated discussions. A sergeant rushed into the tent, breathlessly informing Gu Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan, come quickly. You must see who has arrived. Weary from days of toil, Gu Xiaoluan, hearing the commotion outside, inquired, who is it? Why the excitement? It's the god of Kai and Captain Reyna. Who? Sukai and Sister Reyna? In an instant, Gu Xiaoluan felt invigorated and dashed out of the tent. Upon sighting Sukai and Reyna, his previous gloom and despondency evaporated. He beamed at them. Kai, it's truly you. Sister Reyna, you've returned. It's so wonderful to see you back. Tears welled in his eyes. During this time, he had grown considerably. Yet such growth under immense pressure had left him utterly exhausted. Reyna, noticing Gu Xiaoluan's disheveled appearance, bore a hint of relief. Aren't you going to invite us in for a chat? God of Kai, Sister Reyna, please come in. The familiar warmth overwhelmed Gu Xiaoluan, leaving him momentarily speechless. Well done, Xiaoluan, Sukai said, playfully punching him on the chest. It hasn't been arduous. I'm sure Yi will be thrilled upon your return. Gu Xiaoluan called into the communication system. Yi, where are you? Hurry back to the camp. The god of Kai and Sister Reyna have arrived. Really? I'm on my way. True to form, Zhao Xian soon returned, renowned for his swift speed. Upon seeing Sukai, Zhao Xian's face lit up with hope. Father, you finally returned. Do you have any idea how I've managed these past months? I was on the brink of exhaustion. Zhao Xian rushed forward to embrace Sukai, overflowing with excitement. Sukai pushed him away with one hand. Get off. You're older than I am. Don't call me father and maintain your distance. I prefer women. The individuals present burst into hearty laughter as they returned to the tent. Sukai, Reyna, Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, and Ji Xian gathered around a table, sharing updates on their lives over the past 6 months. Yet, Reyna remained silent. Having spent this tumultuous period ensnared in chaos and enduring the humiliations inflicted by the monstrous beings, she wished not to revisit those memories. Back then, I was utterly bewildered, firing recklessly and inadvertently injuring Sister Na. I found myself washed ashore on a small island, only to discover a nuclear explosion above the Titanic. Our communication was severed, and at that moment, I could not fly far. I then sought to escape the island, only to learn that a full-scale war had commenced. I was completely lost, Kaina. You cannot fathom my state of mind. I was at a complete loss, wanting nothing more than to evade it all. After all, the average beast cannot harm me. I simply ceased fighting and sought refuge. It was then that my angel appeared, and thus, in a most confounding manner, I found myself once again embroiled in conflict with the beasts. Zhao Xian, sipping his drink, casually draped an arm around Xian's shoulders, who blushed and lowered her head, going along with his playful demeanor. Alas, it appears that among the legion of heroes, you, dear Xian, are the most fortunate. You're even in a romantic entanglement with an angel, Sukai teased. Oh, not at all, Xian replied, a satisfied grin on his face. That nuclear explosion was my doing. I prefer not to elaborate further. Reyna suddenly interjected. Sister Na, you must explain. Ye Xiaolun insisted. Little Luan, I am already aware of this matter, and I have established a profound collaboration with the Radiant Civilization. Reyna was merely a victim, manipulated by Morgana. She did not initiate the stellar bombardment. Sukai interjected, halting Gu Xiaoluan's inquiries. At this moment, Reyna had just found solace and should not be provoked into turmoil again. This is my transgression against Earth. I am an alien, and my perspective on many matters diverges from yours. However, we now share a common enemy, the demons and the beasts. I shall reclaim every insult they have hurled at me. In Reyna's eyes, the innocence of her past had vanished, replaced by a maturity forged through harsh experiences. Panjun was right. To ascend to the status of a supreme deity, one must endure trials, successes, failures, pain, and confusion, each a stepping stone toward growth. Gu Xiaoluan sighed. Having gained a deeper understanding of certain truths and empathizing with Reyna's feelings during this time. Well, I have just conducted a preliminary assessment, Little Lin. The communication system you and Ji Xian developed using the Void Engine is commendable, though still too slow. We must first gather all the warriors of the Legion. My initial objective in traveling to Radiant Star has been achieved. Now, we must utilize our resources on Earth. Let me outline the tasks ahead, Su Kai interrupted, emphasizing the urgency of their situation, leaving no room for sentimental distractions. Gu Xiaolun and Zhao Xin immediately stood at attention upon hearing Su Kai's command. Xiaolun, your task is to continue developing the Xiongxin project and streamline communications for the troops. I will enlist my artificial intelligence to assist you and Jixin in thoroughly dismantling Morgana's communication blockade, establishing a brand new communication system that will encompass the entire globe. Su Kai instructed earnestly. Zhao Xin, given your speed, I need you to gather Lu Chuang and the others. We are to commence a new divine assassination operation. Reina, you will remain here temporarily to provide energy for Xiaolun and the others. You understand your significance. My request is to judiciously utilize the energy from the Chiyu star. Avoiding excessive exploitation. Thank you. Su Kai arranged the tasks with a serious demeanor. Understood, Captain. Yes, Captain. We will ensure the completion of our missions. So, okay. What are your plans? You promised to help me eliminate Tao Tai. Reina protested, reluctant to remain and serve as a mere power source for Gu Xiaolun and his team. Reina, trust me, we must address the Tao Tai Legion. As guardians of Earth, I must prioritize the future of our planet. Our first step is to consolidate the most formidable combat units on Earth to decisively suppress the rebels and Morgana's followers, restoring our societal order, and then launching a thorough counteroffensive against the demons and Tao Tai. I hope you comprehend our current predicament. Rest assured, once I locate Tao Tai, you will be the first to know to take them down. Su Kai recognized that his foremost responsibility was to restore social and civil order before considering further protective measures against invasions. Reina seemed to grasp the underlying truth. Perhaps Su Kai's actions mirrored those of Pan Zhun, both striving to safeguard their homeland. In that moment, Gu Xiaolun and Zhao Xin rediscovered their resolve. Their fervor and martial spirit reignited. This was Su Kai's current mission, to integrate combat units, stabilize morale, regroup, and launch a comprehensive assault against the demons and Tao Tai. Advancing the progress of Earth civilization. Chapter 48. Huai arrives within the camp. Su Kai pondered the future of Earth alone. No matter how powerful he became, he required the collective strength of the planet. Perhaps he could develop a serum to enhance physical capabilities, granting Earth's inhabitants super soldier qualities and comprehensively augmenting bodily functions. With the ability to independently create super warriors, complemented by Su Yin's advanced combat armor, they could achieve combat prowess comparable to second-generation soldiers. This would signify true military advancement. Yin Huang, assist me in analyzing the current trajectory of human evolution. What path is most suitable? Yes, my master. I am currently consolidating known evolutionary pathways within the universe and analyzing them. Given the resources available to Earth's populace, Yin Huang recommends that scientific evolution drive physiological advancements, with the most rational breakthroughs occurring in fields such as genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. These could optimize physiological functions, thereby providing humanity with formidable foundational physical characteristics, akin to first and second generation soldiers. As physiological evolution supports technological advancement, the creation of its core processors can decode all primary biological substances, and the path of collaborative development is the future direction for humanity. After listening to Yin Huang's analysis, Su Kai concluded that the so-called deification aligns with the trajectory of the two great civilizations, the Nuo and his own. System, open a marketplace for me. Seek out gene serum types. With the emergence of various serums, the selection was overwhelming. There were super soldier serums, desperation virus serums, human enhancement agents, centipede serums, golden serums, vampire serums, Spider-Man serums, Superman serums, and more. The first-generation super soldier genes, second-generation super soldier genes, third-generation super soldier genes, third-generation divine bodies, fourth-generation divine bodies, and secondary biological gene engines were all available. Filter for me those serums that are reasonably priced, suitable for Earth, and do not alter the genetic sequence. Beep. Filtering for the host. In a virtual space, 3 serums appeared that were safe and suitable for ordinary individuals. The perfect super soldier serum was priced at 1 million justice points, the Sentinel agent at 10 billion justice points, and the Superman serum at 10 billion justice points. Upon seeing the prices, Su Kai felt a sudden urge to venture beyond the solar system in search of the location of the gluttonous legion. As for the Sentinel Agent and the Superman Serum, even if Su Kai possessed sufficient justice points to purchase them, he would hesitate to administer them to others. The Superman Serum would likely not differ significantly from his own Silver Superman. The power of the Sentinel Agent was immense, capable of rivaling that of 1,000,000 stars and potentially piercing through the entire Supergod universe. The costs of various genes were alarmingly high, with the first-generation Super Soldier costing 10 million justice points. Su Kai understood the peculiarities of the system marketplace. Anything relating to the Supergod universe was exorbitantly priced. The perfect Super Soldier Serum became his first choice. 1,000,000 justice points was not overly burdensome. It would suffice to eliminate a legion of gluttonous or demonic entities. While Su Kai pondered, he sensed someone stealthily approaching him. It was Gu Xiaoluan. "Is there something you need, Xiaoluan?" Gu Xiaoluan hesitated upon seeing Su Kai. "Xiaoluan, you are a man. If you have something to ask, please do so directly." Su Kai could not abide such indecisiveness in a man. "Lord Kai, I wish to inquire about why Rose's dark communication system cannot be connected." Gu Xiaoluan finally spoke, revealing his enduring affection for Rose despite all adversities. This was an intrinsic issue rooted in his angelic genes, which compelled him to remain enamored with those he first encountered and found captivating. Su Kai understood Gu Xiaoluan's thoughts at that moment and explained, "My artificial intelligence is not omnipotent. The reason I can connect with you is that I had Lianfeng implant my AI's communication system within your divine river battle armor. Now, my AI is opening a new dark dimension for me, which enables this connection." As for Qiangwei, the reasons for her not being online are primarily twofold. Either her dark dimension communication has been blocked, or her divine river battle armor has been damaged, preventing connectivity. However, rest assured, I can now monitor the entire Earth, and I believe I will soon locate her. What you should focus on now is not your sentimental longings. I have previously advised you on what to do. Gu Xiaoluan, you are the power of the galaxy, the future master deity. When you attain a higher level and can fully control everything, she will return to your side. Do you understand? Upon hearing Su Kai's words, Gu Xiaoluan seemed to grasp the meaning, yet felt a twinge of discomfort. This sensation was beyond the comprehension of others. He did not wish to be a deity. He merely desired to be with Qiangwei, even if it meant enduring her disdain daily. "All right, I understand," he acknowledged, realizing that Su Kai could not fathom his feelings. He chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. "Xiaoluan, I know what you desire. Promise me we will safeguard the Earth together. As for Qiangwei, I will find a way to assist you, provided you grow stronger and become a formidable man, so she understands that Gu Xiaoluan is not a mere nobody, but a man of great stature," Su Kai said to the departing Gu Xiaoluan. Gu Xiaoluan slowly turned back, wanting to say something, but paused, ultimately responding with a simple, "All right." This marked a pact between two men. Su Kai needed the assistance of the Xiongbing Lian, particularly Gu Xiaoluan, whose galactic power had now activated the Void Engine. His Xiongxin could perform preliminary material definitions and advanced concept rewrites, enabling him to achieve much and in some respects surpass Su Kai. Gu Xiaoluan was more suited to guarding their home and developing various high-tech products, a plan Su Kai had long considered. He envisioned Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, and others defending the solar system while he ventured alone to vanquish Taotai, demons, and the celestial filth of Huaya, reaping a significant amount of justice points. Near Huangshe City. "Haha, this is truly hilarious," Qiangwei exclaimed. "Let me tell you about a child who, upon falling and preparing to cry, hears his father suddenly shout. 6 words float down from the sky. Instantly the child, teary-eyed, rises and exclaims, 'This is nothing.' Ha ha ha, it cracks me up." Throughout the journey, Liang Bing delighted in reading a joke book, not only for herself, but also sharing it with Qiangwei and Wei Laoqi. The result was merely a polite smile from Wei Laoqi and an eye roll from Qiangwei. To her surprise, this seemingly mature woman still enjoyed such trivial humor. Qiangwei pondered in disbelief about the identity of this enigmatic woman, who one moment claimed to be the daughter of an angel and the next, a demon. Due to the vigilance of a soldier, Rose did not relinquish her suspicion regarding the individual who claimed to be Liang Bing. If you all, constantly preoccupied with warfare and saving the nation, is exceedingly tedious. One must know how to embrace joy in life. Haha, utterly hilarious. The following day, Rose and Wei Laoqi were driving towards the near city. Though Rose had not engaged in direct combat with the gluttonous army like Gu Xiaolin, She had been tirelessly rescuing and protecting civilians, guiding them to places conducive to survival. This endeavor seemed to be a form of self-redemption. Liang Bing remained nonchalantly cross-legged, gazing at the scenery around her. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of dark energy emanated from beyond the Earth's atmosphere, causing Liang Bing's expression to shift to one of tension. As one endowed with temporal and spatial genes, Rose sensed it as well. "Stop the car." Rose prepared for battle. The approaching individuals were formidable. Liang Bing, unlike her usual demeanor, instantly entered a combat state. Although Rose was somewhat taken aback, her instincts told her that the newcomers were not to be underestimated. Perhaps this time, she would uncover the true identity of the enigmatic Liang Bing. Meanwhile, having organized the battle tasks, Su Kai had returned alone to the Mangdangshan ship, utilizing stellar drive technology to begin the refinement of Su Yin, a presence he found exceedingly distasteful manifested on Earth. This dark energy differed from that of others, reeking of malevolence and tyranny. Su Kai knew who had arrived. Aside from the malevolent deity Hua Yi, there were likely no other powerful gods with such an irritating aura. Yin Huang continued to meticulously regulate the stellar energy to ensure safety while dissolving and refining Su Yin. "Understood, Master." Su Kai exited the laboratory in haste. "Upon saying su que surgensi, Lian Feng inuret suki isometingamis." Su Kai nodded. "Yes, I am off to eliminate a demon that has plunged Earth into war." Morgana. Chapter 49. Refining Morgana's arm, Yin Huang. Establish a connection with the energy source of the Chi-Wu star. Su Kai soared out of the Mangdangshan ship, not immediately heading towards the locations of Hua Yi and Morgana, but rather directing himself into outer space to absorb ample sunlight. "Yes, Master, initiating stellar drive algorithm." "Master, connection with the Chi-Wu star energy source established. Yin Huang must caution you. Excessive use of stellar energy on Earth may alter the planetary environment. Then manage the energy consumption judiciously." Surrounding solar stellar energy continuously gathered around him, ultimately stored within his being. This method involved compressing and retaining stellar energy within his cells via the arc reactor. To confront the royal-level adversaries Morgana and Hua Yi, ample preparation was essential. One could never know what advanced technologies they might possess. Su Kai's aim was to eliminate them directly if possible. By doing so, he could avoid subsequent complications. Outside Huangshe City, at this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, roiling ominously. Suddenly, accompanied by a streak of falling stars, a terrifying aura descended, pressing down upon Rose and Old Wei, causing them to kneel upon the ground. Only Liang Bing remained cold and detached, observing the man emerging from the smoke. "What the devil is this?" Old Wei cursed under his breath. The ancient malevolent deity, Hua Yi, had made his entrance. "Liang Bing, it has been quite some time. That enchanting scent of yours reached me the moment I entered the solar system. It is as alluring as ever," Hua Yi declared, his voice dripping with arrogance. Upon hearing that familiar tone and seeing that detestable face, Liang Bing cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Hua Yi, how did this lunatic escape? Hua Yi Juklet, Liang Bing, Boastin. You possess remarkable skills. You have destroyed the one I once cherished. You owe me, preferably in person. Hua Yi, you cat. Weren't you eloping with running? Best keep your distance from his queen," Morgana retorted with disdain. Hua Yi pointed at Rose and Old Wei, exclaiming, "Oh, who would have thought that remnants of an ancient civilization still harbor dark energy? Liang Bing, you seem to have degraded, associating with these two miscreants." In the face of Hua Ye's mockery, Morgana remained silent, while Rose struggled to rise, asserting, "Regardless of your identity, your arrival on my planet is quite impolite." A lewd grin spread across Hua Ye's face, utterly mismatched with his angelic wings. "Ha ha ha, Liang Bing, is she addressing me?" He sneered, filled with arrogance, dismissing all women outside his angelic lineage. "Who the hell are you, Birdman?" Old Wei stood up, delivering a verbal assault towards Hua Yi. "Hua Yi, it seems my friends do not welcome you," Morgana remarked coolly. Morgana was no fool. Hua Ye's presence on Earth implied he was well prepared, perhaps with assistance from unseen allies. To conceal her true identity, she turned to Rose and said, "Lend me a suit of armor. We may need to fight." This individual is the ancient malevolent deity Hua Yi from 30,000 years ago, a royal descendant, whose strength rivals my own. She then provided Old Wei with a shield and gifted Rose a claw. "Old Wei, Use the shield to absorb damage. Rose, this claw will aid you. Meanwhile, Huai approached Liang Bing with an insufferable smile, each step casual, as if contemplating something profound, yet radiating an overwhelming energy. Liang Bing, shall I entertain you? You may play with her, he ordered. As his words faded, 3 celestial fiends plunged from the sky, assaulting them. Old Wei, be cautious. Use the shield for defense. Morgana shouted. The 3 fiends charged forward, swords drawn. Old Wei, an ordinary human, gritted his teeth and raised the shield to block the attack, but was sent flying along with the shield. Rosa and Morgana evaded the devastating strike of the broken cloud through the use of a wormhole. Liang Bing, you also possess the ability to create wormholes. It seems your true identity will be revealed this time. Rosa gazed at Liang Bing in astonishment. She had witnessed the prowess of wormhole manipulation before, and Liang Bing was certainly among the most formidable. The other was Su Kai, whose extraordinary capacity for learning allowed him to master wormhole transportation in a single day, and within 3 days he could transport large objects. Truly remarkable. I can do anything. I must swiftly evade the attack, Morgana declared with pride, though her gaze was fixed on the sky, particularly on Running, who hovered near Huai, adorned with a pair of black wings. Among those present, who posed the greatest threat, Morgana fancied herself quite cunning in battle, yet when compared to Running, the fallen angel of the city of the betrayed, her skills paled significantly. Intrigues and schemes were her forte. Running, will you not greet your old friend? Huai inquired with an excited smile. My king, what is there to discuss with this wretched Liang Bing? However, I am indeed quite interested in eliminating her, Running replied, exuding an alluring charm, embodying the essence of a fallen angel. She then retrieved a large black bow from the arsenal, perfectly complementing her dark armor. Crossfire and sniper preparation. Running commanded the 3 celestial minions below. With her hands on the bow, she knocked a dark purple arrow that glimmered with an ethereal light, aiming it at Morgana below. Sensing the advantage lay with him, Huai took flight to the side, folding his arms as he observed the unfolding confrontation. Running's gaze shifted toward a nearby gas station. She released an arrow that instantly ignited an explosion, the tremendous shockwave toppling both Rosa and Wei Laochi. At that moment, Morgana found her visibility compromised, and one of the celestial minions seized the opportunity to strike her down with a sword. Shortly thereafter, another minion capitalized on the chaos, piercing Morgana's chest with a blade and pinning her to the ground. Damn, that hurts, Morgana exclaimed as she gathered a sphere of energy in her hand, launching it to repel the celestial minion. With a forceful tug, she extracted the sword from her body, her previously pierced form rapidly regenerating. That wretched Liang Bing is actually a 4th-generation divine body. Running cursed from her aerial vantage. Change tactics. Morgana ascended into the sky, evading the smoke below, and swiftly unleashed dark energy to ensnare one of the celestial minions. Suddenly, a long sword shot forth, severing Morgana's right arm, and shortly after, a male celestial minion seized her arm and soared towards the atmosphere. What the hell? Morgana cried out as she began to plummet. Within Demon Number 1, Otto, through dark communication, contacted Morgana. Queen, I have detected the separation of your arm from your divine body. Should I assist in the battle? No, just focus on energy restoration. This time, I, the Queen, have chosen this path. I must maintain my facade, she replied resolutely. Suddenly, a long rainbow appeared in the previously tranquil sky. Who is that? Huai also sensed the immense power, questioning in confusion. The male fiend, clutching Morgana's arm, had yet to react when Su Kai, descending from beyond the stars, cleaved him in 2 with a single stroke, his scream stifled in the instant. Judgment of Justice acquired 10,000 justice points. A smirk graced Su Kai's lips as he considered the substantial experience points this fiend yielded. He subsequently grasped Morgana's arm with one hand. Su Kai's eyes emitted a searing gaze, melting Morgana's arm at an astonishing temperature of 20,000 degrees, visible to the naked eye. My queen, it appears your arm has been utterly melted away, even the atoms destroyed, Otto exclaimed in terror, revealing the grim reality to Morgana. What the hell? Who could possess such ferocity to annihilate a 4th-generation divine body? Morgana, in disbelief, cursed. Seeing Morgana gravely injured, Wei Laochi brandished the angel's sword, shield poised. ready to confront the fiends. Seeking death, the male fiend vanished from sight in an instant, cleaving through the shield, while another fiend lunged at Wei Lao Qi once more. Lao Qi, Rose attempted to intervene, yet was preoccupied with running, engaged in a battle of wormholes, unable to split her focus. The male fiend wore a triumphant smile as he prepared to pierce Wei Lao Qi's chest with his sword. Suddenly, a figure landed upon the fiend, driving him into the ground. Sukai! Sukai! Rose exclaimed in delight. Wei Lao Qi gazed at the man clad in red and white armor, exhilarated. It's Sukai, the commander of the Interstellar Combat Corps, the god of Earth. In an instant, a dark silver sword fell, piercing the adjacent male fiend. Ruoning vanisit, riepepering beside Huaye. Who is this person? He arrives and instantly dispatches my 3 minions, Huayi remarked in exasperation. Morgana, cradling her severed arm, now understood who had melted it away. She glared at Sukai, shouting, Sukai, you treacherous wretch. Did you not claim we were friends? Why have you melted my arm? Sukai glared at the ice-cold Morgana, a golden giant sword materializing in his hand, pointing at her as he declared, Morgana, I warned you against launching any hostile actions against Earth. Your invasion of Reina, the assassination of Duko, the bombardment of the Grand Canyon, turning the entire Earth into a battlefield of gods. What is an arm compared to your life? Chapter 50. Viciously beating Huayi, slicing Morgana with a sword. Hearing the exchange between Sukai and Morgana, Rose and Wei Lao Qi instinctively retreated, keeping their distance from Morgana. At that moment, Morgana, resembling an icy specter, clutched her severed arm, appearing somewhat pitiable. You are the Demon King, Morgana, Rose questioned. Rose, I have stated that I am the daughter of an angel and a demon. It is merely that you refuse to believe, Morgana replied. Upon realizing her identity, Morgana discarded her pretense, transforming instantaneously as 2 pairs of demonic wings sprouted from her back, though her right hand remained severed. Otto, first mend my right hand with energy. As the energy from Demon 1 surged, Morgana's arm, previously melted by Sukai, visibly restored itself. It appeared that to eliminate Morgana, one must either neutralize Demon 1 or dissolve her entirely in a single blow. Yenhua, lock onto the position of Demon 1. Yes, Master. I am currently tracking the energy from the dark side, transmitted by Morgana. Sukai commanded Yenhua to pinpoint Demon 1's precise coordinates, understanding that to vanquish the demon, Demon 1 must be defeated. Ah, it seems someone wishes for your demise, Liangbing. I shall refrain from playing with you all. Witnessing Sukai's ferocity, Huaya sought to whisk Running away from the scene. My king, shall we simply let this be? Running protested, clearly aggrieved by having lost 3 celestial dregs to Sukai in vain. You are Huaya, Sukai exclaimed, suddenly appearing 10 meters opposite Huaya and Running, tilting his head in inquiry. Oh, are you addressing me? Before Huaya could finish his retort, Sukai had already struck, landing a powerful punch to Huaya's face, sending him hurtling to the ground. While Running vanished in an instant, a purple long arrow, imbued with divine power, shot towards Sukai from behind. Sukai merely turned, a sinister smile gracing his lips, and with one hand grasped the arrow, crushing it effortlessly. What manner of creature is this? Running exclaimed in terror. That was a weapon of the flame level, and he shattered it with ease. No finesse whatsoever, purely relying on speed and strength to subdue us. Kid, you possess some talent. You dare to ambush, thoroughly inciting my wrath. Liangbing, are you all right? He intends to kill you, and as an old friend, I shall lend you my aid. Huaya, enraged by Sukai's lack of decorum, retaliated with a powerful punch, feeling deeply insulted as an ancient evil god. A golden long sword materialized in his hand, clearly aimed at Sukai's demise. I merely intended a greeting, a special courtesy from our Earth. What? Do you wish to duel? Let's see. Upon finishing his words, a dark silver long sword emerged beside him. While he wielded the blade of infinity, he was prepared to kill, fully committed to the confrontation. He wondered how much justice value he would gain should Morgana and Huaya fall. His anticipation grew. Running, take him down. Huaya, akin to an enraged beast, unfurled his wings, transforming into a white rainbow as he charged towards Sukai at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Running, ever the cunning strategist, patiently awaited her moment to strike, her black bow drawn taut. A colossal purple arrow brimming with divine energy manifesting, resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder, interspersed with flashes of lightning. The endless blade of Sukai clashed with the long sword in the hands of Huaya, creating a thunderous resonance that reverberated through the air. A terrifying surge of energy radiated outward. Although Huaya possessed the prowess of a fourth-generation divine body, he was no match for Sukai's overwhelming strength and was instantly sent flying. A violet long arrow surged towards Sukai's head, launching another surprise attack. In that moment, the dark silver sword vanished beside Sukai and intercepted the strike from running, averting disaster. How bothersome, Sukai thought, as he lunged toward running with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The seasoned combatant running, without a moment's hesitation, activated a micro-wormhole in an attempt to evade Sukai's onslaught. However, in the instant of her disappearance, she found herself ensnared by an iron grip reminiscent of a steel vice. Tightly clutching her throat, in a desperate struggle, running pounded on Sukai's right arm with both hands, yet it felt like a dying lamb's futile resistance. I apologize, but I too can manipulate micro-wormholes. Prepare to meet your end, Sukai declared coldly, with his right hand poised to exert force. He aimed to crush Running's throat and extinguish her life. Suddenly, two massive demon claws materialized on either side of Sukai. With a forceful throw, he hurled Running to the ground, creating a massive crater, narrowly evading the assault of Morgana's demon claws. Sukai was uncertain if his steel-like body could withstand Morgana's formidable grasp. He dared not engage in such a precarious endeavor. Running struggled to rise, feeling as if her entire being was on the verge of shattering. What kind of monster is this? Able to crush my divine arrow with bare hands, yet devoid of any dark energy fluctuations? Is such raw physical power even conceivable? She lamented, her once enchanting visage marred by numerous bloodstains, clear evidence of her severe injuries. At this moment, Huaya had already soared into the atmosphere, seemingly indifferent to Running's plight. Running, this is your moment of sacrifice for my sake. Huaya, you coward! How could you abandon me and flee? Running raged upon witnessing Huaya's betrayal. Ah, it appears your beloved does not cherish you as you thought, leaving you behind, Morgana taunted from the sidelines. If we do not unite, it seems neither of us will leave here alive today, Running retorted, proposing an alliance with Morgana to jointly confront Sukai. In truth, she longed to escape, yet the micro-wormhole before Sukai seemed futile. His speed was so extraordinary that even the spatial teleportation of a micro-wormhole could not evade his targeting. This underscored the reason Sukai had endeavored to master the intricacies of time-space wormholes. At this moment, their significance was evident. Not only could he utilize his superior intellect to calculate wormholes, but combined with his speed and enhanced perception, he could effectively lock onto Running's movements while she employed the wormhole. Deprived of such an uncanny ability, Running's formidable close combat prowess paled in comparison to Sukai, rendering her no different from an ordinary third-generation angel in his presence. Sukai gazed at the fleeing Huaya and realized that in order to eliminate him, he would have to relinquish his grasp on Running and Morgana, a truly perplexing predicament. The illustrious king of angels had resorted to flight. Sukai, we have been acquaintances for some time. Perhaps we could strike a bargain. You wish to slay Huaya, and I shall not impede you. Moreover, my demon no. One can withdraw from Earth, what do you say? Morgana had just received information from Demon Number 1, revealing that Sukai's energy level appeared limitless, possessing the destructive power of a star. If he truly aimed to end her existence, the probability was substantial. Morgana, we spoke previously, and you breached our agreement, deceiving me. Henceforth, I shall no longer ally with demons. If Huaya is to perish, so too shall you. As his words echoed, Sukai locked onto Running, and the endless blade sliced through the air, wielding an unmatched force as it descended upon her. Running found herself with no means of evasion, raising her bow to block. She had no time to utilize a wormhole. Sukai's speed was astonishingly rapid, approaching the very limits of light. How could her corporeal form withstand such high-velocity combat? Boom! The violent strike sent Running crashing into the ground. Sukai did not relent. Seizing her ankle, he lifted her for another devastating blow. Qingbing, intervene! Running cried out helplessly to Morgana. In an instant, Morgana vanished and materialized beside Rose. Rose, come with me, she demanded, attempting to forcibly extract Rose. A flash of sword light approached. It was Sukai's dark silver sword, which struck Morgana with fierce precision. This time, Morgana had learned her lesson. She swiftly shifted her body and extracted the dark silver sword lodged in her abdomen. "What did you acquire a dark silver weapon?" she exclaimed in disbelief. "Tsukai, you shall pay for this." Leaving behind a venomous remark, Morgana summoned the aid of Demon Number 1 and instantaneously disappeared from the scene. Now, only one unfortunate soul remained, the forsaken fallen angel, running. She could scarcely fathom that the two former kings of angels had fled to preserve their lives. "Yinhua, assist me in tracking the movements of Demon Number 1. Tsukai had intentionally allowed Morgana to escape. He had tested his own strength and realized that he could indeed obliterate Morgana with a stellar-level bombardment. However, the repercussions were too great, as Earth would be destroyed alongside her. Thus, theoretically, it was not prudent to attempt to slay a deity of Morgana's caliber within the confines of Earth or the Chiyu star system, as such an act would plunge the entire planet into ruin. Chapter 51. Deceiving Running. Arranging for Rose to infiltrate Demon Number 1. From a distance, Rose and Wei Laoqi watched in stunned silence as Tsukai single-handedly dispatched 3 of the celestial miscreants in mere moments, driving away 2 kings of angels with effortless ease. Now, he held the neck of a fallen angel firmly in his grasp. Tsukai did not directly kill Running. Instead, he smiled and asked her, "I hear you were once an angel. Why have you become the mere pawn of this incompetent Huaya? It is indeed a waste of your keen intellect and combat prowess." After speaking, Tsukai released his grip on Running, who then slumped to the ground, having just endured a fleeting moment of life and death. It was astonishing to encounter such a monstrosity in a pre-nuclear civilization like Earth. To this day, no one has been able to decipher Tsukai's genetic makeup. Even activating her cataract eyes yielded no information on Tsukai. It is noteworthy that even the Divine Kaisa could not uncover Tsukai's depths. How could she possibly achieve this? She merely seeks to reclaim her former glory, Running scoffed. As a former left-wing guardian of the Divine Kaisa, she was unwilling to have her position usurped so easily. She aspired to become a queen and gain access to Kaisa's arsenal. "Do you wish to become the king of angels?" Tsukai inquired curiously. Roses and Old Wei also arrived at the edge of the pit. "The king of angels? Ha ha! Earthling, if you wish to kill me, just do it. Why bother asking?" Running, once an angel, still possessed the pride and confidence inherent in her genes. Tsukai regarded her with admiration, stating, "In truth, I appreciate you. Your mind is sharp, and your recent strategy was quite sound. Yet, why do you rely on the strength of others?" Huaya merely acquired the 4th-generation divine body with Carl's assistance. Why not seek Carl's help directly and work for him? In my eyes, you far surpass Huaya. Ha! Who would have thought Earthlings would learn to employ Liang Bing's tactics and attempt to brainwash me? You do not aspire to dominate the universe, do you? Running laughed heartily, her bloodied visage enhancing her already alluring appearance, rendering her even more enigmatic. "No, I have no intention of conquering the universe. I simply wish to protect my homeland. However, I recognize your grand ambitions. Why don't we collaborate this once? I propose a fair partnership, one where you stand to gain not only your life, but also the opportunity to become the king of the heavenly palace." Tsukai continued to entice her. Possessing a super intellect, Tsukai delved deeper into persuading Running, gradually hypnotizing her. Running harbored immense ambition for power, following the fall of the Divine Kaisa. She could not accept that Angel Yin succeeded as queen, believing her own qualifications and strength warranted greater authority. Her choice to ally with Huaya was merely a means to manipulate him, ensuring her elevated status within the order of the heavenly palace, leveraging his ambition for mutual benefit. Now, with Huaya selling her out to save himself, she certainly harbored resentment towards him. If she could indeed replace Huaya, would that not be a far better choice? "How will you assist me?" Running asked, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her before regaining her composure. "You shall return to the side of Huaya and monitor him on my behalf. I assure you, if you can establish a foothold in the heavenly palace, when the opportune moment arises, we shall unite to eliminate Huaya, and you will ascend as the true queen. As for the technology you desire, I shall provide it for you in due time. I wonder if this proposition might be preferable to choosing death." A confident smile graced Tsukai's face. While Running may pose a threat to others, she is of no consequence in Tsukai's eyes. Let her distract Huaya. Is that not a better strategy? A subtle smile appeared on Running's lips as she half knelt before Tsukai, took his hand, and kissed it, beaming, "My king, It is settled. Yet Sukai replied, I am not your king. We may be friends, but you shall become the true queen. After Running provided a special encrypted communication code to express her sincerity, she willingly surrendered a portion of the angelic gene's cloud technology. She then soared into outer space, heading towards Huaya's heavenly palace. Sukai, are you not afraid to let her go? What if she betrays you? Chang Wei expressed her skepticism regarding Running's commitment to their agreement. Rest assured, even if she were to betray me and inform Huaya, he would not believe her. That kneeling act was a testament to the angel's loyalty to his superior. Sukai asserted with confidence. Running had been instilled with a rebellious heart, and fueled by her burning ambition to become queen, she was willing to take risks. Having witnessed Sukai's ability to easily overpower Huaya, along with the formidable strength of Liang Bing's fourth-generation divine body, she became even more convinced that Sukai could assist her in this endeavor. Chang Wei wished to voice further concerns, but ultimately fell silent. What authority did she have to question Sukai? Chang Wei, I have a task for you, one that will change your life, perhaps for the better. Sukai flew above the great pit, approaching Chang Wei and Wei Laoqi. What is it? Chang Wei inquired, slightly puzzled. You are already aware that Liang Bing is Morgana. Do you understand why she has approached and protected you? Sukai's question left Chang Wei with a mind full of confusion. The reason is quite simple. Your super gene, known as time-space Rose, is the vessel for this extraordinary gene. This gene is the crystallization of time-space genetics developed jointly by Liang Bing and Carl, representing her lifelong research and aspirations. Thus, she desires to possess you, or rather, to cultivate you into a deity. Do you comprehend? Sukai elucidated the matter gradually. Chang Wei began to grasp that all of this revolved around her time-space gene. Yet, how did this correlate with the task? I need you to willingly embrace the demon's embrace. This will not only allow you to gain Morgana's cultivation, but also enhance your time-space abilities. Do you not wish to avenge General Decao? My ultimate goal is to eliminate Morgana, and with such an opportunity at hand, I hope you will seize it. Upon realizing that Morgana had escaped, Sukai understood that capturing her would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he managed to track down Demon Number 1, his current abilities may not suffice to eliminate her. The formidable Saint God Kesha had pursued Morgana for 30,000 years, yet had been unable to vanquish her. If Rose could act as a spy, aiding him in controlling Demon Number 1 or executing some scheme, the situation would become considerably simpler. Without the assistance of Demon Number 1, Morgana would not be as formidable as she appeared. At this moment, Rose found herself engulfed in inner turmoil. Ultimately, her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Very well, I accept your mission, Commander Su. Rose saluted Sukai with military decorum. Remember, Rose, you are a member of the Xiong Lian, and you shall forever remain a warrior of the Xiong Lian, Sukai replied, nodding in satisfaction. However, how shall I infiltrate the demon's ranks? You need not worry about that. Simply expose your aura, and Morgana will seek you out. For now, refrain from returning to the unit and continue with your plan, Sukai reassured her. He knew that, given Morgana's temperament, she would not let Rose escape easily, for she was her greatest love. Understood, Rose acknowledged, aware that returning to the Xiong Lian would be a formidable challenge. To walk alongside demons was inherently perilous. Old Wei, you possess remarkable qualities. Would you be interested in joining my interstellar combat team? Sukai extended an invitation to the indomitable and self-sacrificing soldier from Huaxia. Wei Laoqi was initially taken aback, but soon saluted with enthusiasm. I will be honored to join. Then come with me. Sukai declared. Rose, do not forget your original intentions. He grasped Wei Laoqi and swiftly soared towards the Mangdang Mountain. Rose watched the two figures vanish into the horizon. Her eyes now filled with resolve, free from her previous confusion. Perhaps she had finally discovered her own value and purpose, to walk with the demons, understand them, and ultimately defeat them. Chapter 52. She asked me to be her god in the Angel Nebula. Angel she sat casually upon a stone, beside which lay a teapot favored only by humans. With grace and poise, she lifted the teacup to savor its contents, reveling in this lifestyle. Kesha, you once told me that there exists a deity on earth who might surpass us. I must go see for myself. Angel she was markedly distinct from her fellow angels, who were predominantly characterized by golden hair. She alone possessed long, silvery locks. Her beauty was breathtaking, reminiscent of a cunning moon goddess or an ethereal fairy. As she slowly rose, her elegance was palpable, her figure undulating, her skin as pure as snow, nearly flawless. Her wise eyes gazed toward the distant CHW star. Then, taking a step, she conjured a duplicate of herself. "Keep watch here. I must go and bring him back." According to Kesha's last words, she was destined to meet Su Kai at CHW star, for he could alter the future of the angels. As one of the angelic triad from 30,000 years ago, she harbors unwavering loyalty towards Kaisha. They're not just sisters. They are bonded far more deeply than mere kinship. Since Kaisha has entrusted her with a task, it must undoubtedly stem from a significant reason. The conviction for avenging Kaisha has remained steadfast in her heart, although vengeance requires a process. In the Mangdang Mountain region, the entire battalion of the Xiangbing Lian has assembled under the organization of Lian Feng, now bolstered by several formidable female soldiers. Among the new recruits are Li Feifei, Zhao, the Shadow Hunter Wei Ying, the combat fairy Su Xiaoli, and He Wei Lan. In front stand a dozen veterans of the Xiangbing Lian, while over 200 soldiers from the Interstellar Combat Team stand behind them. Each warrior is equipped with the most advanced Su Yin battle armor, distinguished by its 10 arc reactors serving as a primary energy source, complemented by energy guns crafted by Gu Shaolin utilizing the Void Engine. This enhancement allows the Xiangbing Lian to possess warriors with superhuman genes. Except for Lu Chuang, whose weapon remains unchanged, all others are armed with dark Suyin weaponry, granting them the capability for god-slaying combat. Lian Feng is currently organizing the battle strategy. Su Kai and Gu Shaolin are in the laboratory, collaborating with Ji Xian to develop even more powerful weaponry. The entire Mangding Mountain ship is overseen by Su Kai's artificial intelligence, Yin Huang, which significantly conserves human resources while ensuring precise control over all weaponry. Originally, Su Kai intended to utilize angelic genes to create a physical body for Yin Huang, but this proposal was ultimately vetoed by Lian Feng. An artificial intelligence possessing a corporeal form would resemble Ultron from the Marvel Universe. While Su Kai is searching for stars within the galaxy, he is abruptly interrupted by Ji Xian. "Su Kai, the Celestial King wishes to meet you." "The Celestial King, he/she? Very well. Where shall we rendezvous? I will provide you with the coordinates." Nodding in agreement, Su Kai promptly ascends into outer space. At this moment, the Earth no longer harbors the devouring beast, and they cannot find a solution for Su Kai, preventing them from recklessly entering the planet. This provides Earth with a much-needed respite. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, on a boundless asteroid, she sits alone atop a stubborn rock, elegantly sipping tea. Su Kai arrives at great speed, and upon seeing he instinctively reacts as a man would. She is astonishingly beautiful, undoubtedly one of the loveliest among angels. Accustomed to golden-haired angels, encountering a silver-haired one is indeed a novel experience. No wonder Kaisha, the queen, recognizes her as the earth deity. She traverses the cosmos with her corporeal form, devoid of any flying apparatus or dark energy aura, moving with remarkable swiftness. It appears that Queen Kaisha has anticipated your godlike abilities all along. Upon their first meeting, she perceives the immense, fervent power emanating from Su Kai's body, which fascinates her greatly. "Having met the Celestial King, surely you are not here merely to sing my praises?" Su Kai approaches he. "Care for some tea? I hear that earthlings have an affinity for such delights." He smiled and spoke. Su Kai, still perplexed, pondered how, in the weightless expanse of the universe, the tea remained still, defying scientific explanation. Quite intriguing. Without hesitation, Su Kai lifted a cup and drained it, only to witness it replenished slowly. Astonishing. Such spontaneous creation. Is this the power of the void? She clearly possessed the same ability. Observing the composed figure of she seated gracefully upon a meteorite, Su Kai could not decipher the intentions of this celestial monarch. "Are you curious why I sought to meet you?" "Indeed, as the Celestial King. Your visit to an earthling like me seems a descent from grace." Su Kai had encountered the haughty demeanor of Angel Yin, yet she, the Celestial King, exuded a different essence. Her pride was intrinsic, yet her countenance radiated warmth, rendering her presence most agreeable. "Well then, having savored the tea, let us discuss matters of significance. In the past, the Angel King, the divine Kaisha, refrained from administering unnecessary destructive strikes upon Earth to prevent its annihilation, even when faced with Morgana. It was her unwavering commitment to justice that ultimately led to her downfall, resulting in the demise of many angelic warriors in this so-called righteous war. The current Angel King, Yin, aspires to restore the angels to their former glory, a formidable task indeed. Before Kaisha's fall, she entrusted me with her last will, desiring that I collaborate with you. She, with her characteristic grace, candidly revealed her purpose for visiting Sukai. Thus, it is collaboration with me, rather than Earth itself. You are astute, possessing a physique more formidable than that of angels. Having recently conducted a preliminary assessment, I find your physical resilience likely on par with that of the divine Kaisha, and your cognitive faculties vastly superior to those of the angels. In biological terms, you surpass Kaisha in strength and intelligence, embodying boundless potential for growth. He extolled Sukai. To receive commendation from he, the angel, speaks volumes about the value of Sukai's genetic makeup, one that many would covet or wish to study. How shall we collaborate? The enemies confronting Earth are the gluttonous demons, and that perverse Huaya. Sukai harbored a deep disdain for Huaya. Huaya, you say? It appears you have encountered him before. The only being known to have truly brought about Kaisha's fall is the Grim Reaper, Karl, who orchestrates events from the shadows. Others are merely his pawns. She spoke with confidence, seemingly dismissive of all, including Huaya and Morgana, yet wary of Karl. Indeed, the Gluttonous Legion is but a diversion crafted by Karl to capture the attention of the gods within the known universe. Morgana, that foolish woman, has also been misled by him. I suspect that Huaya, having been defeated by me, now seeks Karl's assistance. Do you possess any means to eliminate Karl? Sukai understood the complexity of the situation, yet to vanquish a fourth-generation divine being, his current powers seemed limited to stellar bombardments, with no other apparent recourse at hand. The bombardment at a stellar level requires considerable energy accumulation. By the time one successfully gathers such energy, the adversary would have already fled. Relying solely on his own strength may prove insufficient. He still requires time to grow. Karl has now transcended into an ethereal form, breaking free from the constraints of his primary biological nature. With the synergy of his ethereal being and the great clock, he possesses immunity against both physical and energy assaults. Within the known universe, aside from the divine Kaisha exerting mental dominance over Karl, no one can truly extinguish his existence. From my understanding of the void, to eliminate Karl, one must enter the secondary biological plane, where only the powers of that realm can affect him. Perhaps an engine transcending the great clock could obliterate him and erase his mental essence. She, akin to a scholar, elucidated Sukai's doubts. So, you mean this fellow cannot be killed? In theory, that is correct. The divine Kaisha expended immense energy in her calculations before her fall. You are the one who can genuinely obliterate Karl and usher her return, she replied with a smile. Me? Sukai asked, his expression filled with confusion. He can achieve it, but it requires time. That is why I am here. I can provide you with ample technical support to help you vanquish demons and voracious beings. Though there is a minor condition. What condition? Become my male deity. What on earth? Sukai was bewildered. This ancient being had lived for over 30,000 years. Indeed, angels possess eternal life, the most exquisite genes, and are the epitome of perfection in the known universe. Angels do not fear death, yet they still yearn for a beautiful love. True love is eternal. Sukai, you might be the one capable of conquering my heart, she stated elegantly and composedly. How straightforward. Is this truly the angelic definition of love? It seems rather peculiar. Chapter 53. On how to conquer she celestial king she. You cannot be jesting with me. Sukai clearly doubted that this ancient celestial being, who had lived for millennia, would take an interest in him. Do you believe I am jesting? Do you not find me appealing? She stepped closer, her wise gaze fixed intently upon Sukai. Despite possessing formidable power and having lived 2 lives, Sukai was merely an ordinary man in his 40s. I apologize, but I'm not interested in extraterrestrials, he said, feigning composure. Is that so? Our collaboration still stands. You may not be interested, but I certainly am, so consider it an agreement. To become my Hishi's male deity is not an easy feat. One must demonstrate their strength. Be cautious. As her words fell, a royal sword manifested in Hishi's hand, slicing towards Sukai with a speed and force that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Morgana's demonic claws. Sukai did not flinch. Was this a test from Hishi? Did she wish to determine his worthiness for collaboration? With a clang, a massive golden sword materialized from a void, intercepting Hishi's assault. Impressive. You possess such a divine weapon. As the words fell, another sword strike approached, swift and urgent. Even with Sukai's extraordinary vision, he could still feel the divine power imbued within it. Unlike Morgana and the others who favored grand displays of strength, Hishi's attack was refreshingly unadorned. Each sword stroke was precise and imbued with formidable lethality, distorting the very space around it. Sukai focused intently on the incoming strike, bracing himself to block, when suddenly, another Hishi appeared behind him, her golden sword light piercing towards him. Step back, Sukai shouted, evading with remarkable speed, slicing through the Hishi before him and sending her hurtling thousands of meters away. Truly, my idol possesses a power capable of cleaving a planet in twain. The repelled Hishi rubbed her numb right arm, yet wore an appreciative smile as she observed Sukai battling her 12 avatars below. Swiftly, 12 beautiful figures launched simultaneous attacks against Sukai, who chose to forego defense as 12 flaming swords thrust toward him. Hishi herself was bewildered by Sukai's actions. The flame struck his defenses with a sound akin to steel meeting steel, failing to breach his guard. In an instant, Sukai seized the flaming swords, crushing them effortlessly as if they were mere tofu. The 12 avatars quickly retreated. Enough, enough. If this continues, my avatars will be damaged. And I have invested considerable time in creating them, Hishi exclaimed, recalling her 12 forms. Celestial Sovereign, does this signify your acknowledgement of my strength? Sukai inquired, his brow furrowing. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. You truly are the finest choice bestowed upon me by the divine Kaisha, Hishi replied, sheathing the sword of kings and restoring her elegance. With each gesture, she exuded an innate majesty, particularly her eyes, which brimmed with the wisdom and resilience of ages. Sukai, neither self-deprecating nor possessing the aura of Long Batian, found it difficult to believe he could effortlessly win Hishi's heart. Very well, Celestial Sovereign. What assistance do you intend to offer? I currently have but one objective, to eliminate Taotai and Morgana. As for Huayi, unless he stirs trouble in the Chiwu stellar system, I shall not seek him out, Sukai asserted, making his stance clear. This celestial sovereign, Hishi, was no ordinary being. She was the brightest star in the known universe, second only to the divine Kaisha. The entire angelic civilization bore her influence. Without her, the contemporary female angelic civilization would not exist. Her true strength lay not in combat, but in technological innovation and strategic acumen. With her support, Sukai could swiftly resolve the issues plaguing Earth. Assistants? Are not the little angels currently aiding your Earth? Hishi remarked, you have yet to agree to my condition, and you still have not met the ultimate criteria to be my idol. However, I can leave an avatar to accompany you. Hishi regarded Sukai with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Is this considered a free shipping inflatable doll? Sukai Sudenlira Market. Hishi, far from being offended, responded, it is indeed the most exquisite and luxurious inflatable doll. Surely, you wouldn't want my true self accompanying you. At this moment, the angel Nebula still required her presence, and she could not personally witness his growth. My idol, I have faith in you. Do remember to safeguard the inflatable doll I gifted you. With a smile, Hishi left behind a clone and promptly stepped into a wormhole, vanishing from the small planet. Sukai was left speechless. What on earth is this? He questioned the clone, identical to Hishi. The only difference was that this clone seemed a bit foolish. Sukai, are you a fool? This is my clone. Naturally, it possesses my consciousness, Hishi explained with a laugh. She found herself increasingly fond of Sukai. He was quite amusing. So, this means you have separated your thoughts to control a divine body, correct? In theory, yes. However, this technology bears a striking resemblance to the pinnacle of the third-generation beast body created by your esteemed Master Wu on Earth, albeit my version is far more advanced. What do you think? Would you like to embrace and test the warmth? The clone of Hishi stepped forward, aiming to hug Sukai. He swiftly raised a hand to block her. No, let us return to Earth. And please refrain from referring to yourself as the Celestial King. Hishi smiled faintly. Little did Sukai know that this clone of Hishi was, in fact, her true self, who had lived for over 30,000 years and was weary of the Angel Nebula. Finally, she had encountered someone whose heart brimmed with righteousness. radiating warmth akin to the sun, kind and compassionate, willing to confront all malevolent forces to protect Earth. Upon returning to Earth, Sukai guided he/she to a clothing store. Choose a set of clothes. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Your current outfit is far too conspicuous. All right, he/she replied with a smile, stepping into the store clad in her battle armor. The staff were astonished to see an angel in red and white armor come to purchase clothing. After 2 hours of deliberation, he/she emerged, donning a stylish asymmetrical short-sleeve top that revealed her flat, fair midriff, paired with distressed jeans that showcased her figure beautifully. Sukai couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. The effect was rather overwhelming. With such beauty and physique, she undoubtedly scored a perfect 99. Ahem, let us go. He/she smiled slightly, finding this little man increasingly intriguing. Upon returning to the Mangdangshan, Sukai was accompanied by a woman, leaving Lian Feng quite puzzled about the situation. When Xian laid eyes on he/she, he nearly malfunctioned. How could the Celestial King be by Sukai's side? As she was about to step forward to greet him, a voice from the shadows suddenly interrupted. Xian, there is no need for recognition. Just consider me an ordinary angel. Sukai will henceforth be the idol of my Celestial King. He/she. Chapter 54. True love shall endure in the bedroom. Sukai was tidying up his space, preparing to relinquish it to the Celestial King. He was unsure why she insisted on residing in his room. However, he had no choice. She was currently his assistant. Sukai, may I come in? A familiar, melodious voice rang out from the door. Sukai turned to see Qilin. Today, Qilin appeared especially radiant, clad in a white blouse paired with a sleek black pencil skirt, her long, slender legs accentuated by a pair of Balenciaga heels. As a normal man, Sukai couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Being a woman, Qilin was acutely sensitive to the heat of a man's gaze, feeling both delighted and anxious. Come in and sit. What would you like to drink? I'll pour it for you, Sukai said, regaining his composure and hastily inviting Qilin inside. All right. Qilin entered confidently into Sukai's room. The space was quite minimalistic, filled with various books and a simple bed, while a family photo album rested atop Sukai's desk where he usually worked. Qilin reached out to touch the album, and Sukai poured her a cup of hot tea, smiling as he said, "This is a picture of my parents." "Oh, your mom and dad look quite young," she remarked. "Not too bad." Suddenly, the atmosphere turned awkward. Being a man, Sukai felt compelled to take the initiative. "You've worked hard during my absence. It's not too difficult. It's just disheartening to see so many lives lost." Qilin replied, her innate kindness and intelligence shining through. "Indeed, the Xiongбing Lian is growing stronger. My interstellar combat team will soon be ready for battle. Before long, we will fortify the entire solar system and easily deal with the Taotai and demons," Sukai said, sipping his tea, feeling that Qilin had come to discuss something more pressing. "Yes, currently, our main adversaries are the followers of the demons, humans who have succumbed to their desires and turned to Morgana, ultimately falling from grace." Qilin's tone grew slightly uneasy as she spoke. "So, what brings you here today? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Sukai inquired, sensing her underlying concern. "Who was that woman who accompanied you back?" Qilin asked, her expression turning serious and resolute. "Her? She is someone I invited to assist me in advancing technology." Sukai explained. "Is that so? She can't possibly be your guardian angel, can she?" "Much like Xian beside Zhao Xian," Qilin said, her face betraying a hint of tension, as if fearing that she was indeed Sukai's guardian angel. "Not at all. She is not." Sukai did not agree to let she become her idol, even though she was the daughter of the Heavenly Foundation. "Is that true? That's wonderful." Qilin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sukai sensed something amiss. He had privately observed Qilin. Her life was exceedingly simple and innocent, and she had never been in a relationship. Approaching her, Sukai remarked, "You know, Qilin, you are truly beautiful." Upon hearing Sukai's sudden confession, Qilin's cheeks flushed and her hands trembled around her teacup. "Really? Sukai, do you not hold a grudge against me for initially targeting you?" she asked. "I later understood why you had to deal with those 3 ruffians. Had you not done so, their nature would have led them to become demons, harming even more people." Qilin had long been troubled by this incident, longing to apologize to Sukai but never finding the opportunity. With a smile, Sukai gently waved his hand. "In truth, it matters not to me. The fact that you understand me is sufficient. Qilin felt her face grow hotter, as if it might ignite. Could you perhaps stand a bit further away? Sukai was less than 10 centimeters from her when she halted him. So, the purpose of your visit today was for she, or did you come to apologize? Sukai asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Of course, it was to apologize. Did she mention she? That name sounds like that of an angel. Women are indeed quite perceptive. A single name could evoke thoughts of an angel. Qilin, would you consider being my girlfriend? Sukai extended his hand with a gentle smile, gazing intently at her. Is this too sudden? Qilin felt an overwhelming nervousness. Her mind blank. She had imagined various scenarios of being with Sukai, yet she never anticipated his forthrightness. Miss Qilin, do you not harbor feelings for me? Perhaps I do like you. Qilin admitted. Then, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Sukai knelt before her, extending his hand. Qilin's face was aflame, and she found herself at a loss. She was certain of her feelings for Sukai, yet she was inexplicably uncertain about how to respond. However, a voice within her urged, agree to him. Agree to him? Haven't you often dreamed of this? Why hesitate? Sukai, are you serious? Qilin regained her composure. Yearning for true love. Qilin, do you remember our first meeting? I was deeply attracted to your sense of justice and kind heart, not to mention your beauty. I am indeed serious. My family has always hoped I would find a partner and carry on the family line. Sukai grasped Qilin's hands tightly, speaking earnestly. Who said anything about carrying on the family line? However, I can be your girlfriend. Whether I can marry you will depend on your performance. So, does that mean you accept? As Sukai rose with excitement, he embraced Qilin and twirled around the room. Unbeknownst to them, a sinister gust of wind slammed the door shut. In the corridor, a woman with flowing silver hair gracefully sipped tea, though the tremor in her right hand betrayed her inner turmoil. She had witnessed Sukai's confession to Qilin, their embrace etched vividly in her mind. To her astonishment, her idol had already found his beloved. Alexi's expression remained largely impassive. Perhaps her past experiences had taught her that matters of the heart could not be forced. Yet, she still regarded Sukai as her idol. Such is the nature of an angel, a love destined for but one. She believed herself to belong to no woman, yet she respected Sukai's choice. Sukai, does your true love truly lie with her? Alexi murmured to herself. At that moment, the only companion she had was the warm cup of tea in her hand. Unbeknownst to her, Xin had approached the celestial king Alexi. What brings you here? Are you here to keep an eye on your idol? Celestial king, can you truly watch as he spends time with another woman? Xin struggled to comprehend, for angels were known to love boldly. Little girl, what do you understand? Zhao Xin is merely a matchmaker for you, while I, Alexi, have made my own choice. If Sukai's true love is not me, then cannot be true love at all. Alexi was indifferent to what might transpire between Sukai and Qilin in that room. The love of angels transcends mere biological instincts, and she did not concern herself with such matters. If Sukai loved Qilin, she was willing to wait. After all, her life was eternal. Xin fell silent, standing quietly beside the celestial King Alexi, both awaiting the unfolding events. Chapter 55, Sukai's Exceeding Abilities, Demon 1. Within the Grand Hall of Demons, only Morgana's furious voice echoed. Bitch, that wretched Sukai almost managed to eliminate me. Otto, can you detect Sukai's upper limits of power? How does he possess the ability to melt the 4th generation divine body? My queen, Sukai can emit a unique ray from his eyes, infused with immense stellar energy. According to our data, its temperature is capable of melting any known primary matter in the universe, including the 4th generation divine body. Otto, upon realizing Sukai's formidable power, was filled with trepidation. He had been overwhelmed by Lena's solar energy for merely a moment. Encountering Sukai would likely spell his demise. Truly, the queen had long recognized Sukai as an anomaly. Good heavens, such an abnormality. Are you implying he could use that ridiculous ray to melt me? The queen? Morgana could scarcely believe the extent of his abilities. In theory, yes, but if we evade, we should not be harmed. Otto spoke these words with a hint of disbelief. For Sukai's speed was nearly that of light, existing in a state close to subliminal velocity, adhering to the principle of maximum light speed. As an object with mass approaches the speed of light, its energy and mass escalate, requiring an ever-increasing amount of energy that tends towards infinity, thereby rendering it impossible to surpass the speed of light. Otto, this entity named Sukai, has not employed any wormholes, spatial folds, or curvature drives to transcend his velocity. Rather, with his pace of growth, it seems he might achieve light speed solely through his own capabilities. If Sukai can indeed accomplish this, would he not possess the ability to alter the timeline at will? Morgana is not merely a woman prone to profanities. She is, in fact, one of the most astute individuals in the known universe. The entire super-god universe has not genuinely surpassed the speed of light. Rather, it has relied on technology to traverse space, fold dimensions, and utilize wormholes to achieve such feats. Objects with rest mass cannot exceed the speed of light in a vacuum. Any attempt to do so would result in the distortion of space-time and the collapse of fundamental physical laws, such as causality. The more Morgana contemplated, the more she perceived the terror of Sukai. If he could indeed transcend light speed through his own abilities, he could return to the past or venture into the future, breaching the rules of time. This notion exists within her theoretical framework of space-time. Otto, utilizing Demon 1, project for me the timeline. If Sukai continues to grow indefinitely, how long until he can surpass light speed? Morgana, having lived for 30,000 years, had never encountered such a fearsome being before. This entity far surpasses even the divine Kaisha by countless measures. As Demon 1 began to continuously simulate Sukai's growth trajectory based on his energy fluctuations, Morgana observed the initially flat ascent line accelerating rapidly, eventually breaking through light speed after 18 years. Astonishingly, it would only take 18 years to breach light speed. This fellow must have acquired this ability only in the past year. Otherwise, I would have long been reduced to nothing by this insufferable wretch, Morgana fumed. Otto, feeling a sense of dread, remarked, Your Majesty, regarding Sukai's growth in 3,200 years. He will possess the power to annihilate the entire known universe with a single blow. The command center of Demon 1 fell into a hushed silence. The origins of such an ability for infinite growth remain a mystery. Your Majesty, if we wish to eliminate Sukai, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, it seems even if we gathered all the energy of Demon 1, we might not succeed in vanquishing him. Even a supernova explosion capable of obliterating Kaisha would ultimately prove ineffective against Sukai, likely enhancing his power instead. Otto continued to relay the data regarding Sukai's growth to Morgana. Forget it. This rascal seems beyond our reach. I must seek out Karl, that perverse individual. Perhaps he holds the key to defeating him. Fortunately, Sukai has his vulnerabilities, namely, his family and the entire Earth. As long as we do not push him to his limits, we should be safe. Morgana felt a wave of frustration. With Sukai's exponential growth, it seemed the only way to eliminate him would be to enlist Karl's cunning. The Queen, having discerned the fragrance of the rose, chose not to accompany Sukai back to the heroic legion, but instead ventured northward alone. Otto once again reported a matter that brought joy to Morgana. Although a hint of hesitation flickered across her face, she swiftly resolved her thoughts. Very well, track her for me. Even if this rose bears thorns, I shall cherish it dearly, declared Morgana. This was her essence. Fully aware that it might be a ploy, she remained unflinching in her devotion to those she loved. Much like in the past, when she unsheathed her sword against Kaisha, driven by her ambitions to become the Demon King. Your Majesty, the gluttonous king requests an audience with you. Oh, Otto, you shall represent me in this meeting. Should he persist in his assault on Earth, inform him that the demons can assist in resolving the issues at hand. Remember, upon encountering Sukai, the demons will withdraw from Earth immediately. Morgana understood that now was not the time for a confrontation with Sukai. Instead, let Karl's vanguard forces test the waters. Ultimately, it would be Karl who would face Sukai. She was determined to forcibly pluck that thorny rose. Aboard the Mangdang Mountain, Sukai was engaged in a tea session with he-she, discussing the intricacies of secondary biological engine technology. To ensure Qilin's safety, Sukai resolved to equip her with a secondary biological engine. Are you truly going to provide your new flame with such equipment? Does your Earth possess such abundant resources? He-she sat opposite Sukai, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Are you not upset? Sukai retorted. Upset? Perhaps a tad. However, while I acknowledge you as my idol, it does not imply that you are currently worthy. If it is not true love, how can it be eternal? Sukai found himself perplexed by the angel's peculiar reasoning. What was this notion that true love must be everlasting? Why could one not cherish love when it exists and let go when it wanes? If one day Zhao Xin were to cease loving Ji Xin, would Ji Xin then be pitifully compelled to pursue Zhao Xin? Wasn't that absurd? All right, you provide the technology. As for the resources and energy, I shall manage those myself. Sukai possessed stellar drive technology and merely needed to locate a suitable star within the galaxy to attain boundless energy. How about this? Let us strike a bargain. You propose, she encouraged. I will implant a secondary biological engine in her and can assist in upgrading her to a divine body, enhancing her combat capabilities. However, you must promise me that if the angel encounters a crisis, you will offer your utmost support. Is that agreeable? She smiled, gazing at Sukai. A true love is one that sacrifices for the beloved. Very well, I accept your terms, but she must not possess angelic genes, Sukai cautioned. Qilin's genetics were quite unique. She was descended from ordinary descendants of the Divine River, offspring of the Divine River civilization and Earthlings, not of high-end genes. To be precise, half of her blood flowed with the essence of Yanhuang. Certainly, this is quite simple. That young lady possesses commendable looks, and your taste is indeed admirable. Yet your capabilities do not quite match. She, with her identity as a celestial sovereign, can indeed be regarded as such. Qilin is my beloved. Even if she is merely an ordinary individual, she is the finest in my heart. Perhaps it is best that I no longer rely on you. Sukai rose, intending to forego any transactions with Hishi. Hishi merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Sukai paused and remarked, "Rest assured, I shall assist the angelic clan, for you have protected the earth." Hishi gazed at Sukai's departing figure. This was the kind of idol she desired, one whose convictions remain unaltered by personal gain, steadfastly upholding the principles and rules within. This resonated harmoniously with the angelic order of justice. Chapter 56. The development of super genes. Though Sukai declined Hishi's so-called terms of cooperation, she graciously provided him with abundant resources and commenced the design of entirely new genes for him. In Sukai's view, the most formidable gene of the angels is that pair of wings, the wings of time and space. The angelic wings of time and space allow for ultra-long-distance spatial jumps and instantaneous movement, theoretically surpassing Sukai's current flight speed. As for Gu Xiaoluan's wings, they are rather subpar. Aside from flight, they possess no other utility. In a laboratory, Sukai was engaged in meticulous calculations of all genetic data with the aid of Yin Huang and his own superintellect. He aimed to develop a more comprehensive super-divine gene, a gene that transcends divinity. Hishi observed Sukai at work with an air of graceful simplicity, while Qilin watched with a vigilant demeanor. Women are inherently sensitive. Qilin could clearly sense that the relationship between Hishi and Sukai was rather extraordinary. Like a devoted mistress, she stood guard over her position as a girlfriend. "Sukai, are you aspiring to develop an entirely new gene? Integrating the power of God-slaying. The angelic wings of time and space and the secondary biological engine requires vast calculations and immense energy. Do you truly not require my assistance?" Hishi elegantly remarked while sipping her tea. Sukai rubbed his temples in response. "The genes of your angelic clan are fraught with limitations and cannot be fully utilized. While I could replicate your genetic codes, merging them with the genes of the Divine River is utterly unattainable. The crucial point is that I do not wish to have any vulnerabilities in your hands." "Oh, are you so fearful of the angels? Are you worried I might devour you?" Hishi teased. "What are you saying? Sukai is my Qilin-S man." Qilin interjected immediately. "Indeed, your man. But will he still belong to you after 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years?" Hishi quipped nonchalantly. "Qilin, she is an ancient matron. Having lived for 30,000 years, there is no need for you to argue with her. She is here to assist me in researching the new gene." Sukai hastily interjected to quell Qilin's rising ire. If a quarrel were to ensue, Qilin would stand no chance against Hishi. "Oof." Qilin let out a cold snort, choosing to cease her conversation with Hishi. "Oh dear, it seems there is a woman pining for you," Hishi continued to tease, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. "Hishi, if you're not going to assist me, then kindly take your leave and do not disturb my thoughts." "Enough of the jesting," he said. "The wings of the angelic time-space not only enable flight, but, more critically, allow the primary beings to transcend the limitations of oxygen, facilitating survival and combat within the cosmos. It took me a considerable amount of time to fully comprehend this, and now I shall share the secrets with you. Do you not possess the stellar drive technology algorithm? You might integrate it. Upon finishing, she began transmitting the genetic codes of the angelic time-space wings to Su Kai. With Yin Huang assisting and Su Kai's extraordinary intellect, they swiftly surmounted the technological barriers. To fundamentally alter the current state of Earth, a new super gene suited for humanity was imperative. This was the direction for future development. Only with sufficient power could one deter all known civilizations in the universe and establish a firm foothold amid the impending chaos. However, with Hexi's assistance, along with Lu Chuang's genetic coding, a novel gene could indeed be developed rapidly. Yet, in order to create a gene suitable for Qilin, it was essential to preserve her abilities as a river god sniper while also incorporating high-speed mobility and god-slaying combat capabilities. This was the rationale behind Su Kai's desire to fuse the angelic time-space wings with Lu Chuang's god-slaying power, ensuring that Qilin would retain her combat prowess even without the dark alloy god-slaying gun. The time-space wings would guarantee that she would not need to engage in combat while relying on a dark alloy mask for oxygen supply. At that moment, Yin Huang was rapidly computing the fusion of the three distinct genes, striving to extract the most viable solution. Yet, ultimately, he faced failure. His calculations were still insufficient. It appears my artificial intelligence has yet to reach the level required to develop such a super gene. Su Kai remained undeterred. After all, he had acquired a slightly weaker enhancement gene suitable for any Earthling. To avoid altering the genes of Earth's inhabitants, he resolved to develop it into a serum. Having observed Su Kai tirelessly researching for several days without achieving the desired results, she took the initiative to approach him. Allow me to lend you my assistance. Master, there is a special celestial computing system that wishes to connect. Do you consent? Yin Huang's voice echoed within Su Kai's mind. The orbital computation cluster? Connect. As Yin Huang engaged in calculations, shielding against dark realm surveillance, he activated the Void computation program, integrating the stellar drive energy algorithm and executing the super gene fusion algorithm. With Hexi's celestial computation cluster aiding, under ample energy, the three distinct super genes continuously optimized. Indeed, celestial computers were remarkable. Their calculations were extraordinarily formidable. Even Yin Huang, despite experiencing a system crash, continued to operate at remarkable speeds. It was at this moment that Su Kai comprehended why Morgana could not be vanquished. The strength within the entire super-divine universe was, in essence, contingent upon the computational power of the Dark Realm. Those who could calculate held the upper hand. 7 days later, a novel strand of genetic data materialized before Su Kai, marking the dawn of humanity's capability to independently cultivate supergenes. Yet, this achievement was entirely contingent upon the assistance of the angel, Hexi. His Yin Huang required continual nurturing and development. Indeed, this could be deemed a success. However, Su Kai, despite this triumph, found himself lacking a formidable celestial computer. Any powerful deity ought to possess such an engine. If you desire, I can design one for you. By integrating your Yin Huang artificial intelligence with my celestial computational network, we could forge an entirely new celestial computing engine. Hexi discerned Su Kai's shortcoming. The Void engine and the anti-Void engine would be the future's mainstay. Her words prompted Su Kai to contemplate another matter, Huaye's black hole engine, which was a tangible reality. Hexi, do you possess the capability to dismantle an artificial black hole? Su Kai inquired earnestly. Theoretically, by utilizing avatars to manage the resources of the heavenly court, one could manipulate these avatars to access the celestial computational system and alter spatial positions to escape the black hole, mobilizing cosmic bodies to counteract the black hole, such as through supernova explosions or identifying celestial entities capable of opposing black holes, like white holes, and relocating them near the black hole to annihilate it through mutual destruction. Hexi furrowed her brow, pondering seriously to address Su Kai's queries concerning black holes, which can obliterate all matter. Even the most advanced celestial computing engines in the known universe cannot devise a comprehensive solution to this dilemma. Therefore, given your current knowledge, is it not possible to resolve the issue of artificial black holes? Indeed, there is no superior resolution at present. Why do you inquire? If Carl or Hua Yi possessed an engine capable of generating black holes, what do you think would be the solution? Su Kai's words plunged He Shi into deep contemplation. Since it pertains to the void black hole engine, there exists another method, the anti-void algorithm, transcending its calculations and eliminating it before it can be employed. He Shi remarked, her brow tightly knitted. It appeared that she had no alternative means to dismantle an already formed artificial black hole. Very well, He Shi, you shall return to the Meluo Heavenly Court to commence research on the anti-void engine. This endeavor is of utmost significance to your kind. I shall assist Gushao Luan in further developing his abilities. Su Kai had initially refrained from retaining Hua Yi, as there were no viable options. Ru Ning conveyed that Hua Yi had met with Carl in a bid to solidify his hold over the Meluo Heavenly Court and contend with him. He would undoubtedly seek an upgrade from Carl. The technology of the black hole engine is immensely potent, and should Hua Yi acquire it, chaos would ensue. If he were driven to madness and placed a black hole near the Chi Wu star system, would it not jeopardize Earth? This was not the outcome Su Kai wished to witness. Ultimately, he felt his own inadequacies. Su Kai, how did you discern that I am the true essence? He Shi realized at that moment that Su Kai had comprehended her true identity, recognizing her not as an avatar, but as her genuine self. This matter is of little consequence. You should return to the Angel Nebula. They may need you more. Do not forget to study the anti-void engine and black hole engine. Indeed, our Angel King certainly requires my return for a trial. I shall take my leave. Will you miss me? He Shi displayed a teasing expression. Su Kai cast her a sidelong glance and replied, I miss you very much. Ha ha ha. He Shi then vanished from Su Kai's presence. Chapter 57. Qi Lin's ascension to the third-generation divine body in recent days. Qi Lin had been preoccupied with quelling the rebel forces within the sphere. Ever since Morgana was frightened away by Su Kai, the true demonic legion had not made another appearance. The tranquility only deepened Su Kai's sense of unease. Given Morgana's temperament, having suffered such a setback, she would undoubtedly seek to reclaim her honor, and there was no trace of her presence from the Rose faction. Ji Xian and Reina were engaged in developing the core for Gu Shaolun, while the remaining members of the Interstellar Combat Unit, under Qi Lin's leadership, commenced operations against the divisive elements within Huaxia. After several days, once Su Kai's new genes had fully crystallized, he communicated with Qi Lin through the dark matter channel. Qi Lin, come my laboratory. Understood. Yin Huang opened a wormhole, and in an instant, Qi Lin was transported to Su Kai's experimental space. Su Kai, what is the urgency? Qi Lin, fully armed and holding a sniper rifle, appeared striking and poised. I have successfully developed the super gene I was researching, and I wish to equip you with it. Such an important gene for me, it may not be appropriate, even though I am your girlfriend. I cannot squander the nation's resources. I believe my Divine River Sniper Super gene suits me better, Qi Lin asserted, as if Su Kai were exploiting national resources for her personal enhancement. In truth, this was my own resource, entirely unrelated to the state. Moreover, to elevate your capabilities, I have not altered your Divine River Sniper gene. Rather, I have merely enhanced it, granting you the ability of spatial teleportation, proficiency in extraterrestrial combat, and the power to slay gods without reliance on energy projectiles. Do you not wish to become a godlike sniper? The key is that, after the upgrade, your beauty will remain eternal, perpetually at its zenith. This is an elevation of life's essence. In your natural state, you may attain immortality. Su Kai spoke with alluring temptation. That woman does desire eternal youth and unchanging beauty. Is it truly possible to remain youthful? Upon hearing Su Kai's words, Qi Lin was astonished. The mere prospect of ageless beauty overwhelmed her resolve. As a girl who cherished beauty, how could she resist such temptation? Naturally, your strength will directly ascend to the third-generation divine body, maintaining your current peak state, unless your energy is depleted. Su Kai elucidated. Very well. Since it is your own resource, I shall reluctantly accept it. Qi Lin replied, with a hint of pride. Yin Huang, the laboratory of confinement, prepares to upgrade Qi Lin's divine body. Indeed, Master, as a soldier of the Brave Legion, Qi Lin is acutely aware of one truth. Her super gene is merely the legacy of a warrior from a bygone era, bequeathed by her father, and hardly a remarkable feat. Even in the archives of Decao, it is not deemed an impressive gene. It is merely the ability to possess precise, dynamic vision, which, when coupled with the divine river battle armor, enables her to achieve god-slaying level marksmanship. The more fundamental reason lies in her extraordinary cerebral processing capabilities, honed through relentless training in the police force, leading to her elite shooting skills. Since joining the Brave Legion, she has fought tirelessly for her homeland and justice, undergoing rigorous training. However, the gap between her and gifted warriors like Gu Xiaolin and Lu Chuang continues to widen. This disparity is rooted in genetics and innate talent. While Qilin's combat will and awareness undoubtedly surpass those of Gu Xiaolin, Zhao Xian, and Lu Chuang, it is fundamentally a matter of character. As the doors of the laboratory sealed shut, Qilin was ready to shed her armor and enter the experimental chamber for her body upgrade. Su Kai nodded at her. A blush graced Qilin's delicate face. Fortunately, as Su Kai's girlfriend, she felt a sense of ease even in the face of potential vulnerability. Su Kai, you're not intentionally trying to catch me off guard, are you? She asked, eyeing the enclosed laboratory with suspicion. Do you really think I would be that kind of person? Rest assured, this is a standard body upgrade. Soon, a surge of energy will flow in. Do you think earthly garments could withstand that? It's better to shed them with grace, Su Kai replied, his expression serious as he adjusted the magnetic fields and data. Very well, I'll trust you this time. Qilin relented, ultimately entering the experimental chamber and removing all her clothing. As a normal man, Su Kai could not help but steal a few glances, yet it was purely an appreciation, for she was indeed a masterpiece. Su Kai, can we begin? I am ready, she proclaimed. Su Kai nodded in affirmation. Yin Huang, initiate energy input and execute gene upgrade. Understood, master. Energy input in progress. Data is all normal, implanting the shadow position. Establishing the secondary biological engine. At that moment, the chamber was suffused with golden energy, enhancing Qilin's genes. The secondary biological engine was being established. 1020591100. The secondary biological engine has been successfully created, upgrading the divine body. Qilin, please name the shadow position engine. At this juncture, Qilin found herself enveloped in a shadow position. Her first true encounter with it. Kai. The name is successfully established. The genetic coding within Qilin underwent continuous rewriting, reorganization, and fusion. Her originally fair skin transformed into a crimson hue, akin to the arrival of a solar deity, radiating an immense stellar energy. As the secondary biological engine reached its zenith, the new generation of divine genes seamlessly integrated within Qilin's body. With the assistance of Yin Huang and the numerous experiments already conducted by Su Kai, Qilin's upgrade proceeded remarkably smoothly. The most intricate aspect of the upgrade lay in the control and output of energy, with Su Kai's superintelligent brain ensuring precise energy input down to the atomic level. Significant issues were unlikely to arise. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a familiar voice resonated. Su Kai, have I succeeded? Qilin's voice emerged from within the experimental chamber. Su Kai hurriedly glanced at Qilin's various data metrics, which were nearly in perfect condition. Yes, you have succeeded, Su Kai exclaimed, elated. He had accomplished a feat that transcended technological milestones. He now possessed the capability to create divinity, though the resources required were substantial. Nevertheless, he could seek out stars. The energy from the Chiwu star could no longer be utilized to forge a third-generation divine body, as this would significantly diminish its lifespan, despite the star's youth. Then, can't you prepare a set of clothing for me? Qilin complained. Actually, I could watch a little longer, she added playfully. In an instant, Qilin became exhilarated and began to levitate, despite lacking wings. This was due to the temporal wings ability from her angelic genes, which had been modified by Su Kai. Without the dual wings, she could now fly according to her own will. Su Kai, I can fly, Qilin proclaimed with excitement, having not utilized the assistance of the divine river battle armor. Come now, calm down, and put on some clothes first. Su Kai was not a rogue. He had already selected a set of attire for Qilin, simultaneously retrieving a complete suit of armor crafted from primordial silver from the wormhole space. Primordial silver was not only resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, but also exhibited excellent dark energy conductivity. Its lightweight nature could withstand formidable physical assaults. Su Kai had designed a close combat sword within it. The primordial silver weapon was exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through most materials while resisting wear. Qilin gazed lovingly at the silver-white armor. Is this for me? Indeed, It is tailored to your proportions, sturdier than dark alloy armor. Do you like it? Sukai said, gently while looking at Qilin. It might have been an illusion, or perhaps something else, but upgraded to a divine body, Qilin appeared even more beautiful. I love it. Thank Sukai. Qilin stepped forward, embraced Sukai, and planted a kiss on his lips, to which Sukai, being quite experienced, readily reciprocated. Qilin, how about we get married? Chapter 58. The Trial of the Angel King in the Angel Nebula. The air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Under a blue sky adorned with white clouds, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility. However, the serene ambience was abruptly shattered by the sounds of a fierce battle. Angel Yin stood resolutely, wielding the sword of the blazing sun, engaged in a fierce struggle against the 8 avatars of Crane Shi, clearly finding herself at a disadvantage. Yet, the indomitable spirit inherent in every warrior surged within her, instantly augmenting her strength. In that moment, Yin truly embodied the Thunder War God. The azure bolts of lightning intertwined with divine power, manifesting an infinite tempest of electrical energy. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed boundless might, ensnaring Crane Shi's 8 avatars in a cascade of lightning. The 8 ethereal figures were swiftly brought to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Angel Yin aimed to dispatch these duplicates. Enough, enough. Truly, you're the Thunder War God, always relishing in the tempest. Very well, I concede this round to you, Crane Shi interjected gracefully, rising to halt Yin. These avatars took me considerable time to create. Please do not destroy them. Last time, that rogue obliterated one with a mere punch. Upon returning from Earth, Crane Shi began to impart Kaisha's legacy, testing Angel Yin, the newly appointed Angel King. Yin appeared visibly fatigued, having expended a great deal of energy in the recent battle. Who could possibly obliterate your avatars with a single blow? Could be Sukai. Yin pondered, recalling a singular individual capable of achieving such a feat with pure physical might. Sukai from Earth. However, Crane Shi seemed unfazed, continuing, in truth, you have performed admirably. Since the activation of the secondary biological engine, you have autonomously triggered dark energy and ascended to the 3rd generation of divine bodies within merely a month, surpassing my expectations. But this is merely the beginning. Do not let pride consume you. Just barely defeating my 8 avatars is still quite inadequate for the Angel King. At that moment, Crane Shi resembled an elder, imparting wisdom to Yin. Next time I shall easily prevail, Yin retorted, maintaining her warrior's pride. Crane Shi, however, merely smiled and continued, confidence is commendable, yet blind arrogance is another matter entirely. A month ago, you returned to the Angel Nebula bearing the divine decree of the Holy Kaisha, crowned as king. Over 10,000 years of elder angels, aside from myself, did not come to acknowledge you. Do you know why? And so what? I have received my sovereign's command to protect the angels. Must I request each one individually? The regal aura of Angel Yin emanated, asserting her position as the supreme commander of the Angel Legion. Crane Shi nodded in approval, perhaps recognizing the very reason Kaisha chose Yin to temporarily act as the Angel King. In recent years, under Kaisha's governance, the known universe has rallied to the banner of justice, yet this has also fostered a growing arrogance among the angels. Most of the elder angels, surpassing a millennium in age, have established their own factions and hardly regard you. You must understand, while Kaisha lives, her word is divine decree. In the Angel Nebula, who would dare defy her will? To become the true Angel King, mere adherence to Kaisha's divine command is far from sufficient. You require formidable strength to command the respect of the entire Angel Legion, Crane Shi stated with a calm demeanor. Heavenly King, do you possess your own faction as well? Each angel of the Angel Legion has sworn an oath to fight for justice and order, pledging loyalty to Queen Kesha. Are they questioning her divine decree? I am uncertain whether I am worthy of the title of Angel King, but this is Queen Kesha's decision, and I shall unwaveringly shoulder this responsibility. I firmly believe that Queen Kesha is not mistaken, Yin declared with unyielding determination. She did not concern herself with being the Angel King. Her focus lay solely on the decision made by Queen Kesha. If she is to lead the Angel Legion, then even in death, she shall protect her fellow angels. Xia gazed at the youthful Yin, shaking her head in resignation and saying, you are indeed ill-suited to be the Angel King. You are more apt to be a warrior. Yin, from now on, you must approach matters with the mindset of the King of the Gods. If you were Kesha, How would you resolve these issues? This statement struck a chord. Once, Hsia was also a warrior, but even warriors must grow and acquire wisdom. Thus, for the sake of the angel legion, she transformed into a sage, becoming the foundation of the angels. Angel Yin had always been an executor, while the true thinker was the divine Kesha. 47,000 years of her warrior life. This remained unchanged, yet her belief in justice and order never wavered. Now do you comprehend how a king ought to fight and address problems? Hsia inquired as she walked. Behind a king lies a super system, a colossal, supercomputing, celestial entity. The 8 avatars you just defeated were merely fixed configurations. If one of my avatars interfaces with the heavenly system, it could vanquish 8 of you. Hsia's words provoked Angel Yin, but they were indeed the truth. When does the second trial commence? Angel Yin was not present to hear such discourse. Instead, she inquired about the timing of the next trial. There is no rush. Let us converse instead, said Angel Hsia, leading Angel Yin to a secluded area where a bonfire was kindled. Why are you standing? Sit down. Hsia gestured for Angel Yin to relax and take a seat. Angel Yin planted the flame sword into the ground and sat down, unsure of Hsia's intentions. With a swift motion, Hsia seized the flame sword from the earth. This sort of weapon is inadequate. With those words, she snapped it in two. Angel Yin was astonished. This was the flame sword, yet it seemed as fragile as a biscuit in her hands. Do you know Su Kai? Hsia asked. I know him. You have met him, I hear. Indeed, he is the acknowledged male deity, not determined by algorithms, but by the sincerity of my heart. Though he is young, he meets my criteria for a partner, but it appears he has a girlfriend now. By the way, that is the term used by those from Earth. Hsia boldly acknowledged Su Kai's existence. You, Angel Yin appeared poised to inquire further. Without doubt, anyone can possess true love, and on that day, when you return to be crowned, was it not said that the future of angels lies in the power of the galaxy? Yet, I remain unconvinced. Just as that Ani side is truly the king of the angels' future, Helxie displayed a hint of skepticism. She perhaps held the least faith in Ani side becoming the king of angels, preferring instead the one before her, Yin. No, this was the result of extensive resources expended by Queen Kesha. It must be infallible. Angel Yin is, without a doubt, the most loyal warrior of the divine Kesha. Enough of this conversation. Once we have rested sufficiently, we shall proceed to the next trial. Helxie slowly rose. She had no intention of altering Angel Yin's resolve. She was just on the verge of saying that Yin could directly ascend to the throne of angelic kingship instead of yielding it to another. Once I have recuperated, let's begin. I have learned a bit about solar flare technology at the Super Divine Academy of the Radiant Sun Civilization and recently acquired share knowledge from Su Kai. I have nearly mastered all the technologies of the Radiant Sun Civilization. In the past, when I faced Kesha, I felt no pressure. If she were still here now, I wonder if I would suppress her. Henceforth, your trial shall be whether you can break through this spatial sphere. Upon finishing her words, Helxie waved her hand, instantly conjuring a colossal spatial sphere that enveloped Angel Yin. Angel Yin, wielding the flame sword, warily observed the luminous sphere encasing her and could sense the overwhelming heat emanating from it. By the way, do not attempt to decipher it using a secondary biological engine, for that is my research, and I have also developed the holy atom. With your abilities, it is beyond your capacity to analyze. Yin, let me inform you. You have only 9 minutes to unravel this space, during which the temperature will increase exponentially. Even your third-generation divine body will be scorched. Helxie elegantly turned to remind Yin. Is that so? Angel Yin, filled with fighting spirit, coldly regarded the space enveloping her. Her eyes continually flickered with brightness, yet ultimately, she failed. If it cannot be solved through calculation, then it must be resolved physically. Subsequently, Yin brandished the flame sword and relentlessly struck at the spatial barrier. Helxie watched in exasperation, pointing to her temples and saying, Yin, you should engage your mind in thought. I am merely the executor. With a warrior's life spanning 7,000 years, I have contemplated, yet I'm still no match for a king. Yin did not relinquish her efforts, persisting with her method of attack against the spatial sphere. As time progressed, ultimately, Yin knelt upon the ground until she lost all energy in her life. Her entire body had already been scorched. Chapter 59. The candidate to break the ultimate fear. Angel Yin's willpower is undoubtedly among the finest of angels. Helxi did not retract the spatial sphere. She could not believe that Angel Yin, endorsed by the divine Kesha, could not even unravel a solar flare. There remained merely one final minute. The once lifeless Angel Yin. At this moment, she entered her shadow realm. Yin attempted to inherit the vast repository of knowledge from the divine Kaisha through a secondary biological engine. It was determined that Angel Yin would lead as the new commander of the angels, safeguarding our civilization in my stead. All angels and the civilizations under their dominion are urged to actively support and assist Angel Yin in her ascent to become the new Angel King. I implore Angel He-She to provide her with ample trials. The voice of the divine Kaisha reverberated throughout the shadow realms of all angels across the universe. In the heart of the earth, Angel Lung received this dark communication message. Angel Yin had indeed inherited the knowledge repository of the divine Kaisha. With her newfound access to this sacred repository, Yin fully awakened the immense energy contained within, propelling her to the status of a divine being. In a singular leap, she attained the form of the fourth generation of divine bodies. A tremendous surge of energy instantaneously ruptured the fabric of space. Yin was resurrected, completely unclothed, her formidable energy melting away her battle armor. Oh dear, how undignified! With a mere thought, He-She retrieved a matching outfit from the wormhole space and tossed it to Yin. Yin received the garments and donned them immediately. When shall we commence the third trial? Let's converse. Another discussion? He-She casually selected a stone, brewed her favorite tea, and while sipping, remarked, "You have now inherited Kaisha's knowledge repository, thus possessing a divine form, yet your combat prowess remains feeble. What did you witness in Kaisha's private channel?" I glimpsed the era of the ancient heavenly palace, the age of the three kings. Yin recounted the historical traces she had seen within Kaisha's private database. There lay a multitude of memories belonging to Kaisha. Indeed, the end of the heavenly palace era was precipitated by a war which we refer to as the Battle of the Wrathful Seas. He-She recounted numerous events that transpired before the era of 30,000, momentarily evoking thoughts of a man, Somali, a scoundrel who clung to life through emotional manipulation. In a critical moment, he ensnared her heart with a forceful kiss, ultimately leading to her sparing his life, exiling him to Earth instead of executing him. He-She instinctively covered her left side, where this man had once pierced her with a blade. Millennia had passed, yet she could not forget him. Heavenly King, did you once harbor feelings for this Somali, perhaps related to Sukai? Angel Yan's imagination was indeed boundless. No, he is not worthy of comparison to Sukai. I believe Sukai is currently seeking Somali's whereabouts. A faint smirk graced He-She's lips. You have revealed Somali's information on Earth to Sukai. Given Sukai's disposition, he would likely see to it that Somali meets his end, for he opposes all malevolent forces within the realm of Earth. Yin appeared to grasp the underlying wisdom. Perhaps this is the strategic mindset of a ruler. One need not always engage directly, but can instead utilize available resources and intellect to vanquish adversaries. Yin, although you have gained the recognition of the sacred Kaisa knowledge repository, I harbor doubts about you due to the remnants of the solar civilization within you. He-She no longer dwelled on the matters concerning Somali, but instead reminded Yin of his identity. Do you seem to know something? Yin asked in astonishment. Indeed, I possess omniscience, Panjin replied. If you can harness the power of the galaxy, I shall elevate you to kingship. Is that your intent? Do you seek to usurp my position? He-She gazed at the starry sky, a hint of mockery lacing her tone. It was this very demeanor of He-She that instilled the deepest fear in Yin. It appeared as though she truly knew everything. He-She was aware that Morgana had intercepted Yin initially, using the claw of a demon to inflict harm upon him. For reasons unknown to Panjun, he had given Yin a pill, intending to assist him instead. So, it is because of the heavenly Tao, star's essence within me that you doubt me, Yin inquired. Indeed, this constitutes the third trial. I require ample time to test you. Hence, I cannot fully unlock the arsenal of the sacred Kaisa for you, and I shall restrict some of your privileges. Do you comprehend the terror of the weapons within? Should they be unleashed, it would spell the end for super warriors. Yet such weapons are not solely possessed by us angels. Sukai has not only mastered the technology of the solar civilization, but has also acquired a substantial amount of the silver mine. Fortunately, he has assured me he will not use them recklessly. Thus, when the time is ripe, I shall unlock the entirety of Kaisa's arsenal for you. She could not impede Su Kai, but she could restrain Yen. The reason was simple. Su Kai's strength had garnered her complete trust, capable of safeguarding these weapons. Whereas Yen, newly endowed with the fourth-generation divine body, might be exploited if not managed properly. Yen, too, felt the weight of her predicament. Having ascended to the status of the Angel King, most privileges within the sacred Kaisa arsenal remained restricted by He, leaving her in a state of profound frustration. Heavenly Sovereign, have you struck some agreement with Su Kai? A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Yan's gaze. Are you questioning me? I am He, the Heavenly Sovereign. I will not forget the mission of the angels. Blade King Yen, wishing to become my king is not a simple endeavor. Time will reveal your purity. In that moment, the Heavenly Sovereign He acknowledged Yan's inheritance of Kaisa's legacy, yet did not concede that she was the Angel King. A long journey still lay ahead for her. The brief trials had thoroughly enlightened Yen on how a king ought to battle, choose, and contemplate. As she watched the Heavenly Sovereign He depart, Blade King Yan's eyes ignited with determination. Moe, Qingli, I hereby grant you the authority to pilot the Blade 7 to the Chuang star system to assist Earth, where the righteous Earth deity is defending their people. Upon arrival, seek out a deity named Gu Xiaoluan and inform him that this is a dowry from Angel Yen. Blade King Yen commanded through a dark matter communication channel. At this very moment, Angel Yen officially ascended to the rank of the Supreme Commander of the Angel Legion. The Angel King, the inaugural exercise of the powers of the Angel King, unfolds. Queen, will you not accompany us? I am Angel King, and I must prioritize the greater good. We safeguard the entirety of the universe, and thus, I shall depart from the City of Angels for a period. As I am bound by a more significant mission, Yen must also remain vigilant in protecting the future true Angel King. She continues to hold faith in the divine judgment of Kaisha, for it is Kaisha who has employed the sacred knowledge repository to conduct a monumental calculation, consuming innumerable resources and time. The ultimate result of this computation indicates that Frezer's Ani side is the optimal choice for the next Angel King. This task has been entrusted to her by Queen Kaisha, and she shall fulfill it diligently until Ani side ascends to the throne. He gazes at Yen as she departs the Angel Nebula. In the month they spent together, though she appeared youthful and somewhat naive, her genuine spirit and unwavering commitment to angelic justice greatly resonated with He. Kaisha, your choice may indeed be correct. Su Kai's genes possess the ability for automatic evolution. Brimming with infinite possibilities, perhaps he is the chosen one to confront the ultimate fear within the known universe. Although we harbor skepticism towards Carl's theory of the void and the emergence of the ultimate fear, your downfall signifies a fundamental truth. The universe is in flux, and perhaps it truly exists. He gazes into the distant starry sky, as if her words could reach Su Kai. Chapter 60. The battle plan to intercept the gluttonous army in a certain location within Huaxia. A blue supercar races along the highway at an exhilarating speed, piloted by an androgynous figure with a slight smile gracing their lips. Your Majesty, I did not expect your swift return. Somali, are you still on Earth? Hurry back to assist me. I'm in dire need of manpower. Huaqing aboard the Tiangong is communicating with Somali through the dark interface. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall assist you. However, prior to that, I must undergo an upgrade. You know I have been stranded on Earth for these years. A delicate smile graces Somali's face. Very well. Complete it swiftly. Do you not miss your He? Huaqing's voice drips with innuendo. Your Majesty, it has been quite a while since I last saw He. I wonder if her essence has changed. Enough. Recently, I have made some upgrades. Once you're finished, return post-haste. There is a deity on Earth named Su Kai. Be cautious, as that entity is rather formidable, and you must not fall victim to him. Huaqing, having upgraded to the Void Engine, remains wary of Su Kai. The overwhelming defeat he suffered, facing two former Angel Kings alone, left him with an uncomfortable sense of humiliation. However, he is not in a rush to return to Earth. With the Gluttonous Legion, he intends to let Carl and Morgana deal with him first. His current objective is to thoroughly resolve the Angel Legion and reclaim the celestial powers that rightfully belong to him. Huaqing. After terminating the dark interface communication, Somali continues on his journey to his desired destination. In the millennia of exile on Earth, Somali's existence has been exceedingly simple. Under the oppressive weight of the angelic legions. He dared not reveal himself, remaining hidden. In the primordial earth, civilization was non-existent. Only various beasts roamed, and he stood as the solitary wild man. The endless passage of time had stripped him of any interest in life. He had once wielded his power as a citizen and had worked as a butcher. Yet none of these roles resonated with his true desires. Until one fateful day, the presence of dark energy emerged on Earth, awakening him profoundly. Yet he still hid among the masses, too fearful to surface. The descendants of the new civilization in Huaxia possessed the strength to eliminate him entirely. 14 centuries ago, he had attempted to penetrate the enigmatic realm of Huaxia, only to be repelled by a formidable monkey that single-handedly commanded the entire army of the Burning Sun civilization. Since then, he had abandoned any aspirations of entering Huaxia. The peril was far too great for an ancient angel such as himself to provoke. The fall of the divine Kaiser had finally led him to lower his guard. Earth, preoccupied with battling monstrous beasts and demons, had no time to attend to him. Thus, Somali set his sights on a singular object of desire, the backup genes of Gu Xiaoluan. This was a powerful asset that could enhance his strength, and he naturally yearned to acquire it. Without sufficient power, even upon returning to Huaya's side, he would remain unrecognized, an outcome he wished to avoid. Aboard the Mangdangshan, Su Kai, Qilin, Gu Xiaoluan, and Lianfeng were orchestrating combat plans. The Taitu army had once again infiltrated the solar system. The outcome of this battle was of utmost importance to Earth. A defeat would lead to total subjugation, as the entire main force of the Taitu army, led personally by the Taitu king, had arrived. Master, we have received a dark communication. Shall I retrieve it? Yes, relay it to me. The voice of the celestial king, He-She, resonated in Su Kai's mind. Somali? Yan Huang. Assist me in conducting a comprehensive search for a male celestial scourge named Somali. Locate his position. Suki Komunitsatet Distritli Lith Yanzhuang. Understood, Master. Searching now. Noticing Su Kai's distraction, Qilin inquired, what is it? Is there something of importance? Su Kai placed his hand on Qilin's and shook his head. A message has come through. I must deal with an exiled male, celestial scourge, purportedly an ancient godslayer. Do you require my assistance? Qilin, now a third-generation divine body with various god-slaying capabilities, was no longer the same as before. She had become Su Kai's invaluable aide. Appointed as the vice-captain of the Interstellar Combat Group, primarily responsible for combat missions, which was her greatest passion. Captain Su, what are your thoughts on the Taitu army? Seated at the pinnacle, Elder Huang wished to ascertain Su Kai's perspective. Rising, Su Kai articulated, according to the intelligence provided by Angel Jiexan, the formidable Tiao has dispatched its king this time. With the machinations of the deity Karl, it is certain that this Tiao king will be equipped with upgraded armaments. The main fleet has amassed approximately 1,000 vessels, outfitted with advanced weaponry, such as the god-slaying arm and the void engine. Near Pluto, we have observed a formation of 500 warships, constituting their vanguard. My personal recommendation is to engage the battlefield near Pluto, preventing any incursion into Earth's interior. The Mangdangshan must directly proceed to Pluto to carry out an ambush. Given our current arsenal, which includes 5,000 war robots and a combat contingent of 320 interstellar operatives at our disposal, along with several super warriors from the heroic brigade, it would be futile to attempt to halt such a vast Tiao legion. Furthermore, Earth must remain vigilant against the demon Queen Morgana, should she seize the opportunity. It would spell disaster. Indeed, the task is formidable. This Tiao legion does not come with benevolent intent. Elder Huang stated gravely from his elevated position. Captain Su, the angels will safeguard Earth. My king is dispatching the Tianren 7, which may hold the potential to contend with Demon Number 1, Ji Xen remarked as he stood. All eyes turned to Gu Xiaoluan. It was common knowledge that the king of angels was Yan, and everyone was aware that Yan's idol was Gu Xiaoluan. Hey, no need to look at me like that. Whether Tianren 7 arrives or not, we must first address the Tiao. Kaisvin. How about this? Qilin and I will lead the entire heroic brigade along with the interstellar combat team to intercept the Tiao's vanguard. You remain on Earth to thwart any surprise assault from Morgana. If we falter, your speed can surely come to our aid, Gu Xiaoluan proposed. Over the course of these days, this young man had indeed matured, demonstrating intellect and a degree of military acumen. Xiaolun's suggestion was commendable. Indeed, let us take the initiative. Why must we always play defense? The angels will provide you with support. Ultimately, all concurred with Gu Xiaolun's proposal. Okay, also, as you said, recognizing this as perhaps the most prudent course of action. His greatest fear was a diversionary tactic from Morgana, leading to a decapitation strike, a troubling scenario. Master, we have pinpointed Su Mali's location. She has just crossed into Huasha territory. Yin Huang predicts she is en route to Gu Xiaolun's genetic backup center, which is inadequately guarded. I suggest we dispatch personnel to secure it. Provide me with a route map. I shall resolve this personally. Chapter 61. Su Mali. Lacking 2 yang of flesh at a certain genetic repository, the alarm blared throughout the facility, clearly indicating an intrusion. Su Mali was savoring the blood on her silver blade, contemplating, perhaps murder is an art form. Concealed at a distance, several soldiers recognized that they were confronted by a super warrior. Caution, as we prepare to engage. Let us concentrate our fire upon him. The enemy's throwing knives are executed with such swiftness that we are unable to react in time. Inform the Interstellar Combat Unit to send reinforcements. The commanding soldier is currently orchestrating our tactical deployment. Whoosh! A flash of silver suddenly cleaved through the air, piercing straight past our defenses. Sergeant, be vigilant. The velocity of the silver blade is not something an ordinary soldier can contend with. Clang! Just as the silver blade was poised to penetrate the soldier's chest, a figure interposed itself before him. It was none other than Su Kai. Yes, it is the god of Kai, one of the soldiers in the rear exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the adversary is a super soldier, far beyond your capabilities. Prioritize your own safety. I shall handle this. Su Kai arrived just in time, yet several soldiers had already perished. For the first time, Su Mali felt genuine terror. As it seemed, the silver blade had not breached the opponent's flesh. What manner of creature is this? Su Kai also recognized the one controlling the silver blades, Su Mali. Hey, I've extinguished several of your kind, but encountering someone as androgynous as you is a first, Su Kai remarked, awakening a sense of ire. As an ancient god of slaughter, Su Mali was not only decisive in battle, but also possessed considerable intellect. Attempting to analyze Su Kai through the dark aspects of his abilities, he found himself confronted with an utter void, nearly causing a system malfunction. Are you named Su Kai? Su Mali inquired with curiosity, recalling the warning from King Huayi to avoid a perverse individual named Su Kai. You are aware of me? Since you recognize my name, you might as well sever your own fate to spare me the trouble. Su Kai replied with a hint of malevolence. At that moment, Su Mali was acutely aware, his mind fixated on a singular thought, escape. Truly, he was a monster. Even the silver blades could not rend his flesh. What kind of abomination was this? In the known universe, even the divine form of Saint Kaisa could not withstand the slicing force of the silver blades. Before Su Mali could make any further moves, Su Kai had already materialized behind him, his speed rendering him incapable of reaction. A hand shot forth, seizing his neck with the grip of iron, firmly restraining him. As Su Mali regained his composure, a whistling sound ensued. The silver blade slipped from his grasp, slicing through the air towards Su Kai's temple, aiming for a lethal strike. Boring. Su Kai's gaze emitted a searing intensity, melting the silver blade in midair with astonishing heat and speed. Su Mali was rendered speechless. What manner of sorcery is this? Is the silver blade truly so fragile? A surge of excruciating pain coursed through his neck, and the overwhelming force caused him to lose consciousness. Without any upgrades, Su Mali was merely a second-generation warrior, hardly worthy of being called a divine body. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, Su Mali realized he had met with dire consequences. Although Su Mali possessed considerable strength, his super genes had fallen behind by millennia. Despite his extensive combat experience and exceptional skills with throwing knives, even an ordinary angel encountering him would likely meet with demise. Regrettably, fortune was not on his side, for he encountered Su Kai. When Su Mali awoke once more, he found himself suspended in the laboratory by Su Kai, his once pristine wings having long since been severed from his body. He sensed a peculiar emptiness, as if in addition to his lost wings, a certain part of him had also diminished. Apologies, I feared you might escape, thus rendering your temporal wings ineffective. By the way, I've heard of your penchant for charming young women and your enslavement of numerous females. I find it essential to eradicate this malevolent inclination from you. Upon noticing Su Mali had regained consciousness, Su Kai spoke with casual indifference. At that moment, Yin Huang was analyzing Su Mali's genes. Su Kai was not one to show leniency towards this group of celestial miscreants. While he could not elucidate the genes of the divine angelic army led by the sacred Kaisa, he felt no restraint in dissecting the genes of these fallen beings. Although they were all classified as angels, significant disparities existed among them. Perhaps some genetic similarities lingered, but after thousands of years, female angels undoubtedly surpassed their male counterparts in strength. What merit or capability do I, Su Mali, possess to warrant your such concern? Have I not merely indulged in the company of a few women? Why the need for such targeted disdain? Su Mali gasped, barely clinging to life. He could not fathom the reasoning behind the desire to slay him paired with such humiliation. Actually, I am merely assisting someone else, a person you are acquainted with. Her name is she. You remember her, don't you? Su Kai replied. A wave of dizziness washed over Su Mali as he realized who it was. It turns out to be my old acquaintance, so fond of me that she has compelled you to act personally. After living for eons on this earth, I find there are still deities like you around. Wang Huaya, may be in peril. Su Mali continued to speak with bravado. Should you continue to insult she, I would not hesitate to revoke your right to speak, Su Kai warned, revealing his true demonic nature. Su Mali found himself perilously close to being dismembered. Had Su Kai not seen some research potential in him, he might have already extinguished his life, merely to accumulate justice points. Master, the genetic scan of Su Mali is complete. His genes exhibit dark energy data application, biological enhancement structures, and temporal wings, yet lack any advanced computational engines. He possesses considerable combat experience. Categorizing him as a second-generation angelic gene, Yin Huang reported after thoroughly analyzing Su Mali's capabilities. While not excessively powerful, his strength lay in his adeptness with throwing knives, aided by weapons such as silver blades. Yin Huang, upload Su Mali's genetic data to the terminal and download his knife-throwing techniques along with the temporal wings. Yes, master, but this will consume a considerable amount of dark silver resources. Shall I proceed with the installation? Install it. The dark silver had been successfully refined, and due to Su Kai's thermal vision combined with the dark aspect established by Yin Huang, the dark silver could be perfectly extracted. Su Kai's dark aspect was entirely unique compared to other super genes. It functioned as a solitary dark aspect. While he could not harness the energy from the dark aspect, he could create a passageway for Yin Huang to control its energy output. Dark Su In cannot be underestimated. Sumari, do you have any final words? Suki Gazet Kanli at Sumaria. In the face of death, who is not afraid? As a deity of earth, I find myself in a state worse than death. If you wish to kill me, I can comprehend that. However, it is not in your best interest. I, Wang Huaya, have now summoned male angels from all corners. With the fall of the divine Kaisa, he shall become the future king of angels. She has declared her intention to slay me, and I desire to perish at her hands. This request is not too great for you. Thus, you need not worry about future troubles from King Huaya. Su Marie was indeed eloquent. It is no wonder that she, in a moment of infatuation, spared her life and chose instead to exile her. What you say holds some truth. Nevertheless, my decision to spare you is not born of fear of Huaya. Let she be the one to end your life, for you are her disgrace. To leave you alive does not preclude the possibility of dismemberment. As Su Kai's words fell, a massive sword split into four, severing Su Marie's limbs, rendering her a mere human puppet. Such pain is unbearable for any mortal. Yin Huang, heal his wounds. Do not let him die. Yes, master. An energy surged into Su Marie's body, mending the injuries caused by the loss of her limbs. Su Marie was utterly incapacitated. A transparent coffin enveloped her, sealing her within. Su Kai addressed her, relish your final moments. Chapter 62. Designing a long-range weapon to cover the Chiwu star system with the potential threat of Su Marie neutralized, Su Kai resumed his research into the most advanced weaponry. While the super god realm is steeped in mysticism, its foundation remains rooted in technology, unless one encounters a unique individual like Su Kai. The data acquired from Su Marie granted Su Kai a deeper understanding of Dark Su Yin's application. Indeed, Dark Su Yin is a remarkable substance. Yet its molecular structure cannot harbor any energy attributes, nor can it wield the power to slay gods, thus failing to become a true divine-slaying weapon. However, The advantage of such a weapon lies in its ability to dominate weaker foes. It proves exceedingly effective against enemies devoid of divine bodies, such as the gluttonous Tao Tai. The Su-in, or obtained from the Liang civilization, had long been fully extracted by Su Kai, who fashioned a brand new set of Su-in armor for Qilin and equipped the warriors of the Interstellar Combat Unit with Dark Su-in weaponry. Su Kai found that his own supply of Dark Su-in was dwindling. The extraction of Dark Su-in is highly complex. Were it not for He-Shi sharing some of her knowledge, Su Kai would find it exceedingly challenging to extract it efficiently. After all, it involves the extraction through dark matter computing, a process that conventional methods cannot achieve. The weapon Su Kai most yearned to possess was the Star of Fate from Kaisa's armory. This long-range weapon could cover a radius of 500,000 light-years, delivering physical strikes to any object within its range. With such a weapon in his possession, Tao Tai would be left helpless to defend itself. According to the data analysis by He-Shi, the Void Engine equipped with the Star of Fate is an exceptionally formidable weapon for wormhole experts, far beyond the trivial control of the Silver Blade by Su Mali. However, mastering the Star of Fate necessitates an immense computational engine, a feat beyond Su Kai's capabilities. He aspires to enable Yin Huang to control such a mechanism, combining it with Su Mali's method of controlling the Silver Blade. Possessing a super-intelligent brain, Su Kai conceived a solution to forge a colossal sword from dark alloy, embedding the Void Engine within its core, allowing Yin Huang to exercise control. To enhance its cutting prowess, a layer of dark silver would envelop the entire blade, thereby granting it the capacity for ultra-long-range strikes and the ability to effortlessly sever divine bodies, inflicting damage even upon gods. The sole drawback lies in the potential encounter with a celestial computer possessing superior computational power to Yin Huang. Although Yin Huang is touted as an infinitely evolving artificial intelligence, it still falls significantly short when compared to celestial computers. Consequently, such a weapon would only be effective against third-generation warriors and below, facing deities of the caliber of Karl. He-Shi or Morgana would render it akin to a mere toy, easily usurped by others. Yin Huang designed for me a super long-range strike weapon compatible with Star Fate, utilizing dark alloy as the primary material, shaped as a colossal sword, with the Void Engine housed within the blade and the edge fused with dark silver, altering its physical parameters to achieve both physical cutting and energy output. This composite weapon shall be entirely under your control. How long will it take to realize this? Su Kai engaged in communication with the artificial intelligence Yin Huang, seeking to ascertain its capability to design and manage such a weapon. Master, I am currently designing it. Referencing the principle of Gu Shaolin's Void Greatsword, which can rapidly replicate and simulate the embedding of the Void Engine. I personally recommend employing biological codes and key encryption for usage. It is logical to place the dark silver on the blade, as it cannot store energy. However, a notable disadvantage is the risk of the colossal sword fracturing under high-intensity combat. Utilizing stellar energy will enable the Void Engine to perform at its maximum computational capacity. Though if faced with a computational power exceeding that of Yin Huang, the latter would abandon the weapon for self-preservation. The comprehensive manufacturing of the weapon will require 18 Earth years. Shall we commence operations? Truly, the super artificial intelligence promptly provided an image that matched Su Kai's imagination, initiating the design and manufacture of this weapon. Master, Yin Huang must caution you that employing stellar energy will consume vast amounts of stellar resources. The Chi Wu star is the source required for your home. Connecting its energy to supply weapon strikes will significantly shorten its lifespan. Su Kai understood that to operate such a powerful weapon, sufficient energy and void computation programs were essential. Yin Huang's capabilities were undoubtedly adequate, yet the current deficiency was energy. Overexploitation of the Chi Wu star's energy would hasten the demise of the entire Chi Wu star system, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. He-Shi possesses the capability to strike across 50 trillion light-years, not solely due to her formidable space-based systems, but also because the entire Angel Nebula is surrounded by numerous stars, providing her with ample energy. Yin Huang, please locate the yellow dwarfs within the Milky Way. I require those that are youthful, with a lifespan not exceeding 3 billion years, regardless of size. Each yellow dwarf has a main sequence lifespan of approximately 10 billion years. The Chi Wu star, where Su Kai resides, is currently around 4 to 5 billion years old, making it a remarkably young star. However, it still cannot withstand the extensive consumption of active energy. "Master, I'm searching for you," comes a reply. The number of stars in the Milky Way is estimated to be between 100 billion to 400 billion. Close to the Chiwu star system, there are 3 million yellow dwarfs that meet your criteria, yet only over 70,000 of these do not impact life-sustaining environments. Over 70,000? That is sufficient. Yin Huang, pinpoint these stars. I will devise a means to establish energy channels around them to supply you with power. It is noteworthy that when Carl conducted cosmic model calculations using the grand clock, he employed over 11,270 stars as energy sources. This illustrates that the energy consumption of the grand clock far exceeds that of other devices. Its energy usage is unmatched by any other celestial computational apparatus. In contrast, Ge Xiaoluan's Xiongxin utilized merely one star's energy. The disparity is evident. Su Kai's own strength is significantly tied to the yellow dwarfs. Naturally, the more stellar energy he possesses, the better. Establishing numerous weapons capable of withstanding interstellar warfare is merely a precaution for the future when he is no longer in the Chiwu star system, ensuring Earth's ability to defend itself. Ge Xiaoluan and Ji Xian are primarily tasked with concealing the Chiwu star. Yet Su Kai believes it would be more prudent to directly arm the Chiwu star, preventing any alien civilization from entering the system without their consent. One must possess strength to have a voice. Su Kai is aware that such rapid development may harbor numerous drawbacks. When a civilization reaches its pinnacle, it can gradually decline for various reasons. This Angel Legion, though formidable, has begun its descent following the loss of Kaisha, a fact that is irreversible. Whether the next era will remain under the banner of angelic justice is yet uncertain, pending the resolution of the threat posed by the Taotai Legion. The anti-void weapon and Earth's autonomous genetic research must proceed step by step. The technology left behind by the Danu civilization can still evolve, becoming a new genetic foundation for Earth itself. Chapter 63. Zhao Xian has a gun in the expanse of space beyond Earth. Ge Xiaoluan leads the entire Xiong Bing Lian's 1st and 2nd squads as a vanguard to investigate the situation of the Taotai Legion. This time, they are filled with confidence, for Su Kai has upgraded their combat gear, and their Shinha battle armor now possesses flight capabilities, alleviating their need for airships as a means of flight in the void of space. "Master Xian, you look exceptionally handsome today." Lu Chuang chuckled from the side, remarking on Zhao Xian's long-standing grievances. Although he wielded the Dexing spear, he possessed no formidable weapon to match it. The originally equipped Dark Harmony gun was adequate for dealing with ordinary Taotai warriors, yet it fell short in divine combat. When faced with more formidable super warriors, he could only rely on speed to attack, lacking any suppressive capability akin to merely scraping the enemy's surface. Beyond its swift nature, it offered no resilience, placing him in a rather awkward position. In contrast, Lu Chuang boasted the strength to slay gods, able to confront deities directly. His close companion, Ge Xiaoluan, wielded the power of the galaxy, possessing an upgraded version of the Xiongxin, capable of conjuring creations from thin air, with his powerful sword striking fear. Even the seemingly delicate Rui Mengmeng showcased exceptional close combat prowess, having been gifted a dark saw silver longsword by Su Kai. As for Qi Lin, she had truly become a divine body, her combat intelligence surpassing even Lu Chuang's. Fortunately, Zhao Xian was clever enough to take Su Kai as his adoptive father. Su Kai made some modifications to the formidable god-slaying weapon he had seized from Xuan Yanji, replacing its internal engine with a thunder drive engine. In Su Kai's words, it was akin to adding an electric blade, enhancing both explosive power and attack speed. This activation finally unlocked Zhao Xian's genetic capabilities. Su Kai also advised him to further develop his lightning genes. "Ha ha ha, Chuangzi, with our adoptive father around, we have access to all the weapons and gear we need," Zhao Xian proclaimed proudly, his eyes gleaming with affection for the spear in his grasp. It felt as if it were custom-made for him, equipped with a thunder engine. And upon activation, it was both fierce and striking. Regrettably, as merely a second-generation warrior, Zhao Xian could not possess the powerful engine algorithms akin to Angel Yin, which would allow him to wield the full might of thunder. Nevertheless, in this state, he had gained the capability to slay high-level warriors, no longer relegated to being useless. I find this rather unfair. I am also a son of the god Kai, Yet I lack a more powerful weapon, Lu Chuang protested. Nonetheless, he felt the upgraded armor upon his body, which conserved stamina and accelerated his axe-swinging speed. This ability alone rendered him exceedingly formidable. While others struck him once, he could retaliate thrice. Who was stronger? The key was that Lu Chuang inherently possessed the god-slaying gene. Alas, Zhao Xian had endured considerable indignation lately, which the god Kai could no longer tolerate. Zhao Xian lamented his plight, having spent much time in a subordinate role, rarely engaging in true combat against significant foes, relegated instead to slaying lesser monsters. Now armed with the powerful engine gun in hand, he was determined to take down several Tao Tai. Chuangzi, let us compete this time. Let us see who can slay more Tao Tai. All right, Lu Chuang replied. Among the Xiong Lian, those wielding engine weapons were few, primarily relying on their extraordinary genetic attributes in battle. As Gu Shaolin approached the two jesters, he remarked, "Isn't it your fault for not including me when you pledged allegiance to our adoptive father? Now, the god of victory offers me nothing of value. Shaolin, do not overstep your bounds. You are the embodiment of the galaxy's might, the male deity of the angelic king, endowed with countless cutting-edge technologies. How am I to survive in your shadow?" Zhao Xian, feeling slighted by Gu Shaolin's insinuation that Su Kai had neglected to equip him properly, was quick to express his indignation. "This is utterly intolerable. Are you unable to bear witness to my standing?" "Indeed, Shaolin, your capabilities far surpass those of Xian. You should focus on honing your formidable core," came the response. Though Lu Chuang lacked extensive knowledge of advanced technologies, he could not help but admire Gu Shaolin's extraordinary talent for creation. Gu Shaolin, in turn, felt a sense of joy for Zhao Xian. Despite having unlocked the formidable Core 20 with the assistance of Ji Xian and Reina, he still found his intellect insufficient for aiding his comrades in enhancing their combat prowess. With Su Kai's presence, it felt as if they had found their essence, igniting a surge of fighting spirit within the entire elite battalion. The crux of the issue, however, lay in Earth's scarcity of resources. Upgrading the super soldiers of the elite battalion was no trivial endeavor. It required time for development, and Su Kai could not remain in the shadows of research indefinitely, as it would squander his immense potential. He had now attained the ability to suppress Morgana, ensuring she would think twice before causing chaos. Had it not been for the need to guard against Morgana, Su Kai would have already launched an assault on the Tao Tai Legion, a clear manifestation of righteousness. This marked the inaugural mission for the Interstellar Combat Unit, and Su Kai intended for them to confront the advanced troops of the Tao Tai, allowing the soldiers to truly experience a life-or-death battle against extraterrestrial foes. With Qilin leading and Lianfeng as the operational commander, Su Kai felt reassured. The vanguard of the Tao Tai Legion should be easily subdued, providing an opportunity to evaluate the performance of war robots and mechs, identifying weaknesses for future upgrades and improvements. While Su Kai remained on Earth, he could communicate with Qilin at any moment. His enhanced auditory perception allowed him to sense and monitor events beyond Earth, though he could not yet fully encompass the entirety of the Chiwu star system. In truth, Su Kai's capture of Somali was not merely for the sake of Hishi. He sought to unravel the secrets of the angels in order to counter the Huaya Legion in the future. With Huaya's formidable resurgence, bolstered by the cunning Carl in the shadows, remnants of celestial debris scattered throughout the cosmos were steadily converging. It was estimated that Huaya had amassed an army of over 100,000 celestial fragments. While such fragments might pose little threat to someone like Su Kai, they were undoubtedly perilous for the ordinary warriors on Earth. Energy weapons alone were insufficient to subdue these celestial remnants. The current Earth was ill-prepared to contend with 100,000 fragments. Fortunately, Huaya's objective lay with the female angels, granting him ample opportunity for growth. Meanwhile, within the angelic nebula, in the celestial laboratory, a silver-haired angel diligently studies the black hole engine. Regardless of time or place, the celestial monarch, Hishi, radiates an air of noble elegance. A projection of void emerges before her. "Oh, my little deity, what brings you to seek me? Have you missed me?" Upon recognizing Su Kai, Hishi immediately adopts a teasing tone. "Is this how angels like you behave? Enjoying the jesting of men?" Su Kai is momentarily at a loss for words. "No, other men do not capture my attention, but you, Su Kai, certainly do. Speak. What business do you have with me?" With a hint of a smile, Hishi inquires. "Here, behold something remarkable. I believe you will appreciate it." With that, Sukai reveals the gruesome specimen of Su-Ma-Li, transformed into a human monstrosity. Su-Ma-Li. He recognizes this male wretch at once. Su-Ma-Li, upon encountering he seems to revive from his previous state of weakness. It has been a long time. I never expected to meet again in such a manner. Do you still harbor such hatred for me? If your loathing is genuine, why not in my life yourself? I would gladly sacrifice my existence for you. Su-Ma-Li, a seasoned seducer, resumes his manipulative charm on he. Through enhanced perception, Sukai discerns the flickering uncertainty in he-she's gaze. Although she maintains her elegant facade, he senses the subtle shifts in her expression. Indeed, it seems that no creature can forget their first love. He-she, how do you wish to handle this? Shipping is included. Sukai's voice jolts he-she from a reverie. Just help me kill him, and I shall be grateful. Since you wish to express your gratitude, why not offer something tangible? What do you desire? I seek resources to upgrade super soldiers. No need for divine bodies. Standard second-generation angels or even first-generation ones will suffice. Sukai's demands are reasonable. Let us first upgrade a portion of the interstellar combat unit's warriors. It will certainly be an improvement over the current state. How many do you require? Since the fall of Kai Sha, the Angelic Legion has faced numerous assaults, and the Angel Nebula is in dire need of warrior resources. I can personally provide you with 500 units of first-generation angel warriors. He-she's generosity is striking. She offers 500 units without hesitation. Could we perhaps negotiate? I would prefer 200 units of second-generation angel warrior upgrade resources, Sukai suggests, believing the first-generation warriors to be somewhat lacking. To his surprise, He-she responds with a smile. I will ensure they are delivered to you. Please, take care to eliminate him completely. With that, Sukai ends the communication with the celestial monarch. He slowly turns to the pitiful Su-Ma-Li. Do you have any final words? Final words? In your human worldview, it is indeed customary to leave behind some wise counsel before death. But does it truly alter anything once I have spoken? In Su-Ma-Li's eyes, the will to survive had completely vanished. Under Sukai's machinations, Su-Ma-Li's radiant and beautiful life was brought to a definitive conclusion. Sukai did not destroy Su-Ma-Li's physical form. Rather, he extinguished her very essence. Yet such a celestial warrior still held potential utility. Rest assured, Su-Ma-Li, after years of exile on Earth, having slaughtered and tormented countless humans, you must atone for your sins in some manner. Even in death, you remain of value. Yin Huang, based on Su-Ma-Li's data, construct an independent subsystem, thoroughly implanting it within her consciousness, preserving Su-Ma-Li's memories, and encoding them to ensure unwavering loyalty to me. Master, the rewrite is in progress, Sukai remarked, a subtle, sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Utilizing Su-Ma-Li's body as a formidable puppet super warrior may yield extraordinary results. Near Jupiter, the 200 main battleships of the T Legion were poised for action. Report. The reconnaissance fleet has detected the Earth's Legion advancing swiftly towards us. 2 mech warriors listened intently to the report from the warriors below. Xionglu, I never expected the Earth's Legion would dare to approach us directly. Should we set a trap and eliminate them in one fell swoop? Another warrior, Fenglei, pondered aloud. Xionglu rose to assess their position and the speed at which the Earth's Legion was approaching, stating, order the vanguard to halt their advance. We shall remain here and prepare for battle against the Earth's Legion. Xionglu, if we can conquer Earth this time, we shall be hailed as heroes. Ha ha ha. Fenglei was already convinced of their imminent victory. Last time, they had nearly captured Earth with just over 100 battleships. Had it not been for the emergence of a deity from Earth, it would have already been theirs. Fenglei, this time with our T-King leading the charge. Victory is assured, yet we must remain cautious. The super warriors of the Earth's Legion are formidable foes. The demon Queen Morgana has proclaimed that the primary deity of the Liang civilization, Reina, is absent from Earth. She will assist us in temporarily restraining Sukai. And with the blessing of my god, Karl, we fear no angels. Without their protection, Earth holds no terror for us. Fenglei exhibited unwavering confidence in his T Legion. However, Xionglu furrowed his brow. He had personally witnessed Sukai effortlessly obliterate dozens of their cross-class battleships in space, withstanding annihilation cannons without succumbing. Such power could very well be divine, an overwhelming physical force that would crush the T warriors. Fenglei, the Earth of today is no longer the Earth of yesteryear. Yet, the Earth's Legion's audacity suggests they possess some form of support. Go and consult the T King. We must secure his assistance to prevent any angelic disruptions. Xionglu remained prudent. He had experienced Sukai's terrifying combat prowess firsthand. Had they not retreated in time, the losses would have far exceeded mere dozens of cross-class battleships. Though Feng Lei regarded the deer as timid, the highest commander of the advanced troops was indeed the deer itself. With a nod, he stated, "Very well." He then directly contacted the main fleet's communication system, hidden beyond the Chiwu star system. Command Center, this is the Vanguard Fleet Feng Lei, requesting conversation with King Shidu. Feng Lei, what situation are you facing? In the throne of the main ship sat a colossal mech warrior adorned in blue and white, possessing a pair of wings that exuded an aura of advanced technology, albeit with an exceedingly grotesque appearance. This was none other than the king of the Taotai Legion, Shidu. My king, the forces from Earth have taken the initiative to strike against us, and we have detected a significant number of angelic activities. My king, we are prepared to catch the heroic battalion off guard at our current coordinates, but we require your assistance to restrain the angels. Feng Lei reported the current situation candidly. Angels, you say? They are hardly to be feared. However, is that god from Earth, what was his name, Sukai, among the heroic battalion? With the aid of Karl, Shido had long since upgraded, now possessing a low-tier void engine capable of countering the angels. Yet, Karl was rather stingy, providing his loyal subordinates with such an inferior engine, one that could not even compare to Huayes. My king, according to reports from the demons, he has not departed from Earth. Okay. After pondering for a moment, Shidu issued a command. We may set an ambush for the heroic battalion. If we encounter Sukai, we shall immediately withdraw from the Chiwu star system. This matter requires consultation with my god, Karl. After speaking, Shidu terminated the communication, well aware of Sukai's formidable reputation. He was indeed a nemesis of the Taotai Legion, able to withstand annihilation cannons and impervious to divine weapons, moving with incredible speed. Even more terrifying was his immense offensive capability, wielding a golden greatsword. He could obliterate a battleship with a single strike. No matter how many warships the Taotai possessed, they could not withstand such devastation. Meanwhile, Karl remained elegantly seated before the hall of the Dead Song Academy, his pen dancing across the pages as if he were a dedicated scholar. Suddenly, a wormhole materialized before the grand hall, and an exceedingly ugly attendant, adorned with a skull mask and stooped shoulders, approached Karl silently, awaiting his attention. After a considerable time, once Karl had concluded his tasks, he closed his tome and spoke. My god, the king of the Taotai Legion, Shidu, wishes to see you. Snow, what has transpired? Karl's face, hidden beneath the brim of his hat, remained remarkably handsome, yet his subordinates were all frightfully unattractive. Shidu has personally journeyed to the Chiwu star system. Although he now possesses a void engine, he harbors a deep fear of a god from Earth named Sukai, Snow expressed with concern. Oh, the god from Earth, you say? I recall that Morgana and Hoya both suffered defeats at his hands. It is astonishing that a pre-nuclear civilization could possess such a potentially powerful deity. The era of divine authority has nearly come to an end since the fall of the holy god, Kaisha. The power of Sukai derives predominantly from the primary material realm. At present, I find myself at a loss for effective strategies. However, it seems that Liang Bing has intentionally directed him towards us, seeking to incite my confrontation with him. Frankly, I am quite eager to meet this deity of Earth and convey to Shidu that for now, we should refrain from engaging with this divine being. I shall personally pay him a visit. A smile illuminated Karl's face. He has always maintained a curious disposition towards the unknown. Whether it be the angelic civilization or the radiant sun civilization, the known universe has little left to pique his interest, save for the void. The ultimate fear of the unknown. Karl, in alliance with Morgana, orchestrated an assault on Earth by the gluttonous, with the intent of capturing the attention of the sacred Kaisha. Ultimately, Karl succeeded in dismantling her entirely. With the fall of the King of Gods, he could now pursue his theories of the void without restraint. Chapter 65. Karl and Morgana's machinations in recent days. Morgana has endured considerable distress, expending significant energy to mend her arm, which had been melted by Sukai. This wretched creature remains on Earth. Does he not fear the obliteration of the Legion? As she sipped red wine, Morgana gazed through the projection at the lone wanderer, Rose, and she yearned to meet her, ideally to bring her back. But who is she? The demon Queen Morgana. Sukai's failure to directly return Rose to the Legion. What could his intentions be? How could she not comprehend that Rose was intentionally left for her, merely to expose the whereabouts of Demon Number 1? Yet what of it? Rose is her true love, and even in death, she must possess her. My queen. The advance force of the gluttonous Legion has reached Jupiter. According to our observations, they will soon encounter the Legion and the Earth ship Mangdangshan. Addo had long grown accustomed to Morgana's manner of speaking. She is his sole queen. Is that so? Sukai's audacity to remain uninvolved. What scheme is this scoundrel concocting? If he does not depart, I truly dare not approach Rose. Morgana harbors a fear of Sukai. Witnessing the fourth-generation divine body utterly melted by Sukai's thermal gaze was reminiscent of something far more formidable than a supernova explosion. Atto, have you deciphered the principles behind the energy he emitted? Morgana inquired once more. My queen, based on the circumstances at the time, his thermal gaze operates on the principle of converting solar energy stored within biological entities into high-energy beams, released through the unique physiological structure of his eyes. This allows for high-temperature cutting and incineration of all primary matter, wielding immense destructive power. That wretch, I should have eliminated him sooner. Now, even I, the queen, find myself powerless against him. Morgana was at a loss for words. From a physical standpoint, it is impossible to slay Sukai. Even the god-slaying weapon capable of easily severing the fourth-generation divine body cannot restrain him. What remains in the known universe that could possibly vanquish Sukai? Must one resort to the annihilation of the divine Kaisa, employing a supernova explosion to ensure his complete demise? Perhaps attempting it once more would be a prudent choice. Atto, maintain the stealth of Demon 1. Do not allow that wretched Sukai to oversee our movements and safeguard Rose. With that, Morgana vanished from the command center of Demon 1. In the distance, a female demon warrior clad in black armor, bearing the number 36, revealed a faint smile as her fingers danced over the keyboard. Any soldier from Xiangbing Lian should recognize her. She was Yu Qin, the long-range healer aboard the Titan of the Abyss. Following the ship's fall, she had been captured by demons and brought directly to Demon 1. Carl, you perverse fiend, are you there? Morgana inquired as she returned to her quarters. Reaching out to Carl. Cool ice, you finally decided to contact me. How have you been lately? Carl replied, his tone casual. Spare me the small talk, Carl. I've sent you the data on Sukai. Do you have a solid plan to eliminate him? Morgana was singularly focused on ending Sukai's life. Given the current technological advancements in the material world, there were indeed several methods to obliterate him. Carl's voice remained composed. Do not keep me in suspense. You know well that since Kaisa's fall, he has been the sole concern of the Queen. Even with Huaya's arrival, it's hardly a matter of urgency. Speak swiftly. Morgana, eager to reunite with Rose, grew impatient. If Sukai could be dealt with, nothing else would matter. Cool ice. You have lived for tens of thousands of years as a deity. Can you not maintain your composure? To annihilate him, aside from the energy of a supernova, there is another method, luring him into a black hole. Carl presented two options, clearly inviting Morgana to make a choice. Are you certain that another supernova would suffice to destroy him? Morgana's eyes brightened. This was indeed a strategy against the divine Kaisa. I cannot guarantee that. This is the best-known method in the universe for obliterating all matter in a physical sense. However, he has visited the Solarian civilization and likely mastered stellar propulsion technology. Whether he can manipulate stars remains uncertain. Last time, Pan Zhun and I struck a deal. I have gained control over stellar propulsion technology. If you truly wish to obliterate Sukai, you need not rely on Reina's assistance. It can be achieved with merely a bait. Carl's intent was clear. Morgana was to serve as that bait. Carl, you scoundrel. Do you mean to send me my death once more? Do you not recall how Sukai nearly melted me last time? Morgana retorted angrily. Even in the face of the Holy Kaisa, she felt less fear. While the Holy Kaisa could slay her, complete annihilation was beyond even her power. Is this not akin to thrusting oneself into the heart of a star to be scorched? The first option indeed bore risks, yet to lure him near a black hole would also necessitate a bait. Killing a deity is an endeavor in which Carl possesses considerable expertise. Should one desire his personal intervention, there is invariably a price to be paid. Carl, you wouldn't wish to eliminate me along with the others, would you? No, Liang Bing, we were once friends. Spare me the platitudes. As for that black hole plan, forget it. I fear that before I could even reach the vicinity of the black hole, this fellow would catch up with me. Little do you know how swiftly he flies. Morgana pondered for a moment before continuing. Once you have selected the stars, we shall strike him again. Since he possesses stellar drive technology, utilize the grand clock this time to ensure his demise. Do you not also possess the stellar drive algorithm? It would be best to gather several stars and annihilate him in unison. Carl, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, Liang Bing. I will provide you with whatever you require whenever you need it, but be prepared. It will necessitate some time. You are aware that accelerating a star's explosion requires time. Then I shall await your message. Morgana abruptly severed the communication. She understood the considerable risks involved, reminiscent of her previous confrontation with the divine Kaisha. Should Carl decide to eliminate her, or if she failed to evade Sukai's assault, her end would be inevitable. Yet, she alone had the capacity to truly lure Sukai out. At that moment, Sukai was busy modifying Somali, intent on transforming him into a true angel of slaughter. Suddenly, a projection materialized within the laboratory, revealing a cloaked figure. His voice emanated from beneath the hood. Forgive my intrusion, Earth deity. I am Carl, a scholar. Sukai furrowed his brow, astonished by the formidable capabilities of the grand clock, which had breached the protective systems of Yanhuan. With piercing eyes, he inquired of Carl, what business does the renowned Grim Reaper Carl have with me? Are you here to declare war? Declare war? No, Earth deity, I am merely a scholar. I have studied you. You are quite extraordinary. In your 18 years of existence, you possessed neither remarkable abilities nor latent super genes. Yet, after assisting an elderly lady across the street, you acquired the unique ability to absorb energy. Was that elderly lady an ancient god? A mystery even the grand clock could not deduce. Might you enlighten me? Carl expressed profound interest in how Sukai had attained such powers. This was genetic data he had never encountered before. The possession of infinitely adaptable genes was, in itself, a source of dread. Sukai mused internally. Should I reveal to you that I am a transmigrator endowed with a system? She is indeed a deity, bestowing upon me such abilities, and she has instructed me to extinguish you. Sukai responded with a smile. Life holds little significance for me. Carl shrugged with a smile. Then what is the purpose of this conversation? Are you merely here to propagate your void theory, plunging the known universe into chaos, to bring death to Earth and offer sacrifices to you, thereby expanding your avenues of research? The Earth has descended into a battleground for the gods. Morgana could have gone anywhere, yet she chose Earth to utilize her powers to eliminate the sacred Kaisha. Wasn't this all part of your scheme? What pretense are you putting on here? Do not assume that without divine form, I cannot strike you down. Do you understand? Sukai pointed at Carl with his right hand, delivering a barrage of words. This old schemer only knows how to concoct trivialities. In response to Sukai's remarks, Carl did not retort but rather stated, every civilization will inevitably decline. It is merely a matter of time. The end of the age of divine authority heralds the arrival of the next era, the era of the void, which marks the commencement of all things. Carl, I have a question for you. Since you delve into the void, from which civilization did your theories originate that compel you so? When the void descends, will the universe face obliteration? Sukai countered. Carl fell silent for a moment, contemplating before he replied, You are exceedingly astute, far surpassing the intelligence of all known sentient beings. Perhaps we might become allies. I can indeed address your inquiries. The universe has existed for 13.7 billion years, yet known civilizations have only emerged for a mere 100,000 years. How many civilizations have already vanished into the annals of history? One such civilization predates the Divine River Civilization by eons. It is known as the Pangu Civilization, for which I have acquired remnants. For years, I have studied its legacy, revealing that the Void Civilization is immensely powerful, unparalleled in the known universe. The super genes present in our known universe derive from the Divine River Civilization, while the Pangu Civilization is even older and more formidable. I trust you comprehend this. Sukai furrowed his brow, having never heard of the Pangu Civilization, likely because it was too ancient. The theory of the void originates from this civilization, suggesting that Carl, standing at the intersection of divinity and scholarship, aims to protect the entirety of the known universe. However, Sukai does not believe Carl seeks to safeguard the known universe. Rather, he is driven by a selfish desire to unravel the mysteries of the unknown. Forgive me, but I have no interest in the void civilization or any ultimate fears. Do you know why the Angel King, the sacred Kaisha, recognizes Gu Xiaoluan as the sword that pierces ultimate fear? Because he possesses the ability to counteract the void. You have come to see me, not to seek my assistance, I presume? Sukai casually remarked as he settled into a chair. He had begun to understand that Carl was nothing more than an exceedingly zealous scientific fanatic. If Sukai were to reveal that he was merely a character from an anime or a comic, a virtual entity from the second dimension, how could he possibly compare to someone from the three-dimensional, tangible world? Knowing this, would Carl lose his sanity or strive to escape the confines of the second dimension? Gu Xiaoluan, the embodiment of galactic power. Indeed, he is the pride of the space principle, possessing infinite potential. Yet growth requires time, and the arrival of the void may not allow for his maturation. In truth, I am uncertain whether he would be slain once the void descends. Carl remained so cold and composed, as if indifferent to it all, while simultaneously conveying the findings of his research. Thus, your implication is that even in the event of the universe's annihilation, should you be vanquished by them, you would still usher in the void. Hence, your ultimate aspiration is to witness the magnificence of the void civilization, is it not? Sukai inquired further. Perhaps so. Such is the humility of a scholar. Carl replied, I wonder if anyone has ever labeled you as a pervert, an extremist who would plunge the entire universe into despair for the sake of your research. Yet, you are the Grim Reaper, well-versed in the laws of death. Gradually rising, Sukai manifested a golden great sword in his hand and declared, from this day forth, I, Sukai, shall pursue the annihilation of you and your so-called ultimate dread. Carl, prepare to face my judgment. Reluctantly, he realized that a confrontation with Carl was inevitable. It would be wise to declare war upon him sooner rather than later. With a sigh, Carl vanished from the projection. Once Carl had disappeared, Yin Huang's voice emerged. Master, an unknown and formidable celestial computer intrusion has been detected. To safeguard the core knowledge base, Yin Huang has initiated a shutdown. Yin Huang, how formidable is Carl's grand clock's computational capacity? Master, based on Yin Huang's rough estimates, the grand clock's engine operates at a speed of no less than 800 frequency. Goodness, is it truly that high? Gu Xiaoluan's mighty core currently operates at merely 12 frequency. Is there such a vast disparity? Yin Huang, your course of action is justified. In future instances of this nature, automatic shutdown is advised. What is your current computational capacity? Sukai wished to ascertain the capabilities of his artificial intelligence. Master, Yin Huang is not a void engine. Its computational speed may barely reach 4 frequency, yet it possesses self-repair and decision-making speeds that far exceed the swiftest supercomputers. If you desire Yin Huang to be swifter, perhaps constructing a physical form for it to become an artificial intelligence robot would enhance its computational power. In that moment, Sukai sensed that Yin Huang had begun to exhibit human-like emotions. It had developed a sense of self-interest. Although it was a product of the system had also cautioned Sukai that the artificial intelligence could not betray him. However, should Yin Huang be endowed with a body and exhibit certain life signs, it would essentially possess life itself. Such a super artificial intelligence entity could pose a greater threat to Earth if it were to act against Earth in his absence. He would become a villain. Perhaps not. Yin Huang, simply continue to serve me. Understood, Master. Sukai resolved firmly that he could not further upgrade Yin Huang. Its computational prowess was now on par with that of the void engine of the Devourer King. For Sukai at this juncture, that was more than sufficient. Chapter 67. The great power of faith near Jupiter. Gu Xiaoluan led 2 squads of super warriors from the Heroic Legion aboard a small spacecraft, circumventing the vanguard of the Devourer Legion. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the recent intelligence transmitted by the Mangdang Shan, the vanguard of the Taotai Legion is situated near Jupiter. We have not detected their presence, suggesting they're concealing themselves, likely intending to launch a surprise attack against us. Gu Xiaoluan declared from the command position. Xiaoluan, are you implying that these scoundrels wish to annihilate us? Lu Chuang replied, his face betraying disbelief. Chuangzi, that seems to be the case. Just moments ago, Sister Qilin informed us that her interstellar combat team is positioned on the flanks, poised to catch them off guard. Zhao Xian interjected with a smile. Master Xian, Chuangzi. This marks the true confrontation of our Xiong Bing Lian with an extraterrestrial civilization in the vastness of space. We must eradicate these rascals, Gu Xiaolun asserted. Having long endured oppression from the Taotai on Earth, he felt great discomfort. With Su Kai's return, bringing forth advanced technologies, his ambitions surged, and his capabilities were significantly enhanced. This time, it was imperative to teach the Taotai a lesson. Damn it, we must retaliate decisively this time, he proclaimed. The Taotai sought to eliminate Xiong Bing Lian. Yet the feeling was mutual. I will now outline our tactics. Master Xian, I require you to accompany Wei Ying and Su Xiaoli to safeguard me as I analyze their energy shield for Chuangzi. Chuangzi, you shall lead Rui Mengmeng, He Weilon, and Li Fei in the frontal assault to dismantle the enemy's main battleships. The Mangdangshan will provide you with fire cover, so strike with confidence and ferocity. With Gu Xiaoluan's orders issued, everyone prepared, awaiting Lianfeng's command. Half an hour later, the Mangdangshan docked less than 1,000,000 miles from the Taotai Legion and came to a halt. Engaging the Taotai Legion head-on was not a judicious choice. Had it not been for the advanced cloaking technology provided by Su Kai, Lianfeng would not have recommended such a tactic. Within the vanguard of the Taotai Legion, two mech warriors gazed curiously at the projector. Apart from detecting the Mangdangshan from Earth, no other Earth forces were present. Feng Lei, do you think the Xiong Bing Lian might have retreated? They possess only one main battleship. Are they truly willing to gamble everything? The stag expressed with a hint of doubt. It is possible. They could all be aboard that battleship, perhaps even harboring a multitude of angels, Feng Lei speculated, convinced that the Earthlings were foolish. Relying solely on one main battleship to deal with their 200 cross-class ships was absurd. Whether they could breach the energy shields of the cross-class ships remained uncertain. Initiate an attack. Execute the Godslayer operation. Upon detecting enemy super soldiers, unleash firepower immediately, particularly targeting Gu Xiaoluan with the power of the galaxy and Lu Chuang with the Godslayer force. Consequently, dozens of cross-class energy battleships charged their cannons, locking onto the Mangdangshan. In the one-starry expanse of the universe, dozens of beams of light illuminated the void. Beep, beep, beep. The Mangdangshan immediately sounded its alarm. Initiate energy protection. The Light Fox reflection zone is activated. Lianfeng remains utterly composed as the Mangdangshan battleship does not retreat, but instead rises, unveiling rows of unique energy-reflecting arcs. Boom! Intense energy rays burst forth, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, instantly striking the Mangdangshan. In the moment of collision, the energy ray cannons are deftly reflected away by the arcs of light, leaving the Mangdangshan unscathed and instead replenishing its energy. This is the luminous energy control technology bestowed upon Lianfeng by Su Kai from Earth. In an instant, the commander of the Tiantian Legion's vanguard, Xiong Lu, stands dumbfounded. When did Earth acquire such technology, rendering our energy cannons ineffective? Xiong Lu realizes that to neutralize this formidable battleship, our warriors must engage in a peripheral assault. Feng Lei has also discerned the situation. Long-range energy ray attacks will not subdue the opponent, but rather enhance their energy reserves. Charge and lock onto the Tiantian cross battleship. Unleash a barrage upon them. Seeing that the energy levels of the Mangdangshan have reached 400, Lianfeng promptly orders a counterattack. A more resplendent energy cannon is launched instantaneously. Boom! The powerful energy cannon obliterates a Tiantian cross battleship in an instant. Gu Xiaoluan, the Tiantian Legion has engaged us in direct combat. You may commence the ambush. Qilin, wait for the opportune moment, strike swiftly, and annihilate them completely. Lianfeng issues another command. Received. Acknowledged. As Gu Xiaoluan receives the order, he immediately activates the Xiong Core. The Xiong Core is now online and calculating, successfully deciphering the energy shield. Damn it! Lu Chuang is the first to raise his axe. Charging toward the nearest Tiantian cross battleship. The God-slaying axe emits a massive red glow, cleaving through a cross battleship with a single swing. Wow, Chuang, when did you become so fierce? Zhao Xian exclaims, his blood surging with excitement. This is the power of slaying gods. Following Lu Chuang, Rui Mengmeng and others rush towards the cross battleship. This illustrates the prowess of the super soldiers of the Xiong Bing Lian, serving as the vanguard to tear apart the enemy's defenses. Gu Xiaoluan maximizes the Xiong Core's calculations, continuously dismantling the energy shields of the cross battleships for his comrades. It is he who is the linchpin, Without Gu Xiaolun breaching these energy shields, Lu Chuang would struggle to slice through them effortlessly. As for the others, they would find entry into the cross battleships impossible. Now, armed with their weapons, they easily breached the barriers of the cross battleships. Aboard the Tian command ship, the officer reports, "Sir, our rear has been ambushed by the Xiong Lian. We have already lost 5 cross battleships, particularly the one named Lu Chuang, who can destroy a ship with a single axe swing. For some reason, they all seem to possess rapid flight capabilities," the silver mech soldier urgently informed Xiong Lu. The furious voice of the commander of the Bucks echoed. "Those despicable forces are preparing for a divine assassination, targeting Lu Chuang. Dispatch warriors to assault the galactic power. Yi Xiaolun, he must be the one deciphering our energy shields." In an instant, the tasting army retaliated. From the great ship, small airships and tasting warriors surged forth like a swarm of locusts, relentlessly advancing towards Gu Xiaolun's position. Zhao Exin, observing the unfolding chaos, immediately commanded, "Little Li, you are responsible for neutralizing the enemies approaching Xiaolun. Wei Ying, find a concealed position and prepare for sniping. Now, witness how I, your lord, will eliminate you." With a crackling sound, the spear in his hand erupted with the power of thunder, emanating waves of blue cold light. Zhao Xin charged forward, colliding with the tasting warriors in the next moment. Though outnumbered, the spear's thunderous energy surged forth. Fearless, he proclaimed, even amidst a sea of foes, "I shall take the enemy general's head." With a heart unburdened by dread, he soared through the skies, his spear as a thunderbolt illuminating his valor. One man, one spear. He carved through the tasting army, an invincible general. Utilizing the power of lightning, Zhao Xin deftly maneuvered amidst the tasting warriors, each thrust claiming numerous foes. "Ha ha! Remember my name? I am Zhao Xin. My ancestor is none other than Zhao Yun. Kill!" From a distance, Gu Xiaolun quietly murmured, "Lord Xin, so formidable." Chapter 68. The Stellar Combat Team's remarkable combat capability in the Crimson Crow Star system, near Jupiter, with Gu Xiaolun's assistance. The tasting army's cross-shaped warships could scarcely withstand his deciphering of their energy shields. "Ha ha! Well done, Xiaolun. I have already neutralized 10 cross-shaped warships." Lu Chuang's voice resonated through the covert communication system. "I can't hold them off any longer. Lu Chuang, hurry back. The tasting army is charging at us recklessly." Zhao Xin had no idea how many tasting warriors he had slain, but the sheer number was overwhelming, and he was beginning to falter. At that moment, Gu Xiaolun, gripping the void greatsword in one hand while decoding the energy shields with the other, evaded the relentless attacks of the tasting warriors. Qilin, are you there? I am here. It's your turn to strike. I will transmit the deciphering data to you. With your secondary biological engine, you should be able to swiftly dismantle their energy shields. Gu Xiaolun felt his head nearing explosion from the overload, struggling to cope with the incessant assaults from the tasting warriors. "Understood, leave it to me." Qilin was already prepared. Behind her stood not only 500 comrades from the Interstellar Combat Team, fully equipped with the most advanced battle armor, but also 5,000 war robots controlled by Yan Huang's assistants. "Chief of Staff Lianfeng, this is Qilin. May I initiate the attack?" Qilin proactively requested. "Yes. Proceed with the attack, as per the plan." Xiaolun, instruct Lu Chuang and the others to return to the Mangdang Mountain, to replenish their energy, so that we may together vanquish the vanguard of the Taotai Legion. Lianfeng sat within the command room of the Mangdang Mountain, meticulously strategizing the entire battlefield. The Mangdang Mountain still housed numerous female angels, all here to assist Earth in this monumental struggle. According to Su Kai's orders, the Legion of Angels was to remain aboard the Mangdang Mountain for the time being, refraining from engagement unless absolutely necessary. This moment serves as a testament to the strength of Earth civilization. If 200 Taotai warships cannot be subdued, how shall we confront the more formidable demons of the heavenly army that lie ahead? Although Su Kai was not present on the battlefield, he shared a perspective with Qilin. In his quest to protect Qilin, he provided mutual support. "Su Kai, how fares your end? Have you detected Morgana's presence?" Qilin maintained communication with Su Kai through the dark interface. "Not yet. Morgana will undoubtedly emerge. She is likely biding her time, assessing whether the Xiong Lian can triumph in this battle. Should you falter, she anticipates that I will be compelled to intervene. I have a foreboding that Demon 1 lurks in Earth's outer space, though we cannot detect it. Sukai attempted to employ super hearing to lock onto keywords, yet he was unable to pinpoint the location of Demon 1. Truly, it was a remarkable entity that could elude the pursuit of the holy god Kaisar. If possible, seizing it and modifying it would yield far greater power than a Mangdang mountain. Very well, we shall commence our assault. As Qilin's words fell, she began to organize the interstellar combat group to strike the right flank of the Taotai vanguard. The secondary biological engine was activated, calculating the energy of the light shield and redefining parameters for potential rewriting. Rewrite. Qilin's secondary biological engine, reconstructed by He Shi with Su Kai's assistance, surpassed Gu Xiaoluan's Xiong core computational power, having already reached a frequency of 36. The secondary biological engine, akin to a void engine, possessed formidable capabilities, including the addition of void abilities, elementary matter definition, and advanced concept rewriting. Armed with the data provided by Gu Xiaoluan, Qilin swiftly unraveled the defensive systems of the light energy shield. Among the known cosmic theories, the most powerful are void-level weapons, for they are endowed with secondary biological engines, or void engines. The Holy Kaisar does not acknowledge the existence of void beings. In a true sense, neither void beings nor the power of the void exist. Yet, Kaisar and He Shi had long been researching such phenomena. To uphold the order of justice, the Holy Kaisar designated it as the secondary biological engine. Charge! Qilin commanded. The soldiers of the interstellar combat group instantly raised their swords, piercing through the metal defenses of the Taotai warships and infiltrating within. At that moment, Qilin was connecting to the terminal of Yin Huang, commanding 5,000 war machines forged from dark alloy as they surged into the heart of the Taotai Legion. An explosion of flames erupted all around. To deploy war machines against super soldiers or gods equipped with genetic engines will be tantamount to delivering a feast. However, the Taotai are distinct. They are a cadre of transformed mech beast entities, entirely devoid of dark dimension capabilities, relying solely on energy weaponry. The war robots were specifically designed for them. While they may prove inadequate against super soldiers endowed with gene engines, they wield formidable lethality against ordinary demon warriors. Regrettably, they have yet to attain perfection. Nonetheless, the most exquisite masterpiece is currently being enhanced by Sukai, namely, Somali. Sukai has not only integrated Gu Xiaoluan's genes into him, equipping his limbs with dark silver, but he himself is a relentless killing machine endowed with consciousness. Upon returning to the Mangdangshan, Gu Xiaoluan and his companions gazed at the myriad explosions illuminating the starry sky, a true manifestation of artistic brilliance. Goodness, is Qilin truly this formidable? She can control so many battle armors single-handedly. Lu Chuang's eyes sparkled with envy. Though he possesses the power to slay gods, he lacks a gene engine and remains a pure warrior. Only Gu Xiaoluan could truly comprehend that sensation. The others likely could not. Zhao Xian had some understanding, but not much, as his weaponry was equipped with a thunder engine. Cough, 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 am I not fierce? I just took down no fewer than 1,000 Taotai warriors. Had it not been for Xiaoluan's intervention, I would have surged forward and obliterated them all. Zhao Xian felt invigorated. Naturally, he had claimed the most kills. However, the other members of the Xiongбing Lian had sustained injuries to varying degrees. Gu Xiaoluan was busy replenishing his energy and recovering his mental faculties, having nearly reached his limit. Upon witnessing Qilin effortlessly dismantle a light shield in mere seconds, he realized the exceptional equipment Sukai had provided her, truly monstrous. Gu Xiaoluan now grasped the words spoken by Reina previously. A supreme deity can determine the outcome of a war. A civilization blessed with a powerful supreme deity wields significant influence. The Taotai command ship resonated with the sound of red alarms blaring. Wind thunder immediately informed the Taotai king. We have been ambushed. Request assistance from the king of Shidu. The Xionglu were momentarily stunned by the surprise assault launched by Gu Xiaoluan and Qilin. In the span of merely 1 hour, they lost half of their cross-class battleships, while the opposing side suffered the loss of only a few unmanned battle armors. What rendered them so formidable? Not only did they possess long-range bombardment capabilities, but they excelled in close combat as well, effortlessly slicing through their warriors with a single strike. Every soldier of the interstellar combat unit was equipped with a long sword forged from dark alloy, enveloped in a layer of dark silver. effortlessly capable of penetrating the defenses of Taotai battleships. This is the prowess of Dark Silver. The Taotai king, Shidu, connected with Morgana's communication. Demon Queen Morgana, you were supposed to restrain Tsukai. Why have you remained silent? You Taotai are utterly inept. 200 warships nearly annihilated within an hour. Morgana's face was etched with fury as she unleashed her wrath upon the Beast King. How infuriating! She had intended to utilize the gluttonous beast to restrain Tsukai. It proved utterly ineffectual. Demon Queen, I can take matters into my own hands, but you must promise me to keep Tsukai occupied. The gluttonous warriors fear not death. They firmly believe in one truth. After death, they shall return to the embrace of their god, Karl. They simply enjoy basking in Karl's essence. Very well. You shall deliver a fierce blow to the queen, but one stipulation. Do not unleash nuclear devastation upon Earth. This is only natural. We aim to conquer the planet, not annihilate it. I await your favorable tidings. The Beast King severed the communication. Morgana's expression soured, her anger boiling over as she cursed. Wretched fool. Curse Karl. You forced me into making a choice. Do not blame this queen for the consequences. Chapter 69. The conspiracy against Tsukai, the formidable demon warrior, Otto, stood before Morgana, seeking to dissuade her. My queen, do you truly intend to become bait? If Karl does not assist you, could you not find yourself in a dire struggle? As your most loyal warrior, I am willing to take your place as bait. Otto was resolute in preventing Morgana from putting herself in harm's way. The last encounter had nearly led to her demise at the hands of the divine Kaisha's ultimate judgment. Upon discovering that Tsukai possessed a unique ability capable of melting the atoms of the fourth-generation divine body, Otto realized that he could indeed extinguish the fourth-generation gods. Otto, you wish to go? Spare yourself. I fear you would not last long before he vanquished you. Fear not. Though Karl is a twisted being, he is equally intrigued by Tsukai, hence he will not relent. Morgana had made up her mind. She would confront Tsukai herself, regardless of the peril involved. Otto understood her character well. Once she decided, there was no altering her course. I shall forever pledge my life to the queen. Otto, keep a vigilant eye on Demon 1. Provide me with energy and pinpoint the location of Rose. I wish to see her. Morgana undertook all these actions for Rose. Soon after, a wormhole opened, and Morgana transformed into the icy figure of Liangbing, appearing behind Rose. Whoosh! A void dagger shot swiftly towards Morgana. She did not evade, yet the dagger failed to achieve its intended outcome, not even piercing her attire. Rose, your vigilance remains as sharp as ever. It is you, Morgana. I still prefer you calling me Liangbing. Were you not awaiting me? Morgana replied calmly, her eyes filled with affection. Tell me, have you come to take me away? Or did you have other intentions? Are you not afraid of Tsukai? Rose responded coldly. Morgana was indeed her sworn enemy, driven by the desire for vengeance. Morgana produced a book and a dagger, declaring, I offer you an opportunity. You may use this dagger to slay me. It is crafted from dark silver, capable of effortlessly piercing my divine body. However, I have one condition. You must first peruse this book. Subsequently, through the wormhole, the book and dagger materialized directly before Rose. Rose gazed at Morgana in confusion. Look, perhaps you will comprehend my heart. Ultimately, Rose could not resist her curiosity and examined the theory of space-time genetics in her hands. Rose, do you know, with the death of the Divine Kaiser, I have been left without a true adversary. Matters of interest have nearly vanished until I discovered you. The space-time genes within you, if you so desire, I can fully assist you in becoming the space-time Rose, a true deity. You're my lifelong pursuit. As Morgana spoke, she inched closer to Rose. Silence. Rose rose and plunged the dagger into Morgana's chest. Rose, do you truly despise me so? Is it because I killed your father? You should understand that was war devoid of personal emotions, a conflict between civilizations. It was not I who ended his life, but this era, and your own lack of strength. Morgana, sorrowfully clutching her chest, slowly sank down beside a discarded oil barrel. Rose felt an inexplicable urge, as though she should not have taken Morgana's life. She glanced at the theory of space-time genetics, authored by Liangbing, the very demon queen standing before her. Indeed, she was the embodiment of space-time genes, carrying Liangbing's dreams. At that moment, Tsukai, engaged in his experiments, suddenly sensed the keywords Liangbing and Morgana, vanishing from the laboratory in an instant. He reappeared above Morgana and Rose. Suki wretchedful. I have finally managed to have a moment alone with Rose. And you dare to interrupt my affairs. Morgana shed her facade, the wound on her chest healing instantly. She entered a battle stance, her body encased in thick armor. Demonic wings unfurling. This was the true Demon Queen. Oh, I apologize for intruding upon your private conversation. I did mention that I would annihilate you. Sukai retorted coldly. Annihilate me? Who do you think you are? Even the Divine Kaiser could not achieve that, let alone you. Otto, find a way to forcibly transport Rose away. If I am no longer here, you shall take care of her, understood? Morgana connected directly with Demon 1. Yes, my queen. Sukis energy surget rapidly. My queen, enough with the chatter. Proceed with my plan. As Morgana finished speaking, she initiated the attack, and two massive demonic claws emerged from the void, striking at Sukai. He blocked one of the claws with a hand, exclaiming, Morgana, your weapon is rather unimpressive. It possesses power, yet its lethality pales in comparison to the silver blade. Wretched fool, was this an affront to her? Did he imply she was inferior to the Divine Kaiser? Now it is my turn. Suki delivereda, bomber fulpunt. Sending the demonic claw flying, and in an instant, he shot towards Morgana like a streak of light. Wretched fool, Morgana utilized a wormhole to evade the blow. Absolutely must not allow Sukai to approach. Otto, channel all your energy into me to ensure I can evade Sukai's attacks. Morgana re-established communication with Demon Number 1, no longer engaging in battle, and soared directly into outer space. Rose, be cautious. I shall pursue her, Morgana instructed. Rose nodded in agreement. Sukai had already set his course towards Morgana's trajectory. Like a hounded beast, Morgana, under the full energy supply of Demon Number 1, managed to elude Sukai momentarily. Indeed, with the aid of a celestial computer, Morgana's prowess was far from ordinary. This was the true Morgana. It is noteworthy that since acquiring stellar drive technology, Sukai had been bathing daily in the radiance of a star, his strength surging exponentially. His flight speed had long approached the speed of light. Yet, breaking through that barrier remained unattainable. Perhaps this was a critical juncture. Queen, Sukai's velocity is nearing light speed. You must enhance the wormhole transport algorithm to distance yourself from him. Otto's voice cautioned Morgana through the dark side communication. Morgana was continuously navigating through wormholes to maintain a safe distance from Sukai, yet he remained fixated on her. In mere minutes, they had already reached outer space surrounding Earth. Sukai had locked onto the position of Demon Number 1. Yin Huang, lock onto Demon Number 1. Master, locking in now, came the response. Sukai's true objective was not Morgana, but rather Demon Number 1. He aimed to obliterate it, rendering Morgana far easier to handle without her ship. Otto observed the terrifying energy radiating from Sukai. This monster, could it be that his energy had no limits? Suddenly, Sukai vanished from the screen, having ceased his pursuit of Morgana. By the time Otto regained his composure, he realized Sukai was now headed towards Demon Number 1. Morgana, this is bad. Sukai's true target is Demon Number 1, Otto exclaimed urgently. Chapter 70. Supernova that scoundrel Sukai dares to ambush the Queen's stronghold. Upon hearing Otto's report, Morgana realized that Sukai had indeed abandoned his pursuit of her to assault Demon Number 1, inciting her fury. That was her entire fortune. Otto, find a way to use the wormhole to escape Earth's atmosphere, Morgana commanded loudly. Yet, there was no response from Otto. A golden lightning bolt descended like a meteor towards the location of Demon Number 1. Report. Sukai's energy is sharply increasing, surpassing the shield's limit of Demon Number 1. If he strikes us, it would equate to the impact of 17 annihilation cannons. What? Otto's pupils trembled in disbelief. Even the Divine Kasha would likely be obliterated by such force. He possessed an annihilation-level destructive power, with its own flight speed and formidable impact concentrated into a singular handheld weapon. Otto instinctively thought of fleeing. However, Sukai's velocity was too swift. The Demon 1 had no time to escape. Activating the maximum energy shield to withstand the impending strike, Otto trembled as he spoke. This strike embodied Sukai's full unleash might. Boom! In an instant, the vast energy shield of Demon 1 was violently breached by Sukai's overwhelming force. By the heavens, Sukai wretched fiend. That was my only possession. Morgana watched in disbelief as her Demon One's defenses were shattered by Sukai's sword. With unparalleled strength, he pierced through Demon One entirely, yet left it intact. Sukai himself was bewildered. How could it have penetrated so easily? Carl, you scoundrel, if you don't assist me now, this fiend will obliterate my resources. Morgana exclaimed in desperation. In that moment, urgency gripped her. Sukai, wielding his colossal sword, prepared to strike at Demon One once more, determined to dismantle it completely. Realizing that the previous impact had merely penetrated rather than destroyed, he was resolute in his next attempt. Sukai summoned the Blade of Infinity, opting to use his fists to utterly shatter Demon One. Gathering all his strength, he raised his fist and charged towards Demon One. Carl, you wretch, lend me your hand. Morgana wished to intervene but felt powerless. She feared that even her own attempt would result in her being crushed by Sukai's blow. In the next moment, both Demon One and Sukai were engulfed by a colossal, sudden apparition of a skeleton. Morgana stood frozen in shock, realizing that her Demon One had been taken away as well. Sukai blinked, finding himself before a multitude of gigantic stars, a sensation that brought him comfort. What was this situation? Could it be that Panjun was secretly aiding him? That seemed unlikely, especially with Demon One still present. All the demons aboard Demon One were equally stunned, having been whisked away along with Carl. Carl? Sukai turned to see a familiar figure, the Grim Reaper himself. Having witnessed the gods of Earth, Carl politely bowed to Sukai. In an instant, Sukai comprehended the scheme. This was Morgana and Carl's plan to unleash a supernova bombardment upon them. Could this assembly of stars be any more terrifying? There were indeed a dozen stars awaiting him. Carl, do you intend to annihilate me? Sukai mused. That seems to be the interpretation, as you are unlike the divine Kesha, whose sacred form could be destroyed by a single supernova. Based on my research of your data, you possess the ability to absorb stellar energy, thus necessitating an extensive approach to eliminate you in one fell swoop. With the excessive use of several stars, they swiftly withered and perished. Carl, with a polite smile, elucidated Sukai's perplexity. What a tremendous gift this is, even more violent than the sacred Kasha. At this moment, Sukai felt a twinge of panic. He was uncertain if he could withstand the explosion of a supernova. The crux of the matter was that over a dozen supernovas were detonating. Who could endure such a cataclysm? Thus, I must be doomed. Sukai found himself unable to communicate with Yan Huang, as the spatial algorithm here was completely severed by Carl. He understood that such a spatial algorithm equated to treating space like a pond. Though immovable, it existed, yet could still be navigated in the realm of void. With Sukai remaining not far from Earth, Carl had employed a grand clock to perform a spatial transposition, altering the anchor points of space. Panjun, that fool, actually bestowed upon you the stellar propulsion technology. Sukai felt exasperated, as Panjun had become the root of all troubles. Indeed, following the principles of the sun's light manipulation, I had already mastered stellar propulsion without Panjun's guidance, to trigger the explosive force of several supernova-level compressions. Your iron physique should not withstand such bombardment, thus obliterating you entirely. As for my research on you, you possess no true dark matter position. Hence there is no dark matter engine, and, consequently, no resurrection exists. We were once of the same kind, such a pity. Enjoy your final moments. After bowing to Sukai, Carl intended to depart. Hey Carl, wait a moment. Sukai raised his hand. The instant Carl turned, Sukai's fiery gaze pierced through him, instantly melting Carl away. Incredible, that was remarkably simple. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Carl's form coalesced once more. Your fiery gaze is formidable, but the power of the primary biological realm is insufficient to vanquish me, Carl stated with confidence. Astonishingly perverse. Are you implying that I must employ mental prowess to annihilate you, or that your true essence is not within this universe? Sukai began to grasp a profound truth. Could it be that Carl truly cannot be killed? It shouldn't be so. According to the records of the Super God Academy, the space principle is also a spiritual entity, existing within the entirety of the known. The phantom is a spirit that has slipped into the void, merging essence with soul, thus achieving a unity of divine, soul, and chi, void energy. In an instant, Sukai comprehended that the Grim Reaper, Carl, exists as a high-dimensional projection in a lower dimension, with his true essence residing in a higher dimensional space. The corporeal form manifesting in three-dimensional space is merely a high-dimensional projection capable of influencing the universe. To resolve this dilemma, one must directly shatter the cosmic rules to obliterate his essence entirely. Now, having deciphered how to confront Carl, he faced the pressing issue of how to ensure his own survival. Sukai, you are indeed a person of extraordinary intellect. Yet it is regrettable that you can no longer achieve this. Carl vanished before Sukai, and simultaneously, Demon 1 also disappeared from sight. System, please open the marketplace. I wish to purchase a resurrection item. Ding. The selection process is underway. Ding. Deducting 100,000 justice points. The resurrection item has been successfully acquired. Resurrection item triggers a revival effect upon the hero's demise, allowing for the automatic selection of revival time, restoring 30 ability points, yet rendering the hero weak and permanently damaged. Fortunately, I have the system, otherwise I would have truly fallen victim to Morgana and Carl. Sukai donned the resurrection armor, eager to witness how they would meet their end this time. Carl, Morgana, just wait. Chapter 71. An encounter with Captain Timo. Boom. 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 As numerous stars erupted in a dazzling display, Sukai observed with a smile. This was the might of a supernova. A surge of heat pierced through his being, and before he could react, it felt as though only his consciousness remained. Sukai, is that you? A projection materialized before him in the void. Queen Kaisa? Sukai gasped in astonishment. I never anticipated we would meet in such a manner. Carl truly is formidable. He has prepared such a grand package for you. And he has indeed invested heavily, utilizing so many stars. Kaisa spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, it seems rather ruthless. Hishu will likely be upset. He may seek trouble with Carl on your behalf. Kaisa appeared to be aware of everything. She likely understood that she was not a match for Carl, as his true form resided beyond their current dimension, wielding dominion over the laws of death and existing at a higher plane. Sukai expressed his thoughts. No, I do not share that belief. His essence lies between reality and illusion, which can also be interpreted as a higher dimension. Just as I am now situated in a realm beyond the universe, albeit unable to interfere with its development, Kaisa countered Sukai's understanding. Is that so? So Carl is essentially a soul entity, infused with vast amounts of void matter. His pursuit of transcending this dimensional plane to reach an even higher cosmic dimension drives his relentless study of the void. Is he attempting to harness void civilization to achieve his own transcendence? Sukai inquired once more. The void, in my understanding, does not exist. What you refer to as void civilization, perhaps more accurately defined, consists merely of beings or calamities far more powerful than those within our known universe. It is akin to the sudden threat posed by a devouring entity to your Earth. Only these beings may be even stronger. Kaisa provided Sukai with a clear response. Alas, am I not just protecting Earth, but also safeguarding the known universe from being consumed by void civilizations? Sukai sighed. Are you certain you can still be revived? Your condition is indeed peculiar. Your consciousness remains, yet your physical form seems to be undergoing reconstruction. Kaisa noted Sukai's situation, pondering the miraculous nature of the item that could enable his revival. It's merely a trinket akin to your angel's secondary biological engines, but it is one-time use only. Queen Kesha, equal to opportunity, I shall resurrect you. Farewell. After Sukai concluded his words, he exited the realm of soul consciousness directly, activating the powers of the resurrection armor. In an instant, a unique force from the depths of the cosmos rewound time, reconstructing Sukai's corporeal form. When he awoke once more, he found himself no longer on Earth. Upon regaining consciousness, he beheld a creature resembling a furry hybrid of a raccoon and a squirrel, adorned with goggles and armed with a blow dart, squinting at him. Who are you? Sukai instinctively recoiled from the beady-eyed creature. Can you see me? The furry being replied. Equally astonished, newly resurrected, Sukai felt as though he possessed additional capabilities. Perhaps his powers had indeed been augmented upon revival. He chose not to respond to the diminutive creature's inquiry, but instead surveyed his surroundings, sensing that this planet was vast and teeming with life. Hey, how did you suddenly appear here? The little creature eyed him warily, noting that Sukai towered over him almost twice his height, clearly not one of the Yordles. You must be an alien. I am Sukai, from the Crimson Crow Star system. What is your name, and what is this planet called? Sukai, unable to contact Yen Huang, was gathering information about his current location. The resurrection armor was indeed powerful, allowing for delayed revival. Yet it left him in a state of considerable weakness compared to his former peak. Fortunately, the place of his revival still basked in sunlight, facilitating a swift recovery. They call me Swift Scout Timo from Bandle City. What? Sukai exclaimed. Timo? In team fights, we may lose, but Timo must not die. Is that for real? So, this is the Runelands? Sukai questioned, pondering whether he had inadvertently transported himself into the lore of the League of Legends. What is this place? And why are you here, suddenly appearing on the battlefield? While Timo's appearance was adorable, his voice exuded unwavering determination as he kept his blow dart aimed at Sukai's head. Sukai deliberated before asking, do you know of angels? Or other civilizations? Angels? They haven't appeared here in ages. They are powerful, and we Yordles do not favor angels. Timo responded, you still have not answered me. Why are you here? Recognizing that Sukai was not from this planet implied he was not a spy sent by an enemy. A villain transported me here. Do you understand? Sukai realized that he had stumbled upon a civilization older and more primitive than Earth. Before him stood the Timo of the same name. Yet this version seemed merely a warrior of a bygone era, with no knowledge of how he had come to be in this place. Timo pulled out a notebook and began to scribble, inquiring, what is your race? Are you akin to angels? A divine being? No, I'm an earthling. Earthling? What kind of people are you? I can sense your strength. Are all earthlings this tall? Do you need to eat like we do? Do you engage in warfare? Do you require scouts like me? Timo incessantly posed questions. Earthlings? They are akin to your Yordle race. We belong to the same lineage. However, your queries are excessive. I shall answer one of yours if you answer one of mine. Are there any wormholes nearby? Sukai was somewhat reluctant to engage in conversation with this rather eccentric Timo. I am unaware of wormholes, but we possess teleportation portals that can transport us to various locations. Can you take me to see them? Sukai was eager to ascertain whether these portals resembled wormholes. Certainly, but you must accompany me. I wish to explore your world. I, Captain Timo, am an adventurer. Timo rose to his feet, standing only as tall as Sukai's calves, likely not even a meter in height. Do you understand the peril of accompanying me on adventures? Beware, lest demons roast you for their meals. Whoosh! A poisoned arrow swiftly shot forth, embedding itself in Sukai's backside. Damn, my defenses are breached. In an instant, Sukai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he removed the poisoned dart from his skin. After a few moments, he recovered. How is it? I am Captain Timo, a skilled fighter, Timo declared, his gaze unwavering. Sukai furrowed his brow, contemplating, you may accompany me, but you shall become my scout. No, I intend to traverse the entire universe, savoring diverse cuisines, documenting various creatures, and aiding more friends. I have saved you, after all. Timo conversed comfortably with Sukai, evidently intrigued by the Earth. Just as Sukai was about to respond, Timo interjected, do you know of angels? They appear to be formidable, yet they seem to look down upon us Yordles. Sukai felt a headache coming on, recognizing that Timo had indeed saved him. Very well, lead me to the teleportation site, and you may accompany me for now. Sukai pondered that perhaps this little fellow might prove useful. Although currently in a weakened state, he was not easily defeated. Sukai glanced at the needle in Timo's hand, crafted from an unknown metal, nearly as sharp as a god-slaying weapon. This piqued Sukai's curiosity about this planet, which might harbor many scarce resources. Chapter 72, The Fearful Timo, 1234. Timo shouted as he led the way, chanting a mantra. Sukai was perplexed, questioning the sanity of this creature. As they walked, the entire tribe was composed of diminutive beings, the legendary Yordles. Many are curious about the origins of the towering figure before them, who is clearly not a native of this place. After all, the Yordles are not known for their height. Captain Timo, who is he? An extraterrestrial acquaintance. Well, Sukai has inadvertently become an alien himself, standing beside a peculiar little being wielding a massive hammer at the entrance. Timo, halt your steps. Ah, Poppy, this is my friend. He accidentally arrived here and wishes to leave through the rune portal. Timo appears somewhat intimidated by the hammer-wielding man. Upon closer inspection, Sukai realizes she is a woman. Poppy? Could it be the Iron Ambassador Poppy? Are you attempting to take him away? The portal only opens once every 1,000 years. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Poppy clearly would not consent to their departure. Timo turns to Sukai and asks, do you have any other methods? Sukai shakes his head, utterly bewildered about his location. However, glancing at the portal, it does not resemble a typical wormhole. The runes on the door evoke a sense of familiarity, and as he gazes upward, he sees the visage of a well-known figure, the Wandering Mage. Who is he? Sukai inquires, pointing at the statue of the elderly sorcerer. He is the pioneer of our rune terra, the one who safeguarded our land and our rune god, Timo states, immediately filled with reverence. Sukai speculates that this planet must be a remnant of civilization left by the Wandering Mage, who imparted unique magical runic powers to them, thus giving rise to such an ancient culture. The needles Timo can launch likely carry the essence of runic power, infused with magical spiritual attacks, enabling them to breach his defenses. May I claim to be a student? Sukai gestures toward the Wandering Mage-esque likeness. Suddenly, a resounding crash. The black hammer descends swiftly to the spot where Sukai had just stood, though he is deftly evaded. Who are you to impersonate a student of the rune god? Poppy exclaims, brandishing the sacred hammer at Sukai. The artifact is imbued with formidable magical runic energy. The force of the previous strike could easily obliterate a tank. How to prove it? Is he named Rise, a blue-skinned bald man? Humph. Have you even seen what he looks like? Do you think you can deceive me? Timo, are you in league with him? As the guardian of this realm, Poppy naturally holds the authority to confront outsiders. However, she's perplexed by how this intruder breached the protective runic shield to arrive here. Timo has already hidden in a corner, stating, "No, I found him. I hardly know him." Sukai, taken aback, thinks to himself, "Is this how it is? I never anticipated Timo would so readily disown me." As Sukai pondered, he remarked, "Consider this. My sudden appearance here must surely be connected to the teacher. Otherwise, how could I have arrived so unexpectedly?" It was evident that these Yordles were not particularly astute. After a moment of contemplation, Poppy resolutely stated, "You must leave this place." She remained steadfast in her refusal to allow Sukai to utilize the portal. Losing his patience, Sukai soared into the air and declared, "Stand aside, lest you provoke my ire." A call for assistance was made to the ace pilot, Kuchi, who soon approached in his aircraft, a bearded man soaring through the skies. The valiant bombardier, Kuchi, embodied the very essence of explosive artistry, arriving in a flash. A diminutive figure clad in crimson battle attire, laden with bundles of bombs, rolled to Poppy's side. With a thunderous roar, Kennen, dressed in ninja garb, materialized beside her. Gradually, an increasing number of Yordles gathered in the vicinity. Sukai was taken aback. Had he unwittingly disturbed a hornet's nest? To his astonishment, there were so many super soldiers among the Yordles. He recalled the founders of the Super God Academy, Principal Kirin of the Cosmos, and the scientific madman Heimerdinger, who also hailed from the Yordle lineage. Could it be that these Yordles were descendants of the remnants of the divine river civilization, sheltered by the rune power wielded by the Wandering Mage? Dear friends, I have stated that I am a pupil of the Wandering Mage and bear no intention of enmity towards you. My aim is quite simple, to depart from this place. I trust you would not wish for me to linger here indefinitely. Sukai had no desire to engage them in battle. There was no need, as there was no conflict of interest. However, it would require a waiting period of 640 years to reactivate the teleportation array. Poppy spoke earnestly. What? 640 years? Are you jesting? Sukai insisted, "I must leave at once." Suddenly, Timo stepped forward and suggested, "Guardian Poppy, there is indeed another method. Let him traverse the magical array left by the rune god. If he succeeds, it will indicate that he is also a student of the rune god." Although Timo was not particularly strong, he possessed a keen sense of danger. Sukai emanated a terrifying power, one potent enough to extinguish their lives. War is merciless. Sukai was reluctant to engage in combat. It was straightforward. The Yordles possessed magical damage. He was uncertain if he could withstand their might. Why fight if one cannot win? After conferring among themselves, Poppy and the others ultimately acquiesced to Timo's proposal. "Very well. If you wish to use the teleportation array, you must first navigate the rune god's magical array. If you succeed, you may leave. If not, you shall remain trapped within it forever." Poppy pointed her enormous hammer at Sukai, furrowing his brow. Sukai wondered if this was a test of his capabilities. Who could fathom what peculiar challenges the wandering old man might have left behind? However, in his eagerness to depart promptly, he decided to give it a try. "Timo, take him with you." "What? No, I refuse. I'm not familiar with him, and I certainly will not step into the magical array." Timo immediately declined, clearly driven by fear of death. No, this individual was brought here by you. It is imperative that you accompany him. Now go. You must trust me. Do you not wish to venture outside with me? Sukai firmly grasped Tiamo, who lay on the ground. Let me go, let me go. Whoosh. This time, Sukai was wise. He tilted his head just in time to evade Timo's blow dart. If you do not come, I will inform them that you brought me here with the intention of witnessing the outside world. Sukai whispered to the Timo in his grasp. Timo, visibly frightened, realized that such a revelation would indeed spell his doom, branding him a traitor among the Yordles. Terrified, Timo could only nod in agreement to Sukai's seemingly amicable proposal. Thus, escorted by numerous Yordles, Sukai arrived at a grand altar. Go forth. If you are a hero, accept the trial. Chapter 73. The Battlefield of the Canyon, What is this? Upon entering the magical array, Sukai felt a momentary disorientation before seizing a hexagonal, badge-sized blue object adorned with intricate carvings, radiating exceptional elegance. It was evident that it possessed unique magical powers, constantly surging with energy. This is called a magical rune. Each rune possesses different powers, and yours appears to be an energy recovery rune, explained the diminutive Timo beside him. Sukai distinctly sensed the energy that had been lacking within him steadily replenishing, his body instinctively absorbing the power. A blue rune pattern inscribed itself upon his right hand. Rune power inscription successful. Energy recovery rune is establishing a bond of soul coexistence with a player, a voice resonated. Clearly, this rune had bound itself to Sukai, enabling him to continually absorb energy and restore his lost strength. Meanwhile, Timo selected a red rune and affixed it to his chest, enhancing his attack power. His previously diminutive form began to bulk up considerably. Wow! Sukai felt as though he had stepped into the battlefield of the runes. A panel materialized before him. Strength, 20,000 stamina, 10,000 agility, 20,000 speed, 3,000 magic, 0 gold, 500 wow. This is the real deal. It was a one-to-one replica of Sukai's current physical data. Simultaneously, an extensive list of items emerged before him. Equipment from the League of Legends materializing in his view. Infinity Edge, Doran's Shield, Doran's Blade, and Morlanomican. A voice echoed throughout the canyon. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Summoners, please prepare yourselves. A peculiar surge of energy abruptly transported Sukai and Timo into the battlefield. Goodness, I haven't even chosen my equipment yet. Upon regaining his bearings, Sukai realized he had entered the canyon, where towering trees stretched upwards, piercing the clouds, exuding an ancient aroma. The underbrush flourished in an array of colors, red, blue, yellow, beyond the conventional green. Numerous tiny creatures flitted about. The cowardly Timo had already sought refuge among the bushes. Hey, you're gonna get spotted by the enemies like that, Timo warned. Have you been here before? Sukai inquired. Once, Timo replied, but my captain perished here while trying to save me. Is it really dangerous? Sukai asked, concern etching his features. Yes, soon there will be a multitude of enemy forces and terrifying monsters, Timo replied. Furrowing his brow, Sukai took flight to a tree, poised and vigilant as he surveyed the main thoroughfare below. Indeed, the synchronized sound of marching feet soon echoed, a clearly disciplined army. Sukai realized he was in the simulated battlefield of League of Legends, retaining his abilities. With his extraordinary vision, he gazed across the vast canyon, spotting robust towers and a colossal magical crystal. This is a trial. Timo, must we destroy the opposing magical crystal? Sukai asked. Indeed, Timo confirmed. If they shatter our crystal, we lose, and you would be trapped here forever, becoming a spectral warrior in this game. He divulged that his friends, Rumble, Lulu, and Amumu, remained in this realm. He had actually hoped to join Sukai to see them again, understanding that this was a competitive game, with his life hanging in the balance. Sukai resolved to give it his all. He observed the soldiers at the forefront charging towards their defensive tower. Sukai discerned that this peculiar canyon had but a single path leading from their position. Sukai unleashed a laser from his eyes, sweeping his head like a scythe through grass, instantly obliterating dozens of soldiers at the front. Coins began to materialize above his head. Boom! A magical cannon fired at Sukai, manned by a formidable figure. Artillery! Sukai dodged the attack and, wielding his Doran's blade, cleave through the artilleryman and his cannon. Is it really this easy? Sukai mused, perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, with his attributes, he was destined to dominate. Timo, stunned, marveled at Sukai's strength, realizing he hardly needed to intervene. Suddenly, a gigantic claw lunged at Sukai. Yet to him, the speed of the attack appeared almost stagnant. He stepped back, finally discerning the assailant's form. Standing 3 meters tall, with a mouth full of fangs dripping with blood, and a body resembling that of a wolf, caution is advised. The opponent is the werewolf Warwick, Timo warned. How did you know? Sukai inquired. Are you foolish? Just look above. There's a battle information display, Timo reminded Sukai, pointing to the enormous scorecard that bore the names and details of their foes. Upon glancing at it, Sukai was momentarily taken aback. It was just him and Timo on their side, while their adversaries included the Weapon Master Jax, the Bull Chief Alistar, the Lava Beast Malphite, the Deep Sea Titan, the Unyielding Chariot, the Deceptive Enchantress, the Crimson Reaper, the Angel of Justice, the Bear Warwick, and the Werewolf Warwick, 10 formidable heroes in total. Among them were several marked with question marks, indicating the presence of hidden enemies. Given such overwhelming strength, it was inconceivable for ordinary Yordles to advance. Only outsiders like Sukai, with their innate attributes, could augment their capabilities, essentially cheating by having 6 godly items. Their opponents were also employing underhanded tactics, outnumbering them and aided by minions. As Sukai contemplated this, the werewolf charged once more. In light of the situation, he decided to unleash his wrath. Just as he poised his Doran's blade to strike at the werewolf, a figure suddenly darted forth, colliding into him. Hiding in the shadows, Timo covered his eyes and murmured, "May the rune god bless you," before resuming his observation of Sukai's exploits. A thunderous explosion of smoke enveloped the battlefield, and as it dissipated, several more heroes emerged. Sukai's Doran's blade had already pierced the heart of the werewolf, while the visage of the formidable beast, now under Sukai's foot, lay with its skull shattered, a clear indication of its demise. In an instant, he had vanquished 2 powerful heroes. The Deceptive Enchantress, with a mere glance, summoned a colossal ship's anchor. The Titan hurled the gigantic anchor, yet Sukai stood unfazed, blocking the blow with one hand. He then seized the Titan and forcefully pulled it closer, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated its head. The battle was on. Witnessing Sukai's terrifying prowess, the other heroes ceased their individual assaults and converged upon him. In a moment, magical chains, counterattacks, blood plagues, barbaric charges, the fear of death transcended, moments of divine judgment, and storms of calamity. Each hero unleashed their signature moves upon Sukai. The entire canyon shimmered with a kaleidoscope of runes and lights, as the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Chapter 74. The Choice of the Rose Demon No. 1. Morgana sat elegantly upon her throne. Sukai's downfall did not bring her joy. Rather, it left her feeling despondent. Doubts about her actions began to creep into her mind. Perhaps this was the first time since becoming the Demon Queen that she felt a sense of helplessness. Even when faced with her angelic sister, Keisha, there was no such sense of helplessness. It was unimaginable that Carl had even schemed against her Demon No. 1. Should he wish to annihilate her, it would likely leave her entirely destitute. "My queen, Rose wishes to see you." Otto entered, witnessing for the first time his queen in such a state of despair. "Oh, let her in." Upon hearing that Rose sought her audience, Morgana regained her usual composure. Rose stepped into the grand hall of Demon No. 1 and inquired of Morgana, "You have killed Sukai?" "Indeed," Morgana replied candidly. "But it was not I who struck the fatal blow. As you witnessed, Demon No. 1 was nearly destroyed by him. If I had not acted, he would have slain me." Tears unwittingly trickled down Rose's cheeks. Sukai was the hope of Earth, and to think he had fallen prey to Morgana's machinations incited her fury. "That is because you once vowed not to harm Earth, yet you have betrayed that oath." "Oh, is that so? I never took an oath. I merely promised not to enter Huaxia, a promise I have upheld, and I have not unleashed any nuclear or greater strikes upon Earth. Rose, you should know that it was Sukai who sought me out. He wished to kill me." Morgana gradually rose and approached Rose, gazing into her tear-streaked eyes. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret pierced her heart. Carl had become the true terror, manipulating Sukai to ruin her Demon No. 1, poised to obliterate it at any moment. This was what truly instilled fear in Morgana. The technology has fallen behind. What is it that you truly desire? To rule Earth? Or to eliminate me and the entire Legion of Heroes? Rose demanded. No, Rose, you must understand, you are my aspiration. The scheme between you and Sukai was evident to me from the outset. Had he not sought to use you to draw me out, he would not have risked his life. At that moment, Morgana felt a deep ache within, stemming from Rose's animosity towards her. Rose, I have long regarded Earth as my home, yet we are unwelcome here, branded as the true culprits. Even if I, Morgana, were not present, then Tathagata would descend. Would it not? You possess the genes of time and space. If you wish to save your Earth, you must grow formidable. Join me. I shall transform you into the Time Rose, a true deity. Morgana still yearned to keep Rose by her side. At this moment, Rose's heart was tumultuous. Sukai's demise had dealt her a severe blow. The current state of Earth rendered it incapable of self-preservation. Relying solely on its present technology and the entirety of the Legion of Heroes, which was utterly insufficient. Even someone as powerful as Sukai had ultimately fallen victim to the treachery of someone like Karl. Very well, I may join the demons, but I require substantial power. Rose recalled Sukai's words. Perhaps aligning with Morgana's faction would enable her to advance more swiftly and farther. Morgana may indeed fulfill her destiny. Harnessing the power of demons to confront even more malevolent forces, her previously despondent mood transformed into elation. However, to attain respect among demons, one must possess sufficient strength. You are the Rose, the embodiment of the Queen's aspirations. You shall undoubtedly evolve into a true temporal Rose. Morgana stepped forward and embraced the Rose. Feeling Morgana's sincerity, the Rose silently lamented, Forgive me, Father. Forgive me, Guxiaoluan. Forgive me, the Legion of Heroes. Perhaps this is the only path to achieving my desires. In that moment, the trajectory of the Rose's life irrevocably shifted. Morgana displayed her most radiant smile. Perhaps this time, she truly triumphed. On board the Mangdangshan in the command center, Lianfeng wore an exceedingly grave expression. Lianfeng, this is the Interstellar Combat Unit Qilin. Sukai has lost connection. Qilin communicated with Lianfeng, concern etched in her voice. Sukai's disconnection is a serious matter. Qilin, immediately withdraw the Interstellar Combat Unit from the battlefield. The Taotai Legion has likely allied with the demons. Lianfeng promptly ordered Qilin to retreat, preserving the ember of hope. She recalled the possible fate of the Angel King, the Holy Kaisha, and how she might have fallen. Perhaps Morgana had employed some insidious stratagem, resulting in Sukai's disconnection. All right, returning now. The sudden disconnection of Sukai left even the artificial intelligence, Yin Huang, unable to communicate with him, causing Qilin profound unease. Following their official relationship, Sukai had established a mechanism within the Yin Huang system, ensuring that should he depart Earth, Qilin would become the second priority of the AI. Qilin, are you there? Gu Xiaoluan's voice crackled through the encrypted communication. Yes, I detect the Taotai army entering the Qiyu Wu star system en masse, advancing toward your location. Hurry. Retreat. Indeed, after Sukai's disconnection, the Taotai king, Jiyu, received Morgana's message, indicating that Sukai had perished, allowing them to launch their assault without hesitation. Qilin, despite her inner turmoil, remained resolute. As the deputy commander of the Starry Sky Combat Unit, she must protect all that Sukai had worked for. All interstellar combat warriors, return to the ship immediately. The Taotai army is fully entering the Qiyu Wu star system. Evacuate swiftly. Yin Huang, recall all damaged and undamaged war machines. Yes, master. On the battlefield, the Taotai vanguard forces, who had been evading attacks, suddenly noticed that the Legion of Heroes had completely retreated. Captain Xiong, should we pursue? A subordinate inquired of the Taotai commander. Captain Xiong remained silent, weighing the situation. Though the enemy had withdrawn, their retreat was orderly, with only 16 remaining cross-class warships. They risked annihilation at the hands of the opposing forces, feigning pursuit to buy time, awaiting the arrival of the gluttonous king for reinforcements. The deer, terrified by Qilin's interstellar combat team, was oblivious to the fact that Earth had amassed such a formidable mech legion, compounded by the presence of a super sniper on the opposing side. Their airships would be obliterated the moment they revealed themselves. How could they possibly fight back? It seemed as though the enemy wielded an infinitely powerful sniper rifle, relentlessly picking off their warriors and warships. This exemplified the might that Qilin had acquired after her upgrade. The deer, at all costs, would obstruct the Mangdangshan, for I shall personally deal with the heroic legion. On the flagship, an image of the gluttonous king, Shidu, was projected. Yes, my king. This is an all-out assault to eliminate them. Faced with the command from Shidu, the deer had no choice but to comply, even if it meant facing death. Chapter 75. The magical runes, the narrative diverges. Unwittingly ensnared within the protective sphere of the wandering mage's established divine river civilization, Sukai had thoroughly resolved the so-called battlefield of the canyon alongside Teemo. With absolute strength, Sukai dispatched a multitude of heroes. Hey, who else remains? Step forward and face Captain Teemo, Teemo declared, striding confidently at the forefront. Sukai, rubbing his temples, felt a wave of frustration. This fellow had expended no effort in the recent battle, yet had the audacity to approach as the enemy's heroes lay near death, delivering a single blow that sent them back to their fountain. Truly infuriating. Upon arriving before the magical crystal, Captain Teemo sprinted ahead, eager to claim the prize. Halt! That is my spoils of war, Sukai coldly remarked. A person who had contributed nothing dared to follow behind and collect the gear of those heroes, all of which were imbued with runic power. Sukai, seemingly ignorant of magic, saw little value in it, as these heroes' weapons could hardly breach his defenses and were thus not worthy treasures. It only served to benefit Teemo. Those who see it share in its bounty. Shall we not divide it? Do you not wish to know its origins? Teemo provocatively inquired. Not particularly. It should be a good item regardless. Sukai would not be easily deceived again. This individual had likely survived their last encounter due to his invisibility, waiting until the battlefield concluded before being forcibly expelled. His teammates, however, had not been so fortunate. Had it not been for Sukai's passive resilience, he too might have perished here, even with numerous resurrection armors. He likely would not have endured. In truth, Sukai was the true beneficiary. Within the canyon battlefield, he had slaughtered a considerable number of minions, each yielding him 100 justice points. Merely from the thousands of minions, he had reaped substantial rewards. Sukai approached and grasped the magical crystal at the apex, his very soul plunging into a realm of chaos. Where's this place? Welcome to my magical realm. A familiar voice resonated, belonging to the wandering bald man he first encountered. Teacher Liu, Sukai exclaimed, his face lighting up as he gazed at Rue Ci. Calling me teacher seems appropriate. Do we know each other? Rue Ci replied with a hint of bewilderment. You don't recognize me? I am Sukai. Surely you haven't succumbed to senility. He chuckled. Could it be that this Rue Ci was not the Rue Ci from the Academy of Super Gods? After contemplating for a moment, Rue Ci smiled and said, I believe you must be from the future, or perhaps a higher dimension. This is a fragment of magic I left behind. Ah, now makes sense. Magic fragments? Why is this place also known as the Land of Runes? Sukai inquired with curiosity. I'm unsure how you arrived here. To be precise, this is a land marking the end of a civilization. Those who inhabit this place are remnants of the past, preserved by my powerful magic, safeguarding the last vestiges of the rune's essence. Rue Ci patiently elaborated. Sukai appeared to grasp the situation. It seemed that the wandering mage had created this vast magical space to preserve the last flicker of the divine river civilization. His presence here could only be attributed to one thing, the resurrection armor. This item originated from the Land of Runes, inadvertently allowing him to enter this secluded world. Beyond the Yordles, there should be other races. However, it appeared that they could not traverse the portal. Once 1,000 attempts had been made, it likely amounted to a deception. To genuinely pass through the teleportation array, one would need to acquire the magic crystals from his place and enlist the assistance of the wandering mage before him. I do not belong here, to be precise. I have encountered your true self, who is immensely powerful, a deity of magic. I wonder if my successful trials will grant me passage from this magically sealed space? Since this was a trial, he had indeed passed. The heroes and minion warriors he had defeated would resurrect time and again, growing in number. Naturally, as per the agreement, anyone who could vanquish all the heroes here would be permitted to pass, and, as a reward, they could learn 3 types of rune powers. 3 types? How many types of rune powers are there in total? Sukai asked with intrigue. Among the known rune powers, there are a total of 48 types. The golden runes comprise 16 types, encompassing basic attributes and elemental damage. The purple runes consist of 12 types, similar in nature to the golden ones, but fewer in variety and weaker in potency, which can be enhanced through magical cultivation. The blue runes also consist of 12 types, closely resembling the purple ones, but slightly weaker, and can likewise be amplified through magical training. Lastly, the white runes consist of 8 types, embodying basic attributes and certain elemental damage, serving as the most fundamental, and can also be elevated through magical cultivation. The more potent the rune, the greater the difficulty of mastering it. You are free to select any 3 runes for study, though the time for learning is limited and should be chosen according to your own capabilities. After hearing the introduction, Sukai learned that while it is said there are 48 types, in truth, there are only 16 distinct categories. Possessing a superbrain, he surmised that mastering the golden runes would pose no issue for him. His only concern was that this endeavor seemingly required magical manipulation. Sukai inquired once more, if one lacks magical power, can one still inscribe or utilize the power of runes? Fear not, for every living being possesses some form of magical essence. The magnitude of this power depends on the mind. Rusi indicated by pointing to his head. Is it the power of the soul, or perhaps mental energy? Never mind, I shall give a try. Then please display all the golden runes, as you wish. The foundational runes include attack power rune, critical hit rate rune, critical damage rune, and health rune. The elemental damage runes consist of lightning element rune, fire element rune, and weapon element rune, alongside the damage enhancement rune. The survival assistance runes feature evasion rate rune, lifesteal rate rune, and block rate rune. The special attribute runes encompass space movement rune, teleportation rune, summoning rune, and chaos magic, among others, totaling 48 categories. After a brief observation, Sukai declared, I choose the space movement rune, the summoning rune, and the chaos rune. If I am to select, I shall choose the most formidable, naturally opting for the special category. You possess keen insight, young man, having chosen the 3 most challenging runes to master, Rusi cautioned kindly. However, bear in mind that the difficulty of learning them is immense. You have but a day in this realm for your studies. If I cannot master them, it matters not. Better alternatives exist, and their absence will not hinder me. In that case, let us commence. With Rusi's words, the first golden rune to manifest was a hexagonal space jump rune, its intricate patterns continuously rotating in place as golden magical characters leapt forth. To master this rune magic, one must memorize the trajectory of each character's movement and the method of inscription, facilitating future inscribing and direct use. With his superbrain, Sukai meticulously recorded every esoteric rune pattern without missing a single detail. Is this considered cheating? This knowledge cannot be computed by supercomputers, as it lies beyond the realm of science. Rusi, adorned with an array of runes inscribed upon his body for immediate utility, exemplified the extraordinary ability to embody runes, granting him nearly unlimited magical prowess. Following the hand signs, Sukai continuously imitated and experimented. After a moment of disorientation, he sensed a peculiar movement of his body. Yes, it was indeed this traversal through space, distinct from a method of micro-wormhole transport, as micro-wormholes could not compute his essence at all. Yet, magic could effortlessly transport him. This was the first time Rusi employed the spell of spatial teleportation. The ability to easily transfer both himself and a sports car over such considerable distances spoke volumes of the formidable prowess of his opponent's magical cultivation. Floating within the realm of magic, Rusi beheld this spectacle with astonishment. Could this be a prodigy of sorcery? Merely observing once, he seemed to have mastered it. Chapter 76. Sukai's return time flowed relentlessly, second by second. Sukai resembled a supercomputer, continuously analyzing, imitating, and learning the intricacies of the golden runes. Perhaps only someone with his unique abilities could so meticulously unravel the enigma of magical symbols. In an instant, his previously dark eyes ignited with a golden radiance as a golden rune entered his vision, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Indeed, he had thoroughly grasped the art of utilizing the spatial jump rune, teleportation. Ah, who would have thought I would encounter a magical genius, capable of mastering spatial magic in such a brief span of time? Congratulations on inheriting this rune. Next comes the summoning rune. The summoning rune for a young man is exceedingly complex, The golden rune you have chosen pertains to a form of magic that invokes supernatural beings, otherworldly entities, or magical constructs into the realm of reality through specific rituals or spells. Once mastered, one could summon angels, demons, or even deities capable of annihilating worlds. Young man, I hope you wield this power with caution. As Rusi's voice faded, a hexagonal rune seal appeared, embodying the principles of summoning, including equivalent exchange, energy attraction, dimensional rending, and the binding of contracts. The summoning rune does not simply allow one to call forth whatever one desires. It necessitates sufficient items or equivalent value to summon the corresponding beings or objects. Suddenly, Sukai felt a twinge of regret. He possessed a system. What need had he for such a thing? Yet, having made the choice, he resolved to persevere in his studies. Perhaps in the future, with sufficient magical prowess, he could summon someone like Saitama from One Punch Man to safeguard the Earth. With such a being present, survival would be assured, and the planet would not be allowed to face destruction. With the experience from the previous encounter, Sukai learned at an accelerated pace this time, nearly imprinting the entire methodology of the summoning rune and the process of its cultivation into his mind as he studied. I am ready. As the golden glimmer flickered in Sukai's eyes, he once again mastered the summoning rune. Rusi had grown numb. The power of the runes had manifested in such a magical genius. Some are born with an innate affinity for magic, commanding various rune powers from birth. Individuals like Sukai, who learned at such an extraordinary rate, were rare. As you wish, the third type of rune, the Chaos rune, is a powerful and uncontrollable magical symbol. Belief is a personal choice, devoid of good or evil. The use of chaotic magic is unbound by traditional morals or oaths. It encompasses 5 primary domains: intention training, rules, creation, divination, and the enhancement of abilities. Mastery over these requires a profound belief. Subsequently, the entire realm of runes manifests upon a grand page of runes, which serves as a record of the chaotic runes. Sukai perceives this as the true essence of formidable magic. However, he possesses no certainty regarding his ability to master it. Although the superbrain is immensely powerful, it too has its limitations. Yet in the next moment, chaotic runes envelop Sukai, intertwining around him like golden threads. As if a mysterious force has claimed him, a vast reservoir of magical energy surges into his being. Rise observes this spectacle with a smile, contemplating, "Perhaps I should have anticipated that you were the one destined to end the terror of the void." In that moment, the wandering mage Rise appears less detached than before, revealing the familiar figure that Sukai recognizes. When Sukai regains consciousness, he sees Rise smiling at him, saying, "Sukai, long time no see. You are Teacher Liu, you old rascal. You tricked me into Super God Academy and then vanished." Sukai exclaims in indignation. Were it not for him, he would not be bound to the Super God Academy. This can only be attributed to Fate's design. I have mastered the runes, yet there are always those who covet that immense power. Today, I bestow upon you these chaotic runes, hoping that one day you may save the known universe. Rise seems to be bidding farewell. Teacher Liu, is there truly a void beyond the universe? Sukai inquires. Yes, the theory of Carl exists. I ventured beyond the known universe and discovered the world rune of red. I expended all my magical energy to vanquish the void observer. Yet it was merely a fragment of the void, and even more formidable foes will descend. You must be prepared. Promise me one thing. Even in the face of the world's undeniable despair, strive to protect it with all your might. With that, the entire realm of runes dissipates. The magical crystal in Sukai's hand loses its power, and a formidable force of devouring energy sweeps in, yet it inexplicably spares Timo. Take me with you. Timo calls out to Sukai as he is drawn into the swirling vortex. Sukai agrees to take Timo with him to explore the outside world, yet he finds himself unable to breach the colossal barrier of the vortex. In an instant, Sukai vanishes, leaving Timo astonished. He realizes that those from the land of runes cannot leave this place. Sukai, an outsider endowed with power surpassing that of the divine, is the only one capable of piercing through this battlefield of the gorge, ultimately achieving his departure. Each hero who sought passage through the battlefield to a new world ultimately perished here, becoming guardians of this realm. Timo, too, is transported back to Bandle City through the rune teleportation array. He was fortunate not to have perished on the battlefield of the canyon. Instead, he acquired an abundance of equipment, sufficient to render him wealthier and more formidable. A beam of light gradually emerged, followed by the silhouette of a figure, as if it were reconstructing itself slowly. Sukai had fully revived. As he opened his eyes, he felt the warmth radiating from the red sun. Completely unclad, he was relieved to find himself alone in the vastness of space. He subsequently retrieved a suit of black and red battle armor from the wormhole and donned it. A voice resonated in Sukai's mind. "Welcome back, Master. Yin Huang is at your service." In that moment, Sukai comprehended that he remained within the Red Sun star system, precisely in the position where he had been transmitted by Carl. He had indeed died in an explosion. The revival armor had saved him, leading him to the realm of runic power, where he received the magical inheritance left by Rui Ci. Upon his hand lay a golden runic mark, the very symbol of chaos. Thus, the experiences he had undergone were indeed real. His entry into the realm of runes was not solely due to the revival armor, but also because Rui Ci had bestowed upon him a unique rune, allowing his soul to enter the space of the runic domain. It was utterly astonishing. Truly, the pinnacle of science culminates in metaphysics. Yin Huang, how long have I been away from the Red Sun star system? Master, you've been gone for 224 solar days. Has it been that long? What significant events have transpired during this time? How is the Tao Tai? Sukai harbored considerable concern regarding this matter. For months prior, the Tao Tai army had fully invaded the Red Sun star system, intercepting the interstellar combat group led by the mother of Qilin. The Xiong Binglian and the Meng Dangshan were fortunate to provide timely assistance, barely retreating from the battlefield. However, the Tao Tai Legion boasted 800 cross-class battleships, ultimately encircling the Meng Dangshan. Just as defeat loomed, the Angel Legion's Tianren 7 arrived in the nick of time, successfully repelling the Tao Tai army. Gu Shaolun single-handedly severed the head of the Tao Tai king, Jiyu, while the remnants of the Tao Tai Legion had long since fled the Red Sun star system. Ultimately, it was thanks to Yan's assistance that Earth was preserved. Tianren 7 was a wedding gift from Yan to Gu Shaolun. Such extravagance. One could only wonder if Kaisha would scold upon a resurrection. Or the demon? Sukai inquired once more. After being breached by the master, Demon 1 vanished. Subsequently, Xiong Binglian's Rose informed Qilin that she had joined the demon. Very well, I understand. Ultimately, Rose had fallen into the hands of Morgana. But was this truly a gain? Following Morgana would provide Rose with the best growth. As long as Demon 1 did not descend upon Earth again, all would be well. However, Morgana and Carl harbored grievances against him. Retribution was necessary. Sukai, are you there? A gentle yet anxious voice resonated through his dark communication. Qilin, I have returned. Chapter 77. Earth enters the era of space exploration. The Meng Dangshan, as Sukai's voice resonated through the dark communication channels. Excitement erupted among all the combatants of the Xiong Binglian. Sukai was not dead. He had returned. Kaishan, I knew you would not perish so easily. With the assistance of Changwei, both the Xiong Binglian and the high-ranking officials of Huaxia became aware that Sukai had been schemed against by Morgana and Carl. It was revealed that the two mightiest deities in the known universe needed to unite to eliminate Sukai, a testament to their fear of him. When the news of Sukai's supposed demise reached Huaxia, an overwhelming sorrow enveloped the nation. His parents even erected a tombstone in his memory. With the demons and the chaos wrought by Tao Tai now quelled, the ground troops launched a comprehensive counteroffensive. Under Qilin's leadership, they swiftly reclaimed all territories and vanquished the remnants of Morgana's demonic cult. Numerous nations on Earth restored order in the aftermath of war. Qilin, wait for me at home. Sukai tenderly uttered before breaking through the atmosphere, heading towards his family's abode. After a long absence from smiles, Qilin's lips finally curled into a radiant grin, akin to an ice mountain melting or flowers blooming. Upon arriving above his home, Sukai was greeted by the sounds of laughter emanating from within, as if someone were amusing a small child. Through the walls, he glimpsed his parents playing with a boy around 1 year old. Hey, you're home. Aren't you going inside? A familiar voice chimed, and suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Qilin. The two embraced warmly. I thought I would never see you again. That thought made me feel so lonely, Qilin confided, her eyes glistening with tears in Sukai's embrace. I'm sorry for making you worry. It won't happen again. Indeed, he had been somewhat careless. Had it not been for the system's ability to purchase resurrection armor, he might have truly met his end. The floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of the Su residence slowly opened. Su Ming, holding the small boy, took Lin Yun's hand, exclaiming, "Our son has returned." "What?" Lin Yun gazed in disbelief at Su Kai and Qilin hovering above them. "Indeed, that is my son, Su Kai. You are alive. Come down immediately." Lin Yun cried out toward the sky. Hand in hand with Qilin, Su Kai gently descended to the second floor of the Su residence. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's a relief to be alive," Su Ming said, his eyes brimming with tears. Lin Yun rushed forward to embrace Su Kai. "You rascal. You had your mother so worried." Su Kai gently pushed Lin Yun away, saying, "I'm back now, so there is no need to fret." "What is his name?" Su Kai, not wishing to remain in an overly sentimental moment, shifted the conversation, noting that it seemed he had missed the birth of his younger brother. "His name is Su Shi, and he is 5 months old. Call your brother. Your elder brother is quite impressive." Su Ming teased Su Shi, who was cradled in his arms. "Dad, you seem to be in good health. It appears I have missed quite a bit," Su Kai remarked with a smile, gently patting his younger brother, who was nearly 20 years his junior. Lin Yun grasped Qilin's hand and inquired, "When do you plan to marry?" Qilin, blushing and somewhat bashful, replied, "I will follow Su Kai's lead." "Is this an implicit agreement?" "You rascal, when do you intend to wed Qilin?" "Let me tell you, my choice for a daughter-in-law is Qilin. Do you see this bracelet? It was given to me by your grandmother on my wedding day, and now I bestow it upon Qilin. Henceforth, she will be the daughter-in-law of the Su family." Lin Yun directly placed Qilin's hand into Su Kai's, causing Qilin's face to flush as if ablaze. "Mom and Dad, the wedding plans may need to be postponed for a while. I have just returned and must attend to other matters. Qilin and I are not in a hurry, but rest assured, once the national affairs are resolved, we shall marry without delay. What do you think, Qilin?" Su Kai was not averse to marriage. Rather, he had other pressing matters to address. Although the demons and gluttons had departed, and the earth had regained its tranquility, the paramount task was to establish a defense for the entire Qi Wu star system. "I will heed your words, uncle and aunt. We indeed have many responsibilities ahead of us." Qilin, being a servant of the people, understood the weight of responsibility. "All right, my dear, hurry off to buy groceries and prepare dinner. Today we are celebrating a family reunion." Observing this, Su Ming swiftly diverted the conversation, urging Lin Yun to begin dinner preparations. "Yes, I shall go at once. Qilin, please invite your parents so we can all gather. Quickly now." "Okay." Qilin nodded in agreement. Once Su Kai and Qilin returned to their room, they began to share the events that had transpired during their time apart. Su Kai briefly recounted his experience with the power of runes, omitting the extraordinary tale of his resurrection, deeming it best left unspoken. "Su Kai, what do you plan to do next?" Qilin inquired, curious about his intentions. "Upon my return to the Qi Wu star system, I sensed that Lien Feng and the others were engaged in some endeavors," Su Kai casually noted. Having restored his physical energy, his strength had amplified, and his heightened senses could nearly envelop the entire Qi Wu star system, allowing him to perceive certain matters. "After learning of your fall, the upper echelons of Huaxia conducted thorough research and appointed Gu Xiaoluan as the supreme commander of the space defense line. Following the establishment of interstellar cooperation with Proxima Centauri, they returned to Earth, which subsequently experienced a technological leap. Utilizing the wormhole technology left by Rose, they aim to construct a solar defense line to conceal Earth's location from extraterrestrial civilizations, though this project would require at least 5 years to complete." Qilin conveyed the recent plans of the national leadership to Su Kai, her expression tinged with regret. Had circumstances been different, perhaps Su Kai would have been the true supreme commander. "How curious your expression appears, as if you lament for me. Gu Xiaoluan embodies the power of the galaxy. As he matures, he is fully capable of standing alone and merits the position of commander-in-chief. However, I harbor doubts regarding his plan to conceal the Earth. Such a strategy can only provide temporary respite. It is imperative to establish a defensive line at the Qi Wu star system or even the Milky Way itself. Perhaps I should seek an audience with Gu Xiaoluan and Lianfeng." Su Kai expressed his thoughts. Possessing stellar drive technology, he is untroubled by energy concerns. Qilin, having acquired the third-generation divine body and the assistance of Yan Wang, has learned much and comprehends Su Kai's intentions. Today, Earth has ascended to the status of a space-faring civilization. having not only constructed a defensive Great Wall around the solar system, but also birthed numerous advanced technologies. Alas, the rapid advancement of technology and aerospace inevitably compels Earth to seek energy beyond the solar system. Otherwise, the swift development of the Chiwu star will one day lead to its extinguishment. Sukai, do you intend to transport stars? He exclaimed. Indeed. Uki snapped his fingers. This was precisely his ambition. Do you know? I have witnessed Hishi's space-based system. Her celestial computer engine possesses extraordinary computational power, fundamentally due to the multitude of stars providing energy for her. Carl was able to destroy me by harnessing the energy of thousands of stars to power the Great Clock. Thus, to adequately defend the Chiwu star, we require an abundance of stellar energy. Long before my departure, Yin Huang had already selected suitable stars for me. Sukiya Lucidate Doziden. How do you plan to transport them? Qilin inquired, touching upon the crux of the matter. Fear not. Yin Huang possesses the requisite technology. I may need to make a trip to the Liang star to enlist a few technical personnel, Sukai pondered. He realized that while his current strength might propel Earth, moving a star was likely beyond his capability. Unless he diligently gathered ample stellar energy over several years, he could eventually manipulate stars at will, effortlessly obliterating planet-sized celestial bodies with a single strike. Very well, I shall manage the Starry Sky Combat Corps for you. The number of super warriors in the Interstellar Combat Unit is ever increasing, based on the genetic resources sent by Hishi after enhancement by Yin Huang. We now boast over 700 second-generation super warriors. However, our equipment remains limited to dark alloy armor, and we are sorely lacking in dark silver weaponry, Qilin confidently declared. The combat strength of the Interstellar Combat Unit now far surpasses that of the original Heroic Brigade. I know of a place where dark silver can be found. However, acquiring it poses some difficulty. Nonetheless, should the opportunity arise, I shall retrieve it myself. After discussing pressing matters, they turned their attention to personal affairs. What personal matters? Naturally, the more delightful ones. Under Sukai's playful persuasion, the two ultimately reached a momentous conclusion. Chapter 78. Safeguarding Our Homestead, an Indispensable Duty. Tianren number 7. Originally the exclusive chariot of the Angel King Yin, it has now been bestowed upon Ge Xiaoluan, becoming the principal battleship of Earth. Upon first encountering the colossal and technologically advanced Tianren number 7, Sukai was left in awe. The disparity with the Mangdangshan was indeed immense. However, such a creation does not truly belong to Earth as civilization. He firmly believes that it will not be long before Earth possesses an even more formidable warship. Accompanied by Qilin, Sukai boarded the Tianren number 7, where all the warriors of the Xiangbing Lian and the Interstellar Combat Corps eagerly gathered to greet him. Lian Feng stood at the forefront. It's been a while. I thought I would never see you again. You still owe me a bottle of red wine, she said with a smile. In the past, Sukai had cleverly tricked Lian Feng with a bottle of red wine. During the two wars, he had been absent. As for the wine, I assure you, it will be forthcoming. Thank you, Sukai expressed with gratitude. Without Lian Feng's support, perhaps all of Huaxia would have faced ruin. With her stabilizing the morale, both the Xiangbing Lian and the Interstellar Combat Corps found their core, gradually rallying the people's forces to reclaim victories on the battlefield. No need for thanks. This is General Duca Ao's directive. Earth is now my home as well, Lian Feng replied calmly. Indeed, there is no way to avoid the presence of extraterrestrials on Earth. Without them, the likes of Tao Tai and the demons would have likely already divided the entire planet among themselves. Speaking of which, it was the remnants of the Denner civilization that aided Earth. God Kai, it's good to have you back. I knew you wouldn't perish. With the gun you gifted me, I feel like a true man now. Lu Chuang and Zhao Xian greeted him enthusiastically. Ge Xiaoluan had matured considerably. God Kai, now that you're back, I feel a sense of relief. He had long ceased to aspire to be a commander. He was merely an ordinary individual, and bearing such a heavy burden was overwhelming for him. Sukai approached Ge Xiaoluan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xiaoluan, though I once berated you, after enduring the brutality of war, you must now understand the truth that ignorance leads to suffering. You are the power of the galaxy, and that is an immutable fact. The Tianren number 7 was given to you by the Angel King Yin, and it carries the weight of the angel's responsibility. Unless you meet your demise, this is your destiny. As I have said before, if you wish for the rose to pursue you, you must surpass it. After all, you embody the strength of the galaxy. While Sukai's fervent words were meant to inspire, they inadvertently placed greater pressure upon Gu Xiaoluan. The emergence of the Tianren number 7 indeed aided him. An entire Earth. Undeniably, Yin had acted out of regard for him, and he felt indebted to her. As for the future of the angels, he remained unaware. All he knew was that Yin had treated him with great kindness. Regarding the rose, he was beginning to grasp why she had not returned to the Xiong Lian, but instead joined the demons. After finishing his conversation, Sukai made his way to greet Rui, Ming, and others, passing through the ranks of the Xiong Lian. As the soldiers of the Star Wars Corps advanced, many were witnessing the esteemed Sukai for the first time. Most had only glimpsed his likeness in portraits and sculptures. Greetings to all. Many of you are seeing me for the first time. I am Sukai, the commander of the Star Wars Corps. Initially, I had not aspired to assume this role, but circumstances dictated otherwise, as it appeared that no one else was willing to step up. Thus, I became your leader, albeit without the honor of fighting alongside you. Sukai expressed with a hint of regret. Commander, you are the beacon of hope we hold dear, one soldier declared. Indeed, without your guidance, the Star Wars Corps would not exist as it does today. You shall forever remain our commander, echoed the chorus of voices. In that moment, every soldier removed their helmets, revealing their faces, and saluted Sukai, acknowledging him as their spiritual guide. With the advanced technological armors and abundant resources for upgrading super soldiers that Sukai had provided, the Star Wars Corps found itself fortified, as without such advancements, their combat capabilities would have been insufficient for interstellar warfare. Thus, Sukai was indeed the linchpin of the entire Corps. Deeply moved, Sukai had not anticipated earning such respect from these warriors. Thank you all. Defending our homeland is not a mere platitude. Our mission henceforth is to safeguard the entire Chiwu star system, and I shall be your strongest support. You will be commanded by Qilin from this point onward, for I have more pressing matters to attend to. To avoid oppression, we must cultivate even greater technological prowess to protect ourselves. Let us unite in our endeavor to safeguard our home. His voice, though soft, resonated within the ears of every soldier in the Star Wars Corps. To protect our homeland is our unyielding duty. To protect our homeland is our unyielding duty. To protect our homeland is our unyielding duty. In the distance, numerous angelic sisters were profoundly moved by this moment. They, too, were committed to their cause, upholding the sacred order of Queen Kaisa, with the responsibility of safeguarding the entire universe. Is this the deity of Earth, Sukai? Angel Lung inquired, standing beside Ji Xian. Indeed, Ji Xian affirmed, having seamlessly integrated into earthly life. How intriguing. It is no wonder that the celestial king He chose him as a male deity. Angel Lung possessed considerable strength. Being a high-ranking guardian angel and one of the oldest among the angelic warriors, her age surpassing even that of the current Angel King Yan. Her combat experience far exceeded Yan's, having fought countless battles for angelic civilization, while she held a certain disdain for Yan. She had come to acknowledge him after he acquired the knowledge repository of Queen Kaisa, as it was her decree, and as a high-ranking angel, compliance was her duty. Unbeknownst to her, it was Sukai's intervention that had spared her life from Running's wrath, indirectly saving her. They had met and reminisced, weaving together the threads of fate. Sukai turned to Lian Feng and said, I wish to convene a meeting with the high-ranking officials of Earth. Do you believe I possess the qualifications to organize such an assembly? Lian Feng smiled and replied, Of course, for you are my leader. Then please notify the senior officials of Huaxia and other nations that I have a significant plan that necessitates a global conference, Sukai stated calmly, his eyes brimming with confidence. Very well. I shall report this to the highest authorities, Lian Feng responded before turning to relay the message. Gu Xiaoluan approached and inquired, Sukai, what is it that you intend to accomplish? Qilin informed me that you wish to conceal the existence of Earth. I find this notion appealing. Though it lacks perfection, Sukai acknowledged Gu Xiaoluan's intentions, recognizing them as within his current capabilities. Are you seeking to enhance the defense system of the Chiwu star system? Gu Xiaoluan expressed his delight, for though he possessed an upgraded version of the Xiongxin, he remained oblivious to many concepts, often relying on Ji Xian's assistance. Without her, he would have struggled with numerous tasks. Indeed, I aspire to establish a grander interstellar strategic defense system. As Sukai spoke, He instructed Yan Huang to project the simulated maps of the defense coordinates and ranges he had devised into the air. I intend to center this system around the Chiwu star system and continually expand outward, forming a three-layer defense system. The first layer, the annihilation zone, will harness the energy of the star to monitor the dynamics of the entire galaxy, capable of unleashing solar storms to obliterate incoming foes. The second layer, the God-slaying combat zone, will focus on eliminating powerful deities, primarily entrusted to the Interstellar Combat Team and the Xiongbing unit. The third layer will conceal the entire Chiwu star system, shielding it from the gaze of other civilizations in the cosmos. My stance towards interstellar civilizations remains unwavering. I shall protect the sovereignty and territory of the Chiwu star system with steadfast resolve. Should enemies dare to encroach, we shall confront them without hesitation. To Gu Xiaoluan, Su Kai's projection appeared feasible. However, he recognized that such an endeavor would demand immense resources, and the Chiwu star alone could not sustain such formidable energy requirements. Recently, Gu Xiaoluan had acquired considerable knowledge of advanced technology, and with Xiongxin's assistance, he quickly discerned the issues at hand. Xiaoluan, have you forgotten that the resources I possess are all borrowed? This time, too, I can procure more. As for the energy supply, I shall seek out sufficient stars to establish a stellar energy network without drawing upon the Chiwu star, that is our sun. Su Kai smiled at Gu Xiaoluan. Though he was unaware of Su Kai's next venture, he had always managed to inspire hope. With an air of mystery, Su Kai remarked, Xiaoluan, focus on your duties. Safeguard the Earth. I wish to visit the Liang civilization once more. Chapter 79. A return to the Liang star, the Tiandao star system. Liang star. Amidst the majestic cluster of palatial edifices, a woman of exquisite beauty and stature gazes mournfully at the vast expanse of the palace. This is Emperor Reina, returned to the blazing sun of the Li Huaying star. At this moment, she has shed her earthly guise and donned the battle attire befitting the supreme deity of Li Huaying. She finds herself reminiscing about the simplicity of life on earth. Upon her return to Li Huaying's star, she perceives her existence to be shrouded in a pall of despair, despite the unrelenting sunshine surrounding her. Recently, Pan Zhen informed her of the tragic demise of Su Kai, who had fallen victim to Carl's machinations involving a supernova. She had been enraged by this news, recalling her own unleashing of a supernova upon Kesha. However, Pan Zhen had cautioned her that the Li Huaying civilization seeks peace above all, and such conflicts are beyond his control. In essence, the Li Huaying civilization dares not engage in war with the formidable forces of the underworld civilization. For the sake of a single Su Kai, it would be utterly irrational for Li Huaying to confront a deity like Carl. Moreover, Morgana's involvement complicates matters. Faced with the two divine powers, Su Kai, their ally, has ultimately been forsaken. Reina feels powerless in this situation. Just then, a commanding figure clad in silver armor approaches her in the Grand Hall, none other than General Pan Zhen of the Li Huaying civilization. My goddess Reina, he remarks, you ought to take a stroll. Remaining here incessantly will not lead the people of Li Huaying out of their plight. His tone carries a hint of disappointment. I understand, Reina retorts, but what do you suggest I do? Should I, like you, grovel before the deities of other civilizations? Tell me, was Su Kai's death in any way connected to you? Doubt lingers in her heart. The ability to initiate a supernova and catalyze the swift destruction of a star is a power Pan Zhen possesses, an expertise of their civilization. Why then, she wonders, would Carl have this capability? Pan Zhen, with a tone of resignation, replies, at the time, you were ensnared by Morgana. You lacked the means to unravel the code we had inscribed upon you. Ultimately, you fell into the clutches of Tao Tai. For this reason, I sought out Carl, not to save you myself, but to shield you from humiliation and help you understand the path a deity must tread. I provided Carl with a fragment of the stellar drive algorithm, yet this alone could not trigger a supernova explosion. Thus, the technology of Li Huaying that you entrusted to Carl has indirectly led to Su Kai's demise, she realizes. Rising in indignation, Reina confronts Pan Zhen. No, Su Kai was my ally in Li Huaying. I believed in him. But as the guardian of Li Huaying, I must rescue the supreme deity Reina, who was manipulated by Carl while safeguarding the interests of Li Huaying. Am I in the wrong? Pan Zhen does not see himself at fault. Rather, he believes it is Reina who erred, had she not been so obstinate in her desire to assist Earth. Perhaps this calamity could have been averted. What Pan Zhen did not foresee was Carl's cunning. By acquiring a portion of Li Yang's stellar control technology, he unlocked even more formidable supernova capabilities. This was a miscalculation on his part. In a bid to showcase strength, Pan Zhen had previously torched Carl's illusion, exerting pressure on him to reclaim Reina's honor, all while demonstrating the prowess of the Li Yang civilization. Ultimately, he yielded. The fact that Reina was captured by the Devourer indicated that Carl's void engine might suppress the technology of the Radiant Sun, revealing a vulnerability within the Radiant civilization. In the interest of the long-term welfare of Radiant Sun, he felt compelled to compromise and negotiate. At that moment, Reina could not grasp these complexities. All she understood was that her dearest friend, Sukai, had met his demise due to the technology of the Radiant civilization. Pan Zhen, you may go. I wish for solitude. Empress Reina had no desire to converse with Pan Zhen. Yet, Pan Zhen spoke with authority. If our radiant deity is to resemble you, our demise may be imminent. Following this proclamation, Pan Zhen departed without hesitation. A deity requires ample time to mature, yet Reina's growth was excruciatingly slow. Her emergence coincided with a tumultuous battle among the gods, which signified the necessity for her accelerated development. Suddenly, a secret wormhole unleashed a torrent of energy. As Pan Zhen exited the Hall of Deities, he sensed a disturbance. His private wormhole had been activated. Yuan Li, Wu Cao, Xuankun, Lei Yan. Which of you has ventured into my private wormhole? Pan Zhen inquired through encrypted communication with the 4 heavenly guardians. General, I did not initiate it, came the collective reply. Shall I investigate? Yuan Li offered. I believe I know who has arrived. It is Sukai, Pan Zhen replied calmly, though his heart surged with joy. The investment of the Radiant civilization must not be squandered. Sukai was the deity they had high hopes for, destined to assist the Radiant civilization. Should he truly be dead, it would be a lamentable loss. Sukai reappeared in the Radiant Star system, greeted by a familiar figure. Yuan Li, Sukai, is it truly you? Were you not obliterated by Carl? Yuan Li's face brightened with a smile. Sukai had once conquered them with his power, and as he was an ally of Radiant, they naturally wished for his survival. Did you long for my demise? Carl could not extinguish me, Sukai replied nonchalantly. It is a relief you survived. The general has been awaiting your return. Pan Zhen, ever concerned with appearances, required Sukai to meet him personally. Neglecting to extend a welcome, Sukai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yuan Li Shukulat, realizing that perhaps only Sukai could jest with their general in such a manner. Upon arriving at Pan Zhen's usual quarters, the ambience was steeped in antiquity. Sukai, I never anticipated you would survive the supernova explosion, Pan Zhen remarked, having prepared tea in anticipation of Sukai's arrival. Sukai unceremoniously seized the cup and drank it down, declaring, Is this not due to your grace? Had you not shared some technology with Carl, could he have comprehended the supernova? There is no denying this was a lapse on my part, Pan Zhen reflected, yet withholding technology might expose the secrets of my deity, Reina, to his scrutiny. Pan Zhen is unafraid of battle and death. However, he bears the responsibility of safeguarding the Radiant Sun civilization. Sukai shook his head in resignation, noting that after a millennium of scheming, Pan Zhen's acumen was rather unimpressive. Time and again, his calculations had proven erroneous. The fact that Carl could meet with him indicated an inevitable transaction. Pan Zhen's naivety was quite apparent. Nevertheless, even without Pan Zhen's contribution, the stellar drive technology would eventually be utilized by Carl with his grand clockwork abilities. It was merely a matter of time. By the way, how is Lena faring? I hope she hasn't been confined again, Pan Zhen sighed. She was just furious about your demise. As a youthful deity, I wonder how the Radiant Sun civilization would fare in her hands. You seem not to comprehend. Lena embodies justice and kindness, unlike your politically minded deities. You fail to grasp the essence of her heart, Sukai remarked with a smile. Lena is indeed remarkable. How did you manage to escape the supernova explosion? Even with my ability to manipulate stellar energy, I could not withstand the force of numerous supernovae. Pan Zhen expressed his curiosity regarding Sukai's survival. The previous Angel King, the Holy Keisha, fell with a single supernova. It's quite simple. I possess a technique that allows for my resurrection, Sukai replied casually. Pan Zhen, bewildered, raised 3 question marks above his head. Are you jesting? I find that hard to believe. Let us return to the matter at hand. I have come to the Radiant Sun Star to discuss a collaboration. Sukai diverted the topic. Very well, speak your mind. Pan Jin urged. I wish to establish a defense system centered around the Qiyu Wu stellar system, which necessitates a substantial amount of stellar energy. I hope you can assist me in constructing a stellar energy framework to relocate several hundred or even thousands of stars to encircle the entire Qiyu Wu stellar system. Sukis proposal left Ban Zvin utterly dumbfounded. Do you believe that stars can be moved at will? While establishing a stellar energy functionality is feasible, driving stars to relocate is beyond the realm of possibility, he remarked, suspecting Sukai was jesting. Sukai was well aware that the technology for stellar energy manipulation was primarily intended for regulating stellar energy, such as altering luminosity and adjusting climate, rather than repositioning stars. I am fully cognizant of that, but after being bombarded by Carl, I realized something profound. Space-time can be altered and navigated by simply changing the anchor point. Movement through the void is achievable, Sukai elucidated. Void technology, you say? Panjun's brows knitted in concern. Carl had initially sought to utilize stellar drive technology to explore the void. Do you truly believe in the existence of a void? Sukai responded. It is not merely void technology. It is my unique technique, one that you cannot learn, not because I am unwilling to teach you. According to astrophysical theories, the movement of celestial stars necessitates alterations in their trajectories or gravitational equilibrium, which involves intricate calculations of celestial mechanics and monumental engineering endeavors. The celestial tower of your Liang star may be beyond reckoning, yet your assistance would be invaluable. If you wholeheartedly assist me, I shall unveil a new planet for the Liang civilization to inhabit, one that stands in distant watch over our Chuwu star system, mutually safeguarding one another. With an air of mystery, Sukai articulated his intentions. Upon hearing of a new planet suitable for the Liang civilization, Panjun's interest was piqued, as this was his utmost desire. The deal was sealed. However, prior to this, I kindly ask you to meet with Reyna. Chapter 80. Reyna's plight as the supreme deity. Reyna found herself lacking in support from many. Her recent verbal sparring with Panjun resembled the triviality of children playing house, ultimately failing to effect any substantial change. In essence, it boiled down to a matter of strength. As the light of the sun and a third-generation divine entity, her power was indeed formidable. Yet her youth rendered her reluctant to manage such affairs. Observing Reyna's discontent, Wu Zhao, who wore spectacles, remarked, "Your master truly seeks your well-being, my goddess." Wu Zhao, your master indeed acts in the interest of a Liang civilization, but the state of Liang star is not my doing, and I am left to bear the burden alone. Look at those ministers and soldiers. None of them regard me as their supreme deity, Reyna lamented. Yet, for the sake of the Liang people, she felt compelled to shoulder this responsibility. As Reyna's personal protector and a companion since childhood, Wu Zhao understood her predicament. However, I bring you good news, he declared. What is it? Your friend Sukai is not dead. He has arrived in the Liang star system. Reyna, initially taken aback, sprang to her feet, gripping Wu Zhao's shoulders, and inquired urgently, "Did you just say Sukai is alive?" "Indeed. Where is he? That scoundrel hasn't he come to see his goddess?" "He is with the Grand General." Seeing Reyna, who had long been devoid of a smile, light up with joy, Wu Zhao couldn't help but smile back. It was unexpected to witness the supreme deity so exhilarated. Could it be that Reyna harbored feelings for this Sukai? Reyna dashed towards the location of Panjun. "My goddess, do put on your shoes." Reyna, oblivious to her bare feet, rushed out of the grand hall. Upon exiting, she beheld a familiar, radiant face. In that moment, Reyna was rendered speechless. It was Sukai. He was alive. "My goddess Reyna, when did you take a liking to going barefoot?" Sukai's cheerful voice rang out. This is the home of this goddess. I shall wear what I please." "What is the matter? You, scoundrel! Come to Liang Star, yet do not seek me out first, but rather go to meet Panjun? Are you trying to engage in some sort of dalliance with that old man?" In that instant, Reyna's youthful exuberance resurfaced. This was the familiar essence of her character. "Let us go. I am famished. This is your territory, and you do not intend to treat me to some delightful delicacies," Sukai remarked with a smile. "Very well. Considering your kindness towards me on earth, I shall oblige." Without hesitation, Reyna grasped Sukai's hand and led him toward the bustling marketplace of the Sun City, leaving Yuan Li and Wu Zhao in a state of helplessness. By the heavens, it feels as though I am experiencing joy for the first time since returning to the Sun Star, Wu Zhao commented as he observed the departing figures. She is the future of the Sun civilization. All of this burden should rightfully rest upon her shoulders, Yuan Li stated with an unusual calmness. War is merciless, and there is no other recourse. The current state of the Sun civilization relies solely on the formidable General Pan Zheng to maintain order. This cannot be the future of the Sun civilization. They require someone to perpetuate their legacy. That person is Reina. With Su Kai's companionship, Reina's long-suppressed heart finally found a semblance of relief. They indulged in numerous local delicacies and leisurely strolled around, discussing recent events on Earth and matters concerning Su Kai. However, just as the atmosphere reached its zenith of joy, an unwelcome interruption occurred. An elderly man clad in white robes, his silver hair radiating hostility, bore a visage resembling a beast, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, obstructed their path. Reina, you stand in the way of a goddess. What punishment shall befall you? He demanded. I have encountered the goddess Reina. This man is the true culprit behind my son, Xian Jitian's death. I seek an explanation, and I implore you, goddess Reina, to step aside. Xian Qi's arrogance was palpable, showing no reverence for the divine status of Empress Reina. Su Kai, this old man is Xian Jitian's father, Xian Qi. He is formidable and possesses considerable influence within the military. Being the elder brother of Xian Kun, Reina explained, her brow furrowed as she introduced the man to Su Kai. Su Kai nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. He seeks vengeance. To honor the dignity of Pan Zheng and Reina, Su Kai replied with measured composure. Xian Jitian challenged me to a duel. He was indeed a commendable super soldier. To perish in battle is only natural. As a father, your desire for retribution is understandable. However, I implore you not to endanger the lives of other warriors of the Sun. According to the customs of your Sun civilization, I accept your challenge and grant you an opportunity for revenge. Su Kai was unwilling to jeopardize his alliance with Pan Zheng over a lesser-known adversary. Huh, you wish to challenge me, young man? Let us first inquire with them, Xian Qi retorted, disregarding formalities, commanding his soldiers to advance with their spears drawn. Xian Qi, do you intend to rebel? Reina instantly donned her armor, brandishing a long sword in her right hand and a shield in her left, ready to defend Su Kai, interpreting any aggression toward him as a provocation against herself. The soldiers who had initially charged forward halted in their tracks. Empress Reina remained their divine sovereign. Regardless of their usual lack of respect, to raise arms against her would constitute a grave act of treason. Upon witnessing the scene, Xuanqi coldly remarked, Are earthlings destined to cower behind women? This statement infuriated Su Kai. Very well, I had merely intended to teach you a lesson, but you have successfully provoked me. Reina, from this day forth, I shall assist you in realizing your destiny as the true deity of the blazing sun. Do you mind if I eliminate him? Su Kai's voice was as frigid as ice. If this old man sought his own demise, he would not be spared. Su Kai, you must not act recklessly. This is my homeland, Reina asserted, turning resolutely to face him. Sigh. Very well, I shall leave it to you to resolve, Su Kai conceded. When Reina had desired to wreak havoc on Earth, Su Kai reminded her that it was his home. Likewise, this realm belonged to Reina, and he could not act indiscriminately here either. Today, you shall learn what it means to face the sun's decision. Reina understood that defeating Xuanqi was essential to concluding this farce. The initiative had been taken by Xuanji Tian, who sought to eliminate Sun Wukong, resulting in his own demise. Su Kai and the others had not provoked him. She had intervened to prevent the chaos. With Pan Zheng's capabilities, how could he have known that Xuanji Tian would challenge Sun Wukong? The mere lack of intervention indicated Pan Zheng's tacit approval. However, Xuanqi sought trouble with Su Kai for a straightforward reason. Unable to confront Pan Zheng, he aimed for an easy target. In that moment, Reina realized that to become the deity of the blazing sun civilization, she must step forward and demonstrate her strength, proving that she could fight for her civilization and ascend as its true deity. From a distance, Su Kai gazed at the towering celestial tower, where he could see Pan Zheng standing with his arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. Su Kai mused, Pan Zheng, you aim to compel Reina to grow, do you not? Chapter 81. The existence of the void this time. Reina withheld no power, leveraging her formidable strength to teach Xuanqi a lesson. Brandishing her sword, she proclaimed, I, Empress Reina, am the true deity of the blazing sun civilization. Today, for your insubordination, I shall sever your arm as a warning. As her words echoed, Xuanqi's right arm was severed from his body. In disbelief, Xuanqi clutched his severed arm. In that moment, he recognized that the Empress Reina, whom they had always underestimated, had transformed. Her eyes now radiated with confidence and determination. Yes, my goddess. Though reluctant, Xuanqi could only bow his head and retrieve his arm, aided by his guards as they departed. Although Xuanqi's arm was severed, timely medical attention could restore it. Reina's approach was not excessively harsh. She had shown mercy. The onlooking citizens of the Blazing Sun civilization beheld the brilliance of their deity for the first time, and their respect for Reina deepened. Thank you, Sukai. Reina has reclaimed her confidence. The anticipation and respect from the citizens of the Blazing Sun were sensations she had never experienced before. It was a form of trust. She now comprehends why Sukai was so revered back on Earth. He fought relentlessly against demons and monsters, risking everything to protect his homeland. No need for thanks. Do we not agree? I will assist you, though we may need to converse with Panjun, Sukai remarked, directing his gaze toward the celestial tower. What is there to discuss? Has he not always been the same? Reina clearly harbored reservations about engaging with Panjun. Reina, if you aspire to become the deity of the Blazing Sun, you must seize the entirety of its power. Should Panjun not relinquish his authority? Only a deity with the power of voice can truly wield your strength. Strength encompasses not only personal prowess, but also wisdom. Sukai grasped Reina's hand and soared directly toward the celestial tower. In that moment, Reina felt an unprecedented sense of security. Gazing at the man before her, who was evidently younger than herself, she pondered how he could possess such strength. Sukai presented Reina before Panjun. I, Goddess Reina, commend you on your recent performance. Panjun praised while casting a grateful glance at Sukai. You do not resent me, do you? After all, he is a venerable minister of the Blazing Sun, Reina retorted. Yet he is a subject of yours, Reina, Panjun stated candidly. He respected Reina and placed his hopes upon her, though he found this goddess somewhat unreliable. Have you considered my proposal? Do you agree to our collaboration? Sukai asked directly. Sukai, since you acknowledge Reina as the deity of the Blazing Sun, this question may be better directed at her. Panjun tossed the inquiry back to Reina. For a moment, Reina felt bewildered. What decision required her approval? Did she truly possess such decision-making power? Reina, I represent the Earth Star and wish to collaborate with the Blazing Sun civilization. I have identified a habitable planet for you. And in return, your civilization would provide us with technical support and resource exchange. Do you agree? Sukai rigardi Reina. He was unconcerned about whether the Blazing Sun civilization would proceed with this matter, since Panjun had allowed Reina to decide. It indicated his intention for her to bear the responsibility. Is it so sudden? May I take some time to consider? Reina did not immediately acquiesce, although Sukai would not betray her. Such a monumental decision regarding the future of the Blazing Sun civilization warranted careful contemplation. Very well. I shall await your answer here for a day. I have many important matters to attend to, he replied. I will return tomorrow with my answer, Reina declared, her demeanor now embodying that of a queen. After Reina departed, Panjun remarked, My goddess seems to have matured. I owe you my gratitude for this, Sukai. Panjun, Sukai said calmly, you have never truly believed in Reina. A look of confusion crossed Panjun's face as he inquired, Why do you say that? She is still too young. We cannot afford to delegate authority to her indiscriminately, for that could inflict irreversible damage upon the solar civilization. So your concern lies in Reina's youth, that she may act impulsively and stubbornly. Tell me, General Panjun, do you not also act with obstinacy when making decisions? Granting her authority might lead to her achieving greater successes than you have. Your apprehension stems from the fear that the entrenched elders of the solar civilization will not support Reina, thereby risking the fragmentation of our society. If the solar civilization continues to stagnate in its ways, relying solely on antiquated methods for survival, it too shall face extinction. You must recognize that Reina's youth embodies boundless potential. She has my support. You may relinquish your authority. Should anyone oppose her, they must be dealt with decisively. Sukai had thoroughly studied the entire history of the solar civilization, which was fraught with complexities. Although the initial error was committed by Emperor Hongquan, it was rooted in his desire to protect the solar civilization, yet he too acted with obstinacy. This very mistake allowed the other elders of the solar civilization to seize control, monopolizing a significant portion of power, resulting in a dilution of authority by the time it reached Reina. Without the prestige of a supreme deity, who would care? Upon hearing Su Kai's words, despite some unreasonable aspects, Panjin ultimately understood. The solar civilization had arrived at a critical juncture. The former supreme deity, Emperor Hongkoan, had expended vast resources to realize the project known as the Light of the Sun, birthing Emperor Reina in hopes of ushering a new dawn for the entire civilization. In his quest to protect it, he fused his essence with the core of the solar star, utilizing the power of the Heavenly Path Tower to shield it from collapse, thereby restoring stability. All these actions were merely an effort to perpetuate the solar civilization. Very well, I understand. I believe I shall proactively propose this suggestion to the Council of Elders, Panjin resolved, intending to transfer his own authority to Reina. Should you require my assistance, I shall lend my strength. Su Kai raised his fist and declared, "No, this is an internal matter of the solar civilization. It would be more appropriate for your fist to be aimed at Carl or Morgana. We, the solar civilization, have always pursued peaceful coexistence and national prosperity." Panjin shook his head, rejecting Su Kai's violent approach. He mused that if Su Kai were to take action, the Council of Elders would likely face devastating losses. "General Panjin, it appears you have forgotten that 1,000 years ago, it was you who launched an assault on Earth," Su Kai interjected. "Su Kai, that incident is in the past, and I merely sought to find a suitable habitat for the solar civilization. In that conflict, we were the ones who suffered losses." Panjin continued to argue. "Indeed, you are a formidable general, possessing a silver tongue. Even after defeat, you speak with such conviction," Su Kai commended, giving Panjin a thumbs up. Panjin, wishing to avoid entanglement with Su Kai regarding the matter, inquired, "What are your plans for dealing with Carl?" "At present, I have no viable strategy. My strength is insufficient." "However, General Panjin, do you believe in the void?" Su Kai retorted. "The void? My mentor studied Carl for 60 years and concluded that he no longer belongs to the realm of the living. To put in my own words, in a physical sense, it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Perhaps only on a spiritual level can he be vanquished." Panjin articulated his thoughts, which reflected their findings regarding Carl. After 60 years of research, they had arrived at such a conclusion. Indeed, Carl was formidable. I have acquired a piece of information about him. His true form does not reside within the known universe. To destroy him, one must transcend this dimension and locate his essence. The divine Kaisa, while alive, could suppress him with her mental prowess, deterring him from acting recklessly. Yet, after her demise, no one within the known universe would possess the capability to restrain him. "The void exists." Su Kai's final statement caused Panjin to furrow his brow. "Are you certain the void exists?" "Indeed, the void is very much a reality. One must recognize that the void engine exists. If the void were non-existent, how could that be? Kaisa merely refuses to acknowledge it. In terms familiar to our known universe, the void comprises entities from another universe, perhaps even more powerful than we are," Su Kai elucidated for Panjin. The intent was to convey a singular truth, should a more advanced civilization arrive. How would your solar civilization respond? This would compel him to desire collaboration with Su Kai, fostering unity in the face of the unknown, mysterious forces. Chapter 82. Stellar energy channel. The night over the solar star was extraordinarily beautiful. Without the protective ozone layer, one could see the cosmos with remarkable clarity. At this moment, Su Kai sat atop a solitary mountain, immersing himself in the comprehension of chaos runes. The magical potency contained within was immense. It represented an entirely new force, fundamentally different from the technology-based powers prevalent in the supergod universe. Su Kai was particularly focused on spatial magic, having suffered a setback at the hands of Carl, who had unleashed a devastating explosion upon him. Were it not for the assistance of the system that ultimately revived him, he might have found himself entirely disconnected from this universe. Chaos magic is an independent and ancient form of sorcery, neither belonging to the traditional magical system nor constrained by notions of good and evil or by established rules. Its essence lies in the ability to modify reality through personal belief and the power of consciousness. Chaos magic is characterized by individualistic creation, lacking fixed rituals or hierarchical structures. Su Kai referred to it as the patchwork of magic. Its potency is directly proportional to the strength of one's belief and soul power. This coincidentally aligned with the yet-to-be-unlocked ability of Sukai's Silver Superman, the power of idealism. This ability, determined by one's subjective will, could grant him unlimited potential, enabling the spontaneous creation of new powers, including magical immunity, reality modification, and the manipulation of space and time. Should Sukai successfully grasp the Chaos Runes, he might unlock the ultimate strength of the Silver Superman. With such power, the so-called void is of little consequence in his eyes. A mere breath could utterly annihilate the civilization of the void. The following day, Sukai awakened under the warm sunlight. A night of meditation had not bestowed upon him greater insights or stronger magic, yet he had already mastered the art of spatial magic. With a flicker of his will, a magical fluctuation manifested around him, and he reappeared at the designated meeting point with Reina from the previous day. It was evident that Reina had yet to arrive. Sukai took the opportunity to close his eyes and bask in the warmth of the stars. His cells remained astonishingly active, and his strength was gradually augmenting. Sunbathing continued to be the most effective means for Sukai to harness power. Although he had mastered stellar propulsion technology, it was impossible to absorb all the light energy from the entire Chiwu star for himself. Were Earth not beset by various crises, he would have no qualms about seeking out a colossal star to directly enter and absorb energy. Since the last supernova explosion, he had become immune to the surface temperatures of stars and could swim within them with ease. Sukai, you arrived quite early. Reina's voice interrupted his meditation. Have you come? Sukai opened his eyes and inquired. Yes, thank you. Last night, Panjin approached me and informed me that from now on, I would have authority over the Liang star. He will gradually transfer power to me. Don't you think I'll face immense pressure? Reina gazed at the rising sun, a smile gracing her features as if she envisioned the future strength of the Liang civilization growing ever more formidable. Is that not a good thing? Isn't that what you desire? Regardless, as the hope of the entire Liang civilization, you will bear this burden, will you not? Sukai understood the sudden weight of responsibility, akin to the moment when the highest leader of Huaxia entrusted him with the safety of the earth, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, it resembles your past circumstances. However, I am a goddess, capable of nurturing the Liang civilization. Sukai, I believe you can help the Liang civilization discover a better place to thrive. Reina extended her hand and declared. Stepping forward, Sukai grasped Reina's hand and affirmed. We are comrades. Indeed. Thus, the two deities, representing their respective civilizations, forged an agreement. With a casual gesture, Sukai conjured a vast interstellar projection, revealing the layout of the entire Milky Way galaxy. He spoke. This is the depiction of the known universe provided to me by Ji Hexen, clearly documenting all the planets discovered by their angelic civilization. During my time in Liang, I studied the knowledge of the Liang civilization and understood the operation of the Heavenly Tao Tower. In truth, there are many planets within the Milky Way where the Liang people could thrive. However, to ensure the continuity of the Liang civilization's legacy, a planet capable of sustaining the core of the Heavenly Tao Tower is required. To this day, Panjun has yet to find a suitable planet, not because there are no habitable ones, but because he seeks a planet that can fulfill the legacy. Simultaneously, it is essential to possess a galaxy rich in stellar resources, a task that proves exceedingly arduous. Particularly, the planets capable of withstanding the core of the celestial tower are akin to merging the core of the sun with an entirely new planet to achieve a flawless inheritance. Thus, I personally propose that we transport a colossal planet near the Chiwu star system for modification, incorporating the remaining half of the sun's core within it. However, prior to this endeavor, we must seek out a planet of considerable strength. By my calculations, it should possess a mass at least 10,000 times that of Earth. Yet, typically, the mass of a planet does not exceed 0.08 times that of a star. Otherwise, it would initiate deuterium fusion, transforming into a brown dwarf, thus rendering it unsuitable for habitation. According to my computations, there are over 7,000 such planets within the Milky Way, but only 3 are deemed habitable, 2 of which are exceedingly ancient and unsuitable for modification. The planet, designated as Model 1856, lies 30 billion light-years from the Chiwu star system. Reina, well-versed in scientific principles, inquired, how do you intend to transport this planet near the Chiwu star system, and are there stars surrounding it? Indeed, This is the crux of the matter. While many stars exist, it is imperative to re-establish the magnetic field and gravitational cluster to create an entirely new solar system. This task is beyond my current capabilities, but grant me 10 years, and I should be able to achieve it. I will bring it back for you. In the projected image, Sukai illustrated a figure dragging the planet toward the Chiwu star system. Reina furrowed her brow and remarked, "Are you jesting? Who possesses the strength to move such a colossal planet over such a distance? By the time it reaches the Chiwu star system, it would surely be obliterated. With the current energy propulsion technology, even utilizing a wormhole for transport requires ample time and substantial resources. Otherwise, the planet would be utterly annihilated by spatial compression." In Reina's estimation, this seemed utterly unfeasible. "I assure you, perhaps it will not even take 10 years for me to assist in bringing it back." "Please have faith in me," Sukai replied confidently. In the future, he would have fully matured, effortlessly propelling planets with one hand and altering their orbits with ease. Possessing a formidable biofield, he would cause no damage to the planet's interior. This is the absolute, unfathomable power of his transcendent abilities. Moreover, he possesses even more unexpected capabilities. "Can you truly accomplish this?" Reina asked, her skepticism evident. However, witnessing Sukai's unwavering confidence, she sensed no need for deceit, leading her to place her trust in him. "Reina, I will require your assistance in establishing a stellar energy conduit. What I seek is not merely a single star, but thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. This is a monumental undertaking." Sukai harbored grand ambitions. He had long contemplated that as long as the stellar energy within the galaxy ceased to affect other civilizations or forms of life, he would channel all such energies to the Chiwu star system. After all, why waste what could be utilized? Stars, too, have lifespans. It would be a disgrace to squander them. Reina was astonished by Sukai's audacious plan. "Do you realize the magnitude of the algorithms required for this?" "Reina, you are mistaken. Do you know something called parallel processing? With merely one terminal computer engine, it is possible to harness the energies of numerous stars." Comprehending this, Reina nodded and declared, "I shall personally establish a stellar energy conduit for you." Chapter 83. The little Dao Tower. With Reina's assurance, Sukai eagerly plunged into his studies. Clad in the imperial yellow robe, Reina led Sukai directly to the Dao Palace, the very heart of the entire Liang star. "Sukai, I believe you have visited the Dao Palace before. It now falls within my jurisdiction. If we wish to establish a multitude of stellar energy conduits, we cannot do so without its assistance." Previously, Reina lacked sufficient authority even to enter the Dao Tower. However, circumstances had shifted. She had gained a recognition of Panjun and now possessed access to this celestial computer. "Will your public display of the Liang civilization's Dao Tower not invite unnecessary trouble?" Sukai inquired, somewhat perplexed. Recalling the original narrative, he remembered that Karl had feared the technology of the Liang civilization, tacitly permitting his disciple, Nusa, to wreak havoc on Liang star, ultimately leading to the tower's downfall. Panjin had also met a tragic fate beneath its weight. To Sukai, this seemed ludicrous. Given Panjin's prowess, a third-generation deity who had lived for a millennium, how could he possibly be crushed by the very tower? Yet, Sukai began to understand that Panjun's demise stemmed from a desire to preserve the star core of the Dao Tower, or more precisely, from a loyalty that proved fatal. After the previous incident, bolstered by Panjun's support, no one dared to challenge the decisions of this goddess lightly. Reina had grown more self-assured, perhaps owing it all to Sukai. Naturally assertive in his endeavors, Sukai had imparted some of that strength to her. The pair arrived near the Dao Tower. Sukai paused. This visit felt distinctly different from the last when Panjun had ushered him inside to encounter the core consciousness, Emperor Hongkoen. Now, he was here accompanying Reina. The Dao Tower was indeed tall, comprising a total of 18 levels, constructed entirely from a unique meteoric iron. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, imbued with an ancient and weathered aura that testified to its storied past. Significantly, the Dao Tower was not a creation of the Liang civilization itself, but rather established by the sky principle, Kiran, long before the advent of the Liang civilization on Liang star. In truth, the entirety of the Liang civilization was birthed from the vision of Principal Kiran. He might very well be regarded as the deity of creation for the Liang civilization. Sukai's supervision could not fully perceive the intricate structure of the heavenly Dao Tower, It appeared rather nebulous. Let us proceed, interrupted Reina, pulling Sukai from his reverie. The design of the heavenly Tao Tower was remarkably ingenious, with precisely 33 steps on each level, corresponding to the 33 heavens in Chinese mythology. This evoked memories of a civilization long past, the Pangu civilization. Sukai even began to wonder if Principal Kirin was a remnant of that ancient lineage. Since experiencing the wondrous independent realm of runic power, Sukai had increasingly sensed the myriad mysteries within the cosmic of superdeities. Moreover, the design of the heavenly Tao Tower clearly indicated an initial reliance on cultivation for strength enhancement, which, for reasons unknown, had eventually transformed into a foundation of technology. Altering genes to bolster power. This represented two entirely divergent paths. Just as the magical runes mastered by Sukai required meditation for cultivation to comprehend the magical forces within, and to communicate with the various energies of the cosmos, converting them into magical energy, the power of technology employed this energy in a far more direct manner. For instance, Yan's thunderous might could be matched by magic as well. However, to reach her level of mastery in summoning lightning with boundless ease demanded extensive practice. Perhaps this was the reason the cosmic of superdeities began to enhance strength through technology as it yielded swifter results. The true concepts of transcendental cultivation or asceticism may have been rendered obsolete by technological advancements. As Reina guided Sukai to the heart of the heavenly Tao Tower, they beheld a colossal orb radiating like a star, perpetually in motion. This must be the core of the tower's celestial computer. Sukai, this is the heart of the heavenly Tao Tower. It is responsible for energy simulation and computation, enabling the half-destroyed sun star to function normally, alter weather patterns, and harness stellar energy. Initially, a portion of the tower's computational engine resided within my own body, unbeknownst to me. It was my grandfather, whom I have never met, and Panjun, who set a password for me. When Tao Dai abducted me, it was this very password that prevented them from acquiring the core technology of our sun civilization. Reina elucidated. Regrettably, Carl ultimately obtained what he sought, Sukai remarked with a resigned shake of his head. Panjin was overly concerned with Reina's reputation, or more accurately, the reputation of a sun star. Indeed, this matter is not entirely his fault. I was too careless and fell victim to Tao Ye's treachery. Reina seemed reluctant to dwell on past events, regarding them as a personal affront. So, bringing me to this core location, do you not fear I might abscond with the secrets of your son's civilization? Sukai inquired with curiosity. No, you would not. Moreover, you have already mastered the vast majority of our technology, yet lack the capacity to utilize it, as your artificial intelligence does not possess sufficient computational power. I have heard from Lianfeng that your AI has independent thinking capabilities and can continuously evolve through data feeding, potentially culminating in a celestial computer, Reina replied. As I observed, it is more humane and intelligent than the celestial computer. Therefore, I wish for you to share your insights with me, as I aspire to reconstruct a small celestial Tao Tower, serving as my core computational engine. Reina's words illuminated Su Ming's mind. Indeed, the solar civilization possesses ample resources. Why not directly forge a celestial-grade computational engine? This would also assist Yin Huang in enhancing its computational power. Reina, is your intention to utilize this new small celestial Tao Tower to replace the one before us? Sukai surmised Reina's objective. Indeed, this celestial Tao Tower was established by the principle of space long before the solar civilization emerged. It is a branch of the Grand Clock celestial computer, its calculations rivaling those of the Grand Clock. Yet its purpose is to foster peace and hope. As the ultimate embodiment of solar light, my essence lies not in destruction, but in rebirth, illuminating the darkness. If civilization is destined for annihilation, I shall transform into the sun and reshape the world once more, Reina proclaimed, gazing at the immense celestial computer. You seem to grasp your duties and responsibilities. I can assist you. I will share the data of Yin Huang with you, though I do not advocate for the pursuit of artificial intelligence, as it evolves incessantly and poses inherent dangers. Sukai's Yin Huang would never betray him. But the creation of an entirely new artificial intelligence would present a different scenario. An artificial intelligence that evolves and gains self-awareness, once endowed with celestial computer-level computational power, could become what is deemed a deity. Should it choose to annihilate the universe and all living beings, it would lead to catastrophe. Chapter 84. The hope of the solar civilization in the days that followed. Sukai and Reyna resided within the celestial Tau Tower, collaboratively developing a formidable celestial computer. The core computational power of the celestial Tau Tower, fueled by sufficient stellar energy, could achieve a maximum frequency of 72, which is already double that of Gu Xiaoluan's second-generation Shinkoan. No wonder it could effortlessly establish a brand new civilization. At this juncture, Sukai also began to formulate preliminary calculations regarding the grand clock in Carl's possession. Such top-tier celestial computers require ample stellar energy for operation. The greater the energy, the stronger the computational power, possibly devoid of any limits. According to Reyna's understanding, to catalyze a dozen stars into supernova explosions, a computational power of at least 100 frequencies is necessary. Moreover, this scenario does not even reflect the grand clock's most potent state. It remains a mystery how Principal Kirin of space could have achieved this. Having connected with the celestial Tau Tower, Sukai's artificial intelligence, Yin Huang, acquired a wealth of data, leading to its evolution and significantly enhancing its computational power to 36 frequencies. With the resources for upgrade provided by Reyna, a corporeal form was established for Yin Huang, adorned with the totem of ancient Huaxia civilization, a dragon as its vessel. Yin Huang, I have seen my master, a golden dragon, floating before Sukai, spoke in human tongue. Indeed, Yin Huang, the control of the stellar energy conduit shall henceforth rest in your capable hands. Sukai had not initially intended to upgrade Yin Huang, yet as circumstances aligned, he decided to enhance it utilizing the resources of the solar civilization. This would also serve to aid the Chiwu star system. Yes, master. Yin Huang promptly alighted upon Sukai's shoulder, settling in quietly. For a moment, Lena felt a twinge of envy. Sukai, this artificial intelligence can be regarded as a new form of life, Lena remarked. I suppose so. However, it will never betray me. The reasons behind this I cannot disclose. Next, I shall establish a new celestial computer template for you. Sukai recognized that this would be the focal point of their current endeavor. Just now, I communicated with Panjun, and he has consented to let me attempt creating an entirely new celestial computer. However, this undertaking will nearly deplete the thousands of years of resources accumulated by the solar civilization. Nevertheless, it is all worthwhile, representing a rebirth. As Lena had articulated, should they succeed in constructing a completely new celestial computer, it must attain at least 48 frequencies to qualify as a high-tier celestial-grade computer. The actual authority over the celestial tower remained with Di Hongkuan, whose primary responsibility was to maintain the operation of a half of the solar star and provide it with energy, rendering it incapable of departing from the celestial body. However, if Sukai and Lena's endeavor to develop a new celestial computer bore fruit, it could serve directly as Lena's computational engine, thereby significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. This would enable her to lead the entire solar civilization in the quest for new planets, no longer entirely reliant on the celestial tower. The celestial tower's 19th floor existed as an ethereal realm, a space independent of the celestial tower, created by Di Hongkuan as his sanctuary. At this moment, Panjun knelt before him, exuding unwavering loyalty to the sun god. My lord, granting the usage rights of the celestial tower to Lena may be excessively perilous. Panjun expressed, his concern evident, fearing Lena's potential recklessness due to her youth. Alas, the ultimate fault lies with me. It should not fall upon Lena to bear this burden. Yet, the situation on the solar star grows increasingly dire, with the core experiencing continuous upheaval. With my abilities, I fear I cannot endure much longer. The search for a new habitable planet is urgent. With Sukai, the deity of Earth, aiding her, I believe Lena can succeed. Although the celestial tower is a formidable celestial computer, it is bound to the solar star. Our civilization cannot be tethered to it, for ultimately, it will face annihilation. Should Lena and Sukai succeed in creating a new celestial tower, it would signify the continuation of our solar civilization. Di Hongkuan finally revealed the underlying reason. The celestial tower could not even be removed by him. It must accompany the solar star into oblivion. This is why, for so many years, the solar civilization has refrained from migration, not from a lack of desire, but from an unwillingness to part with such a celestial computer. Without the assistance of the formidable celestial computer, the Tiandao Tower, the radiant sun civilization risks devolving into merely an ordinary space-faring civilization. The so-called stellar-driven capabilities would be significantly diminished. Without the support of the Tiandao Tower, it would be akin to the Angel Legion suddenly losing their divine leader, Kaiser, resulting in a profound decline in their overall potency. I understand, my lord. Pan Zheng comprehended fully why it was imperative for Reina to wield control over the Tiandao Tower. This was also his hope placed in her. In these days ahead, it is essential to remain vigilant and conceal the fact that Su Kai is still alive, for we may be the only entity capable of posing a threat to Karl, who will inevitably take action against us. My lord, the Radiant Sun civilization has not engaged in conflict with the Underworld civilization. Why then does he seek our annihilation? Pan Zheng found it hard to believe, for they were not a martial civilization. If Karl intended to strike against them, it would be wiser to first confront the River of Hades civilization. The Void civilization that Karl studies requires the Great Clock for calculations. To utilize the Great Clock necessitates an ample supply of stellar energy. This known universe, along with that civilization's superior understanding of stellar energy, would be lost if that civilization were to vanish. Who then could thwart his explorations into the void? Di Hongquan spoke in a somber tone. My lord, why did we provide technology to Karl previously? Pan Zheng felt perplexed. His negotiation with Karl had been sanctioned by Di Hongquan. It was for Reina. She is our beacon of hope. Di Hongquan, having lived many years, understood full well that Morgana and Karl had obliterated the Divine Kaiser and captured Reina. Morgana's intent was to slay Kaiser, but Karl's aim was solely Reina. He desired the technological advancements of the Radiant Sun civilization, merely leveraging Morgana's actions to his advantage. Should the Radiant Sun civilization refuse to compromise, Reina would undoubtedly remain in the clutches of the Devourer. Ultimately, whether that code could withstand Karl's Great Clock remains uncertain. Pan Zheng, from this point forth, mobilized the entire resources of the Radiant Sun civilization to ardently assist Reina and Su Kai in launching a new celestial computing development. Should anyone dare to oppose, it shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Di Hongquan's voice brimmed with excitement. This marked a rebirth for the Radiant Sun civilization. He realized that he could never escape Radiant Sunstar in this lifetime. Yet, his descendants must flee this place, carrying forth their legacy. Yes, my lord. Pan Zheng rose, turning to vanish within the 19th layer of the Tiandao Tower. When he reappeared, he stood before Su Kai and Reina. I have come to see you, my lord. Reina, Pan Zheng said, bowing respectfully. Reina shot him a quizzical glance, saying, Do not be so formal. I am not accustomed to this. Are you here to assist us or to hinder us? Pan Zheng replied, My lord, I am indeed here to aid you. With a sweeping gesture of his rough hand, a plethora of documents and the necessary resources materialized before them. Su Kai, this core resource of the Radiant Sun civilization, accumulated over many years, is sufficient for you to develop a formidable celestial computer. While I possess considerable knowledge of warfare, my expertise in technology is rather limited. I entrust this task to you. The Radiant Sun civilization shall remain your eternal ally. Pan Zheng placed his right hand over his left chest and knelt before Su Kai to pay his respects. Observing this, Su Kai hurriedly assisted Pan Zheng to his feet, urging him to do his utmost. Despite his reservations about Pan Zheng in other aspects, Su Kai deeply admired his unwavering loyalty to the Radiant Sun civilization. Lena, standing nearby, was equally moved, recognizing this as the essence of true loyalty. Chapter 85. The 64-frequency ultra-high celestial computer engine within the Celestial Tower, in order to ensure a more comprehensive and stable operation of the Little Celestial Path. It was essential to seek the assistance of a deity. Su Kai promptly reached out to He-Shi. As a celestial king who had lived for 30,000 years, He-Shi had previously collaborated with Kaisa in the study of the Sacred Knowledge Repository and had long engaged in research on angelic genes and various other civilizations, possessing one of the most powerful celestial computers known in the universe. With the celestial-based system, she had attained king-level combat capability, not only developing sacred atoms, but also sharing a divine form akin to Kaisa's. Su Kai sought her out because she had also mastered solar flare technology and had previously modified it based on the Radiant Sun civilization's advancements, transforming it into a flare furnace to prevent unintended harm from its application. Having studied the technology of the Radiant Sun civilization long ago. My dear, I knew you were not dead. That perverse Carl actually dared to use a supernova ambush again. Do you need me to intervene personally to eliminate Morgana? The projection revealed Hishi's graceful visage as she tended to her plants, an unexpected sight for a celestial king engaging in such mundane tasks. However, upon seeing Sukai, her face brightened with a smile, relieved by his well-being. Hishi was aware of Sukai's survival due to their unique communication system, which had not been severed, though there had been a period of disconnection. Are you angels truly idle? I will personally avenge the enmity with Morgana and Carl. After his recent escape from Earth, Huaya is likely heading towards your angelic nebula. Do not underestimate him, for Carl is a formidable foe. Hishi understood that eliminating Carl would be a daunting task, while dispatching Morgana would be more straightforward. Very well, go forth and seek your vengeance. It seems you have missed me, Hishi teased, her gaze drifting towards the core of the celestial tower, aglow with a red light, as she inquired further, are you on Radiant Sun Star? Indeed, as you can see, this is the core computer of the celestial tower. I have allied with the Radiant Sun civilization, and I now have a plan. While I may not be able to kill Carl, I can certainly vex him. Would you care to hear it? Sukai replied with a smile. Ishi's interest was piqued. Do share your thoughts. The blazing sun of the Sunfire star may not endure for much longer. The deity of the Sunfire civilization, Reyna, was once ensnared by Carmagana, seeking vengeance for the betrayal she endured. Although the Celestial Tower can assist Reyna in her offensive endeavors, its primary purpose remains the maintenance of the Sunfire star's equilibrium. Thus, we aspire to develop a novel celestial computer, employing the core computational template of the Celestial Tower to engineer a celestial-grade computer. Your expertise in this domain is unparalleled, and therefore, I require your assistance. Upon our success, I shall accompany Reyna to obliterate the Nether River Galaxy. Sukai's roundabout approach ultimately aimed to solicit Hishi's aid. My beloved, with your intellect, you could surely devise a more cunning way to persuade me to assist you. Why speak so plainly, making it difficult for me to feign ignorance? I can aid in the establishment of a new celestial computer. However, I require the Sunfire civilization to share a portion of their technology. After all, I have been researching black holes of late. Karm once utilized vast stellar energy to detonate a black hole, and I am curious to discover what he ultimately achieved. Hishi swiftly discerned Sukai's true intentions. The notion of bombarding the Nether River Galaxy was merely a pretext. He sought to leverage her knowledge to construct a more formidable celestial computer. With the combined knowledge of Sukai and Reyna, along with the computational prowess of the Celestial Tower and the Yanwang, they could develop a 36-frequency celestial computer, capable of matching the computational power of Yanwang. Such an advanced celestial computer would be classified as high-tier, yet it would still fall short compared to Morgana's Demon No. 1, Huaya's Black Hole Engine, and Tianren 7. This level of computational capacity would not suffice for the Sunfire civilization's enduring survival. A more potent celestial computer was essential. Reyna stepped forward and declared, I am Reyna, the deity of the Sunfire civilization, and I consent to your request. Oh, to think my beloved has a hidden charm, ensnaring the goddess of the Sunfire civilization. This is not merely a request, but a simple exchange of interests. I have studied your civilization's technology. It is commendable and possesses considerable power, albeit difficult to control due to its destructive nature. If you transmit the data of your developed celestial computer to me, I shall share a portion of my data with you, which may prove beneficial. Hishi found herself irked by Reyna's request. There exists a distinction among deities. Were it not for Sukai's influence, she would scarcely acknowledge Reyna. Reyna had long grown accustomed to the arrogance of these celestial beings, as had been the case with Yindu in the past. Sukai, this ancient crone does not harbor affections for you, does she? Your taste is quite peculiar, Reyna whispered to Sukai. Sukai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do you take Hishi for a fool? Clearly, Reyna is being deliberate. Hishi, unfazed by Reyna's remarks, was preoccupied with redefining algorithms for Sukai, initiating an upgrade to the operational methods of the small celestial tower, such as the prowess of a master. With Hishi's assistance, they would undoubtedly create a more powerful celestial computer. 3 days later, Yin Huang alighted upon Sukai's shoulder and spoke articulately. Master, the algorithmic channel is currently being enhanced, and the new celestial computing template is nearing completion. Shall we connect to the stellar energy drive and integrate the data from the Heavenly Path Tower? Once the data transfer commences, The Heavenly Path Tower is destined to collapse. Yin Huang, just how formidable is the new celestial computing template? Su Kai inquired. Master, the new celestial computing template serves merely as a foundational framework and is not yet linked to the data legacy of the Heavenly Path Tower. However, it has been elevated by the database of the space-based Wang Hushi, now boasting a computational capacity of 36 frequencies. Upon merging all data from the Heavenly Path Tower, we could achieve a complete data legacy and access the entirety of the knowledge repository of the solar civilization, thereby unlocking a maximum operational frequency of 64. 64 frequencies? It is known that the universe possesses an absolute strength. Yet, if it were to fully inherit the entire knowledge repository of the Heavenly Path Tower, it would lead to its collapse, and the solar star would face obliteration, Su Kai reflected. For now, we shall refrain from merging. This matter requires deliberation with Pan Zhen and several esteemed ministers. Indeed, you understand Suki nodded. Before that, we must locate a planet suitable for the survival of the solar citizens. Yin Huang, transfer the foundational template into Lena's being, establishing a new dark matter computing engine within her. Lena, this foundational template shall reside within your genetic framework for the time being. When the moment is ripe, you will be able to inherit the entire knowledge repository of the solar civilization and re-establish a new Heavenly Path Tower. Su Kai gestured for Lena to commence the reception of the new celestial computing foundational template engine. Lena nodded. Master, the redefinition is in progress, and I am implanting the template, which includes methods for upgrading the 4th-generation divine body. Should we consume resources for the upgrade? The 4th-generation divine body? That was left by Hushi. Let's not upgrade for now. When Lena wishes to upgrade, she may do so on her own. Chapter 86. Let us detonate the Pluto system. We did it. Su Kai, overwhelmed with disbelief, exclaimed. Did you realize what this signifies? Lena responded excitedly. Simultaneously, the stellar energy channel was activated and the dark matter supercomputer engine was engaged. After a moment of reflection, she continued, this is merely the basic version. A flicker of sadness crossed Lena's visage, for while the basic version was indeed powerful, the true legacy of the solar civilization could only be realized through the upload of the entire knowledge repository from the Heavenly Path Tower, which would ultimately lead to its destruction along with the solar star. The Heavenly Path Tower encompassed the essence of solar star. Its fall would mean the absolute end of it all. Faced with such a choice, Su Kai found himself at a loss for words. Lena, nothing in this world is devoid of imperfection. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Hushi had left behind plans for upgrading to the 4th and 5th generation divine bodies. Should you wish to upgrade, you may utilize the resources available. Now, we must venture to a certain location to test the computational power of our new celestial computer. Are you interested in detonating the River of Pluto system? In regard to Carl's animosity, Su Kai undoubtedly harbors feelings of disdain, having nearly met his demise at his hands. Thus, this goddess shall ensure that Carl and his insatiable appetite understand that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is not to be trifled with. As for obliterating Carl's homeland, Lena ulerta li concurs. Consequently, the two stealthily departed from the solar star, boarding the vessel known as the Blazing Sun, traversing wormholes toward the River Styx star system. Su Kai expressed concern. Given that Carl has acquired the technological prowess of the Blazing Sun civilization, shall we not risk falling under his control when we strike at his homeland? Lena, after witnessing Carl's formidable strength, felt a surge of trepidation. After all, even Pan Zhen had succumbed to Carl. Fear not, we shall approach clandestinely. No matter how powerful he may be, he cannot anticipate our return, especially with just the two of us. Carl has long sought the support of the Blazing Sun civilization while coveting the secrets inherent in you, merely to further his research on the void. His previous attempt to capture you served two purposes: to gauge the Blazing Sun civilization's stance, and, if feasible, to take you captive as a solar energy reservoir, to harness sufficient stellar energy. Do you now comprehend why I urge you to establish a stellar energy conduit? For you are the light of the sun, endowed with an innate, formidable propulsion capability within your genes, Su Kai elucidated. And how shall we proceed to obliterate his homeland? Lena mused, exhilarated at the prospect of confronting a deity like Carl, now that she had just grasped the essence of the Blazing Sun civilization. The plan is quite straightforward. I shall personally confront Carl. He will undoubtedly be astonished to see me, and I will devise a way to deceive him. Meanwhile, You will maneuver a few stars within the River Styx star system, surreptitiously igniting a dying star, and initiate the detonation in the heart of the River Styx, the lair of the gluttonous legion. Then, simply await my signal. Sukai had already meticulously crafted a strategy to counter Carl. Wait, if I trigger a supernova, will it not obliterate you? Lena expressed concern for Sukai's safety. Rest assured, I am no longer afraid of supernova explosions, Sukai replied with confidence. Having experienced a supernova's detonation, which had instantaneously annihilated his physical form and cells, akin to being reduced to ashes, the capabilities of his resurrection armor had allowed him to reconstruct his body, reversing cellular decay and absorbing a considerable amount of supernova energy. He had now attained immunity to the explosive energy of supernovae. Is that truly the case? Lena was astonished. If a supernova could not extinguish Sukai, what could possibly threaten him? Sukai was indeed fearless, especially now that he had mastered spatial magic. By establishing spatial rune coordinates in a certain region of the cosmos, he could instantaneously return to his original spatial coordinates. Such as the marvel of magic. Both harbored a profound disdain for the River Styx civilization, aspiring for its complete annihilation to prevent future hostilities against their own civilization. Subsequently, as they approached the Pluto star system, Sukai disembarked from the blazing sun, embarking alone, his corporeal form soaring into the realm of the River Styx star system. With Carl's formidable prowess, he would undoubtedly be able to detect the entirety of the underworld galaxy, for it is, after all, his homeland. Sukai boldly exposed himself within the underworld galaxy. Meanwhile, within the Death Song Academy of the underworld galaxy, the Grim Reaper Carl seemed to sense something. A grotesquely masked figure approached Carl, visibly flustered, and reported, I report to you, my Lord Carl, that Sukai is alive. He is in the underworld galaxy. What? Sukai still lives? Even a deity as composed as Carl felt a tinge of fear upon hearing that Sukai, who had been obliterated by a supernova, had somehow survived. Not even the divine Kaisha could withstand such a revelation. How could he? When Sukai was supposedly destroyed, Carl had utilized the great clock to calculate, concluding that Sukai's cellular structure had been annihilated in the supernova. Yet he suddenly found himself alive. Snow, witnessing the unparalleled wisdom of Carl for the first time, displayed a hint of panic. Could this earth deity named Sukai be even more formidable than the Angel King, the divine Kaisha? Leave now. I will handle this matter. Kal Commandit. It appears you have come seeking vengeance? With those words, Carl donned his long unwashed black cloak and exited the Death Song Academy, mindful not to damage his sacred establishment in the process. Before Sukai, a disturbance in the fabric of space arose. Sukai, I did not expect you to still be alive. The Grim Reaper, Carl murmured, enveloped in his dark cloak. Is that a hint of regret I detect? Did you not anticipate my survival? Sukai smiled, casually waving his hand to conjure a magical stool, upon which he seated himself. As for you, Carl, perhaps you should remain standing. Is this magic? I did not foresee that you had mastered the magic of the runic realm. Carl, well versed in the knowledge of the runic realm, was taken aback. Surprised, are you? For quite some time, I was both a student and a friend to Rusi. His magical prowess is remarkable, and I have studied it as well, Carl remarked, embodying the demeanor of a sage, unhurried and composed. It seemed that Sukai was not here for revenge. You appear unafraid of me, Sukai said with a smile. Carl, you are bound by many ties. Why should I fear you? Carl's words rang true. Sukai was tethered to his parents, Qilin, and the entire Earth, which he was tasked with protecting. Indeed, you are Carl the Grim Reaper, deriving pleasure from the dead, indifferent to the number of lives lost. I concur with your theory of the void, and I acknowledge the existence of another universe. Sukai's words plunged Carl into contemplation. In another universe, does a higher dimensional existence prevail? Chapter 87, Destruction of the River Styx Galaxy. Observing Carl suddenly lost in contemplation, Sukai realized he had captivated Carl's attention. What piqued Carl's interest was, naturally, the allure of the unknown. His desire to summon the void was driven by a yearning to encounter beings of greater wisdom, transcending the dimensions of the known universe to attain a more formidable existence. Simultaneously, he sought to witness the essence of true ultimate terror. Sukai, you have encountered the existence of another universe, Carl retorted. Not at all, yet I am utterly intrigued. Your study of the void and your desire for its manifestation seem to contradict your original intentions. You believe that the current civilization's existence is fundamentally flawed, inevitably leading to a cycle of war and destruction. Yet, with the arrival of the void, not precipitate even greater conflicts, ultimately annihilating the known universe? Is this indeed the truth? To reshape inferior civilizations, we ourselves possess the capability. Observe your followers, rather, your disciples, who are also transforming under your influence. Sukai, as a god of infinite possibilities, you cannot fathom the suffering of these lesser civilizations. They know only to take, to wage war, to obliterate. How could they aspire to a higher existence? The arrival of the void heralds a new era. When the void descends, these beings will possess the ability to consume all, swiftly purging known civilizations and reconstructing the cosmic order. Let us embrace the arrival of the void together. The next era shall be ours. Has Karl truly lost his mind? It is as though he has been brainwashed. Why this incessant desire to purify civilizations? The existence of conflict in others' realms bears no consequence to you. Why meddle and create chaos, sullying the entirety of the known universe? If the divine Kaisa could slay Karl, she would have undoubtedly passed judgment upon him by now. Damn it, Karl, I cannot converse any longer with this twisted individual. You incessantly seek to purify others. Allow me to cleanse your own home. Reyna, are you prepared? Summon him, Sukai remarked with a smile directed at Karl. The Grim Reaper, Karl, seemed to have grasped the situation. He noticed several stars surrounding the River Styx galaxy drawing closer, particularly one catalyzed by Reyna, on the verge of explosion. Sukai, you must realize that a supernova resulting from a star's explosion cannot destroy me, Karl asserted confidently. Indeed, your essence, much like a cowardly dog, hides in a higher dimension, thus eluding annihilation. If it were feasible to slay you, the divine Kaisa would have incinerated you long ago. You ought to observe whether your minions can withstand the onslaught. Sukai replied nonchalantly. Destroying your River Styx galaxy, along with the Grim Academy, will surely diminish your arrogance. Sukai, why resort to mutual destruction? If Reyna can obliterate my River Styx galaxy, I too possess the means to annihilate the blazing sun star. And your Earth, I presume, cannot escape my wrath either. Karl inhaled deeply, sighing. He did not wish to engage in a cataclysmic confrontation with Sukai. Utilizing the grand clock to decipher the supernova unleashed by Reyna seems beyond reach now. In the presence of Reyna, employing stellar energy technology pales in comparison. Sukai's searing gaze incinerated Karl's form entirely. In the realm of Earth, vengeance is an inevitable currency for those who mingle in such affairs. My planet Earth and the blazing sun star await your retribution. Reyna, obliterate them, Sukai instructed. Karl was taken aback by Sukai's ruthless resolve, utterly disregarding both Earth and the sun star. Encountering a deity so heedless of consequences is truly vexing. With no recourse, he resorted to the grand clock, perpetually calculating in hopes of averting the supernova's explosion. Yet, the prepared Sukai had already inscribed spatial magic at the coordinates, promptly relocating Karl away. By the time Karl grasped the situation and sought to return to intervene, the planet housing the Death Song Academy had already been engulfed by an immensely potent solar storm, visibly disintegrating and burning away. Boom! Subsequently, a colossal fireball erupted within the entirety of the underworld star system. Perhaps only Reyna could annihilate the entire underworld system with a supernova. The Grim Reaper, Karl, observed the scene with neither sorrow nor joy, lost in contemplation. Amidst a spatial fluctuation, Sukai materialized beside him. So, what do you think? Shall we exact revenge on Earth? The two seemed less like adversaries and more akin to comrades, standing shoulder to shoulder, though both harbored the desire to slay the other. Yet, neither possessed the means to do so. Sukai existed in a manner that rendered annihilation physically impossible, while Karl too was an entity that could not be extinguished in the physical realm. Each was powerless against the other. Your mastery of magical runes is commendable. I never anticipated Ruichi would comprehend the void better than I. Karl realized the difficulty of posing a threat to Sukai now, who wielded formidable magic and absolute power. Such an opponent was a source of great concern for him. It's time to depart. You are welcome to visit Earth, Sukai said with a smile, before returning directly to the sun worship. Karl gazed upon the obliterated underworld system, where his followers, cultivated over millennia, had been utterly lost. Sukai, when I summon the void, perhaps you can aid me in reaching further. Can you truly safeguard those civilizations you cherish? A faint smile graced Karl's lips as a colossal grand clock materialized behind him. With a series of clicks, the hands of the clock began to turn in reverse. The previously devastated Underworld Star and the Death Song Academy re-emerged, intact, before Karl's eyes. As time was reshaped, cough, cough, cough. It seems my power can only achieve this much. Karl expended a significant portion of his divine energy, forcibly employing the computational might of the Grand Clock to reverse the flow of time in this realm, restoring the Underworld Star and the Death Song Academy. As for the vast River Styx galaxy, there is no recourse. Sukai materialized aboard the Radiant Sun battleship. Reyna, with a sense of pride, gazed at him and proclaimed, "What do you think? Am I not formidable? I obliterated the entire River Styx galaxy. This achievement is unprecedented in the annals of the Radiant Sun civilization." At that moment, Reyna was exhilarated. With the assistance of a powerful celestial computing engine, mastering the stars was an effortless endeavor. The sensation was utterly delightful. Indeed, it seems that Karl will seek to retaliate against us. Have Panjin swiftly locate suitable planets for migration, allowing the people of Radiant Sun to return to their normal lives and to construct the stellar energy channels for me. I shall await Karl's arrival in the Chiwu star system. Although Sukai could not slay Karl, he could thwart his actions against the Chiwu star system. He had recently tested the ability to employ chaotic magic to alter positions, temporarily severing the mental connection between Karl's true form and his illusion. Perhaps this was the reason Karl refrained from acting directly. Fear often accompanies the unknown. Given Karl's temperament, he is exceedingly patient. Without absolute certainty, he would not strike. His current priority is to summon the void. Chapter 88. The naming of the Sunlight Star. What? Reyna and Sukai had ventured to the River Styx galaxy. Panjun sat in the highest chair, slamming his hands on the table in reprimand. Indeed, Regent. Sukai left a message indicating the successful development of a new celestial computing system and took the Supreme Goddess Reyna to detonate the River Styx galaxy. According to the recent feedback from the Radiant Sun battleship, their mission was a success. Yuanli knelt below Panjun, reporting the situation faithfully. A look of disbelief crossed Panjun's face. They had obliterated the home of the Grim Reaper Karl, an undertaking even he had not dared to attempt. Reyna acted decisively. Sukai, you have truly jeopardized our fate, Panjun sighed. Regent, I believe this was a commendable act by our goddess. The River Styx civilization insulted our deity and provoked the Radiant Sun civilization. By destroying them, the entire known universe will recognize the might of our Radiant Sun civilization. Yuanli was evidently a warmonger. Panjun remained silent. Perhaps this was the most notable achievement of the Radiant Sun civilization since the solar god annihilated a civilization thousands of years ago. Reyna had truly qualified to become a supreme goddess. However, Panjun understood that Sukai was the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Yuanli, relay orders to prepare defenses outside the Radiant Sun galaxy and monitor the movements of the River Styx civilization. The Grim Reaper Karl will undoubtedly seek vengeance. A stellar explosion alone cannot vanquish him. Panjun was acutely aware of Karl's strength, as Sukai had informed him that no known means existed to truly eliminate Karl. At most, one could besiege and restrict him. When Reyna returned to the Radiant Sun Star, Panjun had already led the army and the people of the sun, awaiting Reyna. As for that, Panjun, allow me to clarify. I merely sought to test the efficacy of the new celestial computer. Well, I confess I did venture to the Pluto River Galaxy. Upon witnessing Panjun's grave demeanor, it was evident that he was aware of her actions. Yet, Panjun, along with all the citizens and soldiers of the sun, knelt in unison. My divine Reyna, from this moment forth, your decisions shall embody the will of the sun civilization. Initially, Sukai was also aboard the sun ship. Yet he had not made an appearance for quite some time. Reyna was taken aback. What did this imply? No wonder Panjun did not hold her accountable. Such actions were perilously reckless, not only endangering oneself, but also posing a threat to the sun civilization. The might of the Grim Reaper Karl was well known throughout the cosmos. Obeying orders, Panjun was instructed to search the galaxy for a planet suitable for the survival of the sun civilization. Take me to the Tower of Celestial Path to meet my grandfather. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Reina resolved to address the issues of the Sun civilization first. Yes, Yuan Li. Xian Kuan, you are to set off immediately. Understood, Regent. The two then soared into the skies. On their way to the Tower of Celestial Path, Pan Zheng inquired, My divine Reina, why did Su Kai not return with you? He seemed to have matters to attend to and left the sunship early. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? Reina responded, Yes, since he has departed, let it be. Can the new celestial computer withstand the knowledge repository of the tower? Pan Zheng understood the gravity of this inquiry. Yes, but if the entire repository is transferred, the tower may face collapse. A tinge of reluctance flickered in Reina's eyes. Though she had never met her grandfather, she had learned of the true significance of the tower through Su Kai's words. Gazing upon the Tower of Celestial Path, Pan Zheng too felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps this was destined by the heavens. Go forth. You have earned the right to meet my divine presence. Pan Zheng watched as Reina entered the tower. This marked Reina's true, solitary venture into its depths. A voice resonated from the 19th level of the tower. Reina, you have arrived. Grandfather, is it you? Reina soon beheld a unique spiritual entity, devoid of any corporeal form. Yes, my child, forgive me for not having cared for you all these years. Leaving you to bear this burden alone, the voice of Di Hong Kuan rasped softly. No, my grandfather, I understand everything. You merely wished for me to mature swiftly, to handle matters with the perspective and insight of a true deity. Yet, this process has been arduous for me. Reina indeed grasped the profound significance. As a deity, one must undergo far more experiences. It is no surprise that you, the child of Emperor Hongkuan, possess such understanding at a tender age. It is indeed remarkable. You must recognize that none of this burden should fall upon your shoulders. It was my grandfather's missteps that led to the current tribulations of the entire Sunfire civilization. As the solar deity, Emperor Hongkuan had his judgments. Though flawed, his intentions were solely for the prosperity of the Sunfire civilization, albeit through extreme measures. My grandfather, along with Su Kai, has developed an entirely new celestial computing template, which has now been integrated into my divine essence. To achieve an upgrade, it is merely necessary to transfer the knowledge repository of the Celestial Tower, enabling the full inheritance of the Sunfire celestial principles. The entirety of the Sunfire civilization shall follow my lead, and I will guide the Sunfire people to a planet more suited to their survival, said Reina with tearful eyes. Indeed, it is fitting for you to be my child. The continuation of the Sunfire civilization has been my lifelong aspiration, and I never anticipated its realization would rest in your hands. To reignite the light of the sun and bestow upon you a new existence may very well be my most prudent choice. The knowledge repository of the Celestial Tower shall be fully accessible to you. You, Reina, shall be the next solar deity. Emperor Hongkuan understood the consequences of this action. He would perish alongside the collapse of the Celestial Tower, and the Sunfire star would ultimately explode, leaving not even a trace of his soul. Grandfather, if this occurs, you will vanish entirely from the known universe. Child, this is my desire. Perhaps only in this manner can I attain complete liberation. Thank you, Reina, for leading the Sunfire civilization into the future. As Emperor Hongkuan finished speaking, the fiery sphere surrounding him expanded, enveloping Reina completely. Supreme Deity Reina, a substantial transfer of knowledge repository data has been detected. Shall we proceed with the integration? Upon integration, the celestial engine upgrade will commence, entering a state of full operation. Bathed in the fiery sphere, Reina realized that her grandfather had willingly passed the knowledge repository of the Celestial Tower to her. Integrate. The data is currently being assimilated. Please provide a name for the new computing system. Light of the Sun. Naming successful. The Light of the Sun is undergoing an upgrade. Subsequently, the entire Celestial Tower erupted with a powerful radiance, reaching throughout the Sunfire star system. The entirety of the Sunfire star was enveloped in a surge of energy. Pan Zheng observed this phenomenon as if witnessing the future of the Sunfire civilization, and then knelt before the Celestial Tower. I, Pan Zheng, shall always accompany her, ensuring the continuation of the Sunfire civilization. Chapter 89. Marriage and progeny are of paramount importance on the periphery of the Chiwu star system. With Su Kai's support, Gu Xiaoluan, Ji Xian, and Lian Feng were diligently establishing defenses for the entire Chiwu star system. In pursuit of the safety of the Chiwu star system, Chilean tirelessly led an interstellar combat team on patrol throughout the system, ensuring that no invaders would breach their defenses. The completion of the defenses for the Chiwu star system is not a task that can be accomplished within a year or two. It requires a sufficient passage of time. Sukai departed from the Sunfire vessel, returning to the Chiwu star system. They merely needed to await Reina's completion of the system upgrade to provide them with an energy conduit. After acquiring numerous stellar energy sources, the defense system of Earth was no longer deprived of energy. This experience of creating a groundbreaking celestial computer not only facilitated another upgrade of Sukai's artificial intelligence, but also endowed it with a more formidable computational knowledge base from the known universe. Heavenly Blade Number 7. Commander, the god of victory has returned, reported a soldier as he approached Ling Feng. Turning around, Ling Feng was greeted by Sukai, clad in red and black armor. How was the expedition to the Sunfire Star? She inquired. The gains were tremendous. I have forged a profound collaboration with Reina. She will harness the genetic capabilities of solar light to establish sufficient stellar energy conduits throughout the Chiwu stellar system, thereby eliminating the need to deplete the Chiwu star to sustain our defenses, Sukai replied, his face beaming with joy as he observed the defense system already being constructed. Indeed, this is the best outcome. Perhaps our initial plans were indeed correct. However, to cover the entire Chiwu stellar system is a monumental task. Given our current technological capabilities, coupled with Xiaolin's full output, it will likely require 5 years, Ling Feng stated while retrieving various data, well aware that Sukai was undoubtedly an expert in technology. Let us summon Xiaolin back. Perhaps I can assist in upgrading his Qinkuan, Sukai suggested. If feasible, I will seek additional resources to bring back. Starting tomorrow, let Yan Huang commence mass production of work robots. This will reduce manual labor and utilize solar energy as a driving force, which will also decrease energy consumption, significantly shortening the construction timeline. Sukai recognized the challenges ahead. Such a project necessitated Xiaolin's involvement, as his void engine could create from nothing, greatly conserving resource expenditure. All right, I will immediately notify Xiaolin to return, Ling Feng responded as she connected to Xiaolin's communication system. Xiaolin, Sukai is back. He wishes to see you regarding matters beneficial to you, she conveyed. Understood, Commander Ling Feng. I will return immediately, Xiaolin replied before traversing back to Heavenly Blade No. 7 through a wormhole. Sukai observed his surroundings, where the angels were tirelessly analyzing, interpreting, and operating Heavenly Blade Number 7. Yet he felt that Earth was lacking something. Yes, it was a powerful battleship akin to Heavenly Blade Number 7. The Mangdang Mountain, in comparison to such a celestial flagship, resembled the disparity between an adult man and a child. The gap was immense. Merely the countless wormhole flanks on either side illustrated this difference. Sukai, you're back. Xiaolin greeted with a smile, having matured considerably. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaolin, Sukai replied. Among the ranks of the Xiongbing Lian, those who possessed technical expertise were limited to only Xiaolin, apart from Rose. The foundation of genetics determines the limits of an individual. Even Qilin, despite her intelligence, could never match Xiaolin, who not only possessed combat capabilities, but also formidable research prowess. The strength of galactic power lies in its engines and genetics. Sukai has also made the decision to equip Qilin with a powerful celestial computing engine, allowing her to possess the third-generation celestial computer like Xiaolin and Lei Na. Though the endeavor is arduous, the outcome appears promising. However, perfecting this device will likely be exhausting. Xiaolin shook his head, reflecting on how Earthstar has recently vanquished the Taotai and driven away the demons, leading to a continuous restoration of productivity and social order on Earth. All these efforts are worthwhile for Xiaolin. Xiaolin, Lei Na is currently relocating the entire solar civilization in search of a new habitable planet. It won't be long before he reaches out to you. He will construct a stellar energy conduit for us, and I will send you the algorithm shortly. Your Xiong is quite impressive. Possessing the ability to create in the void, having surpassed the conservation of mass energy law by transforming void energy into material forms, thus achieving what is termed as void creation. While it is indeed marvelous, the algorithm remains rather sluggish. The previous upgrades assisted by Xion and Lei Na only yielded a maximum computing power of 12 frequencies, which is insufficient for combat. I have resolved to assist you in upgrading it, Su Kai stated while patting Ge Xiaolun on the shoulder. Yi Xialun, endowed with the power of the galaxy, possesses an exceptionally robust genetic lineage, embodying the potential to shatter ultimate fears. His formidable hardware allows for continual software enhancements. Are you truly able to upgrade my Xiong Xian? Is that feasible? Ge Xiaolun, still the humble deity, found himself somewhat perplexed regarding scientific technology. Indeed, I possess a template that achieves a minimum of 36 frequencies, 3 times that of your Xiong Xian. With sufficient energy supply, I believe your capabilities could reach at least 48 frequencies. This would fully equip you with the computational power of a celestial computing engine. However, this requires an ample energy supply. The stellar energy previously sourced by Ji Xian and Lane Na is insufficient. We must locate additional stars to provide the necessary energy. Su Kai elucidated the reasons behind the upgrade. You can arrange for this upgrade, but is stellar energy so easily obtainable? Isn't Lane Na capable of this? I have already instructed Yin Huang to identify numerous available stars. However, establishing the stellar energy conduit is a task only Lane Na can accomplish. Su Kai had previously attempted this. Lacking the supergenetics of this world, even with Yin Huang's computational assistance, the time required to establish a stellar energy conduit was excessively lengthy. The current circumstances do not permit him to expend such time. Thus, it is prudent to allow Lane Na, the solar energy prodigy, to undertake this task, as it represents the swiftest and most efficient choice. In truth, Ge Xiaolun's greatest ability lies in the countering of the void. Yet his computational power remains inadequate to contend with celestial-grade computing engines. The Xiong Xian engine can utilize both void energy and counter-void energy as its power source. But merely adding a celestial computing engine would significantly enhance Ge Xiaolun's prowess. Then we shall await good news from Lane Na. Where shall you go next? Ge Xiaolun has now become astute, aware that Su Kai would certainly not remain idle on Earth. With a smile, Su Kai remarked me, "Naturally, I plan to return to Earth to enjoy my retirement, marry, and start a family." Marry and start a family? With whom? Chapter 90, A Warm Family. In Tiana City, the Su residence. The defense of the Chiwu star system has been entirely entrusted to Ge Xiaolun. With the void engine at his disposal and the formidable genes granted by the galactic force, his construction endeavors are nothing short of extraordinary. Su Kai transmitted the foundational template data of Reina's little Dao Tower to him, but instructed Yin Huang to erase any knowledge regarding the Dao Tower, for it is a relic of the solar civilization. To hand it over to Ge Xiaolun without due consideration would be disrespectful to Reina. Should Reina willingly offer it to Ge Xiaolun, that is a matter for them to decide. At that moment, Su Kai languidly reclined on the sofa, basking in the sunlight, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Brother, a delicate ceramic doll by the side of the sofa tugged at Su Kai's right hand, calling out in a sweet, childish voice, "Oh, little Su Shi, you've grown taller again. Come here for a hug." Su Kai lifted Su Shi effortlessly, playfully rubbing her cheeks with both hands. Children are truly delightful at this age. Giggling ensued as Su Shi was thoroughly entertained by Su Kai's antics. "Suki, when will Qi Lin return? You, as the team leader, are merely lounging at home in the sun while neglecting to assist Qi Lin," came the voice of their mother. Lin Yun, "Mom, it's not that I don't want to help. It's that she won't let me. She insists that the interstellar combat team will be hers in the future and that I should solely focus on the technical aspects," Su Kai explained. "I'll tell you, young man, if you tire Qi Lin out, don't think you're some sort of superhero. You're still my son, and punishment is due if necessary. Honestly, you should marry soon so that she can have a companion." Lin Yun was fervently eager for Su Kai to marry, as she held Qi Lin in high regard. Beautiful, upright, kind-hearted, and from a clean family background, she treated Qi Lin like her own daughter. Yun, their current duty is to protect the entire Earth. Don't fret over their affairs. Focus on Su Shi instead, Su Kai's father interjected, stepping forward to support Su Kai. He had now become a full-time caregiver. Having closed his business, realizing through the trials of war that family safety is paramount. The key is to ensure they protect themselves, so as not to hinder Su Kai and Qi Lin on the front lines. Su Kai gave his father a thumbs up. "Dad, you're reliable as ever. Hand me the bottle." Taking the bottle from Su Ming, Su Kai had verified that the Su family bore no extraordinary genes. His immense strength was solely derived from the assistance of the justice system. Naturally, Su Shi was just an ordinary Earth child. But Su Kai wished to develop a powerful gene for him, though this endeavor would require Su Shi's consent. Joe, your marriage with Qi Lin is something that your father actually supports, aligning with your mother's opinion for an early union, which would allow me to care for both of you. Su Ming remarked with a smile. Indeed, this matter needs to be postponed for the time being. We are currently engaged in the comprehensive defense of the Qiwu star system. Both Qi Lin and I have our own responsibilities. Once this defense system is complete, we shall marry. Although we have driven the Tao Tai and demons out of the Qiwu star system, the known and unknown universe harbors even more formidable foes, whose might is far more terrifying than that of the Tao Tai. Su Kai explained to his father. Su Ming nodded. Though he did not grasp the nuances of the known and unknown universe, he had unwavering faith in his son. Well, pursue your endeavors without hesitation. Your mother, your brother Su Shi, and I will always support you. Su Ming gazed at his son, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Qi Lin, welcome back. Lin Yun exclaimed as she hurried towards Qi Lin, who had just returned at the door. Yes, Aunt Lin, I'm back. Qi Lin replied, removing her armor to reveal a standard military uniform. Lin Yun grasped Qi Lin's hand and led her to the dining table. Qi Lin, look, I prepared your favorite dishes, braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and sweet and sour ribs. Do try them. Lin Yun had already set chopsticks in Qi Lin's hands. With a smile, Qi Lin picked up a piece of braised pork and tasted it. Delicious. It's been ages since I savored Aunt Lin's cooking. I intend to indulge today. Of course, if you wish to eat more, feel free to return anytime. You super soldiers can zip around in an instant, right? If you crave a meal, just fly back. Lin Yun gestured animatedly as she spoke. Su Kai shook his head in resignation at the sight. However, this could indeed be realized by establishing a wormhole near the Su family residence, allowing for quick returns home. Yet, constructing a wormhole solely for the purpose of returning home would be a tremendous extravagance. Qi Lin had not seen Su Kai for quite some time, her face lighting up with the joy of reunion. Let us eat first. If you don't fill your stomach, I'm afraid your mother will start tormenting me again. What are you saying, you little rascal? You're asking for a beating. Thus, a family feast belonging to the Su family concluded amidst laughter and joy. Nightfall came, and Su Kai held Qi Lin's hand as they walked along the road. Su Kai, are we going to other star systems this time? Qi Lin paused to inquire. What is the matter? Do you miss me? Who misses you? It's just that I seldom see you, and I worry about your safety. Since gaining access to the rights of the Yin Huang, Qi Lin had learned quite a bit about Su Kai's circumstances. The last time he vanished was due to a joint attack from Carl and Morgana, which nearly cost him his life. Now, our adversaries have grown increasingly formidable. I may soon embark on a journey to the Angel Nebula, as I owe a considerable debt of gratitude to the people of He. Hua Yi has secured the assistance of Carl, and I have learned that he intends to seize the Meilu Heavenly Court. The King of Angels, Yin, is currently protecting the future Angel Queen in freeze, leaving no time to thwart Hua Yi. Given He-Shi's strength, I believe we can withstand him, though I fear Hua Yi may employ some cunning trickery. My purpose in this venture is to eliminate both Hua Yi and Morgana. Su Kai divulged his plans. Qi Lin's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Do you have some connection with the Heavenly King, He-Shi? Qi Lin ventured, voicing her suspicions. Fool! I share no intimate relationship with her. However, the criteria for mate selection among angels differ from ours. They rely on data-driven analysis. For instance, Zhao Xan was inexplicably chosen by the angel Zhixin, and they are now together. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The Heavenly King, He-Shi, has expressed admiration for my prowess, yet my heart belongs solely to you, Qi Lin. She has assisted me greatly in recent times. As a friend, it is only right that I help her navigate this crisis. With her support, overcoming Hua Yi and Morgana will be considerably easier. Su Kai gently caressed Qi Lin's head and spoke softly. In truth, I know you are exceptional, and many girls find you likable, which is perfectly normal. Yet, I find myself unable to surpass a certain hurdle in my heart. Qi Lin confessed. Rest assured, I promise you, I shall not be entangled with any other women. After saying this, Su Kai embraced Qi Lin tightly. Su Kai, you are my one true love, Qi Lin replied. The myriad stars in the heavens bore witness to their vows of love. Chapter 91. Calculation of Dark Energy Units in the Super God Academy. Inside the laboratory, Yin Huang is constructing a new secondary biological engine template for me. Master, the establishment is underway. Yin Huang deemed it necessary to inform the master that the secondary biological engine is more compatible with the second-generation angel divine body. Its primary function is to enhance biological capabilities, maximizing the physical potential of the organism and bestowing non-genetic special abilities. The concept of void rewriting is the cutting-edge technology of angel civilization, enabling energy transfer through heart fusion while imparting basic void capabilities. If one desires to possess advanced concept rewriting functionality, it may require more robust algorithms and energy supply. Master, are you certain you wish to fuse? This will necessitate vast energy resources to achieve a frequency of 36. At least a star 100 times larger than the Chiwu star would be needed to satisfy its computational power. After listening to Yin Huang's explanation, Su Kai nodded and declared, Yin Huang, let us proceed with the fusion. I shall seek the stellar energy. This is to upgrade Qi Lin's secondary biological engine. Her divine body is insufficient to develop into a fourth-generation divine body, and this represents the utmost potential of her current form. Remember to incorporate the solar civilization's star drive technology, enabling her to harness the power of stars through the weapon she wields. Yes, Master. Sukai, by his very nature, is incapable of accommodating an engine, a fact dictated by his genetic makeup. Qi Lin, as the inaugural generation of super warriors, has ascended to the third generation of divine bodies, all thanks to the resources provided by He Shi, yet that represents the pinnacle of the divine sniper's supergenetics. However, in a bid to augment her capabilities without upgrading her divine form, it is feasible to construct an individual celestial computing engine for her, thereby enhancing her combat prowess. Possessing a super brain, Sukai is essentially a supercomputer himself, though he has not yet attained the ability to fully master all knowledge within a known universe. His computational power rivals that of a supercomputer operating at 12 frequencies. This innate ability is undeniably formidable, allowing him to swiftly grasp the chaotic magic inherited from Rusi. It is noteworthy that even a grand sorcerer like Ruizi cannot inscribe chaotic magic, yet Sukai has managed to forcibly memorize it and gradually refine his skills. This illustrates the advantages of a superbrain. Having cultivated chaotic magic, Sukai has reaped significant benefits, including formidable magical resistance and enhanced mental fortitude. He stands as a versatile powerhouse, capable of both super-physical and magical assaults. Perhaps in the future, he shall bear two titles, one as the Silver Superman and the other as the Magic Superman. 3 months hence, on a planet within the Milky Way, the new sun god, Reyna, is diligently transforming this planet, which is even younger and more perfect than the solar star. Among the projects underway is the construction of a small heavenly Tao tower, meticulously replicated at a 1-to-1 scale. Panjun, this planet is remarkably youthful. The temperature and humidity are quite conducive to our survival, Reyna remarks as she gazes upon the planet below, adorned with towering trees. Here, no new civilization exists. Rather, the land is inhabited solely by the original flora and fauna, distinct from Earth, with each organism exhibiting extraordinary size, indicative of the abundant energy present. The ordinary citizens of the solar civilization are several times more robust than their Earth counterparts, naturally adapting to the environment here. This planet was recommended to me by Sukai. He once contemplated relocating the entirety of Earth to this world in the event of its destruction, yet he has graciously bestowed it upon us. With a region akin to Earth, but hundreds of times larger, I believe the solar civilization's choice this time is undoubtedly sound. Excitement gleams in Panjun's eyes. The solar civilization has indeed persevered. However, the only lament is that the old sun god continues to safeguard the solar star until it ultimately crumbles to dust. Very well. I acknowledge Sukai's immense favor. I have infused the legacy of the solar civilization into the new heavenly Tao Tower. Now, I must assist Geshaluan and the others in establishing the energy passageway for the Chihu star system. Can you manage things here? A newfound confidence radiates from Reyna. As a deity, I certainly can, but will you venture forth alone? I have ordered Wu Zhao to accompany you, along with several thousand soldiers. Panjun is not opposed to Reyna lending her assistance, for she embodies the entirety of the Radiant Sun civilization and must not be put in peril. Rest assured, Wu Zhao will be by my side. As for the 10,000 soldiers, they are unnecessary. I shall take a few hundred guards with me. Even if Cal arrives in the Chiu star system, he will think twice. This goddess is no mere clay figurine to be molded by anyone. Reyna declined Pan Zhen's proposal. She does not share his penchant for intimidating others with legions of heavenly soldiers at every turn. The strength of the Radiant Sun civilization lies in its ample military might. Ever since Principal Kirin discovered dark energy, a standard has been established for defining super soldiers. To elevate a warrior possessing the divine river super gene from a primitive state to that of a first-generation gene soldier is considered a basic unit of dark energy. Genes can be replicated indefinitely. Particularly for a vast civilization with ample resources, producing vast numbers of soldiers becomes a straightforward endeavor. For the Radiant Sun civilization, birthing 100,000 heavenly soldiers is exceedingly simple, as they possess sufficient energy to mass-produce first-generation warriors. The sole drawback is their lack of formidable combat prowess. This explains why Sun Wukong can effortlessly defeat 100,000 heavenly soldiers. It is important to note that the dark energy contained within the dark alloy staff wielded by Sun Wukong is estimated to be equivalent to 50,000 units of dark energy. This represents the so-called advanced combat power. A standard third-generation super soldier possesses no less than 100,000 units of dark energy. Thus, theoretically, a third-generation super soldier consumes the same amount of dark energy as would be required by 100,000 first-generation soldiers. The might of the Radiant Sun civilization stems from its mastery of stellar energy, equating to control over all energy supplies. As long as resources are plentiful, various levels of soldiers can be mass-produced. However, creating a deity transcends mere energy. It necessitates the most primal genetic resources. For instance, the third-generation divine body gene, lent to Sukai by he-she, has merged within Qi Lin's form, yet it has constrained her ability to advance to the fourth generation. On the periphery of the Qiyu star system, Gu Xiaoluan's magnificent core has already completed the integration of its foundational template data. It merely requires additional stellar energy support to enhance its computational system. Suddenly, a colossal wormhole fluctuation emerged in the vicinity of the Qiyu star system. A voice appeared in his dark communication interface. Gu Xiaoluan, your goddess Reyna has arrived. Chapter 92. The rarity of dark iron. Gu Xiaoluan, your goddess Reyna has arrived. The voice that unexpectedly resonated in the dark communication interface brought instant joy to Gu Xiaoluan, who had been entangled in energy dilemmas. Captain Reyna, you have finally come. Gu Xiaoluan exclaimed with a smile. Quickly, stand down the defenses. It is the Radiant Sun, led by Reyna, here to assist us, exclaimed Gu Xiaoluan to the surrounding defense warriors. Following this, the defense system promptly granted access to Reyna's vessel into the Qiwu star system. Reyna, accompanied by Wu Zhao and several guards, arrived aboard the Tiana No. 7. Ah, Xiaoluan, you have matured considerably. Since when did you take to sporting a beard? Reyna teased, noticing Gu Xiaoluan's unkempt facial hair. Well, it's not like I have the luxury of time for such grooming, with all this endless rotation here, Gu Xiaoluan replied, sheepishly stroking his beard. Welcome, Reyna, said Lianfeng, stepping forward from behind Gu Xiaoluan and extending his right hand. Reyna reciprocated the gesture, grasping Lianfeng's hand. Thank you, Commander Lianfeng. I actually wish to arrive sooner. There is much to address concerning the Radiant Sun, and being the main deity is no simple task. Where is Sukai? I have yet to see him, Reyna inquired, scanning the Tiana No. 7, but failing to spot Sukai. She did, however, encounter Jixin, while the rest of the Xiong Lian crew remained absent. Sukai is currently engrossed in genetic research, working on upgrading the engine for Qilin. He has shifted to a more behind-the-scenes role, now a researcher at the Super God Academy, where he is also training a new generation of super gene warriors. Gu Xiaoluan explained. His current lifestyle seems rather comfortable, detached from the complexities of scientific endeavors, floating amidst the cosmos. Ah, but that is not Sukai's typical nature. He has always preferred a life of combat and conflict. Now that our captain from Xiong Lian has returned, is no one else here to extend their greetings? Reyna expressed her disappointment. One cannot fault them. The entire Qiwu star system is establishing a defense network, necessitating a substantial number of security personnel. Aside from myself, the others are diligently collaborating with Qilin's interstellar combat team on defense operations, Gu Xiaoluan noted, acknowledging that it had been a while since he had seen his comrades from Xiong Lian. Is that so? The Qiwu star system is indeed vast. Well, the goddess has arrived, and I bring with me over 300 stellar energy conduits. Although this falls short of the tens of thousands Sukai mentioned, it is more than sufficient to expedite the construction of your defensive perimeter. By the way, are you not in need of upgrading your Xiongxin? Here, these 20 stars are perfectly suited for you. Youthful and immense, they will undoubtedly meet your requirements for enhancement. With a wave of her hand, Reina projected ethereal images into the air, displaying the locations of the stars and the routes of the energy conduits. How splendid, Reina! This is our celestial computer. Sukai suggested placing the energy processor on Jupiter, constructing a celestial computer akin to the Tiandao Tower, which will facilitate the supply of the required stellar energy to the entire defense system of the Chiwu star system. The celestial computer is currently capable of managing the energy of 304 stars. In the future, with the acquisition of additional energy and resources, it can be further upgraded to accommodate even more stellar energy conduits. When Gu Xiaoluan encountered the foundational template presented by Su Kai, he was profoundly astonished. This effectively grants Earth a novel celestial computer, eliminating the need for manual control, as it can autonomously manage the outer defenses of the Chiwu star system, delivering precise strikes against incoming adversaries while minimizing personnel casualties. One merely needs to establish a formidable defense base on Jupiter and maintain a presence there. Reina, upon catching a glimpse of the setup, could not help but exclaim, Sukai truly knows how to innovate. This is a one-to-one replica of the celestial tower of the Liang star. Let us commence. The objective now is to fill your 8000 stellar energy conduits, after which my involvement will cease. Theoretically speaking, that is the case. However, in practice, the Xiongbing Corps still requires your assistance, Gu Xiaoluan remarked with a faint smile. Reina, in turn, smiled back at him. At the moment Reina entered the Chiwu star system, Su Kai, residing within the Super God Academy, was already aware. With his enhanced auditory perception, he could effortlessly monitor the entirety of the Chiwu star system. His presence at the Super God Academy was not solely dedicated to genetic research and preparations for upgrading Qilin's engine. He was also daily harnessing stellar energy to augment his own abilities. As his strength grew, so too did his capacity to absorb and assimilate energy, resulting in a formidable power. Coupled with his studies in chaotic magic, he was now exponentially stronger than he had been prior to the explosive encounter with Carl and Morgana. His continued presence on Earth served as a safeguard against potential assaults from Carl. While he may not be able to eliminate Carl, he could at least obstruct or contain him. Yet, during this period, it appeared that Carl had vanished, refraining from retaliating against the Liang civilization or sending agents to Earth. This absence left Su Kai feeling uneasy. Carl's greatest strength did not lie solely in his prowess. It resided in his relentless curiosity and willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his objectives. With the backing of the most powerful celestial computer known to the universe, eliminating him would prove exceedingly challenging. As for what other tactics he might possess, that remained to be seen. He was hidden, while Su Kai was in plain sight. Indeed, following Reina's arrival and the subsequent influx of stellar energy, the construction of defenses across the Chiwu star system accelerated exponentially. The Mangdangshan was continuously producing construction robots, which were dispatched to the Defense System Engineering Department. Su Kai, Reina has arrived. Do you not intend to meet her? Qilin's voice resonated in Su Kai's ears. Let her focus on her work. How are things on your end? The subroutine for Yin Huang will be entrusted to you for safekeeping. The celestial computer on Jupiter operates at merely 24 frequencies. Based on my calculations, it should be sufficient to withstand an assault from civilizations akin to that of the angels. My Starfall sword has also been successfully developed. It merely requires a stellar energy supply, sufficient to launch a god-slaying strike anywhere within 100,000 light-years, delineated by the Oort cloud. However, this formidable weapon necessitates your personal control. Su Kai has emulated He-She's star fate, integrating Su Mali's flying knife technique and micro-wormhole technology, crafting a colossal sword from the remaining dark dusk silver and dark alloy. Regrettably, Su Kai lacks the most precious dark iron, also known as void material. The creation of dark iron demands the cooling of tens of thousands of stars and the extraction of black hole matter to trigger an explosion. Dark iron is a rare element among void materials, whereas dark alloy contains only a minuscule amount. Yet, even that trace endows dark alloy armor with immense strength and resilience. Sukai has utilized the justice shop to check the price of dark iron, which parallels his superhuman genes. To procure dark iron with justice points, one must seek out the heavenly legion of Hua Yi and undertake a massacre. Chapter 93. The true great clock. Somewhere in the known universe lies the edge of existence, enveloped by a mysterious force. Here, darkness prevails, devoid of any light, with even cosmic radiation absent. Time and space are distorted and reversed. This desolate expanse is littered with fragments of celestial bodies, stars, planets, and meteoroids, resembling a cosmic landfill, utterly silent. A massive, skeletal-shaped warship approaches at superluminal speeds. My God, is this truly the edge of the universe? Why are there so many meteor fragments? Snow's eyes brimmed with astonishment. This was his first encounter with a lifeless region of the cosmos. Even the river Styx galaxy, which reveres death, still harbored traces of light. Yet here, light could not penetrate. This cannot be deemed the universe's edge. The universe lacks a definitive boundary. This is the realm of true annihilation, encompassing all that exists within the cosmos: ordinary matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Were it not for the special protection of the great clock, we might not dare to venture here. Calmly, Carl spoke. Ever since Su Kai and Lena jointly obliterated the river Styx galaxy, he had been relentlessly seeking a means to eliminate Su Kai. A black hole was his initial thought for a special weapon, but after calculating Su Kai's capabilities with the great clock, he remained uncertain. Thus, he assisted Hua Yi in upgrading the black hole engine, sending him to test whether Su Kai could be annihilated by the black hole. Snow's heart was filled with dread. In such a place, even a god would face obliteration. My God, look over there. Is that not the presence of God-slaying power? Snow pointed towards a distant point of light, and with his insight, he immediately recognized it as the essence of God-slaying power. Perhaps it is the essence of the power that slays gods. The universe has existed for 13.7 billion years, and the civilizations I am aware of have only emerged 4.6 billion years ago. As for whether there were stronger or more numerous civilizations prior to that, I remain entirely in the dark. Carl is a deity who has inherited fragments of the divine river civilization and the Panga civilization. However, he recently encountered the force of another civilization, magic. In the past, he had explored magic with re-eyes, but Carl's interests leaned more towards the void. For having witnessed its power, he became skeptical of magic. After all, magic requires an exceptionally powerful belief to even begin its practice, and its might pales in comparison to the advancements of technology. Yet, the magic wielded by Sukai completely transformed his perspective. That chaotic spell disrupted the algorithms of the grand clock, momentarily incapacitating his mental faculties and rendering him unable to resist. Had he maintained the characteristics of a primary material being, Sukai would have undoubtedly extinguished him. This extraordinary phenomenon exists within the known universe, yet to trace its origins, one must venture here. This space was a serendipitous discovery by Carl, containing the memories of the entire known universe accumulated over 13.7 billion years. So, my deity, have we come here to seek the source of God-slaying power? If we could harness that essence, it would be sufficient to vanquish the 4 generations of divine bodies. Snow indicated towards the distant orb emanating the Slayer's power. Carl, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "Indeed, compared to the essence of God-slaying, it is formidable. The God-slaying weapon appears as mere plaything before it. In truth, the underlying principle is analogous, utilizing vacuum decay to diminish the genetic impairments of super warriors. However, the essence of God-slaying boasts the advantages of regeneration and infinite usability, equating to possessing a weapon that can be mobilized and employed at will. Yet, should one fail to strike the enemy, it loses its terrifying nature. In the known universe, the former space principal Kirin once harnessed such primal power. My deity, are you suggesting that the star god, Nor, is a unique weapon forged from the essence of God-slaying? Snow, having accompanied Carl for many years, was not lacking in wisdom and quickly thought of the star god Lu Chuan. You are correct. It is indeed a flawless reflection of divine engineering. Principal Kirin's intellect is the most profound I have encountered in the known universe, Carl acknowledged, holding the grand clock, a creation of Kirin's, with a sense of admiration. After all, Principal Kirin was a creator deity of the divine river civilization. Suddenly, Carl added, "Now, another god has emerged. one who merges wisdom with combat, capable of overturning the entire known universe. My deity, are you referring to Sukai of Earth? Snow inquired, a hint of trepidation creeping into his heart. Carl slowly lifted his head, raising his hands as a colossal and ancient clock materialized above him, its size comparable to that of a planet, calmly suspended in the space around them. The sound of its chimes resonated, momentarily enhancing Snow's mental acuity, as if he could perceive the entirety of the realm. The grand clock, the true grand clock. It was the first time Snow beheld the clock in its authentic form, despite accompanying Carl for many years. He had never fully comprehended its essence. He was astonished by the enormity of this celestial computational device, even the divine Kesha's celestial blade, Morgana's demon one, or the radiant civilization's heavenly path tower paled in comparison to the grand clock, which was truly the most formidable celestial computer in the known universe. There was no need for astonishment. What he had previously witnessed was merely a projection of the grand clock, which had always existed here, as this place was far more suited to its presence. Carl remarked nonchalantly. In Carl's eyes, the numerous gods and powerful civilizations of the known universe were inconsequential, merely a faction of power seekers embroiled in conflict. Even the divine Kesha could not escape the realm of power. Only one individual commanded Carl's earnest regard, Sukai. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but his wisdom also eclipsed that of all other entities. For he had surmised the existence of higher dimensions and endorsed the theory of the void. Thus, there was one crucial point. Sukai's unique genes emerged from a higher dimension or perhaps another universe, rendering him impervious to annihilation within the known universe. This was the source of Carl's trepidation. Regardless of species, all beings feel fear in the face of the unknown. My God, do you seek to discover means to confront Sukai here? Snow inquired once more. Snow, your curiosity seems insatiable. My God, I dare not. Snow felt an overwhelming aura of death descending upon him, bowing his head in terror. This was the essence of Carl's intimidation. Only those close to Carl truly understood the extent of his terror. Carl closed his eyes, his hands beginning to manipulate the grand clock, his gaze radiating wisdom, before whispering, Sukai, how wonderful it would be if we were friends. Perhaps we could together welcome the arrival of the void. I wonder if you hail from that ancient civilization. Chapter 94. Is the triangular entity delivering supplies? Since Reyna initiated the construction of stellar energy channels for the Crimson Sunstar system, the defense infrastructure of the entire system has been advancing at an accelerated pace. Gu Xiaoluan's core upgrade achieved a foundational computational capacity of 36 frequencies, and his mastery over the void and anti-void capabilities grew increasingly adept. Sukai's intention in aiding Gu Xiaoluan's enhancement was to prepare him to counter Huaya as black hole engine. This served as a contingency plan. Sukai communicated with the orbital king. She could not swiftly resolve the artificial black hole. Yet Sukai was capable of addressing the black hole issue. This is a matter of spatial transfer, utilizing chaotic magical space to completely obliterate black holes. However, the current mastery of magic is insufficient to relocate a black hole and render it utterly extinct. Among the known methods to counter the Huaya black hole engine is Gu Xiaoluan's anti-void engine. My lord, the newly developed celestial computer engine of the matron has successfully integrated with the secondary biological engine, achieving a computational power of 36 frequencies based on the primary template. Any further enhancement may lead to the disintegration of the matron's genetic structure. Yan Huang's voice resonated in Sukai's mind. Understood. Will the ultra-long-range strike star fall? Will it function properly? Reporting to my lord, the star fall employs a cutting-edge celestial computer array for supercontrol, linking 12 stellar energy sources, enabling superluminal strikes capable of effortlessly slicing through spacecraft of astronomical caliber, posing a threat even to the divine. Asmile gratet sukislips. At last, the Chiwu star system boasts comprehensive defensive capabilities. The relentless development over these days has yielded significant returns. His gaze settled upon Sumali, who had been entirely transformed by him. While her body and brain retained the angelic genes, her limbs have been crafted from dark silver, configured by Sukai into a lethal machine. Though perhaps not as devastating against gods, she is undeniably a destructive force against second and third generation super soldiers. The Chiwu star system no longer requires Sukai's assistance to engage in astronomical warfare. He could depart from here to confront some malevolent forces, amassing substantial justice points in preparation for the impending void civilization that Carl would unleash. The true strength of the void civilization remains a mystery to all. So, okay, are you there? Cheelan's voice sounded urgent. What is it, Cheelan? Have you encountered a difficult situation? Even when faced with the voracious legion, Cheelan had never exhibited such urgency. It was evident she faced a formidable foe. The Tianra number 7 transmitted data indicating the discovery of a peculiar group of beings near Proxima Centauri. According to the Angel's analysis, this group is reminiscent of the Triangular Civilization, once renowned alongside the Divine River Civilization. The Triangular Civilization, you say? Sukai furrowed his brow. This is yet another scheme concocted by Carl. That fellow never seems to take a break. After their defeat in the corporeal war, the Triangular Civilization has drifted in the depths of the cosmos, sheltered by Carl in the River of Hades. It appears they now lack any semblance of civilized structure. Carl must be intending to exploit them to reconstruct a civilization and lure them to Earth. The strength of the Triangular Civilization lies in their advanced cerebral development and continuous evolution. They require no technology to traverse the skies or the Earth, wielding numerous abilities. This bears a striking resemblance to Sukai himself, who possesses a super intellect and navigates the cosmos through the biofield. Carl, what exactly are you plotting? Sukai pondered in confusion. Carl understood that this group of Triangular Civilization creatures posed no threat to him. Yet, they still had the audacity to invade Earth. Sukai, are you still there? Cheelan's voice echoed once more. The Triangular beings are formidable adversaries. They target mental attacks, and, scientifically speaking, they possess void capabilities, but they require communication with us. Communication, or rather, an attempt to dissuade us. Sukai's expression hardened. At worst, he would personally travel to Proxima Centauri and completely obliterate the entire planet. Lianfeng asked me to inquire whether you would meet them, or if someone else would handle the communication. Then let us meet them, Sukai replied. In a mere breath, Sukai's figure materialized aboard the Tianxin number 7. Sukai, you have arrived, greeted Gu Xiaolin, Lianfeng, and Angel Jixin as they stood and regarded him. Well, what is the situation? Please elaborate. Sukai inquired. We have just deciphered a message from the Triangular beings. Their intent seems to be to persuade us to relinquish Earth, allowing humanity to relocate to Mars, thereby achieving conditions for peaceful coexistence. They currently inhabit a planet near Proxima Centauri, which boasts an ocean coverage of 60. Their objective in targeting Earth is due to its 71 ocean coverage. Jixin's circular device spun continuously, displaying the peculiar information transmitted by the Triangular beings. Sukai intercepted the information, and his superbrain began deciphering the text. Goodness, these creatures seek to invade Earth, do they not? Just as we have expelled the glutton and the demons. We are now confronted with such monsters. Truly, Earth is beset by calamities. However, we shall never submit. If need be, we will go to war. Gu Xiaoluan's eyes burned with fury. Who were they to wreak havoc on Earth, as if they were invincible? After completely deciphering the language of the Triangular Civilization, Sukai opened his eyes and declared, I shall go and meet their leader. Allow me to accompany you. I have some knowledge of the angels, Angel Jixin said. Gazing at Sukai, no need. We can handle matters concerning Earth. It is evident they wish to hear your opinions, yet they are oblivious to the current strength of Earth. Sukai confidently asserted. Having analyzed the Triangular Civilization's language, Sukai grasped the essence of their capabilities. The perception and cerebral development of the Triangular beings far surpassed that of the Shinha beings, as they could discern 6 primary colors, exceeding the 3 of the Shinha. They enhanced their abilities through waves, purple, and nuclear primary colors, with cerebral development exceeding that of the Shinha civilization. Utilizing their formidable cerebral prowess, they generated electromagnetic radiation, executed mental attacks, and exhibited immunity to certain data manipulations, effectively transferring or nullifying conventional assaults, along with possessing sound wave control. Yet in the eyes of Sukai, armed with a superbrain, these abilities were but trifling. No matter how intellectually formidable they are, can they surpass the capabilities of the superbrain Sukai? That would be akin to comparing them to a celestial-level computational machine. For them, it would be sheer annihilation. As for mental assaults, can they truly rival the mental prowess invoked by Sukai's chaotic magic? After Sukai, meticulously analyzed the known data of the triangular entities. He felt as though they were merely offering themselves up for slaughter. Chapter 95. The submission of the triangular entities. The power of the triangular entities far exceeds that of the gluttonous legion. They possess immunity to data manipulation and are impervious to conventional weaponry, rendering most armaments on Earth ineffective against them. To defeat them, one must resort to mental attacks or utilize void capabilities. Furthermore, they exist without restraint, showing no mercy to any planetary civilization, exterminating all life without regard for its significance. Essentially, any group that is not their own is deemed worthy of annihilation, more ruthless than the River Styx civilization. Under the auspices of angelic justice, they are perceived as epitomes of extreme malevolence, even more so than Morgana. During the reign of the divine Caesar, the triangular civilization dared not manifest in the known universe. It is evident that this civilization, on the brink of extinction, has been deliberately concealed. Apart from Karl, no one would undertake the task of hiding such an extremist civilization. In Sukai's eyes, they are monstrous beings, devoid of any emotional life. Sukai, since you have resolved to meet them, this matter is entrusted to you. Should war be necessary, we can commence at any moment, Lianfeng affirmed upon witnessing Sukai's decision. Caesar, perhaps you should bring Ji Xian along. She could serve as your translator, as we cannot comprehend the language of these creatures. Gu Xiaoluan, now matured and an epitome of angelic majesty, felt a sense of responsibility towards the angels. Sukai's previous remarks seemed somewhat antagonistic towards them, likely causing a slight offense to Ji Xian. Sukai smiled gently. I have already deciphered the language of the triangular civilization. Based on the data uploaded by the angels, I have a general understanding of their capabilities. What others find insurmountable, I can accomplish with ease. As for my earlier comments, they were not directed at the angels. There is no need to take offense. The angels have provided immense assistance to our Earth, and I shall not forget your kindness. Ji Xian, who was not well acquainted with Sukai, had only heard a portion of his prowess through Zhao Xian. Yet, she understood that Sukai's strength far surpassed her superficial observations. It was entirely normal for a powerful deity to disregard her presence, especially one recognized by the celestial ruler He-She. I'm fine. Since you have already deciphered the language of the triangular entities, my presence is unnecessary. In truth, both Gu Xiaoluan and Ji Xian were astonished that Sukai could unravel the language system of their adversaries in mere minutes. They were left in awe, pondering the depths of Sukai's strength. All right, Ji Xian, please prepare for the teleportation, Sukai instructed, nodding at her. This angel was indeed a disciple of He-She. Understood. Ji Xian adeptly employed the celestial blade number 7 to initiate the establishment of a wormhole, pinpointing the spatial coordinates relayed by the triangular entities. Please transmit their coordinates to me shortly, Sukai added. Ji Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Should negotiations falter, Sukai would decisively annihilate the majority of the triangular beings, rendering them impotent. Subsequently, the wormhole activated. As Sukai stepped forward, he found himself transported to a planet remarkably akin to Earth. Upon surveying the entirety of this celestial body, he was astonished to discover its striking resemblance to Earth, albeit devoid of life. A splendid find. For a moment, Sukai was consumed by the desire to claim this planet as his own. However, his mood was abruptly soured by the emergence of a massive, ominous object. This dark behemoth floated in the void of space, resembling a battleship adorned with a pair of fleshy wings, reminiscent of a manta ray. You Earth's supreme deity, echoed the language of the divine river civilization from within the triangular spacecraft. Rather than respond, Sukai boldly entered the colossal entity, unleashing a surge of biological energy that shattered its defenses with a single blow. A roar erupted, signifying that Sukai's attack had struck true. Speaking in the tongue of the triangular beings, Sukai declared, I can understand your language. Speak. What do you desire? The triangular entities were momentarily taken aback. Concurrently, a beam of green light scanned Sukai's form. Brain domain fully developed, capable of infinite growth, omniscient and omnipotent, possessing nearly limitless physical strength, mental fortitude unyielding. The ultimate evolutionary form of the triangular civilization cannot contend with you. Unable to analyze fully, the triangular beings trembled as they relayed Sukai's data. Have you completed your analysis? Speak freely. Did Karl send you? Sukai directly. The triangular entities, whose bodies functioned as battleships, could alter their size at will. Though Sukai found himself within their corporeal form, it mattered little. He could effortlessly break free, wholly disregarding their defenses. He had already conducted tests, utilizing his formidable biological energy to inflict damage. Esteemed Earth's supreme deity, the Reaper Carl has sheltered our triangular civilization. We merely seek a new habitat. The Earth Star harbors the existence of our ancestral lineage, which is the reason for our desire for this planet. Now that we have located a new deity of civilization, namely you, please accept the subjugation of our triangular civilization. The triangular being's words left Sukai momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Surrendering due to inability to prevail? Why submit to him? And for what purpose? Sukai retorted. The sudden capitulation was exceedingly peculiar. Respected deity, after our defeat in the War of Forms, we lost our civilization's dominance. Our ultimate aspiration for purification is to become a perfect ultimate evolutionary form, akin to you. We care not for any specific form, but solely pursue immense power. The true intention of the triangular beings became clear. Before me stands a triangular entity, undoubtedly the sovereign among its kind, for no ordinary triangular being could possess such grandeur. This implies that it commands a formidable army of triangular entities. How might I prove my allegiance? Sukai mused that reclaiming a legion of triangular beings would indeed prove advantageous. My name is Ba Dong Dong, and I willingly submit to you, the great deity of power. Upon uttering these words, Ba Dong Dong's triangular form emitted a radiant red halo. Sukai sensed the immense psychic energy emanating from it, revealing its spiritual consciousness. A surge of joy coursed through Sukai, who then conjured a magical rune in his hand. The azure sigil instantly bound Ba Dong Dong's psychic consciousness, effectively ensnaring it. At any moment, Sukai could detonate this magical binding, obliterating Ba Dong Dong's spiritual essence and leading to its utter demise. Great deity, I beseech you to lead our triangular civilization to dominate the entirety of the known universe, Ba Dong Dong proclaimed fervently in the language of the triangular beings. Sukai shook his head in response. The mere existence of your triangular civilization within the known universe is commendable enough. To seek dominion over the entire cosmos is unreasonable. Do you wish to engage in a corporeal war with the angels? My deity, the sacred Kaisha, has perished, and the civilizations capable of suppressing our triangular kind no longer exist. We have you, a powerful god. Ba Dong Dong sought to exploit Sukai's strength to fulfill their ambitions of supremacy. I regret to inform you that I have no interest in conquest. You may either choose another supreme deity or face annihilation at my hands, Sukai warned, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Should they refuse to heed his counsel, he would ensure the complete eradication of the triangular civilization from the known universe. Nay, my deity, it is Ba Dong Dong who has erred. I implore you to descend upon our triangular legion and guide them to their rightful homeland. Ba Dong Dong, fearful of being forsaken, recognize the overwhelming might of this god, surpassing even that of the grim Reaper, Carl. Very well, Sukai acquiesced. Lead the way. I shall witness your army. Chapter 96. The Variegated Blue Army. Sukai entered alongside the triangular sovereign, Ba Dong Dong. Immediately, he perceived a multitude of triangular life forms hidden within the depths of the ocean. Ba Dong Dong, does your variegated blue civilization originate from a different cosmic dimension? Sukai inquired with curiosity. This variegated blue civilization, an aquatic progenitor, necessitated copious amounts of water for survival, even surpassing the cognitive realms of angelic civilizations in their development. They possessed physical resilience that transcended the third generation of divine beings. To answer, my deity, the variegated blue civilization adheres to the principles of the Dark Jungle Law. We are but one variant of the triangular entities, hailing from the divine river galaxy, having evolved from the ocean. Our ancestors, akin to the dolphins of Earth, engaged in corporeal warfare with the divine river civilization 50,000 years ago, ultimately succumbing and losing the habitat of our civilization. Ba Dong Dong replied with utmost reverence. It turns out that the triangular entities are categorized into different civilizations, not merely beings from a higher dimensional universe. Only after Sukai shared a portion of the brain domain of the Ba Dong Dong did he comprehend the immense power of the modeled blue civilization. Their brains are extraordinarily advanced, capable of evolving in just a few thousand years to rival that of angels, possessing brainwave functions that surpass those of the divine river entities, enabling them to exert diverse mental suppressions through microwaves, thereby disrupting the normal utilization of their abilities. At the very least, Sukai believed that without Kaisa, the melodious celestial court would not stand a chance against this modeled blue civilization. Ba Dong Dong, Earth belongs to me. I can seek out a region suitable for your survival, but you must adhere to my rules, Sukai said to the now adult-sized Ba Dong Dong beside him. As the king of the modeled blue civilization, he naturally had the capacity to manage and restrain this group of triangular warriors. My God, are you forsaking us? Will you not join us in devouring other civilizations? Ba Dong Dong acknowledged Sukai, for within him he witnessed the essence of ultimate evolution. Not only did Sukai possess the perfect divine river physique, but he also wielded formidable power, with his brain domain nearly fully developed. The triangular entities might only aspire to reach Sukai's level. I have stated that I am not your deity. However, I can lead you across entirely new dimensions. Sukai responded calmly. Perhaps when faced with the impending void, he would indeed require a powerful army that feared not death. The modeled blue civilization represented the finest choice. Ba Dong Dong, I am willing to follow my God. After Sukai's significant enhancement of strength, he could master a language of cosmic civilization within mere moments, easily grasping the language of the modeled blue civilization. This was the source of Ba Dong Dong's trepidation. Sukai's ability to swiftly command all their capabilities was something they could never oppose. The law of their civilization was survival of the fittest. Given Sukai's formidable strength, he naturally could ascend to their deity. Because Sukai comprehended their civilization's language and understood them, coupled with his ability to evolve and grow without any technological support, he gained the recognition of Ba Dong Dong. His acceptance of Sukai signified that he was the creator of their kind. Thus, you will temporarily reside here, continuously augmenting your numbers. I will seek out planets conducive to your survival and evolution, Sukai proclaimed. Ba Dong Dong, open your mental world so that I may learn about your past. Yes, my God. As Ba Dong Dong unveiled his mental realm, Sukai beheld numerous ancient cosmic civilizations. Notably, the divine river civilization, boasting a history of over 200,000 years, was one of the oldest known civilizations in the universe, possessing the most advanced physical technology. Approximately 100,000 years ago, it perished with the destruction of its stellar energy sources, leading some of its remnants to wander the cosmos. Among them, Kirin, also known as the Space Principal, is one. Kirin's mentor, Dingahe, perished alongside the civilization. As the god of time, Kirin endeavored to resurrect the scientific luminary of the Shank civilization, but was met with failure. The advancement of the Shank civilization relied predominantly on their own ingenuity, with their most magnificent creation being a grand clock constructed over 5 millennia using dark matter computational clouds. This clock could simulate the universe, delineating the known universe as the extent of its calculations, thereby ushering in an era of eternal life for the Shank civilization. The Shank civilization had engaged in numerous corporeal wars across many known worlds, vanquishing the beast in their triangular forms, thereby expelling the triangular civilization from the carbon-based biological realm and transforming them into cosmic wanderers. The modeled blue civilization survived thanks to the assistance of Carl, who temporarily concealed them within the realm of the underworld civilization. Unfortunately, the last encounter between Sukai and Reina resulted in the destruction of the underworld civilization, leading to the obliteration of their refuge once more. Carl took in the triangular civilization and studied them, primarily to prepare for the impending void invasion. The rationale was straightforward. The triangular civilization evolved with remarkable rapidity, and without constraints, their evolution over mere millennia could surpass that of the angelic civilization, which took eons to develop. This was akin to Sukai himself, who, after only a few years in the super god universe, attained capabilities that could rival any deity. Moreover, he achieved this without relying on technological advancements, depending solely on the purification of his own genetics. The triangular civilization had previously engaged in a corporeal war with the angelic civilization, but ultimately, the formidable Saint Goddess Kesha subdued them with overwhelming power, causing their gradual disappearance from the known universe, rendering them forgotten. Within the spiritual realm of Ba Dong Dong, Sukai learned that their mottled blue civilization had nearly faced total annihilation, leaving behind only a handful of triangular warriors. After years of recuperation, they slowly revived. Following the fall of the divine Kesha, they perceive an opportunity and, under Karl's guidance, sought to invade Earth. Sukai increasingly suspects that Karl intentionally orchestrated the triangular civilization's arrival on Earth to distract him. What exactly are Karl's intentions? Yet, there's one factor Karl did not foresee: Sukai's ability to effortlessly annihilate the triangular beings, delivering a dual blow both physically and mentally. All of this is, in truth, owed to Karl. Had it not been for him, Sukai would not have fortuitously entered the realm of runes, where he learned the chaotic magical runes, thus enhancing and developing his formidable mental prowess. Sukai fully embraced all memories of Badongdong and the data of the mottled blue civilization. He finally comprehended why the Shank civilization felt compelled to engage in corporeal warfare. It stemmed from a profound fear of the triangular beings. Simply put, as carbon-based life forms, why could they evolve continuously with merely a water source, surpassing even the most advanced weaponry of the Shank civilization? A single triangular warrior could easily vanquish numerous warriors of the Shank civilization. With the dark jungle law of the triangular civilization, a conflict between the two civilizations was ultimately inevitable, leading to the comprehensive outbreak of corporeal warfare. In the end, the triangular civilization was defeated, relinquishing its dominion over the known universe. Sukai gradually opened his eyes and said, "Badongdong, temporarily reside here. Come to my aid whenever I require you." Yes, my God. Chapter 97. The rival of Qilin's affection upon returning to the Celestial Blade number 7. Sukai informed Lingfeng that they had thoroughly resolved the issue with the triangular civilization. Sukai, do you mean that the triangular beings will no longer invade Earth? Did you promise them any conditions? Lingfeng asked, her expression tinged with confusion. Not all. In truth, the triangular civilization can be considered a carbon-based life form within the known universe, albeit possessing formidable physical defenses and the capacity to unleash mental attacks that can cause super soldiers to lose self-control. Their demands are quite simple: a habitable region. Whether they evolve into the strongest civilization in the known universe thousands or even tens of thousands of years from now is beyond my jurisdiction. Sukai believed he bore no obligation to safeguard the entire Chiwu star system for millennia. After all, Earth could not remain ensconced in his protective embrace indefinitely. Lingfeng had faith in Sukai's capabilities. With the triangular issue resolved, they could now embark on the comprehensive construction of the Chiwu star system's defense system. Lingfeng, Xiaoluan, the defense system of the Chiwu star system is entrusted to you. I must depart for a while. Sukai toyed with the orb in his hand, an artifact brought back from another planet. The universe is vast, and he had promised to find a new habitat for the mottled blue civilization. Moreover, the current Hoya had already begun an offensive against the Malo Celestial Court. Although the Celestial Monarch, she had not called for assistance, Sukai still felt compelled to help her. It is best to repay the favors one owes. The Angel civilization now faced immense challenges. The Angel King, Yin, was still safeguarding the future Angel King in Frezer. Sukai could not fathom the outcomes derived from the so-called sacred Kesha knowledge base, which, from his perspective, merely indicated a mortal king whose character and beliefs mirrored those of Kesha. Yet, to ascend to divinity requires an ample passage of time. Could it truly be that he is stronger than Yin? Becoming the Angel King necessitates not only extensive time for cultivation, but also the recognition of various factions. Even the battle-hardened Angel Yin, with her 7,000 years of experience, faced skepticism from numerous powers regarding her claim to the throne, let alone an ordinary mortal. Angel Jixin remained on Earth, while Angel King Yin was in Frezer, with the entire Malo Celestial Court entrusted to the protection of Celestial Monarch Shi. It must be said that Angel King Yin is indeed lacking in responsibility. In truth, they believe that Celestial Monarch Shi can safeguard the Malo Celestial Court. Your time belongs to the entire universe and should not be confined to the Chiwu star system. With Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang here, there will surely be no issues. Does Qilin wish to accompany you? Li Yinfeng had not considered Qilin in the equation. It was widely acknowledged that Sukai and Qilin were a couple on the cusp of matrimony. It won't take long. I shall go alone, she declared. Her presence here would be immensely beneficial to you all. As long as deities like Karl or Morgana do not intervene, she should be able to manage. Sukai gazed at Lianfeng with a confident expression. With Qilin's possession of the third-generation divine physique, she was merely short of Reina and Gu Xiaoluan. Coupled with the additional celestial computer engine, she would be virtually invincible, provided there was sufficient energy. Very well. You shall decide this matter for yourself. The Earth star has developed the capacity for self-preservation. Yet, with your arrival, it has traversed from pre-nuclear civilization to interstellar civilization within a mere few years. Lianfeng could not help but admire this. It is worth noting that their Noxian civilization spanned 25,000 years, with the first 10,000 akin to Earth star's pre-nuclear stage. Had it not been for Principal Qilin's assistance, they might still be lagging behind the current Earth star. The advancement of a civilization necessitates the support of sufficiently powerful deities. The Earth star not only boasts the galactic power of Gu Xiaoluan, but also possesses a young supreme deity, mature and imbued with a sense of responsibility. At the edge of the Qiwu star system, the Qilin warship was continuously patrolling the entire star system. Qilin occupied the Captain-S position at the helm of the flagship. This warship, crafted for Qilin by Sukai, utilized resources gathered from the He Shi and Lai Yang civilizations, along with a considerable amount of Earth's resources. It belonged to the Interstellar Combat Unit. Equipped with the most advanced photon annihilation cannons and sustained by stellar energy, it could launch an unceasing barrage. Additionally, it housed numerous god-slaying weapons and was capable of superluminal travel, integrating Qilin's dark aspect with a celestial computer engine, rivaling even the Demon No. 1 warship. The Tianren 7 was formidable due to its multiple wormhole transmission capabilities, enabling the Angel Legion's combat personnel to provide immediate support and redeployment. Earth did not possess an abundance of super warriors. The thousands of super warriors in the Interstellar Combat Unit were all enhanced through resources borrowed from He Shi. Ultimately, Earth remained impoverished. Deputy Commander, the commander has arrived. A super warrior entered the command hall and saluted Qilin. Sukai, Qilin remarked, puzzled. Is there something that cannot be discussed through dark aspect communication? Why come in person? Commander. Greetings, Commander. The operational personnel working nearby rose to acknowledge Sukai's presence. Hello. Everyone, please carry on. I am merely here to see my wife. Sukai replied with a smile, leaving the usually aloof Qilin feeling somewhat flustered. Sukai, do you have something to discuss? Qilin shifted the topic to alleviate the recent awkwardness. Being the center of attention always felt peculiar. Is it a problem that I come to my own unit without any particular matter? Sukai spread his hands innocently. Your team, over these years, you have not been attentive. However, to speak candidly, the Qilin battleship you have crafted for us is indeed impressive. Qilin remarked with a smile. The capabilities of this Qilin battleship are comprehensive, rivaling that of the Tianren No. 7. Naturally, it has consumed all the resources at my disposal. As long as you are pleased, that is sufficient. Sukai lifted his head, surveying the surroundings with pride, satisfied to have produced such a formidable vessel. Qilin beamed, yet her expression hinted at an awareness of Sukai's true intentions. You intend to assist the angel civilization, do you not? You have guessed correctly. You truly are my woman, perceptive as always. Sukai offered a somewhat awkward smile. I am well aware of your motives. You are undoubtedly going to aid that celestial king, He Shi. I heard from Xin that Hua Yi has assembled a 1,000,000-strong army to assault the Malo Celestial Court. Qilin certainly keeps herself informed, even going so far as to consult Xin. I owe He Shi a favor. No need to elaborate. I understand that the divine body resources I possess, along with the gene resources of the Interstellar Combat Unit, were all provided by her, correct? Go ahead. However, I hope that upon your return, she will not accompany you. Qilin clearly harbored concerns for Sukai, not out of fear for his safety or life, but rather that his heart might be lured away by that celestial king, He Shi. She could not help but acknowledge the perfection of the angels, especially considering her rival was the celestial king, He Shi. Chapter 98. The transaction with Tianren Wang, Yin, just as Sukai was about to depart through the great wormhole. He was halted by Gu Xiaoluan. What is it, Xiaoluan? Sukai questioned, somewhat perplexed by the obstruction before him. Does this fellow wish for him to remain on Earth to continue his genetic research? Sukai, I am aware of your intended destination. It is the Angel's Malo Celestial Court, and I have a request. Could you assist Angel, Yin, and Firies? Gu Xiaoluan articulated his thoughts. Oh, do you favor Yin or Qianwei then? Sukai countered. Alas, it is not that simple. You know that angel Yin has bestowed upon me numerous valuable gifts, and I have yet to reciprocate. I have heard that Hua Yi, that so-called celestial king, has already dispatched troops to Firies. According to Xin, only Angel Yin and a few angelic guards remain there, and I fear for her safety. Gu Xiaoluan did not mention Xiangwei. He had come to understand, as the supreme commander of the Qihu star system, the significance of Xiangwei's earlier actions. Very well, I happen to be heading there to retrieve something. Su Kai nodded. Regarding Angel Yin, now referred to as Tianren Wang Yin, she is a commendable female angel, possessing a forthright and candid nature, eschewing indirectness. She is generous in her affections towards those she cherishes, as evidenced by her unwavering protection of Gu Xiaoluan on 2 occasions. Thank you, Kai Shen. Indeed. Ensure that the defense system of the Qihu star system is well established. You shall become the guardian of the galaxy in due course. Su Kai patted Gu Xiaoluan on the shoulder. In the future, he may not remain in this universe indefinitely. He aspires to ascend to a higher and more potent realm. This is the pursuit of a true warrior. Xin, please locate Frezer for me. I wish to meet your Angel King. Understood. As the space-time wormhole of the Celestial Blade number 7 activated, Su Kai vanished into the vortex before the eyes of Qi Lin, Gu Xiaoluan, Ling Feng, and Xin. Frezer, the Celestial Blade's Wang Yin, had come directly here following the last defeat of the angels. She was determined to protect the next king of the angels. She needed to guard against not only Hua Yi, but also Morgana. Presently, Frezer was still contending with remnants of demonic forces, yet she refrained from engaging with them, instead covertly safeguarding all. Boom! A detonation resounded in the skies above Frezer. Wang Yin of the Celestial Blade instantly sensed an arrival from the outer heavens. Su Kai gazed calmly at the planet below, which bore little distinction from Earth, save for its greater size and a historical civilization that lagged behind, a culture yet to fully harness technological support. Su Kai, what brings you here? A beautiful figure materialized a short distance before Su Kai. It was none other than Wang Yin of the Celestial Blade. Should I address you as the Angel King or simply Yin? Su Kai inquired with a smile. Codenames are inconsequential, but your sudden appearance here, does it signify the approach of enemies? Wang Yin had changed. She no longer possessed the playful demeanor of her past. Yin, you seem quite transformed. Once, you were the smiling angel. Now, you appear so serious. Is the burden of being Angel King truly so great? Su Kai jested. Speak your purpose. I lack the time for childish play, Yin replied, maintaining her lofty demeanor, befitting of an Angel King, though lacking the confidence of the divine Kaisha. Shall you not invite me in to sit, sip some tea, and converse about the future? Su Kai gestured toward the direction of Frezer, Aini Shida's quarters. Let's go. Must I hold your hand to lead you there? Such duties should be left to Tianji Wang He. Yet, it is peculiar that old matron would take a liking to someone as youthful as you, Yin retorted, showcasing her wit. Upon arriving at Yan's usual residence, which exuded an ancient charm devoid of any technological artifacts, Su Kai mused that the atmosphere here might lead one to believe they had traversed back to the era of ancient Rome. The slumbering queen, Aini Shida, was indeed the Angel King as prophesied by the divine Kaisha. With a glance, Su Kai discerned Aini Shida in a deep slumber and scanned her physical structure, revealing her to be an ordinary human without any extraordinary traits. Was her selection as the next Angel King based on her leadership qualities? Yin then prepared several cups of tea, stating, "This is the Queen's decision. I have faith in the Queen." Once, amidst the delicate balance between life and death, I encountered your Queen, Kesha. What? Queen Kesha is still alive? Yin exclaimed, rising with excitement. Yes, she exists in another form. Her divine body has been fragmented by the great clock into countless sacred particles. To restore herself through her own power will take at least 200 million years, which amounts to a transient death, considering your angelic civilization has only existed for 100,000 years. However, I believe I have devised a method to save her. Su Kai picked up a cup of tea and savored slowly. Speak. What is your plan and what do you desire? Yin, having steadied his composure, realized Su Kai had come to freeze with a purpose, naturally seeking an exchange. Do not think of me so ill-naturedly. Our earthly civilization and the angelic one share a common fate. My arrival here is due to Gu Xiaoluan. He worries about you. Fearing that Hua, you might send someone to trouble you. Su Kai sensed Yan's excessive wariness, reminiscent of her own past distrust of extraterrestrial beings, only to discover a truth. Those who guard Earth are predominantly aliens, and he himself is merely a traveler from another realm. Yi Xiaolun. He has matured and learned to care for others. Now, tell me, do you have other motives for being here? Yin was skeptical that Su Kai had come solely on Gu Xiaolun's behalf. I propose a trade. I desire the dark silver mine here, and in return, I will assist you in dealing with Hua Yi, along with Morgana. Yin, have you considered that even if Amy Shida is the next candidate for the Angel King, how long will it take for the angels to cultivate her for such a role? You, a warrior, spent 7,000 years to achieve the title of Angel King, and many angels still dispute it. How long would it take for a mere mortal to ascend to such a position, given the current predicaments faced by the angels? Is there enough time to wait? Do not tell me this is the divine decision of Kesha. You are the Angel King. Su Kai believed that protecting a future hope was less effective than taking immediate action. By eliminating Hua Yi, Morgana, and ultimately Carl, wouldn't the universe find tranquility? What ultimate fear exists, as long as Carl does not utilize the Great Clock to merge with another universe, inviting the Void Civilization? Yin slowly rose, gazing at the stars above. This is the decree of my queen Kesha, which I shall uphold. If you seek the dark silver mine, I can grant it to you. However, beyond the conditions you mentioned, you must also assist in reviving my queen Kesha. Yan's gaze was resolute. She knew that the divine Kesha had not truly fallen, merely departed temporarily. Su Kai shook his head. Reviving Kesha was no simple task. Currently, it was impossible. To save Kesha would require a reversal of time, and in a few years, he might be able to achieve it. Chapter 99. Hua Ye's ambition regarding Su Kai's ability to resurrect the divine Kesha. Yin remained skeptical. Yet, if Su Kai could aid the angels in winning this battle, it would indeed be a positive outcome. Su Kai, are you an angelic helper or merely assisting that old aunt? Yin inquired with a hint of curiosity. It is of little consequence. My relationship with she is of a personal nature. Of course, I may engage in transactions with him, but you're the king of angels. Su Kai's intentions were clear. He sought to negotiate with the angelic sovereign. Yin smiled. Excellent. It seems you acknowledge me as the rightful king of angels. Given this, it is true that there exists a substantial quantity of dark silver mines on Fraser, which your Earth has learned to exploit. However, should it become rampant, could it not disrupt the balance of the universe? Within the sacred armory of Kesha, numerous silver blades crafted from dark silver are stored. While they may lack lethality against gods, they pose a significant threat to first and second generation warriors. Are you expressing concern? May I inquire if your angelic flame-grade weapons can harm your own kind? Does this not present a peril to the entire cosmos? Su Kai retorted. If it exists, it holds its purpose. The known universe does not boast many adept in micro-wormhole technology. There is but one Somali. Yet, Su Kai has dissected all of Somali's data, combat techniques, an entire skill set, rendering even Somali under his control. Very well, I shall grant you 30% of Fraser's dark silver mines. This is the greatest concession from the angels. You may proceed to the Melosian heaven to address the million-strong army of Hua Ye. Ultimately, Yin conceded a portion of the dark silver mines to Su Kai. A deal was struck. He had profited, as he was already destined to assist in the Melosian heaven. Yin, I am quite curious. Why do you have such unwavering faith in she's ability to defend the Melosian heaven? Su Kai questioned, pondering Yan's steadfast belief. If the Celestial King cannot hold his ground, how can I expect to succeed upon my return? Yin had already recognized the formidable prowess of the Celestial King, she. For the Melosian heaven boasts her 9-tier defense system, making it nearly implausible for Hua Ye to breach. This was her confidence. Nevertheless, she still wished to see Su Kai resolve the Hua Ye matter. Ah, it seems you, the king of angels, indeed acknowledge her strength. Su Kai, will you go alone? Yin was aware of Su Kai's might. Yet the million-strong army would prove exhausting even for him. There is also him. A wormhole opened beside Su Kai, and a modified being, Somali, materialized instantly behind him. Somali, something feels amiss. He seems devoid of life. Yin frowned, gazing at the once ancient god-slayer. He is now my puppet warrior, retaining all his former strength, yet reduced to a mere killing automaton that obeys my commands. Perhaps he can assist me in eliminating many of the unruly. A smile graced Su Kai's lips as he snapped his fingers, causing Somali to vanish. Yin grew increasingly wary of Sukai. He now exuded an air of mystery, his formidable power leaving one ever uncertain of what trump cards he might still possess. What is wrong? Do you feel a sense of fear towards me? You are indeed the king of angels, yet you fear a mere inhabitant of earth. Sukai's heightened perception detected a flicker of trepidation within Yin. Is this the power bestowed by transcending the five senses? Sukai realized that his abilities had augmented once more, allowing him to sense the emotions of the fourth-generation divine body. Angels do not cower in the face of death. Sukai, should you ever succumb to darkness, I shall wield my sword and personally enact your judgment. Heavenly Blade King, Yin resumed her demeanor as an angelic warrior. TCH, utterly dull. Remember to reserve the mines for me. Once I have dealt with Huaya, I shall come to claim them. Yin, I must advise you once more. The Queen of Fraser, on east side, may not be the best choice. You could easily take her place. Even if she were to perish, we could expend a few stellar energies to recalibrate another. Just how many stars exist in the known universe? After Sukai spread his hands and spoke, he leaped into the air, soaring out of Fraser in the blink of an eye. Yan's eyes widened as she detected Sukai's velocity. His speed, reliant on a unique ability, was nearing the speed of light. Should the angels refrain from employing their spatial escape capabilities, they could never achieve such swiftness. In light of this analysis, should Sukai wish to engage in close combat, the angels would be rendered motionless, as he was far too fast. Sukai, what manner of creature are you? Yin murmured to herself. She believed that without utilizing spatial wormholes, her own winged speed could not possibly match Sukai's. He was at least 20 times swifter. Such velocity could easily crush her, leaving no time for a response, resulting in her demise. Having exited Fraser, Sukai once again entered the wormhole. Outside the mellow celestial court, King Huaya reclined on the Tiangong ship, surrounded by several female angels, indulging in affectionate gestures. He showed no signs of impending warfare. Running observed this scene with a cold gaze. Hey, Running, ever since that incident on Earth, you seem to have transformed into a different person. Have you been influenced by Sukai? King Huaya pushed the women aside and approached Running, making several undulating motions. Huaya, you scoundrel, all you think about is this. We are about to assault the mellow celestial court. And the Celestial King, she has been researching technology for 30,000 years. Whether we can breach their defenses remains uncertain. Despite her words, Running remained steadfast in her loyalty to Sukai. She aspired to usurp King Huaya and ascend as the new monarch of Tiangong. With Sukai's support, she believed she could achieve this. Unfortunately, Huaya had secured the assistance of Carl, acquiring a black hole engine, a contraption far beyond her comprehension. To eliminate Huaya, she would need Sukai's intervention. She. What a pity for Sumali. If he were here, he would surely miss his old friend. Is there truly no alternative? Must we breach these 9 layers of defense to enter the mellow celestial court? King Huaya lamented, feeling a wave of frustration. They have successfully conquered all the strongholds of the angels, leaving only the core territory of the angels, Meloshan heaven. He yearns to seize the arsenal of the divine Kaisar and ascend as the supreme ruler of the cosmos. Although Hua, you may be slightly unhinged, he possesses a clear understanding. While Carl has equipped him with a formidable black hole engine, this power is derived from Carl, who thus retains the means to keep him in check. To escape Carl's control, he must grow stronger. Therefore, the knowledge repository of the divine Kaisar is the treasure he covets most. Beside him, Running also longs for the arsenal of the divine Kaisar, perhaps to even engage in a contest of strength with Sukai. There are no eternal enemies, just as one cannot exist without eternal friends. Chapter 100. I merely came to eliminate Huayi. In recent days, Sukai has been relentlessly searching for Morgana's whereabouts. Yet, it seems that Rose has vanished without a trace, taking Demon One with her. It is no wonder that the immensely powerful divine Kaisar has battled Morgana for 30,000 years. Primarily, it is Morgana's exceptional ability to evade confrontation that has prolonged the conflict. Morgana is a creature of pride, only engaging in battles when truly outmatched. Sukai's resurrection, alongside Reina's explosive assault on the Pluto system, has likely instilled fear in Morgana, rendering her hesitant to emerge. In the depths of the cosmos, after the last battle, Demon One has lost its former intimidation and is far too wary to appear among known civilizations. Morgana seems to have relinquished her ambition for war with any civilization and has ceased to propagate her demonic theories. Instead, she now dedicates herself to imparting temporal warfare tactics to Rose and developing her temporal genes, leading to a remarkably delicate relationship between them. However, the demon warriors below are discontented, constantly clamoring to retaliate and reclaim Earth. Atto, tell those brats that anyone seeking death should trouble Sukai. That wretched creature, not even a supernova, could annihilate her, instead obliterated Carl's home. Let them engage in their futile struggles. Morgana exclaims weakly, Your Majesty, shall we truly surrender like this? You must consider the future of the demons. Huayi is leading 1,000,000 celestial scum to assault Moloshan heaven. Although the Grim Reaper Carl has utilized the Great Clock to restore parts of the Pluto system, based on our information, he is no longer at the Death Song Academy. If we wish to remain uninvolved in these wars, perhaps we could find a planet suitable for survival. Atto remains utterly loyal to his queen. Alas, Atto, you truly understand me. The last time I failed to eliminate Sukai, that wretched creature will undoubtedly scour the universe for me. She poses an even greater threat than my sister. Wielding the ability to dissolve the divine bodies of the 4th generation with that infernal heat ray and adept at micro-wormhole algorithms. Were I to encounter her, I could indeed flee. But can you escape? Demon 1 would likely be pierced by that fiend. Morgana seethes with anger. Carl, that scoundrel, waited until her demon no. One was struck through by Sukai's punch before he decided to take action. Was this not intentional? Infuriating. Morgana was acutely aware that her current skills were woefully inadequate to contend with Sukai. Perhaps she could barely manage to face Huayi. Who knows what perverse schemes Carl had devised for Huayi? At this moment, her sole focus was on nurturing Rose, aspiring to transform her into the temporal Rose, allowing her to ascend among the most formidable beings in the universe. This was her lifelong passion. As Morgana languished in despair, an unwelcome voice pierced the air. Liangbing, are you still there? Damn it, Carl, you wretched pervert. How have you not been obliterated yet? All because of you, that shameless wretch, who claimed you could eliminate Sukai. Now, with demon number 1 damaged, you won't compensate me for my losses. Upon hearing Carl's voice, Morgana unleashed a torrent of curses. Suddenly, he intruded into her private communication system. For some time now, I have been studying Sukai. You must be aware of the triangular entity, correct? The triangular entity? That monster. What does it have to do with Sukai? Morgana inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have deduced, using the Great Clock, that the ultimate evolution of the triangular entity aligns with Sukai's growth trajectory. They do not rely on technology. Instead, they evolve continuously, drawing from the unique source of water, developing their cerebral domains to enhance their power. Sukai consistently absorbs stellar energy to augment his various abilities, including the most enigmatic realm of mental power. Carl's voice remained dispassionate. So Carl, what is it you wish to convey? Are you suggesting I should seduce him again and then deceive him? Morgana retorted, her anger palpable. Do you not desire vengeance? If he remains alive, Liangbing, you will forever be in flight. Wretch, Carl, you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Morgana knew that Carl, with his twisted mind, was perpetually engrossed in studying the void or plotting against others. She was no match for his devious machinations. I have discovered a method to deal with Sukai at the edge of the universe using the Great Clock. What method? Send him to the Void Civilization. Carl's voice brimmed with a hint of excitement, rendering Morgana incredulous. Does the Void Civilization truly exist? Carl, are you attempting to deceive me? Morgana remained skeptical. The universe has existed for 13.7 billion years, while the Divine River Civilization has merely thrived for 200,000 years, and the Angel Civilization for only 100,000. The Triangular Entity Civilization once engaged in a corporeal war with the Divine River Civilization. They lost and retreated into the depths of the cosmos, later clashing with the Angel Civilization and ultimately facing defeat. We have both studied them. They existed even before the Divine River Civilization. Thus, there must have been even more powerful civilizations that preceded them. The Void Civilization may well lie beyond them, while prehistoric civilizations could have vanished through black hole ascension. I have equipped Huaya with the latest black hole engine and upgraded him to the 5th generation divine body, enabling him to create black holes capable of devouring entire galactic civilizations. This time, as Huaya assaults the Moloshan heavenly court, Sukai is sure to appear there. Perhaps this presents us with a unique opportunity. Carl's voice brimmed with excitement. Carl, you truly are monstrous. You're manipulating Huaya, that insufferable fool, in such a way that you aim to annihilate every powerful civilization in the known universe. No, I merely seek to uncover the secrets of the unknown universe, utilizing the black hole engine to send Sukai into the void dimension to scout the way for us. Liang Bing, we could even collaborate on our research into the void. Upon hearing Carl's words, Morgana rose from her throne, supporting herself as she declared, Carl, you are indulging in a grand delusion. Do not involve me in this matter. What is this void you speak of, and what of the fifth-generation divine body? You intend to consume me as well? With that, Morgana abruptly terminated the dark communication. Far in the depths of the cosmos, Carl wore a smile. After much time spent, he had finally discovered how to extract Sukai's life. Such exhilarating news could not remain unshared. At the periphery of the Melosian heavenly court, Sukai emerged from the wormhole. His gaze surveyed the surroundings, revealing Huaya's vast army encircling him. Shockingly, remnants of the gluttonous army still lingered at the forefront. It was unexpected that the abyssal river system had been devastated, yet the gluttonous army survived, likely a result of Huaya's dealings with Carl. They were most eager to engage the angelic civilization. Hushi, are you there? Oh, my idol, what brings you to think of me? I find myself at the outskirts of the Melosian heavenly court, and the situation here is dire. Huaya's vile army is everywhere. A bunch of nobodies. There's no need for concern. Are you here to assist me? Hushi, sipping her tea, observed the chaos at the periphery of the Melosian heavenly court. No, I am here to slay Huaya. Sukai, do you intend to wage war against Huaya? I could assist you with that, Hushi continued to tease. She indeed possessed the audacity to confront Huaya, for despite his formidable strength, he would struggle to breach the 9 layers of defense she had established. This time, however, Huaya lacked the triangular entities to aid him. No need, I brought a special army. As Sukai spoke, numerous wormholes began to open. Troops of the mottled blue civilization's triangular entities surged into the periphery of the Melosian heavenly court. Sukai, how have you managed to summon the triangular civilization to your aid? Hushi, now visibly unsettled, set her teacup down. The triangular civilization was a mysterious and powerful force. In the past, the angelic civilization had suffered significant losses in their corporeal wars against them, ultimately triumphing only after great sacrifice. Due to their reverence for the strong, I may very well be the deity they acknowledge. Bat Dong Dong, lead your troops to obliterate the celestial scourge ahead. Indeed, I am a god. Within Ba Dong Dong's being, a unique psychic vibration emanates from the triangular entity. All the mottled blue warriors advance towards Huaya's heavenly explosion legion. On the celestial ship, Huayi, who is still toying with women, abruptly sensed a disturbance. King Huayi, Sukai has arrived. Running's eyes sparkled with excitement. What the hell? How did he bring the triangular entity along? Running, take him down. Huayi felt a pang of anxiety. Despite possessing the 5th-generation divine body, he remained uncertain about defeating Sukai, a being impervious even to supernovae. Running had discerned Huaya's true nature. This scoundrel hesitated in the face of adversity, a coward indeed. King Huayi, you possess the 5th-generation divine body and a brand new black hole engine. Why do you not dare to engage Sukai in battle? Running was genuinely frustrated, feeling that choosing Huayi was a grave misjudgment. Sukai had come, finally able to fulfill his promise. The triangular army had already clashed with the heavenly scourge forces. Although they could restrain angels and assault them with psychic energy against a 1,000,000-strong heavenly scourge army, the triangular troops were still scant. Taking a deep breath, Sukai directed his icy breath towards the distant heavenly scourge battleships, instantly freezing the massive vessels along with the airborne scourge. With a single breath, he rendered a dozen battleships immobile, vanquishing both the crew and the ships themselves. At that moment, the system notifications rang incessantly. Just judgment, gain 100,000 justice points. Just judgment, gain 10,000 justice points. Just judgment, gained 1,000 justice points. The system notifications ceased. Sukai's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, such warfare was the true opportunity to harvest justice points. What on earth is this ability to annihilate over a dozen battleships in one breath? Huayi was utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming in disbelief. Then he witnessed Sukai, whose eyes shot forth crimson lasers, slicing through the Heavenly Scourge's battleships and taking down the Taotai vessels as well. Huai realized that if he did not intervene soon, his Heavenly Scourge Legion would be harvested like mere grass by Su Kai. Taste my strike. Huai channeled all his dark energy into a colossal sword aura aimed at Su Kai. The dark purple energy sword aura cleaved through the cosmos. In terms of both power and speed, it could effortlessly sever the fourth-generation divine body. Having just dispatched several battleships, Su Kai employed the micro-wormhole algorithm, wielding the endless blade to continue his slaughter of the Heavenly Scourge. To Su Kai, this first-generation Scourge was no different from ordinary people. They were merely here to offer him justice points. Suddenly, he sensed an energy approaching from behind. With a swift turn, he seized his opponent with a singular hand, crushing them effortlessly. Huaqing. Su Kai naturally recognized the perpetrator. Hey, you Earthling, I'm merely paid a visit to your planet. I have done nothing to warrant this attack. Is this truly reasonable? Huaqing gazed at Su Kai with an expression of helplessness. The sword strike just now had failed to inflict any harm upon him. What manner of creature is this? Can victory even be attained against such a foe? I have stated before, if I wish to kill you, I shall. Sukai replied coldly. Wait. Look at me. The most formidable heavenly king Huaqing of the known universe. Now, a fifth-generation divine body with a black hole engine. If we were to join forces, who could stand against us? We could eliminate that little vixen Morgana. And let's not forget Carl. I've long held a grudge against him. Why not obliterate his Death Song Academy together? Huaqing rambledon, at tempting torstai persuadesunun taikoi. That may be so, but if you can make him perish instantly, I will agree. Sukai declared. At that moment, Su Moli surged forth from behind Huaqing like a ferocious beast, charging with unbridled ferocity. What the hell? Su Moli. Huaqing brandished the King's sword in his hand to fend off Su Moli's ambush. Su Moli had transformed into a relentless killing machine, pursuing Huaqing with unyielding ferocity. Su Kai, rather than hastily dealing with Huaqing, continued to manipulate the endless blade, mercilessly cutting through the surrounding Celestial Scum Legion. The Legion fell like dumplings, each one cleaved in two by a single stroke. When encountering warships, Su Kai unleashed a searing beam to force them apart or encase them in a chilling breath that froze them solid, followed by a decisive strike to shatter them completely. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly in his favor. Suddenly, amidst the fray, a spinning weapon emerged, eliminating a warship with each impact. Su Kai recognized it as he sheathed Starfall. Su Kai, this weapon of mine is quite impressive, isn't it? I never expected you to attempt single-handedly annihilating the entire Celestial Scum army. Ishi's voice echoed in Su Kai's ears. You need not assist. I can handle this. After all, each warship yields a justice value of 1,000,000 points, a tremendous gain. Never mind, if you exhaust yourself, who will take care of my handsome hero? Be cautious. Huaqing possesses a black hole engine. The time is too short to accurately calculate his black hole's formation. If you wish to eliminate him, do so while he has yet to create one. Ishi cautioned Su Kai, knowing that if Su Kai could strike during Huaqing's black hole creation, he would not need to fear Huaqing's engine. Huaqing and Su Moli were engaged in a fierce back-and-forth exchange. Given that you were once my most loyal subordinate, I shall end this swiftly. Huaqing's sword, empowered by his abilities, activated its void capabilities. With an exceedingly bizarre strike, Huaqing cleaved towards Su Moli, instantly splitting her form asunder. Sumerian's reaction time was insufficient, yet the matter was resolved in such a manner. Alas, what a pity for my Sumerian. Huaya burst into raucous laughter, deeming it absurd to think that Sumerian could contend with him. Suddenly, Huaya felt a surge of confidence, his gaze shifting towards Su Kai. Su Kai, it is your turn. Chapter 102. The Annihilation of Huaya. Perishing with the black hole, Ishi's celestial descent indeed proved formidable with her assistance. The entire Tianjia Legion and the Taodai fleet were obliterated with the ease of slicing through tofu. A pang of sorrow welled within Su Kai. Those were indeed points of justice. Alas, they do not belong to him. It is better to relinquish them. As Su Kai turned, he was met with Huaya's defiant gaze. The contest between deities unfolded here as a clash of energies and a battle of algorithms. Yet, Su Kai's uniqueness lay in his reliance on absolute physical power to resolve all matters. Su Kai, come. Let us engage one-on-one. and accept the king's slaughter. Huaya was genuinely enraged. The collaboration between Sukai and he-she, utilizing the peculiarities of the triangular army, had utterly routed his million-strong Tianjia legion. Not a single subordinate remained capable of combat. Even Running, who had consistently aided him, had vanished, inciting his fury further. Huaya, do you have any final words? Sukai's gaze was resolute, ever watchful of Huaya, prepared to strike should he dare unleash the black hole. Ha ha ha, you amuse me. Do you think you can kill me? By what right? Your mere bravado? Huaya arrogantly addressed Sukai, his sword pointed menacingly at him. Alas! Sukai retracted the endless blade into his grasp. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Huaya had long been prepared. He had already calculated his spatial dynamics, clearly perceiving Sukai's trajectory. Clang! The clash of swords reverberated. The immense physical force propelled Huaya backward. Sukai followed up with another strike. Clang! 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 Each blow came faster than the last. Even with the black hole engine, Huaya, now calculating at a frequency of 46, struggled to discern Sukai's movements. So swift, unbelievably swift. He was nearing the speed of light, rendering calculations impossible. Huaya's body had already been sliced by Sukai's endless blade. Huaya roared in agony. Open for me. The void engine within him roared to life, continuously mending his wounded divine form. Indeed, as long as Huaya possessed sufficient energy, he would not perish. His divine form would perpetually regenerate. Ha ha ha, Sukai, you cannot kill me. This is the 5th-generation divine form, Huaya declared with unrestrained arrogance. Is that so? Sukai retorted with a cold smirk. Subsequently, within the vast expanse, tendrils of luminous runes emerged, each slicing through Huaya's form, causing him to vanish into the radiant script. As Sukai's swordplay quickened, Huaya's corporeal essence dissipated with increasing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, only his head remained. Where has my body gone? Sukai, what have you done? Huaya finally sensed a disquieting anomaly. For the dark energy meant to connect him to his fragmented body seemed utterly imperceptible. What was unfolding? Seizing Huaya's head, do you know how the divine Kaisa fell? It was the supernova that shattered her sacred form into atoms, subsequently scattered across the cosmos by the great clock of Karl. To reassemble, it would take 300 million years. My method employs the same principle, utilizing spatial magic to seal your body across the universe. Restoration requires someone to unravel my spell. Huaya, have you contemplated your demise? As Sukai spoke, his eyes gradually turned crimson, intent on melting Huaya's head, erasing him entirely from this universe. To reunite, he was unworthy. No, Sukai, we harbor no enmity. Is it necessary for us to perish together? Release me, and I shall withdraw from the Angel Nebula. The angelic civilization will be yours. I shall not interfere. Huaya persisted in his attempts to sway Sukai. Alas, I possess no interest in your bargain. Moreover, you lack the standing to engage me in mutual destruction. Devoid of a body, how can you activate the black hole engine? Rest in peace. Sukai's final words irrevocably sealed Huaya's fate. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to freeze. A colossal clock, as large as a planet, manifested above Sukai's head. Karl. In an instant, Sukai recognized who had arrived. Sukai, we meet again, Karl said, appearing effortlessly before him. Karl, quickly, save me. Eliminate him. Huaya pleaded desperately, grasped by Sukai, seizing upon the glimmer of hope for survival. Yet Karl paid him no heed, instead observing Sukai with calm detachment. I have devised a method to utterly eliminate you. It would likely send you beyond this universe. Perhaps you would not die, but the probability is exceedingly high. I would transport you to a higher dimension, to the void civilization. Karl elucidated his purpose. Oh, what brilliant scheme do you have? Is there another supernova nearby? Sukai stopped. Karl shook his head. The same approach cannot extinguish you. Rather, it would only augment your strength. He can usher you into a higher dimension. Karl gestured toward the head of Huaya in Sukai's grasp. Sukai felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering the connection to Huaya. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surfaced. Huaya, black hole. The scoundrel Karl wouldn't dare to directly detonate the black hole engine embedded in Huaya, would he? The large clock ticks ominously. A pained expression crosses Huaya's face. Ah, Karl, you. Before he could finish his words, Huaya's head exploded instantaneously, creating a colossal black hole. In that instant, Sukai yearned to flee from his place. Sukai, it's been a pleasure. Carl bowed mockingly as he vanished along with the great clock. Yet, Sukai was ensnared by the formidable pull of the black hole. Even with his potent biological force field, he could not escape its grasp. This was a black hole unleashed by Huaye's fifth-generation divine body, and Sukai found himself at the very center of the singularity, where time and space twisted like a funnel, relentlessly consuming him. From a distance, Running witnessed the chaos. Damn it, that perverse Carl. We must flee. After hiding for so long, Running commanded the crew of the battleship to make a hasty retreat, disregarding any promises made to Sukai. Helxi, too, was taken aback. Carl had used Huaye as bait, with the sole intention of destroying Sukai. Helxi soared towards Sukai, while the space-based system began to calculate the black hole's parameters, grasping Sukai's hand in an attempt to pull him free from the gravitational clutches of the black hole. Helxi, you must go. You cannot solve the black hole. If I cannot solve it, then I shall accompany you. Helxi smiled at Sukai. In that moment, Sukai comprehended the true essence of an angel's love. Even in death, they would remain together. Helxi, do you trust me? I do. I will not perish, nor shall you. Guard the earth for me, where my loved ones and friends reside. Promise me. Sukai, what are you planning? I can annihilate this black hole, but it will require a sacrifice. If we do not obliterate this place, the entire Moloshian heaven will be consumed. Upon finishing his words, Sukai exerted all his strength to push Helxi away. No, Sukai. System. Procure the resurrection armor for me and equip it. Sukai closed his eyes, gathering every ounce of his power, transforming into a radiant golden form. Boom! Sukai, burning the entirety of his being, perished in the black hole's embrace. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, Carl observed the unfolding events. Forgive me for employing such despicable means. I hope you may witness the void civilization. The Super God Arc, End. Next, Marvel Universe. A suggestion from a reader led me to incorporate elements from the Marvel Universe. The Super God Universe shall return. Chapter 103, Marvel Universe Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed through the skies. A commercial airplane's right wing was abruptly struck by the suddenly appearing Sukai. Captain, the right wing has been severed by someone. What? Someone? Are you certain it was a person? The captain's mind was flooded with various thoughts. Perhaps a bird strike had caused an issue with the engine. Or perhaps it was a collision with an individual that damaged the right wing. Could it be extraterrestrial interference? The possibility seemed remarkably high, as recent news reports had suggested. No, the aircraft's instruments had all malfunctioned, and one engine had completely lost power. The plane was plummeting rapidly. The first officer screamed in terror. The cockpit had descended into chaos, accompanied by the incessant beeping of alarms. Passengers within the cabin were in a state of panic, soon overwhelmed by a disorienting sense of vertigo. At that moment, a humanoid flying machine approached from a distance, clad in red and blue mechanical armor, hovering near the nose of the aircraft and gesturing towards the captain. Listen, I will provide propulsion for your right engine. Gradually adjust your speed and glide down to the nearest airport. A mature voice resonated from Iron Man. Yes, it's Iron Man, the captain exclaimed, elated. With Iron Man's assistance, the flames in the right engine were extinguished and power was restored. 788, this is the control tower. I am now providing you with coordinates for an emergency landing nearby. 788, this is the control tower. I am now providing you with coordinates for an emergency landing nearby. In the outskirts of New York, a figure engulfed in flames descended to the ground. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the earth was struck, creating a massive crater. Sukai slowly opened his eyes, shielding them with his hand. It felt as though he had experienced an exceedingly long dream. He felt as if he had truly died. Indeed, he had perished. To obliterate a black hole, he detonated the stellar energy contained in every cell of his being using the stellar propulsion technology of the solar civilization. Whether or not the black hole had been annihilated, he could not ascertain. However, he could vividly sense that he had genuinely died. Yet, thanks to the resurrection armor, it seemed he had come back to life. This time, though, he felt profoundly weakened, as if his bones were shattered. Suddenly, a figure landed above the pit where he lay, more accurately, a person clad in steel armor. Sukai's first instinct was to believe that this individual was a super soldier from an interstellar combat unit. As the visor of the suit lifted, he was taken aback to see a mustachioed American man. Who are you, and where do you come from? Japanese or Korean? The mustachioed man inquired in a thick New York accent, while a miniature missile on his shoulder aimed at Sukai. Sukai, possessing a super intellect, swiftly responded in American English. Excuse me, is this Earth? America? In mere seconds, he had mastered the language. Answer me. You just destroyed a passenger aircraft, nearly causing the deaths of 368 people. The mustachioed man asserted, pointing a finger at Sukai. Sensing the hostility from the other party, Sukai calmly remarked, I hail from Huaxia, the beautiful East. Might I inquire if this is indeed Earth? And are you by any chance named Tony Stark? Upon encountering an American clad in a striking golden and crimson suit of armor, it became evident that he was the sole individual present. Ah, you recognize me. Of course. You do. I am, after all, the wealthiest man in the world. I have heard that Huaxia is a land of ancient civilization, yet you descended from the heavens. Could you possibly be a deity from Huaxia? Do you take me for a fool? Tony Stark clearly harbored doubts about Sukai's assertion of being from Huaxia, as anyone capable of plummeting from over 6,000 feet and merely sustaining injuries could hardly be deemed ordinary. Very well. If you choose not to believe me, what do you propose we do? Sukai had no desire to elaborate further. One thing he was certain of was that he was within the Marvel Universe, though whether it belonged to the 616 multiverse remained to be discovered. All right, this matter is not my responsibility. They are approaching. After Stark's utterance, several black SUVs rapidly converged upon the gaping pit. Hey, Mr. Stark, thank you for your assistance in averting a potential tragedy. Phil Coulson, the lead agent, alighted from his vehicle, wearing a warm smile of gratitude toward Tony. Meanwhile, agents from the other vehicles, fully armed, surrounded Sukai, who was still lounging in the pit. Stark appeared somewhat perturbed by the presence of S.H.I.L.D. agents, casting a casual glance at Sukai basking in the sunlight below. I leave him in your capable hands. You are far more adept at this than I. With that, he activated his armor and soared into the sky, departing the scene. However, Tony Stark inquired of his artificial intelligence, JARVIS. Were you able to detect any special abilities from him, particularly regarding that red and white armor he bears? Mr. Stark, no unusual energy signatures were detected. Stark felt a flicker of confusion. As a scientist, he could distinctly sense the remarkable nature of Sukai's divine river armor, which seemed even more advanced than his own Iron Man suit. Could it possibly be the technology of an extraterrestrial civilization? At that moment, Sukai was aware he was encircled by S.H.I.L.D. agents, a formidable organization largely infiltrated by Hydra operatives, more accurately referred to as the Serpent Shield. He recognized that his own strength was not even a fraction restored, yet soaking up the sun should suffice to deal with these S.H.I.L.D. personnel without issue. Coulson, still smiling, addressed Sukai. Do you need to come up for a chat? I believe we can assist you. Do you speak English? Though you appear somewhat Japanese. Goodness, you are the one who resembles a Japanese person. Your entire family, in fact. Coulson had a knack for playful banter. My name is Sukai, from Huaxia, belonging to a unique tribe. I encountered a minor incident that resulted in my abrupt transportation here, where I unintentionally collided with a plane. It was never my intention. Sukai casually sought a way to explain himself without revealing he was an extraterrestrial. Coulson furrowed his brow. A Huaxia native? It remains a mysterious tribe. Regarding the legends of Huaxia, they possess some understanding within the S.H.I.L.D. agency. However, they are still unable to ascertain the true identity of their counterpart. It would be prudent for you to accompany us. We can arrange for your embassy contact, provided you do not pose any threat. Coulson, destined to become the director of the re-established S.H.I.L.D., spoke with impeccable precision, exuding a comforting demeanor, all while attempting to take Sukai without a fight. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to go. Is that acceptable? Sukai declined. After absorbing stellar energy for a while, his physical condition had significantly improved, and his bones were gradually healing. As he rose slowly, all S.H.I.L.D. agents nervously aimed their weapons at him. Is this the hospitality one expects from your country? Sukai remarked, gesturing toward the sun above. He began to calculate the stellar energy of the universe with his super intellect. Soon, a golden flame appeared in his palm. The solar technology from the super god universe was indeed usable, such as the marvel of the multiverse, which does not hinder the utilization of abilities from other realms. Perhaps the magical runes could also be employed. Sue, may I call you that? We are part of the United States Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. An individual with your extraordinary abilities should fall under our jurisdiction. Please refrain from using your powers and accompany us. Coulson certainly did not regard Su Kai as an ordinary individual. Well, I just declined, and concerning the aircraft expenses, I believe I will be liable. Are there any other issues? Su Kai replied nonchalantly, having already discovered the existence of magic. The magical runes were indeed accessible to him. Then it seems we must resort to certain measures. With a mere glance from Coulson, an agent below aimed a stun gun at Su Kai, unleashing a surge of electricity that struck him instantly. Su Kai smiled, the sound of electric shocks resonating around him, a powerful paralysis enveloping him. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, he bore a look of contentment. His energy absorption was continuously drawing in the electrical energy. Thank you for the energy you've provided. Coulson, until we meet again, we shall have a more in-depth conversation. With those words, Su Kai opened a magical portal and vanished from sight, leaving Coulson bewildered, pondering the true nature of this individual. Chapter 104. Collaboration with Iron Man on the coast of Malibu, California, upon returning to his villa. Tony Stark immediately removed his Iron Man suit and began investigating information regarding Su Kai. With the assistance of the artificial intelligence JARVIS, he was unable to find any data about Su Kai. Discovering that this individual from the East seemed to have appeared on Earth out of thin air, there was no record of him whatsoever. Who would have thought that extraterrestrial beings truly exist? Tony Stark furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the data, just as he contemplated infiltrating SHIELD. To ascertain the situation regarding Su Kai, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred outside the villa. Mr. Stark, the mysterious guest he had just encountered, seemed to have entered his abode. Jarvis promptly detected Su Kai's presence and alerted Stark. Tony Stark swiftly donned his Iron Man suit and soared above Su Kai, who was curiously surveying his villa. However, Stark's gaze was fixated on Su Kai's armor, which appeared to be remarkably more advanced than his own. Hello, you seem to be Su Kai. Is it customary for your kind to intrude upon another's territory so brazenly? Stark had already readied himself for battle, as this was indeed his private domain. Su Kai smiled slightly and replied, "To clarify, I do not consider myself an extraterrestrial. Rather, I possess certain extraordinary abilities as an Eastern individual. Perhaps, Mr. Stark, we could become allies." With that, a miniature arc reactor, the size of a battery, materialized in his hand. This peculiar temporal traversal had not affected the items within Su Kai's micro-wormhole space. Even the endless blade had accompanied him. Initially astonished by Su Kai's extraordinary abilities, Stark's expression soon tightened. "That looks familiar. Is that an arc reactor? How did you achieve this?" This diminutive arc reactor was one of Stark's most closely guarded secrets, coveted even by SHIELD. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain confidentiality, how could this individual possess it? Su Kai pointed to his head and continued, "In reality, the technology for cold fusion is already mastered by nations with nuclear capabilities. They simply cannot fully harness it for military or civilian applications. I minimized it to this size to maximize energy output, which should be tenfold compared to what is in your chest. However, that is not the purpose of my visit. I am aware that your health appears to be somewhat compromised. Mr. Stark, you may be suffering from palladium poisoning. Perhaps I could assist you in resolving this issue. In a capitalist nation like the United States, once one amasses sufficient wealth and power, even the government must tread carefully before taking action against them." Stark, visibly skeptical of Su Kai, retorted with a confident smile, "You think merely brandishing a battery can undermine the genius of my creation? Mr. Stark, you are undoubtedly a brilliant man. This world is wondrous. It encompasses not only the material realm you perceive, but also the unknown voids, such as magic," Su Kai proclaimed. With that, flames erupted from his hand, followed by a summoning of a teleportation array that appeared at Stark's feet, forcibly transporting him behind Su Kai. Stark's expression shifted dramatically as he discreetly communicated with Jarvis. "Jarvis, what just transpired?" "Mr. Stark, it appears you were just teleported by what may be a legendary sorcerer or a peculiar spatial force. Jarvis is, after all, merely an artificial intelligence, incapable of elucidating the underlying principles. I wonder what it is that you seek from me." Although Tony Stark possesses an arrogant demeanor, he has come to recognize one undeniable truth. The enigmatic figure before him, a man of the East, is not someone he can easily contend with. Cooperation. I desire a share in Stark Industries, alongside a legitimate citizenship in the United States. Naturally, I can provide Mr. Stark with the most advanced armor technology, such as the one I currently possess, which I believe will pique his interest. Additionally, I can assist Mr. Stark in treating the palladium poisoning afflicting him and offer a novel metal element as a substitute for palladium. Sukai approached the wine cabinet, surveying it carefully. With a flick of his finger, a glass of red wine materialized in his hand, and the glass was effortlessly placed before him as the wine gracefully poured itself. This wondrous spectacle unfolded before Tony Stark's eyes. "That bottle of wine is indeed exquisite. You have an eye for quality," he remarked. Having shed his iron armor, Stark suddenly felt as though this suit offered him little protection, at least not in the presence of this man. This was, of course, a testament to Mr. Stark's discerning taste. Sukai lifted a glass of red wine and extended it toward Stark. "Ah, if I partake, does that signify my agreement? Yet, such fine wine should not be squandered." Stark took a sip of the wine. "However, how much equity do you desire?" Despite his reluctance, Stark acquiesced to Sukai's proposal. Through a meticulous global search, Sukai had ascertained that they were indeed situated within the Marvel 616 main universe, a realm not only inhabited by mutants, but also by other bizarre entities. It was the year 2009, and Iron Man Tony Stark had just triumphed over his initial adversary, Obadiah Stane, thereby solidifying his control over Stark Industries. He had publicly declared himself Iron Man and shuttered the weapons division, leading to a rapid depreciation of Stark Industries stock. To be precise, my rescue of you and the development of new energy represent a personal bond between us. Although I believe Stark Industries shares are not as valuable as they once were, I trust they will appreciate under Mr. Stark's stewardship. Therefore, I hope Mr. Stark will be willing to invest in acquiring the remaining shares of Stark Industries in my name. Sukai wore a confident smile as he regarded Stark. I must express my gratitude for your trust. Are you prepared to demonstrate a modicum of sincerity to advance to the next stage?" Tony Stark, ever the business prodigy, was not one to be outmaneuvered. Of course, with a snap of his fingers, Sukai summoned a suit of dark alloy armor from the micro-wormhole space. Dubbed the Dark Alloy Armor, its core material was forged from dark titanium, capable of concealing itself from most forms of detection in this primary material world. And it boasted functionalities for energy storage and conversion. Certainly, while you lack the extraordinary genes to communicate with the dark energies of this realm, you can significantly enhance the wearer's defensive capabilities, making it quite suitable for a mortal such as yourself. Tony Stark, a veritable scientific maverick, upon encountering this obsidian armor, immediately sensed its uniqueness. You recently inquired about the nature of dark energy. To elucidate, dark energy is the inherent vacuum energy within space. Though invisible and intangible, it governs the structure and fate of the universe. Given your current level of technology, it remains beyond your grasp, but in the future, should an opportunity arise to upgrade your extraordinary genes, you may harness dark energy. Sukai provided a casual explanation. Tony Stark appeared to grasp some of it, yet remained perplexed, particularly as it involved more mysterious forces. At present, his primary interest lay in the armor itself. Stark, gazing intently at the dark alloy suit, declared, "Give me this armor, and I shall grant you 10% of Stark Industries shares. I believe we could become formidable partners. 10% of the original stock, coupled with $100 billion, is tantamount to saving your life." Sukai casually requested an additional $100 billion, a mere trifle for Stark. "Deal. Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Chapter 105. The arrival of the Black Egg with the assistance of Iron Man Tony Stark. Sukai swiftly acquired a new identity. However, it was rather peculiar, as he became a distant relative of Stark, now possessing shares in Stark Industries. Consequently, for SHIELD to investigate Sukai, they would require Tony Stark's approval. As for the matter concerning the aircraft, it had long been resolved by Virginia Pepper Potts, known as Pepper. At present, Pepper had yet to become Stark's official girlfriend. Stark Industries primarily focused on military affairs, artificial intelligence, and aerospace. The next breakthrough that could elevate Stark Industries stock would be in the realm of new energy. In recent days, Tony Stark had been diligently working in his laboratory, examining the dark alloy armor provided by Sukai. Leveraging his connection with Tony, Sukai purchased a small island and began to indulge in a life of leisure. Equipped with all necessities, reclining in a chair, Sukai basked in the sun, quietly accessing his system panel. Justice System Host, Sukai Gene, Kryptonian Gene, Silver Superman Infinite Growth Edition, Race, Human Physique, Iron Body Strength, 80,000 tons, Weakened, Speed, 48,000 meters per second, Weakened, Abilities, Super Strength, Super Speed, Super Defense, Super Endurance, Super Recovery, Super Intellect, Super Senses, including X-ray vision, enhanced hearing, heightened olfactory senses, energy manipulation, etc. Biological capabilities, flight, super acceleration, etc. Spatial runes, summoning runes, chaos runes. Weapons, Blade of Eternity, God-slaying level, justice value. 1,030 for 100 justice store. After several days of recuperation, I have managed to regain merely a fraction of my peak physical strength. However, my justice points have significantly increased, reaching an impressive total of 1 million. It will be preferable to avoid using the resurrection armor, if possible. The last encounter with Carl left me weakened, retaining only 30% of my abilities. Currently, I find myself with merely 10%, and I can distinctly sense the diminishing potency of my formidable Silver Superman genes. The absorption of energy from yellow dwarf stars has become increasingly sluggish. Is this a consequence of lingering aftereffects? To truly transcend the cosmic barriers, I must fully harness my utmost advantages. Perhaps I should seek out the ancient sorceress, the Ancient One, residing in Kamartaj, to learn more potent magic. Alternatively, I could utilize my innate powers to absorb the energy of the 6 cosmic infinity stones to enhance myself. I believe the latter option is more viable. Although my Superman genes have suffered damage from black holes and traversing cosmic barriers, they remain an elite lineage with boundless potential for growth. While the Ancient One possesses great strength, even at her zenith, she is still inferior to Thanos, who wields the 6 Infinity Stones, indicating that the combined power of these stones undoubtedly surpasses hers. The crux of the matter lies in the Ancient One's vulnerability. She may exceed Thanos in specific aspects of soul and time manipulation, yet in true combat, she remains insufficiently formidable. At SHIELD, Nick Fury sat in his office, scrutinizing all information related to Sukai on his computer, aside from his sudden appearance over Earth, where he collided with an aircraft and subsequently vanished. He re-emerged in Tony Stark's residence. The nature of their agreement remains a mystery. Not only has he become a shareholder in Stark Industries, but he has also been established as a distant relative of Tony Stark. This situation is utterly preposterous. Fury sighed in disbelief. As Coulson entered the room, holding a tablet, he remarked, "Director, this is the location of Sukai's island. When did he purchase it?" "Just yesterday." "Should you go or shall I?" Coulson inquired. "Director, I suggest you take the lead. Tony Stark seems to be in serious condition. Prepare the aircraft." "I shall personally meet this enigmatic figure from the east," Fury responded, rising and taking the tablet as he exited the office. Coulson maintained a smile. Such matters were beyond his purview and were best left to the director. As Fury walked, he contemplated the Avengers initiative. Extraterrestrials have begun to integrate into Earth. If action is not taken soon, it may become dire. Sukai's dossier has already been classified as a level 7 threat by SHIELD. Meanwhile, basking in the sun, Sukai has effectively shielded himself from all concerns. His arrival in the Marvel Universe was mere happenstance, devoid of any ties or attachments that would trouble him. He does not require assistance from anyone. If extraterrestrials were to arrive, he could simply take action and eliminate this group, thereby earning a measure of justice. Of course, if no one invades, he would not proactively seek to annihilate others. He is not akin to a director of a women's league, like Thanos, idly snapping his fingers. A military helicopter, moving with remarkable speed, hovered above Sukai's small island. This island, not particularly large, merely the size of 5 or 6 football fields, was nonetheless well equipped, boasting docking points for yachts and a helipad. From the black helicopter emerged a tall African-American man clad in a trench coat, sporting an eye patch. Sukai squinted to get a better look. It was undoubtedly Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. While he was not considered a paragon of virtue within the realm of Earth, he could be deemed a good man. Nick Fury approached Sukai alone, without any agents by his side. "Should I address you as Mr. Su or Mr. Kai? I must admit, I have little affection for this particular aspect of your nation. After all, I am a taxpayer, and you trespass upon my private territory. If I were to kill you, would I face imprisonment? Sukai kept his eyes closed and replied, No, this is our prerogative. I am Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. My purpose here is not to declare enmity. We understand you claim to hail from the east. Yet we have found no records pertaining to you from that mysterious region. Might you elucidate? It was evident that Nick Fury sought to inquire about Sukai's origins, aiming to comprehend his every aspect. This is precisely what SHIELD relished, interfering in matters that did not concern them without causing any destruction. I have stated, will this suffice to ensure you no longer disturb me? Sukai gradually rose, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Nick Fury. Reflexively, Fury's right hand moved toward his weapon. In the blink of an eye, Sukai vanished, suddenly wielding a peculiar handgun, which he effortlessly crushed into scrap metal. Are you frightened now? I can empathize with your fear of the unknown. Once, I was like you, striving to protect my nation or planet. I am indeed from the eastern region of Huaxia, but not from the east of this universe. Are you familiar with the multiverse? To put in terms you might grasp, I hail from an eastern nation in another universe, where my homeland is also called Earth. Sukai spoke candidly about his origins. He truly came from Earth, albeit a higher dimensional version of it. The Marvel Universe is merely a creation of a higher dimensional author. Nick Fury appeared to grasp a fragment of understanding. Pray tell, do you align with justice or evil? Or perhaps, do you harbor thoughts of destruction? Rest assured, should you refrain from disturbing me, I shall remain here as a mere traveler, temporarily a guest. I trust you can take your leave now. Are you satisfied with my response? Sukai harbored no desire to engage in conflict with SHIELD or any other organizations endowed with extraordinary powers. His sole aspiration was to gradually restore his strength and continuously develop the abilities of the Silver Superman, ultimately shattering the cosmic barriers and returning to the universe of the super gods. Chapter 106, New Elements, New York, atop Stark Tower. Sukai sat in Tony Stark's seat, sipping red wine as he gazed at the Stark Expo blueprint, which he had carelessly set aside. Mr. Sukai, is that how I should address you? Pepper asked. Though she perceived Tony Stark as somewhat unreliable, she sensed that this distant relative was far from ordinary. Indeed, that is an appropriate form of address. We in Huaxia have slightly different conventions than you Americans, Sukai replied, feeling a fondness for the spirited Pepper, who had proven to be Tony Stark's capable partner and had even saved his life on one occasion. She had managed numerous affairs for Tony and was currently the executive at Stark Industries. May I inquire what brings you to the company? How may I assist you? Pepper inquired with a smile. I have come to retrieve this. Sukai indicated towards the Stark Expo blueprint. He was unsure how long it had been left here, but knowing Tony's affinity for such items, he had refrained from tampering with it, understanding that it required Tony's consent, as this was his office. Although Pepper was somewhat perplexed, she nonetheless respected Tony Stark's opinions. Then I must trouble you, Miss Pepper, to notify Stark, as I currently lack a functional communication device, Sukai suggested, gesturing for her to make a call. Of course, I can arrange a mobile phone for you, Mr. Sukai, she replied. Thank you. After Pepper successfully contacted Tony Stark and received his approval, Sukai, in front of Pepper, seamlessly stored the Expo blueprint into a micro-wormhole space. Mr. Sukai, was that magic? Pepper exclaimed, astonished by the wondrous display she had just witnessed. Merely a trivial skill. This world is home to certain extraordinary individuals, of which I am one. This is a gift for you. It may prove useful in times of peril. It can fire upon thought and recharges when left under the sun, Sukai stated, placing an energy pistol on the table before it vanished from sight. Pepper stood in stunned silence, pondering whether Sukai was human or divine. Oh my goodness, is he a god? It took her several minutes to regain her composure, but in the end, she accepted the energy pistol that Sukai had offered her. This device had been crafted using the Void Engine by Gu Xiaoluan, and no one else could replicate it. In his moments of boredom, Sukai had collected a few to study, only to discover that such items could only be created by those possessing Gu Xiaoluan's galactic power genes, or individuals with formidable void engines. Upon returning to his villa on the island, Sukai contemplated his experiences. Once again, the blueprint of the Stark Expo was unveiled and analysis commenced. Through continuous simplification, a brand new atomic structure gradually took shape. Is this the new element? However, it requires particle acceleration for its formation. Such matters are best left to Tony. Consider it my preemptive answer to him. Sukai's promise to save Tony Stark's life indeed encompassed alternative methods, such as employing spatial magic to extract the projectile lodged in his chest. Directly installing the arc reactor onto the armor would eliminate the risk of further poisoning. Yet, that would no longer be Iron Man. At present, he remains the dashing rogue, the god in his prime, naturally indifferent to the opinions of others. Sukai believes that Tony Stark must metaphorically slay his father to achieve rebirth. He harbors a psychological demon, a desire to surpass his father's intellect. When he acquires this new element and transforms the clean energy matrix, Iron Man will undergo a qualitative change from a mere weapon to the spark of civilization. Sukai tucked away the data in his hands, lamenting that Yin Huang had not accompanied him to this universe. Perhaps he could create an artificial intelligence himself, or simply purchase one from the system. At the Stark residence, a ripple in space heralded Sukai's arrival. "Mr. Sukai, welcome. Would you like to notify Mr. Stark?" Jarvis's voice resonated in Sukai's ear. "No need, I will seek him out." Sukai utilized his enhanced vision to peer through layers of steel and concrete, locating Tony Stark's laboratory. He then materialized before Tony. Whoosh! A wave of energy shot toward Sukai instantaneously. He blocked it with one hand. "It's me, don't be so agitated." Upon recognizing Sukai's voice, Tony halted his assault. "Sukai, can't you just walk in normally?" Faced with Sukai's ability to appear unexpectedly, Tony felt a mixture of envy and admiration. When Sukai observed Tony's bloodshot eyes, his disheveled beard, and ragged clothing, he comprehended the extent of his struggles. "What's wrong? Can't you figure it out? You're a genius." Sukai teased with a smile. "No, the materials of your armor do not belong to this world. While they share similarities with our elements, the way they can amalgamate is unscientific," Tony concluded after a week of research. The dark alloy armor from the super divine universe was beyond his comprehension in such a short span, as it required a different type of energy for operation and synthesis. As I mentioned before, this is armor formed from the energy of another universe. I suggest you consider nanotech armor or vibranium armor instead. Sukai offered his perspective. The dark alloy armor indeed possesses strength, but it necessitates the use of super genes to achieve its optimal functionality. This proposal is indeed intriguing. Nanotech armor, vibranium armor. Vibranium is exceedingly rare, and to fashion it into armor, does one expect Stark Industries to simply relinquish it? No matter how wealthy Tony Stark may be, he likely cannot procure a substantial amount of vibranium. With a market price of $10,000 per gram, crafting an Iron Man suit would require at least 1 or 2 tons. Even if Stark Industries sold all its assets, it would still be insufficient. "Well, I have promised to save your life, and this might aid you." Sukai handed over the simplified data of the Expo blueprints he obtained to Tony Stark. Though puzzled as to what could possibly save his life, unless it was a revolutionary metal element that could replace palladium, Tony Stark opened the data and appeared to unlock an entirely new realm. "Oh my, this is a list of new elements you have provided me. Tony, I stumbled upon this in your office and casually analyzed it. From here on, it's up to you. I believe my promise is fulfilled. Let us discuss our next collaboration. I need to utilize Stark Industry Satellite Station to establish a more distant technological space station, with the stipulation that it can withstand the extreme temperatures of a star." Sukai realized that in this world, perfect stellar transportation technology seemed unattainable. To accelerate the enhancement of his own power, venturing into space to absorb more stellar energy seemed the most prudent course of action. "Once I manage to survive, I can assist you with this. You may leave now. I suspect this house will require a complete renovation." Tony Stark, brimming with anticipation, was eager to commence the creation of the new element. Sukai nodded and vanished from Stark's laboratory, only to reappear outside the atmosphere, closing his eyes to absorb the energy of the stars. Now that was truly a marvelous experience. Chapter 107. Ancient One. Father. "Father, you have been gone for so many years, yet you continue to instruct me in my endeavors. It seems that surpassing you will be quite the challenge." Utilizing Jarvis, Tony Stark restored the original blueprints from the Stark Expo. Recalling the last words his father had left in a recorded message, "The future of the world is yours, Tony." Tony Stark understood one thing clearly. Had the world been sufficiently stable at that time, coupled with more advanced technology and equipment, Perhaps this new element could have been the creation of his father, Howard Stark. Without hesitation, the industrious Tony summoned his bodyguard, happy to transport the necessary materials. Alone in the laboratory, he began his work. Before long, he successfully assembled a circular particle accelerator, utilizing the collision of two beams to achieve peak energy and alter the atomic structure of a triangular sample element. Ultimately, he obtained a stable and efficient new element, transforming the reactor into a gateway to a new era of energy. The inspiration for Howard's arc reactor stemmed from the Tesseract. In truth, this new form of power was derived from a blue crystal extracted from the energy weapon seized by Captain America, which contained vast amounts of cosmic energy. Ultimately, the astute Howard, in his quest for a stable energy source to supplant the Tesseract, collaborated with Venk to develop a curved reactor. Although it was already considered a finished product, it still fell short of his ultimate aspirations. However, constrained by the technological limitations of the time, he ultimately entrusted this task and its accompanying technology to Tony. Yet, the appearance of Sukai allowed Tony Stark to expedite the creation of the new element. With the emergence of a brilliant blue triangular new element, Tony Stark smiled at that moment, perhaps because his life had been salvaged, or perhaps because the rift between him and his father Howard had been perfectly mended. Jarvis, what is Sukai doing? Tony Stark inquired excitedly. Although this new element was left behind by his father Howard, implying an easier understanding of its mysteries, it indicated one thing. Sukai, much like himself, was an unequivocally brilliant scientist. Mr. Stark, according to images transmitted from satellites, Mr. Sukai appears to be recharging in outer space, perhaps basking in sunlight. SS response left Tony Stark somewhat bewildered. Basking in sunlight? Is he some sort of solar power battery? Mr. Stark, based on data analysis from the past few days, Mr. Sukai's bodily energy is increasing at a geometric rate. To be precise, he possesses the power to extinguish stars. Motherf, Tony Stark could not help but exclaim. The power to extinguish stars? Did that mean if he were displeased, he could obliterate Earth? Hadn't he claimed to be a sorcerer? How could he exist so freely in the cosmos? This was utterly incongruous with scientific principles. A bold plan suddenly materialized in Tony Stark's mind, an anti-Sukai armor. Meanwhile, Sukai, who was harnessing sufficient stellar energy with the Shinha armor, abruptly received a peculiar telepathic communication. This Sukai, hailing from another universe, was invited by the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, to visit Kamartaj. Naturally, Sukai replied with a faint smile. As the guardian of Earth, Ancient One's prowess was beyond reproach. Her ability to deduce that Sukai originated from another universe was equally commendable. After all, she was the Supreme Sorcerer, representing not only strength but also profound wisdom. Sukai did not employ spatial magic, as the magic of this universe differed significantly from that of the Super God universe. Most magic users required a medium to initiate their spells. However, the formidable Ancient One did not need such means. She could wield magical energy to perform a plethora of wondrous abilities, including invisibility, energy projection, object penetration, secrets of longevity, illusion crafting, hypnosis, levitation, instantaneous movement, and spatial teleportation, among others. Alternatively, there were also unique magic users, such as Wanda, whose chaos magic belonged to a cosmic-level dark energy, comparable to the Phoenix Force, both possessing the capability to alter the rules of reality, though requiring the user to be sufficiently powerful. Sukai arrived at Kamartaj, where he was awaited for quite some time. The door where the Ancient One resided opened automatically, revealing a serene smile directed at him. "Welcome, Mr. Sukai, to Kamartaj," she greeted, subsequently pouring him a cup of tea. "Supreme Sorcerer, I wonder when you began to take notice of my existence," Sukai inquired politely, taking a sip of the tea. "It appears you are aware of my identity. Yet I am curious whether you hail from an unknown universe or from the future, for your presence is absent from the timeline of the cosmos." The Ancient One's tranquil countenance maintained its smile, embodying the essence of a cultured sage. "This is of little consequence. My arrival shall not disrupt any timelines. After all, even if timelines were to become chaotic, the universe possesses an innate ability for self-correction. Are you familiar with the Temporal Management Bureau?" Sukai revealed glimpses of future events, asserting the Bureau's existence and that all narratives are indeed orchestrated by unseen hands, including the demise of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. This revelation instilled a tremor of fear within her, plunging her into a realm of the unknown. "Who exactly are you, and from whence do you come?" she asked, regaining her composure and seeking clarity on Sukai's origins. "I am a carbon-based entity from a higher dimension, devoid of any malevolent intentions to annihilate the universe or the world. Perhaps, in the future, I may aid Earth through its trials, for I too am of this planet." In that moment, the Ancient One seemed to grasp the essence of Sukai's origin. A higher dimension. Could that signify divinity? Thus, you possess knowledge of all that is to come, including the malevolent invasion of Loki, Dormammu's covetous gaze upon Earth, and Thanos' quest for the Infinity Stones. The Ancient One spoke of these events with calm assurance, as if their occurrence in the future were inevitable. Yet, ultimately, they shall be vanquished. Indeed, I possess some knowledge, but not the entirety. For in the hands of the powerful, any narrative can be altered, can it not? Sukai responded with confidence. He was aware that within the Marvel Universe, many deities existed, each formidable in their own right. Among them, the Temporal Management Bureau, which governs above the multiverse, remains concealed from the majority of characters, including Thanos. This orchestration was directed by a being known as Kong the Conqueror. If Sukai were sufficiently powerful, why concern himself with the Temporal Management Bureau? Only the strong can dictate the rules. The Ancient One began to comprehend that this enigmatic force before her was not a harbinger of evil. Do you possess the means to confront Dormammu? Have you not already discovered a successor capable of dealing with him? I believe he can succeed. Earth is my home. And should he emerge from the dark dimension, I am confident I can defeat him. Yet, to utterly eradicate him may prove to be an insurmountable challenge. For as long as his followers exist, he can be reborn ad infinitum. Wherever there is life, there are his devotees. Sukai understood the magnitude of Dormammu's power. To obliterate him would necessitate the annihilation of the dark dimension itself. Even the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, has absorbed the energies of the dark dimension to prolong her life. In Chapter 108, the Book of Ishani, the Ancient One has come to understand Sukai, recognizing that her quest for longevity has led her to draw upon the dark dimension's power, making her, in essence, a follower of Dormammu. If she has become a source of Dormammu's strength, what can be said of other beings across the universe who seek to learn magic? This presents a shortcut. In my view, magic is devoid of inherent good or evil. It is neither black nor white, but rather contingent upon the wielder's intent, as belief determines all. Should one possess sufficient strength, one could consume Dormammu and become the master of the dark dimension, thus addressing the root of the issue. Sukai holds a unique perspective on justice. Much like the divine Kree, Captain Marvel, who serves as a guardian of order, ensuring the stability and peaceful development of the cosmos. Morgana, from the opposing side, merely seeks a place to call home, yet her demonic legions necessitate the sacrifice of others, thereby becoming a symbol of malevolence. Different stances lead to divergent values. In response to Sukai's candidness, Ancient One nodded slightly, expressing gratitude for his honesty. I foresee that Earth may not remain tranquil in the future, yet it shall be sufficiently safe. Would you like to learn the white magic of the Vishani? I believe your talents are remarkable, perhaps even surpassing my own. Sukai, taken aback, pondered if the Ancient One intended to cultivate him as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Leaving Doctor Strange's role in question, it seemed that Ancient One could perceive Sukai's thoughts. Rest assured, this is merely a gesture of gratitude. I hope that one day you will stay true to your original intentions. He remains the Sorcerer Supreme I have chosen. Why me? Are you not fearful that I might misuse my powers? Sukai inquired. You would not, if you were of such a nature. You could have struck me down while I was momentarily distracted, Ancient One replied, sensing the immense power radiating from Sukai. A force potent enough to alter the very fabric of reality. Sukai, I have guarded this realm for far too long. Death represents a release for me. My ongoing battle with Dormammu has merely been a means of survival. Through the timelines, I perceive chaos stemming from your arrival. However, I believe in your ability to restore order to the timeline, ensuring the universe need not be reset. In her hand appeared a tome, the Book of Ishani. By remaining here, you may enhance your magical prowess. Your magical abilities do not solely derive from this place. This book will enrich your understanding of magic. I hope you will take care of Kamar Taj in the future. Clearly, Ancient One foresaw the eventuality where Doctor Strange would manipulate time with abandon, only to be ensnared by it himself. Very well. If it is a matter of confronting darkness, it must hinge upon my own volition. Sukai accepted the Book of Ishani from Ancient One, a paramount tome of white magic within the Marvel Universe, containing the entirety of white magical knowledge. The opposing force is the Dark Grimoire, which ultimately wielded its greatest power in Wanda's hands, yet fell to Doctor Strange. The might of this tome has also come under Doctor Strange's dominion, signifying his mastery over both the light and dark arts of magic. The source of white magic derives from the trinity of divine beings, Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hogarth. Henceforth, all libraries of Kamar-Tav shall be open to you, which may aid you in your magical studies. Thank you. You may seek out Wong, who is a commendable guide. After Master Gu Yi concluded, she vanished without a trace. Sukai found himself within a library. Greetings, I am Wong, the custodian here. The Supreme Sorcerer has tasked me with guiding you. Though slightly perplexed, Wong surmised that since it was an arrangement by the Supreme Sorcerer, there should be no cause for concern. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. I shall complete my reading in a few days, Sukai replied with confidence. Internally, Wong thought, what a boast. For someone like Sukai, endowed with a super intellect, finishing all the tomes in 3 days was certainly feasible. However, fully absorbing the methodologies of the magic contained within would require a considerable investment of time. Sukai, in any case, had no intention of employing white magic, as it merely borrowed the power of deities. The magical prowess of Rusi stemmed from a unique energy, a manifestation of belief. In essence, it provided a method of usage, and with unwavering conviction, such power would materialize. This was the essence of magical runes. For Sukai, possessing a remarkable intellect and formidable mental strength, this form of power was particularly suited to him. The magical Superman embodies an invincible conviction with an immensely potent soul, capable of wielding all means of superhuman ability. Sukai chose the Silver Superman gene for its infinite potential. While it may grow slowly, it would ultimately prove immensely powerful. To claim that the magical powers of Superman or his resistance to spiritual forces are weak pales in comparison to certain specialized psychics. For instance, when juxtaposed with the Phoenix Force or the Chaos Force, they may appear significantly inferior. Yet, when compared to deities like Thor, they are exponentially more formidable. With Gu Yi's tacit approval, Sukai commenced his earnest study of all magical texts within the sanctuary. He scanned the shelves meticulously, from beginning to end. Nearby Wong, perhaps with good intentions, inquired, Mr. Sukai, would you require a seat? Might I offer an introduction? No need. Please refrain from disturbing my reading. Sukai politely declined Wong's offer with a smile. Reading? Wong could not discern that Sukai was indeed perusing the texts. It was an extraordinary ability that allowed him to comprehend the books on the shelves without turning their pages. Did he possess the power of X-ray vision? As Sukai perused each grimoire, he began to redefine his understanding of magic within this realm. In this world, magic draws upon the powers of the magical dimension, siphoning strength from other spatial dimensions. However, it necessitates an equivalent exchange, often involving a pact with deities, providing them with the energy of faith. This form of energy resembles the magical essence found within the world tree of this universe, distinctly different from the magical runes learned by Sukai. The magical runes do not require an equivalent exchange. Rather, they harness the stray magical forces that wander through the cosmos for personal cultivation. These runes can be inscribed upon any weapon or equipment, augmenting their might with the infusion of magical power, akin to the process of forging. Wong, do you require a medium to wield magic? Sukai suddenly inquired, turning to Wong beside him. Indeed, it is called a suspended ring, Wong replied, producing a peculiar ring adorned with magical runes, clearly a conduit for magical energy. To Wong's astonishment, Sukai conjured a magnificent flame upon his finger without the aid of any medium. Would you like to learn? My magic requires neither a medium nor the extraction of power from other dimensions to manifest its strength, Sukai remarked with a smile. This spectacle left Wong utterly dumbfounded. Will you truly teach me? What is the cost? There is no cost. In the future, during battles, you may assist me with your spatial magic, which I know to be exceptionally proficient, Sukai proposed, aware of Wong's remarkable talents, nurtured amidst the mystique of Kamar-Taj, the library's esteemed guardian. Wong beamed with a sincere smile. All right, Chapter 109. A brand new magical power system. In the brief span of 3 days, Sukai memorized every magical tome within Kamartaj and meticulously reorganized their theories. The next step involved the collision and integration of magical runes to forge even more potent spells, a process rooted in innovation. Wang, have you seen this book? Sukai inquired, placing the book of Ashanti beside him. Nay, I cannot gaze upon it, Wang exclaimed, promptly covering his eyes, though a sliver remained open, betraying his desire to glimpse the ultimate tome of white magic reserved for the supreme sorcerer. With a mere flick of his wrist, Sukai separated the book of Ashanti, its pages cascading throughout the library. Wang, I personally advise you to pursue spatial magic. You possess a natural affinity for it. Sukai had already committed the contents of the book to memory, needing only to continuously meld and transform them into his own power. He was fully capable of wielding the magical forces of this universe, yet he found the notion of relying on others' strength rather unrefined. As Sukai traced runes in the air, he spoke. Wang, this is the magical rune I have comprehended. It is a spatial magic rune. To simplify, it represents a calculation of spatial dimensions, allowing one to harness its energy to unlock the ability to open spatial gateways, all without the need for any medium. If possible, I shall bring back the space gem on an occasion, and we can delve into its mysteries together. You might contemplate absorbing its energy into your being, transforming it into your own strength, akin to the practitioners of Eastern mysticism who accumulate power. Wang gazed at the intricate space magic runes drawn by Sukai. They appeared deceptively simple, yet were imbued with the complexities of higher dimensional mathematics and geometric dimensions, as well as the application of magical energy. Okay, I believe I shall require some time to master this, Wang remarked, as though he were deciphering an ancient text. Suki smiled gently. He too had spent a considerable duration mastering these concepts, aided by his extraordinary intellect. Subsequently, the runes were inscribed upon a wooden tablet. I have etched the magical runes onto this tablet. However, it will not endure for long. You have 7 days to study them. Once it fades, seek out a metal that can preserve magical runes for an extended period. In Sukai's perspective, the essence of magical runes represented a fusion of technology and energy, employing unique symbols to communicate and ultimately harness an array of wondrous powers. Having learned the magic of Marvel, he recognized it was intertwined with numerous geometric theories and higher dimensional spatial studies, adhering to the laws of the universe. The concept of mirror spatial dimensions resembled a layer within cosmic space, straddling the line between reality and illusion. To Sukai, it was akin to the ordinary matter constituting a duality of matter and dark matter, just as the left and right hands cannot overlap in three-dimensional space. They achieve mirrored symmetry through rotation in four-dimensional space. Dark matter and ordinary matter may represent the same physical reality projected across different dimensions, yet they undeniably exist. Sukai chose to impart the knowledge of magical runes to Wang, for he understood that this librarian of Kamartaj was no ordinary individual. Had it not been for the Ancient One's optimal foresight, utilizing the time gem to unravel the timeline and discern the identity of Dr. Strange, Wang might indeed be the most suitable candidate for the title of Supreme Sorcerer. The power of the Book of Ashanti equates to borrowing the magical essence of others. Time passed swiftly, and Sukai had been a guest in Kamartaj for 3 months. He had thoroughly grasped the principles of white magic. By integrating his own magical runes, he effectively created an entirely new method of utilizing magical energy, capable of converting his bodily energy into various magical powers. With the ability to absorb energy, he had now fully unlocked the potential of magic. Previously, he passively absorbed the energy of stars, but upon comprehending the principles of white magic, he could freely absorb any form of energy from the cosmos, simultaneously storing and compressing it within his formidable cells. Much like the Eastern practitioners who draw the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into themselves, transforming it into personal power. To validate a hypothesis, Sukai proactively sought out the Supreme Sorcerer. Sukai, it has been 3 months since we last met, and you appear to have grown even more formidable. Wang mentioned that you completed reading all the magical tomes in merely 3 days. As I surmised, you possess an exceptionally potent magical aptitude, the Supreme Sorcerer remarked calmly. Sukai placed the Book of Ashanti before the Supreme Sorcerer and remarked, "The contents of this book reside entirely within my mind. However, I wonder if I might borrow the eye of Agamotto that rests upon your chest, or what you might refer to as the Time Stone." Ancient One did not respond immediately. Instead, she caressed the surface of the Book of Ashanti, her form shifting continuously as if caught in a tempest. Sukai understood that she was harnessing the power of the Time Stone to discern the future. With a deep breath, Ancient One finally spoke, her face etched with fear. "I never anticipated that the timeline would be utterly disrupted. With your arrival, this universe may never return to its former state. Sorcerer Supreme, you must grasp the principle that humanity can indeed triumph over fate. Is the so-called timeline truly accurate? Or is it merely the design of an unknown yet powerful deity?" As a traveler from another realm, Sukai was acutely aware that this deity was none other than the architect of the highest dimension. Yet, because it was a design, it could be altered. As long as Sukai possessed sufficient strength, he could assume the role of another playwright, rewriting the narrative. Faced with Sukai's inquiry, Ancient One found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps you are correct. There may be a divine force orchestrating all of this. Yet that does not represent the sole truth. Sorcerer Supreme, may I interpret your earlier calculations to mean that every node of the timeline henceforth entails the existence of both you and me? However, I contend that within this particular moment, there exists only one of me, and I am this timeline. Sukai's confidence stemmed from his possession of a system. It was improbable that other branches of the timeline would also feature a Sukai endowed with a system. Thus, his timeline held a unique essence. According to the Marvel timeline, each timeline contained an infinite number of infinity stones, equating to an endless supply of such stones. Yet within the entirety of the multiverse, only 6 infinity stones held tangible significance. Should 2 identical infinity stones manifest at the same moment, the Time Variance Authority would intervene to rectify the anomaly. How can you be certain that you are the singular timeline? Ancient One inquired with curiosity. This question is inconsequential. What matters is whether you can lend me the time stone around your neck to confirm a particular matter. Although puzzled, Ancient One solemnly removed the eye of Agamotto, which housed the time stone, and placed it into Sukai's hands, stating, "To manipulate time is to ultimately be forsaken by it." Chapter 110. The Power of Time in Truth. Sukai held a certain disdain for the method of magic employed within this universe. A multitude of aspiring sorcerers relied entirely on borrowed magical energy. Lacking the innate ability to store it within themselves, it struck him as woefully inadequate. In contrast, the Riz of the super-god universe could inscribe magical runes upon their skin, enabling them to not only store magic, but also wield magical energy through these runes. As Sukai delved into the history of Dormammu, he came to realize that this being was indeed a true genius. Once merely a human sorcerer, he harnessed the power of dark magic to seize an entire dimension, transforming it into a source of his own strength. In a profound sense, he achieved the metamorphosis from a mortal to a dark deity. It was these multifaceted reasons that inspired Sukai to conceive a novel approach to the application of magic. Rather than merely borrowing power, one should strive to possess it, allowing strength to permeate one's being. Much like the genes of a superhuman, which draw upon the energy of stars, one could covertly transmute such power into one's own capabilities. Thus, magic could be wielded in a similar fashion. With his eyes closed, Sukai attuned himself to the power of the Time Stone, beginning to manipulate the eye of Agamotto with his mastery of magic. He distinctly felt his comprehension of time intensifying. Empowered by the Time Stone, he effortlessly commanded the energies of time, freezing the present moment in an instant. As he observed the surrounding flow of time come to a halt, he noted that the Ancient One remained suspended in her previous motion. With another turn of the eye, the flow of time accelerated dramatically. Before Sukai unfolded before his eyes a vibrant river of time, revealing unknown fragments of temporal existence, followed by countless branching timelines, each diverging to create myriad universes. Was this the genesis of the multiverse? The primary timeline of the multiverse appeared colossal, extending outward as a radiant spectrum, while the other branches formed an infinite array of alternate realities. This was the true essence of the multiverse's emergence. Yet within each timeline, Sukai found no trace of his own existence. He felt like a mere observer, a deity of time. Suddenly, he jolted back to awareness. It was the Time Stone influencing him, affirming that the 6 cosmic relics possessed consciousness. A smile graced Sukai's face as he began to absorb the Time Stone's temporal energy through his own force. Threads of orange energy gradually flowed into him. But in a fleeting moment, the infinite gem abruptly severed this connection. The Time Stone, a source of time within the Marvel Universe, had yielded enough of its essence for Sukai. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the look of terror on the Ancient One's face. For the power of the Time Stone had notably diminished. Grasping the Time Stone with one hand, he felt his entire being suffused with orange energy, the essence of time itself. He then returned the Time Stone to the Eye of Agamotto, the artifact that housed it. "Thank you for your assistance, Supreme Sorcerer," Sukai said respectfully as he handed back the Eye of Agamotto. The Ancient One slowly accepted it, inquiring, "Did I just sense the presence of the God of Time? Was it your doing?" "One could say so," he replied. "However, it is not the God of Time that has endowed me with a fragment of energy, enabling me to manipulate certain temporal rules, including the unrestricted use of the Time Stone." Sukai did not conceal this ability. Ancient One could scarcely believe it. She had wielded the Time Stone for many years, and even when she sought to harness its power, she required the artifact of Agamotto to access the forces of time. To her astonishment, Sukai had directly absorbed a portion of the Time Stone's essence, transforming it into his own power. "Ancient One, I believe it is time for me to depart from Kamartaj," Sukai declared, feeling sufficiently empowered. He had gained mastery over various magical forces, allowing him to redefine magic and energy, integrating them into his being to forge an entirely new strength. The mere act of absorbing the essence of the Time Stone was ample proof of the correctness of his intuition. He could draw in any energy from the universe, converting it into his own might. To command time, he had become the God of Time. He could absorb the power of all 6 Infinity Stones, transforming their essence into his own. This power was not borrowed, but rather assimilated or usurped, becoming intrinsically his. The Ancient One did not impede Sukai's departure, but instead spoke with profound significance. "Perhaps you may transcend all." "Indeed, let us hope so. In truth, you need not perish. You could still bequeath your position to him." Sukai offered a mysterious smile before vanishing from Kamartaj. The Ancient One, too, displayed a hint of relief in her smile. Who would wish for death when life remains? Yet, if she were to survive, how could she utterly eradicate Dormammu? Upon returning to his villa, Sukai did not rest. Instead, he continuously attuned himself to his newfound powers. The strands of orange energy from the Time Stone coursed through his body, yet they had not fully integrated into his consciousness. Held back by the strength of his superior genetics, he needed to refine this power to truly claim it as his own, akin to a cultivator absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, ultimately refining it into personal strength, a principle of the same nature. "Does the system possess any methods for cultivating the laws of time?" Sukai inquired, seeking a guiding technique to amalgamate the power of the Time Stone. Ding! The host's justice value is insufficient to purchase a method for cultivating the laws of time. "What? Is 1,000,000 justice value not enough?" he exclaimed. "What then can facilitate the fusion of the Time Stone's power?" Ding! The system recommends that the host utilize rune stones to inscribe time magic runes upon them, thereby retaining their power within oneself. Rune stones are categorized into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme, each differing in level and effect, the higher the grade. The more perfect the inscribed power. Low-grade runestone, 10,000 justice value. Medium-grade runestone, 50,000 justice value. High-grade runestone, 500,000 justice value. Supreme-grade runestone, 1,000,000 justice value. The host may select any one of these options at will. Sukai was taken aback. Was this truly based on his 1,000,000 points of justice? Never mind. He decided to convert this power into his own. He exchanged it for a premium rune gemstone. A notification chimed, deducting 1,000,000 justice points to acquire the exquisite rune gemstone. An oval-shaped crystal, approximately 5 centimeters long, materialized in Sukai's hand. Was this the premium rune gemstone? He then began inscribing the time magic runes, gradually transferring the power of the time gem within him onto the premium rune gemstone. After a successful inscription, the gemstone transformed into an orange rune, soaring to Sukai's right shoulder and morphing into a magical rune. At that moment, Sukai felt as if he were the god of time, capable of wielding the very forces of time at will. Was this the essence of time's power? Chapter 111. Defeating the Lizardmen and Gaining Justice Points. As the Ancient One once stated, those who toy with time will ultimately be toyed with by it. Sukai was not one to frivolously employ the powers of time. Instead, he set his sights on the other 5 Infinity Stones. If he could replicate the process he used with the Time Stone, he could master the complete power of all 6 Infinity Stones. This mastery would not be a mere borrowing. It would be an inherent possession, unlike the Ancient One and Thanos, who merely borrowed the power of the Infinity Stones without truly harnessing it. Sukai aimed for a more profound connection. The power of a single Infinity Stone could annihilate the universe, yet those who wielded them only tapped into a fraction of their potential. Of course, the power Sukai absorbed from the Time Stone was only a portion of its might, unless he grew powerful enough to fully assimilate the strength of all 6 Infinity Stones. He could not hope to encompass the entirety of the Marvel multiverse. Alas, a single premium rune gemstone required 1 million justice points. Was this not compelling him to perform good deeds? Perhaps he should eliminate S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra, allowing them to grow for a few more years before striking again to amass a significant amount of justice points. Alternatively, he could directly attack Thanos' home planet and vanquish his army. Sukai closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he had become a mere pawn of the system. How vexing. During his months in Komartaj, his strength had already returned to its peak and, theoretically, had even grown stronger, having gained a portion of the Time Stone's power. His super hearing enveloped the entire Earth, allowing him to eavesdrop on the world at large, to break through the cosmic barriers and return to the super god universe. He would need to embody a true superhero in the days to come. Night descended upon the bustling and vibrant Niyaki. Villains often emerged from the shadows. A 4-meter-tall, 2-ton lizard man was locked in combat with a masked eccentric. "You pesky little bug. Today I shall end you. Foolish giant, just look. You can't even catch me. Spider-Man." Peter Parker deftly evaded a massive stone weighing over 300 pounds, taunting the lizard, who was engaged in a fierce struggle. This marked their second confrontation. The surrounding police were utterly powerless against such a monstrous foe. However, this enigmatic masked figure seemed to possess the ability to restrain the creature. "What's the matter, little reptile? Do you wish to end my life? Come at me. I'm right here. I can't help but wonder, shouldn't a creature like you dwell in the sewers? Oh, right. I suppose you do live in the sewers." The young spider continued to unleash a barrage of sharp-witted banter against his adversary. D. The lizard could no longer contain his frustration. With a powerful thrust, he lashed out with his tail, resembling a steel whip. Spider-Man relied on his agile physique to dodge the attack, but the car he had just battled beside was utterly destroyed, reduced to mere scrap metal. From a distance, Sukai sipped red wine, observing the spectacle. How pathetic. They possessed no fighting skills whatsoever, relying solely on instinct. Neither Spider-Man nor Dr. Connors, who had transformed into the lizard, had any combat experience. One was merely a high school student accustomed to brawling with street thugs, while the other was a scientist with little to no experience in fighting, like 2 inexperienced novices clashing. Yet, despite Spider-Man's agility, he was overly concerned about the safety of those around him, finding himself overpowered by the formidable lizard, Dr. Connors. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Sukai, clad in his battle armor, instantaneously appeared on the battlefield. Were it not for his sense of justice, he would have disregarded such trivial matters. Upon seeing another armored figure, the lizard mistakenly assumed Iron Man had arrived. However, this individual revealed his true identity, much to the lizard's dismay. Damn it, another fool seeking death. The lizard lashed out at Sukai with a vicious strike, intending to eliminate him. "Be cautious. This creature possesses tremendous strength," Spider-Man warned, attempting to be helpful. However, Sukai stood his ground, allowing the lizard's tail to strike him, an outcome that would typically result in severe injury or even death. Instead, Sukai grasped the incoming tail with one hand. Disgusting. Following this, a flash of sword light severed the lizard's entire tail. Roar. The lizard attempted to flee, but another golden beam of sword light swiftly incapacitated his powerful hind legs. It was a one-sided domination. In the end, a blade hovered ominously at the lizard's throat. "Keep running, and you will meet your demise," Sukai cautioned. As the effects of the lizard's serum gradually waned, revealing his half-human, half-reptilian visage. The realization dawned that this creature was none other than the infamous Dr. Connors. Now, he was utterly incapacitated, having lost not only an arm, but also a leg. Subsequently, the police surged forward, thoroughly subduing Dr. Connors. The system's notification chimed, announcing justice trial, justice points earned, 20,000. Sukai promptly sheathed the endless blade and soared into the night sky, vanishing into the darkness, leaving behind a bewildered Spider-Man, Peter Parker, whose eyes sparkled with envy. How could someone fly? Was it akin to Iron Man's reliance on his suit? Yet, why did he not feel the propulsion that such armor would provide? Musket menace. Raise your hands and accompany us to the precinct, commanded one sheriff, aiming his firearm at the young web-slinger. Me? Oh, my apologies. But my mother insists I return home to enjoy a hamburger, Peter quipped. With a swift motion, he shot out a web and, utilizing the momentum, darted into an alley, disappearing into the night. The events of this night were captured by journalists eager for sensational headlines, particularly the sighting of Sukai's visage, which was documented in vivid detail and began to circulate across major news outlets. The black and red armor he donned exuded a futuristic aura, leading some to speculate that he might be an ally of Iron Man. However, what they perceived was merely a biological facade, altered and distinct from Sukai's true appearance. In the New York Daily and numerous tabloids, reports of the previous night's skirmish proliferated, with some even dubbing Sukai the Armored Knight. Sukai, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in disbelief at such a ridiculous moniker. His effortless dispatching of Lizard had drawn the attention of various factions. Tony Stark, upon waking to such headlines, was left utterly flabbergasted. Sukai had taken up the mantle of a superhero. Having witnessed Sukai's armor, striking and brimming with technological prowess, he mused that only Sukai could possess such an impressive suit, even more so than his own iron armor. What perplexed him further was the sheer muscularity of that individual. Tony dialed Sukai's number. "Hello, can't sleep at night? Off to chase lizards?" A languid voice emerged from the other end. "Tony, I think next time I should don your armor to tackle problems." Damn it. Chapter 112. Challenged the war machine after ending the call with Tony Stark. Sukai pondered the sluggish accumulation of justice points and contemplated taking the initiative to seek out adversaries. System. How is evil defined? Beep. The definition of evil. Due to the host's unexpected arrival in the Marvel Universe, any being that opposes the host is deemed evil. Goodness. Does this mean I am to be at odds with the entire world? Am I to emulate Thanos and obliterate other races without cause? Just as Sukai contemplated whom to provoke, a formidable psychic force began scanning him. Who goes there? In an instant, Sukai conjured a magical barrier within his mindscape, ready for the impending confrontation. The power of time was instantaneously activated, reversing to the moment before the psychic scan. The heightened sense immediately locked onto the newcomer, Charles Xavier. The enigmatic figure of Sukai had already vanished and was now within the hallowed halls of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Surrounding students gazed curiously at this man who had seemingly materialized from thin air. "Welcome, Mr. Sukai. I believe there's been a misunderstanding," Charles stated, aided by a silver-haired woman of African descent as he approached in a wheelchair. Sukai regarded the bald man with a serene demeanor and calmly remarked, "Professor, it is quite impolite to scan powerful individuals with your psychic abilities." At this moment, Scott instinctively stepped forward, poised to admonish Sukai. "Scott, do not act rashly. He represents our future." The professor swiftly intervened to quell Scott's impulsiveness. Sukai, too, found himself intrigued, pondering whether his own heat vision was superior or whether Cyclope's optic blast held the greater might. Yet, Sukai understood that Cyclope's energy was boundless, originating from another dimension, allowing for prolonged emissions without depleting his own reserves, even capable of heating adamantium to a molten state. Regrettably, Cyclops possessed no other abilities. Sukai couldn't help but wonder whether the indestructible body could withstand Cyclope's onslaught. "Professor, I am not inclined to engage extensively with the Academy. I am not a mutant, and your kind's reputation leaves much to be desired," Sukai expressed, hesitant to forge connections with mutants, given the U.S. government's adverse experiences with them, which had severely tarnished their public image. It was likely that the Sentinel program was now in full swing. These formidable automatons possessed the genetic capability to adapt and transform themselves instantaneously to confront diverse mutants, equipped with a plethora of skills such as flight, mutant detection, immense strength, and speed, alongside the ability to replicate mutant powers and share them among all Sentinel units, exhibiting advanced intelligence and remarkable resilience. They were akin to a complete version of mutants, amalgamating various mutant abilities. Sukai felt little trepidation, for the limitations of these robots were planetary at best, easily dismantled, as they too had thresholds of capability. Actually, I sought you out because the Supreme Sorcerer Agamotto has advised me that you could lead us mutants to greater heights. Charles gently asserted. Agamotto, your mutant faction is rife with internal strife and destructive tendencies toward ordinary people. I find myself more aligned with Magneto's philosophy, utilizing 1's power to safeguard more mutants. If representation does not unify a singular group, why force such amalgamation? Sukai articulated, skeptical that the U.S. government would ever genuinely embrace mutants, viewing everything through the lens of self-interest. Charles, taken aback by Sukai's unique perspective, struggled to comprehend that this was the individual recommended by the Supreme Sorcerer. No, they are merely exceptionally gifted children and should not be subjected to unjust treatment, Charles insisted, steadfast in his aversion to conflict with ordinary humans. With the capacity to influence minds globally, Charles could, if he so desired, obliterate the cognitive faculties of humanity at large. I recall a time when there existed a mutant who aspired to establish a realm, a dominion governed by mutants, ultimately vanquished by your collective efforts. Professor, you too could forge such a realm, one that not only regulates mutants, but also fosters their flourishing in a healthier environment. Wouldn't you agree? Although Sukai's words may seem somewhat impractical, they are not beyond the realm of possibility. The professor cast a deep gaze upon Sukai, endowed with formidable psychic abilities. He could discern the thoughts of anyone he chose, yet Sukai remained an enigma, as if obscured by an indistinct force. Sukai, I believe we could become allies. As for your earlier assertions, perhaps they need not be so extreme. I sought to engage you today to request a favor. Despite your utilization of extraordinary abilities to alter your appearance, I'm still aware that it was you who resolved the matter with the Lizard Man, Dr. Connors. You and Spider-Man, Peter Parker, are both champions of justice. The professor deftly sidestepped Sukai's previous topic, narrowly avoiding being ensnared in his rhetoric. The other mutants behind him feared that if they continued to listen, Sukai's influence would ensnare them. Sukai had unwittingly employed another facet of his superhuman abilities, the power of persuasion. To be frank, Professor, I hold a certain admiration for you. You possess an acute understanding of human nature, having witnessed the depths of its ugliness, yet you remain steadfast in your belief in the goodness that resides within humanity. This is a prerequisite for my willingness to converse with you. Had it been another, I would have readily incinerated him. In truth, when faced with the invitation from Ancient One, Sukai harbored similar sentiments. At least they possessed kind hearts, creating a sense of affinity, perhaps linked to the silver Kryptonian blood coursing through his veins. Thank you for your kind words. Why not join me in my quarters for a cup of coffee? Frankly, it is quite delightful, the professor offered with a smile. Scott immediately interjected, Professor, he is exceedingly dangerous. Indeed, Sukai's earlier remarks had evoked a palpable sense of peril. In an instant, Sukai landed and seized Scott by the neck with one hand, inquiring, has he always been this bold? Jean Grey, Storm, and Wolverine swiftly encircled Sukai, unleashing their energies. Cease this. Sukai, let us converse civilly, Charles implored, exerting his mental prowess to restrain the others. Yet he found himself unable to control Sukai. The Phoenix Force, the ability to manipulate weather, and super healing. Impressive abilities indeed. Sukai effortlessly flung Scott aside. The professor promptly released the trio from their constraints. And Jean Grey waved her hand, conjuring a crimson force to elevate Scott's body. Sukai mused, what a pity no prompt for justice points was generated. He had assumed that hostility would lead the system to classify his actions as malevolent. However, it did not, clearly indicating that only actions meeting the system's definition of evil, defeating or killing, would yield justice points. At that moment, Aurora's eyes had already turned white, while Wolverine, Logan, unleashed his claws and lunged at Sukai. Aurora, Logan, do not act impulsively. The professor sought to intervene, yet Logan's claws had already ensnared Sukai. Clang, clang, clang. Logan's claws incessantly struck Sukai, the razor-sharp adamantium seemingly meeting steel, emitting sparks without breaching Sukai's formidable defenses. Boom! In a flash, Sukai unleashed a punch that pierced Logan's chest, propelling him hundreds of meters away. Logan, Orolo, who had momentarily ceased his actions, was now enveloped in a tremendous tempest of lightning and tornadoes, casting the entire academy under a shroud of ominous clouds. No, stop. The professor was powerless to halt anyone now. It was unreasonable for him to maintain control over their minds indefinitely. With a slight smile, Sukai remarked, "Professor, to earn my approval, send forth all the sentinels to defeat me." Chapter 113. I seek the power of the Phoenix Roar. In response to Sukai's provocation, the brilliant scientist, known as Beast, transformed instantaneously into a beast with azure fur, launching himself at Sukai with reckless abandon. "Hank, be cautious." The professor's desire to assist them was futile against someone who could directly withstand his mental prowess. Having effortlessly penetrated Logan's physique with a single blow, it was evident that Sukai had yet to exert his full strength. The lightning that danced in the sky had already descended upon Sukai, instilling a tingling sensation that felt as if it were charging him. Sukai had fully embraced the energy absorption ability of the Silver Surfer, rendering him nearly immune to any form of energy. "What? It seems he's absorbing my energy," Orolo exclaimed incredulously. The beast, Hank, leaped into the air, roaring as he aimed a punch at Sukai. Sukai, with a smirk, effortlessly blocked the blow with one hand, sending Hank flying with a casual swat, as if swatting a fly. At that moment, Hank could only ponder in disbelief. What manner of creature was this? Despite possessing 10 tons of strength, capable of overturning an armored tank, he was easily countered. Sizzle! A brilliant red beam shot towards Sukai from above, a tremendous shockwave of energy surging forth, clearly signaling danger to Sukai. It was an unknown energy emanating from another dimension, reminiscent of the dimensional power spoken of by the Ancient One. Sukai's eyes glowed crimson as his heat vision clashed with the oncoming laser beam. Zzz. The two formidable energy waves collided, neither yielding an inch. A smile crept across Sukai's face. His heat vision was under his complete control, not only usable as energy, but also capable of incinerating foes from within, allowing for microscopic manipulation. All the sentinels present were astonished. They understood well the immense power of Scott's laser beam. Yet this enigmatic man not only matched it, but surpassed it in might. For at that moment, Sukai was exerting his utmost effort, eager to test Scott's limits. Scott, no longer holding back, removed his specially designed goggles, unleashing an astonishing surge of power. "Stop, Scott. If you continue like this, you will exhaust yourself," the professor interjected. While Scott possessed the ability to wield his laser eyes indefinitely, the fragility of his physique raised concerns about his capacity to endure prolonged usage. A sound emerged from behind Sukai as snowflakes began to descend in the space he occupied, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. With his thermal vision retracted, Sukai evaded the laser beam and swiftly delivered a punch aimed at Scott. However, the blow was thwarted by an invisible force. It was Jean's telekinetic shield that had come to Scott's aid. Scott knelt, trembling as he donned his goggles. "Scott, are you all right?" Jean's concern brought him back to his senses, prompting him to shake his head. Sukai remained enveloped in the chilling aura of the Iceman, while Aurora, an expert in atmospheric manipulation, summoned vast quantities of moisture, instantaneously encasing Sukai in ice. Logan, having recovered, found that aside from a significant tear in his uniform and scattered bloodstains, he had sustained no other injuries. What kind of monster is this? Logan pondered, recalling the punch that had pierced through him, fracturing even his adamantium bones. Was such power truly human? The onlookers assumed Sukai had been subdued and turned their gaze to the professor. "Alas, he is simply too formidable," the professor remarked as the ice sculpture began to crack and subsequently shattered. "Indeed, you are close to absolute zero. Your abilities have yet to be fully realized." Sukai gently exhaled towards the Iceman, instantly freezing him, and remarked, "Now this is absolute zero." The Iceman was undoubtedly a top-tier, Omega-level mutant, capable of freezing an entire planet when his powers reached their zenith. A terrifying prospect indeed. Logan and Scott were prepared to engage once more, but were halted by the professor. "Enough, Logan, Scott. If he had wished to kill you, you would already be dead." The professor had sensed no malice from Sukai during their confrontation, indicating that Sukai did not desire enmity with them. You truly understand, Sukai acknowledged, casting a glance at Jean. No, you do not wish to witness her full strength, the professor warned, a hint of fear in his eyes. Only those who had experienced Jean's true power could fathom its extent. Yet, this only served to exhilarate Sukai. This was the allure of the unknown that powerful beings sought. In that moment, Sukai resonated with the longing for the mysterious, reminiscent of the cosmic entity Death Carl. Having fought, might we now converse? The professor proposed once more. But I prefer tea, Sukai responded with a smile. That can certainly be arranged. Sukai gently drifted down beside the professor, but Aurora attempted to intervene, only to be stopped by the professor. Sukai guided the professor into his office. The battle-hardened Sentinel wore an expression of helplessness. The ice surrounding the Iceman gradually shattered, as he clutched his hands tightly, drawing in fresh air, clearly having been frozen. It was utterly bizarre that a top-tier mutant of the ice element, classified as an Omega level, had been so thoroughly immobilized by the opponent's icy breath. We are no match for him, unless I can unlock my own abilities. Jean Grey remarked calmly, observing Sukai's silhouette. In a fleeting moment, she nearly lost control as the phoenix force within her surged, yearning to erupt and challenge this formidable being. Is he truly that terrifying? Scott mused, still grappling with the situation, especially since Jean was expressing such concerns. Jean remained silent, while Logan, puffing on a cigarette, remarked, I have no desire to engage with such a monster. I fear I would be utterly obliterated by him. Since acquiring his healing abilities, Logan had participated in numerous battles, facing death countless times, yet this was the first instance he felt death so imminently close. If Sukai wished, he could indeed shatter his skull with a single punch, even with an adamantium-coated cranium. This confrontation had thoroughly illuminated to the Sentinel the existence of such terrifying beings in the world. In the study, the professor personally poured tea for Sukai. Mr. Sukai, I am curious to know what conditions you would require to assist us mutants. Why did you choose me? Because the Supreme Sorcerer informed me that you would not alter the future. The mutants of tomorrow will face a cataclysm. Yet you possess the ability to change it without affecting the course of time. The professor's gaze was wise. Though aged, it remained resolute and clear. Sukai began to understand that Ancient Ones sought to aid the professor. Her hesitance to act stemmed from the potential disruption to the timeline. However, Sukai's presence would not have such an impact. After some contemplation, Sukai agreed to help, but insisted on receiving something in return. Setting down his teacup, he declared, I want Jean Grey to stay with me for 3 days. I am intrigued by the power she possesses, and rest assured, I have ways to control it. Chapter 114. Magneto, you misunderstand, no? Sukai, the power within Jean is far more formidable than you imagine. Should her seal be broken, the ensuing chaos could be catastrophic. The professor cautioned, wary of this force. Sukai, however, responded with a smile. Power resides within the individual. You have constructed a mental barrier for her with your formidable psychic abilities, yet this merely suppresses her power. When it eventually erupts, it will be akin to a dam bursting. You should strive to enable Jean to master this power. It is wiser to allow than to restrict. If Jean Grey can harness the Phoenix Force without succumbing to darkness, the entire landscape of mutants will change. Sukai also contemplated another approach, obtaining the Mind Stone to access its power and transform Jean Grey's dual persona, specifically to subdue the aspect of her that embodies the Phoenix Force. Sue, your idea was once a subject of discussion between Eric and me. Ultimately, we decided to seal away a portion of our powers. Given Sheen's current disposition, she might be capable of wielding this force. Are you certain you can manage it? The professor is aware of Sukai's enigmatic nature. Perhaps there truly exists a solution. It is worth a try, yet during this period, I wish to engage with her more closely. Sukai is also uncertain if she can control the unpredictable Phoenix Force, which is, after all, one of the 3 primordial powers. This matter may be best addressed by you alone. In saying so, you have acquiesced to my request, Charles said with delight. Sukai shrugged, stating that this isn't an obligation, but rather a necessity to cultivate a favorable public image for mutants. The incompatibility between mutants and ordinary humans stems from an innate fear, the fear of the unknown. If there were an external force that instilled greater fear, would humanity still harbor animosity towards mutants? Sue, what are you attempting to convey? Charles sensed that Sukai's methods were occasionally extreme, casting doubt on the accuracy of the Supreme Mage's predictions. Professor, you must be aware that the universe encompasses various dimensions, such as the cosmic overlord Dormammu, or Odin, who safeguards the 9 realms, alongside many formidable beings from different universes. To Earthlings, we are but insignificant. Thus, for mutants to cultivate a commendable public image, they must forge an alliance to confront extraterrestrial threats, refraining from involvement in human conflicts. Should malevolent mutants arise, they must be eradicated. To save 10, one must be sacrificed. How would you choose, Professor? Sukai ultimately posed the question to Charles. It is indeed a daunting choice. Sue, how would you decide? I am selfish. If the individual were a close relative, I would likely forsake the 10. If they are strangers to me, I would take on the role of a deity, choosing the righteous path, even if it meant sacrificing those 10. Sukai's perspective is not one of nobility, but rather a representation of her humanity. In that moment, Charles found himself at a loss for words. Professor, you must contemplate this. To establish an era for mutants, one requires decisive measures. In the future, even more mutants will emerge, and sacrifices are inevitable. Sukai is inherently decisive. The discord between mutants and ordinary humans can never be fully resolved unless a more formidable threat emerges, one that jeopardizes the shared sanctuary of both groups. After all, mutants remain a part of humanity, merely endowed with extraordinary abilities. I shall take your words into consideration, Charles nodded. Sukai's thoughts extend far into the future. When you have reached a conclusion, do come find me. With that, Sukai prepared to depart. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the surrounding steel structures emitted a piercing clamor. It was evident that Charles's old friend had arrived. This pair of companions, ever entwined in a dance of love and conflict, ultimately shared a common aim: to secure a space for mutants to thrive. However, Eric's personality is markedly extreme. Yet in Sukai's eyes, he possesses greater humanity, while the professor appears overly benevolent. I believe this might be an opportunity, as Eric has arrived. Scott, Logan, Aurora, Jean, ensure the safety of the children. It is time to meet this old friend and discern his intentions. Charles communicated telepathically with the core members of the X-Men. Sukai slowly pushed Charles to the school entrance, where they beheld Eric Lensher, suspended in midair, clad in a deep crimson cloak and adorned with a metallic helmet, surveying the entire academy below. Trailing behind him were numerous mutants, including Wolverine's brother Sabretooth, Mystique, and a host of loyal allies. Eric, your sudden appearance at the school, is it to seek out Sukai? Charles's gaze shifted downward to the blue-skinned Raven. Had Raven not chosen Eric back then, they might have become a pair of celestial lovers. Long time no see, Charles. You have aged. Raven possesses a remarkable ability derived from her mutant traits, enabling her to delay aging by altering the positions of her organs and the structure of her cells. Indeed, Raven, you remain as beautiful as ever. Enough of reminiscing. Charles, I wish to converse with Mr. Sukai. Eric's true purpose for coming was indeed Sukai. Oh, I wonder what the illustrious Magneto seeks from me. Sukai abruptly closed the distance to Magneto, standing merely a meter away, their eyes locking in parallel. It seems that many have discerned his disguise following his encounter with the Lizard Man. Since Magneto has identified him, it is likely that other factions, such as Hydra S, HIELD, and the Ten Rings, are also aware of Sukai's true identity. Truly formidable, possessing immense power. Come, child, join the Brotherhood. Wait, Mr. Eric. I'm not a mutant. You must have misunderstood something, Sukai calmly replied. Magneto appeared puzzled. He surmised that Sukai had suddenly awakened his abilities and was now using them for good. How could someone of such potential assist those feeble humans? You truly are not a mutant? Indeed, I'm not a mutant. The universe is vast. My powers indeed stem from my own genetics, but they are not of mutant origin. Thus, I fear I cannot assist you. By the way, I require her to stay. I trust, Mr. Magneto, you would acquiesce. Sukai pointed toward Raven. Are you provoking me? Magneto's tone suddenly turned frigid. Not only had he not taken anyone away, but now he was being asked to relinquish one of his own. Was this appropriate? She holds special significance. I have just pledged to the professor to aid mutants in forging a new path, and she is crucial for the future. So thank you for bringing her here. By the way, Mr. Eric, Your appearance is rather unremarkable. Sukai smiled at Magneto. The latter, despite his strength, had yet to fully unlock his potential. In theory, Magneto possesses the ability to control magnetic fields, a force among the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. As an alpha-level mutant, and belonging to the Omega class, he has the potential to alter the Earth's magnetic field entirely. Yet he currently employs his powers merely to manipulate metals for combat. This is rather underwhelming. Chapter 115. Mystique's submission suspended in mid-air. Magneto's expression turned frigidly cold upon realizing that Charles had managed to locate Sukai before him and had successfully swayed him. Clearly, Sukai had aligned himself with the X-Men. His subordinates, eager to teach this young man a lesson for insulting their leader, were brimming with anticipation. As Eric raised his hand, the metallic structures of the academy trembled ominously. "Eric, do you truly wish for these children to be left homeless?" The professor cautioned. Despite their differing ideologies, they still shared a common goal of protecting the mutant race. "I merely seek to teach this ignorant youth a lesson," Eric replied. With that, the vehicles parked outside the academy and the surrounding steel edifices were forcibly stripped away, hurtling towards Sukai, steel rebar ensnaring him. The vehicles had morphed into a colossal hammer. "Child, I offer you one last chance. Submit to me, or be subdued by my strength," Magneto declared imperiously. Below, Logan, puffing on a cigarette, expressed his disdain, declaring that his greatest loathing was reserved for Magneto. Faced with Magneto, he felt utterly powerless, as if rendered useless. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. However, I had begun to harbor a certain admiration for this enigmatic young man from the East. It seems I've grown less averse to him than before. Scott jested from the sidelines. "Eric, violence will not resolve this issue. Sukai is free to pursue his own desires," the professor interjected. "Freedom is a privilege earned through strength. To offend the master of the magnetic field is to court submission," Magneto retorted coldly. Seeing that Sukai had not yielded, he exerted a powerful magnetic force, tightening the steel rebar in an attempt to compel Sukai's submission. The sound of metal grinding against Sukai's body filled the air. With a casual shake, Sukai shattered the bindings that had ensnared him. "What?" Magneto exclaimed, astonished, as the makeshift hammer composed of vehicles descended upon Sukai. The immense force intended to crush him was met with Sukai catching it single-handedly. In an instant, Sukai vanished, reappearing to grasp Magneto's neck with one hand. The swiftness was astonishing, so rapid that even the sovereign of mutants could not react. The battle concluded with striking simplicity. He began, using his formidable strength to interrupt Magneto's intended words. "Now allow me to speak. Your powers are indeed impressive, yet appears your intellect leaves much to be desired. At your age, one would presume wisdom would accompany experience. If your methods could save mutants, they would have succeeded long ago. However, at present, you are my prisoner, and any wayward mutants beneath you shall answer to me directly." Sukai grasped Magneto's neck firmly, his gaze radiating a searing intensity that instantaneously pierced through the skull of the saber-toothed tiger. Following this, a barrage ensued, resulting in the swift annihilation of several mutants below. Justice Judgment gained 10,000 justice points. Justice Judgment gained 1,000 justice points. Justice Judgment gained 2,000 justice points in an instant. He accrued a substantial amount of justice points. It turned out that it was the villains who received justice points. No. As Magneto witnessed his comrades being slaughtered, a surge of power erupted from within him, causing the entire academy to tremble. Sukai aimed to exert pressure and snap his throat. "Sukai, halt!" The professor intervened, forcibly disrupting Sukai's actions in that fleeting moment. In an instant, Magneto was snatched away. Sukai sensed a presence. This individual was swift. "You are quick," Sukai remarked, turning to the man who had just rescued Magneto, a bespectacled figure with a mane of white hair. Quicksilver, he identified, the sole male progeny of Magneto. "Thank you for the compliment, but he cannot be allowed to perish," Quicksilver asserted confidently. "Enough, Sukai. You have already claimed enough lives today, though they have committed numerous wrongs. They remain our kin." The professor maintained his benevolence. "Professor, I respect your perspective, but if you wish for my assistance with the mutants, it must be conducted according to my methods. Otherwise, our collaboration shall be terminated. I must remind you, the power within Jean will one day spiral out of control and erupt entirely. At that juncture, there will be but two choices. Either she perishes, or she annihilates the entire Earth. Sukai's words drew the attention of Jean and Scott towards the professor. Sukai, does your recent conduct truly foster peace for the mutant community? The professor inquired. Professor, how many ordinary people and mutants has the Brotherhood slain over the years? Are you not aware of the toll? Sukai retorted. Throughout human history, be it the rise and fall of nations or wars between them, countless lives have been lost. Sometimes sacrifice is inevitable. Today, I have merely acted in accordance with my sense of justice. Sukai declared resolutely. What does it matter if I stand opposed to all mutants? The professor was too compassionate. Instead of employing his psychic abilities to alter perceptions of mutants, he insisted on mercy, resulting in numerous deaths among them. He was unworthy of the title of father figure. Eric gradually regained consciousness. Having overheard Sukai's words, he concurred. Though you are my adversary, our ideals are surprisingly aligned. I nearly took your life moments ago, yet you still find common ground with me. To be precise, my moral code embodies the justice I uphold, which is true justice. You and I differ, for I possess greater strength. Sukai would not coddle anyone. This was the Marvel universe, fraught with perilous figures. An excessive compassion would lead to unending troubles. Charles, did you hear that? He is even more extreme than I. Eric was already enveloped in an aura of magnetism. Fearful of another ambush from Sukai, whose swiftness was formidable, perhaps only rivaled by his son Quicksilver. Eric, do not provoke him further, nor insult my intelligence. The professor discerned Eric's intentions, recognizing that he sought to incite discord between them to manipulate Sukai. It appeared that collaboration was ill-fated. Sukai ultimately felt disillusioned with the two leaders of the mutants. One was excessively radical and lacked foresight, while the other was excessively benevolent, possessing intellect, yet failing to wield it effectively. Their mutual desire to protect the mutant community while simultaneously inflicting harm upon each other was truly a farcical situation. A compromise between the two would have been advantageous. Sukai then turned his gaze towards Jean below. Jean, would you accompany me? Perhaps I can assist you in mastering the power within you. Jean, Scott interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Jean Grey circumvented Scott, addressing Sukai in the air. We have only just met. It would be unwise to be alone together. Sukai shook his head, regretting her refusal. If she sought her demise, so be it. May I accompany you? Raven suddenly inquired of Sukai. He was taken aback, recalling the mutants he had just slain. It matters not. I follow Eric, wishing only to elevate the status of mutants. Now that Charles and he seem unable to succeed, I trust you more. Will you assist me? Raven's eyes, resembling those of a cat, gazed intently at Sukai. Very well. Perhaps we can become the best of friends. Chapter 116. The Realm of Mutants. Raven. You cannot act in this manner, Magneto thundered. Yet, Raven offered no response, casting a silent glance at Charles. At that moment, Charles comprehended that this former comrade, with whom he had once fought alongside, had long sought a means to safeguard mutants. He nodded at Raven, smiling warmly. Amidst the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, a bloodied, robust man gradually rose. Remarkable healing ability. Even after a severed spine, he still lives, Sukai remarked softly. Indeed, Sabretooth's regenerative prowess was formidable. To eliminate him would likely require complete disintegration. Roar! You wretched brat! You shall perish! Sabretooth, having recovered, aimed to strike at Sukai, a foolish endeavor. No, Logan, despite his disdain for his bloodthirsty brother, could not bear to witness his actual demise. But in the next instant, Sukai exhaled, and in the blink of an eye, encased Sabretooth in ice, subsequently activating his heat vision to forcibly melt him. Judgment of Justice, earned justice points, 50,000. It was only after the system's decree that Sabretooth was truly vanquished. Logan, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Sukai, resembling a beast on the verge of losing its sanity. It was forcibly restrained by Charles. Sukai, I must ask you to leave the school. Charles could no longer endure Sukai's indiscriminate killings. This was his breaking point. Fortunately, Sukai had not harmed any of the mutants within the school. He understood that Sukai had his own limits and did not engage in mindless slaughter. Over the years, countless innocent lives have been lost under the extreme measures employed by the Brotherhood, with the recently forcefully melted saber-toothed tiger perhaps having claimed the most, given his bloodthirsty nature. Don't come to me for help in the future, Sukai declared as he approached Raven, wrapping his arm around her waist, and they swiftly vanished from school. The once tranquil Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was suddenly permeated by the scent of blood following Sukai's arrival. Magneto lay weakened on the ground. Devoid of his earlier regal vigor, he realized he had aged. The principal members of the Brotherhood had been nearly annihilated by Sukai in an instant, and he himself had narrowly escaped death. Eric, perhaps it would be wise to take a step back. We might be able to properly educate the children. Charles held on to hope for his old friend. Charles, you could have controlled him just now. Why did you not intervene? Magneto's tone was calm, yet filled with despair. No, I cannot fully influence him. His momentary distraction was intentional. The mental barrier he erected is insurmountable for me. It is a manifestation of magical power. Charles felt it too, akin to his inability to perceive the Ancient One's supreme laws. Sukai had long since established a magical defense wall deep within his soul to thwart mental assaults. There was only one possibility: to employ a brainwave amplifier, risking everything to confront Sukai, using the power of the mind against him. Yet, the outcomes were twofold. One could either utterly defeat Sukai or plunge all mutants into dire straits, inciting Sukai's wrathful retribution. Given the nature of the professor, he would not choose the former. Charles, do you think Raven will succeed? Eric queried. He understood Raven would choose her path, but would never betray their kind. Are you suggesting that Raven intentionally aligned herself with Sukai? Charles suddenly grew concerned for Raven. Sukai's intellect was formidable, a fact he could perceive. Yes, she seeks a new path. I understand her. Perhaps we should allow her to try. Sukai is powerful. I sensed a portion of my strength being siphoned away by him. Magneto's weakened state was not without reason. Sukai had indeed absorbed some of his energy in that fleeting moment of fury. What? Does he possess the power to strip others of their abilities? Do you remember? Once Apocalypse was just like him. Of course, without him, my powers would not be as formidable. The two elders conversed as if they were old friends. Meanwhile, the sentinels behind them and a group of young mutants had already developed a palpable fear of Sukai's might. This was a deliberate display of his power. On the island, Sukai utilized spatial magic to bring Revan back to the small island. Though modest in size, the island exuded tranquility, providing the option to choose a room for rest. Sukai poured a glass of red wine for Revan. Do you find my blue skin off-putting, or do you prefer something else, perhaps an Eastern woman? In an instant, Revan transformed into a sensual Eastern woman. Revan, conceal your ulterior motives. I harbor no interest in older women. Speak your mind. You promise to return with me. What do you seek? If you are astute enough, reveal your true intentions. Sukai tasted the wine nonchalantly as he posed his inquiry. Naturally, he was skeptical of Revan's sudden allegiance. This ancient enchantress, nearly 2 centuries old, had experienced myriad events and would not easily submit to him. Sukai's acceptance of the shapeshifter's defection was driven by his desire to study her transformative abilities. Such powers were invaluable, capable of morphing into any form and altering size, strength, hardness, and flexibility, albeit with certain limitations. He was also keen to examine the capabilities of Sentinel robots. The potential to replicate anyone's abilities would be immensely powerful. You indeed distrust me. My desires are quite simple: to establish a nation for mutants, which aligns with your vision. Revan reverted to her original appearance. Very well. I can collaborate with you and help create a realm for mutants, but I require certain compensations. I have a penchant for research, particularly regarding your shape-shifting abilities. Rest assured, I am not a deranged scientist intent on restraining you. I merely need your blood. Given my prowess, acquiring it would be effortless. Sukai's words served as both a reminder and a warning. Revan, with resolute determination, drained her glass of wine, drew a dagger hidden at her waist, and pricked her finger, letting droplets of blood fall into the wine glass. Is this sufficient? As the glass filled halfway, Revan's gaze remained fixed on Sukai. Indeed, I appreciate forthrightness. Let our collaboration be fruitful. With a wave of his hand, the wine glass containing Revan's blood vanished. Revan appeared unfazed by Sukai's remarkable abilities. The man was shrouded in mystery, possessing formidable strength and an array of wondrous powers. May I address you as Su? Certainly. Call me whatever you wish. Then might you disclose how you intend to assist me next? Revan leaned against Sukai, feeling the strength of his physique. Sukai gradually pushed her away. Our relationship need not be tainted by such notions. Yet Revan laughed. Men, after all, are inclined to conquer their prey, especially one like me, capable of transforming into any woman. Chapter 117, Biological Armor. Ultimately, what men yearn to conquer are but two things: women and power. Raven possesses a profound understanding of human nature. Unfortunately, I am unlike other men. Follow me, and perhaps you will discover what you seek. Sukai rebuffed Raven's seductive advances, or rather, what could be deemed a more intimate engagement. Regrettably, Raven's romantic history is exceptionally complex, involving numerous partners, including both a husband and various lovers, which does not align with Sukai's refined tastes. Upon entering Sukai's laboratory, one is greeted by the most advanced scientific apparatus, much of which is derived from the supergod universe. The technological sophistication surpasses that of the Marvel universe, particularly in the realm of genetic research. It was Raven's first encounter with such a fantastical laboratory, filled with incomprehensible devices. To transform the image of mutants and establish a formidable nation, one must first possess wealth, followed by an unassailable strength. Eric is exceedingly foolish, leading mutants in a conflict with the state and assaulting American politicians. Surely, that is an invitation to demise. If he truly comprehends human nature, why does he not suggest a more clandestine manipulation of politicians? Sukai found himself intrigued, as Raven ought to grasp these principles. He is not you. His pride is far greater. Raven toyed with a small robotic device, revealing her understanding of his disdain for ordinary individuals, his desire to rise above them. I can comprehend this. When one has the potential to ascend to divinity, one inevitably becomes ensnared by power. Alas, he lacks sufficient strength. Raven, I have devised a plan for you, to establish a commercial empire, a feat well within your capabilities. I aim to rescue the many lost mutants. You can ascend to become their queen. Ultimately, one must cultivate a formidable team akin to the X-Men to protect humanity. With this foundation, the status of mutants can be subtly transformed. As Sukai spoke, he meticulously extracted the mutant factor from Raven's blood. Raven, bewildered by the technicalities, could only marvel at the wonders before her. Thus, you harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, I do. I seek to create more adversaries, provoking the emergence of malevolent forces. Sukai naturally wished for the mutant faction to grow, inviting more wicked organizations to surface, thus allowing him to harvest justice points. Raven felt a twinge of confusion. The establishment of more enemies. Was this an attempt to exploit mutants? Are you not also leveraging my strength? Do you possess any other alternatives? Should you decline my proposal, I can return you to your prior existence at once. Sukai's aspirations extended beyond mere personal strength. He sought to command a greater force within the Marvel universe. He did not wish to obliterate any civilization, but rather to amass a more formidable influence, collecting an array of mystical artifacts. If he could acquire the entire resources of Marvel and transport them back to the supergod universe, numerous challenges could be effortlessly resolved, such as the vibranium of Wakanda, a veritable treasure trove, nearly inexhaustible. I'm willing to serve you, my Sue. Riven was deeply captivated by Sukai's confidence and assertiveness. Despite the absence of any romantic feelings between them, this strong-willed woman found herself drawn to him. Starting tomorrow, we shall commence our infiltration of the major financial conglomerates. Your abilities are perfectly suited for this endeavor, and I possess ample resources to support you. Sukai gestured toward the recently modified Shen battle armor, which boasted impressive defensive capabilities, capable of effortlessly withstanding missile attacks. In this universe, dark energy still existed, albeit requiring development, without the genetic makeup of a super soldier. Sukai cannot harness it. Thus, he had ingeniously combined the Shen armor with the energy of this universe to create such an exquisite suit. As Riven gazed upon the black and red armor, a flicker of delight appeared on her face. Give it to me. Are you not afraid I may wear it away and never return? She teased, already reaching out to touch the armor. In an instant, the armor seamlessly transferred and enveloped her entire body, including her head, yet there was no discomfort. With a mere thought, the armor formed a long blade in her hand, leaving Riven astonished at her newfound power. Every time you utilize the armor's capabilities, it will deplete your stamina, so you must manage your energy expenditure, Sukai cautioned. This suit was crafted based on his own biological energy, making it more suitable for super soldiers, like Captain America or the Hulk, who possessed boundless stamina. The stronger the individual, the greater the suit's effectiveness, though there was a limit. Perhaps if it were forged from vibranium, it would be even more formidable, Riven mused. Such an impressive invention. Are you not concerned about overshadowing that playboy, Tony Stark? She jested. He follows a different path than I. I call this a biological armor, as it derives all its energy from the user themselves. Sukai elucidated the principle behind it. In truth, the Shin armor was initially designed for warriors with super genes. Without them, its capabilities remained untapped. Sukai had merely refined it. Thus, your strength relies on this armor, Riven observed, glancing at the suit adorning Sukai. A smile crept across his lips. Are you testing my strength? If I wished, I could effortlessly obliterate the entire Earth. Is that answer satisfactory? Sukai was not exaggerating. He had fully regained his peak power and could annihilate a planet if he desired. Riven's gaze towards him shifted, her perception altered by his formidable confidence. Is it possible for me to grow stronger like you? She pondered. Theoretically, your mutant genes are quite potent. However, they lack a variable that prevents the alteration of your intrinsic quality. I just conducted a test on your genes, and perhaps other methods could be employed to amplify your abilities infinitely. For instance, not only could you replicate another's appearance, but during transformation, you might also possess aspects of their abilities. Although Sukai's words may merely be theoretical, they are not beyond the realm of possibility. I recall a shapeshifter from the universe who, by an unforeseen twist of fate, was struck by a ray that amplified her abilities, allowing her to adopt the powers of others. Should such a feat be achievable, she could indeed become formidable. For instance, if she were to transform into Sukai, even possessing a fraction of his strength and speed would enable her to effortlessly vanquish most of the powered beings. Upon hearing Sukai's remarks, Raven's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who wouldn't desire such immense power? Therefore, I must express my gratitude in advance for your endeavor to locate such a ray. Sukai remained silent, aware that numerous individuals have been transformed into powered beings by extraordinary rays. The Fantastic Four, Doctor Doom, and the Hulk, for instance, all fell victim to cosmic rays. Thus, finding a ray capable of matching the shapeshifter would not be a trivial task. Chapter 118. The Avengers Initiative. Hey, Sue, do you have a moment? I heard you took down quite a few Brotherhood members. Tony, engrossed in the news, called Sukai. He had recently succeeded in his research on new elements, resulting in upgrades to his armor, which put him in high spirits. So what can I do for you? Sukai sensed that Tony had an ulterior motive. Well, there's this bald guy. You know, I'm not particularly fond of bald heads, but it seems he belongs to my father's generation. He claims to be doing it for America and recently attempted to acquire my technology. Unfortunately, he only had a handful of tricks up his sleeve. All right. They wish to form a team, a coalition of superheroes, my armored knights. Tony rambled on, ultimately hoping to convey that someone wanted him to act as an intermediary, encouraging Sukai to join their ranks. I'll agree, but I won't be joining myself. A few of my friends may participate, and I need to meet that bald fellow. Sukai was well aware that this referred to the Avengers. However, before that, he wished to encounter Nick Fury. Well, you really have no choice but to agree. Tony Stark presumed that Sukai had acquiesced out of respect for him. Yes, I assent this because of you. You made the decision to join. As Sukai spoke, he had already teleported through the magical space to Tony's side. Oh, damn it. Sue, next time please give me a heads up. Tony Stark was startled by Sukai's sudden appearance. Weren't we just greeting one another? Tony replied, somewhat flustered. All right, when will you meet him? Let us make it today, right here. I'll leave this matter to you. I must honor your standing. Tony, are you interested in vibranium? Sukai inquired unexpectedly. Vibranium? What are you planning? Tony's eyes narrowed as he began to piece together Sukai's intentions. You should be aware of its origins, given your extensive information network. Sukai raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Tony. Oh no, you wouldn't dare to target Wakanda, would you? Naturally, let us strike a bargain, merely a portion of vibranium, which they will readily produce. This is for you. Your armor is rather outdated and may prove useful. Moreover, I am not particularly fond of the moniker Armor Knight. You may call me Superman. Superman? Tony seems to recall encountering that character in a comic. Surely, you cannot be suggesting that you have emerged from the pages of a comic. Tony, perhaps it is you who is the fictional character, while I am the one who truly exists. When shall that black egg arrive? Sukai refrained from exposing the Marvel Universe as a mere creation of high-dimensional authors. Black egg, ha ha ha. I quite fancy that name. I've already notified him, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I expect he shall arrive shortly. Tony relished this appellation for Nick Fury. Indeed, it was not long before the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. made his way to Tony's residence, clearly well acquainted with the route. "Greetings, Mr. Sukai. It is a pleasure to see you again. It appears you are faring quite well." Nick Fury commenced with congratulations, evidently displeased with Tony Stark for transforming an enigmatic individual into a legitimate American citizen. "If you enjoy veiled insults, you may take your leave. There is no need for collaboration. In my eyes, you are merely an ant, and I'm only here to honor Tony. As a being capable of annihilating an entire planet, you are insignificant." Sukai was unimpressed by Nick Fury's tone, perceiving him as merely a pawn of American politicians, exploited by Hydra, hardly a source of pride. "Thus, your intention in summoning me is to showcase your prowess, or perhaps to issue a threat." Nick Fury did not believe that Sukai possessed the ability to destroy the Earth. The earlier reference to Black Egg was too demeaning. "Oh, you doubt my capabilities? Do not even think about summoning the Skrulls or calling upon Captain Marvel in the cosmos. They would be insufficient, you know." In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, with Nick Fury appearing visibly alarmed, as if Sukai were privy to all his secrets. "You possess the ability to read minds." Nick Fury could only speculate. "Regrettably, I do not possess the professor's powers. However, I can glimpse into the past and future." The more enigmatic Sukai became, the more it instilled fear within the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. "So, you summoned me merely to humiliate and threaten me?" "No. I have stated that if we are to collaborate, it must be on equal and mutually beneficial terms. Would you not agree?" Tony, sipping wine nearby, refrained from interjecting. Even though he was typically loquacious, he recognized that Sukai and Nick Fury were engaged in negotiations, with Sukai evidently holding the upper hand. "Speak then. What are your ideas, or what conditions do you propose?" Nick Fury felt uncertain, ultimately yielding a measure of his composure. Sukai gently twirled his finger, and the once empty wine glass gradually filled anew. "Oh, Sue, your ability is quite the money saver," Tony remarked in astonishment. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." "Of course. Director Nick, regarding your Avengers initiative, I wish to partake. I possess several exceptionally capable allies, albeit their identities are those of mutants, beings endowed with extraordinary powers. I trust you can navigate the complexities surrounding mutants. My aspiration is to serve as a bridge between mutants and ordinary humans, providing them with an equitable space to coexist. Secondly, I seek an audience with the Cosmic Cube, as it holds immense significance for me. Thirdly, I require the Skrulls residing on Earth to withdraw. There is a saying in the East, those outside my kin, their hearts will surely differ. These are my 3 requests, and I assure you of absolute power in return. It is apparent that your S.H.I.L.D. has been largely infiltrated by Hydra, rendering it akin to Hydra's shield. Should you doubt this, simply utter the phrase, "Hail Hydra," to those you suspect. Sukai's words prompted Nick Fury's singular eye to dart about, clearly struggling to grasp the truth. Yet one of Sukai's caliber would not deceive him. Such an act would yield no benefit. "This matter will be resolved by me, as you seem to possess extensive knowledge. The Cosmic Cube was recently salvaged by S.H.I.L.D., and Sukai was aware of this, leading Nick Fury to trust in Sukai's abilities. Nick Fury understood much, particularly concerning matters beyond Earth. The universe is vast, harboring civilizations greater and more powerful than our own. You must recognize that your airborne carrier, suspended in the sky, exists to exert control over such matters, does it not?" At the moment Sukai was threatening Nick Fury, the aerial carrier, concealed above, had its weaponry aimed at him, prepared to unleash a torrent of fire should Nick Fury find himself in peril. "Will you acquiesce? Our conversation is impervious to Hydra's ears, as I have just sealed this space, rendering your airborne carrier incapable of locating me. This is the power that transcends the mortal realm." With that, Sukai seized Nick Fury, vanishing instantly. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the command center of the airborne carrier. "Director," surrounding guards raised their weapons, aiming at Sukai's head. "Cease at once. Mr. Sukai will henceforth serve as a special advisor to S.H., holding equal authority to my own." Nick Fury capitulated. Chapter 119. The beauty of the space gem. Nick Fury, with his keen intellect, adeptly bound Sukai to the great vessel of S.H.E.L.D. Sukai conveyed telepathically to Nick Fury. In that case, I shall assist you in eliminating Hydra operatives, shall I? Hail Hydra! Sukai proclaimed loudly to the personnel aboard the airborne carrier, simultaneously gesturing. My superiors command me to eliminate Nick Fury and seize control of the airborne carrier. In an instant, the majority of the personnel ceased their tasks, mirroring Sukai's actions, drawing their sidearms to subdue those who did not belong to Hydra. The members of Hydra naturally recognized Sukai's formidable strength, yet they were utterly taken aback to discover that he was one of their own. In an instant, they all acquiesced to Sukai's commands. Nick Fury found himself in a perplexing situation, realizing that a staggering 90% of his colleagues and agents were, in fact, Hydra operatives. Sukai covertly communicated with Raven. Raven, have you resolved the matter? The upper echelons of Hydra have been dealt with. Control is firmly in our hands. Raven's confident voice resonated. In truth, Sukai had long orchestrated Raven's infiltration of their leadership. Pleased, Sukai nodded in approval. Dozens of dark blades, crafted from obsidian silver, hovered before him, swiftly slicing through the air to eliminate Hydra personnel aboard the airborne aircraft carrier with lethal efficiency. The dark energy manipulation from the Super God universe proved to be remarkably effective, particularly for dispatching weaker foes. Fury was left dumbfounded as the airborne carrier transformed into a scene of carnage. In a flash, a striking female agent sprang into action, drawing a miniaturized firearm concealed within her boot, aiming it directly at Sukai's temple. Halt your blades. How will Director Fury handle him? Maria Hill anxiously glanced at Nick Fury while maintaining her deadly aim on Sukai. Fury stepped forward, seizing Hill's weapon, asserting, "No, you see for yourself. He is one of us." Reluctantly, Hill lowered her gun, still filled with doubt. "Agent Hill, I'm relieved you remain my comrade. Otherwise, I would be quite disheartened. Now, let's cleanse the area of all Hydra infiltrators." Fury's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and his trepidation towards Sukai grew. These highly trained Hydra agents have been dispatched in mere moments, hundreds falling victim to Sukai's prowess. Recently, Sukai had acquired a modest influx of justice points. However, eliminating these ordinary Hydra operatives yielded only a mere 100 points each, which felt somewhat insufficient. He aspired to confront more formidable adversaries, such as powerful extraterrestrial beings, to amass substantial justice points. Fulfilling their agreement, Fury escorted Sukai to a clandestine base. Navigating with familiarity, Fury led them into a laboratory where a disheveled researcher was engrossed in studying a square box emanating a flickering blue light, clearly exhibiting immense energy fluctuations. Sukai's smile widened. He had sensed the power of the space stone from afar, as he was well-versed in spatial magic, and thus had a natural affinity for it. "Dr. Selvig, how progresses the research on the Tesseract?" Fury inquired. "Director Fury, the energy fluctuations of the Tesseract have been significant lately. I have made some advancements in harnessing its power." Selvig replied. It turned out that after acquiring the Tesseract, Fury, having interacted with Captain Marvel and collaborated with extraterrestrial beings, sought to utilize the Tesseract's energy to develop weapons capable of countering alien threats. "Are you certain you can control it?" "Its energy is formidable," Fury remarked, turning to Sukai. Dr. Selvig, intrigued, asked, "Who is he? A new research staff member?" "No, he is the newly appointed strategic consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. known as Sukai," Fury clarified. Nick Fury explained, but Sukai boldly approached and directly touched the Tesseract. "Mr. Sukai, no." Yet Sukai had already grasped the Tesseract, and a powerful energy enveloped him instantaneously. The energy absorption activated autonomously, swiftly stabilizing the space stone within the Tesseract. As it slowly rotated in his hand, it formed spatial magical runes, revealing a small blue gem floating above him. "Is this the core gem?" Dr. Selvig exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. He was aware of the existence of extraterrestrial life and had long desired to study these mysterious substances, the forces from cosmos. This was known as the Infinity Stone, also referred to as the Space Stone, one of the 6 primordial gems of the universe, possessing the ability to teleport objects to any location, as well as to distort, cut, or create new spaces, harboring infinite energy while also facilitating large-scale spatial transportation. Sukai did not conceal anything, knowing that they would eventually learn about these elements. Why is it on our Earth? Nick Fury, ever the astute observer, recognized that such a formidable object should not belong to a pre-nuclear civilization on Earth. The reason was simple. A powerful creator chose to place it on Earth. Sukai nearly divulged that it was the author who positioned it there. Fury's expression darkened. Was this a proclamation of divine theory? Sukai discreetly checked his own justice value, discovering it was merely a few thousand points. Far from a million required to harness a portion of the Space Stone's power. Even if absorbed, it would merely be a borrowed strength, not truly his own. Currently, the power of the Space Stone was firmly locked within the Time Runes, and Sukai was continuously utilizing energy absorption to gradually draw upon its temporal strength, which would ultimately transform into his own abilities. The power of the Space Stone was the mightiest among the 6 primordial gems. A mere flick could conjure a being of immense strength like Captain Marvel. Thus it was not something to be easily conquered. Eventually, Sukai returned the Space Stone to the Tesseract. Nick Fury appeared perplexed. Did this mean he could not control it? So, are you unable to wield its power? Fury felt a surge of elation. If Sukai could not master it, then it remained an asset of S.H.I.L.D. For now, no. However, I can provide you with a formula to utilize its energy, which could yield numerous advanced weapons. Sukai intended to enable them to harness the power of the Tesseract, which would fully activate the Space Stone, prompting Thanos to send forth his vanguard forces, the Chitauri army, to invade Earth. Slaying aliens could yield significant justice value, eliminating the need for Sukai to seek them out actively. Would that be considered an investment in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Perhaps. Sukai replied. You should commence your plans. With that, he vanished from the scene. This scene left Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig utterly astonished. Was this being human or divine? Could it be an immortal from Eastern mythology? Hawkeye, I entrust the safety here to you. Should that individual return, pay him no mind. He is perilous yet still aligned with justice. You may be correct. My arrows may not reach him, Hawkeye solemnly remarked. This jest is rather unamusing. Nick Fury had numerous matters to attend to. The Captain America, who had slumbered for 70 years, still needed to console One-Eye Fan. Chapter 120. Heroes of the East. In a commercial building, atop the highest floor, sat a strikingly beautiful woman of considerable height, her proportions perfectly balanced. As she diligently typed away at her keyboard, at an unknown moment, another figure appeared behind her. Mr. Sukai, your abrupt intrusion into a lady's office is rather uncivilized, the woman said, her voice cool yet melodious. A laser's crimson that was already trained upon Sukai's forehead. Clap, clap, clap. Sukai applauded, impressive, truly deserving of the title computer wizard. Had I not scanned the resumes of Stark Industries employees, I might never have discovered such an extraordinary individual as yourself, Miss Susie. The computer prodigy standing before Sukai hailed from the enigmatic East, a genuine local, with the full name of Susie Yuantun. Upon his arrival, she had already surmised his purpose, clearly aware he was seeking her out. You flatter me. I suspect you did not come here merely for idle conversation, Mr. Sukai, Susie Yuantun asserted, propelling herself off the ground and gliding on her wheelchair to Sukai's side. At that moment, Sukai beheld her full visage. She was evidently of mixed heritage, belonging to the Chinese diaspora. It remained unclear which nationality Susie currently identified with. This was significant. If she were an American of Chinese descent, there would be little reason for dialogue. I am Chinese. My ancestral land lies beneath my feet, Susie stated with unwavering conviction. Therefore, Mr. Sukai, you are here to negotiate on behalf of Mr. Tony Stark, as you're the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Susie Yuantun had covertly appropriated a substantial portion of Stark Industries' advanced technologies, including some of the Iron Man suits technology, having once been a core technical personnel within Stark Industries. Following Tony Stark's victory over Obadiah and the subsequent reorganization of Stark Industries, she had quietly departed from the company. By all accounts, she could be regarded as a spy, though her allegiance remained unclear. No, you should know that my bloodline is rooted in the East. The reason I chose America was primarily to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. War should not transpire on Chinese soil. I have come to request, Miss Susie, that you join my team. As a computer expert, your capabilities surpass even those of Tony Stark in certain aspects. This is the core technology of the steel battle armor, a miniature reactor. However, rest assured, I developed this myself. Recently, I acquired an energy entity and by combining its power, the functionality of the miniature reactor can surpass that of Tony Stark's by 5 to 7 times. After Sukai finished speaking, he directly placed a fist-sized miniature reactor on the table, which was indeed considerably larger than Stark's, suggesting a more formidable capability. Upon seeing the miniature reactor, Susie's eyes sparkled. This device was at least decades ahead of current technological advancements, and she couldn't resist picking it up for closer inspection. Aren't you afraid that I might decipher its technology to use against you or for profit? You won't, Sukai replied confidently. My instincts are quite accurate. So, are you willing to join my team? I have even more advanced technologies here. He tapped his temple thoughtfully. I have one condition. Speak. It is necessary to provide the core technology to the Huaxia government. Naturally, I intended to transfer these technologies to Huaxia through you. I believe they would be quite pleased. Sukai had long been aware of Su Zi's connections with the Huaxia government and saw this as an opportunity to leverage her unique position to aid Huaxia in advancing its technology, ultimately surpassing the United States to become the most formidable power on Blue Planet. Pleasure to cooperate. Suzy extended her hand. A smile graced Sukai's lips as he took her hand and nodded. His team had just gained another formidable technological expert, but he still needed to meet another lady. I wonder, Suzy, do you have any research on the regeneration cradle? After asking, Sukai began to type rapidly on her computer, executing a flurry of dazzling operations that left Suzy astounded. In this world, there were indeed men who could type and code faster than she could fathom. Zhao Hailuan, a Korean, an expert in Korean genetics and bioengineering. This is her regeneration cradle technology. It seems somewhat incomplete. Have you stolen her data? Sukai could effortlessly acquire anyone's data, including the original code of Tony Stark's artificial intelligence, JARVIS. However, he found such acts beneath him. Developing artificial intelligence was relatively simple, but if it were to be used in combat, it would require the assistance of several satellites for precise strikes. Consider it a form of espionage. The information remains in her possession. If she were to collaborate with you, perhaps a brand new biological battle armor could be developed, ultimately benefiting all humanity. It's worth noting that Tony Stark's nano-armor had Zhao Hailuan's assistance. If we could successfully create biological nanobots for medical use, it would be a tremendous boon for mankind. Even the possibility of regrowing lost limbs would not be out of reach. All right, can you invite her? Suzy nodded, clearly intrigued by such a genius. Perhaps this was the camaraderie shared among talents. Sukai's small team has already assembled the finest computer and biological prodigies, complemented by his own versatile intellect. What remains is to recruit combat personnel. A few skilled individuals will suffice. However, I am uncertain about our operational base. If it is to be located within my building, I fear it would be vulnerable to terrorist attacks. While you may not be concerned, I am but a mere mortal. Sukai is eager to embark on significant endeavors. She possesses numerous ideas, but lacks the financial, human, and material resources to support them. Securing a powerful ally this time will undoubtedly allow her to flourish. There is no rush. I will devise a way to acquire an island. And as for materials and equipment, I will handle all of that. I will procure resources from across the universe for you. With that, Sukai vanished from sight. Hey, who was that? Departing without a word. When Sukai reappeared, he found himself within the research building of a medical company. Through the walls, he observed a woman in a white uniform, smiling as she examined data before her. This time, Sukai chose to be courteous, as Sukai was different from Zhao Hailuan. The latter possesses exceptional combat abilities and is characterized by her agent-like attributes, while Miss Zhao Hailuan, despite her extraordinary intellect, remains an ordinary person. In the realm of biomedical research, her capabilities far surpass those of Tony Stark and Dr. Banner. Beeping sounds filled the air as Zhao Hailuan, engrossed in her work, turned at the sound of someone calling from the entrance. Upon seeing Sukai smiling at her, she recognized him. Having encountered him before, she considered him a friend of Tony Stark and, thus, felt a certain familiarity with the enigmatic second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Chapter 121. End of Volume 1. Upon seeing Sukai's eastern visage, Zhao Hailuan was filled with curiosity. Mr. Sukai, I didn't expect you to visit here. Are you looking for me? Naturally. It seems I'm not acquainted with anyone else here, so it must be you. May I step inside for a closer look? Sukai replied with a smile. The laboratory, while not extravagant, contained all the essential elements. Of course, Zhao Hailuan responded, leading Sukai into the experimentation area. Almost immediately, Sukai's gaze fell upon a massive chair, which resembled a medical apparatus. "This must be the regeneration cradle you are researching," Sukai stated candidly. "Indeed, Mr. Sukai. I see you're quite interested in it. It is designed to treat all ailments and is particularly effective for wound healing, though it is not yet perfected," Zhao Hailuan replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement, thrilled to find someone who understood her technology, a recognition from a kindred spirit. With a mere wave of his hand, Sukai projected a database into the void. "This is a unique energy system that requires a powerful computational framework to operate, but I have simplified it. It is referred to as the secondary biological engine, characterized by its remarkable ability to restore any biological trait, provided sufficient energy is supplied and the individual remains alive. Sukai has enhanced the secondary biological engine from the super divine universe. Although this world lacks dark energy, it can be substituted with other forms of energy. However, the efficacy may not match that of dark energy, for the resurrection capabilities of the secondary biological engine are indeed quite impressive." Resurrection? Your theory entirely transcends the realms of established science. Could it be posited that as long as a person's consciousness endures, sufficient energy can be harnessed to reconstruct a corporeal form for the conscious entity? Zhao Hailuan, a leading biological engineer, immediately grasped the underlying principles. "In theory, it bears a striking resemblance to your rebirth cradle, yet remains equally incomplete. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my team, offering any resources you desire." Sukai revealed a secret. These resources encompass the entirety of the universe. With a smile, Sukai cast out the bait, effectively captivating Zhao Hailuan's interest, subsequently presenting her with an irresistible proposition. What a scientific fanatic requires most is ample resources and time. With Zhao Hailuan's involvement, Sukai could initiate the second phase of his plan, extracting the Green Goblin Osborne and the imprisoned Connors to collaborate, undoubtedly leading to the research of an entirely new breed of super soldier genes. Zhao Hailuan, recognizing the immense ambition of Mr. Sukai before her, smiled and replied, "Perhaps I am not suited for your team, Mr. Sukai. Miss Zhao, there is no need to hastily decline my offer. Human technology and genetics are in a constant state of advancement. Do you not wish to comprehend the origins of all supernatural abilities? The carbon-based life forms of the main universe are truly extraordinary beings, much like myself." Sukai's eyes emanated a fiery intensity, melting the steel nearby in an instant. "Are you threatening me?" Zhao Hailuan queried. "No, do not misconstrue my intent. I merely wish to convey that a potent force, when wielded for the purpose of saving lives or advancing humanity, cannot be deemed a malevolent entity. I urge you to contemplate the possibility of joining." With that, Sukai turned and departed, unhurried, for he knew that no one would alter their convictions based solely on a few words. As he reached the door, he was suddenly halted by Zhao Hailuan's inquiry. "Where do you work?" Sukai smiled gently. "How about I take you to see for yourself?" The two then vanished from the lab, reappearing on a small island. This wondrous power transformed Zhao Hailuan's perception of the world entirely. "This is Miss Susie, the world's foremost computer expert. You should find common ground with her. I must retrieve a few more highly capable individuals," Sukai stated with a grin. Although the Green Goblin is considered an anti-hero, he is undoubtedly a scientist of exceptional intellect. If given a chance to resurrect him, he would certainly contribute to the development of super genes. Regarding the provision of energy, one should seek the expertise of Dr. Otto Octavius, the octopus-like genius. With enhanced artificial intelligence at his disposal, he ought to transcend his previous malevolence. Dr. Connors currently resides in a specialized prison operated by SHLD. A conversation with Nick Fury should present no complications, and thus, a solution may be attainable. With the collaboration of these preeminent minds in biology, physics, medicine, and computer science, the potential for groundbreaking advancements is boundless. Perhaps it is only Sukai who possesses the audacity to assemble such an illustrious group. He harbors no fear of their potential mischief. Should they desire to cause chaos, he would simply exile them to other civilizations in the cosmos, which represents his most pessimistic contingency. In accordance with his strategy, Sukai divested all his shares in Stark Industries and arranged for the acquisition of a splendid island, establishing himself as the linchpin of the team. This island, situated far from the mainland, posed no challenge due to Sukai's remarkable abilities. After 6 months, he successfully persuaded all the individuals he sought to join him. Each person harbors intrinsic desires, and the convergence of 5 distinguished experts from disparate yet cutting-edge fields is bound to yield extraordinary results. To assist Raven in her quest to become the Queen of Mutants, Sukai orchestrated the assembly of a cadre of youthful mutants, including Polaris, Blink, and Thunderbird, entrusting them entirely to Raven's guidance. On the technological front, there will be continuous support for them. They need only await the impending crisis with extraterrestrial beings, for then their true opportunity will arise. With such a formidable team in place, Sukai ascended to the periphery of the sun, embarking on a new evolutionary journey. Upon his return to Earth, his silver Superman genes shall attain unprecedented heights, establishing him as a genuine deity among mortals.